Li Yuan traversed through time, acquiring the 9 secrets of the heavenly path, rendering him invincible. Lin, the heavenly path, subdues foes, an unparalleled realm that suppresses all adversaries, dominating the world and stripping opponents of all their power. Bing, all beings are weapons when cultivated to perfection. One can manipulate any external object, even wielding opponents as weapons, and can influence their supreme artifacts. Do, the celestial arts of combat, the techniques of victorious warfare capable of simulating any mystical method, primarily offensive. It evolves into myriad lethal arts, ever-changing. Zhe, the sacred law of immortality, capable of instantaneously healing any wound. Jia, the law of invincibility, unleashing tenfold attacks, dominating the universe. Chapter 1. The 9 Secrets of the Heavenly Path, Invincible. Where am I? Am I dreaming? The young man on the bed awakened slowly, his vision hazy. Lifting his hand, he delivered a sharp slap to his own face. Smack! The resounding impact echoed, accompanied by a cry of pain. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts! Vermilion Bird Star, Northern Region, Tiando Empire, Snow Dragon Territory, young Lord Li Yuan. I have traversed through time. After a considerable time, Li Yuan finally confirmed that he had indeed crossed over, as everything before him corresponded with the memories in his mind. Having fused with the memories of the original owner of this body, Li Yuan felt a rush of excitement. The Snow Dragon Territory, spanning 100 miles, was the fiefdom of the Li family, and the position of lord was hereditary, with Li Yuan being the sole heir. Elated, Li Yuan slapped his thigh and broke into a grin. He was undoubtedly a second-generation heir, free from worries of sustenance. Wait, while being a second-generation heir is splendid, can I safeguard it? This is a mystical world. My celestial bones have been excavated and my life's essence depleted, leaving no possibility for cultivation. These celestial bones and life essence are the keys to cultivation. Quickly snapping out of his excitement, Li Yuan sensed a hint of danger. Only with sufficient strength could he protect everything. However, Li Yuan remained composed. After all, he was a time traveler grinning widely. Where's the system? Yet there was silence in his mind, no response whatsoever. This gradually unsettled Li Yuan. System, are you there? Holding his breath, he waited for a moment, but still received no reply. This is bad. Is there no system? Could it be Li Yuan glanced down at the ancient jade pendant hanging around his neck. Please do not disappoint me. He rose from the bed, drew a dagger from the side, and pricked his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the jade, holding his breath in anticipation. Without a golden finger, what kind of time traveler was he? However, after the blood dripped, the ancient jade showed no signs of reaction. Is my blood insufficient? Li Yuan continued to bleed, submerging the jade in his blood. Yet, a quarter of an hour passed, the blood congealed, but the jade remained unresponsive. At this moment, Li Yuan felt a bit lightheaded. Clearly, he had lost too much blood. After all, having his celestial bones excavated equated to his cultivation being utterly devastated. Merely surviving was a stroke of luck. His body was already weak, and such blood loss was unbearable. With the attempt failing, Li Yuan internally cursed, his vision fading to black. To prevent himself from collapsing, he promptly sat down. Li Yuan felt he was the most unfortunate and inept time traveler, yet he persisted in seeking a way out. Muttering to himself, Lin, the warriors of the heavenly path march in formation, always vigilant. Nothing can evade them. In his previous life, during times of misfortune, Li Yuan would habitually recite this phrase, hoping to dispel all ill fortune. Now it was instinctively uttered. But at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed in his mind, akin to a bolt of lightning striking. Am I hallucinating? Suddenly, the world before Li Yuan transformed. Golden radiance surged, and a golden ancient scroll floated before him. The scroll shimmered with divine light, countless patterns flickering, profoundly mysterious, as if it were the very essence of creation. Ethereal celestial energy emanated from it, evolving into myriad forms, reminiscent of the origins of all existence, the chants of celestial beings resonating within Li Yuan's mind. What is this? Is it a hallucination from blood loss? Li Yuan, perplexed, reached out to grasp the ancient scroll, lowering his gaze to examine it. On the scroll were 9 golden characters, obscured from view, resembling 9 suns, radiating brilliance in Li Yuan's eyes. In the next moment, the 9 suns sprang to life, transforming into 9 golden crows, flying towards Li Yuan. He found himself unable to evade, as he watched helplessly as the 9 golden crows entered his brow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What is this? Regaining control of his body, Li Yuan's lips quivered, his face a mixture of shock and exhilaration. There was fear, but also unrestrained joy. The 9 characters had entered his mind, and Li Yuan finally comprehended their significance. Initially indistinct, these 9 characters were Lin, Bingdo, Zhejiezhen, Lai, Qian, Xing. This is the 9 secrets of the heavenly path, the supreme celestial scripture, not merely 9 incantations. Li Yuan was astounded these 9 characters were not just simple words, but represented 9 great celestial arts. At that moment, the 9 characters fully merged with Li Yuan, becoming part of him, as a torrent of information flooded his mind. Lin, the heavenly path, subdues foes, an unparalleled realm that suppresses all adversaries, dominating the world and stripping opponents of all their power, an invincible divine art. Bing, all beings are weapons when cultivated to perfection. One can manipulate any external object, even wielding opponents as weapons, and can influence their supreme artifacts. An invincible divine art. Do, the celestial arts of combat, the techniques of victorious warfare, capable of simulating any mystical method. Primarily offensive, it evolved into myriad lethal arts, ever-changing, an invincible divine art. Jia, the sacred law of immortality, capable of instantaneously healing any wound, an invincible divine art. Jia, the law of invincibility, unleashing tenfold attacks, dominating the universe, an invincible divine art. Zhen, gathering all formations of the world, commanding them with a wave of the hand, trapping immortals, demons, gods, and monsters, subduing evil, an invincible divine art. Lai, possessing divine sight that reaches the heavens, capable of perceiving 3,000 great paths, mastering endless origins, an invincible divine art. Qian, discerning the future, knowing all celestial secrets, an invincible divine art. Xing, moving with unparalleled speed, disregarding any formations or divine arts when cultivated to perfection. One can traverse the heavens and the underworld with ease. An invincible divine art. Having grasped the essence of the 9 celestial laws in his mind, Li Yuan was left in awe. Goodness, invincible. Li Yuan's breathing became incredibly rapid. The most terrifying aspect was that the fusion of the 9 divine scripts constituted the most formidable technique, the chaotic breathing method. What astonished Li Yuan the most was that despite having just acquired the 9 secrets of the heavenly path, it felt as though he had cultivated for centuries, moving with the utmost ease. Is it truly that powerful? Is it that extraordinary? Surely, this is not an illusion? Li Yuan suppressed his inner excitement, preparing to put it to the test. With the celestial bones excavated and the path to enlightenment severed, he now possessed the character divine art, capable of turning the tide and reclaiming his path of cultivation. Li Yuan was acutely aware of the severity of having his celestial bones excavated. The original owner lay in a state of despair, now supplanted by him. Only after the blood loss did Li Yuan realize just how frail this body was. Reforge my bones. Yuan's thoughts descended, invoking the divine art of Zhe. In that fleeting moment, a gentle force erupted within Li Yuan's being, and he was elated to discover that the celestial bone, which had been excavated, was undergoing a rebirth. The newly formed celestial bone bore runes that were increasingly profound and unfathomable. Compared to the original, each rune seemed to embody a celestial deity. The celestial bone has been reborn. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Yuan's voice trembled with awe. He comprehended that he had indeed mastered these 9 celestial secret techniques. It was no mere illusion. As the celestial bone was reborn, Qin Mu gazed inwardly and discerned the terrifying nature of the runes adorning it. When he cast his eyes upon the celestial bone, it was as if he beheld an unparalleled sovereign, surrounded by runes that resembled celestial beings in reverent worship. Could this be the bone of the sovereign? Li Yuan's breath quickened, and his heart raced wildly. With the rebirth of the celestial bone, the essence and blood of the celestial were birthed, and every fiber of his being was undergoing a transformation. Chapter 2. a single blow to vanquish the Xianxiao cultivator. With the rebirth of his celestial bones, cultivation was once again within reach. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with radiant brilliance. The sheer potency of a single divine art ignited within him an eager desire to witness the unparalleled strength of the 9 divine arts amalgamated into one. He commenced the operation of the chaos breathing technique. As Li Yuan rhythmically inhaled and exhaled, an endless torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, flooding the room. The sound of thunderous roars reverberated within his depleted life sea, where countless divine thunders manifested in a resplendent golden hue. In that moment, the life sea resembled a primordial creation as it expanded rapidly, transforming from a withered state, reduced to the size of a bean, to one illuminated by divine radiance. The once desolate life sea, riddled with cracks, now shimmered with brilliance, as the sacred light enveloped it, resonating with celestial and Buddhist melodies, transmuting the entire space into a golden realm. The desiccated life sea was undergoing a swift metamorphosis. The life sea, the primary secret realm for cultivators, bore witness to the erasure of the temporal imprints upon the life while suspended within, rendering it crystal clear and encircled by holy light. A cultivator's endeavor is to halt the life wheel from being marked by the forces of time, in pursuit of immortality. Within less than a minute, the life sea realm reached absolute perfection, having consumed all surrounding spiritual energy. Have I truly attained the pinnacle of the life sea? Li Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The swiftness of his cultivation was astonishing. Previously, he had labored for 2 years to achieve this state, yet now it had materialized almost instantaneously. He felt no sense of stagnation, yearning to continue his practice. But alas, the surrounding spiritual energy was depleted, compelling him to halt. I have attained the pinnacle of the life sea. After repeated confirmations, a smile graced Li Yuan's face. This was no dream, it was reality. Just moments ago, he was a mere wastrel with a depleted life sea, and now he stood at the zenith of its perfection. Curiously, within the life sea, a chaos blue lotus had emerged, its divine light illuminating the space, starkly contrasting with the usual dimness and oppressive mist that shrouded the life sea of ordinary individuals. Indeed, this is the mightiest of all celestial arts. Invincible. Without a system or an elder mentor, Li Yuan was astounded by this remarkable advantage. At that moment, his spirit was invigorated. What of the snow dragon territory now? For the first time, Li Yuan attempted the pre-word divine art to glimpse the future. Scenes flashed rapidly within his mind, all depicting forthcoming events. Do they seek to usurp my position as junior lord? A smirk of disdain crossed Li Yuan's face. After gathering his thoughts, he pushed open the door and made his way to the Snow Dragon Hall. According to his vision, today, someone intended to strip him of his junior lord status, robbing him of everything, even his life. Li Yuan would never acquiesce to such an affront. Inside the Snow Dragon Hall, a heated argument ensued. Li Yuan has been rendered useless. How can he retain the position of junior lord? As long as he lives, he may bring calamity upon our Snow Dragon territory. I believe Qinglong is the ideal candidate for junior lord. Li Ao's face was smug, yet he dared not mention Li Yuan's loss of celestial bones, for such news could not be allowed to spread. If the Heavenly Path Academy were to learn of it, the Snow Dragon territory would surely face annihilation. Consequently, many chose to align themselves with Li Ao. Silence. The position of lord was earned through the efforts of the previous lord. Why should it be handed to your faction? The junior lord may be unable to cultivate, but does that preclude him from marrying and having children? As Li Ao's voice fell, another voice thundered in retort. At that moment, a figure entered the Snow Dragon Hall, none other than Li Qinglong. Upon seeing him, Li Ao's expression brightened. Qinglong, have you entered the Golden Bridge realm? Li Qinglong, who had been in seclusion for several days, replied, Indeed, I have fortuitously stepped into the Golden Bridge. Father, I have come today to challenge Li Yuan. According to our family rules, the Lord must be the strongest. I ask for all uncles to bear witness. Your faction is not of the direct lineage. Li Qinglong's face darkened. He was currently acting as the proxy lord. Enraged by the proclamation, he questioned how they could contend when Li Yuan had already been rendered powerless. This is the family rule. I consent. I consent. Those who had previously hesitated found their resolve solidified upon witnessing Li Qinglong's ascension to the Golden Bridge. Li Ao, seeing his faction gain support, smirked derisively. Li Qinglong, you are merely a proxy lord. Do you truly believe you can alter the ancestral rules of the Li family? Li Qinglong's countenance was grim. Brother Qinglong, I agree. Outside the Snow Dragon Hall, a voice resounded. The crowd turned to see a figure entering the hall. Li Yuan, hastening towards the Snow Dragon Hall. You wanna know? I absolutely do not consent. Li Qinglong's expression shifted as he urgently attempted to intervene. The others close to Li Yuan also displayed alarm. How could he? Now powerless, contend with Li Chenglong? Ha! Li Chongkong, Li Yuan has already agreed. What does your dissent matter? Do you truly wish to alter the rules of the Li clan? You are but a foster son. Li Ao's mocking laughter echoed, his heart filled with joy. Li Yuan, since it has come to this, let us engage in a battle to the death today. Only one of us shall survive, thus proving that I, Li Chenglong, am the foremost among the Li family. Li Chenglong, brimming with pride, stepped forward. What did you say? Li Chongkong roared in fury, a palpable killing intent suffusing the hall. Chenglong's faction not only sought to seize the lordship, but also aimed to eliminate Li Yuan, unfazed by Li Chongkong's hostility. Li Chenglong scoffed, producing a token. Li Chongkong, do you know what this is? I stand here. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Are you not afraid that the entire Snow Dragon territory will be annihilated? Today, who dares to obstruct me? Li Chenglong brandished the Heavenly Path token, exuding arrogance as he surveyed the assembly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. That is the Heavenly Path token from the Heavenly Path Academy. Holding this token allows direct entry into the Academy. Becoming a core disciple, a gasp of astonishment rippled through the Snow Dragon Hall. The Heavenly Path Academy was a colossal entity. Not even the Tian-Do Empire dared to treat it lightly. Li Chenglong was now considered a disciple of the Heavenly Path Academy. Indeed, this is the Heavenly Path token. Who still dares to intervene? Li Chenglong's pride swelled. Li Ao glanced at Li Chongkong, his expression one of disdain, as he dismissed the pretense, coldly stating, Li Yuan has offended the disciple of the Heavenly Path Academy. Chenglong, eliminate him, and we shall receive the protection of the Academy. Li Yuan, feeling overlooked, seethed with indignation. He understood that Li Chenglong's faction was resolute in their intent to see him perish. Planning to offer a token of allegiance to the disciple of the Heavenly Path Academy in hopes of securing their favor. Attempting to appear panicked, Li Yuan implored, Uncle, we are all of the same blood. Is it truly necessary to go this far? Would it not suffice for me to concede? Chenglong, what are you waiting for? Remember, do not show mercy. This is pivotal for your future. Li Ao disregarded Li Yuan's protestations, addressing Li Chenglong directly. Li Yuan has already conceded. Who dares to harm him? Li Chongkong, recognizing the irreversibility of the situation, understood that the appearance of the Heavenly Path token signified far too much. Yet he still sought to protect Li Yuan, swiftly moving to stand before him. However, indifferent to Li Chongkong's murderous intent, Li Chenglong remarked with a sneer. Li Chongkong, try using your spiritual power. At his words, unease flickered in Li Chongkong's eyes. As Li Chongkong channeled his spiritual energy, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. The others, upon attempting the same, experienced a similar fate. Li Ao, with a fierce glare directed at Li Ao, finally grasped the reason behind his summons. It was a scheme to poison them and drain their spiritual power. Li Chenglong unleashed a kick toward Li Chongkong, who was utterly defenseless, sent flying backward, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. You wretched creature, merely a foster son of the Li family, daring to obstruct my path. You wish to protect Li Yuan? Then I shall spare your life for now, allowing you to witness my slaughter of Li Yuan. Of course, I will ensure you accompany him on his journey to the underworld. After all, one ought to have company on the road to Huangquan. Li Chenglong then turned his derisive gaze toward Li Yuan. How do you wish to meet your demise? If you kneel and bow to me, I may grant you mercy. Otherwise, today will bring you to a fate where escape is impossible and death is unattainable. In response, a cold smirk crept upon Li Yuan's lips. So, if I were to eliminate Li Chenglong, no one would dare object. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. Choose then. I choose your daughter, Li Yuan declared, no longer interested in the spectacle. In his eyes, Li Chenglong had already become a dead man. The lineage of Li Chenglong had betrayed the Li family long ago, seeking death. With a piercing glare, Li Chenglong's murderous intent surged forth as he struck out a palm at Li Yuan. The attack, laden with terrifying malice, aimed to turn Li Yuan into mere pulp. This was the full might of a gold bridge cultivator, and the onlookers in the Snow Dragon Hall, aligned with Li Yuan, were overcome with despair. A sinister grin spread across Li Ao's face, brimming with satisfaction. To him, it seemed the end was nigh. Yet, Li Yuan remained impassive. In an instant, Li Yuan's mind stirred, unleashing the terrifying power of his domain, suppressing all forces. As Li Chenglong approached, the murderous intent on his face faded. Replaced by sheer horror, he realized that his spiritual power had inexplicably vanished, as though stripped away. With a single step, Li Yuan unleashed his assault, delivering a powerful punch toward Li Chenglong. In that moment, a shadow of a dragon manifested atop Li Yuan's fist. The impact of their collision resounded with a chilling crack, as Li Chenglong, once brimming with arrogance, let out a wretched howl, his hand shattered and rendered limp. This is impossible. Li Ao's expression shifted dramatically, as he believed himself to be hallucinating. Everyone knew that Li Yuan's celestial bone had been extracted, rendering him utterly crippled. No matter how many spiritual herbs he consumed, he could not survive for long. How then could he possibly injure Li Chenglong of the Gold Bridge realm? Li Yuan, however, harbored no mercy. Die! He launched another punch, targeting Li Chenglong's throat. Upon witnessing this, Li Chenglong's expression paled, gritting his teeth against the pain of his fractured arm, desperately attempting to evade the blow. Yet, to his terror, he found himself rendered as helpless as a mere mortal, unable to escape the impending strike. Yuan Gu, spare me. Li Chenglong cried out in desperation. But Li Yuan showed no inclination to relent. His fist collided with Li Chenglong's throat, a crisp sound of bone fracturing resonating through the air. Li Chenglong's eyes bulged, his legs buckling as he knelt before Li Yuan, blood pouring from his orifices as he breathed his last. Chapter 3. My bones, I shall retrieve with my own hands. The events unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Even Li Yuan, gazing upon the lifeless body of Li Chenglong, found it hard to believe. The chasm between the Gold Bridge and the Sea of Fate seemed insurmountable, yet under the mysterious arts of the heavenly path, a Gold Bridge cultivator stood before Li Yuan. Akin to a mere mortal, Li Yuan's lineage, including the severely injured Li Chenglong, was left in utter disbelief. Li Chenglong, who had entered the Gold Bridge realm, could not withstand even two of Li Yuan's punches. The most astonishing aspect was that throughout the confrontation, Li Yuan had remained stationary. Ah, Chenglong! Li Ao screamed, his fury igniting as he declared, Li Yuan, I shall see you dead. Awakening from his stupor, Li Ao's visage morphed into that of a malevolent specter, akin to a great rock soaring toward Li Yuan. Li Chenglong was Li Ao's only son. After exhausting everything to just step into the Gold Bridge, aligning himself with the Tao Sun of the heavenly path, he never envisioned that he would be slain by a perceived waste like Li Yuan. Yuan heir, be cautious, warned Li Ao, having attained the pinnacle of the Gold Bridge, now standing at the cusp of the other shore. Young lord, beware. Li Chenglong's expression had momentarily brightened, only to plummet as he witnessed Li Ao charging at Li Yuan. His heart sank into despair. The combat prowess of Li Ao far surpassed that of Li Chenglong, and in his current frenzied state, this attack would be devastating. Li Yuan's expression turned grave upon recognizing the threat. While Li Ao's talent was average, his years in the Gold Bridge realm had rendered him formidable, capable of vanquishing 10 Li Chenglongs. Most alarming was that, despite his rage, Li Ao retained clarity, refraining from closing in on Li Yuan, instead employing a palm technique that unleashed a multitude of palm imprints, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for Li Yuan. Currently, the range of Li Yuan's heavenly path divine arts was limited to 3 meters, while Li Ao positioned himself just outside this domain. Attempting to suppress Li Ao with the heavenly path secret technique was evidently futile. However, Li Yuan harbored no fear in facing Li Ao. A smirk emerged on his lips. Such tactics might work against others, but they were insufficient to ensnare the current Li Yuan. You wish to trap me? Not a chance. Old dog. What are you barking about? You too shall perish, should I spare you. Li Chenglong will be lonely on his journey to the underworld. My grandfather spared your life once. Today, I shall reclaim that favor. Li Yuan activated the walking character heavenly path technique, his form vanishing eerily as he traversed through Li Ao's countless palm strikes. This technique could disregard all forms of attack and formations. Li Ao's meager tactics stood no chance against Li Yuan. Harnessing the power of the heavenly path, Li Yuan closed the distance to Li Ao with astonishing speed. In that fleeting moment, Li Yuan unleashed 2 more heavenly path techniques. His invincible domain descended, instantly stripping away a significant portion of Li Ao's strength. And he unleashed the invincible law, magnifying his attack tenfold. Li Yuan executed the secret technique of the Snow Dragon's domain, the Snow Dragon Fist. With a roar, he struck, his fist adorned with the ethereal visage of the Snow Dragon, a dragon's roar resonating alongside it. Li Ao's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that Li Yuan could escape his divine arts and approach him. As he attempted to retreat, he was horrified to discover an overwhelming force descending upon him, akin to a mountain crashing down, rendering him immobile. In that instant, it was too late to defend. Hastily, he summoned his vital energy in a desperate attempt to withstand Li Yuan's punch. The next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed as Li Ao's defenses shattered, and Li Yuan's full-force punch left a gaping hole in Li Ao's chest, obliterating his heart. Even with Li Ao's formidable strength, the loss of his heart spelled his end. This cannot be, Li Ao exclaimed in disbelief, collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Within the Snow Dragon Hall, the silence was palpable. Who could have anticipated that Li Yuan could slay a half-step to the other shore as easily as one would slay a mortal? The occupants of the hall were left in shock. Truly formidable. Even Li Yuan was taken aback by his own power, breaking the silence within the Snow Dragon Hall. It was Li Ao's brother who first knelt, collapsing to the ground. Spare us, young lord. It is the vile duo of Li Ao and his son who have coerced us. Otherwise, we would never have supported such beasts. Yes, young lord, have mercy. We were all forced into this. The others, realizing their predicament, hastily knelt and pleaded for mercy. The thunderous execution of Li Ao and his son by Li Yuan left everyone utterly intimidated. Li Changkong, upon hearing their words, was filled with rage. These individuals were truly despicable. Li Yuan gazed at the kneeling crowd with disdain, his voice icy as he remarked, "A bunch of turncoats. Do you think I am unaware of the coercion by Li Ao and his son? Why did they not rally behind Li Ao? Their spiritual power had dissipated, rendering them powerless and at the mercy of their oppressors. It was astonishing that the Li family had nurtured such ingrates over the years. Li Yuan showed them no mercy. Most of these people had aligned themselves with the Snow Dragon territory, while the faction of Li Ao was scant. Li Ao's brother, upon hearing this, underwent a tumultuous change in expression, realizing that begging for mercy was futile and his chances of survival were slim. In a chilling tone, he declared, "Li Yuan, though I know not how you have regained your strength, I warn you, do not dare to lay a hand on me. Are you even aware of how the members of the Celestial Path Academy established contact with Li Ao? Let me enlighten you. It was during my encounter with a prominent figure from the Academy that this came to fruition. I have already been accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Academy. My master possesses the prowess of the divine concealment realm. Even if you reach the other shore, you will still be but an insect in my master's eyes. Should you dare to harm me in the slightest, I assure you, there will be no refuge for you beneath heaven or on earth, and all of the Snow Dragon territory shall share your fate." With newfound confidence, Li Heng revealed his inner secret. Moments ago, he had been cowed by Li Yuan's display of power. Li Changkong and the others turned pale, their earlier elation vanishing in an instant. The mention of the Academy's elder filled them with despair. Li Changkong had entered the other shore realm, fully aware of the vast chasm separating the lifeline and divine concealment realms. Even with the power of the other shore, one was but an insignificant creature in the eyes of a divine concealment cultivator. The human body is comprised of 4 major realms: lifeline, divine concealment, for extremes, and transformation into a dragon, with corresponding realms being lifeline, golden bridge, other shore, divine concealment's 5 divine spirits, for extremes transformation, and the 9 heavens of transformation into a dragon, with anything above that reaching the saint level. Transitioning from the other shore to divine concealment and nurturing the divine spirit is an arduous feat, akin to climbing to the heavens. Have you finished? Li Yuan, however, remained remarkably composed, fixing his gaze on Li Heng with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, he advanced and delivered a powerful kick. The blow struck Li Heng's lifeline, sending him hurtling through the air. Li Heng's lifeline shattered in an instant. A mouthful of blood spurted from Li Heng as he registered the destruction of his lifeline. Disbelief etched across his face, his cultivation rapidly dissipating. "Li Yuan, you dare to cripple my lifeline," he howled, desperation evident in his voice. Before his words could settle, Li Yuan appeared before the prostrate Li Heng, raising his foot and mercilessly stomping down, shattering one of Li Heng's arms in an instant. "Do you dare to threaten me? What audacity!" Li Yuan's gaze was frigid. The sound of breaking bones accompanied Li Heng's anguished scream. Too noisy. Li Yuan's expression remained impassive as he lifted his foot to crush Li Heng's other arm. The sickening crack echoed once more, rendering both of Li Heng's arms useless. Trembling all over, Li Heng bit down hard on his lip, terrified to make a sound, fearing Li Yuan would go so far as to disable his limbs entirely. What cruelty! The onlookers, kneeling on the ground, turned ashen, drained of color, genuinely terrified. Li Yuan fixed his gaze on Li Heng and coldly stated, "Li Heng, are you not a disciple of the Celestial Path Academy elder? Now, I offer you a chance. Immediately contact your master and summon him here. I shall wait. And convey a message to that brat Jun Lin. The things that belong to me, I shall reclaim with my own hands. Do they not wish to silence me and bury the truth? Then hasten. If they do not arrive in Snow Dragon territory within 2 months, I shall personally seek them out." With a kick, Li Yuan expelled Li Heng from the Snow Dragon Hall. Outside the hall, Li Heng coughed up blood, crawling away in a desperate scramble. "Yuaner, this man cannot be spared," Li Changkong exclaimed, his countenance drastically altered as he hurriedly attempted to intervene. In his view, should word of this incident leak, Li Yuan would be in grave danger. He must eliminate Li Heng and the others to silence them and then flee. If Jun Lin from the Celestial Path Academy were to discover that Li Yuan not only survived, but had also regained his strength, stronger than before, he would surely send someone to eliminate him. The Celestial Path Academy would not allow Li Yuan to live. After all, The disciple holds great significance, representing the Academy's future and face, and they would not tolerate any blemish against Junlin. Should the truth of the bloodshed be exposed, the Academy would lose all credibility. Chapter 4. Have you emerged from seclusion? No matter. With the eradication of Li Ao and his son, this is no small matter. Concealing it from all in Snow Dragon territory is clearly impossible. Surely, there are still their agents lurking in the shadows. We must not give them the opportunity to emerge. It would be troublesome. Given Li Heng's injuries, it will not be easy for him to leave Snow Dragon territory alive. Let Li Heng draw out all hidden agents, and we shall resolve everything in one fell swoop. Facing Li Changkong's worried gaze, Li Yuan appeared exceedingly calm. He felt no fear towards the Celestial Path Academy, knowing they would require time to reach Snow Dragon territory. With the 9 divine arts of the Celestial Path at his disposal, enhancing his strength was a trivial matter. Li Yuan was unafraid of all adversaries, needing no time to cultivate to overpower them. To traverse this realm without causing a stir would render the journey pointless. Yuaner is indeed shrewd. Allowing the hidden agents embedded by Li Ao's faction to surface for a complete resolution is essential for our escape from Snow Dragon territory to ensure our survival. Otherwise, should any remain concealed among us, our escape would be impossible. Li Changkong's eyes brightened, and he immediately praised, "Young lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. Youthful lord, your brilliance shines." Others in the hall echoed in succession, their voices tinged with trepidation, sensing that Li Ao's faction still harbored hidden agents within Snow Dragon territory. At this moment, could they truly depart without incident? Beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads as they realized they had acted too hastily, failing to consider the implications. Hearing this, Li Yuan wore an expression of exasperation. "Who said we were planning to flee? You truly have a penchant for wild speculation. Snow Dragon territory is the Li family's ancestral land. How could we abandon it? Furthermore, do you truly believe that the likes of Li Heng could reach out to the powerful beings of the divine concealment realm? What qualifications does he possess?" Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Li Changkong and the others exchanged glances and fell silent. As Li Yuan stated, Li Heng lacked the qualifications to engage with the beings of the divine concealment realm, let alone those from the Celestial Path Academy. If such figures truly arrived, they could simply eradicate Snow Dragon territory, resolving all issues in one stroke. There must be deeper secrets at play. "Youthful lord, how shall we deal with these individuals?" Someone finally spoke up, their icy gaze fixed on those who had previously aligned with Li Ao and his son. "Spare us, youthful lord. I have something to say." Recently, Li Heng has been secretly interacting with the people of the Wind and Rain Tower. As far as I know, Li Heng received a task from the Wind and Rain Tower and has had no direct contact with members of the Celestial Path Academy. One of the kneeling men stammered, seizing the opportunity for survival. "The Wind and Rain Tower?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. The Wind and Rain Tower was also a formidable entity in relation to Snow Dragon territory. Li Changkong took a deep breath and spoke, "Yuaner, how is your strength so formidable?" "You are not." Everyone is aware that Li Yuan's celestial bone has been excavated, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Yet, it remains a mystery why Li Yuan has suddenly become so formidable. All those within the Snow Dragon Hall turned their curious gazes towards him. Standing there, having been stripped of his celestial bone, I have instead birthed an even more powerful one, resulting in a meteoric rise in my cultivation, alongside some fortuitous opportunities. Li Yuan did not conceal the truth. Indeed, he had encountered a stroke of luck, an unparalleled one at that. "These matters, uncle, you shall handle. I am on the verge of a breakthrough and require a period of seclusion. Also, do we still possess any spirit stones at home?" Li Yuan was acutely aware that strength is paramount. However, he believed that merely relying on the absorption of spiritual energy to enhance his power was rather sluggish. Given the limited spiritual energy in his surroundings, once depleted, it would be arduous to replenish. "Spirit stones? Yuan, here you go. Since you are to enter seclusion, proceed to the inner hall. There exists a spirit gathering array." Li Changkong promptly removed the storage ring from his finger and handed it to Li Yuan. "I shall now trouble you, dear uncle." Li Yuan cast a grateful glance at the storage ring, exceedingly pleased, and stepped into the inner hall. The inner hall is the domain for the Lord's cultivation, a place with which Li Yuan was well acquainted. His purpose for visiting the Snow Dragon Hall was twofold: to deal with Li Ao and his son, and to utilize the inner hall for his training. After having the supporters of Li Ao apprehended, Li Changkong's expression turned grave. Both the Wind and Rain Tower and the Heavenly Tao Academy are colossal entities that cannot be easily shaken. Even though the Wind and Rain Tower in Black Rock City is merely a branch, it is still manned by formidable individuals who have entered the sacred vault realm. Should an entity of that caliber take action, the Snow Dragon territory would be utterly powerless to resist. While the snow dragon territory is not weak, it appears like an ant before the likes of the Wind and Rain Tower and the Heavenly Tao Academy. Gentlemen, what realm do you believe the young lord currently occupies? Li Changkong inquired. Given that the young lord could effortlessly slay Liao, his strength must have at least reached the other shore. Perhaps even the pinnacle of the other shore. Could it be that the young lord is entering the sacred vault during his seclusion? Upon hearing Li Changkong's query, excitement flickered in some eyes. I hereby declare that no one is to approach the inner hall. We must ensure Yuan is not disturbed. Li Changkong reiterated. His earlier question intended to stabilize the morale of the crowd. The others began to deliberate on how to navigate the current crisis. Inside the inner hall, Li Yuan's eyes gleamed with delight. What abundant spiritual energy. The spirit gathering array truly makes a difference. This time, it should significantly enhance my power. With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan extracted all the spirit stones from the storage ring and shattered them violently, causing the spiritual energy in the inner hall to coalesce into droplets, enveloping the space in a mist of spiritual fog. Li Yuan activated the chaotic breathing technique and commenced his cultivation. As for the prospect of his meridians bursting from the influx of spiritual energy, Li Yuan dismissed the thought entirely. With divine techniques at his disposal, he was assured of his safety. In an instant, he stepped into the Golden Bridge realm. As the spiritual energy surged within him, a golden bridge materialized in the vortex of his life sea, shimmering with 7 colors, resembling a rainbow. One end of the bridge continually extended into the expanse above his life sea, parting the golden mist that enveloped it. The space above the life sea was shrouded in an endless golden fog. To reach the other shore realm, one must traverse this mist using the golden bridge. This fog is enigmatic and treacherous. Many who attempt to break through to the other shore become utterly lost, reduced to mindless beings. Yet, Li Yuan, in this moment, was filled with unwavering confidence. The golden bridge stretched towards a specific direction, which, in Li Yuan's eyes, was the other shore. He did not become ensnared in the golden mist. Swiftly, the golden bridge reached the other shore. His body jolted, and Li Yuan stepped into the other shore realm. He had intended to continue his ascent, but soon realized that the spiritual energy had been completely consumed, and all the spirit stones were exhausted. Reluctantly, he had to conclude his session. A rumble emanated from his stomach, and an overwhelming hunger surged through him. Li Yuan felt as though he could devour an elephant whole. Meanwhile, within the Snow Dragon Hall, Li Changkong and the others were still engrossed in their discussion regarding the strategic positioning of the Snow Dragon territory when the inner hall door swung open, and Li Yuan emerged. Uncle, do we have anything to eat? Li Yuan inquired. Yuan, there are blood pills in the storage ring. You should consume them during your seclusion. They are excellent for sustaining your vitality, Li Changkong promptly replied. Seclusion? I have broken through. I have emerged from my retreat, Li Yuan clarified. The blood pill is merely a sphere of energy, devoid of flavor, and Li Yuan found it unappealing. Is this truly a breakthrough? Within the Snow Dragon Hall, everyone was left astounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. What a jest! Li Yuan spent less than an hour in the inner hall. How could this possibly be a breakthrough? Is he even human? Such a feat has never been witnessed before. In such a brief span, one would expect to merely calm their emotions, having just begun their cultivation. Yet, Li Yuan declared that he had completed a breakthrough. Who could believe such a thing? Chapter 5. The Assassins of the Wind and Rain Tower. Just as the crowd was in shock, the leader of the Snow Dragon hastened into the hall. What news do you bring? Li Changkong immediately inquired, his tone tense. It was he who had dispatched individuals to surveil Li Hong, so upon his return, he was eager to learn the details. Reporting to the vice leader, the young lord, it is confirmed that Li Hong and his associates have indeed infiltrated many individuals within the Snow Dragon territory. They have now been exposed and are hastily escorting Li Hong away. What shall we do? The leader of the Snow Dragon Guard spoke rapidly, not daring to delay the urgent matter. Yuan, what do you propose we do? Li Changkong involuntarily turned his gaze towards Li Yuan, for his strength was now evident to all. Uncle Tuoba, Li Hong has been rendered incapacitated. The fact that you managed to monitor him without detection indicates that none of Li Hong's associates have reached the Golden Bridge. Uncle Tuoba, led your men in pursuit, relentlessly following them so they may experience the specter of death. However, remember this, spare Li Hong's life, allow him to escape. For I require him to deliver a message. As for the others, they are to be eliminated without mercy. Tuoba Yunqing accepted his orders, determined not to disappoint the young lord. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Tuoba Yunqing, who knelt with one knee on the ground, felt a spark of brilliance in his eyes and promptly turned to leave. Yuan, now that we know who is plotting against the Snow Dragon territory, why not eliminate Li Hong completely? Killing him would surely buy us more time. After Tuoba Yunqing departed, Li Changkong turned his attention back to Li Yuan, as did the others, all wearing expressions of confusion. After all, allowing Li Heng to escape left them feeling unsettled. First and foremost, I need Li Heng to deliver a message. The Wind and Rain Tower and the Heavenly Tao Academy are indeed formidable, but we are unafraid. However, the second point is crucial. I do not wish for the hearts of the Snow Dragon territory to waver. When Tuoba Yunqing entered, I sensed his anxiety. Evidently, the Snow Dragon Guard has grasped a general understanding of the situation. If I were in Li Heng's position, I would undoubtedly spread the news that the Snow Dragon territory has provoked the Heavenly Tao Academy, thus sowing discord among our ranks. By deliberately sparing Li Heng, I aim to convey to all within the Snow Dragon territory that I, Li Yuan, am unafraid of the Heavenly Tao Academy and the Wind and Rain Tower. Even if they dare to invade, I possess means to counteract their advances. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Li Yuan elaborated. This was indeed a deliberate strategy on Li Yuan's part. In his heart, the Snow Dragon territory was his ancestral heritage, and he could not allow its unity to falter. The young lord is indeed sagacious. Within the Snow Dragon Hall, the elders of the Snow Dragon territory gradually came to a realization, their gazes fixed on Li Yuan, filled with admiration. This time, they were genuinely convinced. These individuals had lived for many years, yet when faced with the Wind and Rain Tower and the Heavenly Tao Academy, it would be disingenuous to claim they were unafraid. But Li Yuan, at merely 17 years of age, remained composed and strategic, instilling a growing sense of confidence in them. After all, they were well aware of Li Yuan's previous state. Now that he had undergone a remarkable transformation, they sensed that his fortuitous encounter was anything but simple, and he might indeed possess the capability to resolve the crisis facing Shuilong territory. Uncle Tuoba, what brings you back? Li Yuan was initially inclined to depart, but upon seeing Tuoba Yunqing return unexpectedly, he could not help but display a look of confusion. Returning to the young lord, the Shuilong Guard has reported that one individual has left Li Heng's residence, a person unfamiliar to the servants there. Li Heng treats him with utmost respect, indicating that his origins are likely significant. The young lord should exercise caution. Tuoba Yunqing promptly articulated the purpose of his return. Caution. In the face of absolute power, everything else is mere illusion. Li Heng is truly useless. How could he not deal with you? To claim that you have stepped into the other shore is simply laughable. To have lost the celestial bone and yet still retain your life is already surprising enough. And to think you have crossed into the other shore, how absurd. As Tuoba Yunqing's words faded, a shadowy figure ominously entered the Shuilong Hall, cloaked in a black robe, exuding an air of disdain. Young lord, be careful. It is an assassin from the Wind and Rain Tower. Upon witnessing this, Tuoba Yunqing's expression shifted dramatically as he discerned the emblem of the Wind and Rain Tower at the assassin's waist. He immediately took action to eliminate the Wind and Rain assassin. Get lost. However, the black-robed figure struck out with a palm, sending the Gold Bridge realm Tuoba Yunqing hurtling backward, unable to rise. Useless. Just barely stepping into the Gold Bridge, practicing crude methods, and yet you dare to attack me. The assassin's eyes gleamed with contempt, as if gazing upon an insignificant insect. Young lord, you must leave. The elders of Shuilong territory swiftly stepped forward, forming a protective barrier around Li Yuan, their expressions grave in the face of the Wind and Rain assassin. The strength of the Wind and Rain Tower was notorious, specializing in assassination techniques that were exceedingly fearsome. Once targeted by the Wind and Rain Tower, survival was nearly impossible. Uncle, step aside. I will handle this, Li Yuan declared, his demeanor unwavering. A mere assassin from the Wind and Rain Tower can be subdued with a flick of my hand. Yet, in the face of such a formidable foe, Li Yuan remained astonishingly composed. Li Changkong and the others exchanged glances, cautiously stepping back. You insolent wretch, what did you say? The Wind and Rain assassin's eyes glinted with a menacing coldness, resembling a venomous snake poised to strike. I said, a person like you can be easily subdued. Li Yuan retorted with a mocking laugh. In an instant, he vanished from his position, abruptly reappearing beside the Wind and Rain assassin. You. The assassin's expression shifted to one of terror, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. He could not fathom how Li Yuan had appeared beside him as if he had teleported. As an assassin, he was acutely aware of danger, and upon realizing the situation, he swiftly retreated, moving with a mysterious grace that left behind fleeting afterimages in the Shuilong Hall. Yet, the ensuing spectacle left everyone astounded. No matter how the Wind and Rain assassin attempted to evade, Li Yuan shadowed him effortlessly, as if they were entwined. Who exactly are you? You cannot be Li Yuan. He has been rendered useless. The Wind and Rain assassin's voice trembled as he spoke, now distancing himself. Do you wish to oppose the Wind and Rain Tower? In that moment, he could not suppress the tremors in his legs, beads of sweat forming on his brow, fully aware that escape was futile. Li Changkong and the others turned their gaze towards Li Yuan, intrigued by the unfolding drama. I am indeed Li Yuan, without a doubt. Is this how the assassins of the Wind and Rain Tower operate? It is truly disappointing. Let us conclude this matter. A disdainful glimmer shone in Li Yuan's eyes. Is that so? Then allow me to show you the assassination techniques of the Wind and Rain Tower. Cornered, the assassin chose to strike. In the face of certain death, he resolved to unleash his full power, abandoning the thought of survival, and unexpectedly entered a state of unity between man and nature, achieving a breakthrough in his shadow assassination technique. Unity of man and nature? How is this possible? Li Xianxiaaudiobooks gasped in shock. The assassin in this state was terrifying. However, Li Yuan faced this formidable opponent without a hint of trepidation. A mere spark of light dares to shine. Li Yuan scoffed, launching a powerful punch. With a forceful strike, he reduced the assassin to a mist of blood. This power. Li Yuan stood frozen, astonished by the surge of strength that had erupted within him following his breakthrough. The Shuilong Hall fell into a profound silence as all present gaped in disbelief. The Wind and Rain assassin, already fearsome, had brought with him a reputation that instilled dread, yet no one expected Li Yuan to resolve the encounter with a single punch, leaving not a trace behind. Youthful lord, you are magnificent. Moments later, the elders of Shuilong territory emerged from their stupor. The young lord is magnificent, they echoed in unison. Yuaner, what level of strength do you now possess? Li Xianxiaaudiobooks pondered for a moment before speaking, his gaze flickering, a reflection of the astonished expressions on the others' faces. Seeing this, Li Yuan could surmise the reason for their astonishment. The disparity in his strength compared to before was monumental, akin to two entirely different individuals. Coupled with the assassin's remarks, doubts naturally began to arise. I have just entered the other shore, Li Yuan stated, no longer concealing his aura, causing Li Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others to perceive his true realm. However, Li Xianxiaaudiobooks harbored some skepticism, suspecting that Li Yuan had hidden his cultivation, fearing he had been usurped. After all, if Li Yuan had only just entered the other shore, how could he so easily have slain a Wind and Rain assassin? And the rate of his advancement was alarming. Li Yuan noted the flickering gazes of the crowd and found it unsurprising, recognizing the incredibility of the situation. Chapter 6, shocking the entire hall. Rather than hastily explaining, Li Yuan approached Tuoba Yunqing, employing divine techniques to revive the nearly lifeless figure. Thank you, young lord. I am incompetent. Tuoba Yunqing opened his eyes, gratitude evident on his face. Young lord, what manner of technique is this? The elders of Shuilong Hall were left breathless, their disbelief palpable. They were not cold-hearted. Moments ago, Tuoba Yunqing had exuded no aura, leading them to mistakenly believe he had perished. After all, under that strike, Tuoba Yunqing's chest had caved in. Yet, with such grievous injuries, Li Yuan had merely administered timely treatment, and Tuoba Yunqing's wounds appeared nearly healed. Yunqing, how do you feel? Li Xianxiaaudiobooks, equally astonished, felt as though he were in a dream, his mouth dry and parched. Tuoba Yunqing had intended to say he would recover with time, but the words faltered on his lips, his trembling limbs betraying his shock as his gaze remained fixed upon Li Yuan. Young lord, Uncle Tuoba, you are not dreaming. Your injuries are healed, Li Yuan reassured him with a smile. How can this be? Tuoba Yunqing slapped his own face hard. Yet the burning sensation confirmed the reality before him. Having accepted the truth, Tuoba Yunqing was even more astonished, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This is divine technique. Li Yuan, left with no choice, resolved to disclose the truth to all, thus sparing himself from the need for continual explanations in the future. Divine technique? Li Xianxiaaudiobooks and Tuoba Yunqing were taken aback, and the atmosphere in the Shuilong Hall grew eerily quiet. Uncle, for the Snow Dragon territory to flourish, it is insufficient for me to grow stronger alone. The entire community must elevate their capabilities. Otherwise, in my absence, the Snow Dragon territory will not withstand the trials it faces. I intend to unveil certain legacies, enabling everyone to advance together. Uncle Tuoba, please attempt to cultivate using my simplified technique. Li Yuan articulated a simplified version of the chaos breathing technique for Tuoba Yunqing to practice. Thank you, young lord. In the eyes of Tuoba Yunqing, Li Yuan had become a deity, and he held no doubts about the teachings bestowed upon him, filled with ecstatic anticipation. Suddenly, an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy surged into Tuoba Yunqing's body, nearly overwhelming his meridians, resulting in a violent cough of blood. Witnessing this, Li Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others were struck with horror. In that fleeting moment, the rate at which Tuoba Yunqing absorbed spiritual energy was astonishing, depleting the surrounding aura at a visible pace. Young lord, Tuoba Yunqing was shaken, simultaneously feeling inadequate for being countered by the technique. Take your time. This is merely your first attempt. Not everyone possesses my innate ability. In the future, just control the amount of spiritual energy you absorb, Li Yuan reassured him. Though he too was profoundly astonished, never anticipating that even a simplified version of the technique could be so formidable. Grateful tears welled in Tuoba Yunqing's eyes as he swore an oath to the heavens, pledging the unwavering loyalty of the Tuoba clan to the young lord, declaring that should they betray him, they would face divine retribution. A thunderous sound echoed above the snow dragon territory. For oaths to the heavens were not to be taken lightly. Betrayal would invite annihilation. I vow to the heavens that I shall never disclose this technique, lest I face the wrath of the divine and severance of my bloodline. After witnessing this, Li Changkong and the others regained their composure and promptly swore their own oaths. They understood that the technique Li Yuan had imparted to Tuoba Yunqing was available for their cultivation as well, a method so astonishing that even sanctuaries might not possess it. Uncle, this technique is to be cultivated by all in the future, but before practicing, an oath must be taken. This is the foundation of our Snow Dragon territory. The Snow Dragon territory is our home, and none shall seize it, Li Yuan emphasized. We vow to live and die with the Snow Dragon territory, everyone declared in unison. Let us all try and see the results. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that these individuals were the future foundation of the Snow Dragon territory. As everyone attempted the technique, they too experienced backlash, their hearts racing with shock as they realized the terrifying speed of absorption. Young lord, have you practiced twice today? After stabilizing his emotions, Tuoba Yunqing turned his gaze to Li Yuan, recalling the two instances of inexplicable depletion of spiritual energy in the Snow Dragon territory. Indeed, Li Yuan did not conceal the truth. At this moment, Tuoba Yunqing likely pieced together the implications. After all, Li Yuan had practiced twice, coinciding with the two instances of spiritual energy being drained from their land. What, young lord, are you unscathed? With this revelation, Tuoba Yunqing's heart raced. Recalling the pain he had just endured, waves of turmoil rising within him. The thought of how Li Yuan bore such suffering was unfathomable. Is everything all right? You all continue your practice. I need to find something to eat, Li Yuan explained, turning to exit the Snow Dragon Hall. Inside, Li Changkong's eyes were misty with emotion. He spoke, everyone, we have grown too complacent. Our young master, at such a tender age, has silently endured such agony. It is time for us to strive harder. When the Lord entrusted the Snow Dragon territory to us, we nearly failed to protect the life of our young master. This is our shame. Now that we have received this divine technique, we must exert ourselves. For Yuan, for the Snow Dragon territory. His voice trembled with emotion. We will not let the young lord down, the others echoed, their eyes glistening with determination. Li Yuan, with his keen senses, overheard their words and felt a mix of exasperation and amusement at their imaginative speculations. Painful? Not at all. After devouring the prepared delicacies, he began contemplating how to further enhance his strength, realizing that all resources had been expended. Furthermore, the forthcoming cultivation would not merely involve the absorption of spiritual energy. While Li Yuan was lost in thought, Li Changkong and the others entered the room. Uncle, what brings you here? Li Yuan inquired, confusion evident on his face. The others looked to Li Changkong, who took the lead in addressing Li Yuan. Yuan, you are currently the strongest among us. We have directed all our attention towards monitoring the movements of Haiyan City. Your utmost focus should be on cultivating and enhancing your strength. That is paramount. Li Changkong's expression was grave. They feared that Li Yuan might be preoccupied with concerns about an impending attack, thereby undermining his cultivation efforts. To cultivate? Uncle, I cannot do so for the time being. My resources have been depleted. The threshold to the next realm is critical and requires a solid foundation, Li Yuan said, handing a storage ring to Li Changkong. Li Changkong glanced inside, stunned into silence. The sheer quantity of spirit stones had been entirely consumed by Li Yuan, akin to a beast that devours gold. Realization dawned upon him regarding the source of Li Yuan's formidable prowess. Yuan, we shall devise a plan for your cultivation resources. Gradually regaining composure, Li Changkong's expression turned serious as he regarded Li Yuan. As soon as Li Changkong spoke, all the elders gasped in shock. Hiss! That represented the profound heritage of the Snow Dragon territory, wasted so frivolously. Everyone, there is no need for distraction. I already have plans for the upcoming cultivation. Li Yuan interjected with a smile. Have you all forgotten what lies behind the Snow Dragon territory? No, absolutely not. Li Changkong immediately interjected with stern authority. The Snow Dragon territory was backed by the ancient mountain range, a perilous domain where even formidable beings would meet their demise if they ventured too deeply. It was a graveyard of sorts. Chapter 7, an immortal? Deputy Leader, I actually find this proposition feasible, given the current strength of the young lord. As long as he does not venture too deep into the ancient mountain range, the risks are minimal. Just as Li Changkong was about to reprimand, an elder from the Snow Dragon territory voiced his support. When Li Changkong heard this, he swallowed his retort. We too find this a viable option. The other elders chimed in, clearly having received a telepathic message. Well, if everyone has such faith in Yuan, then be cautious, Li Chongkong admonished with a serious expression. Uncle, rest assured. I plan to set out tomorrow. The snow dragon territory will be entrusted to you, Li Yuan replied, understanding the underlying motivations of the elders, but choosing not to expose them. Fear not, young lord. We will stand by the snow dragon territory in life and death. Even if we perish, we will ensure its safety, the others pledged immediately. Li Yuan said no more and, on the following day, ventured deep into the ancient mountain range. Within the snow valley, a resounding explosion erupted. Boom! The very ground trembled. Senior brother. A young woman soared towards the cliff, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, unable to contain her sorrow. Junior sister, do not worry about me. Flee quickly. The young man who had just crashed against the cliff bore a nearly caved-in chest, blood spilling continuously from his mouth, clearly gravely injured. The heavens conspire against me, Yihan lamented. For I merely sought a medicinal herb at the periphery of the ancient mountains, only to encounter a savage beast of divine concealment. Hatred brewed within him. His master's life hung by a thread, and with his junior sister, he ventured into the mountains in search of a cure. Little did he expect that within this snowy valley lurked a beast at the divine concealment level, even if it were merely at the initial stage. It was far beyond Yihan's capacity to withstand. Without any means to retaliate, had it not been for a precious artifact, he would have perished by now. No, brother. I shall not abandon you. We shall leave together, Lu Xiaoman insisted, shaking her head, determined to carry Yihan out of the snowy valley. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, reverberating like thunder. A colossal figure emerged, a beast of initial divine concealment, emanating a terrifying aura that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Become this emperor's pet, or perish. To be chosen as this emperor's companion is a blessing earned over several lifetimes. The beast spoke, its words dripping with arrogance. Flee, quickly, or we shall both be doomed. If we cannot return with the herb, our master will not survive, Yihan urged, summoning all his strength to shove Lu Xiaoman aside and charge at the beast. Beast die? Yihan unleashed his final strike. Human, do you truly think you can impede me? How laughable. Since you have forsaken the chance to be my pet, then embrace death. The beast dismissed Yihan's attack with utter contempt, merely lifting a foot slightly. Yihan was sent hurtling backward, his chest caving in under the impact. Brother. Lu Xiaoman's eyes widened in horror, her voice a cry of despair. Girl, are you not afraid of death? A voice broke through her anguish. You? Lu Xiaoman gasped in shock, having failed to notice the presence of anyone nearby. Yet, standing beside her was a young man clad in white robes. Senior, I beseech you to save my brother. He is gravely injured. If you agree to rescue him, I will grant any request you have, Lu Xiaoman pleaded, mistaking Li Yuan for a powerful elder, and fell to her knees before him, overwhelmed with sorrow. Huh, how ridiculous. Save him. Unless he is a great Luo golden immortal capable of resurrecting the dead, no one can save him. This emperor has already severed his heart veins, and his organs are shattered. The beast mocked, its derision palpable. The weight of despair settled upon Lu Xiaoman as she heard the beast's words. He can still be saved. She cried desperately. Girl, allow me, Li Yuan interjected calmly, despite the beast's derision. Huh. Both Lu Xiaoman and the beast fell silent, astonished. His organs are shattered. How can he possibly be saved? Ha! You amuse me more than any jester. If you can save him, I shall call you father. The beast scoffed, its arrogance unrestrained. Father? I have no desire for a son like you, Li Yuan replied, disregarding the beast entirely. He placed his hand upon Yihan's chest and invoked the divine arts of the heavens. In that instant, Yihan's shattered organs and broken bones began to heal at an astounding rate, and the breathless youth slowly opened his eyes. All done. Just a minor injury, Li Yuan declared, rising and brushing off his robes as if he had merely performed a trivial task. Brother, Lu Xiaoman exclaimed, bursting into tears upon witnessing the miracle. The beast stood dumbfounded, disbelief flooding its eyes. Is this hell? Have you also perished? Yihan, still dazed from his revival, questioned. Brother, you are alive. We are safe now. It was this immortal who saved us, Lu Xiaoman explained, her voice filled with relief. Alive? How can this be? Yihan's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he examined his own healed body, astonishment washing over him. He gazed at Li Yuan and, with a thud, knelt before him in gratitude. Thank you, immortal, for saving my life. Yihan was acutely aware of his former state. He had been on the brink of death, yet now felt no sign of injury, suddenly comprehending the magnitude of Li Yuan's abilities. Immortal? Li Yuan, taken aback by Yihan's reverence, muttered to himself in confusion. Thank you, immortal. Lu Xiaoman echoed, quickly kneeling beside Yuan, her desperation palpable. Both of you, please rise. I am no immortal. Merely someone skilled in rudimentary healing, Li Yuan said, slightly bewildered by their fervent gratitude. Please, immortal, save my master. I beg you. Lu Xiaoman and Yuan pleaded, clinging to the hope that Li Yuan could also save Lu Changxing. I have already said I am not an immortal. Are you forcing my hand? Must I be obligated to save others? Li Yuan's facade of annoyance was evident as he struggled to lift them from the ground. Upon witnessing Li Yuan's feigned anger, both Yuan and Lu Xiaoman's expressions shifted dramatically, and they quickly rose to their feet, trembling in fear. Stand up, please. Li Yuan commanded, and though they complied, their bodies quivered, their eyes lowered as if they were children caught misbehaving, filled with dismay. They understood that if Li Yuan chose to intervene, perhaps he could save Lu Changxing. Who are you? Li Yuan scrutinized Lu Xiaoman and Yuan, his expression revealing surprise. Neither appeared ordinary. At merely 17 or 18 years old, both had attained a level of cultivation that was profound and evidently not achieved through mere medication. Reporting to the immortal, we are disciples of the Taishan sect. However, the Taishan sect has now perished, Yuan admitted without reservation. The Taishan sect? I have not heard of it. It must not be of significant repute, Li Yuan mused. The mere mention of the Taishan sect sent a tremor through Yuan and Lu Xiaoman, their hearts racing with anxiety. The Taishan sect was a sacred ground, renowned across the northern wilderness, a place of immense power and authority. Yet, to Li Yuan, it seemed insignificant. It is understandable that you have not heard of it. The Taishan sect is indeed not of high standing, Yuan responded, increasingly aware of Li Yuan's formidable nature. Such prowess made it reasonable for him to dismiss even the most revered of sections. Who are you to be so arrogant? The beast interjected, unable to contain its disdain. Such a massive dog, Li Yuan remarked, astonished as he turned his gaze toward the beast, which he now recognized as a gigantic mastiff. What? Yuan and Lu Xiaoman were utterly bewildered. Dog? How could such a being be merely a dog? This is a dragon mastiff, one that bears the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. The beast roared, a flicker of terrifying malice igniting in its eyes. Yuan and Lu Xiaoman paled, feeling as though they stood before an ancient deity. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, fear gripping him as he staggered backward uncontrollably, his heart trembling with trepidation. Moreover, it was only due to Li Yuan's intervention that much of the oppressive force was mitigated. Li Yuan, merging with the divine texts of the heavenly Tao, remained unaffected by this overwhelming pressure. Celestial being, this beast bears the aura of the burial ground. Exercise caution. At this moment, Yuan sensed the formidable presence emanating from the savage beast, and his expression shifted dramatically. However, as Yuan spoke, he realized that his concerns were unfounded. The figure standing before him, Li Yuan, was completely unperturbed, his gaze towards the dragon mastiff illuminating with newfound intensity. In that fleeting moment, Li Yuan was indeed astonished by the dragon mastiff before him. Channeling the divine arts of the heavenly Tao, he perceived an extraordinary power residing within the creature. Big dog. It just so happens that I am in need of a guardian. Would you care to take on the role? Li Yuan's words were provocative. Upon hearing this, both Yuan and Lu Xiaoman felt the dragon mastiff's fury escalate anew, their faces paling in fear. This was a creature that had grown strong enough to rival true dragons and phoenixes. You, an immortal, are but a dog, destined to guard. I shall consume you. The dragon mastiff lunged forward, its jaws agape, fully aware of Li Yuan's capabilities and choosing to unleash its full power. As it struck, Li Yuan discerned mysterious Tao patterns subtly forming around its claws, causing the surrounding space to exhibit signs of impending collapse. Li Yuan murmured to himself and immediately invoked the divine arts of the heavenly Tao. With a thunderous roar, an unparalleled domain descended upon the dragon mastiff, akin to an ancient divine mountain crashing down upon it, merely half a step away from Li Yuan. Yet, that half step felt like an insurmountable chasm. The dragon mastiff's eyes widened in terror as it collided with the ground before Li Yuan, causing the snowy valley to tremble. What level of cultivation is this? Do immortals truly exist in this world? Yuan's heart raced as he witnessed Li Yuan suppressing the dragon mastiff. Li Yuan had done nothing. Yet the once mighty beast appeared as insignificant as an ant before him. One thought was all it took to subdue it. Dog, how about you guard my home? Li Yuan gazed at the wild beast, increasingly pleased with what he saw. The dragon mastiff, however, was raging internally. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. I have invoked the power of ancient Tao patterns and the aura of the burial ground. Why does it have no effect on him? Moreover, the teleportation patterns are futile. How has he achieved this? Before Li Yuan stood the ancient dragon mastiff, its veins coursing with the terrifying bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Even though it had just awakened from the burial ground and had yet to regain its peak, its mastery was astonishing. The dragon mastiff sensed that Li Yuan was indeed a youth, not some ancient relic. Proud and defiant, it struggled against Li Yuan's suppression, but with each attempt, its fear intensified, especially upon witnessing Li Yuan's effortless demeanor. Bark, bark. The dragon mastiff's eyes burned crimson as it attempted to bite Li Yuan. Dog, cease your struggles. How about guarding my home? Rest assured, I will provide you with the finest dog food. Of course, you may refuse. But I might just indulge in a black dog meat hot pot tonight. Li Yuan smiled warmly at the dragon mastiff. You wish for me to be your guardian? Dream on. You may have subdued me momentarily, but I do not believe you can maintain this forever. Even if you possess the means to do so now. I shall simply take a nap. When I awaken, it will be time to claim you as my companion. To kill me? Such a thought is foolish. The dragon mastiff growled lowly, ceasing its struggles, aware that escape was futile, yet its eyes still brimmed with disdain. Are you certain? Li Yuan regarded the dragon mastiff with a slight smile. The once confident creature now felt an unexplainable sense of unease. Yet, it refused to concede, declaring, I am immortal. Even a sage cannot harm me. Strange and intricate Tao patterns began to emerge within the dragon mastiff's flesh, and its fur glimmered with an ominous black shine. Li Yuan struck down with his palm, and the dragon mastiff remained unaffected. Huh, young one, having provoked me, prepare to become my companion. The dragon mastiff was exceedingly arrogant at that moment. Is that so? Yet, Li Yuan's expression remained remarkably composed. As the dragon mastiff observed Li Yuan's unwavering smile, its demeanor shifted, manifesting a sense of foreboding. Li Yuan placed his hand upon the dragon mastiff. Reversal. Li Yuan invoked the divine arts of the heavenly Tao. In that instant, he reversed the healing power of the heavenly Tao, transforming it into the most terrifying killing technique. At the moment Li Yuan acted, the Tao patterns within the dragon mastiff offered no resistance. Its bloodline rapidly withered, and simultaneously, the creature let out anguished cries. Spare me, spare me. I am willing to guard your home. I am willing to serve. As it pleaded for mercy, the dragon mastiff spat forth a mouthful of blood, swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao. Today, I swear upon the heavenly Tao, I shall submit and follow this person, obeying without question, should I defy. May heaven and earth punish me. The dragon mastiff's cries were genuine, as it feared for its life. Seeing Li Yuan relent, it collapsed onto the ground. You show some sense. Li Yuan was not surprised. Just because others could not subdue the dragon mastiff did not mean he was incapable. After the dragon mastiff vowed fealty to the heavenly Tao, Li Yuan acted once more, healing it completely. The dragon mastiff regained its freedom, and upon inspection, it was astonished to find itself restored to its former state, trembling with disbelief, though it had slumbered for 100,000 years. As a prince of the ancient dragon mastiff clan, it possessed knowledge from its bloodline that ordinary beings could not fathom. Gazing at Li Yuan, it was filled with profound fear. Just moments ago, when Li Yuan had acted, the dragon mastiff had faintly sensed the power of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 9. I am truly not an immortal. Congratulations, celestial being. Upon witnessing Li Yuan subdue the ancient dragon mastiff, Yihan and Lu Xiaoman quickly offered their congratulations, their legs trembling, unable to fathom that the dragon mastiff would choose to submit. The dragon mastiff was not only terrifyingly powerful, but also exceedingly proud. The arrogance embedded in its bloodline had always compelled it to prefer death over submission, yet now it chose to yield. Yihan and Lu Xiaoman gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing with tumultuous emotions. From the dragon mastiff's behavior, resembling a larger version of a toy breed, it seemed that its submission held ulterior motives. The sight of Li Yuan had drawn the dragon mastiff closer, leaving them in a state of agitation. Farewell, may we meet again by fate. Li Yuan looked down at the dragon mastiff nuzzling against his feet, his face alight with joy. Encountering and subduing the dragon mastiff during this outing was a reward Li Yuan had never anticipated. With a gentle leap, he landed upon the dragon mastiff's back. Instead of resisting, the creature appeared quite pleased. The dragon mastiff sensed the power of the heavenly Tao emanating from Li Yuan. Such an opportunity had never presented itself even in ancient times, prior to its slumber, filling it with excitement. Lu Xiaoman, noticing Li Yuan's intent to depart, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Her father, Lu Changsheng, was gravely injured, and most critically, he had been tainted by the mysterious powers of the burial ground. Even with a spirit herb, it would only prolong his life temporarily. Without removing the burial ground's influence, Lu Changsheng was doomed. Today, having witnessed Li Yuan's godlike capabilities, Lu Xiaoman was certain her father could be saved. Celestial being, where shall we go? Lu Xiaoman took a deep breath and inquired. In the eyes of Lu Xiaoman, an existence like Li Yuan was undoubtedly akin to a mythical dragon, elusive and rare. Missing this opportunity would mean losing it forever. Encountering Li Yuan was more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Thus, she naturally chose to remain by his side, hoping for a chance to solicit his aid in saving Lu Changxing. She contemplated delving deeper into the mountains when she suddenly interjected, "Please, do not refer to me as an immortal. I am but Li Yuan." Li Yuan paid little attention to Lu Xiaoman, instead surveying the formidable dragon hound beneath him with satisfaction, responding casually, "Indeed, senior." Noticing that Li Yuan seemed disinclined towards the title of immortal, Lu Xiaoman swiftly altered her address. "Senior, is it?" she inquired. "Miss Lu, I am not that aged. If necessary, you may simply call me young master," Li Yuan replied, glancing at her with a bemused expression. The term senior always evoked an impression of antiquity that he found unappealing. "Very well, young master. Shall we set forth?" Lu Xiaoman nodded towards Yihan and approached Li Yuan. The two had discreetly conspired beforehand. "Are we departing, Miss Lu? You wish to accompany me?" Li Yuan regarded her with surprise. "Indeed," she affirmed. Previously, she had vowed that if the young master could save Yi Shixiao, she would sacrifice everything, even her life. Now that she was bound to the young master, it was only natural for her to follow him. Lowering her head, she spoke softly, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Seeing her demeanor, Li Yuan was momentarily at a loss, yet he perceived her sentiments. "Miss Lu, I am unable to save your father. I currently lack the time, for I have matters to attend to in the mountains," he stated, clarifying his position. "Young master, I am willing to wait," Lu Xiaoman replied, no longer concealing her feelings. Observing her tear-filled eyes, which exuded a sense of vulnerability, Li Yuan felt a pang of compassion. "Very well, Miss Lu," he conceded. "Once you reunite with your father, proceed to the Snow Dragon territory, 50 miles hence, and wait for me there. I shall return and attend to your father's ailments shortly." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoman knelt, overwhelmed with gratitude, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Thank you, young master." Yihan, equally elated, followed suit, offering his thanks. Li Yuan had intended to depart at that moment, but recalled something he had seen earlier. He retrieved a piece of jade from his storage ring, using his finger as a pen to inscribe upon it before tossing it to Lu Xiaoman. "Miss Lu, this journey may be perilous. Keep this jade close, and should danger arise, cast it forth, and it shall safeguard your lives," he instructed, leaving behind those words as he and the dragon hound soared into the depths of the mountains. "Thank you, young master." Lu Xiaoman glanced at the ancient jade, unable to discern its uniqueness, yet she carefully stowed it away, bowing towards the direction in which Li Yuan had departed. "Xixiao, we must leave," she urged. "We must promptly retrieve the medicinal herbs, otherwise my father's condition may worsen." With urgency, Lu Xiaoman and Yihan hastened away from the mountains. Both possessed the cultivation of the other shore, enabling them to move swiftly. "Do not fret, Shimmy. The senior's willingness to intervene assures us that our master will be fine." Yihan reassured her, noting her anxiety. "But what cultivation does the senior possess? Could he truly be an immortal?" Lu Xiaoman queried, her gaze fixed intently on him. "An immortal? Likely not. Our master has mentioned that the path to immortality has been severed for over 100,000 years. No immortals can be born in this world. Yet, the senior's abilities are beyond our comprehension. Let us regard him as an immortal," Yihan replied. Despite knowing that there were no true immortals in this world, he felt a tremor of trepidation at the thought of Li Yuan's effortless healing powers and refrained from speaking further. "Indeed, Xixiao, the senior's capabilities are not those of a sage, for sages are already the mightiest beings in the mortal realm," Lu Xiaoman reflected, her heart racing as she recalled Li Yuan's prowess. Before long, the two arrived at a secluded valley. Within, they discovered an ancient palace. "Father, mother, we have returned," Lu Xiaoman exclaimed upon landing. From within the palace emerged a beautiful woman, casting a reproachful glance at Lu Xiaoman. "You wretched girl, your father has finally fallen asleep. Must you disturb him so? Have you found the necessary medicinal herbs?" Although she appeared displeased, her eyes shimmered with anticipation and affection. "Yes, and I have wonderful news to share with father," Lu Xiaoman replied, her previous enthusiasm returning as she joyfully entered the ancient palace. "Cough, cough, cough. Xiaoman, what good news do you bring?" Lu Changsheng, pale and coughing, inquired with a smile. "Father, you are saved. We encountered an immortal who can undoubtedly heal you," Lu Xiaoman exclaimed eagerly. "You foolish girl, what nonsense are you spouting? There are no immortals in this world. It has been eons since the path to immortality was severed. Even the most extraordinary emperors eventually succumb to the ravages of time," the beautiful woman interjected, dousing Lu Xiaoman's enthusiasm with cold water. "Teacher's wife, Shimi may speak the truth. Honor was once gravely injured, his vital channels severed, yet that being's intervention healed him in an instant, as if he had never been harmed," Yihan interjected from behind. recalling the dragon hound that had emerged from the graveyard, now tamed as a steed by the extraordinary presence. Honor, you too have succumbed to folly. Enough. There are no immortals in this world, the beautiful woman retorted, attempting to silence both Lu Xiaoman and Yi Han. Mother, why do you refuse to believe? Father, look at this ancient jade. It was bestowed upon me by that being for my protection, warning me of potential dangers along the way, Lu Xiaoman insisted. Producing the jade given by Li Yuan, Lu Changsheng examined the jade, noting the intricate patterns inscribed upon it. However, he deemed them rather ordinary, mistakenly believing that Lu Xiaoman and Yi Han had been deceived. Father, do you now believe? Such profound patterns are beyond the comprehension of both Xixiang and me, Lu Xiaoman said, carefully tucking the jade away. Indeed, the patterns are intricate, even if father cannot decipher them, Lu Changsheng admitted. Though he remained skeptical, the joy on Lu Xiaoman and Yi Han's faces was undeniable. He hadn't seen them smile in ages. Suddenly, the sound of rushing air pierced the air, and shadows descended from all directions, encircling the ancient palace. Who goes there? The smile vanished from the beautiful woman's face, replaced by unease as she and Lu Changsheng looked skyward. In the heavens appeared over 100 riders, each mounted upon extraordinary beasts, their scales glimmering ominously. Among them was a particularly remarkable creature, its body covered in golden scales that shimmered like flames. Upon closer inspection, it was a mutated golden lion, adorned with dual horns that radiated a terrifying brilliance, exuding majesty and power. Seated atop the lion was an elderly man whose depth of wisdom was inscrutable. Flanking him were two additional riders. To the left, a lion-like beast, tall and regal, its golden fur gleaming. To the right, a black tiger with wings, its body cloaked in dark scales, a vertical eye emblazoned on its forehead, appearing to devour the surrounding light. Behind the two figures, nearly 100 extraordinary beasts, each distinct yet all rare and exotic, loomed ominously. Some were clad in shimmering scales, while others were enveloped in ethereal light. Upon their backs, knights donned in golden armor sat, their forms almost entirely shrouded, revealing only half of their faces, each exuding an intense and chilling aura of hostility, coalescing into a palpable atmosphere of martial resolve. Upon witnessing the approaching battalion in the sky, the expressions of Lu Changsheng and his companions turned ashen. Friend Lu, my Jiang family extends an invitation to you. Once you arrive at our abode, we shall surely cure you. Though it appeared distant, they reached the valley in the blink of an eye, the fierce presence of the beasts causing a visible shift in demeanor. The weakest of these creatures bore the strength of divine concealment, while the golden-armored knights atop them were unfathomably powerful. An elder seated upon the back of a swan and eye opened his eyes, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Lu Changsheng, surrender the items needed by my Jiang family, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you will find yourself in a plight from which escape is impossible. A man beside the elder on the back of a divine lion sneered, why trouble ourselves? Simply suppress them and soul-search them. Is it not easier? Do you think we are still in the era of a millennium past? The Taishan sect is but a shadow of its former self, with only a handful remaining, and the strongest among them has been rendered powerless. A burly man atop a black tiger wore a mocking grin as the beasts advanced a step. Their malevolence washed over the two, as if they were plunged into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Had it not been for the pale-faced Lu Changsheng standing to diffuse the tension, Yi Han and Lu Xiaoman would have surely been compelled to kneel in submission. Cough, cough. Lu Changsheng coughed violently, his pallor deepening. The man on the black tiger possessed the strength of pinnacle four extremes, and the beast beneath him matched that prowess. Naturally, Lu Changsheng, teetering on the brink of death, felt the repercussions. Jiang Wuming, you and your ancient Jiang family have claimed all that belongs to the Taishan sect. What more do you desire? Lu Changsheng met the elder's gaze directly, disregarding the man on the black tiger. You dare to speak my grandfather's name so casually? Prepare to meet your end. The black tiger roared as the man lunged forward, a bronze spear manifesting in his hand, stained with deep crimson. The spear, somewhat battered, was evidently an ancient weapon, the blood suggesting it had recently been tainted. Activate! A beautiful woman shouted, initiating the ancient temple as formation, its power enveloping the structure. This ancient temple was, in itself, an ancient weapon. The bronze spear struck the formation with a resounding crash, unleashing a formidable force akin to a tsunami. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as fissures appeared on the formation surrounding the ancient temple, spreading relentlessly. This is a replica of an imperial weapon. Lu Changsheng's expression shifted drastically as he beheld the bronze spear once more. Shatter it! The man bellowed, unleashing a terrifying divine power that obliterated the formation entirely. The bronze spear hurtled towards Lu Changsheng's throat, the murderous intent sending chills down his spine. Get lost! Lu Changxing forced himself to retaliate, a powerful aura erupting as he threw a punch. The horrific attack sent the ancient family's man staggering back several meters. However, he remained undeterred, laughing heartily. For in that moment, Lu Changxing spat blood, his body swaying unsteadily. Already on the verge of death, he had been dealt yet another blow, leaving him with but a breath of life. Lu Changxing, surrender the items my Jiang family seeks, or else the bronze spear shall claim your family one by one before your very eyes. The man spoke with unrestrained arrogance. Friend Lu, why endure such suffering? Would it not be better to relinquish the items and find relief? Jiang Wuming, seated upon the golden swan and I, sneered coldly, urging the creature forward. Inching closer to the ancient temple, his laughter echoing. The resolute Lu Xiaoman, standing behind Lu Changxing, fixed her gaze intently on the Jiang family members, tightly clutching the jade gifted by Li Yuan. Sensing the distance closing, she hurled the ancient jade forward. Die! Seeing the ancient jade approach, Jiang Wuming paid it no heed. As it drew near, it shattered into dust. Yet, the intricate patterns inscribed on the jade remained intact, erupting into a colossal, transparent divine cauldron that descended upon the Jiang family members, enveloping them entirely. Break! Jiang Wuming remained unperturbed, pointing a finger to shatter the extending cauldron. But in the next instant, his countenance changed. The seemingly feeble divine cauldron did not shatter under his command. Instead, it grew stronger. Before Jiang Wuming could react, the remaining Jiang family members unleashed their attacks. The ferocious strikes failed to breach the cauldron. Instead, the patterns within erupted fully, their strength fueling the activation of the divine inscriptions, igniting golden flames that consumed all they touched, reducing even the strongest Jiang Wuming and the golden swan and I to ashes amidst their anguished cries. What? Lu Xiaoman's eyes widened in disbelief. Her beautiful gaze filled with shock. She could hardly fathom the terrifying power of the ancient jade gifted by Li Yuan. Initially, she had merely hoped for a chance. But now, the entirety of the ancient Jiang family lay annihilated. This is the Taoist inscriptions of heaven. How is this possible? In contrast to Lu Xiaoman and the others, the strongest among them, Lu Changxing, was even more astounded, his voice trembling with fear. To comprehend the Taoist inscriptions of heaven, one must wield the power of heaven itself. Yet, even sovereigns and saints cannot touch the Tao. The jade he had previously examined bore no remarkable qualities. Its inscriptions seemed ordinary until Lu Xiaoman activated them, returning to simplicity, the divine power of heaven. Lu Changxing gazed at the gradually vanishing divine cauldron, his voice quivering. Chapter 11. Immortals Among Men. What? The divine power of heaven? The beautiful woman beside him gasped, witnessing Lu Changxing's transformation in expression. Having just witnessed the terrifying might of the inscriptions within the ancient jade, she realized her own limited understanding and expertise, failing to recognize the divine artifact. Her astonishment grew. These individuals hailed from an ancient family, and Jiang Wuming's strength was formidable, yet they had been utterly powerless against the formation. Such inscriptions could only originate from a figure of terrifying prowess, beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Realizing that Lu Xiaoman and Yi Han had encountered a formidable presence, the beautiful woman grew alarmed upon hearing the words divine power of heaven. Even saints could not fathom the Tao, let alone master its divine force. Changxing, you cannot be mistaken, she exclaimed, supporting Lu Changxing, her voice trembling in disbelief. Gradually, she began to return to her senses, convinced that Lu Changxing had erred. For even saints could not comprehend the divine power of heaven, let alone master it. According to legend, even emperors were unable to do so, and now, no such emperors existed. No. There is no mistake. This is indeed the divine power of heaven. Otherwise, one could never wield such miraculous means. I have confirmed it repeatedly, there can be no doubt. Lu Changxing's resolute affirmation left the beautiful woman utterly astounded. The inscriptions within that formation truly contained the divine power of heaven. Changxing, are you certain? But there are no immortals among men. The beautiful woman, though still believing in the absence of immortals among mortals, acknowledged the truth of the matter. It had been over 100,000 years since the realms had been severed. Countless extraordinary emperors had ultimately succumbed to despair. Mother, do you still not believe it? Today, we shall not only eliminate these foes, but also confront the terrifying existence that has anticipated everything from the very beginning. Previously, a certain being had remarked that the journey was fraught with peril, yet Xiaoman remained unconcerned. After all, throughout our travels, we have continuously encountered crises, each of which we managed to resolve, narrowly escaping death. But what of this occasion? Mother, do you believe that without this entity, we could evade the impending danger? This being not only possesses the ability to resolve crises, but also possesses foresight into the celestial mysteries. Can such feats be accomplished by an ordinary person? Lu Xiaoman spoke, her eyes filled with astonishment. Who would have imagined that Li Yuan harbored such formidable abilities? Is he not a celestial being, but rather a mere mortal? Can a mortal truly perceive the secrets of heaven? Mistress, you are mistaken. Perhaps our fortunes have finally arrived. Master is right. Who truly knows everything? Whether celestial beings exist among humankind is beyond our comprehension, yet in my eyes, this entity is indeed a celestial being. How else could they have granted me life anew, restoring me to my former self? How else could they have foreseen the celestial mysteries, intervening with ancient jade to alleviate our crisis? For the first time, Yihan countered his master's words. Indeed, father shall be saved. This being has promised to heal father, and he will undoubtedly recover. As this thought crossed Lu Xiaoman's mind, her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. Xiaoman, honor, has that being truly given their word? Must we wait several years? The glimmer of hope returned to Lu Changxing's gaze, as the despair he had long felt was replaced by the possibility of survival, prompting him to inquire. He contemplated how to endure until Li Yuan's arrival. Father, it won't take that long. That being assured us that we only need to wait a while in the Snow Dragon territory for their return. We shall wait there. The children firmly believed that this being would not deceive them. Father, let us set forth at once, Lu Xiaoman exclaimed with anticipation. Previously, her plea to Li Yuan had been made with a spirit of mere trial, but now she was convinced of Li Yuan's ability to save Lu Changxing. Indeed, we must depart immediately. Perhaps this being is testing us. We can only wait for them as a family. Lu Changxing decisively proclaimed their journey to the Snow Dragon territory. However, his wife interjected, "But my husband, your injuries are too severe. Should we not treat them first?" The beautiful woman could not help but voice her concern. My dear, I am not yet at death's door. Even without that miraculous herb, I could endure for some time. Moreover, I have that herb now. If that being truly wishes to save me, would they allow me to perish? If they did not wish to help, I would eventually meet my end. This is our singular opportunity. We must proceed to the designated place at once to demonstrate our earnest desire for healing. With the fall of the ancient Jiang family, the path ahead would be much safer. Lu Changxing's tone was resolute. You are right, dear husband. We must go early. The beautiful woman realized her folly and acknowledged her husband's wisdom. The family set off directly for the Snow Dragon territory. Meanwhile, Li Yuan remained unconcerned with the happenings around them. After witnessing Yihan and Lu Xiaoman's talents, he utilized a fragment of the Heavenly Dao technique to glimpse the forthcoming events, hence bestowing ancient jade upon Lu Xiaoman, which contained a similar array of Heavenly Dao techniques. At that moment, Li Yuan had already journeyed deep into the mountains on his dragon hound, having entered the heart of the ancient mountain range. The dragon hound was now astonishingly obedient, following Li Yuan's every command, while simultaneously absorbing the residual aura of the Heavenly Dao that Li Yuan carried, multitasking with great diligence. Something feels amiss. Why is the spiritual energy here so dense? Upon reaching this location, Li Yuan instructed the dragon hound to halt. The dragon hound, hearing the disquiet in its master's voice, became alert, for this was a place even Li Yuan could not fully perceive. Such rich spiritual energy. Master, there must be a spiritual vein here, and it is no ordinary vein. It seems to be concealed by something, likely a treasure of immense spiritual potency. The dragon hound exclaimed, excitement gleaming in its eyes. Indeed, this spiritual vein appears to be veiled by some entity, and it certainly is not a mundane object. We must devise a way to uncover it, Li Yuan replied, his face alight with enthusiasm as he pondered how to navigate this predicament. Master, perhaps it need not be so complicated? While Li Yuan was deep in thought, the dragon hound spoke up. What do you propose? Li Yuan asked, smacking the dragon hound lightly, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement at its teasing. We may not know this place well, but perhaps there are beings who do. We could capture a wild beast here and interrogate it. After all, creatures that dwell in this area must know its secrets, the dragon hound suggested. Eager to present its idea, that is a commendable plan. Hearing the dragon hound's words, Li Yuan's eyes brightened. He had not considered this approach earlier, having just arrived and momentarily forgotten about the existence of such spiritual creatures. Chapter 12, Monstrous Deities? Indeed, let us first seek out a more formidable wild beast for questioning, Li Yuan declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. Master, leave this small matter to me. I have traversed this area before and know of a useful wild beast nearby. The dragon hound said, seizing the opportunity to prove itself as it led Li Yuan away. 20 miles away, atop a mountain peak, a formidable wild beast lay upon the ground, devoid of any ferocity, attentively listening to a discourse. The speaker was a rare beast resembling a colossal flame wolf, its entire body ablaze in red, emanating a terrifying aura. Standing 3 meters tall, it perched upon a boulder like a small mountain. Who is in charge here? Step forward. Suddenly, a boisterous voice echoed from afar during the lecture. The wild beasts atop the peak froze momentarily, and upon recognizing the newcomers as a human and a beast, ferocity flickered in their eyes. The lecturing beast was particularly incensed. This was its territory, and it was the undisputed king. Humans, this is no place for you. It growled, its voice thundering. Here, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must bow down. Another wild beast, upon recovering from its shock, displayed a greedy glint in its eyes, licking its lips as it set its gaze upon the human and the beast. What? Does that mare know how to speak? Such audacity. If it weren't for business, I would smite you with a single paw. The dragon hound retorted, visibly displeased, yet it refrained from acting without Li Yuan's command. Is that so? A mocking voice rang out. A creature resembling a divine deer, adorned with jade antlers crackling with lightning, lunged forth, intent on subduing Li Yuan and the dragon hound. However, as it drew near, it felt as if an ancient mountain bore down upon it, its massive form crashing down upon the peak, creating an enormous crater. Had Li Yuan harbored any intent to kill, the divine deer would have met its demise in that moment. From within the crater, the deer's pleas for mercy echoed. The wild beasts atop the mountain were left dumbfounded. The divine deer, a pinnacle being among its kind, possessed extraordinary bloodline power. Yet Li Yuan had effortlessly subdued it without lifting a finger. Was this truly a human? The dragon hound remarked disdainfully, "You dared to act against my master? Had it not been for his compassion, you would have perished. This is mercy." Li Yuan corrected a remark, feeling as though he were a bald donkey. "Indeed, it is the master's benevolence," dragon hound promptly amended. At the mountain's summit, numerous savage beasts felt their fur bristle as they caught sight of Li Yuan's penetrating gaze. They were acutely aware that the human before them was beyond their capacity to provoke, his strength unfathomable. The savage beasts, unaware of Li Yuan's intentions, were consumed by overwhelming dread. In their eyes, Li Yuan was nothing less than a formidable demon. The alien beast that spoke of enlightenment saw the ferocity in its eyes dissipate, replaced by sheer terror. Upon witnessing Li Yuan's terrifying presence, it hesitated not, and with a fierce wind, chose to flee. Its speed was astonishing, the massive figure transforming into a streak of light that vanished from sight. This is dire. Within this creature, there lies the bloodline of the Lightning Wolf clan. He may very well escape me. Dragon Hound's expression shifted dramatically. Huh, before me, you cannot flee. Dragon Hound shouted in alarm, yet Li Yuan remained unperturbed. When it comes to speed, Li Yuan was unmatched. Whoosh. Employing the heavenly Tao's divine technique, in an instant, Li Yuan's form disappeared from Dragon Hound's back, so swiftly that Dragon Hound did not even realize he had departed. The next moment, Li Yuan materialized before the flame giant wolf. Awoo. The flame giant wolf, upon seeing this, felt its heart race uncontrollably, its eyes nearly popping out of its head. It abruptly halted, its limbs turning to jelly. Its mind buzzed, utterly bewildered as to how Li Yuan had appeared before it. The flame giant wolf, of course, was oblivious that Li Yuan, wielding the heavenly Tao's divine powers, moved with a speed indistinguishable from teleportation. "Stop," Li Yuan uttered coldly. Boom. A terrifying celestial might erupted from above, descending to suppress. The flame giant wolf, sensing the overwhelming celestial might, was gripped by profound terror, utterly incapable of resistance. The massive boulders beneath it shattered, and its colossal form sank into a deep pit. Realizing the nature of this celestial might, the flame giant wolf understood it had encountered an unparalleled fiend today. Seeing that Li Yuan did not immediately strike it down, it hastily cried out for mercy. "Great one, spare my life. I am willing to submit, to serve as your mount." The flame giant wolf, disregarding its dignity, begged with a quavering voice. The other savage beasts in the distance were stunned. Was this truly the king of beasts they knew? Just as it spoke, a shadow flashed by, and the enormous dragon hound descended, delivering a fierce blow to its head. "How dare you try to usurp my position? Spare me, spare me." The flame giant wolf, now pale with fear, stammered in its plea. "Speak," Li Yuan commanded as he withdrew the heavenly Tao technique, his tone unruffled. The giant wolf, realizing it had secured its life, understood that Li Yuan had questions to pose. It immediately replied, "Senior, whatever you wish to know, I shall not lie." Li Yuan scanned it briefly and inquired, "How long have you been cultivating here?" Upon hearing Li Yuan's question, the flame giant wolf was momentarily taken aback before hastily responding. "I have been cultivating here for 800 years, and have now reached the level of divine concealment." "What lies 30 miles to the south?" Li Yuan asked again. "The sacred mountain?" The flame giant wolf's expression tightened at the mention. Seeing this, Li Yuan frowned and snorted coldly. "If you do not know, then you shall perish." "Wait, I know. That is the sacred mountain, the abode of the demon god." The flame giant wolf's expression changed drastically as it hastily pleaded for mercy. The demon god? Li Yuan's eyes gleamed with interest upon hearing this. It was evident that this flame giant wolf possessed knowledge of that hidden place. Li Yuan, filled with excitement, retracted the word of the heavenly Tao and addressed the flame giant wolf coolly. Take me there. I seek the demon god, yet find no entry. Li Yuan leapt onto Dragon Hound's back and turned to depart toward the destination, unperturbed by the possibility of the flame giant wolf fleeing. Behind him, the flame giant wolf, though filled with reluctance and vigilance, ultimately followed in Li Yuan's wake. What business does the esteemed one have with the demon god? Though frightened, the flame giant wolf ventured to inquire. Merely a matter of necessity. By the way, what is the demon god's level of strength? Li Yuan casually inquired further, keen to understand how to approach the entity he sought. Upon hearing this, the flame giant wolf let out a sigh of relief. Fearing Li Yuan might attempt to seize treasures from the demon god's mountain, which would spell trouble. Chapter 13. Senior, are you mad? Is this what you call low profile? Senior, the demon god's strength is at the pinnacle of the four extremes, capable of sweeping across a radius of 100,000 miles. The flame giant wolf spoke with palpable trepidation as it mentioned the demon god. Only the four extremes. Yet so formidable. How can such a being be revered as a demon god? Li Yuan frowned at the flame giant wolf's words. The flame giant wolf, now acutely aware of the gravity of providing false information to Li Yuan, displayed no inclination to deceive. He noted the deep-seated fear reflected in the wolf's eyes, which only fueled his curiosity. Senior may not be aware, but the demon god is a descendant of divine beasts. One cannot measure their combat prowess merely by realm, for their bloodline power suppresses all. The flame giant wolf, seeing Li Yuan's frown, flinched and hastily explained, now fully aware of Li Yuan's terrifying strength. It dared not lie. A divine beast? No wonder it is revered by the savage beasts. Li Yuan, filled with exhilaration, pressed for more information. Which divine beast's descendant is the demon god? The flame giant wolf, somewhat anxious, glanced around before opting to transmit its voice. Senior. The demon god is a descendant of the Blackwater Qilan. A Qilan beast. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile, his eyes alight with anticipation. The bloodline of the Qilan was indeed a precious treasure. Li Yuan had long sought the Qilan, yet was unaware of its whereabouts, and thus had to relinquish his quest. Now, he had unexpectedly discovered the trail of the Qilan beast. Even if it were merely a descendant, it was more than sufficient for Li Yuan at his current level. With the acquisition of the heavenly Tao's secret arts and the practice of the chaotic breathing technique, which contained a unique method for forging singular hidden realms, Li Yuan could refine each hidden realm to its utmost limits. Naturally, the materials required were exceedingly rare. At present, he was troubled by the scarcity of materials needed to cultivate the utmost limit of the life-see hidden realm. Yet now, having discovered the trace of the Qilan, Li Yuan was naturally elated. Observing Li Yuan's expression, the flame giant wolf felt a twitch in its brow. Senior, do you truly have a need for the demon god? It asked uneasily. Of course. Do you think I would deceive you? Li Yuan replied, casting a glance at the flame giant wolf. Senior, I have something to say, but am unsure if I should. The flame giant wolf hesitated. Speak, Li Yuan urged calmly. There was still time, and conversing with the savage beast could alleviate his boredom. Li Yuan felt no aversion to the dialogue. Senior, your purpose in visiting is indeed for a reason, so you must adopt a more genial demeanor. The demon god has a rather irritable temperament and does not appreciate disturbances. The flame giant wolf expressed concern that provoking the demon god could lead to its own demise. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as he reassured, rest assured, I understand. I have my needs, and I will naturally be more discreet. Seeing this, the flame giant wolf finally relaxed. Before long, under the guidance of the flame giant wolf, Li Yuan arrived at a waterfall. Senior, the entrance to the demon god's mountain lies here. Follow me. As Li Yuan and the flame giant wolf traversed the waterfall, the scenery before them transformed dramatically. It was a hidden paradise, a veritable realm of mystery. Dragon Hound gasped in astonishment beneath Li Yuan. The giant wolf, intimidated by Dragon Hound, quickly clarified, indeed, it is a hidden paradise, the resting place of a savage beast's demon saint. A splendid place, a remarkable treasure. In this moment, Li Yuan's gaze was exceptionally bright. The richness of the spiritual energy here made him feel as though every pore in his body was expanding. Indeed, it was a magnificent treasure, a celestial root of heaven and earth. No wonder it could obscure the aura of this place, allowing one to sense the anomalies outside, yet gain nothing. The Dragon Hound, with its vast knowledge, instantly comprehended what it was. Before them, atop the colossal mountain, grew a divine vine, its radiant splendor visible even from afar, shimmering as if it possessed a soul that ebbed and flowed, rendering the spiritual root even more extraordinary. Upon witnessing such a divine entity, the dragon hound's mouth watered uncontrollably. Had it not been for Li Yuan's presence, it would have lunged forward without hesitation. Senior, that is the ultimate treasure of the demon god. Do not entertain any thoughts of seizing it, lest we be consumed. The fire wolf conveyed a warning as it caught sight of the glimmers in Li Yuan and the dragon hound's eyes. Just as the fire wolf transmitted its words, a massive creature suddenly rose from the depths of the enormous lake below, creating a deafening sound. Half of its body emerged, resembling a divine deer, adorned with antlers. Its entire form cloaked in eerie scales, with a tail akin to that of an ox. Black divine light swirled around it, the dark scales devouring light, and its enormous golden eyes scanned the dragon hound. Who dares to intrude upon my sacred ground? The deep, tyrannical voice echoed, resembling the continuous rumble of thunder, leaving one's ears ringing. Mighty demon god, it is I, it is I. We have come today because this esteemed senior seeks you for a matter. I am merely guiding the way. The fire wolf hastily stammered, nearly collapsing to the ground in fear as the black water cheilant's gaze swept over them. Human, who are you? The black water cheilant's voice darkened as it finally noticed Li Yuan upon the dragon hound's back, its eyes brimming with a terrifying killing intent. The fire wolf, utterly terrified, fell limp to the ground. The overwhelming pressure combined with the bloodline suppression rendered it utterly powerless to resist. You possess a noble bloodline, yet choose to serve as a human's mount, thus dishonoring the dignity of my divine beast. The black water cheilant disregarded Li Yuan and coldly fixated on the dragon hound. The dragon hound, incensed, retorted, "What an inopportune topic. You know nothing of our bond as celestial comrades, seeking the path of immortality together and opening the gates of heaven." Celestial comrades, you say? The black water cheilant, upon hearing this, fell silent, seemingly convinced by the dragon hound's words. "What brings you here?" it inquired, retracting its oppressive aura. "Phew, fortunately." The demon god did not fly into a rage. Otherwise, we would have been doomed, the fire wolf thought as it finally exhaled, slowly rising. "Senior." It turned to Li Yuan, eager to learn what he sought from the demon god, for in the fire wolf's eyes, Li Yuan's strength was equally unfathomable. The matter he sought was undoubtedly not trivial. As the fire wolf's curiosity piqued, Li Yuan spoke, "I come today to borrow your cave abode and this spiritual root, and of course, to take a bit of Qilin blood." Upon hearing this, the world fell into a profound silence, as if even the gentle breeze had ceased. The fire wolf beside Li Yuan was completely dumbfounded, feeling as though it were trapped in a dream. This was a demon god, after all, a being of terrifying power, reigning supreme over 100,000 miles. The cave abode and the spiritual root were treasures of utmost importance to the demon god. This was akin to courting death. And Li Yuan had the audacity to request Qilin blood. Once the fire wolf confirmed that it was not hallucinating, it concluded that Li Yuan had lost his mind. "Senior, have you gone mad? Is this your idea of being low-key?" The fire wolf trembled, stuttering in fear. It was utterly terrified. Had it known that Li Yuan's request was this audacious, it wouldn't have dared to lead him here, as it was akin to delivering oneself to death. Every item Li Yuan sought was a taboo of the demon god. Chapter 14, Truly Insane. The fire wolf was nearly paralyzed with fear, regretting its choices. It finally understood the meaning of an unwarranted disaster, wanting to cry, yet having no tears. In the lake, the black water cheilant coldly remarked, "You wish to borrow my cave abode, my celestial root, and even take my blood?" The black water cheilant deemed Li Yuan insane, as a divine beast. This was its territory, and it had sensed Li Yuan's approximate cultivation level from the outset. Indeed, is it negotiable? Li Yuan remained unperturbed by the black water cheilant's fearsome gaze, calmly replying, "Senior, you the fire wolf, witnessing the demon god's wrath." Had hoped Li Yuan would retract his words, yet he showed no intention of doing so. The fire wolf truly wished to faint from despair, not wanting to accompany Li Yuan on this path to ruin. Ha ha! An explosive laughter erupted, shaking the very fabric of the air. As the laughter echoed, an icy chill flooded the cave abode. "To take my cave abode, my treasures, and my essence blood. Do you call this asking for something?" The black water cheilant glared at Li Yuan, its words chillingly dangerous at that moment. The once gentle breeze in the cave turned as piercing as the cold winds of a frozen wasteland. "Is there a problem with that? Am I not inquiring?" Li Yuan challenged. "You may refuse." However, faced with such a cold atmosphere, Li Yuan remained seated on the dragon hound without showing any sign of being affected. The fire wolf wondered if Li Yuan truly sensed the demon god's murderous intent. It longed to shout in protest, yet it could not afford to offend either Li Yuan or the demon god. "What if I refuse?" The black water cheilant's voice turned even colder. "If you refuse, I will still borrow it. However, I believe it would be better if it were mutually agreeable, Li Yuan replied, undaunted by the ferocity emanating from the black water chelan's golden eyes. Ha! Human, you are truly audacious. I wish to see how formidable the lineage of the dragon hound truly is. The black water chelan had always believed that Li Yuan relied on the dragon hound. Hence its taunt. Are you referring to this mutt? If you are interested, feel free to spar with my dog. I have no objections. As for the blood, I shall take it myself, Li Yuan said, initially taken aback, then retorted, what? A mutt? The fire wolf was left bewildered. Never expecting Li Yuan to refer to the dragon hound in such a manner, his words struck it like a bolt from the blue. You wish to take it yourself? The black water chelan was genuinely enraged, feeling that Li Yuan was insulting it. Thank you. Then I shall not hold back. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled as he soared towards the black water chelan in the lake. Madness. He is truly mad. The fire wolf was utterly dazed, believing that Li Yuan was courting death. As Li Yuan approached the black water chelan, a hint of derision flickered in its golden eyes, and the might of the supreme divine beast erupted, intending to suppress Li Yuan into the lake. However, the overwhelming power of the divine beast surged forth, and a wave of black divine energy descended, causing the waters of the lake to instantly collapse. Yet, Li Yuan, transcending the realms, remained entirely unaffected. Damn it. He has definitely concealed his cultivation. The black water chelan's expression changed drastically as it attempted to retreat. Do not flee, cooperate. Li Yuan smiled lightly. The supreme domain of heavenly law descending to suppress. Under the domain of heavenly law, even the black water chelan, with its divine beast bloodline and four-polar realm cultivation, found itself unable to move. Witnessing this scene, its golden eyes were filled with shock. In that moment, Li Yuan appeared before the Blackwater chelan as an untouchable deity, finally cognizant of the impending peril. Yet, it still wished to make a final stand. You are desecrating a divine beast. My chelan clan possesses unparalleled defenses. With a thunderous roar, the Blackwater chelan was enveloped in a resplendent black divine light, its formidable scales shimmering ominously with a dreadful hue. Is that so? Li Yuan remained unfazed. As he approached, the divine light surrounding the Blackwater chelan shattered instantaneously, causing the beast to shudder violently. Now, to thwart Li Yuan, it could only rely on its own formidable scales. A dagger materialized in Li Yuan's hand, and with a gentle stroke, he sliced through the chelan's protective armor, allowing scalding blood, akin to molten lava, to flow forth. The Blackwater chelan let out a wretched cry, immediately igniting its vital essence in a desperate attempt to break free from Li Yuan's confinement. To its horror, it discovered that the power Li Yuan wielded could also strip away its cultivation. At that moment, the Blackwater chelan was no different from a mere beast. Do not struggle. I do not seek your life. Merely a few drops of your divine blood, Li Yuan reassured as he gathered the precious essence. However, his words pierced the ears of the chelan like daggers, as if it were mere common currency, easily borrowed. Why are you howling? Cease your resistance. This fellow is exceedingly perverse, commanding the power of the heavenly Tao. Escape is impossible for you. Should anyone in this world ascend to immortality, it would surely be him. The dragon hound, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the Blackwater chelan, transmitted an explanation. The power of the heavenly Tao? The chelan's first reaction was disbelief. Who in this world could cultivate such might? Yet, upon closer inspection, the Blackwater chelan was astounded. Its body trembled as it feared it was hallucinating. After confirming thrice, it indeed perceived the rich essence of the heavenly Tao emanating from Li Yuan. In that instant, the Blackwater chelan trembled uncontrollably, finally comprehending why Li Yuan, merely possessing the cultivation of the other shore, could suppress it and breach its unparalleled defenses. The power of the heavenly Tao was supreme in the world. Once Li Yuan had collected enough, he lightly traced his finger over the chelan's wound, witnessing the bizarre disappearance of its injury. Simultaneously, the Blackwater chelan was horrified to find its weakness dissipating, a trace of the heavenly Tao's power lingering within its body. Even if it were but a mere wisp, it still filled the chelan with ecstatic joy. What is this? The power of the heavenly Tao. The Blackwater chelan was further astonished to realize it felt as if no blood had been drawn from it at all. Why you? After confirming multiple times, its body trembled uncontrollably, voice quivering as well. Thank you for the chelan blood. Li Yuan, satisfied, collected the precious essence. Stop right there. Who exactly are you? You are certainly no ordinary youth. How could a mere boy possess such terrifying abilities? The Blackwater chelan gazed at Li Yuan with profound fear, unable to remain composed. To it, Li Yuan was undoubtedly a transcendent figure, perhaps living out his second, third, or even fourth life. At that moment, the flame wolf was utterly astonished. It had never imagined that Li Yuan could suppress a divine beast, which, in its mind, was an invincible and untouchable entity. Equally curious about Li Yuan's identity, It pondered the nature of this remarkable individual. Chapter 15. Oh dear, what a grave sin I have committed. Me? I am Li Yuan, the young lord of Snow Dragon Ridge. Li Yuan sighed in resignation, pondering what manner of being he truly was. Having taken the blood of another and seeking to borrow a treasure from the heavens, he felt it inappropriate not to introduce himself. Finished. The flame wolf thought to itself. This elder has truly lost his mind, revealing his identity. The divine beast is a being of great significance. Such humiliation today will surely invite retribution. However, just as the flame wolf's thoughts settled, it was taken aback. The once ferocious Blackwater Xianxian suddenly spoke. Elder, do you still require more vital essence? If it is insufficient, please take as much as you need. Boom. The Xianxian's words struck like a thunderclap in the mind of the flame wolf. Ah, impossible, impossible. A divine beast cannot be so subservient. The flame wolf shook its head incessantly, convinced it was hallucinating. Beside it, the dragon hound was equally dumbfounded. Yet, it quickly grasped the situation, realizing that the Blackwater Xianxian had, like itself, recognized the power of the heavenly Tao and sought to draw closer to Li Yuan, hoping to absorb some residual essence during his display of divine prowess. Li Yuan, too, found himself momentarily stunned. He reached out and gently patted the Blackwater Xianxian's head, saying, I apologize for taking more than necessary, causing you to lose too much blood and become disoriented. Let us consider this a favor owed to you. If the opportunity arises, I shall repay you. Of course, if there is anything you desire that I can fulfill, I shall assist you. Li Yuan felt he had overstepped. After all, that was precious blood. He had taken an entire vial. The flame wolf was bewildered to witness Li Yuan so casually patting the head of a divine beast. An act that was utterly sacrilegious. Do not worry, elder. Take as much as you wish. I do not mind. I am quite robust. Xianxian blood is a splendid substance, greatly beneficial for the cultivation of human practitioners. A little supplementation would be quite fine. The Blackwater Xianxian hurriedly interjected, now aware of the terror and benefits Li Yuan possessed. It perceived this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Xianxian resolved to cling to Li Yuan's side at all costs, finally realizing why the dragon hound chose to submit. Having glimpsed the opportunity to comprehend the power of the heavenly Tao, the Blackwater Xianxian vowed not to let it slip away. The trace of the heavenly Tao's power that lingered within it after Li Yuan healed its wound had granted the Xianxian considerable benefits. If it could experience such a phenomenon multiple times, it felt that its bloodline might become even purer. Such an opportunity could not be forsaken. Oh dear, what a grave sin I have committed. Seeing the once fearsome Blackwater Xianxian now with teary eyes, Li Yuan felt a pang of guilt and sighed. He genuinely believed he had taken too much. Fear not, all will be well. I shall procure that celestial root for you to consume, restoring your vital essence. Li Yuan, feeling utterly helpless, understood that the blood had already been drawn and could not be returned. The only remedy was to replenish the Blackwater Xianxian. Otherwise, it would be an indefinite period before its faculties returned to normal. Master, do you still need it? Perhaps I could offer my own blood. The dragon hound, upon hearing Li Yuan's words, could no longer remain composed. That was a celestial root. You are far too weak. Li Yuan glanced at the dragon hound with a hint of disdain. Aye. The dragon hound was left utterly speechless, feeling a sense of rejection. Elder, do not touch that divine vine. The Blackwater Xianxian immediately interjected, realizing it could not afford to offend Li Yuan now that it had decided to forge a bond. I have great utility. Li Yuan spoke somewhat sheepishly. Whoosh. The Blackwater Xianxian, aware that explanations would be futile and that Li Yuan would not believe them, transformed into a streak of black light and darted toward the divine vine atop the mountain. Not good. Master, do not let him consume the spirit root. The dragon mastiff's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene, mistakenly believing that the Blackwater Xianxian intended to destroy the divine vine. Li Yuan, observing this, also experienced a subtle change in demeanor. With a swift motion, he vanished from his original position, convinced that the Blackwater Xianxian sought to obliterate the divine vine. However, before Li Yuan could arrive, he beheld the Blackwater Xianxian, which had charged towards the divine vine at the mountain's summit, being repelled as if struck by lightning, hurtling backward with multiple wounds on its body, blood streaming profusely. Elder, quickly collect the blood. What a pity, Li Yuan exclaimed, momentarily stunned, as the Blackwater Xianxian spoke. This, Li Yuan felt a pang of guilt within, considering the Blackwater Xianxian's actions foolish. Yet, witnessing the waste of the Xianxian's blood, he could only gather it up. After collecting the Blackwater Xianxian's blood, Li Yuan made another move to heal its injuries. The wounds were truly alarming. Elder, have you noticed? There is an array present, exceedingly terrifying and not to be approached. Otherwise, I would have consumed it long ago. Such a heavenly root would undeniably allow my bloodline to undergo transformation, perhaps even return to ancestral form, the black water xian explained, rejuvenated and sensing an abundance of heavenly power lingering within. No wonder the divine vine remains here. It turns out there is an array in place, the dragon mastiff realized, finally understanding why the black water xian had not devoured the divine vine. Damn it, to guard a treasure mountain and return empty-handed, the dragon mastiff lamented, instantly appearing at the mountain's peak, scrutinizing the array's intricate patterns. Cursed be this ancient array, laid by a sage. With this array in existence, we can only watch helplessly, unless we ascend to the level of a sage. The dragon mastiff fell into utter despair. A sage? How many exist in this world? Indeed, this is arranged by a sage of my xian clan. Unless one reaches the sage level, the divine vine cannot be acquired. Moreover, this array serves another purpose, to prevent the spiritual root from departing. This is a heavenly spiritual root, already possessing sentience, capable of soaring through the heavens and burrowing into the earth. The black water xian added. An array, you say? As the dragon mastiff wore a face of despair, Li Yuan approached, examining the situation without a hint of trepidation. Master, we can only watch from here, the dragon mastiff said despondently. Who says we can only watch? It shall be mine, Li Yuan replied with a mysterious smile. In the next moment, both the black water xian and the dragon mastiff were utterly astonished. The array before them was indeed laid by a sage, impervious except to those of sage caliber. With memories of the past, the dragon mastiff understood this well. Yet they were now horrified to discover that Li Yuan had entered the array. Both the black water xian and the dragon mastiff were left speechless, their first instinct being to suspect they were hallucinating. Behind them, the flame giant wolf, who had been tailing them, was equally stunned. He had heard that this array was laid by a sage and could only be breached by one of similar standing. Yet here was Li Yuan, having entered. This scene left the flame giant wolf feeling as if he had seen a ghost. This, he stammered, his lips quivering, unsure of what to say. After confirming the reality multiple times, the black water xian and the dragon mastiff exchanged glances, their hearts racing. Chapter 16. I, truly, am merely the other shore. Saint, elder, you are a sage. The black water xian stuttered, its spirit trembling. The array before them had been laid by a sage of the xian clan, and only a sage could enter. The inherited memories could not deceive it. For Li Yuan to enter, it was clear that he possessed extraordinary, transcendent power. A sage? I am merely the other shore, a humble practitioner, Li Yuan remarked from within the array, casting a sidelong glance at the black water xian and revealing the truth. His ability to enter the array was not a matter of strength. It was due to his mastery of the 9 secrets of the heavenly Tao's word technique. With this divine technique, the array was powerless against him, rendering it as mere decoration before Li Yuan. The word technique was not only the swiftest in existence, akin to teleportation, but it could also disregard any array or divine power. When cultivated to its zenith, it could traverse the heavens and delve into the depths of the underworld. Although the array was formidable, it still could not impede Li Yuan. No, elder. How could you be merely the other shore? I, in the realm of the 4 extremes, would be gravely wounded upon touching the array. You are a sage. Indeed a sage of the heavenly Tao. The black water xian shook its head vehemently, unable to accept Li Yuan's words. Alas, I truly am of the other shore. The reason I could enter the array is due to my extraordinary understanding of arrays. Is it sufficient to reveal the truth? Li Yuan sighed in exasperation, pondering why. When speaking the truth, no one ever believed him. Li Yuan turned back to gaze at the divine vine before him, excitement glimmering in his eyes. A spiritual root. So rare in this world. Who would have thought that a journey into these mountains would yield such a discovery? With this divine vine, coupled with the xian blood, I can swiftly reach the pinnacle of the life-sea secret realm. Li Yuan was tremendously exhilarated, fixated on the divine vine, as if he were a miser encountering a treasure. The cultivation method was potent, yet the resources required were exceedingly daunting. Rubbing his hands together, Li Yuan approached the divine vine. Master, be cautious, the divine vine possesses sentience. Outside the array, the dragon mastiff, though astonished by Li Yuan's ability to enter, found itself trembling with excitement at the prospect of the divine vine within reach, gradually overlooking the earlier concern. Possesses sentience, you say? Li Yuan looked at the divine vine, radiant with divine light, his eyes gleaming. The divine vine before him did not appear as grand as it had from below. The imposing figure observed earlier was merely a reflection of the divine light emanating from it. The divine vine stood approximately 5 meters tall, and upon closer inspection, Li Yuan was astounded. This divine vine is actually a gourd vine. Hiss, a gourd vine, and there's even a gourd. Li Yuan noticed a gourd hanging from the divine vine, but this gourd was peculiar, adorned with xian patterns. As he drew nearer, a sudden sound of air being torn asunder erupted. A vine from the divine vine lunged toward Li Yuan, resembling a supreme weapon, its might terrifying, seemingly on the verge of shattering the void. Be careful, the dragon mastiff warned, its expression shifting slightly. This divine vine was not only sentient, but seemed to possess extraordinary capabilities. In the face of the sudden attack, Li Yuan felt no fear. From the moment he entered the array, he had been attentive to the divine vine. As a heavenly spiritual root, even a fragmented one should not be underestimated. Calm. Li Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and uttered a single word. The vine hurtling towards him was instantly suppressed, halting a mere meter from Li Yuan. It was stripped of its spiritual power, resembling an ordinary golden vine. Do not worry. Though the divine vine may be formidable, it cannot harm a sage, especially one who cultivates the heavenly Tao, the black water xianxiaaudiobooks reassured the anxious dragon mastiff. In that moment, the entire divine vine was subdued, immobile. Apologies, but you cannot harm me. With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan employed the heavenly Tao divine technique, summoning formidable array power to compress the divine vine, which instantaneously transformed into a palm-sized golden seedling. He retrieved a box and sealed it within. All done. Li Yuan tucked away the box, a smile of genuine delight gracing his features. With an air of ease, he stepped out from the array. Congratulations, Senior, on obtaining the celestial spiritual root. The Blackwater Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed upon seeing Li Yuan emerge, immediately offering its heartfelt congratulations. As for the dragon hound, it darted to Li Yuan's side with a swift motion, its nose twitching incessantly, displaying an almost euphoric demeanor, drooling uncontrollably. You wretched mutt, step aside. Your drool is about to land on me, Li Yuan scolded, his expression betraying his disdain for the dragon hound, which was evidently no ordinary dog. The dragon hound, upon receiving a kick, dared not show its anger and merely created some distance. The flame giant wolf, witnessing this exchange, felt its heart nearly leap from its chest. Now fully aware that this was the dragon hound, a creature with the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, a supreme divine beast, no less. Here, take this and replenish yourself. Li Yuan offered a branch from his hand to the Blackwater Xianxiaaudiobooks. Even though it was merely a branch, it still emanated a terrifying vitality, invigorating to the senses with just a single breath. The dragon hound yearned to leap forward and swallow it whole, but froze under Li Yuan's gaze, its body stiffening. Master, do you truly think I am that kind of dog? The dragon hound quickly defended itself. First, wipe your drool, Li Yuan said, his face contorted with disgust as he regarded the drooling creature. Senior, I truly do not require it, the Blackwater Xianxiaaudiobooks said, visibly tempted yet hesitant, shaking its head in refusal. Absorb it. Don't be foolish. If you don't take it, I'll feel guilty, Li Yuan admonished, shooting a glare. The Blackwater Xianxiaaudiobooks trembled, quickly accepting the branch. Woof woof. The dragon hound barked eagerly, subtly indicating that it had not yet received anything. However, upon receiving a sharp look from Li Yuan, it turned away in disappointment, realizing its hopes were dashed. The spiritual vein lies atop this divine mountain. I need to cultivate for a while. You may do as you please, but it may take some time, Li Yuan declared, turning once more to re-enter the array. Returning to the spot where the divine vine had taken root, the abundance of spiritual energy here suggested that the vein was extraordinary. Even if it had been nearly devoured by the divine vine, it should still suffice to bring me to the pinnacle of the other shore. This journey into the mountain was solely for the purpose of enhancing my strength, and Li Yuan promptly began to cultivate using the chaotic breathing technique. As Li Yuan entered his cultivation, the three savage beasts outside the array gaped in astonishment. Is this immortality? The flame giant wolf was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of cultivation is this? It's as if he is devouring the very essence of heaven and earth. Li Yuan transformed into a vortex of blackness, voraciously consuming the terrifying spiritual energy of the cave, swiftly drawing from the energy of the underground spiritual vein. What? The dragon hound and Blackwater Xianxiaaudiobooks were equally stunned. The sheer volume of spiritual energy was so immense that even a super divine beast would be overwhelmed. Yet Li Yuan appeared to be an insatiable abyss, causing the two divine beasts to tremble uncontrollably. 5 minutes later, the Blackwater Xianxiaaudiobooks nearly lost its wits. The energy within the spiritual vein had been nearly depleted, rendering it utterly exhausted. Sensing this depletion, Li Yuan paused his cultivation after a minute, slowly rising to his feet. The chaotic breathing technique is indeed powerful. But the resources required for this chaotic supreme sacred body are rather terrifying, he mused, nearly reaching the pinnacle of the other shore. Next, it's time for the perfect transformation of the sea of life's secret realm, Li Yuan murmured as he stepped out from the array. Senior, is there anything you need us to attend to? We will handle it immediately, ensuring that your seclusion remains undisturbed, the Blackwater Xianxiaaudiobooks said hastily. Yes, please feel free to command us, Senior, The flame giant wolf chimed in from behind, eager to volunteer for any tasks. Seclusion? What do you mean? Isn't it already over? Li Yuan clarified, noting their expressions. Is this what you call a bit of time? The dragon hound's heart raced, exchanging glances with the others. Truly on the verge of tears. They had initially thought Li Yuan would be in seclusion for a year or more, considering that at this level, even a short retreat would typically last at least several months, if not a year and a half. To their astonishment, Li Yuan's concept of a bit of time was vastly different from theirs. Congratulations, Senior, on your emergence. The dragon hound and Blackwater Qilan stammered, suppressing their shock and bewilderment. As for the flame giant wolf, it spoke in a hushed tone, careful not to outshine the dragon hound and Blackwater Qilan, aware that they sought to impress Li Yuan, even if it meant holding back its own enthusiasm. Ahem. I apologize. During my cultivation, I inadvertently depleted this spiritual vein, Li Yuan admitted, glancing at the utterly exhausted cave. Feeling somewhat embarrassed and clearing his throat to mask it. What are you saying, Senior? This spiritual vein was bound to wither, and it has nothing to do with you. The Blackwater Qilan quickly asserted. Internally, it dared not voice its true thoughts, knowing it could do nothing to prevent this. Moreover, the Blackwater Qilan had begun to formulate ideas of its own. There is still some connection. If there are any conditions, please state them. And if it is within my power, I shall compensate you, Li Yuan offered. Senior, this place is now considered ruined. I wish to follow you. I hope you will grant me this opportunity. The Blackwater Qilan seized the moment, speaking up eagerly. Follow me. I am but a minor cultivator of the other shore. Li Yuan replied with a tone of resignation, attempting to dissuade it. He understood that one must be righteous and generous, not taking advantage of the beasts, especially since he had already plundered their resources and shed considerable blood. Senior, I fear nothing. I am willing to accompany you into the Heavenly Tao Academy and bring it to ruin, the Blackwater Qilan declared, believing this was Li Yuan's test. The Heavenly Tao Academy was indeed formidable, but could it suppress a sage? That was absurd. Senior, I too wish to follow you. I will lead the savage beasts of Western Mountain as vanguard. The flame giant wolf, lying prostrate behind the Blackwater Qilan, quickly added. The flame giant wolf was immensely apprehensive, feeling its own weakness, yet recognizing this as its only opportunity. If it were to miss this chance, it might never come again. It had felt the terror of Li Yuan firsthand. Li Yuan smiled momentarily at their words, realizing that they were intimidated by him, mistakenly believing him to be some sort of sage, thus choosing to ally themselves with him. For Li Yuan, this was advantageous. The Snow Dragon territory was currently targeted by the Heavenly Tao Academy, along with the Wind and Rain Tower. If he agreed, the strength of the Snow Dragon territory would undoubtedly surge, and even if he did not return immediately, he would not face any danger. Contemplating the scene he had witnessed with Lu Xiaoman and Yi Han, Li Yuan's thoughts began to stir. The savage beasts of the Western Mountain were notoriously unruly and difficult to manage. The strength of the Snow Dragon Guard was rather average. Having mounts that were too powerful could pose a risk. Let me think this through. Li Yuan feigned a hesitant expression. Upon hearing the flame giant wolf's words, Li Yuan's interest was piqued. He planned to forge a cavalry of savage beasts for the Snow Dragon territory. The beasts he had encountered in the Western Mountain were all extraordinary. Should he succeed, the Wind and Rain Tower's branch in Black Rock City would be utterly insufficient. The flame giant wolf was instantly filled with excitement. Though it had expressed a desire to follow, it had not envisioned being by Li Yuan's side, especially since neither the dragon hound nor the divine beast could be compared to its own capabilities. Its intention was merely to show Li Yuan the way. Yet now, it appears that Li Yuan is intent on forging a formidable cavalry. The flame giant wolf is inexplicably stirred with excitement, for this opportunity lies right before us. Senior, with my presence, none would dare to act recklessly. To join the Snow Dragon territory, as you have mentioned, and to become a part of it is our honor. Yen Lei is willing to ally with the Snow Dragon territory. I beseech you, Senior, to grant us this favor. The flame giant wolf prostrated itself, exuding utmost sincerity. Are you certain you can govern and restrain them? Li Yuan inquired, casting a skeptical glance at the flame giant wolf. Senior, we are prepared to sign a pact. Thus, none shall have the audacity to betray our master. The flame giant wolf replied, gritting its teeth. Although it would mean relinquishing freedom, this individual before us is one whom the demon god and the dragon mastiff have chosen to submit to. Sign a pact? Is that truly feasible? After all, one would lose their freedom. It hesitated. Perhaps we should reconsider. No, let us not discuss this further. How could I allow you to forfeit your freedom? Li Yuan began to shake his head. Senior, we are willing. Our resolve is unwavering. If you refuse, I shall not rise. The flame giant wolf exclaimed, startled, realizing that the opportunity was slipping away and must be seized. Very well. However, I assure you, I am not coercing you. Li Yuan maintained an expression of indifference. Thank you, senior. I shall immediately return to the western mountain and rally my kin. The flame giant wolf rejoiced at Li Yuan's consent. What a cunning individual. This lad likely intended to acquiesce from the very start. The dragon mastiff muttered quietly nearby. By the way, let the black Kirin accompany you. Guard the snow dragon territory. There will be assailants attempting ambushes, and we must avoid any unforeseen accidents. Furthermore, the snow dragon guard requires reorganization upon reaching the snow dragon territory. There is no need to finalize the pact immediately. You may provoke those of competent stature at your leisure. If you cannot find suitable candidates, do not fret. Await my return. Li Yuan pointed to the black water Kirin's forehead, implanting the location of the snow dragon territory within its mind. Understood. Senior. We shall ensure that the snow dragon territory remains unscathed. Not a single soul shall be harmed. The black water Kirin beamed, feeling accepted. Observing the departure of the black water Kirin and the flame giant wolf, Li Yuan turned his gaze toward the dragon mastiff. What is it you wish to say? Such cunning. It is said that everything reflects one's true intentions. If one is unwilling, so be it. Yet, you have sent that Kirin with them, intending to sweep them all away, leaving none of the western mountain beasts behind, the dragon mastiff murmured. Chapter 18. The beast tide? Nonsense. How could I harbor such thoughts? Li Yuan exclaimed, leaping onto the dragon mastiff's back and patting its head, smiling broadly, clearly satisfied with the unexpected gains. The dragon mastiff sensed the power of the heavenly path and flinched, though it was irritated by the absence of a heavenly root. It dared only to voice a few complaints, silencing itself upon sensing Li Yuan's threat. A true man can endure and adapt. Let us proceed to our destination. Li Yuan commanded, and the dragon mastiff surged forth from the cave's domain, hastening away. At Black Rock City, a battered and bloodied carriage raced toward the city gates. The pursuers, upon seeing this, gradually retreated. Huff, huff, we have arrived at Black Rock City. The snow dragon guards have retreated. The coachman gasped, his chest heaving, his face a portrait of exhaustion and fear. Retreated? Indeed, the coachman confirmed, and upon hearing this, the terror on Li Heng's face began to subside. His pallor was ashen. Having been relentlessly pursued, he had scarcely dared to hope for survival. The torment of the journey was known only to Li Heng. Once out of danger, his expression morphed into a savage snarl, akin to a beast. Li Yuan, I vow to make your life a living hell. Until the snow dragon territory is obliterated, I, Li Heng, will not live as a man. Let us enter the city at once, head for the storm and rain tower. After venting his fury, Li Heng cast a glance toward the direction of the snow dragon territory, insisting that the coachman hasten into the city, for he could not find peace until they were within its walls. The coachman, disregarding his fatigue, urged the horses into Black Rock City. At the storm and rain tower, the carriage came to a halt. Who goes there? The guards at the entrance demanded. Disciple of the heavenly path, Li Heng, seeking an audience with the tower master. From the battered, blood-stained carriage, Li Heng's voice rang out as the coachman presented Li Heng's token. The heavenly path? Quickly, bring this young master in for treatment. The guard, upon seeing the token, wasted no time and ordered men to carry Li Heng into the storm and rain tower. After a series of treatments, Li Heng's limbs were preserved. Outside, a middle-aged man entered. Greetings, tower master. The newcomer was the head of the Black Rock City branch of the storm and rain tower. The maidens and divine healers within bowed respectfully and quietly exited the room. Brother Gu, please seek vengeance for me. Li Heng, lying there with bloodshot eyes, spoke with a countenance filled with rage. Why such fury, brotherly? Gu Tianhong inquired, perplexed. It is Li Yuan. He is the beast behind this. That scoundrel not only survived, but has experienced a surge in power. My brother and Cheng Long are dead. The tasks assigned by my master and brother Gu have also failed. Li Heng's eyes were filled with venomous resentment. What? How is that possible? His celestial bone was extracted, and he still lives, experiencing a power surge? Gu Tianhong frowned, suspecting Li Heng was lying. With his celestial bone removed, even if he survives, he should be powerless. At most living for a few years. How could he possibly recover his strength? Gu Tianhong, upon hearing this, naturally did not believe it. Brother Gu, how could I deceive you? This matter cannot afford any oversight, for it concerns the Dao Sun. Li Heng fixed his gaze on Gu Tianhong. Indeed. Gu Tianhong confirmed without concealing anything. Li Heng coldly remarked, I knew it would be thus. Which brother of ours, despite my warnings, ventured alone to assassinate in the Snow Dragon Palace? That was a death sentence. That little scoundrel Li Yuan must have come upon some fortuitous circumstance. At the mere thought of Li Yuan, Li Heng's eyes brimmed with malice. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Gu Tianhong narrowed his eyes, his fingers drumming on the armrest of his chair, scrutinizing Li Heng. I, Li Heng, swear to the heavenly path that I have not deceived brother Gu. Otherwise, May the heavens strike me down and cause my blood to flow from all 7 orifices. Li Hong immediately swore. Seeing this, Gu Tianhong's eyes narrowed. A glimmer of cold light shot forth from his gaze as he stood and approached Li Hong. Brother Gu, once you capture Li Yuan, he is to be left to me, Li Hong said, his expression filled with malice. This I cannot grant, brother, you know too much. Gu Tianhong acted swiftly, directly snapping Li Hong's neck, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Tower Master. Outside, someone approached. Gu Tianhong spoke coolly. Has the coachman been dealt with? The cleanup is complete, came the reply from outside. Gu Tianhong paused for a moment before instructing, immediately dispatch 10 of the River Styx assassins to the Snow Dragon territory. Remember, leave not a single one alive. His voice was chillingly cold. Understood. I shall lead the team myself. The figure in the black cloak vanished without a trace. Li Yuan, you truly are full of surprises. To have his celestial bone extracted and yet experience a surge in power? In Gu Tianhong's eyes, a profound bewilderment lingered. The Snow Dragon territory now stood on high alert, with those who had received the cultivation methods imparted by Li Yuan fervently engaging in their training. An ancient palace had emerged outside the Snow Dragon territory, where Lu Changsheng and others resided. Although Li Changkong had extended an invitation for Lu Changsheng's family to enter, it was met with refusal, as Lu Changsheng, who was recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes. A grave expression enveloped his countenance. Master, what troubles you? Yi Han, standing nearby, felt a surge of anxiety, while Lu Xiaoman hurried over. This is dire. A beast tide is imminent. My spiritual senses detect a multitude of savage beasts approaching at great speed. The Snow Dragon territory is doomed. Lu Changsheng's complexion turned ashen. What? Is it impossible to fend them off? Lu Xiaoman gasped in incredulity. After all, the Snow Dragon territory lay at the edge of the mountain range. How could a beast tide possibly arise? It cannot be stopped. There are too many, even at my peak. Saving everyone in the Snow Dragon territory would be a daunting task. Lu Changsheng's expression grew increasingly grim. He had intended to wait for Li Yuan here, but now unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Honor immediately raised the alarm for the Snow Dragon territory. Despite his injuries, Lu Changsheng stepped out, his face taut with concern. Husband, could this be a trial from that esteemed one? Lu Changsheng's wife inquired anxiously. I do not know. Yet, we must put up a fight. For that individual has saved our lives, Lu Changsheng replied, his gaze fixed solemnly upon the mountains. The sound of rushing air heralded Li Changkong's arrival. Taoist Lu, is what your disciple stated true? Li Changkong fixed his gaze upon Lu Changsheng. I would not speak lightly, Lu Changsheng affirmed with conviction. The Snow Dragon territory possesses a formation to defend against the beast tide. I implore you all to enter the city and join us in repelling the tide. Li Changkong extended an invitation, asserting that remaining outside would only lead to death. Very well, Lu Changsheng glanced toward the horizon and acquiesced. He had not anticipated that the Snow Dragon territory would harbor a formation capable of defending against a beast tide, and Li Changkong appeared remarkably composed. Lu Changsheng resolved to ascertain whether they could withstand the impending assault. Having a formation was certainly better than having none at all. The city gates of the Snow Dragon territory rumbled and gradually closed, activating a formidable array. Chapter 19. A realm of fleeting existence? Is this a miniature version of the celestial star formation? Lu Changsheng's wife observed in astonishment. Utterly unprepared for such a high-grade formation to exist in the diminutive Snow Dragon territory. Indeed, madam, you possess keen insight. This formation was personally arranged by my sister-in-law. However, it has never been activated, as the Snow Dragon territory's resources are limited. Presently, the remaining spirit stones are scarce and may only provide defenses at the level of the other shore. I am uncertain if it will suffice, Li Changkong explained, his tone lacking deep concern, for even if a beast tide occurred, it should not be overly formidable when it reached the Snow Dragon territory. This is bad. We are finished. Just as Li Changkong's words fell, Lu Changsheng exclaimed in alarm. Taoist Lu, what has transpired? Li Changkong queried, puzzled. As his spiritual awareness was far inferior to Lu Changsheng's, and he could not perceive the situation within the mountains. How can this be? The formation cannot withstand it. This is no simple beast tide. There are divine beasts among them. Lu Changsheng cried out. Divine beasts? Upon hearing this, Li Changkong's expression shifted dramatically. Taoist Lu, are you certain you are not mistaken? Why have we not sensed any beastly aura? Furthermore, if it were a beast tide, the very earth would tremble with their frantic rush. Li Changkong questioned urgently. Because these savage beasts are soaring through the air, Lu Changsheng's words rendered everyone speechless. Something is amiss. There has indeed been no surge of ferocity. Why is that? Lu Changsheng pondered, his gaze fixed intently upon the mountains. Soon, silhouettes materialized in the void. Confirming Lu Changsheng's assertion, these savage beasts were indeed traversing the skies, indicating that their weakest were at the level of the other shore. Divine radiance enveloped the beasts, and even from a distance, they exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure that left one feeling breathless. Particularly, the leading black qilan seemed to absorb the surrounding light, instilling fear in all who beheld it, causing even Li Changkong's legs to tremble. Suddenly, all the beasts came to a halt. Within the city, Li Changkong and the others were momentarily taken aback. They witnessed a fiery giant wolf, its fur shimmering with a golden hue, emanating a bloodthirsty aura as it approached. Li Changkong, filled with trepidation, mustered his courage to inquire, "Esteemed elder, why do you lead the 100 beasts here? Have we offended you in some way?" "Offend?" Upon hearing Li Changkong, the fiery giant wolf, Lei Yin, responded promptly. "It is you, Lord Changkong." Li Changkong was taken aback, astonished that this fearsome savage beast recognized him. "It is I. I am unaware of any offense toward the Beast King," Li Changkong replied again. Lei Yin hastily clarified, "It is a misunderstanding. Returning to the Lord, I, Lei Yin, under the orders of the young Lord, have come ahead of the Beast God, leading the 100 beasts to safeguard the Snow Dragon territory and enhance the strength of the Snow Dragon Guards. These hundreds of savage beasts will henceforth serve as mounts for the Snow Dragon Guards." Upon hearing Lei Yan's explanation, Li Changkong was left utterly bewildered. Not only he but everyone else felt as though they were experiencing an illusion. These were hundreds of savage beasts, each at the very least at the level of the other shore. "Elder, you jest, do you not?" Li Changkong was genuinely astonished, for these were divine-level savage beasts. "A faction's Beast King. I do not jest. Please observe, Lord," Lei Yin replied, producing a jade pendant that soared toward the city wall. "What is this?" Upon seeing the pendant, Li Changkong was greatly astonished, his face reflecting disbelief. This was indeed Li Yuan's jade pendant. So that is the case. Lu Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief, fully understanding why these savage beasts had not unleashed their ferocity and gone out of control. "Lordly, this matter must be true. Even if it were false, should they attack, we would be unable to resist." Upon noticing Li Changkong's hesitation, Lu Chongqing urged, "In that case, we welcome you into the city." Li Changkong decisively commanded the formation to be deactivated. The black qilan and the fiery giant wolf, Lei Yin, led the 100 beasts into the city, their suppressed beastly might still instilling fear in all. "My lord, do these truly serve as our mounts in the Snow Dragon Guards?" As he watched the 100 beasts enter, Tuoba Yunqing, parched with excitement, inquired. His blood surged, feeling as if he were in a dream. Li Changkong was no less affected, responding, "It seems that Yuan has indeed orchestrated this. Haha, truly, the young lord has increased our Snow Dragon territory's might with a single expedition. With these hundreds of savage beasts, we need not lift a finger. They could trample over the Black Rock City's Wind and Rain Pavilion branch within a radius of 10,000 miles. Who would dare to provoke us?" Tuoba Yunqing exclaimed joyfully, his arms flailing in excitement. 10,000 miles. "Tuoba, my brother, you are being modest. Given time, the Snow Dragon territory will surely rival the Sacred Lands." Lu Chongqing quickly congratulated. "Come, let us descend." Li Changkong, filled with exhilaration, hurriedly made his way down from the city wall as the 100 beasts glided in with remarkable grace. "Greetings, esteemed elders." Li Changkong, exceedingly humble, acknowledged them, for he truly dared not regard the 100 beasts as mere mounts. Even the weakest could contend with him in battle. "We do not presume," the Black qilan stated. "My lord, we are unaware of the Snow Dragon Guard's territory. We must proceed immediately, for our master has indicated that the Snow Dragon territory faces impending peril. We must prepare." As a divine beast, the Black qilan held a lofty pride. While it had submitted to Li Yuan, it did not readily acknowledge Li Changkong. Nevertheless, it remained courteous. "Rest assured, I shall guide you forthwith," Li Changkong assured, as Tuoba Yunqing promptly offered to lead the 100 beasts, their spirits soaring with fervor. The Black qilan uttered a few words before soaring into an ice lake within the city. Lei Yin proceeded to the location of the Snow Dragon Guard to oversee the beasts. Shortly thereafter, several teams of feral beasts stealthily exited the city, vanishing without a trace. That night, dark clouds obscured the moonlight, and outside the Snow Dragon territory, 10 shadowy figures approached at a terrifying speed. The leader coldly commanded, "Remember, kill anyone you encounter without leaving a single survivor. Be especially cautious of the person depicted in the image. Their head must be taken." This was an order. Someone spoke up, "My lord, you are too serious. Our 10 men are more than capable of slaying the peak of the God Concealment Realm and annihilating the mere Snow Dragon territory. Is such caution truly necessary?" "Indeed. This task can be accomplished by me alone." A voice from beneath the black robe sneered coldly, "Humph." The same was thought by 23, and he perished. The leader in the black robe replied icily, "That useless 23? Some disregarded the warning, mumbling under their breath until a cold gaze swept over them, silencing their remarks. Subsequently, the group silently approached the snow dragon territory, all of them as light as air, making no sound. The Lord was indeed perceptive. There were those unafraid of death. Suddenly, a voice filled with derision echoed through the snowy forest, followed by a burst of flame. Who goes there? The expression of the Wind and Rain Tower assassin changed dramatically. Roars erupted. In the next moment, an overwhelming beastly aura surged forth, and the feral beasts howled. Over 20 feral beasts hovered in the night sky, their terrifying presence instilling fear in the hearts of the Wind and Rain Tower assassins. The weakest among them were at the peak of the other shore realm, and one formidable god concealment beast stood guard. "Spare us. We merely wandered into your territory by mistake," the leader in black stammered, his legs trembling as he realized he had lost his way. Yes, it is a misunderstanding. We are lost." The other assassins from the Wind and Rain Tower echoed, their voices quaking as their legs turned to jelly. In the distance, more feral beasts were approaching, the weakest of which were also from the other shore realm. The Wind and Rain Tower had visited the snow dragon territory before. How could they be lost? "Kill!" a voice commanded, and the feral beasts surged forth. Who claimed that the snow dragon territory was insignificant? Damn you! The terrifying ferocity shook the heavens and the earth, as one assassin after another from the Wind and Rain Tower was torn apart and devoured, blood staining the snow in an instant. Chapter 20. Sudden Insight. Sword chi piercing the sky. The dragon mastiff traversed the air, a raw primal energy rushing toward it as they ventured deeper into the mountains, 3,000 miles in. "Are we nearly there?" Li Yuan lazily inquired from atop the dragon mastiff. "Almost. Ahead lies the ruins of the ancient sect, where the master desires certain treasures." The dragon mastiff promptly replied. Upon hearing they were close, Li Yuan's interest was piqued. He journeyed here because the ancient sect of the mountain, known for the Fountain of Immortality, was located here. The Fountain of Immortality was one of the essential divine items Li Yuan required to achieve perfection in the Sea of Life and step into the extreme realm. "Finally, we are close. Speed up," Li Yuan urged, patting the dragon mastiff. The dragon mastiff transformed into a fleeting shadow, speeding forth. The towering mountains loomed. The roars of feral beasts resounded, and the river coiled like a dragon, with an abundance of spiritual energy saturating the air. As Li Yuan gazed at the majestic landscape beneath him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent place of soaring dragons." Why did the mountain sect fall? Having cultivated the heavenly Tao divine arts, Li Yuan immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of this place, which possessed a fearsome dragon aura. It was indeed a land of soaring dragons. The master is correct. This is indeed a land of soaring dragons. Otherwise, the mountain sect would not have chosen this location. When the mountain sect established its gates here, 3 saints were born. Unfortunately, the burial grounds underwent a strange transformation. The mountain sect, believing itself powerful, mobilized its entire force to suppress it, seeking to gain benefits, only to result in the demise of every single member. The burial grounds were home to strange beings that slaughtered the mountain sect's guardians, leading to its historical demise, the dragon mastiff lamented. "Is that so? If the mountain sect fell, why has this place not been claimed by anyone?" Li Yuan inquired, voicing his confusion. "Naturally, there are those who covet it. This is a land of soaring dragons. However, anyone who approaches has perished, and even a saint fell here. Thus, the mountain sect became a forbidden place, shunned by gods and demons alike, left to decay," the dragon mastiff explained. "What? A saint also fell here?" Li Yuan was taken aback. "Indeed. The remnants of the strange beings in the burial grounds are too terrifying. The disciples of the mountain sect, upon dying, underwent transformations, becoming those strange beings. Yet, no force can withstand the erosion of time," the dragon mastiff elaborated. "When I passed by, I noticed some began to covet this place. However, it was merely a test. No one knows what lies deeper. And the burial grounds, what kind of place is it? Why is it so terrifying? Knowing the danger, why did the mountain sect still venture there?" The dragon mastiff's words intrigued Li Yuan. The burial grounds are the sacred land of all races, the resting place of the sovereign of myriad races. It holds supreme divine items that can extend life and allow one to live again, presenting a deadly temptation for saints whose lifespans are waning. However, anyone who approaches inevitably meets their demise, the dragon mastiff explained carefully upon seeing Li Yuan's curiosity. "Divine items, you say? It sounds like a wonderful place. I shall retrieve them when I have the opportunity." A gleam of ambition flickered in Li Yuan's eyes, undeterred by the danger. The dragon mastiff trembled at his words. "Master, we have arrived at the mountain sect." Li Yuan glanced ahead to see ancient palaces stretching across the sacred mountain, their remnants whispering tales of the mountain sect's former glory and prosperity. Li Yuan was astonished. It was no wonder they had once boasted 1,000,000 disciples. Observing the dragon mastiff's familiarity with the surroundings, he couldn't help but feel curious. Dog, you haven't visited this place before, have you? How else could you be so familiar with it, effortlessly avoiding those formations? Li Yuan remarked, patting the dragon mastiff. Li Yuan was well aware of the dragon mastiff's insatiable greed, the kind that couldn't resist treasures. I stumbled in by accident and was trapped for over 30 years. Nearly losing my life, the dragon mastiff recounted, recalling the past with trepidation. Oh, what kind of place could trap you for 30 years? Surely it can't harbor any treasures? Li Yuan probed. None, but it's said to hold the legacy of the sword ancestor of the mountain sect. The sword ancestor could contend with emperors, a remarkable figure. The dragon mastiff expressed with admiration for the sword ancestor. A legacy, you say? Let's go. Lead me to see it, Li Yuan declared, suddenly intrigued. As he lacked any formidable offensive divine powers, he naturally wished to glimpse the sword ancestor's legacy. No. That place is exceedingly sinister. I refuse to go. The dragon mastiff was still haunted by its past experiences regarding the sword ancestor's legacy. Is that so? Then I'll stew dog meat tonight. Li Yuan's heavenly might flickered ominously. Seeing this, the dragon mastiff was filled with dread, its body trembling. Go. With the master here, what do I have to fear? Yet, it was mainly because the sword ancestor's legacy was exceedingly profound, and comprehending it was difficult. The dragon mastiff feared that its master might become ensnared and forget to return. This is no concern of yours. Lead the way, Li Yuan commanded, and the dragon mastiff reluctantly guided him onward. Li Yuan could distinctly feel the dragon mastiff's legs trembling, indicating its extreme fear of the so-called legacy. His curiosity only deepened. Master, we've arrived. I cannot proceed any further. In a valley, the dragon mastiff quivered, refusing to advance. This was the very place that had once trapped the dragon mastiff. Very well, I shall take a look, Li Yuan replied, casting a glance around, and indeed noticing that the formations and patterns here were exceptionally intricate before his figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, Li Yuan abruptly materialized within the valley. How could this be possible? Had the formations and sword intent in this place vanished? Witnessing this scene, the dragon hound outside the valley was astounded, its eyes gleaming with excitement. The hound's mouth watered profusely, but as it moved forward, a sudden wave of sword energy materialized, sending the dragon hound into a panic. Fortunately, at the last moment, Li Yuan appeared, whisking the hound away from danger. Gasping for breath, the dragon hound exclaimed in relief. It felt as though it had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. How embarrassing, it thought, to be so frightened. If this were to be spoken of, it would surely be a source of shame. Li Yuan kicked the hound with disdain. Thank you, master, the hound responded hurriedly, casting a nervous glance around, only to have its eyes light up the next moment. Ha, we've entered. We've actually entered. The rumored imperial weapon is supposed to be here. With a whoosh, the dragon hound vanished in an instant. Li Yuan could only shake his head in exasperation. This creature truly was a handful. He began to survey the valley. But despite its reputation as the site of the sword ancestor's legacy, Li Yuan found nothing of value. The sword techniques present were remarkably mundane, leaving him bewildered. In an instant, Li Yuan invoked the powers of the heavenly Tao. With the divine abilities at his disposal, it was as though he possessed the eye of the heavens. Every secret of the valley was laid bare before him. Extraordinary sword techniques unfolded before his eyes as he rapidly contemplated and absorbed them, integrating them into his own being. In but a moment, when Li Yuan opened his eyes, he seemed to transform into an unparalleled sword deity, his gaze radiating a terrifying sword light. With a mere flick of his finger, a sword energy soared towards the heavens, instantly dismantling all formations and runes in the vicinity. The dragon hound, witnessing the emergence of Li Yuan, who resembled a divine sword unsheathed, was rendered speechless, its expression one of sheer horror. Impossible. This is the divine manifestation of the sword path. The array-breaking technique. This is the extreme sword art of the sword ancestor, imbued with supreme mysteries. The dragon hound struggled to comprehend how Li Yuan had achieved such mastery in such a short time. Chapter 21. Suppressing the imperial weapon. This is inconceivable. The dragon hound was utterly dumbfounded. It had merely wandered the valley for a few minutes, finding nothing, while Li Yuan had obtained the sword ancestor's legacy and reached a level of comprehension that was utterly terrifying in such a brief span. If Li Yuan were truly the reincarnation of the sword ancestor, then what was the purpose of his visit here? Are you surprised? You'll have to get used to it if you're going to follow me, Li Yuan said, landing beside the dragon hound and patting its head. The hound remained dazed, nodding numbly, still in shock. By the way, how goes your treasure hunting? Li Yuan inquired. Treasures? I haven't found any leads yet. Upon hearing the word treasure, the dragon hound perked up, drooling, and its eyes darted around eagerly. Although the valley was not extensive, The dragon hound had already scanned every inch of land with its spiritual energy, yet it still found nothing, unwilling to concede defeat. It was convinced that the treasure lay hidden within the valley. Just a bit longer, the treasure must be here. Once I find it, we will strike it rich. It's an imperial weapon, though incomplete, it would be sufficient to dominate a region. Seeing Li Yuan speak, the dragon hound implored eagerly. I was imprisoned for 30 years just to enter this place. Now that I've finally made it inside, I certainly do not wish to leave empty-handed. Moreover, with the formations broken, if I fail to find it this time, it is highly likely that others will seize the imperial weapon. Let me assist you. With your abilities, you might never find it, Li Yuan remarked, observing the dragon hound's eyes sparkling with excitement, filled with a sense of urgency. To Li Yuan, this place held little value. Lingering would only waste time. If the hound was eager to discover treasures, Li Yuan would naturally lend his hand. Do you know where it is? The dragon hound questioned, sensing something amiss in Li Yuan's words. What is impossible? I possess supreme divine abilities that allow me to visualize everything. When I was contemplating the legacy here, I naturally gleaned certain insights, Li Yuan replied calmly. Follow me. Li Yuan, disinterested in explaining, had indeed sensed a peculiar aura during his contemplation of the legacy, a treasure aura. Such a treasure could not exist without a divine weapon. As Li Yuan made his way toward a lake, the dragon hound, though somewhat skeptical, promptly followed. After all, Li Yuan had created too many impossibilities. Could it be within the lake? The dragon hound mused, its eyes gleaming with golden light as it leaped into the water. However, it quickly sprang back out, terrified. The lake was teeming with floating corpses, exuding an exceedingly ominous and eerie aura. Clearly, something unclean lay at the bottom of the lake. This is bizarre, truly bizarre. The dragon hound trembled as it returned to Li Yuan's side. The corpses suddenly surged forth as if intent on attacking Li Yuan and the dragon hound. The vegetation surrounding the lake withered in an instant, all life succumbing to decay. Li Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and immediately employed the heavenly Dao domain to suppress the emerging corpses, forcing them back into the depths of the lake. With a wave of his hand, a divine formation appeared, sealing the lake. Boom, boom, boom. Beneath the lake, terrifying entities relentlessly battered against the formation, striving to break free. But to no avail. This is far too perilous. I nearly lost my life. With these creatures present, how could I possibly procure any treasure? The dragon hound trembled uncontrollably. Yet the thought of the treasure resting at the lake's bottom gnawed at its heart. Did I say it was at the bottom of the lake? Li Yuan replied, exasperated. He had said nothing of the sort. You, the dragon hound, caught off guard, found itself at a loss for words. Feeling an ominous aura regarding whatever lay beneath the lake, Li Yuan waved his hand, lifting a nameless gravestone from the lakeside. A dark, unremarkable jar emerged. Here it is. The dragon hound exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing it instantly. The imperial weapon, the swallowing heaven demon jar. However, the dragon hound darted off swiftly, only to return just as quickly. With a resounding crash, the dragon hound was sent flying back, grievously wounded despite its formidable defenses. Why the rush? Li Yuan observed the injured dragon hound, utterly speechless. This creature was so desperate for treasure that it risked its life. Approaching, Li Yuan utilized divine techniques to heal the hound. What is your hurry? Are you in a rush to meet your end? Li Yuan chuckled, bemused by the hound's reckless pursuit of treasure. I never anticipated the presence of imperial-level runes to confine me, the dragon hound muttered, feeling thoroughly frustrated. Well, it seems we can only observe now. Faced with the inability to procure the treasure, the dragon hound grew frantic, yet found itself powerless. The chasm between sacred-level and imperial-level runes was insurmountable. A gap akin to the heavens themselves, impossible to bridge or compensate for. Even though Li Yuan could effortlessly acquire the roots of heaven and earth, the dragon hound had never considered that Li Yuan could achieve such feats. Imperial-level formations and runes were beyond the reach of even the most skilled emperors. Who says one can merely observe? At the moment when the dragon mastiff's face was marred by despair, Li Yuan resolutely patted the creature's head. Li Yuan found himself at a loss for words, once again dismissed by the dog, which left him rather displeased. Can you break the formation? Upon hearing Li Yuan's inquiry, the dragon mastiff was instantly elated, for Li Yuan had accomplished countless seemingly impossible feats. The tremor in the dragon mastiff's voice was palpable as it gazed at Li Yuan with gleaming eyes. I cannot. My understanding of formations is adequate. Yet my strength is insufficient. After all, I am merely at the threshold, Li Yuan replied candidly. Then why utter such nonsense, making this sovereign rejoice in vain? The dragon mastiff's heart plummeted, feeling as though it was left empty-handed before a treasure trove, pain coursing through its very being. Smack! Li Yuan delivered another sharp slap to the back of the dragon mastiff's head. You wretched mutt! What right do you have to call yourself sovereign in my presence? You are naught but a waste. If you cannot break the imperial level array, how can you possibly retrieve anything? Li Yuan expressed his utter disdain. What a redundant question. The items reside within the array. How can they be retrieved without breaking the formation? The dragon mastiff, genuinely indignant this time, protested. However, in a startling turn of events, Li Yuan's figure swayed, and the jar within the imperial level formation unexpectedly appeared in his grasp. The dragon mastiff gazed at the now empty formation, then at the jar in Li Yuan's hand, its mind buzzing. Suddenly, the previously inert jar quaked violently, attempting to break free from Li Yuan's grasp. Yet, under the auspices of Li Yuan's unparalleled heavenly Dao domain, it found itself utterly unable to escape. Li Yuan struck the jar multiple times, thoroughly binding it. As the dragon mastiff's mouth watered at the sight of the jar, it was acutely aware of Li Yuan's formidable prowess and dared not seize it. Here, just as the dragon mastiff had resigned itself to despair, Li Yuan tossed the jar towards it as if it were mere scrap metal. Chapter 22. Helian Yi. Witnessing this, the dragon mastiff's eyes sparkled with excitement as it swallowed the jar in one gulp, fearing a change of heart from Li Yuan. You wretched creature, this is incomplete. Do you truly believe I would covet such a thing? Li Yuan scoffed. Thank you, master, the dragon mastiff replied, nodding vigorously. Mastering the military character of the heavenly Dao divine art, divine weapons in Li Yuan's eyes were not of paramount significance. However, they could be commandeered during combat. Before Li Yuan could leave the valley, figures began to emerge from the void, their voices chillingly cold. Halt! Li Yuan, however, paid them no heed and continued on his path. Boy, do you hear me? My young master commands you to stop. When the newcomers realized Li Yuan's indifference, their expressions turned ominously cold. Bah! Who are you to demand this sovereign to halt? I shall stop only if I choose to. The dragon mastiff retorted rudely, glaring at the intruders. Seeking death, one of the youths exclaimed as he lunged forward, akin to a ferocious tiger, exuding an overwhelming aura, clearly a practitioner of extraordinary cultivation. Moreover, he was exceptionally gifted. At merely over 20 years of age, he had already reached the pinnacle of the threshold. Annoying, the dragon mastiff vanished in an instant, raising its paw to strike. Boom! With a resounding crash, the youth was reduced to mere pulp. Boldness! If you have the capability, dare to kill this young master. The youth's eyes turned frigid in response. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings as his companions quickly formed a line, blocking Li Yuan and the dragon mastiff's path. Devour! Li Yuan commanded the dragon mastiff. With a fearsome roar, the dragon mastiff unleashed a terrifying pressure that descended upon them. Opening its mouth, an overwhelming force of devouring power erupted forth, rendering even those of the same divine concealment utterly powerless against the dragon mastiff's divine swallowing technique. One by one, the figures were consumed. The youth was left aghast, realizing that despite having entered the divine concealment, he found himself utterly defenseless against the dragon mastiff's devouring prowess. His body uncontrollably drawn towards it. The arrogance etched on his face dissipated, replaced by sheer terror as he hastily crushed his life-saving talisman. Boom! A phantom materialized, its divine might surging forth, counteracting the terrifying devouring force. Yet even that phantom shattered under the strain of the swallowing power. Who are you? The young master stammered, his face wrought with fear as he stepped back, sensing the sword energy soaring to the heavens, suspecting the emergence of a formidable treasure. Little did he know he was facing such a terrifying entity. Do you possess the right to inquire? Li Yuan shot him a cold glance. He was acutely aware that had it not been for his own strength, he might have already fallen victim to these individuals. They had come here, undoubtedly drawn by the phenomena of the soaring sword energy, and such brazen individuals would naturally seek to dominate all they encountered. Who has harmed my son? A furious voice rang out from the distance. A figure rushed forth, and in a mere few flashes, arrived beside the young master. Simultaneously, several other figures with equally fearsome auras descended in succession. Father, you have finally arrived. I was nearly silenced. This lad must possess a significant treasure. The sword energy that just erupted was undoubtedly a sign of its emergence, and he is the only one here. The young master fixed his gaze upon Li Yuan, a cold smirk curling his lips. Seeing his father arrive, he felt as if crushing Li Yuan and his mount would be akin to squashing an ant. You wretch! Who are you to lay hands upon a member of the Helian family? Helian Yi glared at Li Yuan, a glimmer of coldness sparking in his eyes. Indeed, to dare lay a hand on young Master Helian is truly courting death. The others who had arrived echoed similar sentiments. Faced with the multitude of frigid stares, Li Yuan calmly pondered, shaking his head. Is the Helian family particularly formidable? I must admit, I have never heard of it. My apologies. Do you have any further business? If not, I shall take my leave. Helian Ye's forehead bulged with veins, seething with rage. The Hellion family was a time-honored lineage, boasting a terrifying presence at the level of a sacred master. My Hellion family is indeed ordinary. I wonder what your background is? Although Hellion Yi was infuriated, Li Yuan's composure left him uncertain, and he wished to discern Li Yuan's origins. The future lord of the Snow Dragon Ridge. Li Yuan revealed his identity without reservation. A lord, you say? Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Hellion Yi was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression turned completely icy. A lord? Such a grand lineage. You frighten me to death. Hellion Yi's son doubled over in laughter, mockery evident on his face. A lord holds no significance in the eyes of the Hellion family. You insolent wretch, how do you wish to die? Hellion Yi's demeanor grew utterly frigid. Bah, what are you? How dare you wish for my master's demise? You think yourselves worthy? The dragon mastiff, irked by Hellion Yi and his son's incessant prattling, declared, enough of this tedious banter. Let us confront them together. I alone can handle you all. Having just acquired an imperial weapon, the dragon mastiff was eager to make a display of its prowess. Otherwise, it may not have another opportunity to accompany Li Yuan. A mere dog dares to shine, seeking death. A peak practitioner of divine concealment descended upon the dragon mastiff with a single hand, intent on reducing it to a bloody pulp. However, as the attack landed upon the dragon mastiff, the assailant's expression morphed in horror, as if he had struck an ancient divine mountain. The dragon mastiff disregarded the attack entirely, swallowing the assailant whole. A pitiful waste, daring to prattle. The expressions of those beside Hellion Yi shifted dramatically, none having anticipated such an outcome. The dragon mastiff. That is the divine beast dragon mastiff. One among them, now taking a closer look at the dragon mastiff, turned pale with fright. A divine beast dragon mastiff? The others likewise turned ashen, gasping in shock. The dragon mastiff? Xianxiaaudiobooks was still troubled over what to present as a gift for the family patriarch's grand birthday, but now he found himself relieved of that burden. Surely, a majestic mythical beast as a steed would please the patriarch immensely. Boom. Rather than retreating, Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes gleamed with fierce brilliance. An overwhelming aura erupted, revealing his cultivation at the pinnacle of the four realms, while a broken bell materialized in his hand. A replica of an imperial weapon. Upon seeing this, the dragon hound's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, this was a replica of an imperial weapon. If you yield now, you might avoid suffering and gain entry into the Xianxiaaudiobooks family, thereby enjoying resources currently beyond your reach. Xianxiaaudiobooks sneered coldly at the dragon hound. Naturally, this was a gift. Xianxiaaudiobooks intended to subdue it completely. Could one receive an imperial weapon merely by joining the Xianxiaaudiobooks family? The dragon hound fixed its gaze on Xianxiaaudiobooks and spoke indifferently. Who do you think you are? An imperial weapon? Do you consider them commonplace? Xianxiaaudiobooks' son scoffed disdainfully, for there were only a few imperial weapons in the world. What a joke. You cannot even produce an imperial weapon, and yet you wish for me to serve as your steed? Do you think you are worthy? The dragon hound unleashed the swallowing sky demon cauldron, which hovered in the air, emanating an imperial might like a vast ocean, causing the replica in Xianxiaaudiobooks' hand to turn to ash. An imperial weapon. The onlookers gasped in terror. Even a mere steed possessed an imperial weapon. Chapter 23. The might of the word weapon. Such a worthless replica. Can it replicate even 1/10,000th of the Eastern Emperor Bel's divine might? You prattle incessantly, thinking the Xianxiaaudiobooks family is formidable. You are merely descendants of the Eastern Emperor's former servants, deluding yourselves into believing you are invincible in this world. Dare to obstruct my lord's path? Are you worthy? The dragon hound glared icily at the group before him. Forgive us, seniors, we would never dare. It is all this Xianxiaaudiobooks' fault for daring to covet the possessions of our esteemed elder. Those surrounding Xianxiaaudiobooks hastily begged for mercy. Is that so? Then kill Xianxiaaudiobooks, and I shall consider sparing you. The dragon hound's gaze was frigid as it fixed on the group. As you wish, senior. The group, with reddened eyes, charged towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. At the moment the dragon hound unleashed the imperial weapon, they were utterly panicked. If the dragon hound, a mere steed, wielded an imperial weapon, they were terrified of the identity of Li Yuan. They could not fathom the true identity and power of Li Yuan. In their eyes, he was a being of unspeakable terror, and they would rather offend the Xianxiaaudiobooks family than incur Li Yuan's displeasure. They offered no chance for Xianxiaaudiobooks to react, swiftly ambushing him from behind, and within 3 breaths, he was brutally slain. Spare us, esteemed elder. We truly did not know your identity. We implore your forgiveness. Xianxiaaudiobooks has already been eliminated. They all fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. I have made my decision. You may all perish. The dragon hound commanded the swallowing sky demon cauldron to shake, and several figures were instantly reduced to blood mist. What insolence to obstruct my master's path. Master, are you satisfied? The dragon hound stored the cauldron within its belly and inquired, "It will suffice. Let us depart. It seems many have gathered here. Let us proceed directly to our destination." Li Yuan remained unconcerned, for the cultivation world was one where only the strong survived. Without strength, they were already dead. Upon arriving at their destination, Li Yuan discovered it had already been occupied. Just as he approached, a voice bellowed, "This place is already claimed by the Li In family. Retreat at once, or face death without mercy." Li Yuan furrowed his brow, not expecting the Li In family to be involved again. The snow dragon led Li Yuan for a visit. He had matters to discuss. Li Yuan sought only the fountain of agelessness and wished not to entangle himself with others. "Are you deaf? Depart. The Li In family is not receiving guests during this time. Advance further, and you shall die." The elder of the Li In family spoke coldly, dismissing him. Seeing this, Li Yuan's brow furrowed. He had already been quite polite, yet the Li In family was truly overbearing, showing no respect whatsoever. "If entering the mountain is unfeasible, then I shall simply seek the relic of the mountain-relying sect for the fountain of agelessness. If you hand over a vial of it, I will leave. I have no interest in anything else," Li Yuan declared. The members of the Li In family were utterly enraged upon hearing this. "A vial? The fountain of agelessness is not mere spring water. It is a sacred treasure, capable of resurrecting the dead and restoring flesh and bone. The Li In family treasures it dearly. Moreover, a mere lord like you has no right to demand it. You insolent wretch. What are you to demand the fountain of agelessness? Depart at once, or I shall slay you." The elder of the Li In family roared with lethal intent. "Slay me?" Li Yuan's expression turned cold at the accusation. "You wish to slay my master? It seems my master has been too kind, leading you to believe you can bully him." The dragon hound stepped forward disdainfully, seeking death. The elder of the Li In family exploded with rage, drawing his sword, aiming directly at Li Yuan's brow. In response, Li Yuan shot him a glare, effortlessly severing the connection to the elder's consciousness, causing the ancient sword to lose control and fall to the ground. Uft. The elder of the Li In family was struck by backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. Confusion flooding his eyes as he could not comprehend why the ancient sword had severed its link with him and retaliated. Elder Zhou, Elder Zhou. The remaining elders of the Li In family looked on with grim expressions. "How dare you? Do you truly think the Li In family is easy to bully? You will die if you do not retreat." 9 figures soared into the air, blocking Li Yuan and the dragon hound's path, their eyes glinting with cold light. The 9 individuals stood united, their energies and spiritual powers merging as one, clearly having cultivated a unique technique. All 9 were cultivators at the 4 realms. Together, their combined might was formidable. "I have said that I do not wish to be enemies with the Li In family. I come only for the fountain of agelessness. Grant me a vial, and I shall turn and leave." Li Yuan addressed the 9 with indifference. "Why do you not mention the Eastern Emperor Bell of the Li In family?" Someone mocked. "Apologies, but I have no interest in replicas," Li Yuan replied, having learned from the dragon hound that the Li In family's Eastern Emperor Bell was merely a counterfeit. "He, truly arrogant. I shall see where your confidence stems from. Invoke the sacred artifact." The 9 exchanged glances, and a golden tower shimmering with divine light erupted forth, swiftly transforming into an enormous treasure tower that descended upon Li Yuan. Clearly, this was a precious artifact, requiring the 9 4-realm cultivators to sacrifice their blood over many years to wield its divine might. What a treasure! The dragon hound's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was undoubtedly an ancient artifact. As the 9 continued to form seals, the golden light emanating from the tower grew increasingly terrifying, unleashing a fearsome devouring power that sought to engulf Li Yuan and refine him within the tower. However, as that devouring force approached Li Yuan, it inexplicably vanished, having no effect on him whatsoever. Uft, uft, uft. The 9 were taken aback, immediately striking their chests and spitting out blood in an attempt to fully unleash the tower's divine might. Indeed, after devouring the 9's blood, the tower radiated immeasurable divine light, and the devouring force became even more dreadful. "Is this never-ending? Come forth." Li Yuan spoke blandly to the tower. At that moment, he employed the divine art of the heavenly path, a technique that rendered the 9's century-long efforts to refine the tower futile. As their consciousness marks were effortlessly stripped away by Li Yuan, the enormous treasure tower's divine light retracted, shrinking to the size of a palm as it flew into Li Yuan's grasp. Uft, uft, uft. The 9 members of the Li In family continuously spat blood, the backlash causing them to crash to the ground. They stared at the treasure tower resting in Li Yuan's palm, disbelief etched across their faces. "This is impossible. Even now?" They could not accept it. The dragon mastiff has now appeared before them, with Li Yuan perched atop, surveying the 9 individuals before him. Is this place truly under the dominion of your Hellion family? Do you genuinely believe yourselves invincible across the realms? Wherever the Hellion family treads, all becomes theirs. Do you think yourselves worthy of attempting to kill me? As Li Yuan's words echoed, the dragon mastiff struck with a claw, instantly reducing one individual to a pulpy mass. The remaining 8 gazed on in sheer terror, utterly unprepared to encounter such a terrifying presence. The dragon mastiff seemed poised to continue its slaughter. But a voice emerged from the depths, pleading, "Senior, please show mercy." Several figures broke through the air, urgently calling out. The elder at the forefront, his demeanor respectful, spoke. "I was unaware of your arrival, esteemed one, and regret our lack of a proper welcome. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, and, for my sake, might you spare their lives?" Chapter 24. A thought to shatter the formation. With a sound of impact, the dragon mastiff struck again. And yet another individual was reduced to mere flesh. Is your face truly worth that much? Do you believe your standing surpasses even the heavens? You claim they should be spared, yet to concede to you would bring great shame upon my master. Li Yuan remained silent. The dragon mastiff snorted coldly, harboring profound displeasure. Such audacity! The others, witnessing this, rebuked him. The leader's expression turned ashen. He had not anticipated that his plea would be met with such disregard. As another individual fell to the mount's wrath before Li Yuan even spoke, he was denied the respect he sought. With a swift motion, Li Yuan sent the speaker flying, his fate uncertain. Within the realm of the heavenly Tao, stripping away one's cultivation rendered them akin to mere mortals. Even if Li Yuan was merely at the threshold of the other shore, it was trivial for him to deal with them. "Silence! Did I permit you to speak?" Li Yuan pulled forth a silk handkerchief, disdainfully wiping his hands. Is such behavior not excessively arrogant, esteemed one?" The leader of the Hellion family observed the scene, his countenance darkening, yet he could not fathom Li Yuan's earlier actions and dared not retaliate. "Arrogant? Compared to your Hellion kin, this is what you deem arrogance?" Li Yuan retorted coldly. The dragon mastiff, in perfect synchrony, continued to strike, leaving the remaining individuals as mere sanguine remnants. Witnessing this, the Hellion family members in the distance wore expressions of deepening gloom. The one who had spoken earlier immediately distanced himself from Li Yuan and the dragon mastiff. "If this is the case, do not blame me for my lack of hospitality. Activate the formation." His voice resonated, and a terrifying array was set into motion, a sword formation. This is a sword formation crafted by a half-step saint, known as the Li Hua sword formation, capable of slaying demons, subduing evil, and vanquishing Buddhas. To perish beneath the Li Hua sword formation today is an honor for you. Earlier, it had merely been a ruse to buy time. To provoke the Hellion family is to seek death. Xianxiaaudiobooks sneered from outside the formation. "Is the Li Hua sword formation truly formidable? Do you not fear that I shall dismantle it and slay you?" Li Yuan fixed his gaze upon Xianxiaaudiobooks, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Dismantle the formation? Do you consider yourself at the level of a saint? Absurd." Xianxiaaudiobooks, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, wholly disbelieving Li Yuan's claims. "Is that so? Then you are destined for disappointment." A smirk appeared at the corners of Li Yuan's mouth. "Kill him." Xianxiaaudiobooks, despite his disbelief, felt a flicker of concern and commanded urgently. The Li Hua sword formation, composed of 81 Li Hua swords forged from the rare South Ming Li Hua crystal, had taken the Hellion family over 3 centuries to create. It was one of their greatest treasures, brought forth to seize the fountain of youth. With a command, the formation was activated, and the 81 Li Hua swords surged toward Li Yuan, illuminating the skies with a fiery glow that seemed capable of incinerating all. Each sword now resembled a blazing phoenix, its momentum echoing like thunder as it struck towards Li Yuan. Outside the formation, Xianxiaaudiobooks wore a mocking expression. Seated atop the dragon mastiff, Li Yuan remained unperturbed, even smiling. "What a splendid Li Hua sword formation. My Shuilong territory has yet to defend its grand array, and it seems you shall suffice." Li Yuan's domain of the heavenly Tao descended, and the swords aimed at him were abruptly frozen in midair. Xianxiaaudiobooks, witnessing this, shouted, "What are you doing? Why do you hesitate? Kill him." The individuals operating the formation, filled with trepidation, stammered, "Young Master Xianxia, the Li Hua sword formation is at full capacity, but the swords cannot advance. Incompetent fools, it is clearly your lack of effort. Channel all your strength, or I will slay you." Xianxiaaudiobooks rebuked once more. "Deprivation," Li Yuan stated coolly from the back of the dragon mastiff. His voice was soft, yet as it rang out, he seized complete control of the Li Hua sword formation. Should he desire, he could manipulate it at will. "Xianxia, the Li Hua sword formation has gone awry. We can no longer control it." The operators, drenched in sweat, quaked in fear as they relayed the news to Xianxiaaudiobooks. This was an unprecedented occurrence. "Nonsense. Do you no longer heed my words?" Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression darkened. Feeling a deep sense of humiliation, he yearned to strike down the one in charge of the sword formation. The Li Hua sword formation, you say? Would you like me to assist you? Upon hearing these words, Li Yuan's thoughts stirred, and one after another, fiery swords materialized, summing up to a total of 81. They all hovered ominously before Hellion Badu. With just a single thought from Li Yuan, Hellion Badu would meet his demise. Witnessing this spectacle, Hellion Badu's pupils dilated, and his heart nearly leaped from his chest, terror rendering his legs uncontrollably tremulous. Chapter 25. Is this truly terrifying? I report to the esteemed elder that the Li fire sword array has been seized. An elder, finally grasping the situation, stammered as he gazed at Li Yuan, perceiving him as a deity. Will you not offer me a word of caution, old man? Hellion Badu's countenance darkened immensely as he transmitted a reprimand. But you did not inquire, my friend. The elder longed to retort, yet dared not. Hellion Badu understood that any further utterance would seal his fate. Seeing Li Yuan refrain from executing him immediately, he pleaded, esteemed friend, I beseech you to show mercy. Present any demands you may have, and the Hellion family shall comply. Acknowledging that the Li fire sword array was now under Li Yuan's dominion, Hellion Badu recognized that he was no match for him today and had no choice but to yield. Had you approached in this manner from the onset, matters would have been much simpler, Li Yuan remarked. However, I am currently quite incensed. I shall take these swords, for otherwise my wrath will remain unappeased. Hellion Badu hastily responded, naturally, if it pleases you, esteemed friend, I shall gift them to you as an apology from the Hellion family. Despite his desire to resist, Hellion Badu understood that such an action would only lead to his demise. He believed that true strength lies in the ability to bend without breaking. Very well, Li Yuan replied with a slight smile, as he collected the fiery swords. Witnessing this, Hellion Badu's heart ached. The Li fire sword array was the foundation of the Hellion family, and now it was lost. Suppressing his bitterness, Hellion Badu inquired, might I ask what brings you here today? Let us converse within, Hellion Badu offered. Li Yuan stated, I have come to the ruins of the Mount Kuaishan sect in search of the Fountain of Youth. Yet I did not anticipate that this place would be claimed by your Hellion family. However, it matters not. I require but a single vial of the fountain. Once I obtain it, I shall take my leave, and everything else shall remain with your Hellion family. I have no interest in it. Hellion Badu, taken aback, paused before speaking. To be candid, we of the Hellion family have occupied this area for some time. And while it is not unreasonable for you to request a vial of the fountain, you are unaware that we have yet to acquire it. Old man, are you attempting to stall? Long Ao interjected, clearly displeased. Not at all, Hellion Badu hastily clarified. What is the matter? Speak, Li Yuan urged, intrigued by Hellion Badu's expression, which did not appear deceitful. It was unexpected for the Hellion family, with their vast resources, to have not yet secured the Fountain of Youth. Reluctant to conceal any further, Hellion Badu divulged, what you may not know is that many perished here in the past, and the entities responsible were the enigmatic beings at the core of this burial ground. As countless ages have passed, the Hellion family believed that the residual strange powers had dwindled to insignificance. However, when we approached the fountain, an unforeseen event transpired. A terrifying and bizarre entity manifested at the site of the fountain, its power still formidable due to the fountain's essence. Several of our esteemed elders have perished, and an ancestor has been gravely wounded, now on the brink of death. Fortunately, that peculiar entity cannot stray far from the fountain. Otherwise, our entire family would be doomed. Moreover, it is infuriating that the entity is consuming the fountain itself. Hellion Badu recounted all that had transpired to Li Yuan. Upon hearing of the strange being, Long Ao ceased his bluster, harboring a profound dread of such entities. Is it truly that fearsome? Li Yuan questioned, somewhat incredulous. Perceiving Li Yuan's skepticism, Hellion Badu asserted, esteemed friend, the Hellion family has endured for millennia, with countless legacies. Would we strike ourselves in the face? We are equally distressed, deliberating whether to employ the Eastern Emperor's bell for suppression. Li Yuan, reassured by Hellion Badu's words, inquired, how much of the fountain remains? I wish to see it. The fountain holds significant value for me, and I am curious to encounter the strange being you speak of. Esteemed friend, you must not, Hellion Badu quickly interjected. Doing so will only endanger you. What do you fear? Lead the way, Long Ao exclaimed, his excitement surging at the prospect of Li Yuan confronting the strange being. Thoughts raced through his mind. If Li Yuan could suppress the entity, they could then explore the burial ground and acquire treasures without end. Hellion Badu regarded Li Yuan, uncertain. Come, Li Yuan stated calmly. I am eager to ascertain whether it is as terrifying as you claim. With that, Hellion Badu had no choice but to comply, knowing that should Li Yuan suffer harm, it would be of no concern to the Hellion family. He understood that Li Yuan was resolute in his intentions, and his previous remarks were merely a fade. The Helian family had indeed sustained significant losses. Soon, under Helian Badu's guidance, Li Yuan drew closer to the location of the Fountain of Youth. Esteemed friend, ahead lies the fountain. However, it is nearly depleted. As we are now encroaching upon the domain of that strange being, I reiterate my counsel. You should reconsider. Helian Badu urged once more. Yet, Li Yuan disregarded him and continued forward, driven by insatiable curiosity. As he neared the fountain, a piercing sound erupted, resonating within his mind like thunder. A colossal figure materialized. Half man, half beast, shrouded in an eerie aura. Surrounded by swirling black energy, it resembled a demon from the depths of the abyss. The chilling presence it exuded froze the ground beneath it. The strange being had appeared. Be cautious, esteemed friend, Helian Badu called from a distance. However, Li Yuan ignored Helian Badu's warning, advancing steadily toward the strange entity, captivated by its peculiar nature. With a fearsome roar, the creature, sporting a foot-long tuft of crimson fur, charged at Li Yuan with astonishing speed. Li Yuan felt the surrounding void become ensnared by the entity's strange power, trapping him as if in a cage. Yet, as that force came into contact with the celestial energy within Li Yuan, it dissipated as rapidly as snow before a blazing flame. Are you not emerging yet? Perish. Helian Badu smirked inwardly, believing there was no chance of survival at such proximity. Li Yuan, however, did not underestimate the strange being. He opted to invoke the celestial divine art, the unmatched domain. As the domain manifested, a terrifying power descended, and with a crack, the legs of the approaching entity shattered, causing it to collapse before Li Yuan. Is this what you call truly terrifying? Li Yuan stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by the feeble strength of what Helian Badu had described as formidable. Chapter 26. The Crimson-Haired Monster. Helian Badu, witnessing this, rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he must be mistaken. The enigmatic creature had clashed with the Helian family on numerous occasions, each encounter inflicting heavy losses upon them. Helian Badu was acutely aware of its formidable strength, yet now, in the presence of Li Yuan, he found himself utterly powerless. Was this truly it? After confirming repeatedly that he was not hallucinating, Li Yuan turned to face Helian Badu, his expression peculiar, mistakenly believing that Helian Badu was up to some trickery. Helian Badu, already shaken by the scene before him, finally grasped the terror of Li Yuan upon witnessing his expression. Initially, he had contemplated devising a scheme against Li Yuan, but at this moment, he quickly suppressed such thoughts. A being as terrifying as Li Yuan was not something the Helian family could provoke. After all, without witnessing any action from Li Yuan, the once mighty creature had already been subdued, its legs broken, kneeling before him. With a roar, the creature unleashed a torrent of dense, eerie black mist towards Li Yuan. Master, be careful. Dragon Mastiff's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. Be cautious. Helian Badu, too, was gripped by fear. Should they be tainted by the strange aura, their demise would be inevitable. Many of the Helian family's fallen elders had perished due to such contamination, with no chance for salvation, reduced to ashes. Seeing this, Helian Badu hastily threw out a bell in an attempt to dispel the ominous energy, underestimating its dreadful nature. However, as the bell approached, it was instantly corrupted, losing its essence. With a clang, it fell to the ground, rendered as mere scrap metal. Helian Badu spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering a backlash. This is dire. The strange aura was far too powerful, and the creature was fighting desperately. Fellow Taoist, retreat quickly. Once tainted by this eerie aura, death is certain. Not even a great Luo true immortal could offer salvation. Helian Badu's visage was filled with terror. His intention to act was twofold: to cultivate goodwill with Li Yuan and to annihilate the creature, thereby claiming dominion over this territory. After all, the Eastern Emperor Bell was meant to suppress other beings and should not be wielded lightly. Yet, he had not anticipated that the creature, in its desperation, could emanate such an overwhelming level of strange power. What is this aura? However, as the ominous energy continued to seep closer, Li Yuan furrowed his brows in contemplation, seemingly deaf to Helian Badu's warnings. Not only did he not retreat, but he also took several steps forward. Damn it, what has this creature done? My fellow Taoist appears to have lost his soul. This is the end. Helian Badu mistakenly believed Li Yuan to be bewitched. At that moment, Li Yuan raised his hand, deliberately reaching into the eerie black mist. As his arm penetrated the darkness, a surge of bizarre energy surged into him. Hissing sounds erupted as Li Yuan was horrified to discover that the strange aura was corroding his arm, as if he had plunged it into sulfuric acid. A sorcerer. Li Yuan's complexion shifted slightly, activating his heavenly Dao divine abilities. Though astonished, he felt no fear. Indeed, as he invoked his divine powers, his arm healed instantaneously. However, The heavenly Tao's divine abilities did not fully shield him from harm. The strange aura continued to infiltrate his arm, yet under the influence of his divine techniques. Rather than being corroded, his arm began to undergo a transformation. Is that so? My arm is being reforged, growing stronger. This substance, which was poisonous to others, was a treasure to him. Witnessing this, Li Yuan's gaze became exceedingly bright as he stepped forward, fully immersing himself in the eerie black mist. It's over. My fellow Taoist has perished. Anyone enveloped by this strange black mist will be reduced to dust, regardless of their cultivation level. None can endure more than 3 breaths. Hellion Ba Dao recognized the grim reality, knowing that while it seemed the Hellion family was not the one to perish, they were nonetheless suffering grievously. As Li Yuan possessed many of their treasures, those items, tainted by the strange aura, would also become worthless. The ominous black mist obscured the situation within, as no one dared to extend their consciousness, for doing so would be tantamount to courting death. Roars echoed from within the black fog, and Hellion Ba Dao, disheartened, sensed something amiss. From the creature's roars, he could discern urgency and fear. Ah, how exhilarating! At that moment, Li Yuan's moans resonated within the black mist. Standing amidst the strange blackness, he allowed the myriad of eerie energies to invade his body, under the capabilities of his divine technique. Every inch of his flesh was undergoing destruction and rebirth. Li Yuan felt his physical form growing stronger. What is this? Initially, Hellion Ba Dao believed he had misheard, but upon hearing Li Yuan's voice, he was rendered dumbfounded. Impossible. How could one remain unscathed in the presence of such terrifying energy? What on earth was happening? Within the eerie black mist, Li Yuan, not content with merely absorbing the strange energy, invoked the chaotic breathing technique, rapidly devouring the strange aura. The chaotic breathing technique was extraordinarily formidable, and in an instant, the ominous energy enveloping Li Yuan vanished as he absorbed the creature's essence. What in the world is happening? Hellion Ba Dao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his expression one of disbelief. Li Yuan was actively absorbing the creature's eerie energy. It was utterly surreal. This was something others feared like a plague. Hellion Ba Dao finally comprehended why the creature was roaring in agitation. The strands of strange energy were its most terrifying aspect, and since they posed no threat to Li Yuan, it was understandably fearful. However, something was amiss. While Li Yuan was absorbing the strange energy to enhance his body, he gradually sensed an anomaly. As he continued to absorb the strange energy to forge his flesh, he noticed that the creature's aura was also surging. Moreover, from its eyes, he could perceive that the creature was now imbued with greater sentience and intelligence. Its once dull red fur shimmered with luster, and its previously shattered legs began to heal. As the last vestiges of the eerie energy were absorbed, the creature that had once knelt in defeat slowly rose to its feet, an overwhelming aura erupting forth, forming a whirlwind centered around itself, with countless strands of red fur swirling in the tempest. Not good. It's the red-haired monster. Beware its fur. The dazed dragon mastiff was the first to react, shrieking in alarm as it retreated. Chapter 27. A good person. Hearing dragon mastiff's cry, Hellion Ba Dao instinctively followed suit, retreating alongside it. Some members of the Hellion family were unable to escape in time, and the wind-borne strands of red fur fell upon them. In the next moment, anguished wails erupted as the red strands penetrated their bodies. Amidst their screams, the light of intelligence in their eyes vanished, replaced by a feral savagery. Red fur sprouted rapidly from their bodies, transforming them into red-haired monsters. At that moment, more red strands surged toward Li Yuan, attempting to invade his being. Caught in the maelstrom, Li Yuan was at the forefront of this impending calamity. However, the bizarre crimson hair disintegrated into ashes upon contact with Li Yuan, failing to invade his body. Hearing the distant wails and witnessing the mutations, Li Yuan once again invoked the divine art of the heavenly path. The unparalleled domain of the heavenly path descended with overwhelming force, instantly dispelling the tornado conjured by the red-haired monstrosity. With a flick of his finger, Li Yuan unleashed a torrent of sword energy, obliterating all traces of the crimson-haired fiends. Within the realm, the suppressed creatures roared in desperation. In the next moment, they exploded into a mist of blood. A shadowy figure surged toward Li Yuan. Though unfamiliar with its nature, Li Yuan dared not underestimate it. Recognizing it as the final gambit of the self-destructing red-haired beast, he thrust out his finger, this time committing himself fully. A piercing wail echoed, and under the onslaught of Li Yuan's heavenly sword energy, the creature was utterly annihilated. The power of the heavenly path seemed to exert a profound restraining effect on these beings. Uncertain of what they truly were, part human, part ape, yet adorned with horns, Li Yuan shook his head, choosing not to dwell upon it. He hastened towards the location of the fountain of eternal youth, for that was his primary concern. As he approached the fountain, he was taken aback. It was nearly dry. In the distance, Hellion Badu and others, witnessing the demise of the strange creatures, rushed to Li Yuan's side. Li Yuan retrieved a vial and reached out, capturing the remaining essence of the fountain, which transformed into a silver dragon attempting to flee, but it was ensnared and sealed within the vial. To his relief, the vial was not yet full. Had he arrived any later, the last vestiges of the fountain might have been consumed entirely. Li Yuan turned to leave, only to find numerous pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him, showing no intent to part. Hellion Badu, do you think I hesitate to eliminate you? Li Yuan's expression turned icy. As his words hung in the air, members of the Hellion clan fell to their knees. We implore you, esteemed elder, to bestow the fountain of eternal youth upon the Hellion family, to save our ancestor's life. Presently, the fountain is the sole means to extend his existence. They bowed their heads in supplication. My Hellion family is willing to offer a commensurate price, Hellion Badu insisted, steeling himself to meet Li Yuan's gaze. What concern is your ancestor's fate to me? I have come solely for the fountain of eternal youth, which I urgently require, Li Yuan retorted, showing no courtesy. Given his lack of acquaintance with the Hellion patriarch, the fountain was a reward he had earned by vanquishing the strange beings. Had he not acted in time, it would have been entirely consumed. My Hellion family is prepared to offer 100,000 pounds of essence, Hellion Badu stated, taking a deep breath. 100,000 pounds of essence. Li Yuan's eyes lit up at the mention. The essence far surpassed the value of spirit stones. It was the quintessence of the world's spiritual energy, refined over countless ages, imbued with terrifying potency. A mere 10,000 spirit stones would scarcely procure a fist-sized amount of essence. With the offer of 100,000 pounds, Li Yuan found himself intrigued. Observing Li Yuan's reaction, Hellion Badu sensed a flicker of hope and pressed on. What do you think, friend? Is it feasible? I shall accept this transaction. Yet 100,000 pounds of essence is insufficient. I require 200,000 pounds, Li Yuan declared. The Snow Dragon territory not only necessitated Li Yuan's cultivation, but also that of its inhabitants. At his words, Hellion Badu's expression darkened considerably. 200,000 pounds was beyond his authority, and he had not anticipated Li Yuan's audacity in demanding such a sum. Friend you. The other members of the Hellion clan shared his dismay, their faces reflecting their discontent. In response to their expressions, Li Yuan remained unperturbed, calmly stating to Hellion Badu, I trust you will acquiesce. My rationale for requesting 200,000 pounds is simple. First, by eliminating the strange beings, I have rendered this area safe for exploration. The Hellion family stands to gain immensely from this long untouched region. Secondly, your desire for the fountain of eternal youth is merely to prolong your ancestor's life. Should you provide the 200,000 pounds of essence, I, Li Yuan, will offer to heal your ancestor completely, not merely prolong his life. If I fail, I will accept no essence and will gift you the fountain. Do you still consider it too steep? Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Hellion Badu's eyes widened in disbelief. Friend, do you speak truthfully? He stared intently into Li Yuan's eyes, fearing he had misheard. The other members of the Hellion clan were equally excited, their animosity dissipating. Is there any need for me to engage in idle chatter with you? Do we have a deal or not? Hesitation will cost you 300,000 pounds of essence, Li Yuan declared, his patience waning. Hellion Badu's eyelids twitched at the mention, and he quickly responded, agreed. I was not hesitating, merely concerned for your interests, as I am aware of my ancestor's condition, while you remain uninformed. Healing is improbable. The only viable option is to prolong his life. Nevertheless, I am grateful for your offering of the fountain of eternal youth. My Hellion family will provide you with 100,000 pounds of essence in return. In Hellion Badu's mind, he believed Li Yuan could not heal his ancestor, and that a person of Li Yuan's caliber would not resort to deceit. Consequently, he perceived the fountain of eternal youth as a generous gift to the Hellion family. He sighed inwardly, thinking, what a kind-hearted individual. Enough with the unnecessary chatter. How can you be so sure I cannot help? Lead the way. Li Yuan shot a glare at Hellion Badu. Please, this way, Hellion Badu replied. Though he still believed healing was impossible, he promptly guided Li Yuan, recognizing that failing to treat the elder would leave Li Yuan unsatisfied. Before long, they arrived at a chamber where a frail elder sat cross-legged, the aura of life around him faint. Ancestor, Hellion Badu immediately bowed in respect. Have you obtained the fountain of eternal youth? The elder opened his eyes, seeing the joy in Hellion Badu's gaze, and inquired with a raspy voice. This is your Hellion family's ancestor, the one in need of saving? Li Yuan asked, not wishing to waste time, fixing his gaze on Hellion Badu. Indeed, this is my ancestor. Ancestor, this esteemed friend wishes to treat you, and if he fails, he will bestow upon you the fountain of eternal youth, Hellion Badu explained hurriedly. aware that Li Yuan's lack of decorum might provoke the elder's ire. No one dared to offend him. Hellion Badu felt a surge of anxiety. Chapter 28. You have quite the unique appetite. Young one, you are quite arrogant, the Hellion patriarch remarked, ignoring Hellion Badu and squinting at Li Yuan. Arrogant? What does that matter? I, Li Yuan, never engage in ventures lacking assurance. Should I intervene, you Hellion family must compensate with 200,000 pounds of essence. Li Yuan stood resolute, unfazed by the patriarch's scrutiny. Is that so? Then you shall not have the opportunity to claim the essence, the old man replied. I am acutely aware of my injuries. My lifespan is nearly spent, and only the fountain of eternal youth can sustain me. Badu, remember to reward this young man with some essence. My Hellion family cannot take from others without recompense. Upon uttering these words, the elder closed his eyes, falling silent. Friend, what do you think? Hellion Badu asked, smiling at Li Yuan. The earlier intentions of Hellion Badu were now evident. Enough of the idle talk. Prepare the 200,000 pounds of essence. I have no time to waste here. Elder, let us commence the treatment, Li Yuan proclaimed, striding toward the Hellion patriarch. Young one, did you not hear my words clearly? Depart now. Your injuries are beyond my capacity to heal. Upon hearing these words, the revered Lian ancestor opened his eyes, his tone tinged with indifference. Furthermore, he harbored a profound disdain for Li Yuan, deeming him exceedingly rude. Such needless chatter. To treat an ailment, one must resort to force? With a thunderous roar, Li Yuan unleashed the unparalleled domain of the celestial path, descending with overwhelming authority. What? The Lian ancestor's countenance shifted dramatically, terror flooding his eyes. Friend, what are you doing? Beside him, Lian Budheo's expression also morphed in alarm. Mistakenly believing Li Yuan intended to assassinate his elder, he stepped forward, determined to intervene. Yet, as he approached Li Yuan, a profound dread enveloped him. It felt as though he bore the weight of an ancient divine mountain upon his shoulders, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Most terrifying of all was the realization that his own cultivation was dissipating. Enough of your nonsense. Prepare the source. I am about to commence treatment. Your Lian family is truly a nuisance. Li Yuan shot a glare at Lian Budheo before turning his attention back to the Lian ancestor. Noticing the elder's continued resistance, he coldly admonished, Old man, should you persist in your defiance, I shall not hold back. Receiving treatment is a boon for your Lian family, Li Yuan added. The Lian ancestor, sensing Li Yuan's ominous demeanor, dared not move further. Of course, then, I shall not trouble you any longer. In that moment, the Lian ancestor realized the futility of resistance. Li Yuan's dominion alone could subdue him. And should Li Yuan choose to strike, he would stand no chance of retaliation. Would it not have been simpler to acquiesce from the start? You truly possess a peculiar appetite for force, Li Yuan remarked bluntly. The Lian ancestor seethed with indignation internally, yet he dared not show it outwardly. My friend, I am unsure how to cooperate. What preparations must the Lian family undertake? Now acutely aware of Li Yuan's terrifying power, the Lian ancestor no longer underestimated him. He sought to discern Li Yuan's needs, for healing requires preparation. The only requirement is to prepare the 200,000 pounds of source that I desire. Li Yuan's words hung in the air as he placed his palm upon the Lian ancestor's chest. As the elder remained bewildered, his body trembled violently. Horror flickered in his murky eyes, and his lips quivered incessantly. For the Lian ancestor soon realized that his internal injuries were mending at an alarming rate. The damaged vitality of his lifespan rapidly restoring. Even the ailments that had plagued him for centuries were swiftly vanishing. The miasma of decay that had surrounded him gradually dissipated, rendering him renewed, both inside and out. Moments later, Li Yuan retracted his hand. All done. Lian Budheo, where's the source I requested? Seeing Lian Budheo still standing there, Li Yuan's expression darkened. Friend, is the healing complete? Lian Budheo, standing at a distance, was unaware of the outcome due to the Lian ancestor being obscured by Li Yuan. Nonsense. Had I not healed him, would I request the source? Li Yuan shot a glare at Lian Budheo. But, my friend, Lian Budheo's face fell, incredulous that the treatment had concluded so swiftly. Silence. Go prepare the materials. Do you even deserve to address the elder as a peer? Should you next encounter him, dare not breach propriety, or I shall render you incapacitated. The Lian ancestor reprimanded from behind Li Yuan. What should I call you, esteemed elder? Upon witnessing his miraculous recovery, the Lian ancestor's eyes brimmed with astonishment. He no longer dared to underestimate Li Yuan, who now loomed as an unfathomable entity in his perception. Observing Lian Budheo's lingering hesitation, he could not restrain his admonishment. To Li Yuan, he wore a beaming smile. Yes, esteemed elder. Startled, Lian Budheo hastily departed to gather the source. What esteemed elder? I am merely Li Yuan. A mere 17 years old, Li Yuan retorted, casting a disapproving glance at the Lian ancestor. The elder, incredulous, could hardly believe Li Yuan's words. Such terrifying prowess at 17 was unfathomable. However, being wise with age, the Lian ancestor promptly sensed Li Yuan's aversion to being addressed as an elder and swiftly amended his words. Young Master Li, I am unaware of your origins, but Lian Hai shall certainly visit to express his profound gratitude in due time. Lian Hai understood well that 200,000 sources represented an immense fortune for the Lian family. Li Yuan had not only healed Lian Hai's injuries, but also restored his former ailments and lost vitality. Previously, Lian Hai had been on the brink of death, possessing only a final breath to expend during the Lian family's calamity, yet now he felt assured of a resurgence. Such a monumental favor could not be merely repaid with a paltry 200,000 sources. Moreover, having witnessed Li Yuan's formidable power, Lian Hai yearned to cultivate a rapport with him. In Lian Hai's eyes, with Li Yuan as their ally, the Lian family could ascend to new heights. From a sacred land, you say? I hail not from any sacred place, but from the Snow Dragon territory on the outskirts of Black Rock City in the Tiando Empire. If all goes well, I shall soon ascend to lordship. Li Yuan casually responded to Lian Hai, his perception of him not entirely unfavorable. You jest, young Master Li. What misfortune could possibly befall you? Who would dare provoke you? Lian Hai, taken aback, found it hard to accept Li Yuan's nonchalance. With Li Yuan's godlike prowess, who would dare cross him? That would be akin to a long-lived being seeking their own demise. The Celestial Path Academy and the Storm Tower, Li Yuan elaborated, seemingly indifferent. The Celestial Path Academy and the Storm Tower? Lian Budheo furrowed his brow. Indeed, they are the ones, Li Yuan affirmed with a nod. You need not worry, young Master Li. In due time, Lian Hai shall venture to the Snow Dragon territory and contribute in any way possible. Should the Celestial Path Academy and the Storm Tower dare to cause trouble, Lian Hai is prepared to fight to the death, Lian Hai declared, seizing the opportunity to pledge his allegiance. Chapter 29. The Shock of Lian Budheo. Elder, the source has been prepared. At that moment, Lian Budheo entered the Grand Hall, announcing his arrival. Lian Hai's eyes flickered with dissatisfaction. He had been eager for a chance to converse with Li Yuan. Yet Lian Budheo had returned far too quickly. In that case, I shall take my leave. Seeing the source had arrived, Li Yuan's face broke into a smile as he rose to accept the storage ring from Lian Budheo, storing it away without concern for any potential shortage from the Lian family. Young Master Li, might you not take a moment to rest? Lian Hai has yet to express his gratitude. Lian Hai interjected, hastily attempting to retain Li Yuan's presence. Lian Budheo was taken aback by this, but dared not speak further. Not necessary. I have other matters to attend to. Should the opportunity arise, we shall talk again. Li Yuan replied, his voice firm as he made to depart. Lian Hai followed him closely, only averting his gaze when Li Yuan mounted his dragon-like beast and soared into the sky. Once Li Yuan had left, Lian Budheo turned to Lian Hai, questioning, Elder, what is this person's true strength that even you regard him with such trepidation? This time, our Lian family has suffered greatly. Slap. Before Lian Budheo could finish his sentence, Lian Hai delivered a sharp blow to the back of his head, nearly causing him to stumble. Believe it or not, I shall render you incapacitated. Have you not heeded my words? In the future, one must adhere to decorum and remember to address him as young master. Lian Hai admonished with a stern countenance, his expression a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Lian Budheo, however, remained oblivious, retorting in a huff, Ancestor, what is it that we truly fear? This individual has slain several elders of the Lian family, seized the Li Hua sword array and the Fountain of Youth, and departed with 200,000 pounds of essence. When has the Lian family ever suffered such a loss? With a resounding slap, Lian Budheo's words were abruptly silenced. Suffered a loss? You have gained. Lian Hai snapped. You insolent wretch, do you think I am completely uninformed? The failure regarding the Li Hua sword array stems from our own incompetence, and as for the Fountain of Youth, it was taken by young Master Li himself. Could you have claimed it? And concerning the 200,000 pounds of essence, is that truly excessive? Had I known young Master possessed such capabilities, I would have prepared 400,000 pounds. Lian Hai continued to berate him, though Lian Budheo harbored lingering resentment. He suddenly lifted his gaze toward Lian Hai, realization dawning upon him. Ancestor, could it be that he truly healed your injuries? Yet before Lian Hai could respond, Lian Budheo shot him a cold glare, as if to say, are you questioning why it happened so swiftly? Despite his fear of Lian Hai, he nodded in acknowledgement. It is because young Master Li's cultivation has reached unparalleled heights, using his supreme abilities to heal me. Not only have my injuries fully recovered, but I have also gained over 50 additional years of lifespan. Most importantly, all my chronic ailments have vanished, and I am on the verge of breaking through to a new realm. At this juncture, Xianxia chose to convey his thoughts through telepathy. What? How is this possible? Is he a celestial being? Xianxia's eyes brimmed with disbelief. However, upon observing Xianxia's expression, he could not dismiss the gravity of the situation. Bad Dao, you must return to the Xian family immediately and prepare 20,000 pounds of essence. I shall enter seclusion here, and once I emerge, I will go directly to the Tiando Empire to express my gratitude to our esteemed elder. Remember, this time, it is imperative that the Holy Master accompanies me. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia commanded decisively. Xianxiao accepted the mission with alacrity. Once he confirmed the authenticity of the situation, joy spread across his face. Xianxia had preserved his life, and the prospect of a breakthrough was monumental for their lineage. Young Masterly, what level of cultivation do you possess to have accessed the powers of the heavenly Tao? Xianxiao pondered as he departed, casting a gaze toward the direction in which Yuan had vanished, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Xianxia's potential breakthrough was attributed to the complete disappearance of his internal injuries, as well as the residual powers of the heavenly Tao left by Yuan, which had greatly benefited him. In the void, Yuan rode upon the dragon mastiff, his face alight with satisfaction from this recent acquisition. The first secret realm does not require exceptional qualifications. Sufficient resources alone can lead to fulfillment. With 200,000 pounds of essence now in his possession, the strength of the snow dragon territory would surge in a short span. The dragon mastiff was equally pleased, having received the imperial weapon, the swallowing heaven demonic jar, alongside the opportunity to constantly absorb the powers of the heavenly Tao from Yuan, achieving rapid growth and strength. Master, where shall we proceed next? The dragon mastiff inquired eagerly. First, we shall return to the snow dragon territory to arrange some matters, Yuan replied. Meanwhile, in Haiyan City, at the Wind and Rain Tower, the master, Tianhong, wore a deeply troubled expression. Having dispatched 10 assassins of the Beyond Realm to the Snow Dragon territory, he had yet to receive any reports, which raised his suspicions about the situation. A day prior, he had sent another formidable warrior to investigate, yet still, there was no word. This left Tianhong in a state of deep concern. Eradicating the Snow Dragon territory seemed to him an effortless grand achievement. Yet it now appeared that the situation had taken an unforeseen turn. Damn it, what on earth has transpired? Even if Yuan had not perished, if his cultivation had advanced to the Beyond Realm, 10 assassins should suffice to eliminate him. Outside, a figure rushed in, urgency etched upon his features. I pay my respects to the master. The newcomer was exceedingly respectful. Has the ninth perished? Tianhong demanded, fixing his gaze on the cloaked figure. The ninth was the individual he had sent to gather intelligence on the Snow Dragon territory, and he had prepared a soul lamp for him. Should the ninth fall, the lamp would extinguish. Yes, the ninth is dead, the cloaked figure confirmed. Depart, Tianhong commanded, waving his hand, his expression shifting rapidly. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the Snow Dragon territory was far from ordinary. The ninth was no weakling. Even when confronting a formidable foe, he should have been able to retreat unscathed. The only plausible explanation for his demise was that he had encountered an opponent beyond imagination, one too powerful for him to send a warning. Tianhong entered a secret chamber, where a stone-like mirror suddenly radiated brilliance. Soon, a figure emerged within its depths. Tianhong of the Haiyan City branch pays his respects to the esteemed one. Tianhong bowed deeply upon seeing the figure. Tianhong, have you accomplished the task? A raspy voice echoed from the mirror. Esteemed one, an unforeseen complication has arisen. The mission of Li Heng's faction has failed. I dispatched 10 Beyond Realm experts, yet they have all mysteriously disappeared. I sent another assassin to investigate, but there has been no word. According to the information brought by Li Heng, Yuan not only survived, but has dramatically increased in strength. The Snow Dragon territory is likely formidable. What shall we do next? Tianhong spoke rapidly, his head bowed. Tianhong, you have truly disappointed me. Such a trivial matter, and you have managed to bungle it. Moreover, you dare to speak such nonsense? If the celestial bone is extracted, death is certain. How can his cultivation advance? You should try it yourself. Do you know that the people from Linglong Valley are already en route to the Snow Dragon territory with sacred medicine? Before they arrive, Yuan must die. Spare no effort. Eliminate Yuan. You can mobilize the people from the Wind and Rain Tower of Lingnan. If you fail to accomplish this, Tianhong, you need not come to see me again. With that, the figure in the mirror vanished. Chapter 30. Young Master, you have arrived late. Despite the adversities, Tianhong remained resolute in his respect. Exiting the secret chamber, excitement danced in his eyes. The Snow Dragon territory would be the crucible of my rise. The mere thought of being able to command all branches of the Wind and Rain Tower in Lingnan filled him with uncontainable exhilaration. This was effectively a promotion. Once he succeeded in this endeavor, the control of Lingnan would undoubtedly rest firmly in his grasp. If you can slay those in the beyond, what of the divine concealment? What of the four extremities? A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Gu Tianhong's lips. In the Snow Dragon territory, a splatter of blood erupted as Lu Changxing coughed violently, his complexion as pale as paper, before collapsing into unconsciousness. His injuries had worsened to the brink of life and death. Father! Father! Lu Xiaoman cried out, rushing to press on Lu Changxing's acupoint. After nearly a minute, Lu Changxing finally regained his breath, his chest heaving with effort. Father, please don't scare me. Lu Xiaoman sobbed uncontrollably, clutching Lu Changxing tightly. Outside, a beautiful woman and Yi Han rushed into the room upon hearing the commotion. It's nothing. I won't die. My life is resilient. Lu Changxing forced a smile despite the dire situation, observing their worried expressions. When will young Masterly return? He pondered as his injuries continued to deteriorate, prompting Zhang to voice her concerns. Ronger, do not complain. Lu Changxing's face bore a trace of sternness as he issued a reprimand. But Changxing, if you do not return soon, your injuries will become irreparable, and healing may not be guaranteed. If that happens, what chance will you have left? Zhang Rong said. Worry etched across her features. I am, after all, a man destined to die. Who can truly save me? It is merely a matter of prolonging life a little longer or shortening it, and there is little difference, Lu Changxing reassured her. He wished to continue speaking. Yet as he parted his lips, not a single word escaped. An array of black veins began to manifest upon his neck, spreading towards his visage. Father, husband, master. The despair in the eyes of Lu Xiaoman and Yi Han was palpable upon witnessing this. Lu Changxing's body trembled violently before succumbing, vitality swiftly draining away. Under the backlash of his injuries, even the arrival of a celestial being could not reverse his fate. After examining him, Zhang Shi collapsed, overwhelmed by grief. Mother. Lu Xiaoman rushed to check on her, relieved to find that Zhang Shi had merely fainted from excessive sorrow. Your father has passed, Zhang Shi cried out in anguish. Li Changkong, who had hurried to the scene, sighed upon witnessing the tragedy. After a brief examination, Lei Yin shook his head. Madam, my condolences. Fellow Taoist Lu has succumbed to his fate. Perhaps it was written in the stars. This place shall henceforth be your home, Li Changkong, with a kind heart, intended to offer his support to the three of them. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I wish to take Changsheng back to the ruins of Taishian's sect for burial. Rebuilding the sect was his lifelong aspiration, although he could not fulfill it in this life. I believe he would find solace in being laid to rest there. I apologize for the disturbance during these days. I must trouble you with these two children henceforth. Zhang Shi said, wiping away her tears and bowing deeply to Li Changkong. Lu Changxing had previously permitted Yi Han and Lu Xiaoman to join the Shuilong territory. My lady, if anyone discovers your whereabouts, Li Changkong's face filled with concern, now fully aware of the perils surrounding Lu Changxing's family. Should we be discovered, we would face certain death, Zhang Shi replied resolutely. With Changxing gone, what do I have left to fear? It is but a matter of dying, after all. Besides, it would not be so easy for them to find me. Upon hearing this, Yi Han and Lu Xiaoman exchanged worried glances. Mother, no, we must return. I will go with you, Lu Xiaoman insisted. Yi Han quickly added, Madam, I will accompany you back to Taishian. Zhang Shi's voice turned cold. Have you forgotten? You are now part of Shuilong territory. You cannot leave it well. If you return, you will meet the same fate. And who will seek vengeance? Who will rebuild Taishian? Who? Zhang Shi glared at Yi Han and Lu Xiaoman, demanding an answer. With a thud, both fell to their knees, overwhelmed with sorrow and uncertainty. Zhang Shi bowed to Li Changkong. My lord, I entrust these two children to you. Do not worry, my lady, Li Changkong replied, recognizing the futility of persuasion. Zhang Shi retrieved a pre-prepared ice coffin and placed Lu Changxing within, turning to leave. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. The young lord has returned. The young lord has returned. At the sound, jubilant cheers erupted throughout the city, with countless individuals rushing towards the city gates. Lu Xiaoman, hearing the commotion, dashed outside at once. In the void, Li Yuan rode back on his dragon hound. Inside the city, all the hidden beasts emerged to greet him. Greetings, young lord. The crowd bowed deeply, their faces alight with excitement. Greetings, young master. The proud Black Qilin also appeared, bowing in respect. Seeing the lively atmosphere of Shuilong territory, a smile graced Li Yuan's face. Young master, save me, Lu Xiaoman exclaimed, dropping to her knees before Li Yuan, overwhelmed with emotion. Behind her, Yi Han arrived and immediately knelt, pleading, please, young master, save my master's life. Though they knew Lu Changsheng had already drawn his last breath, having witnessed Li Yuan's prowess. Both Yihan and Lu Xiaoman still clung to a glimmer of hope. Alas, Li Changkong said as he approached, fellow Taoist Lu has departed. There is nothing we can do. You must accept this. Lu Changsheng has passed. How could he be saved? Lei Yan echoed in condolence. Rise. I will see what I can do, Li Yuan declared before making his way into the city. He soon discovered the ice coffin within the city. At that moment, Zhang Shi was departing with it when Li Yuan descended from the sky, blocking her path. Lu Xiaoman and the others followed suit, landing nearby. My lady, let me take a look, Li Yuan said. Zhang Shi shook her head. Young master, you are too late. Changsheng has already departed. Zhang Rong, in disbelief, could not fathom that healing was still possible in such circumstances. Mother, let the young master try. He must be able to help. Madam, please allow the young master a chance. He can surely restore my master to life. Both Yihan and Lu Xiaoman pleaded, falling to their knees once more. Seeing this, Zhang Shi's face was filled with anguish. Accept your fate. Changsheng is gone. Li Yuan frowned slightly, unwilling to waste time on explanations, for at that moment, Lu Changsheng truly lay beyond saving. My lady, I must take my leave. With that, Li Yuan unleashed his domain's power, seizing the ice coffin from Zhang Shi's grasp. With a swift motion, he opened the coffin. His hand pressed against Lu Changsheng's chest as he invoked the divine art of the heavens. Young master, why disturb my husband? Zhang Shi, held in place by Li Yuan's power, felt her eyes redden as she witnessed the coffin being opened. Silence, Li Yuan commanded, pouring all his efforts into the healing process. Rest assured, madam, the young master will not permit your husband to perish. Even the king of hell cannot claim his life. Your interference only hinders the young master's efforts. The black Qilin, who had been healed by Li Yuan, offered words of comfort, well aware of his capabilities. Indeed, even should he reach the halls of the underworld, the young master's intervention would compel the king of hell to relent. The dragon hound held similar confidence in Li Yuan. It is impossible. My husband has already died, Zhang Shi insisted, shaking her head as she attempted to break free from Li Yuan's grip. As Li Yuan withdrew his hand, releasing a heavy sigh, Lu Xiaoman and Yihan fixed their gaze on Lu Changsheng, hoping for a miracle. So cold. On the icy surface, the seemingly lifeless Lu Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes. Dazed, murmuring softly. The ice coffin was made of an extreme cold, capable of preserving a body for millennia without decay, showcasing its frigid nature. Father, master. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's voice, Lu Xiaoman and Yihan were filled with ecstatic joy and rushed to support him. Changsheng, have you returned from the dead? Zhang Shi could hardly believe her eyes. Go check if he has truly returned, Li Yuan instructed, retracting his heavenly domain. Zhang Shi lunged towards Lu Changsheng, confirming his revival multiple times before falling to her knees before Li Yuan. Young master, I have offended you. I beg for your forgiveness. Today, you have saved my husband's life, and the lives of Zhang Shi and her 2 children are now yours. No, even Changsheng's life is now yours, Zhang Shi proclaimed, bowing repeatedly before Li Yuan. In her eyes, he was akin to a divine being capable of resurrection, for Lu Changsheng could not have returned without his intervention. My lady, please rise. I am truly no immortal. Your husband is not truly dead, but rather clings to a thread of life, albeit faint and elusive. However, you nearly sealed his fate with your ice. Fortunately, I returned in time. I had promised Lu Xiaoman and Yihan that I would intervene to provide aid, and I shall do so without fail. Li Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. His earlier reprimand and suppression of the Zhang family was driven by this very urgency. If this delay were to continue, Lu Changsheng would indeed perish. Even with Li Yuan's mastery of the celestial arts, he would be powerless to reverse such a fate. I am deeply grateful for your act of resurrection, my lord. My life henceforth belongs to you, my lord. Coming to his senses, Lu Changsheng hastily rose and bowed deeply to Li Yuan. He felt an intense reverence for Li Yuan and discovered that the injuries within his body had miraculously healed. Since my life is now yours, let us serve the Snow Dragon territory together. By the way, the Snow Dragon Guard is in need of a deputy commander. Would you be willing? Li Yuan regarded Lu Changsheng with a mild expression. He held Lu Changsheng in high esteem. Lu Changsheng was eager to serve the Snow Dragon territory, yet he feared that his presence might bring troubles. His excitement was palpable, but recalling the many who coveted the Taishan sect's legacy, he felt compelled to decline. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan laughed heartily. Lu Changsheng, do you think I fear trouble? As Li Yuan posed the question, Lu Changsheng suddenly realized. Remembering the ancient jade Li Yuan had given to Lu Xiaoman and the means he had employed to urge him to rise today, Lu Changsheng grasped the true extent of Li Yuan's formidable nature. He knelt before Li Yuan, declaring his willingness to serve the Lord in the Snow Dragon territory. The Zhang family also expressed their willingness to serve the Lord in the Snow Dragon territory. Wiping away her tears, Zhang promptly knelt as well. Good. With you all. My snow dragon territory shall soar to new heights, and you shall take pride in today's decision. Let us celebrate, uncle, Li Yuan laughed. I shall arrange a banquet immediately. Li Changkong, upon hearing this, was filled with joy. Having conversed with Lu Changxing over recent days, he had come to understand him better. With Lu Changxing's addition, the snow dragon territory would indeed gain a significant advantage. Tuoba Yunxing, moved by Li Yuan's words, was acutely aware of Lu Changxing's mysterious background. Even amidst his escape, his daughter and disciples had reached the other shore at such a tender age. He was far from an ordinary person. Meanwhile, he himself had only attained the golden bridge level of cultivation, yet Li Yuan had not stripped him of his command, demonstrating a sense of nostalgia. Young master, Mr. Lu possesses sufficient strength to deserve the position of commander. Entrusting the snow dragon guard to him will ensure we advance even further, Tuoba Yunxing voiced. Uncle Tuoba, do not underestimate yourself. You are the commander of our snow dragon territory. The day you chose to stand with us, your position became irreplaceable, Li Yuan stated, patting Tuoba Yunxing's shoulder. Young master, I truly. Tuoba Yunxing was profoundly moved and wished to say more, but he was interrupted by Li Yuan. Uncle Tuoba, do not dwell on such thoughts. Do not belittle yourself. Lu Changxing quickly interjected. Brother Tuoba, should you not take the position of commander, I shall not accept the role of deputy commander either. This matter is thus settled. Lu Changxing, your family must have much to discuss. I shall not intrude further. Li Yuan concluded, turning to leave. Having faced death once, it was only natural that a family would have much to say. Li Changkong and the others also took their leave in succession. Within the Snow Dragon Hall, everyone gathered. Even Li Changkong stood aside. Not seated at the high table, Li Yuan was the one who commanded everyone's respect. As he took his place, no one raised any objections. Uncle, how has the strength of the Snow Dragon territory improved in recent days? Li Yuan inquired of Li Changkong. Yuaner, with the techniques you bestowed upon us and our unwavering dedication of resources, 4 of our members have stepped into the other shore, and 21 have reached the Golden Bridge level. This technique is extraordinarily formidable. Alas, we are simply not adept, Li Changkong recalled. His heart filled with shock at the thought of the techniques Li Yuan had imparted. The current achievements, if shared, would astonish many. Yet Li Changkong understood that had their talents been greater, their progress would have surpassed this. You are unable to advance further due to resource limitations. Today, I wish to see you take another step forward, allowing all of you to enter the realm of divine concealment. As Li Yuan's voice fell, the doors of the Snow Dragon Hall closed automatically. With a flick of his hand, an abundance of source material appeared, and simultaneously, Li Yuan cast the celestial arts to envelop everyone. Engage your techniques and cultivate with all your might, Li Yuan commanded directly. Witnessing the materials surrounding them, each person's expression changed dramatically. These were sources, invaluable beyond measure, and now Li Yuan had summoned forth such a bounty for their benefit. Observing Li Yuan's demeanor, no one dared to speak, and they quickly began to cultivate. This time, all chose to exert themselves to the utmost. An hour later, within the hall, one by one, they opened their eyes, their expressions radiant with joy. They had indeed entered the realm of divine concealment. The secret realm of the Sea of Fate was fundamentally a contest of resources, and with such resources and Li Yuan's divine assistance, they naturally ascended into divine concealment with ease. Of course, this was also significantly linked to the techniques Li Yuan had imparted. Had ordinary individuals attempted such cultivation, they would have already burst asunder, reduced to blood mist. Chapter 32, Universal Advancement. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. In the Snow Dragon Hall, figures awakened one after another, their eyes filled with ecstatic realization that they had genuinely entered the realm of divine concealment, and it was not an illusion. They gazed upon Li Yuan as if he were a deity. Particularly among the younger members, their faces shone with fervent admiration for Li Yuan. The reason you have been unable to rapidly enhance your cultivation is not due to a lack of talent, but rather because of resource limitations. While talent is essential for cultivation, it is not the sole factor. Fortune and opportunity are far more significant. With this technique, coupled with the supreme divine arts I have attained, it would be a marvel if your cultivation did not progress. This is also why I, Li Yuan, harbor no fear of the Celestial Tao Academy or the Stormwind Tower. This time, I have acquired an abundance of sources. The Snow Dragon territory is poised to rise. Li Yuan's gaze swept over the crowd, his expression brimming with confidence. These individuals had endured trials. They were the true foundation and essence of the Snow Dragon territory. And thus, Li Yuan was willing to expend resources to elevate them. After assisting everyone in entering the realm of divine concealment, Li Yuan then imparted a simplified version of the chaotic breathing method for the secret realm of divine concealment, allowing everyone to familiarize themselves with their surging power. Subsequently, Li Yuan entered a secluded chamber, With all preparations in place, it was time for me to achieve completeness in the Sea of Fate and step into the ultimate realm. Within the chamber, before Li Yuan appeared a succession of divine objects, celestial roots, miraculous vines, the fountain of immortality, and various treasures collected by the Snow Dragon territory. However, the majority were sources. In the next moment, Li Yuan activated the chaotic breathing method. As he channeled the technique, an overwhelming torrent of energy was consumed by Li Yuan, merging into his body in a manner both terrifying and exhilarating. This immense energy not only failed to overwhelm Li Yuan, but instead refined his meridians and bones. Li Yuan could sense that his physical form was enhancing at an astonishing rate. Particularly, the divine vine yielded exceptional benefits for the refinement of Li Yuan's body. Simultaneously, Li Yuan's Sea of Fate expanded once more, enveloped by myriad golden bolts of lightning. Within the Sea of Fate, the emerald lotus, while not visibly transformed, exuded an increasingly rich and divine aura. After a quarter of an hour, Li Yuan's Sea of Fate reached its utmost potential. In this moment, Li Yuan distinctly perceived the secret realm of divine concealment. He felt that, should he desire to enter the realm of divine concealment, he would inevitably become a practitioner of that realm. In the present day, as Li Yuan delves into the depths of the Sea of Fate, he is resolute in his quest to enhance his strength by absorbing sources. The realm of divine concealment involves the refinement of the 5 vital organs, each corresponding to the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The heart embodies fire, while the kidneys symbolize water. In the realm of divine concealment, each cultivation of a concealment results in the manifestation of a deity, akin to a splitting of the self. However, as Li Yuan voraciously devours an immense quantity of sources, he is astounded to discover that his heart, corresponding to the fire concealment, has reached perfection without birthing a deity, leaving him bewildered. This situation diverges from his prior understanding. Nonetheless, Li Yuan dismisses his confusion and continues his cultivation. His body resembles an abyss, continuously consuming and refining vast amounts of sources. His breathing technique is remarkably terrifying, and his cultivation speed is astonishing. After half an hour, Li Yuan comes to a halt. Alas, this chaotic breathing technique is indeed formidable. To deplete such a copious amount of sources so swiftly is astonishing. Thankfully, I have achieved the great perfection of the 3 concealments. Li Yuan opens his eyes, filled with astonishment. Having aided so many in their advancement with merely 30,000 pounds of sources, he has now refined over 100,000 pounds in this brief moment. Li Yuan is acutely aware that as one progresses, the required resources grow increasingly daunting, and he cannot fathom how much he will ultimately require. However, his strength has ascended exponentially. At this moment, Li Yuan can distinctly sense that his power has multiplied several-fold. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan emerges from the secret chamber. Congratulations, young lord, on your further advancement. Congratulations, young lord. Within the Snow Dragon Hall, the crowd is significantly more composed upon witnessing Li Yuan's brief retreat from seclusion, having recently experienced the terrifying speed of his enhancement. When some had previously probed Li Yuan's cultivation, they were utterly astounded. Despite their own entry into divine concealment, they found Li Yuan's power to be an unfathomable abyss. Yuaner, you have grown stronger again. If only elder brother and sister-in-law could know, they would be overjoyed. Li Changkong sincerely expresses his happiness for Li Yuan. In Blackrock City, following Gu Tianhong's command, numerous powerful individuals gather. Under Gu Tianhong's leadership, these formidable beings soar into the sky, heading towards the Snow Dragon territory. Do you know? The Snow Dragon territory is finished. Those who slay the Storm Rain Tower are truly courting death. This time, with Gu Tianhong personally leading the charge, the Snow Dragon territory is doomed. Someone within Blackrock City voices their opinion. You know quite a bit, yet your information is rather outdated. This time, it is not only Gu Tianhong leading the expedition to the Snow Dragon territory. The Sword Saint Luo Yu and the Bloodslaughter King Murong Ku are also accompanying him. These two exist on the same tier as Gu Tianhong, and the Snow Dragon territory's treatment is one of both annihilation and glory. One individual retracts their gaze and offers an explanation. What? The Bloodslaughter King and the Sword Saint are both going as well? Does this insignificant Snow Dragon territory possess such capabilities? While some are astonished, others remain skeptical, deeming it improbable, as it is merely the Snow Dragon territory. Gu Tower Master, does this trifling Snow Dragon territory warrant the 3 of us to venture together? Surely, dispatching a mere heavenly assassin would suffice to obliterate it. Sword Saint Luo Yu wears a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend Gu Tianhong's apprehension towards the Snow Dragon territory. Indeed, after that couple departed, the Snow Dragon territory has fallen into utter decline. Does it truly possess any merit that would compel us to intervene? Bloodslaughter King also cast a glance at Gu Tianhong. Gu Tianhong, having summoned them, has evidently extended a significant favor, yet to them. The Snow Dragon territory seems unworthy of such efforts. My dear brothers. You are unaware that the Snow Dragon territory possesses certain anomalies that have drawn the attention of the headquarters. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, your assistance is sought. Regardless of whether your aid is required, I shall express my profound gratitude for your involvement. Gu Tianhong looks at the two and offers an explanation. Is that so? In that case, I find the Snow Dragon territory somewhat intriguing. Upon hearing this, Sword Saint Luo Yu lets out a cold chuckle. Still not regarding the Snow Dragon territory with much seriousness, Bloodslaughter King displays a look of disdain, choosing to remain silent. The expedition to the Snow Dragon territory is predominantly comprised of those in the Divine Concealment realm, and they swiftly arrive at their destination. Is this the Snow Dragon territory? It appears rather extraordinary, with a hint of draconic aura. Go Tower Master, after we obliterate the Li family, I shall claim the Snow Dragon territory for myself. Bloodslaughter King casts a covetous glance at the Snow Dragon territory. Naturally, if my brother desires it, I shall bestow it upon him. Gu Tianhong responds without hesitation. There seems to be a palace on the mountainside. It appears to be quite a valuable artifact. Indeed, the Snow Dragon territory is truly wasteful, guarding a treasure mountain without knowledge. Sword Saint Luo Yu gazes at the ancient palace on the mountainside, his eyes gleaming with intensity. I had no idea there would be such a find. However, since my brother has come to assist me and was the first to discover it, I shall gift this ancient palace to you, Luo Xiandi. Someone go retrieve it. Gu Tianhong initially expresses surprise, then adopts a generous demeanor as he offers it to Sword Saint Luo Yu. No sooner had Gu Tianhong's words left his lips than a shadow darts towards the ancient palace. However, before it could land, it was abruptly sliced into numerous fragments. This was a heavenly assassin from the Storm Rain Tower. This, a formation, such a subtle formation. Unfazed, Luo Yu's expression shifts to one of unexpected shock. Chapter 33, Gu Tianhong, frightened beyond measure. He never anticipated that the seemingly insignificant Snow Dragon territory harbored such profound depth. Initially believing that the inhabitants of the Snow Dragon territory were ignorant of the treasures, it became evident that the situation was far more complex than they had assumed. Boldly, who dares to intrude upon my Snow Dragon territory? From within the ancient palace, two figures emerge, Lu Changsheng and his wife, Zhang, who speaks up. Lu Changsheng casts a glance at these individuals and calmly states, they are from the Storm Rain Tower, truly unaware of their own mortality. Having been in the Snow Dragon territory for some time, Lu Changsheng is well aware of the Storm Rain Tower's servitude. In truth, you have mistaken. Today, I shall annihilate the Snow Dragon territory. According to my intelligence, it appears you two are not included. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you leave promptly. Gu Tianhong hovers in the air, surveying Lu Changsheng and his wife with utter disdain. Annihilate the Snow Dragon territory? Do you lot, mere strays, think yourselves worthy? You do not even possess the qualifications to approach the ancient city atop the mountain, let alone stand before my wife and me. Having recognized Li Yuan's formidable prowess, Zhang regards him as a deity. Hence, the couple has chosen to place the ancient palace on the mountainside as a safeguard for Li Yuan. The identity of the heir of the Taishan sect has been entirely set aside. Unaware of your own mortality, go, break the formation and kill them. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianhong's eyes turn icy. As the master of the Storm Rain Tower, he has never endured such humiliation in this territory. The heavenly assassins from the Black Rock City branch swiftly charge forth, racing towards the ancient palace on the mountainside. However, this time, they fail to even reach the ancient palace, as a terrifying beast suddenly flashes by, devouring several of the Storm Rain Tower's heavenly assassins. The speed is astonishingly frightening. A fierce beast, Bloodslaughter King's eyelids involuntarily twitch, as the fleeting figures evoke a sense of danger within him. Gu Tianhong's life is a currency that can be exchanged for a chance at survival, but such an opportunity is a rare one. Before the ancient temple, the Zhang couple observed the unfolding scene without a hint of surprise. Those willing to guard the mountain were no longer limited to just themselves. A multitude of savage beasts had thoroughly concealed themselves, eager to achieve merit. An array was present in the sky as they ascended the mountain. Gu Tianhong paid no heed to the Zhangs. In her eyes, they were already as good as dead. With a command from Gu Tianhong, countless assassins from the Storm and Rain Tower swiftly began their ascent. Having witnessed the previous dangers, the members of the Storm and Rain Tower proceeded with utmost caution. Slowing their pace, each step was taken with meticulous care, avoiding any reckless advances. For the moment, no casualties were reported. As they drew closer to the mountainside, Gu Tianhong's lips curled into a cold smile. Her spirit was ever vigilant, prepared for the savage beasts that might re-emerge. intending to strike with lethal precision. Together with Sword Saint Luo Yu and Blood Butcher Wang, they formed a formidable trio at the rear of their ranks. Meanwhile, the ascending group did not head directly towards the ancient temple, but divided into 3 factions, approaching from different angles. How amusing it is to think you can thwart the storm and rain tower. Our mission to eradicate the snow dragon territory cannot be impeded. Noticing the absence of losses, Gu Tianhong regarded the snow dragon territory with utter disdain, believing the formidable beasts encountered earlier were mere coincidences. After all, she had gleaned considerable information about the snow dragon territory from Li Hong, concluding that such formidable underpinnings could not possibly exist there. The heavenly assassins, having traversed without peril, gradually grew bolder. Agitated by the incessant cawing of crows overhead, one of them surged forward to slay the bird. However, as he drew near, the crow abruptly opened its beak and swallowed him whole. Beware, a formidable savage beast approaches. The comrades were taken aback, fully aware of their companion's prowess. Could a crow truly consume him? Just as they were about to intervene, the crow opened its beak wide, and the heavens darkened. 5 heavenly assassins being instantaneously devoured by the creature. The sound of a celestial sword slicing through the void resonated. The Sword Saint Luo Yu, who had been maintaining a protective stance, unleashed a strike with a celestial sword aimed at the crow. This was meant to be a definitive blow. Yet, when the sword struck the crow, not even a single feather was severed. Instead, sparks flew from its body. What? A peak divine concealment? Sword Saint Luo Yu was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of profound shock. Seeking death, the crow let out a disdainful snort, flapping its wings as feathers launched towards Luo Yu like a barrage of celestial swords. As he looked up, Luo Yu's countenance shifted drastically, fear etched upon his face. The Tianpeng clan's divine ability, 180,000 swords. You are no mere crow. Sword Saint Luo Yu was paralyzed with terror, realizing that a mere journey to the snow dragon territory had unveiled such a horrific beast. He felt as though he had not arrived at the snow dragon territory, but rather at the sacred land of the savage beasts. Desperately employing every technique, Luo Yu managed to counter the onslaught of feathers. Yet before he could catch his breath, an icy chill enveloped him, as if a flood of beasts had set its sights on him. Instinctively, he turned to deliver a strike. The clash echoed. The force of his strike shattered his palm, blood gushing forth. Impossible? Luo Yu was horrified, finding himself confronted by a frog no larger than a fist, yet it had effortlessly blocked his full-force strike. Upon meeting the frog's gaze, Luo Yu was genuinely frightened. This was no ordinary frog. It was a noble savage beast, the azure-eyed divine frog. First, the eerie crow, and now the azure-eyed divine frog. Luo Yu could hardly maintain his composure. How audacious! You insignificant ants dare to trespass into my snow dragon territory? Seeking death. The azure-eyed divine frog and the crow lunged at Sword Saint Luo Yu. Witnessing this, Luo Yu felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. It's a misunderstanding, truly. I was merely passing through. I beg for your mercy. The Sword Saint, gripped by fear, chose to plead for his life. He knew all too well that without such pleas, his demise was inevitable. To plead for mercy? That is not out of the question, slay Gu Tianhong. And we may spare you. The azure-eyed divine frog and the crow halted, gazing coldly at Luo Yu. Not far off, a shriek from Blood Butcher Wang confirmed that he too had encountered a terrifying threat. Blood Butcher Wang, sent flying, was in far worse shape than Luo Yu. Having lost an arm, blood spraying forth relentlessly. Had it not been for Gu Tianhong's timely intervention, he would have already perished. Everyone, the storm and rain tower bears no ill will towards the savage beast clan. Depart swiftly, lest you wish for consequences. Gu Tianhong's face was pale, yet she raised her voice in admonition, hoping to leverage the storm and rain tower's reputation to deter the savage beasts. Otherwise, none would survive. The sight before her had drenched her in sweat, her chest rising and falling violently, overwhelmed by terror. It felt as though she had stepped into the sacred ground of the savage beasts rather than the snow dragon territory. Chapter 34, Bullying the Weak. In the void before the snow dragon territory, Gu Tianhong, Blood Butcher Wang, and Sword Saint Luo Yu were drenched in cold sweat, trembling in fear. It felt as though they had trespassed into an ancient forbidden land. In such a brief span, the heavenly assassins brought by Gu Tianhong were entirely annihilated. Had the savage beasts not held back, Sword Saint Luo Yu would have perished as well. Blood Butcher Wang, having lost an arm, realized that if the savage beasts desired his life, it would be as effortless as picking fruit from a tree. He gasped for breath, struggling to regain composure. His face was devoid of color, stripped of the arrogance he once possessed, as he gazed upon the snow dragon territory, feeling as though he stood before an omnipotent deity. Blood Butcher Wang's heart ached. Such severe injuries would require decades for recovery, and without supreme medicinal herbs, The possibility of regrowth for his arm was slim. When Gu Tianhong bellowed, the area fell momentarily silent. Blood Butcher Wang and Sword Saint Luo Yu, trembling with fear, felt a flicker of hope arise within them as their racing hearts gradually calmed. How arrogant! You are Gu Tianhong, the master of the Storm and Rain Tower in Black Rock City. Suddenly, a deep, commanding voice resonated from within the mountain. A colossal figure slowly descended through the air. The demon god, Gu Tianhong, who had anticipated that the reputation of the Storm and Rain Tower would intimidate the savage beasts, was elated to speak, only to discover the imposing presence of the Black Qilin approaching through the void. As the master of the Storm and Rain Tower in Black Rock City, Gu Tianhong possessed some knowledge of the ancient mountain ranges and certain secrets therein. She was aware of the Black Qilin, a descendant of a divine beast, with an immensely potent bloodline and a formidable being within the four realms. Faced with such strength, Gu Tianhong's complexion turned ashen. The eerie beast she had encountered earlier flashed through her mind, and she was drenched in cold sweat. Should the Black Qilin wish to take her life, her demise was assured. Demon God, the Storm and Rain Tower harbors no intention of enmity towards you. There must be some misunderstanding. We have come solely to eradicate the Snow Dragon territory. Despite her overwhelming fear and trepidation, Gu Tianhong, as the branch master, managed to articulate her thoughts. She could not comprehend why the demon god had appeared in the Snow Dragon territory. Yet she firmly believed that the appearance of the demon god and the savage beasts bore no connection to the Leaf family of the Snow Dragon territory. After all, the Snow Dragon territory is merely a modest lordship, hardly a place where one could forge ties with divine beasts. To annihilate the Snow Dragon territory? How dare you presume to do so? Suddenly, a voice, brimming with arrogance, pierced the air. This time, it did not emanate from the Black Qilin. Gu Tianhong turned towards the source of the sound and discovered, astonishingly, that atop the Black Qilin, there was a savage beast. The one who had spoken was the Dragon Hound. However, at this moment, the Dragon Hound had shrunk to the size of a small dog. Thus, Gu Tianhong had not recognized it immediately. Upon seeing the Dragon Hound, Gu Tianhong's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief flooding his eyes. The Black Qilin was a descendant of divine beasts, a demon lord. Yet there existed a creature that treated the Black Qilin as a mount. Clearly, its power was terrifyingly formidable. Gu Tianhong's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, his body trembling uncontrollably. My lord has misunderstood. You may not be aware that the Snow Dragon territory now belongs to you. Otherwise, even with 10,000 lives, I would not dare to trespass here. Gu Tianhong's voice trembled with fear. Behind him, Blood Butcher King also felt his heart racing and hastily interjected. Indeed, my friend Gu speaks the truth. We have come not to offend you lords, but merely to slay that Li Yuan. This Li Yuan truly deserves death for daring to slay a member of the Wind and Rain Tower. Blood Butcher King yearned to clarify their intentions and depart from this place, which to him now resembled a realm of death, capable of consuming lives. How audacious to harbor thoughts of slaying my master. The Black Qilin responded, its hooves suddenly stomping through the air. Before Blood Butcher King could react, he was obliterated, reduced to nothing but a mist of blood. Sword Saint Luo Yu, who had intended to speak next, was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. Had he been a moment slower, he would have met the same fate as Blood Butcher King, descending to the underworld. My master? How can this be? Sword Saint Luo Yu's heart roared in disbelief. After all, in their eyes, the Snow Dragon territory was merely a speck of land. Hardly a place where such beings could be subjugated. Moreover, from Gu Tianhong's words, he had learned that Li Yuan had been stripped of his celestial bone and was now effectively a cripple. Master? Master? At that moment, Gu Tianhong was equally stunned. He could hardly believe he had heard such horrifying words from the Black Qilin. It seemed that the Black Qilin had indeed submitted to Li Yuan. According to Gu Tianhong's knowledge, within Li Yuan's body was sealed a terrifying celestial bone, yet before it could unleash its powers and shine in Li Yuan's own right, it had been seized by the Taoist of the heavenly path, leaving Li Yuan a mere shell of his former self. Gu Tianhong, your audacity is remarkable. To dare come and attempt to slay my master, the Dragon Hound stated darkly, fixing its gaze upon Gu Tianhong. Do you wish to kill me and impede the Wind and Rain Tower? Do not say I did not warn you, though you are not weak. The Wind and Rain Tower does not regard you with any seriousness. Should it come to it, we could annihilate you and all the savage beasts of your ancient mountains. Gu Tianhong realized that matters had escalated beyond reconciliation. He understood that death was inevitable and thus steeled himself. Seeing this, Sword Saint Luo Yu felt a glimmer of hope. Indeed, the Wind and Rain Tower was unfathomable. Are you truly willing to oppose the Wind and Rain Tower for the sake of that worthless Li Yuan? Do you understand the consequences? Sword Saint Luo Yu spoke up. Do you have the right to speak here? The Dragon Hound cast a glance at Sword Saint Luo Yu, whose face was filled with terror. He attempted to voice a response, but there was no opportunity. Luo's soul was obliterated by an invisible force, his body disintegrating inch by inch. The dragon hound then turned its gaze to Tianhong. I am the master of a branch of the Wind and Rain Tower. If you dare to harm me, you will be declaring yourself an enemy of the Wind and Rain Tower. I currently oversee all the branches in Lingnan. In the entirety of the Tiando Empire, there is no force or individual that the Wind and Rain Tower cannot contend with. At this moment, Gu Tianhong exuded an aura of authority. Is this indeed a display of power? The dragon hound sneered. You could interpret it as such. Gu Tianhong was acutely aware that pleading for mercy would only hasten his demise. To survive, he must align himself with the tiger's skin. Yuan must die, as decreed by the prominent figures of the Wind and Rain Tower. To involve savage beasts would be to court death. Gradually, Gu Tianhong emerged from his terror, realizing that this was not merely a crisis, but rather an opportunity. After all, the previous failed explanations had their roots not in his incompetence. As soon as Gu Tianhong's voice fell, he was struck by an unknown force, severely injuring him and causing blood to spray forth. The scene was utterly tragic. However, upon realizing he was still alive, Gu Tianhong's arrogance remained undiminished. Ha ha ha. You may be stronger than I, but do you have the guts to kill me? If you have the ability, then do it. Gu Tianhong, believing that his survival indicated the dragon hound's fear of the Wind and Rain Tower, felt emboldened. As long as he did not die, everything would be manageable. Yet, the next words from the dragon hound plunged him into an abyss of despair. I spare your life not out of fear. You are insignificant. I do so because I wish to witness the true strength of the Wind and Rain Tower. Gu Tianhong, summon your strongest to face me in a second round, and consider it my defeat. I want to see just how capable you are to dare oppose my master. As the gatekeeper, I will weigh whether or not you are worthy of the Wind and Rain Tower. The dragon hound's proclamation echoed with terrifying pressure upon Gu Tianhong. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianhong felt his body break out in a cold sweat, his face a mask of horror. Such a fearsome entity claimed to be Li Yuan's gatekeeper. Father, is the dragon hound truly that powerful? In the ancient hall, Lu Xiaoman turned to Lu Changsheng, her curiosity piqued by the dragon hound's boldness. The air around the dragon hound was shrouded in an enigmatic mist. But dare to challenge the Wind and Rain Tower, it must possess some hidden strength. Let us wait and see. Lu Changsheng chose not to intervene, for his identity was quite special. Any action could potentially bring trouble to the Snow Dragon territory. Within the Snow Dragon Hall, Li Yuan remained composed, entirely dismissive of the Wind and Rain Tower. Young master, is it wise for the dragon hound to be so brazen? Despite the recent surge in strength of the Snow Dragon territory, some still instinctively feared the Wind and Rain Tower. Fear what? Continue preparing the banquet. If the Wind and Rain Tower dares to come, it will only be seeking death. They shall not disrupt the festivities. I had not intended to deal with them so swiftly, but if they seek death, then I shall grant it. But be quiet. I shall take a short nap. With that, Li Yuan reclined in the Lord's seat and closed his eyes. The others in the Snow Dragon Hall exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond, ultimately choosing to trust Li Yuan and vacating the hall. Let us go take a look. After a moment of contemplation, Li Changkong made his way toward the ancient hall on the mountainside. Gu Tianhong, enveloped in an oppressive aura, heard the dragon hound's voice, both terrified and enraged. You summon the strongest of the Wind and Rain Tower here. What audacity! Not even the Tiando royal family would possess such confidence. Gu Tianhong was acutely aware that the foundation of the Storm and Rain Pavilion was exceedingly formidable. If it so desired, it could effortlessly dominate the Tiando Empire. Branches of the pavilion were distributed among the surrounding major empires, and none dared to obstruct the establishment of these branches, which attests to the immense and terrifying strength of the Storm and Rain Pavilion. Furthermore, while some empires underwent constant changes, the pavilion remained steadfast. The legacy of the Storm and Rain Pavilion was nothing short of astonishing. The atmosphere was charged with tension as the dragon hound cast a piercing glare at Gu Tianhong, whose body manifested ominous streaks of crimson, resembling a fragile porcelain figure on the verge of shattering. Behind the dragon hound loomed a colossal blood-red phantom, immense as a mountain. Weighing millions of pounds, its entire body draped in red fur, limbs armored in scales, crowned with dragon horns, radiating divine light, a primordial dragon hound. Witnessing this, Gu Tianhong's expression shifted dramatically. The dragon hound's roar nearly shattered Gu Tianhong's composure. Chapter 35. You are given an opportunity, yet you prove to be inept. Gu Tianhong understood all too well that should he dare to utter another word, it would spell his demise. Yet, by calling out, he might secure a chance at survival. As the master of a branch of the Storm and Rain Pavilion, he naturally commanded a few minor teleportation arrays. Intended for summoning assistance from higher echelons in times of crisis, he could activate coordinates and await the arrival of formidable allies. Under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous ferocious beasts, Gu Tianhong trembled as he transmitted a signal. This communication could not convey words, but merely transmit signals denoting peril. This time, he dispatched a red signal, the highest level of distress. Subsequently, Gu Tianhong began to extract ancient array patterns, arranging coordinates in the void. Observing Gu Tianhong's frantic activity, the dragon hound appeared utterly unconcerned, even stifling a yawn. Do you have confidence? The black Qilin inquired telepathically of the dragon hound, still harboring some trepidation towards the storm and rain pavilion. Truly pathetic. This is our chance to shine. Remaining by the master's side should entail some display of merit, rather than merely indulging in idle comforts. If we do not shed a drop of blood for our master, how can we demonstrate our loyalty? The dragon hound replied, the first arrival will not possess substantial strength. They are not worth my effort. Shed some blood? Wouldn't that be rather embarrassing? The individuals summoned by Gu Tianhong are likely at the peak of the four extremes. I am a descendant of divine beasts, the black Qilin retorted, somewhat disgruntled. The dragon hound regarded the black Qilin as if it were a simpleton, replying, foolish. This opportunity to act may not arise again. Subsequent arrivals will undoubtedly possess far greater strength. Do you wish to court death? This is your chance to prove your loyalty by shedding blood and sustaining injury, integrating into the snow dragon domain. Once this moment passes, such opportunities will vanish. Moreover, by sustaining injuries, you may then have the chance to receive the master's healing, and with some infusion of heavenly power, you might achieve a breakthrough. Such chances are rare indeed. Upon hearing this, the black Qilin was instantly enlightened, its eyes gleaming with newfound vigor. It communicated telepathically, you are truly cunning. The dragon hound, unreserved, responded with a scornful retort, what do you understand? This is called wisdom. The black Qilin scoffed, pursing its lips. It then inquired, will you also feign weakness and injure yourself? The dragon hound glanced at the black Qilin, disdain evident in its gaze. I am unlike you. I must remain invincible, suppressing all, or else how could I maintain my exalted status and accompany our master? I must be the foremost among the master's followers. How else could I guard the gates? A sentry cannot be anything less than unparalleled. With great pride, the dragon hound declared, such grand matters of showcasing the invincibility of the snow dragon domain are mine to accomplish. Just as it finished, a radiant array of runes erupted before Gu Tianhong, signaling the arrival of someone. The black Qilin and the dragon hound were filled with excitement, instantly turning to face the incoming presence. Indeed, a figure cloaked in black robes emerged. Sensing this, Gu Tianhong hastily bowed. I pay my respects to the king of Lingnan. The newcomer was not only a powerful figure from the Storm and Rain Pavilion, but also the king of Lingnan in the Tiando Empire. What place is this? And what has transpired? The king of Lingnan surveyed Gu Tianhong, his brow slightly furrowed. Were it not for the orders from above mandating cooperation with Gu Tianhong at all costs, the king of Lingnan would have little inclination to engage with him. This is the Snow Dragon domain. The targets designated for elimination by higher authorities are present here. All the heavenly assassins I brought have perished, and the primitive beasts of the ancient mountains have inexplicably allied with the Snow Dragon domain, declaring that our Storm and Rain Pavilion is powerless. At this moment, Gu Tianhong spoke with newfound assurance, providing a thorough explanation. Have they arrived? Since they have, let me see if your Storm and Rain Pavilion possesses the qualifications to offend my Snow Dragon domain. The black Qilin stepped forward, its enormous golden eyes fixed intently on the king of Lingnan. It's you, black Qilin. Do you wish to become an enemy of my Storm and Rain Pavilion? The icy gaze of the king of Lingnan swept over the black Qilin beneath the black cloak, his voice dripping with disdain. So much for idle chatter. The black Qilin retorted, weary of conversing with the king of Lingnan, and launched into an attack. Transforming into a shadow of darkness, it descended upon the king of Lingnan. Initially, the king of Lingnan dismissed the black Qilin, but upon engaging, his expression shifted as he realized the black Qilin's strength had surged dramatically. Struck with tremendous force, the king of Lingnan was sent flying back 100 meters before regaining his footing. Is it truly this formidable now? The power of the heavenly path is indeed overwhelming. Witnessing this scene, the black Qilin was equally astonished. Under the influence of the remnants of heavenly power within it, its cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and its bloodline had undergone a significant ancestral return. Until now, the black Qilin had not perceived itself as particularly powerful, but in the heat of battle, it realized the extent of its current prowess. As the king of Lingnan saw the black Qilin charging once more, his expression drastically changed. A blood-red longsword materialized in his hand, its blade seemingly flowing with sanguine liquid, a truly terrifying weapon of slaughter. The surrounding void was bathed in a crimson hue, and the sword emanated the faint echoes of a million wailing souls. Die! The king of Lingnan unleashed the secret technique of the storm and rain pavilion, vanishing from sight as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm. When he reappeared, it was silently above the black xianxian, merely a meter apart. Such proximity left little room for evasion for an expert of this caliber. The king of Lingnan's visage twisted into a grimace, filled with disdain. This sword was no ordinary weapon. It was a replica of a divine armament, of unparalleled quality, capable of shattering all. However, when the king of Lingnan unleashed his strike, his expression changed completely. He discovered he had struck what felt like an indomitable divine metal. The blood-red sword struck the black xianxian, but could not penetrate its defenses. The black xianxian's scales, bolstered by the ancestral return, had multiplied its defenses to an unfathomable degree. How could this be possible? The king of Lingnan's prior disdain evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming dread. His fighting spirit waned, and he yearned to flee this place. Yet, the massive form of the black xianxian obstructed his escape route. Do you wish to flee? You have yet to inflict any harm upon me. The voice of the black xianxian echoed within the king of Lingnan's mind. Interpreting this as mockery, the king of Lingnan's expression turned sour. If I wish to escape, you cannot hinder me. With that, he uttered a terse statement, and his figure once again vanished, employing the assassination technique. However, upon witnessing this scene, the black xianxian remained unperturbed as the realm of dark waters erupted around it, now infused with a fragment of Li Yuan's heavenly power. In the next moment, the previously elusive king of Lingnan was compelled to reveal himself, with nowhere left to hide. What are you fleeing from? I have no intention of killing you. Do not conceal your strength. Unleash your full power and strike me down first. Echoed the voice of the black xianxian in the king of Lingnan's mind once more. Seeking death, the king of Lingnan thought, feeling as though he were being mocked, his countenance darkening as he ignited his bloodline to fight desperately. At that moment, the black xianxian appeared to be continuously assaulting, yet its strikes bore little potency, resembling an invitation to gather strength, which drove the king of Lingnan into a frenzy. Seizing the opportunity, the king of Lingnan's murderous intent intensified. In the next instant, he unleashed a sword strike, far surpassing his previous attacks. However, upon piercing the black xianxian, disappointment washed over him. He had granted the king of Lingnan an opportunity, yet the latter proved to be utterly useless. What a waste! Merely piercing my scales. Truly, even when given a chance, you remain ineffective. I must take matters into my own hands. How dare you plot against me? The black xianxian let out a pained howl, its body hurtling backward. The king of Lingnan, taken aback, wore a bewildered expression, for in that fleeting moment, the black xianxian had inadvertently thrust the king of Lingnan's long sword into its own body, a ruthless maneuver. Arrogance! How dare you harm my snow dragon realm's beast? The dragon mastiff, unable to contain its impatience, charged at the king of Lingnan. Sensing an overwhelming threat, the king of Lingnan trembled in fear. Divine shield, manifest! He bellowed, summoning his life-preserving artifact. Yet, against the dragon mastiff's claws, the divine shield crumbled like decayed wood, shattering into fragments upon impact. The claws struck the king of Lingnan's chest, causing it to collapse inward, nearly reducing his heart to a pulp. With a single blow, even the life-saving artifact proved futile, and he lost the chance to retaliate. Gu Tianhong, who had initially been pleased at the sight of the king of Lingnan injuring the black xianxian, was now engulfed in profound terror, unable to fathom the true prowess of the dragon mastiff. Useless! All of you are useless. Call for reinforcements. Continue to summon them. The dragon mastiff's haughty voice rang out once more. Senior, spare me. My status is limited. I cannot summon stronger beings, Gu Tianhong stammered, trembling under the dragon mastiff's gaze. The sheer force of the dragon mastiff's strike had nearly obliterated the king of Lingnan, leaving Gu Tianhong in a state of panic. Then, you are of no further use to me. Die! The dragon mastiff's voice resounded, an invisible force crushing Gu Tianhong's form into a cloud of blood mist. King of Lingnan, summon reinforcements. The dragon mastiff turned its gaze upon the king of Lingnan. The king of Lingnan, filled with dread, stammered, Senior, my wind and rain pavilion has no quarrel with the beast clan. His voice faltered abruptly as a terrifying aura enveloped him, making it clear that any further hesitation would lead to his demise. At that moment, a fissure appeared upon the king of Lingnan's brow. With a mere thought from the dragon mastiff, his life would be forfeit. The dragon mastiff coldly addressed the king of Lingnan. Useless beings have no right to converse with me. I spare your life temporarily to allow you to witness the weakness of the wind and rain pavilion. Now, summon your strongest to descend. I do not wish to hear any further objections. You are not even worthy to be my pet. Upon hearing the dragon mastiff's words, the king of Lingnan's expression soured, as if he had ingested something foul, his anger boiling within. In that moment, he harbored thoughts akin to those of Gu Tianhong earlier. If the dragon mastiff sought death, then he would oblige. Senior, wait a moment. As he spoke, the king of Lingnan, dragging his wounded form, began to arrange the teleportation coordinates, revealing a more profound formation, indicating that the impending arrival would not only possess great strength, but also hail from a distant realm. The dragon mastiff, observing this scene, showed no signs of concern, only disdain. Father, is the dragon mastiff truly that formidable? The king of Lingnan, of high status, was attempting to summon someone whose reputation could shake the very foundations of the entire Tiando Empire. Lu Xiaoman gazed anxiously at the dragon mastiff. For him to be so audacious, he must have a hidden trump card. I sensed an overwhelming aura from him earlier. He possesses an extraordinary divine artifact. Let us await the outcome. Even if the dragon mastiff falters, there is still young Master Li. With his presence, no matter how many from the Wind and Rain Pavilion arrive, they shall meet their end. In the eyes of Lu Changsheng, Li Yuan was an invincible force. He remained unperturbed by the dragon mastiff's incessant taunts, and not just him. Many in the snow dragon realm regarded Li Yuan as an unconquerable existence. Lu Changxing even felt a twinge of sympathy for the Wind and Rain Pavilion, for they had unwittingly kicked a hornet's nest. He understood that the Wind and Rain Pavilion would continue to send reinforcements, oblivious to the extraordinary presence that resided within the Tiando Empire. As anticipation filled the air, a figure descended from the heavens amidst violent fluctuations of the void. I pay my respects to the 9th Pavilion Master. Upon seeing the newcomer, the king of Lingnan immediately bowed in deference. The arrival was none other than the 9th Pavilion Master of the Wind and Rain Pavilion, one of the overlords governing the Tiando Empire. Filled with enmity towards the dragon mastiff, the 9th Pavilion Master swiftly recounted the events, embellishing the details for effect. What? Do you dare to insult the Wind and Rain Pavilion as if we are without protectors? The 9th Pavilion Master's icy gaze radiated with a terrifying glint. I am the 9th Pavilion Master of the Wind and Rain Pavilion. You, who are so brazen, I shall see what abilities you truly possess. Just as the 9th Pavilion Master's voice echoed, the dragon mastiff's figure vanished mysteriously. In the next instant, it abruptly appeared above the 9th Pavilion Master, its claws descending mercilessly. Presumptuous. The 9th Pavilion Master intended to reprimand the dragon mastiff, but with a thunderous crash, he was reduced to a mist of blood, dead beyond resurrection. Useless beings only talk too much. The dragon mastiff opened its maw, devouring the blood mist entirely. Its cold gaze then swept towards the king of Lingnan. What are you staring at? Call for reinforcements. Bring more. How weak. Initially elated at the prospect of witnessing the dragon mastiff's downfall, the king of Lingnan, now ensnared by the dragon mastiff's gaze, felt his heart race with dread, beads of sweat quickly forming on his forehead. His legs trembled uncontrollably. I dare not speak further. I will continue to transmit. One strike to annihilate the first transformation of the dragon. What treasures lie upon its person? Lu Changxing's pupils constricted sharply. Those from the snow dragon realm felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction at the unfolding events. Even Li Changkong, who had previously harbored worries, felt a weight lift from his heart. Within the snow dragon palace, a beast carried the black Qilin inside. Young master, save me. Young master, save me. Upon entering, Lei Yin spoke with urgency, for the injuries sustained by the black Qilin were grievous. Lei Yin was nearly paralyzed with fear, believing the divine beast was doomed. Injured? Li Yuan, slowly opening his eyes, glanced at the black Qilin. Goodness, is it that severe? Lei Yin promptly exclaimed, I implore you, noble sir, to take action. The demon god is on the verge of demise. His urgency was palpable, for he had witnessed the grievous wounds inflicted upon the black Qilin. One strike had nearly pierced its heart. Li Yuan replied, I am aware. Alas, what a waste. Qilin blood is a precious substance. A vial materialized in Li Yuan's grasp as he swiftly appeared beside the black Qilin, beginning to collect the vital blood that flowed from its injuries. Young master, Lei Yin was momentarily at a loss for words, daunted by Li Yuan's resolve. He could only lament silently for the black Qilin. Cough, cough. Young master, I fear I am doomed. May my blood serve you well, gasped the black Qilin. Its breaths labored. Li Yuan reassured it. Do not fret. As long as I am here, you shall not perish. Once the vial was filled, his hand rested upon the black Qilin, and in an instant, the creature's near-fatal wounds began to mend at an alarming pace. Before long, the black Qilin was restored to its former glory. Thump, thump, thump. Lei Yin, witnessing this miraculous scene, was awash with disbelief. He had seen Li Yuan in action once before within the cave, but the severity of the black Qilin's injuries now was incomparable. As he gazed at Li Yuan, understanding dawned upon him. No wonder the dragon hound and black Qilin were willing to bow. Such a being could only be regarded as divine. Thank you, young master. My power is too feeble, and I have shamed you. I shall retreat for seclusion. Should I fail to break through in 3 days, I will take my own life. The black Qilin declared, rising to bow deeply before Li Yuan. Go, Li Yuan encouraged. You have bled for my snow dragon territory. I shall remember this. I'll take these resources. As Li Yuan spoke, he tossed a storage ring to the black Qilin. Thank you, young master. The black Qilin's face lit up with elation, feeling that it had struck a remarkable bargain. The healing energies that lingered within its body, courtesy of Li Yuan's intervention, greatly enhanced its chances of breaking through. A fortuitous opportunity, indeed. The black Qilin rejoiced internally, hastening away to prepare for its breakthrough. Chapter 37, Imperial Weapons? Before the Snow Dragon territory, King Lingnan trembled, his face ashen. At this moment, he realized he had severely underestimated the power of the dragon hound before him. In his eyes, the dragon hound's strength was unfathomable, possibly even touching the realm of the Celestials. The thought drained color from his face. If such a terrifying entity existed, even if the Wind and Rain Tower could withstand the storm, they would undoubtedly pay an excruciating price. As he gradually regained his composure, King Lingnan recognized the gravity of the situation. If the dragon hound was this formidable, it was merely a guard dog. Behind it loomed an even more terrifying presence. That entity was the true source of his unease. Already, one tower master had perished. Clearly, the adversary was far from satisfied. In the distance, the activation of a teleportation array had drawn attention to the area. The dragon hound, at this moment, exuded an air of arrogance. The air shimmered as a figure descended, a being of great significance, the 8th Tower Master of the Wind and Rain Tower. Greetings, Tower Master. This time, King Lingnan dared not embellish the truth and promptly conveyed the situation through a message. After all, with one Tower Master already fallen, if the 8th were to meet a similar fate in Snow Dragon territory, King Lingnan would be in dire straits, potentially facing a fate worse than death. This esteemed friend, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. The Wind and Rain Tower has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Barbarian Beast clan, the 8th Tower Master asserted, adopting a lowly demeanor. Having learned of the 9th Tower Master's demise at the hands of the Dragon Hound, he was no longer so brash. Humph! The Dragon Hound, uninterested in idle chatter, lashed out with a mighty paw, severing the 8th Tower Master's arm without hesitation. Is this all the Wind and Rain Tower has to offer? Such incompetence dares to plot against my master? Speak more, and I shall consume you whole. Bring forth reinforcements. Let them not be as inept as you, or you shall all perish, the Dragon Hound warned, fixing a cold gaze upon the 8th Tower Master and King Lingnan. The 8th Tower Master, terror-stricken, thought, call for help? How could I possibly do that? Wouldn't I be summoning them to their doom? He realized it was futile to seek assistance. Otherwise, the upper echelons of the Wind and Rain Tower in the Tiando Empire would face annihilation. Fuming with indignation, the 8th Tower Master could not fathom how dealing with a mere weakling like Li Yuan could lead to such disastrous consequences. It became evident to him that the Wind and Rain Tower was in grave peril. As he faced the Dragon Hound, he found himself utterly outmatched. When the Dragon Hound attacked, he could not even muster a counterstrike. Before such a being, he felt like an insignificant insect. What are you waiting for? The Dragon Hound's impatience broke through the 8th Tower Master's frantic thoughts. Esteemed Elder, I shall summon aid immediately. We truly did not anticipate that the Wind and Rain Tower would undertake such an outrageous task. Even if you were to grant us 10,000 lives, we would not dare to act disrespectfully towards your master. This is indeed a misunderstanding. The head of our Wind and Rain Tower in the Tiando Empire will arrive shortly to offer an apology and satisfactory compensation to young Master Li. The 8th Tower Master hastily assured. Compensation? How many sacred artifacts can you offer? The Dragon Hound's imposing presence and tyrannical aura ignited a glint of interest in its eyes at the mention of compensation. This, the 8th Tower Master faltered, unable to articulate a response. Sacred artifacts? How could that be? The Wind and Rain Tower possessed only one sacred artifact, the foundation of their existence. Soon, a seemingly ordinary old farmer appeared. I am Fu Xian, the head of the Wind and Rain Tower in the Tiando Empire. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder. Upon arriving, Fu Xian was extremely respectful, not daring to underestimate the Dragon Hound. Fu Xian, have you brought sacred artifacts? The Dragon Hound inquired, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. If you possess sacred artifacts, perhaps my master might forgive your transgressions. Esteemed elder, Fu Xian's power is limited. He possesses no sacred artifacts. I regret to disappoint you, Fu Xian replied, his heart seething with anger, though his expression remained unchanged. However, as soon as Fu Xian finished speaking, The dragon hound's demeanor shifted dramatically. You dare waste my time with such nonsense. To think you would squander my time like this. Prepare to die? Furious, the dragon hound lunged at Fu Xian. Esteemed elder, you are crossing the line. Fu Xian's voice turned icy as he unleashed a terrifying aura to block the dragon hound's onslaught. You are gravely mistaken. With such a treasure in your possession, you dare not present it? Although it may be a counterfeit, it is still of value. I shall take it. The dragon hound initially hesitated, but soon its excitement surged as it spotted the potential treasure. This is not for you to decide. Fu Xian's expression soured as a crimson staff appeared in his hand, radiating divine light. Channeling all his strength, a terrifying sea of blood surged forth, descending upon the dragon hound. Unfazed by Fu Xian's power, the dragon hound did not even attempt to evade the impending attack. This is the staff of death. Once ensnared by the blood slaughter domain, even those possessing the ability to transform into a dragon will instantly turn to dust. However, as Fang Sun activated the formidable power of the staff of death, enveloping the dragon mastiff within the domain, his complexion underwent a drastic change. The dragon mastiff emanated an extraordinarily terrifying divine might. The domain's power of the staff of death, upon approaching the dragon mastiff within 10 meters, was directly evaporated by an invisible divine force. This sudden shift caused Fang Sun's expression to fluctuate dramatically. What treasures do you possess? Fang Sun's voice trembled at that moment. Old dog, you are far too inquisitive, the dragon mastiff retorted. I shall keep this imitation of the staff of death. Boom. The instant the dragon mastiff's words fell, a terrifying divine might erupted. At that moment, the dragon mastiff activated the devouring heaven demon jar, the emperor-grade weapon. Upon witnessing the devouring heaven demon jar, Fang Sun completely lost his composure and gasped audibly. Boom. Under the overwhelming might of the devouring heaven demon jar, Fang Sun stood no chance of resistance and was instantly suppressed into a mist of blood. Even though the devouring heaven demon jar was incomplete, it was still beyond the capabilities of any mere apparition to withstand. Simultaneously, the king of Lingnan also succumbed to nothingness. Uffed. The dragon mastiff lunged forward, giving the staff of death a fierce lick before swallowing it whole, a look of satisfaction on its face. An emperor-grade weapon, indeed. Lu Chongqing's eyes were filled with disbelief as he finally comprehended the source of the dragon mastiff's terror. It was due to its mastery over the supreme emperor-grade weapon. What emperor-grade weapon? This is merely a bowl given to me by young master for dining. Do not covet it. The dragon mastiff shot a glare at Lu Chongqing before turning away. Lu Chongqing was momentarily dumbfounded. His voice trembled as he asked, Gifted by young Master Li? This is an emperor-grade weapon. Chapter 38. I believe they have come to present gifts. Lu Chongqing's face was a canvas of incredulity. Emperor-grade weapons are the most potent divine armaments in existence. Each one embodies the pinnacle of power from the supreme holy lands. Only emperors can forge such weapons, and over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, the number of emperor-grade weapons has dwindled to a mere handful. Although the emperor-grade weapon in the possession of the dragon mastiff was not complete, it was certainly no imitation but a genuine artifact. The dragon mastiff was not surprised by Lu Chongqing's reaction. After all, anyone who learned of another's control over an emperor-grade weapon would undoubtedly display a similar expression, if not one of greater despair. As the dragon mastiff vanished from sight, the trembling individuals nearby turned to Lu Chongqing. Xianxia quivered as she asked, Husband, do you truly feel this way? Does it really wield an emperor-grade weapon? Emperor-grade weapons are the foundation of the supreme holy lands. How could they be lost? This revelation was utterly shocking. Xianxia was filled with confusion, and at that moment, Lu Xiaoman and Yi Han were equally perplexed. Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner turmoil, Lu Chongqing explained, Emperor-grade weapons are typically held by the descendants or disciples of emperors, forming the foundation of the major holy lands. However, one emperor-grade weapon is not among them, the devouring heaven demon jar. Within the Snow Dragon Palace, a fleeting blood shadow vanished. Beside Li Yuan's throne, the dragon mastiff appeared. At this moment, the dragon mastiff had shed its previous arrogance and dominance, assuming the size of an ordinary dog. Nestled at Li Yuan's side, looking remarkably obedient. Noticing Li Yuan's indifference, it cautiously approached and rubbed against his feet. Get away, filthy creature, Li Yuan exclaimed, delivering a kick that sent the dragon mastiff sprawling, his face contorted in disgust. This scene was witnessed by Li Chongkong as he entered the Snow Dragon Palace, leaving him speechless. This was an immensely fearsome beast. How could Li Yuan regard it with such disdain? Uncle, is the banquet about to commence? I am quite famished, Li Yuan inquired upon seeing Li Chongkong enter the palace. Indeed, Yuan, the banquet is ready, Li Chongkong replied, snapping out of his astonishment and recalling the purpose of his visit. Let us go, I'm truly starving. Li Yuan rose, accompanying Li Chongkong as they departed. In the mysterious Yuan, a figure gazed at the shattered soul lamp before him, his expression dark and foreboding. How could this happen? What was supposed to be a trivial task has led to such catastrophic losses for the Stormwind Tower, with 2 masters perishing in such a short span of time. Tell me, what secrets lie behind this? The leader, a middle-aged man, glared at the broken soul lamp, his voice as cold as ice. The shattering of the soul lamp signified the death of its master. Master, we did not anticipate this, a subordinate trembled. That boy has already had his celestial bones extracted by the future emperor of the Jun family. His fate was already sealed. The Jun family and the Heavenly Tao Academy, seeking to avoid any missteps that could tarnish their reputations, commissioned our Stormwind Tower to eliminate him. The middle-aged man's followers quaked as they explained. Is this related to the Jun family? Where is Jun Bailey? Upon hearing this, the leader spun around, fixing his gaze on the individuals before him, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. Master, upon learning of the demise of the 8th and 9th masters, Mr. Bailey has gone to the Tiando Empire to ascertain the truth. One of the speakers fell to his knees in terror. This must be the machinations of Jun Bailey. The leader's voice was frigid. With the deaths of the 2 masters and all the heavenly assassins from Lingnan, the Stormwind Tower was left leaderless in the Tiando Empire, inciting his wrath, for it had disrupted his plans. In stark contrast to the turmoil within the Stormwind Tower, the Snow Dragon territory was abuzz with activity. With the Li Heng and Li Ao factions eradicated, the strength of the Snow Dragon territory not only remained intact, but had remarkably transformed. On the mountainside, the Dragon Mastiff lay languidly before an ancient palace, utterly bored. This brat has actually made me stand guard here, truly intolerable. Were it not for the favor of the devouring Heaven Demon Jar, I would undoubtedly clash with you. Though the Dragon Mastiff grumbled, it played with the devouring Heaven Demon Jar, utterly captivated. Suddenly, the void quaked and split open, revealing an immense golden divine city, suspended in the air. It resembled an ancient celestial palace descending to the mortal realm, casting a shadow over half the sky of the Snow Dragon territory. The ancient golden city bore banners that displayed 2 blazing golden characters, Hellion Divine City. What brings it to the Snow Dragon territory? The Dragon Mastiff's eyes sparkled with intrigue as it glanced at the golden city. This was an ancient divine city, capable of floating eternally in the void and even moving. From within the golden divine city, a figure emerged, hovering in the air, casting a cold glance at the Snow Dragon territory, and commanded, "Is Li Yuan present? Come forth at once." The voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the void. The appearance of the golden divine city naturally captured the attention of Li Yuan and others within the Snow Dragon territory. Such a formidable sight was impossible to overlook. Simultaneously, they felt a terrifying sense of oppression. Is it the Hellion family? What brings them to the Snow Dragon territory? Having witnessed much, Lu Chongqing recognized the arrival of the Hellion family upon sighting the golden divine city, understanding that those who came were no ordinary individuals. Otherwise, they would not warrant the mobilization of the ancient golden city. The golden divine city was an ancient artifact, one of the Hellion family's treasures. Even if its ancient formations were incomplete, it remained extraordinarily formidable, and in the absence of a saint, no one could breach it. The Hellion family indeed. However, it seems we harbor no animosity towards the Hellion family. Their intentions appear malevolent. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing's expression grew exceedingly anxious. Uncle, fear not. I previously rescued an elder of the Hellion family. I believe they have come to bestow gifts upon me, especially as I am on the cusp of turning 18 and ascending to the position of Lord. It is customary to present gifts in advance, so please carry on. Li Yuan slowly rose, his gaze fixed upon the ethereal golden divine city, his eyes brimming with delight. Yuan, what gifts? Li Chongqing, not having clearly heard Li Yuan's words, was unable to respond immediately, for the appearance of the golden divine city, coupled with the cold demeanor of the visitors, filled him with trepidation. The Hellion family's dreadfulness far surpassed that of the Storm and Rain Tower. Uncle, did you not see? It is this golden divine city. You all continue. I shall return shortly. Li Yuan faced the Hellion family members without a hint of fear, gradually stepping into the air. The dragon hound on the mountainside, upon seeing Li Yuan, swiftly soared into the sky, fixated on the golden divine city before them, drooling profusely. Master, this is an ancient divine city. I possess some knowledge about it. Although the ancient formations are dilapidated, I still have an understanding of ancient arrays. Once we acquire it, I can restore some of the ancient formations, greatly enhancing their power. Even in the absence of the master, no one would dare to easily offend the Snow Dragon territory. You need not worry about the safety of your family. The dragon hound, upon its emergence, began to incite Li Yuan to seize the golden divine city. Chapter 39. Is it still youthful, if not audacious? What lies within this ancient divine city? Hearing the dragon hound's words, Li Yuan regarded it with a measured gaze. He was well aware of the dragon hound's character. It was known to never rise early without profit, and it seemed to have lived for an exceedingly long time, knowledgeable about many ancient secrets. As soon as the dragon hound spoke, Li Yuan surmised its ulterior motives. Such a colossal golden ancient city, while immensely valuable, held little significance for the dragon hound. It was evident that the dragon hound sought something within the golden ancient city. Master, there is nothing of concern. I merely suggest that the Hellion family's golden ancient city is a treasure. If we seize it, we shall prosper. In the future, when you are outside, there will be no need for worry. The dragon hound explained, its gaze evasive. Is that so? Or shall I give you a massage? Li Yuan, noting the dragon hound's persistence, placed a hand upon its head, startled by Li Yuan's words and actions. The dragon hound knew all too well the terror of Li Yuan's reversed heaven's path divine technique. Master, I shall speak. This golden ancient city was the sacred city of the golden ancient god clan in antiquity, and within it lies the remains of an ancient god. Reluctantly, the dragon hound revealed the secret under Li Yuan's threat. The remains of an ancient god, you say? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's eyes lit up. It seemed there were additional rewards beyond the golden ancient city. The youth hovering outside the golden ancient city, witnessing Li Yuan and the dragon hound's deliberations, grew increasingly frigid in demeanor. You are Li Yuan. Why do you not swiftly come forth to accept your punishment? The youth's voice was icy. Accept punishment? Who do you think you are to utter my master's name? A wretch like you lacks the qualifications to even have my master acknowledge your presence. The dragon hound, feeling disgruntled by being compelled to disclose the ancient god's remains, seized upon the opportunity to vent its frustrations upon the Hellion family member, all while flattering Li Yuan. As the dragon hound opened its mouth, the heavens themselves seemed to darken. In the blink of an eye, the youth from the Hellion family standing before the golden ancient city was devoured by the dragon hound. Preposterous, how dare you? Upon witnessing the youth's demise, furious voices erupted from within the golden ancient city. Several elderly figures appeared, ancient beings whose lifespans were unfathomable. The members of the Snow Dragon territory were left in shock at this sight. Where is Hellion High? Li Yuan, not paying attention to these figures, continued to admire the golden ancient city, casually inquiring. After all, this was to be his possession, and he wished to familiarize himself with it. Presumptuous! How dare you utter the name of our ancestor with such familiarity? I shall teach you a lesson. As this statement fell, a figure approached Li Yuan with an uncanny swiftness, intent on incapacitating him. Observing this, the dragon hound wore an expression of sympathy, making no move to intervene. It knew full well that this individual was doomed. Indeed, as the Hellion elder forcefully advanced towards Li Yuan, their speed slowed dramatically, as if time itself had decelerated. Simultaneously, a wretched scream echoed. The Hellion elder's body began to disintegrate, transforming into a mist of blood. In an instant, the body vanished entirely, leaving only a severed head behind. This scene sent chills down the spines of the remaining onlookers. Li Yuan's methods were terrifying. What Li Yuan had just employed was the heavenly path domain, which had grown increasingly formidable with his breakthrough. Answer me, what is your purpose in coming here? Li Yuan turned to address the solitary head that remained. His voice was soft, yet resonated like thunder in the ears of the listener. My lord, spare me. Our sacred ancestor has come to retrieve the fountain of immortality and to compel you to serve the Hellion family. At this moment, the individual dared not conceal anything, fearing that any attempt at deceit would be swiftly discerned by Li Yuan. Surely, you wish to seize the fountain of immortality and compel me into servitude for the Hellion family? Li Yuan remarked, his tone indifferent. Senior, the individual opened his mouth to speak, but upon meeting Li Yuan's gaze, he was struck with terror and swallowed his words. The intent of the Hellion family's sacred ancestor was precisely as he had stated. The fountain of immortality was indeed a treasure. Moreover, the display of power Li Yuan had exhibited left the Hellion family in shock. If they could harness Li Yuan's abilities for their own, it would undoubtedly propel the Hellion family to new heights. Li Yuan cast a glare, and the remaining head promptly disintegrated into nothingness. Flee. This individual is a demon. The few remaining members, witnessing this spectacle, felt their earlier arrogance evaporate, replaced by sheer terror. They yearned to return to the golden divine city at once, for only within its confines could they feel secure. Yet, as they turned to flee, Li Yuan's heavenly path domain descended upon them. Boom. The figures did not even have time to scream before they were transformed into a cloud of blood mist. You dare! The guardians of the golden divine city, witnessing this scene, wore expressions of icy fury. Li Yuan had clearly dismissed the Hellion family as inconsequential. Young man, you truly possess audacity. Do you believe that mastering a few techniques renders you invincible? At that moment, a figure emerged within the golden ancient city. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Upon the appearance of this figure, The members of the Hellion family bowed respectfully, clearly recognizing him as one of the principal architects behind the scheme to seize Li Yuan's fountain of immortality and heavenly path divine technique. Is it still called youth if not audacious? Old man, is it you who covets the fountain of immortality? Li Yuan fixed his gaze on the Hellion family elder, his expression serene. Li Yuan, you, the Hellion family members' expressions turned frigid. Yet, before they could utter a word, Li Yuan, who had previously stood outside the divine city, inexplicably appeared within it, moving with such speed that they could not react in time. The dragon hound opened its mouth and devoured several of them whole. Truly, you seem to have a death wish, daring to call my master by name. Do you Hellion family members even deserve such familiarity? Unfazed by the looming threat of death, the dragon hound, Long Ao, mockingly nudged against Li Yuan's feet, seemingly seeking to claim credit for its perceived bravery. Go wipe your drool elsewhere, Li Yuan disdainfully remarked, kicking at the drooling creature. At that moment, the expression of the elder from the Hellion clan darkened significantly. He had not anticipated that upon arriving today, without acquiring the Fountain of Youth, his kin would fall one after another. Boy, kill this dog, or else. The elder of the Hellion clan narrowed his eyes threateningly. Or else what? Speak up. How am I to know if you remain silent? Li Yuan replied, his demeanor remarkably calm, devoid of the slightest hint of trepidation. However, his words sent chills down the spines of the Hellion clan members, igniting their murderous intent. Had they not yet received the order, they might have torn Li Yuan to shreds at that very moment. Chapter 40. The Ancient God's Demon Suppression Array. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, the elder of the Hellion clan's visage twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, blood vessels pulsing ominously in his eyes as he clenched his fists, desperately suppressing his inner fury. Were he an ordinary individual, he would have unhesitatingly executed Li Yuan on the spot. Yet, Li Yuan's unnerving calm instilled fear within him. The previous unprovoked execution of several Hellion elders, combined with Hellion High and Hellion Ba Dao's reverence for Li Yuan, left the elder feeling somewhat intimidated. What? Not going to make a move? If you're not, then step aside and don't obstruct my master's path, Long Ao remarked, unflinching in the face of the Hellion clan's murderous glares. As his massive form forcefully pushed through the throng, Li Yuan cast a glance at the crowd, disregarding them entirely. As he made his way toward the ancient hall at the center of the Golden Divine City, he understood well that those seeking trouble today were not merely these individuals. They were but pawns. The elder who had confronted him earlier was of a power level inferior even to Hellion High. The Hellion clan would not be foolish enough to dispatch such a weakling against him. Such an action would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, Li Yuan paid them no mind, striding onward toward the ancient sacred hall. Master, the Hellion clan members surrounding the elder wore expressions of deepening gloom, their eyes turning bloodshot with rage, having never been so brazenly ignored. Watching Li Yuan and Long Ao's audacious retreat filled them with intense fury. Yet, without an explicit command, they dared not act. The elder of the Hellion clan struggled to contain his rage. Li Yuan's blatant disregard and scorn fueled his anger. Yet he gradually realized that he was no match for Li Yuan, and any aggressive action would simply be a death wish. His presence here was not to subdue Li Yuan, but rather to test the waters. We are not his opponents, he concluded. Regrettably, he was still too young. Outside the Golden Divine City, they might struggle against him, but he had forgotten that this was the Hellion clan's territory, and the Golden Divine City was their foundation. Far more potent than the leaving fire sword array by dozens of times. Not only would they suppress him, but executing him on the spot would also be a trivial matter. However, since the Holy Ancestor wished to acquire his enigmatic abilities, it was prudent to temporarily subdue him, sparing his life for the Holy Ancestor to handle. Activate the array, the elder commanded, his eyes devoid of bloodshot veins, replaced by mockery and coldness. Yes, elder. The Hellion clan members responded, their expressions now brimming with excitement. Boom. The Golden Divine City trembled violently as an ancient array was abruptly activated by the Hellion clan members. At that moment, Li Yuan and Long Ao found themselves ensnared within the confines of the ancient formation. This was the ancient god array. It was unexpected that the Hellion clan had deepened their research into the Golden Divine City to the extent of mastering this formation. Nevertheless, to think they could trap them was laughable. Long Ao was initially taken aback, but soon wore an expression of utter disdain. Outside the array, the elder of the Hellion clan soared forth, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Haha, this is the ancient god's demon suppression array. A primordial formation. Let us see how audacious you truly are. If you obediently surrender the items we desire and sign a soul contract to become our servants, we might spare your lives. Otherwise, this will be your grave. Indeed, even if your powers are formidable and your secret arts unfathomable, Once ensnared within the ancient god's demon suppression array, you are but fish in a barrel, left at our mercy. Comply, and perhaps you will endure less torment. The Hellion clan members, witnessing Li Yuan and Long Ao trapped, grew increasingly audacious. Haha, do you truly believe no one can break the ancient god's demon suppression array? You are far too arrogant. Just wait until I emerge, you will see. Long Ao declared defiantly, his eyes filled with disdain at the Hellion clan's mockery, immediately stepping forward to shatter the array. While the formation posed no threat to Li Yuan, with the Hellion clan's holy ancestor yet to reveal himself and Long Ao eager to prove himself, Li Yuan chose to allow Long Ao to take the lead. With Li Yuan's nod, Long Ao commenced his efforts within the formation. Outside the ancient god's demon suppression array, the Hellion clan members erupted into laughter. Haha, this is hilarious. A mere dog with awakened intelligence dares to claim it will break our Hellion clan's ancient god's demon suppression array. Truly absurd. Seeing such confidence, they decided to grant him an opportunity, ensuring it would not be said that the Hellion clan bullied a mere dog. One Hellion disciple clutched his stomach in laughter, convinced he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. Is that so? Just wait and see, Long Ao retorted, a glimmer of chilling ferocity flashing in his eyes. Proud to the extreme, Long Ao would not allow himself to be so humiliated. He considered himself akin to Li Yuan, an unparalleled existence cultivating the heavenly path. The Hellion disciple, caught in Long Ao's gaze, felt a tremor of fear, as if a ferocious beast had locked onto him, leaving him unnerved. Why am I so intimidated by a mere dog? He pondered, dismissing the notion of breaking the ancient god's demon suppression array as ludicrous, yet soon shook off the feeling and resumed his taunts. Within the ancient sacred hall, the Hellion clan's holy ancestor sat cross-legged, his eyes piercing through layers of obstruction, absorbing every detail within the golden divine city. Long Ao, indeed, it is Long Ao. If my deductions are correct, he has likely just recently awakened. I am keen to witness the extent of his powers. Subduing him will undoubtedly provide a significant boon to the future of the Hellion clan. Long Ao, a supreme divine beast. The elder of the Hellion clan regarded Long Ao with palpable excitement. Holy ancestor, has that youth, Li Yuan, been discerned? Hellion Fenghua, the current holy son of the Hellion clan, cautiously inquired, having learned from Hellion Ba Dao that Li Yuan was the most formidable presence. When Hellion Fenghua gazed upon Li Yuan, his expression grew grave. Li Yuan, merely a cultivator of the divine concealment realm, easily dispatched. If my conjecture holds true, he has the ability to slay malevolent spirits, seize the leaving fire sword array, and heal Hellion High. He must possess some extraordinary divine artifact. Once we acquire this treasure, the Hellion clan will henceforth be under our command. Greed was etched across the face of the Hellion clan's holy ancestor. Before him, a peculiar orb hovered, an eye that could penetrate the veil of illusion and, with its assistance, unveiled the true cultivation level of Li Yuan. At present, Li Yuan was merely a practitioner of the divine concealment secret realm, and even that was not perfected. Astonishingly, a mere cultivator from the divine concealment realm could summon such a divine artifact. Once it fell into the hands of the Hellion family, they would undoubtedly stand shoulder to shoulder with the sacred lands. Hellion Fenghua rejoiced at this revelation. The orb before the Hellion ancestor was a divine eye bequeathed by a dual-pupil sage, capable of discerning all truths. Chapter 41, A Thought Shatters All. The unease within Hellion Fenghua dissipated entirely. Within the ancient god and demon array, the dragon hound commenced its assault on the formation. Inside the ancient god subduing array, towering phantoms of ancient gods materialized, each adorned with starry imprints upon their foreheads, radiant with an ancient divine light, as if they were living deities. Just as the dragon hound prepared to breach the array, an ancient god's phantom charged towards it. The divine axe wielded by the ancient god seemed capable of cleaving through the heavens and earth. In that instant, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. As ancient stars began to fall from the void, a manifestation of the formidable powers of the ancient god lineage. With a roar, the dragon hound faced the ancient god's strike, unleashing its own innate divine ability, the dragon's roar. With a furious bellow, an ancestral dragon surged through the air to collide with the ancient god's axe, producing a thunderous sound that sent the ancient god's phantom flying. The dragon hound paid no further heed, employing its uncanny agility to weave through the ancient god subduing array, rapidly dismantling it. It was acutely aware that the ancient gods targeting Li Yuan posed no threat. The array's might could not harm him. Within the ancient god subduing array, 3 ancient god phantoms emerged, each unleashing dreadful powers as they advanced upon Li Yuan. In the face of such terrifying abilities, Li Yuan maintained his composure, not even casting a glance. As the 3 ancient god phantoms approached him with overwhelming might, capable of annihilating the very heavens, they disintegrated into nothingness. Like spring snow meeting fierce flames, leaving no trace of struggle behind. What? What is this ability? Outside the ancient god's subduing array, the members of the Hellion family were utterly astonished by the scene, recognizing that the three ancient god strikes were akin to the blows of peak experts. Yet they were effortlessly neutralized by Li Yuan's serene demeanor. Inside the ancient sanctum, Hellion Fenghua gasped in disbelief. What? What kind of treasure is this? To possess such terrifying power? Unlike the others outside, Hellion Fenghua perceived more, for within the ancient sanctum floated a heavy pupil, and in that fleeting moment, he discerned a horrifying aura sweeping through Li Yuan's body. It was this very aura that extinguished the three ancient god strikes. What a remarkable treasure. This so-called waste of the divine concealment secret realm can unleash such divine might. Once I seize control, even the sovereign of the divine threshold secret realm shall fall before me with ease. The Hellion ancestor trembled with excitement. Regaining his composure, he immediately conveyed orders to the individual controlling the ancient god subduing array, urging them to activate it with all their might in an attempt to suppress Li Yuan. He could no longer afford to wait. Within the Golden Divine City, the Hellion family's elder promptly issued commands. The already formidable ancient god subduing array, when fully activated, unleashed a terrifying divine power. Boom. In that moment, it felt as if the very firmament were shattering. In the Snow Dragon territory, Lu Chongxing and Li Changkong gazed at the unfolding spectacle in the void, their hearts trembling uncontrollably. In their eyes, the heavens appeared to be fracturing continuously. The enormous figures of ancient gods descended, their colossal forms dominating the sky, their feet upon the earth, and their heads piercing the heavens, as though this day had been forged by their own hands. 1, 2. The number of ancient gods escalated, and in the blink of an eye, 81 ancient gods emerged. At that moment, the colossal phantoms of the ancient gods obscured the sky, casting darkness as if night had fallen. Most terrifyingly, after the 81 ancient gods appeared, they began to merge. One after another, the ancient gods vanished, culminating in the manifestation of a singular, awe-inspiring ancient god phantom. Its colossal form blotted out the sun. As if a deity were coldly surveying the mortal realm, its gigantic eyes devoid of warmth. Slowly, it raised a hand, extending a finger towards the mortals below. That finger was as immense and formidable as a terrifying divine mountain. As it descended, it resembled a colossal meteor plummeting to earth, ablaze and glowing a fierce crimson. Trailing a long, fiery tail. Within the Golden Divine City, Li Yuan looked up at the impending strike directed at him, his eyes shimmering with rapidly flickering laws. At that moment, he invoked the heavenly Tao divine art to comprehend this blow. This strike was immensely terrifying, an ancient god-s divine ability. This was the ancient god-s ultimate technique, the ancient god-s finger. The dragon hound, in the midst of breaking the array, was taken aback by this sight. The ancient god-s finger was exceedingly fearsome. Once confident in Li Yuan's strength, the dragon hound now felt a wave of anxiety. Ancestor, can the item on this child withstand this strike? Will it be destroyed? Hellion Fenghua, witnessing this scene, expressed his concern. How could such a divine artifact possibly be destroyed? Just wait and see. In such a crisis, this boy is bound to reveal his true treasure. I am eager to discover what it is. The eyes of the Hellion ancestor sparkled with anticipation, fixating on Li Yuan, determined not to miss a single detail. Within the ancient god subduing array, Li Yuan observed the terrifying ancient god technique, a hint of joy flickering in his eyes. What an impressive ancient goddess finger. What an extraordinary lineage of ancient gods to have devised such a fearsome technique. At this moment, Li Yuan fully comprehended the ancient goddess finger, praising its magnificence. Then, he uttered a single word, scatter. As his voice resonated, the laws materialized with his command. The ancient goddess finger that approached Li Yuan was instantaneously erased by an invisible force of the heavenly Tao. Even the immense phantom of the ancient god began to crumble at an alarming rate. The tense dragon hound gaped in astonishment. Such a terrifying attack was effortlessly dispelled by Li Yuan with merely a thought. Within the ancient sanctum, the Hellion ancestor and Hellion Fenghua were rendered parched and speechless, utterly astounded by the scene before them. Their intention was to draw out Li Yuan's trump cards, yet they had not anticipated witnessing such a shocking spectacle. Ancestor, did you truly see through this child's cultivation? To dismantle the array with a mere thought, how is that even possible? Hellion Fenghua, the so-called prodigy of the Hellion family, trembled with fear, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. As he gazed at Li Yuan, he could not suppress his terror. Had Li Yuan not been at a distance, he would have already knelt before him. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the dragon hound, overwhelmed by the shocking sight, faltered in its efforts to breach the array, inadvertently attracting a fearsome bolt of heavenly thunder that struck it mercilessly. Damn it! How dare it strike me? Though the might of the thunder failed to injure the dragon hound, it caused it to howl in pain. In that moment, the dragon hound lost all patience for the array and declared, "Break it for me." Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, rendering one's ears nearly deaf. The dragon dog unleashed a fierce bellow, summoning the devouring demon jar. Even if the dragon dog could not awaken the jar, it was still an imperial weapon. The mere eruption of its imperial might caused the entire golden divine city to tremble. The ancient divine demon formation was directly breached. The members of the Hellion family bled from their 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground, oblivious to their fate. Chapter 42. Unabashed Audacity. The devouring demon jar hovered in the void, its imperial might enveloping the entire golden divine city like a prison. The dragon dog, battered by the power of thunder, seethed with rage. Had it not been for the necessity of preserving the golden divine city, it would have relished the thought of obliterating it. Thud. Xianxiafangs, the most outstanding prodigy of the Hellion family in millennia, found it exceedingly difficult to endure under such terrifying imperial pressure. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. The sound of his kneecaps cracking echoed in the air. Had he not gritted his teeth to hold on, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, despite appearing somewhat conscious, his vision was shrouded in a haze. An imperial weapon, indeed. The dragon dog possessed an imperial weapon. Xianxiafangs' face was a mask of astonishment. The Hellion family had never owned an imperial weapon, only inferior replicas of the emperor's imperial armament. Now, the very individual they wished to subdue bore an imperial weapon. An imperial weapon, a foundation strong enough to establish any holy land. Once Yuan matured, he would undoubtedly create a holy domain of his own. The imperial weapon. The devouring demon jar. Upon witnessing this, the ancestral figure of the Hellion family trembled uncontrollably under the imperial might, eyes wide with shock. The ancestor had suspected that Yuan possessed a divine artifact, but never had he imagined that upon arriving at the snow dragon territory, he would discover an imperial weapon. Damn it! How dare you strike at this emperor? However, forcibly activating an imperial weapon consumed an alarming amount of energy. I am nearly drained. After the dragon dog obliterated the ancient divine demon formation, it continued to curse. Given the dragon dog's current cultivation, it was simply insufficient to wield the imperial weapon. Even unleashing a fraction of its power demanded an extraordinary amount of strength. As the devouring demon jar vanished, the dragon dog gasped for breath. After its fury, its tongue nearly lolled out. Truly pathetic. Yuan glanced at the dragon dog, his expression one of disdain. He noticed that the dragon dog was experiencing backlash within its body and placed a hand upon it. The turbulent blood energy quickly settled, but the terrifying expenditure from earlier could not be recovered in a short span. Whoosh. In the ancient sanctuary of the golden divine city, a sound of space shattering echoed. The ancestor of the Hellion family appeared, his gaze greedily fixed upon Yuan and the dragon dog. Ha! After searching high and low, I stumbled upon this treasure without any effort. I merely ventured out to seek fortune, and yet I have encountered an imperial weapon. It seems my good fortune has arrived. Hand over the imperial weapon, and I shall spare your lives, while also granting you a chance at fortune. Join the Hellion family as servants. The ancestor of the Hellion family hovered in the air, looking down upon Yuan and the dragon dog. Surrender the imperial weapon and receive an opportunity. Serving as your servant? Old fool, are you still asleep? Were you gored by a donkey in your mother's womb, causing your brain to rust? Despite being exceedingly weak, the dragon dog exploded with rage upon hearing the words of the Hellion ancestor. It had always been the one to seize treasures from others. Today, someone dared to covet its devouring demon jar, speaking with such unrepentant audacity. The dragon dog was on the verge of an explosion. Do you believe you have a choice now? Were it not for your lineage as a dragon dog, I would have slain you on the spot. The Hellion ancestor's eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent, yet recalling the dragon dog's formidable bloodline and promising future, he suppressed his murderous intent. Such a steed should not be carelessly slain. You wish to slay this emperor? You old fool, what are you? Try it if you dare. Do you believe I won't imprison you in a jar and torment you until you beg for death? The dragon dog threatened fiercely. Ha! Are you still in your right mind? With all your cultivation exhausted, how will you wield the imperial weapon now? Had it been before, I would have thought twice before crossing you. But now, do you believe I cannot easily subdue you? Boom. The voice of the Hellion ancestor resonated as a terrifying aura erupted from within him, directly suppressing the dragon dog. At that moment, the dragon dog possessed almost no spiritual power, and under the weight of the Hellion ancestor's pressure, it trembled and knelt to the ground. You seek death, old fool. The dragon dog, suppressed, was filled with rage but could not retaliate. Just as the Hellion ancestor reveled in his triumph, Yuan spoke up. Old fool, One must consider the owner when striking a dog. You dare to bully my family's guard. Have you thought this through? Li Yuan's voice was icy. The Hellion ancestor's disregard incensed Li Yuan. He had come to collect the golden divine city, yet he was being robbed instead. What a farcical situation. Huh. You think you are worthy to speak to me? Were it not for the mysterious methods you possess, a mere waste from the divine ability secret realm would have been eradicated long ago. You think you rely on this dragon dog and the imperial weapon it holds? Now, unable to wield the imperial weapon, you are nothing. The Hellion ancestor looked down upon Li Yuan with utter disdain, possessing the eye of the heavy pupil. The Hellion ancestor had long since seen through Li Yuan's cultivation. In his eyes, Li Yuan was insignificant. The prowess of a powerhouse from the divine concealment secret realm might be formidable to ordinary powers, but the Hellion ancestor paid him no mind. At present, he was no longer interested in Li Yuan's possessions. His sole desire was to suppress the dragon dog and subjugate it, simultaneously seizing the imperial weapon it held. Once he controlled the imperial weapon, where could he not tread? Even the supreme holy grounds would have to regard him with trepidation. Old fool, this is your own doing. Ha ha. Master, spare his life. I wish to take him as a pet. Hearing this, the dragon dog, oppressed by the Hellion ancestor, rejoiced instead, laughing heartily. The dragon dog was well aware that this old fool was doomed. Li Yuan's cold voice resounded. So be it. Then I shall fulfill your wish. Boom. Li Yuan activated the heavenly Tao divine technique, the unmatched domain descending upon them. Though the Hellion ancestor possessed considerable cultivation, he could not resist under Li Yuan's domain. His power rapidly stripped away, unable to withstand the oppressive weight of Li Yuan's domain. With a resounding crash, the Hellion ancestor plummeted from the void, crashing to the ground. Unable even to kneel, crawling away like a dead dog, Li Yuan raised his head and ruthlessly stomped down upon the face of the Hellion ancestor. This is what you get for being arrogant. You dared to command me to be your servant. Your audacity knows no bounds. Thud, thud, thud. Li Yuan continued to stomp down, the Hellion ancestor's wails echoing as his face became utterly deformed. In the distance, the dragon dog slowly rose, stepping forward, its eyes blazing with fury. It could not tolerate having knelt just moments ago. Master, allow me to take care of this old fool. Chapter 43. Is a holy land really so impressive? The voice of the dragon hound carried a chilling undertone. Very well. Li Yuan withdrew his foot and acquiesced to the dragon hound's request. Until now, Li Yuan had shown restraint, had he not. The ancestral figure of the Hellion family would have already perished beyond revival. The dragon hound cracked a grin, swiftly sealing the cultivation of the Hellion family's ancestral figure. Upon realizing his powers had been suppressed, the Hellion ancestor's expression morphed into one of severe terror. What do you intend to do? I am the Hellion family's ancestral figure. For 8,000 years, I have traversed the world, achieving remarkable feats for the Hellion family. Are you truly prepared to oppose us? The Hellion ancestor was now in a state of panic, desperately wishing to leverage the Hellion name for a timely escape. With a resounding smack, the dragon hound raised its paw and delivered a fierce blow to the Hellion ancestor. Although the dragon hound possessed no trace of spiritual energy, its sheer physical strength elicited anguished cries from the Hellion ancestor. Do you dare to threaten me? Is the Hellion family truly so formidable? Come forth. Let it be known that I am not afraid. With furious swipes, the dragon hound rained down blows upon the Hellion ancestor, who cried out in agony. The strikes expertly measured to avoid fatality. An ancestral figure, you say? Surely, you possess numerous treasures. Now, as you are my pet, all that you own rightfully belongs to me. After venting its pent-up anger, the dragon hound's gaze brightened. It began to brazenly plunder the treasures of the Hellion ancestor. A splendid treasure, the eye of the dragon hound exclaimed, spotting another prized possession, and a shard of divine source. Delighted by the discovery, it ruthlessly stripped the Hellion ancestor of his markings and claimed the treasures for itself. What a delightful surprise. My snow dragon domain has gained several new treasures. The dragon hound, brimming with excitement, hastily consumed the treasures, fearful that Li Yuan might seize them. While it proclaimed the addition of treasures to the snow dragon domain, it was evident that the items would remain firmly within its belly, with no chance of being regurgitated. Old fool, let us formalize a contract. You are now my pet, and I have claimed you. After finishing its plunder, the dragon hound's gaze turned furious as it recalled the earlier scene, glaring at the Hellion ancestor. Do not even think about resisting. A warrior may be slain, but never humiliated. The Hellion ancestor growled defiantly. Such spirit. Then do your utmost to endure. The dragon hound replied, not in the least bit angered, but rather amused. Soon, anguished howls resonated throughout the golden divine city. I am willing to sign the contract. Ultimately, the Hellion ancestor could not withstand the pressure, succumbing to submission. Hold on. Do you truly believe the Hellion family can be so easily bullied? For you to make our ancestral figure your pet, you are quite bold. From within the ancient hall, the awakened Hellion Fenghua stepped forth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Hellion Fenghua understood that he was no match for Li Yuan and the Dragon Hound. Yet his demeanor was frigid. For if the ancestral figure became the Dragon Hound's pet, the Hellion family's dignity would be obliterated, rendering them the laughingstock of all families, a fate utterly unacceptable. Youngster, do you think I fear your Hellion family? The Dragon Hound fixed its gaze on Hellion Fenghua. However, Hellion Fenghua did not return the gaze, instead focusing intently on Li Yuan. He was acutely aware that the one who held the reins of fate was Li Yuan. Whether the Hellion family would become the subject of mockery among the other clans hinged solely on Li Yuan's whims. The events of the day shook Hellion Fenghua to his core, even subverting his understanding. He realized that the Hellion family had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. However, the thought of the ancestral figure becoming a mere lapdog to Li Yuan eclipsed all else. Li Yuan regarded Hellion Fenghua with a detached expression, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. It was evident that he held the Hellion family in utter disregard. Today marked the self-inflicted demise of the Hellion family. Under Li Yuan's scrutiny, Hellion Fenghua's legs quaked with trepidation. To him, Li Yuan's gaze resembled that of death itself, capable of determining life and death. Should this transpire, the Hellion family and I would be locked in a deadly feud. While the Hellion family may be weaker, what of the Holy Land? My Hellion family once served as a vassal to an emperor, yet today, our ancestral figure is relegated to being a pet. Does that not render the emperor mere fodder for mockery? And would the Holy Land tolerate such indignity? Hellion Fenghua's words were sharp and uncompromising, realizing that the only way to resolve this matter was to invoke the Holy Land's authority. As he had stated, should this incident be exacerbated by the Hellion family's machinations, the Holy Land would undoubtedly intervene. However, before Hellion Fenghua could finish, Li Yuan coolly interjected, "The Holy Land? Is it truly that formidable?" His voice was soft, yet it struck Hellion Fenghua's ears like thunder. Hellion Fenghua could hardly believe that Li Yuan was unafraid even of the Holy Land. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, causing his body to fracture. "Young Master Li, please show mercy." A familiar voice echoed from afar. The speaker was none other than Hellion Badu. Hellion Badu appeared anxious, though Hellion Fenghua was not from his direct line. He was the Hellion family's foremost prodigy in millennia, a figure of utmost importance. If Li Yuan were to extinguish him, the consequences for the Hellion family would be unimaginable. As for the Hellion ancestor, who was being subdued by the Dragon Hound, Hellion Badu chose not to mention him. Initially, the Hellion family sought to forge an alliance with Li Yuan, yet now, should they falter, they risked incurring his wrath. Hellion Badu had witnessed Li Yuan's formidable nature firsthand. "Hellion Badu, do you think that if you ask me to spare him, I must comply?" Li Yuan, recognizing Hellion Badu, offered no courtesy. At this moment, Hellion Fenghua could not utter a single word. His body was riddled with cracks, and with a mere thought from Li Yuan, he could be reduced to nothing. "Young Master Li's words are beyond my authority, yet I implore you to spare his life. Upon returning, we shall confine him for a century to reflect upon his transgressions. The Hellion family will also make amends to you." Hellion Badu wore a smile that betrayed his anxiety, not daring to provoke Li Yuan. He understood that Li Yuan was a figure whom he and the entire Hellion family could not afford to offend. "Amends? That is not out of the question." "Very well. Then I shall claim this golden divine city as compensation for this matter from your Hellion family. What say you, Hellion Badu?" Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Hellion Badu's mouth fell agape, at a loss for words. The golden divine city was one of the Hellion family's foundational assets, and Li Yuan had audaciously laid claim to it. Such grand ambitions. Do you truly believe you can stomach it? As Hellion Badu struggled to formulate a response, a voice resonated from the void, shaking the surrounding air, indicating the arrival of someone with unfathomable power. "Greetings, Patriarch." Hellion Badu bowed to the emptiness. The newcomer was none other than the current head of the Hellion family. Chapter 44, The Holy Master Hellion Wooming. "Patriarch, save me. Kill Li Yuan. He harbors immense secrets, and the Dragon Hound possesses half of an imperial weapon. Though imperial weapons are formidable, the Dragon Hound has exhausted its cultivation and cannot wield it. Patriarch, do not grant them time. Do not let Li Yuan access the imperial weapon. If we seize it, the Hellion family will undoubtedly ascend to a superfamily, rivaling the Holy Land." As the ancestral figure of the Hellion family was subdued by the Dragon Mastiff, he beheld the approaching individual with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, sensing an opportunity for resurgence. The head of the Hellion family, Hellion Wooming, possessed the cultivation of a Saint Lord. Upon his sudden appearance, the domineering expression on Hellion Wooming's face vanished without a trace. Li Yuan, maintaining an exceedingly calm demeanor, gazed at the ethereal Helian Wuming and remarked, "Do you believe my appetite to be insatiable, esteemed sir?" In the face of Helian Wuming, Li Yuan remained undaunted. The swallowing heaven demon jar was indeed impressive when wielded by the dragon mastiff, yet if Li Yuan desired it, he could manipulate it with but a thought. Thanks to his mastery of the celestial Tao divine artifacts. Although Li Yuan's cultivation was not formidable, the celestial Tao divine artifacts enabled him to unleash even more terrifying power from the imperial artifacts. While the Saint Lord was undeniably powerful, facing a strike from an imperial artifact would be tantamount to courting death. Naturally, young individuals are often seen as possessing great appetites. Those who are timid cannot truly be considered youthful, unlike us, the ancient ones, who are consumed by the fear of life and death. Having previously received a letter from Helian High, Wuming held Li Yuan in immense esteem, and upon meeting him, he realized that Li Yuan surpassed even the extraordinary descriptions penned by Helian High. It was a privilege for the Helian family to forge a friendship with such an individual. Naturally, since Li Yuan had taken a liking to the Golden Divine City, it would be bestowed upon him, henceforth making it his possession. Moreover, this could be regarded as a congratulatory gift from the Helian family in advance of his ascendance to lordship. As excitement danced across the face of the ancestral figure of the Helian family, Helian Wuming unexpectedly shifted his tone and presented the Golden Divine City to Li Yuan, a treasure of considerable significance to the Helian lineage. In response, Li Yuan smiled and acknowledged, "Since it is a gift from you, Brother Wuming, I shall graciously accept the Golden Divine City. It is indeed quite commendable." However, Helian Fenghua, upon hearing this, was filled with disbelief. Unable to fathom why Helian Wuming would not act immediately to suppress the dragon mastiff, slay Li Yuan, and seize the imperial artifact. Why would he relinquish such an opportunity and instead offer up the Helian family's foundation? "From this day forth, I strip you of all your resources and status. Upon returning to the Helian family, you shall reflect in solitude for 10 years. Do you understand the gravity of your error?" Helian Wuming's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Helian Fenghua. The latter trembled, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Wuming's eyes. Fenghua recognized his wrongdoing. He should not have offended Li Yuan, and upon returning to the Helian family, he would immediately engage in self-reflection. His failure to prevent the ancestral figure's selfish desires weighed heavily upon him. Helian Fenghua was not foolish. He understood that since Helian Wuming had not cast a single glance at the Helian family ancestor since his arrival, it was clear that the ancestral figure had been forsaken. Stealing a frightened glance at Li Yuan, his face was a mask of terror. Noting Fenghua's words, Helian Wuming turned to Li Yuan with a forced smile, saying, "Young Master Li, are you satisfied with his punishment? If you are displeased, I shall execute him." As for the Helian family ancestor, Helian Wuming had no desire to plead for his life. Had it not been for Fenghua's unparalleled talent, Wuming would not have spoken on his behalf. The moment Wuming learned from Fenghua that the dragon mastiff possessed half an imperial artifact, he was utterly terrified. Helian High's letter had made it abundantly clear that the ancient dragon mastiff was merely a mount for Li Yuan, who did not even regard it as a formidable divine beast. Clearly, if Li Yuan desired the half-imperial artifact, the dragon mastiff would unhesitatingly relinquish it, for it could not resist. The fact that Li Yuan chose not to claim it, but rather entrusted it to the dragon mastiff indicated either that Li Yuan was powerful enough to disregard it, or that he possessed even more terrifying trump cards. At that moment, Helian Wuming's mind was consumed by dread, fearing Li Yuan's wrath towards the Helian family. Li Yuan regarded Helian Wuming and remarked with a smile, "You are indeed a commendable individual. Since Brother Wuming wishes to retain him, how could I refuse such a request? After all, you have just presented me with the Golden Divine City." As for Helian Fenghua, he was of little concern to Li Yuan. He realized that Fenghua would be of no assistance now or in the future, yet he felt compelled to grant Wuming this courtesy. As one does not strike a smiling face, Wuming's courtesy was such that Li Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Do not forget to express your gratitude to young Master Li," Helian Wuming remarked, visibly relieved, casting a cold glare at Helian Fenghua. Simultaneously, he sent a warning through thought. "Fenghua, how foolish you are. This person wields a dragon mastiff capable of controlling half an imperial artifact. Do you truly believe he is an ordinary individual? Do you think you are worthy to provoke him? Moreover, the dragon mastiff possesses a noble bloodline and an immense pride. Subjugating it is no simple task." Enlightened by Wuming's admonition, Helian Fenghua suddenly realized his folly. Previously, he had been blinded by the ancestral figure's heavy gaze upon Li Yuan's cultivation, but now, awakened, he was drenched in cold sweat. "Thank you, young master, for your mercy," Fenghua expressed sincerely, devoid of any trace of arrogance. "This life is a gift from you, and if there comes a day when you require my service, I am willing to lay down my life for you." Li Yuan smiled slightly at his words, choosing to divert his attention away from Hellion Fenghua to Li Yuan. Fenghua was no longer of any use. However, he still felt it necessary to maintain appearances. The dragon mastiff, feeling neglected as the Hellion family ancestor was ignored, snorted disdainfully. Hellion Wuming, do you no longer care for this old fool? Bring forth treasures in return. With a swift motion, the dragon mastiff raised its claw and struck the Hellion family ancestor, causing him to cry out in agony. The dragon mastiff, witnessing Hellion Wuming offering the golden divine city to save Fenghua, felt an intense surge of excitement. This ancestral figure of the Hellion family was not weak. Surely, he could be exchanged for a remarkable treasure. The Hellion family ancestor cried out, Wuming, save me. Initially believing that his salvation was at hand with Wuming's arrival, he now felt an overwhelming sense of unease as Wuming had yet to spare him a single glance. Gradually emerging from his greed, coupled with Wuming's demeanor, the Hellion family ancestor sensed a looming threat of death. Li Yuan remained silent, yet a smile played at the corners of his mouth as he observed Hellion Wuming, eager to witness how he would navigate this predicament. In Li Yuan's eyes, the moment that individual made his move, he was as good as dead. Li Yuan had already shown considerable favor towards Hellion Wuming. In truth, from the moment Li Yuan had laid eyes upon the golden divine city, Wuming had no means of taking it away. Bestowing it upon Li Yuan was merely a matter of convenience. Li Yuan understood well that although Hellion Wuming appeared indifferent, he was, in truth, reluctant, merely too intimidated to act. Chapter 45. I Can Heal. Hellion Fenghua also turned his gaze towards Hellion Wuming, the ancestral figure of his lineage. Should he fall, it would spell the end for Hellion Fenghua's branch. Failing to notice the Saint's son was a grievous error. He sought forgiveness from the Saint's son. Upon hearing the dragon mastiff's words, Hellion Wuming feigned realization, shedding any semblance of arrogance. You recognize me? The dragon mastiff asked, eyeing Hellion Wuming with a hint of wariness. In response, Hellion Wuming clarified, in this world, the bloodline of the dragon mastiff has long been severed. Upon encountering it here today, I naturally deduced your identity, Saint's son. If my memory serves me correctly, you awoke from the primordial mine 6,000 years ago. In that fateful year, an unparalleled powerhouse, whose lifespan had reached its end, ventured into the Taichu mine in search of a means to extend his life, inadvertently triggering the premature awakening of the Holy Sun. Had it not been for this event, the Holy Sun would likely still be in slumber. Hellion Wuming maintained a remarkably composed demeanor. Long Ao, taken aback, was astonished to learn that Hellion Wuming was aware of his existence. Such unnecessary verbosity. Now that he recognized the identity of the Holy Sun, why not exchange treasures for the person? The Holy Sun was in a foul mood, demanding double the treasures. Long Ao stomped fiercely at the Hellion family's ancestral patriarch, fixing his gaze on Hellion Wuming. Holy Sun, there is a matter I have yet to inform you. Everything you do not know is that this individual was indeed one of the ancestral patriarchs of the Hellion family. However, he has succumbed to selfish desires, audaciously utilizing the golden divine city, which the Hellion family had prepared as a gift for young Master Li, and even plotted against young Master Li. His crimes warrant execution. Upon hearing this, Wuming understood that the Elder Council had decided to expel him from the Hellion family. 3 days prior, he had already been removed from the family genealogy, no longer a member of the Hellion clan. Should this person have offended the Holy Sun, please feel free to punish him as you see fit. Hellion Wuming would not intervene. With a smile, Hellion Wuming continued his discourse. It was evident that he had chosen to give up on the figure before him, recognizing that taking action against Li Yuan while wanting to preserve his life would only invite trouble for the Hellion family. As for the so-called Elder Council and the removal from the genealogy, it was clearly nothing more than fabrications. Upon hearing this, Hellion Fenghua felt utterly disheartened. From the moment Hellion Wuming spoke, he had rendered his judgment. Hellion Wuming, you possess great audacity. The patriarch of the Hellion family, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, his eyes bloodshot with rage, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Hellion Wuming. He understood that he was doomed this day. Long Ao, equally enraged, realized Hellion Wuming's implication, that he would gain nothing at all. Does the Holy Sun have any commands? Hellion Wuming inquired, his expression devoid of anger, instead smiling at Long Ao. At that moment, Long Ao found himself at a loss for words. Remembering the humiliation he had previously endured from the Hellion patriarch, he struck down with great force, reducing him to a bloody pulp. Brother Wuming, may I invite you to my snow dragon domain? Li Yuan, satisfied with the resolution of matters, extended an invitation to Hellion Wuming. Naturally, one could not refuse the invitation of young Master Li. Hellion Wuming, witnessing Li Yuan's satisfaction with this outcome, felt a pang of heartache, yet also a gradual sense of relief. Brother Wuming, please. Li Yuan was exceedingly straightforward. With a single step, he exited the golden divine city. Hellion Wuming cast a lingering glance at the city, feeling a deep sense of loss. Yet he had no choice but to follow Li Yuan away. From this day forth, the Golden Divine City had completely changed hands. The Hellion family had already lost the fire sword array to Li Yuan, and now the Golden Divine City had been voluntarily presented to him. The thought made Hellion Wuming seethe with fury, for both were the very foundations of the Hellion family. The strength of the Hellion clan had been severely diminished. At this moment, Hellion Wuming's sole desire was to cultivate a good relationship with Li Yuan, hoping that in the future, when the Hellion family faced a crisis, he might seek Li Yuan's assistance. In the Snow Dragon domain, the atmosphere was palpably tense. First came the terrifying ancient divine specter, followed by the daunting might of imperial weapons, and then the descent of a holy master. Such a remote place as the Snow Dragon domain had never before encountered such figures. Even though the disparity between holy masters was immense, a holy master was still a holy master. Li Changkong stared intently at the Golden Divine City in the void, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The Hellion family was a first-rate clan, and even the imperial family of the Tiando Empire would not dare to offend them lightly. Moments later, when he saw Li Yuan appear with a beaming smile, his anxieties began to ease. Uncle, this Golden Divine City is a congratulatory gift from the Hellion family, so please let someone take charge of it. From now on, the Golden Divine City will serve as our fortress in the Snow Dragon domain. Thus, let us relocate our people into it. Should anyone dare to attack, I need not worry. Li Yuan addressed Li Changkong with a sense of authority. Understood. The initially apprehensive Li Changkong now displayed a look of excitement. Young Master Li, since you treat the Golden Divine City as a home, would you like me to assist in relocating the entire Snow Dragon domain into the Golden Divine City? After all, we have lived here for so many years and share a bond. Hellion Wuming immediately turned to Li Yuan, inquiring, since we aim to foster a good relationship with Li Yuan, let us wholeheartedly do so. Then I shall trouble you, Brother Wuming, Li Yuan replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The Golden Divine City, a sacred site of an ancient divine clan, appeared to span 10 miles. However, its interior held vast secrets, with spaces extending far beyond 100 miles. Everyone, please wait. I shall perform the necessary incantations. Hellion Wuming took a deep breath and summoned his divine powers. A colossal phantom manifested in the heavens, and as he cast his spell, the mountains of the Snow Dragon domain trembled violently. Under the astonished gaze of many, the mountains were uprooted and merged into the Golden Divine City, revealing a snow-capped mountain range within. Despite Hellion Wuming's immense strength, this endeavor was immensely taxing, and he began to breathe heavily. Brother Wuming bears an old ailment. If left untreated, he shall find it difficult to advance for the rest of his life. Li Yuan remarked, having observed Hellion Wuming's condition during the spell. Upon hearing this, Hellion Wuming expressed his helplessness. Young Master Li, you may not be aware that many years ago, in an attempt to glimpse the enigmatic Taichu divine mind, I encountered a bizarre incident near its vicinity, barely escaping with my life. However, this event severely damaged my foundation, rendering any further breakthroughs impossible. Nevertheless, that crisis did allow me to ascend to the level of Holy Master, so it was not without its fortuitous aspects. Hellion Wuming recalled this matter with a sense of regret. Yet, the damage to his foundation was irreparable, even if the Hellion family was formidable. Restoration was unattainable without divine medicine, which could only be found in ancient forbidden lands, such as the Taichu divine mine. However, countless holy masters had perished in their quest to approach it, none having successfully entered its depths. The prospect of acquiring divine medicine was utterly implausible. Thus, from that day forth, Hellion Wuming had completely relinquished hope. Seeing this, Li Yuan smiled and said, I can heal you. Today, Brother Wuming has bestowed such a significant gift upon me. I have yet to express my gratitude, as I possess little in material wealth. I offer to heal your ailment as a gesture of thanks. What do you think? Upon hearing Li Yuan proclaim, I can heal, Hellion Wuming was momentarily stunned, as if he were ensnared in an illusion. Young Master Li, are you certain? Hellion Wuming gazed at Li Yuan incredulously, fearing he had misheard, for this concerned the very foundation of his existence, not merely an ordinary injury. It is but a trifling matter, Li Yuan reassured him, sensing Hellion Wuming's disbelief. But my injury, Hellion Wuming attempted to voice his concerns, only to be interrupted by Li Yuan. When I say I can, then it is assured. As he spoke, Li Yuan placed his hand over the area where Hellion Wuming's life essence resided, invoking the celestial art of healing. In an instant, he withdrew his hand. Brother Wuming, how do you feel? Li Yuan's expression remained remarkably calm. Having heard of Li Yuan's healing techniques through letters, Hellion Wuming was no longer skeptical. He soon gazed at Li Yuan with trembling awe. Thank you, young Master Li. To his astonishment, he discovered that his foundational injuries had been wholly restored. and within him lingered mysterious remnants of laws that were otherwise beyond his reach. Overwhelmed with shock and gratitude, Hellion Wuming's expression reflected his profound appreciation. Courtesy dictates reciprocity. Come, let us indulge in some libations. Li Yuan, with an air of nonchalance, beckoned Hellion Wuming to take a seat. In the Tiando Empire, within the confines of Lingnan Prefecture, a remarkably handsome man strolled through the ancient city, attracting numerous gazes. He became the center of attention, regardless of age or gender. Upon seeing this individual, everyone involuntarily cast a lingering glance, as if he possessed an extraordinary allure. However, it was peculiarly strange. Once he vanished from sight, the surrounding crowd was left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why they had reacted so. In their minds, there was no lingering information about the man who had just passed. It was as if nothing had transpired, creating an eerie atmosphere. Outside the ancient city, atop a mountain peak, a middle-aged figure appeared, clad in a flowing white robe and holding a fan. He resembled a leisurely prince traversing the mortal realm. Was it Snow Dragon Ridge? What could have transpired there? How could such a diminutive territory cause Wind and Rain Tower to suffer such losses? The demise of two masters in that place. Did Snow Dragon Ridge truly possess such strength and capability? Or had there been some unseen transformation within Snow Dragon Ridge? Unknown to all, perhaps a formidable figure lurked behind it. But if that were the case, how could there have been no leaks of information over such a long period? The middle-aged man in white was none other than June Bailey, a formidable presence within Wind and Rain Tower and a prodigy from the June family. June Bailey's concern over the matter stemmed from the fact that June Lin was his nephew. He harbored no deep feelings for the June family, yet held high hopes for his nephew. In June Bailey's eyes, the family's aspirations for a complete resurgence rested upon June Lin's shoulders. Over the years, June Lin had not disappointed the clan, showcasing astonishing talent. Born with dual pupils, June Lin was destined for greatness. Now, having acquired the celestial bone extracted from Li Yuan, he had achieved a perfect fusion that unlocked unimaginable potential, possessing the qualifications to vie for supremacy. Regarding the celestial bone acquisition, both the June family and Tiandao Academy had initially dismissed Li Yuan, viewing him merely as a product of the insignificant Snow Dragon Ridge, devoid of any formidable protector. They believed the endeavor posed no threat. Such a status, even in the pursuit of celestial bones, would not result in adverse consequences. However, no one anticipated that Li Changkong could escort Li Yuan back to Snow Dragon Ridge from Tiandao Academy. Initially, when Li Yuan returned to Snow Dragon Ridge, neither the June family nor Tiandao Academy paid much heed, for the trivial territory posed no threat to them. They could extinguish it effortlessly, requiring not even their direct intervention. Merely a task assigned to Wind and Rain Tower would suffice. Yet now, Wind and Rain Tower had suffered grave losses, and they found themselves entirely ignorant of Snow Dragon Ridge, which had transformed from a mere speck in their eyes into a realm shrouded in mystery. June Bailey's movements were uncanny. After his voice faded, he left behind several afterimages before vanishing from sight. 2 days later, June Bailey reappeared at the site where Snow Dragon Ridge had once stood, only to be met with an immense, gaping pit, as if the entire mountain range had been displaced by unfathomable power. As he gazed into the vast chasm, June Bailey furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Was there truly a transcendent figure behind Snow Dragon Ridge capable of such an upheaval, one with at least the cultivation of the dragon transformation secret realm? If such a being existed, then why had the Lord of Snow Dragon Ridge, Li Yuan, remained silent after the celestial bone was taken? Standing there, lost in thought, June Bailey pondered deeply, yet remained without answers. The only way to uncover the truth was to first locate Snow Dragon Ridge. Taking a deep breath, he employed a special secret technique to track the residual aura in the area. Astonishment washed over June Bailey's face as he lifted his gaze to the void. Initially empty, the space above soon revealed a colossal ancient city suspended in the air, resembling a celestial metropolis. Was this not one of the treasures of the Hellion clan? The Golden Ancient City? Had the Hellion family been the ones covertly supporting Snow Dragon Ridge all along? Did they not realize that opposing the June family and Tiandao Academy was tantamount to courting death? Upon discovering the Golden Ancient City in the void, June Bailey's expression grew gravely serious. If the Hellion family was indeed backing Snow Dragon Ridge, then the June family and Tiandao Academy would have to exercise caution in their efforts to eradicate it, for the Hellion clan was no trifling opponent. Observing the floating Golden Ancient City, June Bailey was filled with confusion as he soared towards it. In that instant of ascent, his appearance transformed entirely, as if he were a different individual, leaving no trace of the former June Bailey behind. In the void, at the city gates of the Golden Ancient City, the dragon hound lay dejectedly. What? This lad truly regards this emperor as a mere gatekeeper? Suddenly, The dragon hound's gaze sharpened as it noticed someone approaching. Who dares to approach my snow dragon ridge? If you do not leave at once, I shall swallow you whole. Upon seeing June Bailey nearing the golden ancient city, the dragon hound bellowed a warning. Please, esteemed sir, allow me to explain. I have come here today with the intention of joining Snow Dragon Ridge. Having dealt a significant blow to the illustrious Wind and Rain Tower, Snow Dragon Ridge is now renowned throughout Tiando. I have come seeking your esteemed approval. Chapter 47. The Eerie Secret Technique. This is my humble tribute to you. As June Bailey's words fell, he subtly flicked his wrist, sending a storage ring flying towards the dragon hound. The dragon hound glanced at the floating storage ring before displaying a look of surprise, for within it lay some valuable items. However, they were not enough to pique the dragon hound's interest. I beseech you, grant me this favor. This contains all my savings from years of wandering. If you allow me entry into the golden ancient city, I would gladly offer it to you. And should future opportunities arise, I shall return to pay my respects. I am the first to arrive at this place. Many more gifted and powerful beings will surely follow, and I may never have another chance. Furthermore, with my meager cultivation, I pose no threat to Snow Dragon Ridge, even if I harbored ill intentions. June Bailey quickly explained, eyes fixated on the dragon hound. Currently, Snow Dragon Ridge has no intentions of recruiting outsiders. The dragon hound, enamored with treasures, found the items within the storage ring lacking. Hearing this, a pained expression crossed June Bailey's face, and at that moment, a particular item appeared in his hand. Please, esteemed sir, this is all I possess. June Bailey's voice was low, filled with both pain and caution, as if fearing discovery. Upon seeing the object in June Bailey's hand, the dragon hound's eyes widened in shock, never expecting that a cultivator from the other shore would possess such a treasure. Esteemed sir, might you show some leniency? I merely wish to attempt my fate, even in failure. If I cannot join the Snow Dragon domain, then it is but my destiny. Nevertheless, I offer this gift to you. June Bailey discerned the dragon mastiff's intense interest and quickly conveyed his thoughts. Enter at once. Indeed, the Snow Dragon domain could benefit from a fresh infusion of vigor, yet whether you remain is contingent upon your own fortune and destiny. With a swift motion, the dragon mastiff swallowed the treasure brought by June Bailey without any apparent action, and June Bailey was subsequently cast into the golden ancient city. Thank you for your graciousness. Esteemed sir, should I be fortunate enough to join the Snow Dragon domain, I shall return to pay my respects. Upon entering the golden ancient city, June Bailey did not make an immediate exit. Instead, he bowed respectfully towards the city gates, his expression filled with gratitude. After performing his reverence, he ventured deep into the golden ancient city. At that moment, a cold smile flickered at the corner of June Bailey's mouth. What a greedy beast. Once I uncover the truths I seek, I shall deal with you. He felt an acute pang of regret for the treasure he had just relinquished. However, with little knowledge of the golden ancient city, he chose not to recklessly charge in. Rather, he opted to pay a price to infiltrate and investigate the city. Now, all the inhabitants of the Snow Dragon domain had relocated to the golden ancient city. June Bailey quickly discovered the answers he sought. What treasure had Yuan acquired? To his astonishment, after the celestial bone was seized, not only had he survived, but his strength had surged dramatically in a short span of time. Even the head of the Hellion family had come to extend early congratulations. Although June Bailey could not immediately acquire deeper insights, he breathed a sigh of relief knowing that the Hellion family had not supported the Snow Dragon domain, emboldening him further. June Bailey possessed formidable power. His cultivated techniques and secret arts were exceptionally peculiar and powerful. As he traversed the golden ancient city, he did not bother to conceal himself and continuously inquired about various matters. Yet, upon his departure, all who had encountered him were left in bewilderment, their minds devoid of any trace of June Bailey. With unimpeded passage, he soon arrived at the central temple of the golden ancient city. According to the information he had gathered, Yuan resided within that very temple. Many spoke of Yuan as unfathomable, yet June Bailey felt no overwhelming fear. For the techniques he practiced were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. This legacy had been bestowed upon him by a half-step ancient emperor, instilling in him immense confidence regarding his strength and methods. Aiming to eliminate Yuan, the outcome unfolded as June Bailey had anticipated. Not a single soul detected anything amiss until he stepped into the golden holy temple. Instantly, anyone who laid eyes on him felt an inexplicable sense of affinity. Young man, how did you gain entry to the temple? This place is not for you. Leave at once. An elder from the Snow Dragon domain exclaimed upon seeing June Bailey's entrance. To speak frankly, elder, I am not of the Snow Dragon domain. I have come here today, drawn by reputation, to seek the position of a retinue member for the young lord. I implore you for assistance. Otherwise, my status would prevent me from meeting the young lord. As June Bailey's voice fell, his eyes took on an extraordinarily strange glint. Initially, the elder harbored some skepticism, but in that moment of eye contact, his aversion vanished, replaced by an inexplicable trust and a profound fondness for Junbei. Very well, accompany me. I shall introduce you to the young lord. Given your talents, he should be inclined to accept you. Even if you cannot become his retinue, your gifts should allow you to join the Snow Dragon Guard. The elder's face radiated with a smile as he regarded Junbei as though he were his own son. Before long, the elder brought Junbei to the side of Li Yuan. Young lord, we have a prodigy who wishes to join the Snow Dragon domain and aspires to be your retinue. Should we allow him to stay? Li Yuan, who had been meditating, opened his eyes in confusion upon hearing these words. Given that the Snow Dragon domain had only recently entered the Golden Ancient City, it was unusual for anyone to gain entry. In that very instant when Li Yuan opened his eyes, Junbei transformed into a fleeting shadow, striking decisively at Li Yuan's celestial spirit with a hand. Li Yuan, perish. His assault was swift, precise, and merciless. The ingratiating demeanor on Junbei's face vanished, replaced by a sinister grin. At such proximity, he believed that even if Li Yuan possessed unfathomable strength, he was surely doomed. Junbei held utmost confidence in his abilities and techniques. However, the next moment, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by sheer terror. When his hand made contact with Li Yuan, the latter did not perish as anticipated. Instead, Junbei was violently repelled, his hand a mangled mess. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Impossible." He had aimed to kill Li Yuan, only to find himself injured, feeling as though he had struck an ancient divine mountain. In that moment, Junbei gazed upon Li Yuan as if confronting an unparalleled demonic deity, his mind quaking uncontrollably. He had surmised that Li Yuan might have acquired some secret techniques, leading to his sudden power surge. Yet, he never imagined Li Yuan could be so terrifyingly potent. That earlier blow could have obliterated even a perfected existence of the fourth extreme secret realm, yet Li Yuan remained unscathed. In his fright, Junbei's secret arts abruptly ceased. Within the grand hall, figures trembled as they awakened from the bizarre techniques. Presumptuous. To dare lay a hand on the young lord is to seek death. Li Changkong and others felt a shiver run down their spines, astonished that such a formidable presence had infiltrated the Golden Ancient City and entered the hall, and they had inexplicably felt a sense of goodwill towards him. Li Changkong and the others acted swiftly. To wish to kill me, do you think you are worthy? Junbei, seeing them rush towards him, regarded them with disdain. He held profound trepidation towards Li Yuan, yet the disparity in cultivation between him and these individuals was vast. Nevertheless, he lacked the courage to kill, only wishing to flee. As he deployed his secret arts, those attacking Junbei found their strikes faltering mid-action, suffering backlash and spitting blood. To attempt to escape, do you think you are worthy? Li Yuan's gaze turned frigid as he unleashed the Taoist's secret art, the unmatched domain. With a thunderous crash, the domain descended, as if an ancient divine mountain had been placed upon Junbei's back. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. Die. Li Yuan executed the Taoist divine art, the fight character technique, lightly pointing a finger. A terrifying sword radiance surged forth, transforming into a sword dragon, its roar echoing. In that instant, Junbei found himself unable to evade, watching helplessly as the sword dragon pierced through his brow, and his head vanished into thin air. The headless corpse lay sprawled upon the ground, a talisman having fallen from its grasp. Li Yuan extended his hand and seized the talisman, which slipped into his palm. As he gazed upon the inscribed characters, an icy demeanor overtook him. For emblazoned upon the talisman were the three words, Fenyu Tower. Fenyu Tower, indeed? I had intended to grant you a modicum of time, but since you have chosen to court death, I shall oblige. Li Yuan's expression turned decidedly frigid. Should Junbei dare to strike at others, none would be able to withstand him. Fortunately, his overconfidence directed him towards Li Yuan alone. Spare us, young lord. In the grand hall, following Junbei's demise, the onlookers emerged from the grip of his arcane sorcery, recalling their initial assault upon him, only to have restrained their attacks upon sensing Li Yuan's wrath, their faces etched with trepidation. They dared not meet Li Yuan's gaze, their hearts heavy with guilt for lacking the resolve to slay Junbei. Rise, he commanded. You are not at fault. It is the sinister sorcery he wielded that is too demonic for your meager cultivation to resist. Fenyu Tower's audacity cannot be tolerated any longer. I shall be the one to extinguish them. His tone was laced with frost, and under the weight of his murderous intent, the temperature within the hall plummeted, enveloping all in a chilling embrace. Long Ao materialized in the hall, fixating upon the headless corpse with a gaze as cold as ice. Cursed be it. He is indeed a disciple of the evil monarch. Just moments prior, he had unwittingly fallen into the snares of Junbei's machinations. Anger mingled with fear flickered in Long Ao's eyes. What manner of being is the evil monarch? Is he truly formidable? Noting Long Ao's evident trepidation, Li Yuan inquired. Long Ao promptly elucidated, Master, the evil monarch nearly ascended to imperial status in his time, yet fell short by a mere moment, outpaced by another. In an era, only one emperor may arise. Though he did not achieve that pinnacle, he once escaped from an emperor's clutches. He is a figure of unparalleled might, especially due to the celestial demon art he has mastered, which invokes dread across the realm. I believe you have just witnessed its terrifying essence. Upon hearing this, the others cast wary glances at the corpse upon the floor, their faces shadowed with apprehension. Long Ao, you guard the divine city. Should any misfortune befall, I shall execute you. Hey Qilin, accompany me. Li Yuan's fury was palpable as he perceived Fengyu Tower's reckless pursuit of demise. Outside, He Qilin, having sensed the disturbance, trembled at Li Yuan's overwhelming murderous aura. It was the first time He Qilin had encountered such rage from Li Yuan since their first meeting. Yes. Originally transformed into human form upon entering the dragon transformation secret realm, He Qilin wasted no time in reverting to his true form. Before He Qilin could fully comprehend, Li Yuan had already appeared upon his back, his speed astonishingly fearsome. Presently, He Qilin's heart quaked with trepidation, should Li Yuan choose to strike him down. Even entering the dragon transformation secret realm would afford him no means of resistance. He Qilin dared not hesitate. Swiftly traversing the void as they departed from the golden ancient city. Arriving belatedly, Lei Yin noted He Qilin's departure and felt a chill in his heart. Hearing of Fengyu Tower's impending trouble, he scoffed, Fengyu Tower is doomed. Aware of Li Yuan's intent to annihilate Fengyu Tower, He Qilin hastened his journey without pause. In the Tianwu Imperial City, Master Lei, I am exceedingly grateful for your intervention. With the formation you have established, our imperial city stands impervious, remarked the Tianwu Crown Prince. His expression filled with deep respect as he addressed the elder before him. His excitement stemmed from the fact that the man hailed from the Heavenly Path Academy and ranked among the top 5 in the art of formations. It was a rare feat to solicit his assistance. Moreover, the elder's formidable prowess as a dragon transformation expert was undeniable. It is worth noting that even the Emperor of Tianwu merely held dominion at the dragon transformation secret realm level. There is no need for such formality, Your Highness. My original intent in coming to the Tianwu Empire was to reinforce the formation at Fengyu Tower's headquarters. Since you have approached me, how could I refuse? With your talent, Your Highness, you shall undoubtedly ascend to become the next Tianwu Emperor, Lei Qianying responded with a smile. I appreciate your kind words, Master Lei. The Tianwu Crown Prince replied humbly, not daring to exhibit arrogance. Just then, the formation of the Tianwu Imperial City suddenly quaked violently. A vast and overwhelming aura of murder cascaded down from the heavens. What esteemed guest has graced us with their presence? Lei Qianying inquired, looking towards the void with a grave countenance. The Tianwu Crown Prince's expression shifted as well. Being referred to as a friend by Lei Qianying indicated that this entity was at least of dragon transformation caliber, and with such a murderous aura, it could not bode well. Master Lei, the Tianwu Crown Prince was noticeably anxious, glancing at Lei Qianying. Fear not, Your Highness. With my formation in place, the Imperial City is secure, Lei Qianying assured him with a smile. At that moment, a massive shadow descended from the sky, the divine beast Qilin. From the dragon transformation secret realm. How could it be him? Upon spotting He Qilin, Lei Qianying was taken aback. Master Lei, do you recognize the origins of this beast? The Tianwu Crown Prince inquired, unease creeping into his voice. He Qilin is an ancient mountain deity, originally at the pinnacle of the 4 extremes. It appears he has now entered the dragon transformation. Coupled with his divine bloodline, his strength is formidable. However, He Qilin has never strayed far from the ancient mountains. Why has he suddenly come here? Lei Qianying pondered, perplexed. A divine beast from the dragon transformation secret realm? The Tianwu Crown Prince's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. At that instant, He Qilin appeared before the Tianwu Imperial City. He Qilin projected his voice. Master, this is the Tianwu Imperial City. Fengyu Tower's headquarters lies within the Tianwu Empire, and the Lord of Fengyu Tower must know its true location. I am aware that Fengyu Tower resides within the borders of the Tianwu Empire, yet the exact location eludes me. We must first seize the Lord of this city to inquire. After entering the dragon transformation secret realm, He Qilin's speed had become astonishingly swift. In just one day, he had traversed vast landscapes and arrived at the Tianwu Empire's imperial city. Deity of demons, it has been years since our last encounter. I, Lei Qianying, extend my greetings. Lei Qianying said politely, gazing at the shadowy He Qilin from atop the city walls. Although He Qilin had previously encountered Lei Qianying, he was now preoccupied with Li Yuan's intentions and the grievances with the Heavenly Path Academy, having no time for pleasantries. In a grave tone, he commanded, Lei Qianying. Swiftly open the formation. I wish to enter the city or face death. The Tianwu Crown Prince's countenance shifted at these words. Might I inquire, esteemed deity of demons, the reason for your sudden arrival at our imperial city? If we have offended you in any manner, I am willing to offer compensation on behalf of the royal family. The Tianwu Crown Prince's voice trembled. Esteemed deity of demons, your murderous intent is palpable. Should the formation be opened, it may lead to calamity for our people. We implore you to forgive us. We dare not activate the formation. He Qilin retorted coldly. You mentioned the royal family. Do you expect me to retreat in the face of difficulty? Is the Tianwu royal family so formidable? Open the formation at once. My master seeks entry into the city, and this matter bears no relevance to your royal family. Should you continue to obstruct me, your royal family shall face annihilation. Master? Upon hearing He Qilin's words, Lei Qianying and the Tianwu Crown Prince felt a tremor in their hearts, finally noticing that atop He Qilin's back sat a figure. He Qilin was a divine beast. Now having entered the dragon transformation secret realm, such a being could not possibly be subdued by mere mortals. Simultaneously, they realized that the terrifying murderous aura emanated from the individual seated upon He Qilin's back. Witnessing Li Yuan with his eyes slightly closed, it became evident that his murderous intent was not a deliberate display, yet it was nonetheless overwhelming. Both men felt their hearts race uncontrollably. Chapter 49. You are not worthy. Powerful, exceedingly powerful. Merely casting a glance at Li Yuan transformed the expressions of Lei Qianying and the Tianwu Crown Prince, as they sensed that if Li Yuan wished to slay them, he could obliterate them with a mere wave of his hand. Lei Qianying possesses the cultivation of the dragon transformation secret realm, and the Prince of Tianwu is equally formidable. Here, within the imperial city, the Tianwu royal family practices the dragon god technique, bolstered by the essence of dragon energy, enabling them to engage with beings of the dragon transformation level. Yet, the oppressive aura emanating from Li Yuan, who sits there with half-closed eyes, instills a profound sense of unease in both individuals. The two words that echo in their minds are Holy Master. It is unfathomable for an ordinary person to command the submission of the Black Kirin, which has now entered the dragon transformation secret realm. The mere thought that Li Yuan might be a formidable Holy Master sends beads of sweat cascading down the foreheads of Lei Qianying and the Tianwu Prince. The formation of the Tianwu imperial city is extraordinarily robust, intricately intertwined with the dragon energy of the Tianwu royal family, and further reinforced by Lei Qianying, instilling confidence that it could withstand any entity from the dragon transformation secret realm. However, should a being of the Holy Master caliber be present, their confidence would wane. The Tianwu Prince takes a deep breath, fiercely pinches his thigh to steady himself, and inquires, Mighty Demon God, may I ask what brings you to the Tianwu imperial city? Should anyone have caused you displeasure, my royal family can eliminate them. If any of my kin have offended you, we shall likewise sever their heads. Li Yuan, suppressing his murderous intent while waiting, suddenly opens his eyes. At that instant, two piercing glimmers shoot forth from his eyes, and a murderous aura envelopes the surroundings, exuding a heavenly might that reverberates through the skies. Predecessor, spare me, the Tianwu Prince and Lei Qianying exclaim, their faces drained of color, their bodies trembling, collapsing to the ground. The sheer terror of Li Yuan's killing intent is overwhelming. On the city walls, all the guards succumb to unconsciousness, oblivious to their fate. I enter the city solely to obliterate the Wind and Rain Tower. Your royal family is of no concern to me, nor do I wish to create unnecessary bloodshed. However, should your royal family attempt to obstruct me, I shall effortlessly eradicate you as well. You have 3 breaths to consider, Li Yuan declares coldly from atop the Black Kirin. The Tianwu Prince, having distinguished himself among the many princes, is no fool. Moreover, the royal family has long desired to deal with the Wind and Rain Tower. Yet their attempts have been thwarted, allowing the tower to persist. Now, aware of the tower's impending calamity, he secretly rejoices. Nevertheless, the Tianwu Prince discreetly glances at Lei Qianying from the Heavenly Tao Academy, pondering something unknown. Please hold for a moment. I shall immediately activate the formation. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the Tianwu Prince promptly engages the formation, recognizing that Li Yuan is not someone to be trifled with. Knowing that the matter does not involve his royal family and is solely about the Wind and Rain Tower, he feels a surge of relief. As the formation plate in the Tianwu Prince's hand takes flight, the protective barrier surrounding the Tianwu imperial city gradually dissipates. Outside the city, the Black Kirin steps forward, entering the Tianwu imperial city with alarming speed, vanishing in an instant. The Tianwu Prince turns to Lei Qianying and whispers, Master Lei, for the sake of the Wind and Rain Tower, you must leave at once. The Tianwu Prince is acutely aware that Lei Qianying's presence here is to reinforce the tower's formation. I have long withdrawn from worldly affairs, traversing perilous territories solely to delve into the study of formations. My presence here is merely to fulfill a request. Now that this matter is resolved, it is indeed time for me to depart. Lei Qianying replies, shaking his head and turning to leave. Although he is from the Heavenly Tao Academy, he has not returned for decades and is even clad in garments unassociated with the academy, thus remaining oblivious to Li Yuan's identity. Upon seeing Lei Qianying depart, the Tianwu prince gazes towards the direction of the Wind and Rain Tower, a cold sneer gracing his lips. Arrogant and domineering, self-proclaimed arbiters of life and death, you now face the true king of hell. The Wind and Rain Tower is destined to become a relic of history. The arrival of a being resembling a holy master spells doom for the Wind and Rain Tower, the headquarters of the Tianwu Empire, which could not withstand such a presence. If the location of the Wind and Rain Tower's main hall is discovered, it too shall be eradicated. With such a powerful figure in the imperial city, this matter must be reported to the emperor. The Tianwu prince's expression grows grave as he hastens towards the palace. At the headquarters of the Wind and Rain Tower within the Tianwu imperial city, a colossal paw of the Black Kirin descends, causing the grand formation of the Wind and Rain Tower to tremble violently. What? Is this a divine beast of the dragon transformation secret realm? Our Wind and Rain Tower harbors no enmity with the barbarian beast clan. Why has a divine beast come to attack? Panic ensues within the tower. There is no need for notifications. The moment the Black Kirin strikes, the entire Wind and Rain Tower, as well as much of the imperial city, is roused. The tower master, Yuan, ascends into the air, initially filled with rage, but upon sighting the Black Kirin, his expression shifts. Ah, it is a fellow Taoist. I am Yuan, the tower master of the Wind and Rain Tower. I am unaware of your sudden visit and suspect there might be a misunderstanding. Yuan, though furious, suppresses his ire in the presence of the Black Kirin. In recent days, the Wind and Rain Tower has suffered significant losses. He does not wish to provoke the Black Kirin, a demon god that commands the ancient mountain beasts. As a fellow being of dragon transformation, Yuan is acutely aware that he cannot contend with the Black Kirin. Do you believe this is a misunderstanding? Are you aware of the events in the Snow Dragon territory? Li Yuan speaks from atop the Black Kirin, looking down upon Yuan as though he were an insignificant insect. Initially, Yuan thought it might be a misunderstanding, but upon hearing the word Snow Dragon territory, his expression changes drastically. The Snow Dragon territory has become a thorn in the side of the upper echelons of the Wind and Rain Tower. Yuan gazes up at Li Yuan, his spirit shaken. The Snow Dragon territory? Who are you? Yuan fixates on Li Yuan, attempting to discern his identity. Although Li Yuan appears quite young, Yuan does not perceive him as merely a youth. No boy would dare venture to the Wind and Rain Tower seeking trouble. Hearing this, Li Yuan's demeanor grows even colder. Do you not know who I am? I am Li Yuan, the very one your Wind and Rain Tower has long sought to eliminate. Initially, I had intended to allow your tower some time, but your persistent quest for demise has prompted me to fulfill your wish. Upon realizing Li Yuan's identity, Yuan's expression shifts. Li Yuan? So it is the Black Kirin's protection from the ancient mountains. No wonder our Wind and Rain Tower has suffered losses. Do you believe that the Black Kirin can contend with my Wind and Rain Tower? How laughable. We cannot be easily thwarted by a mere dragon transformation divine beast. Li Yuan, the one who seeks your death, is not someone who can be protected by anyone, especially not by the Black Kirin, Yuan asserts. Having mistakenly believed that the entity responsible for the Wind and Rain Tower's recent woes was the Black Kirin. Previously unaware of the Snow Dragon territory, the Wind and Rain Tower was deeply wary of it. Now, upon learning that the Black Kirin stands behind the Snow Dragon territory, Yuan feels a sense of calm. Although the Black Kirin is powerful, he believes that there are those within the Wind and Rain Tower capable of vanquishing it. With the formation enhanced by Lei Qianying, Yuan is confident that the Black Kirin cannot breach it. That individual you speak of must be Jun Lin from the Jun family, correct? Rest assured, once I resolve a few matters, I shall eliminate him. I assure you, I intend to slay him and take his bones. No one can protect him. Do you think the Jun family and the Heavenly Tao Academy are so formidable? Li Yuan's voice is chillingly cold. Ha ha ha, what a grand jest. You think you can shake me, a mere trivial figure such as Yuan, let alone that individual? Yuan retorts loudly, mocking Li Yuan. Li Yuan replies with a cold smile. Do you genuinely believe that I have come here today to eliminate you? You are hardly worthy of my attention. It is the Wind and Rain Tower's main hall that I intend to obliterate. Li Yuan's gaze was chillingly cold. He had no intention of engaging in further banter with Yuan and immediately unleashed the domain of Heavenly Tao. The power of this domain was terrifying, and as Li Yuan's cultivation advanced, it grew increasingly formidable, enveloping the entire Wind and Rain Tower. Instantly, the assassins hidden beneath the four extremes secret realm were reduced to mere blood mist, their lives extinguished as they bled from every orifice. The only one left standing was Yuan. Li Yuan, what treasures do you possess? He laughed maniacally. Fortunately, I had someone reinforce the formation with Lei Qianying, or I might have truly perished at your hands today. You are doomed, Li Yuan. The news of your treasures will soon reach the main sect. Not only will you be unable to protect them, but your life will also be ours. As he trembled and persisted, a glint of greed shone in his eyes. Is that so? Alas, you have run out of time. I have stated before that I am not here for you. With an eerie swiftness, Li Yuan vanished from atop the black qilan and reappeared beside the immobilized Yuan. How did you get in? Yuan stared in disbelief at Li Yuan, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets in terror. Do you think a mere formation could hinder me? Ridiculous. Soul search. Li Yuan sneered, his hand resting upon Yuan's head. The anguished wails of Yuan echoed as he succumbed to the soul search, ultimately bleeding from every orifice and perishing. Within the entirety of the Wind and Rain Tower, not a single soul remained alive. These individuals had long cultivated the path of murder. Li Yuan showed no mercy. Chapter 50. Liu Bei, am invincible. After the soul search, Li Yuan's brow furrowed, his eyes icy. To the Imperial Palace. Upon receiving Li Yuan's command, the black qilan soared through the air, heading directly for the palace. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Palace's Yanxin Hall. Father, the Wind and Rain Tower's nefarious actions will inevitably lead to its own demise. Today, a suspected Saint Lord has infiltrated the Wind and Rain Tower's headquarters within the Imperial City. They are doomed. Should we take action? The Crown Prince of Tianwu knelt, reporting the events of Li Yuan's entry into Tianwu Imperial City with a look of delight, believing that this time, the roots of the Wind and Rain Tower would be eradicated. What is your opinion? The Tianwu Emperor asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon the kneeling Crown Prince. I believe this is an opportunity, a chance to utterly eradicate the Wind and Rain Tower. Its existence poses a grave instability. Allowing it to continue may shake the very foundations of our Tianwu royal family. I feel we should collaborate to eliminate the remnants of the Wind and Rain Tower. The Crown Prince pondered for a moment before speaking. Beside the Tianwu Emperor, an old, hunchbacked eunuch cast a glance at the Crown Prince, but remained silent. How audacious! Does this emperor require your guidance to act? Get out. The Tianwu Emperor's demeanor turned frigid upon hearing these words. The Crown Prince was taken aback, utterly astonished that his father would utter such a statement. Yet, feeling the emperor's icy gaze, he dared not utter another word, and silently withdrew from the Yanxin Hall. Your Majesty, should we send someone to assist the Wind and Rain Tower, just in case? The hunchbacked eunuch, who had remained quiet, spoke softly. The Tianwu Emperor replied indifferently. It is too late. Even if we go, we cannot save them. They are all dead. Upon hearing this, the old eunuch's murky eyes glinted with a terrifying chill. Your Majesty, if this individual remains alive, the reputation of our Wind and Rain Tower will be irreparably damaged. Previously, when the Lord of the Wind and Rain Tower perished in the Tiando Empire, the main sect was deeply dissatisfied. Now, with another lord fallen within our Tianwu territory, we cannot afford to do nothing, especially within the Imperial City. The Tianwu Emperor scoffed. Why the haste? There is no need to go. They have already arrived. Within the Imperial City, bolstered by the ancestral dragon's aura, the Tianwu Emperor possessed immense strength. Even with Yuan's death, he remained unconcerned about Li Yuan. Outside the palace, in the void, the black qilan soared with a fearsome and ominous presence that instilled dread in all. Stop right there. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. The commander of the Imperial Guard glared at the black qilan in the void, his voice chilling. This individual was formidable, boasting the strength of the second transformation of the dragon transformation. The palace's protective formation had long been activated, having since the destruction of the Wind and Rain Tower. The commander was well prepared for Li Yuan and the black qilan's arrival. Open the formation, or face the consequences. The black qilan hovered before the palace, speaking coldly. Were the black qilan to come alone, it would not dare to act so brazenly. However, with Li Yuan present, its tone was frigid. Sensing that Li Yuan's commands allowed no obstruction, gods would be slain, and Buddhas would fall. It was evident that Li Yuan had not obtained the answers he sought from Yuan, and those answers likely lay within the Imperial Palace. Arrogant. Do you think this is a place you can come and go as you please? Just because you annihilated the Wind and Rain Tower's Tianwu headquarters, do you believe yourself invincible? This is the Tianwu Imperial Palace. The Imperial Guard commander's voice was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. At this moment, the Crown Prince of Tianwu, sensing the commotion, arrived just in time to witness Li Yuan and the black qilan. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he quickly inquired. Might I ask what brings you to the Imperial Palace, esteemed senior? If I can be of assistance, I will certainly lend a hand. The Crown Prince was exceedingly courteous towards Li Yuan, despite still being unable to forget the terrifying aura he had sensed before. You are commendable, but regrettably, you cannot assist with this. Li Yuan, atop the black Qilin, opened his eyes and spoke blandly. Humph, how arrogant. The Crown Prince cannot assist you? Do you intend to eradicate Tianwu? The Imperial Guard commander scoffed mockingly. Commander Jiang, silence. The Crown Prince's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. He was acutely aware that the Tianwu royal family could contend with the Saint Lord due to the protection of the ancestral dragon's aura. However, if such a confrontation occurred, it would severely impact the fortunes of the Tianwu Empire. Such a result was not what the Tianwu Empire desired. As soon as the Crown Prince's words fell, Li Yuan, still on the black Qilin, coolly remarked, eradicate Tianwu? That seems about right. I have no desire to kill indiscriminately. Open the formation. Though Li Yuan's voice appeared calm, the black Qilin sensed that he was growing increasingly impatient. However, just as Li Yuan finished speaking, the Imperial Guard commander burst into laughter. Ha! What did you say? You wish to annihilate Tianwu? Please, do not make me laugh. Do you think you are worthy? Do you believe you can breach the palace's grand formation? You think you can compare it to the Wind and Rain Tower's formation? Do you not realize that Tianwu is under the protection of the ancestral dragon's aura? Even with the Emperor wielding the supreme Emperor's sword, even a Saint Lord must avoid its edge. You think you are worthy? The surrounding soldiers joined in laughter, mocking him. Is that so? You have far too much confidence in the formation of the Tianwu Imperial Palace. Perhaps it is formidable for others, but to me, Li Yuan, it is no different than non-existent. In this world, there is nowhere I, Li Yuan, cannot tread. I intended to be low-key, but alas, you leave me no choice. Li Yuan's gaze turned utterly frigid. Li Yuan had come to the palace solely for the Tianwu Emperor and the old eunuch. Yet it seemed there were those intent on courting death. The commander of the Imperial Guards was eager to continue his mockery, yet, in an unforeseen moment, a shadow abruptly materialized before him. Before he could discern its form, the commander was sent hurtling backward, his body crashing to the ground with such ferocity that he emitted not even a single cry of anguish. Upon his landing, he appeared grotesquely mangled, resembling nothing more than a puddle of mud, had it not been for the tattered remnants of clothing adorning his form. One might not have recognized him as a human being at all. This calamity had merely been the consequence of a collision with Li Yuan. The Imperial Guards, now stricken with an icy rigidity, trembled uncontrollably, their faces contorted with sheer terror as they gazed upon Li Yuan. The Crown Prince of Tianwu was no exception, his body quaking like a leaf in the wind, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Even the palace's formation, impervious even to the most powerful of sovereigns, had been breached, and the Crown Prince was acutely aware that this formidable array had been activated. Yet, the ease with which Li Yuan had penetrated such a powerful barrier was deeply unsettling. At that moment, the Crown Prince wished to speak, but his lips quivered incessantly, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. Li Yuan exuded an aura of terror that was far beyond the realm of a mere sovereign. Emperor Tianwu, Qianyao, come forth at once. If you do not appear, I shall lay waste to the royal lineage. Li Yuan levitated into the air, stepping forward through the void, advancing towards the palace with deliberate strides. In the Yangxin Hall, the countenance of Emperor Tianwu and the Grand Eunuch darkened significantly. It was evident that Xianxiao was the true name of the Grand Eunuch. Your Majesty, can you discern what treasures this man possesses? His ability to disregard the palace's formation is most bizarre, the Grand Eunuch thought. Though his desire to eliminate Li Yuan was overshadowed by a burgeoning sense of caution and dread arising from Li Yuan's enigmatic abilities. Humph, what are you afraid of? In any other place, I would concede him a measure of respect. But this is the Imperial Palace, in the heart of the Imperial capital, where the aura and fortune of the ancestral dragon empower me. I, Liu Bei, am invincible. To dare intrude upon my palace, seeking death, is sheer folly. Slaying him would also serve as a grand gift to the Jun family and the Academy of Heavenly Tao, ensuring they owe me a favor. Furthermore, today I, Liu Bei, shall demonstrate the profound heritage of my Liu family. Emperor Tianwu Liu Bei harbored a profound disdain for Li Yuan. Lifting a cup of wine, he drained it in one go, exerting such force that the bronze chalice in his grasp crumbled into metallic fragments. Simultaneously, the figure of Emperor Tianwu Liu Bei began to fade, as did that of the Grand Eunuch Qianyao. The depths of their power were equally unfathomable. Above the palace, Liu Bei, adorned in a resplendent golden imperial robe, materialized, a golden dragon swirling majestically behind him, its roar reverberating as if shaking the heavens and the earth. This was the imperial family's dragon of fortune, stretching 1,000 feet in length, resembling a true dragon, exuding an overwhelming majesty. With the emergence of the dragon of fortune, Liu Bei's already terrifying aura surged dramatically, nearly approaching the level of a sovereign in an instant. This was merely one aspect of the imperial family's profound heritage. Impudent child. Li Yuan, do you presume to act with such arrogance within the Tianwu imperial city? Kneel immediately and submit to the emperor's decree, or I shall annihilate your kin and desecrate your ancestral graves. The grand eunuch Qianyao, standing behind Liu Bei, let out a cold snort. As the dragon of fortune appeared, Qianyao felt an enhancement to his own power, albeit to a lesser extent than Liu Bei. Yet, this sudden amplification swelled his ego. Who are you to speak here? One might mistakenly believe the Tianwu Empire is under your dominion, Qianyao. Liu Bei, you conspired with the Wind and Rain Tower to eradicate your rivals and ascend to the throne. Do you sleep soundly at night? I wonder how your royal brothers and your father, the late emperor, gaze upon you from beyond the grave. Li Yuan's voice echoed, causing the faces of those present to pale. When Liu Bei was but a prince, he was greatly undervalued, overshadowed by over a dozen more capable siblings. However, in the end, all but Liu Bei either perished or fell from grace, and the sudden demise of the late Emperor Tianwu paved the way for Liu Bei's rise. Had it not been for the late emperor's formidable cultivation, he would have lived to this day. These revelations came to Li Yuan only after he delved into the essence of the souls he encountered. Liu Bei was the sole individual aware of the secret location of the Wind and Rain Tower, while Qianyao, a core member of the organization, was perpetually shielded from perceiving its true base. Li Yuan, adept in the art of heavenly divination, could divine their whereabouts. Yet his current cultivation was insufficient to ascertain the precise location of the Wind and Rain Tower. Impudent fool, I shall behead you. Liu Bei's eyes glimmered with icy fury. Many had speculated regarding these matters, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Li Yuan's audacious declaration in front of everyone ignited Liu Bei's murderous intent. As Liu Bei's trusted aide, Qianyao could no longer restrain himself upon hearing Li Yuan's words. A terrifying presence erupted forth, obliterating any vestige of hesitation. At that moment, he resembled a bloodthirsty lion, charging directly at Li Yuan. Qianyao's mastery of the path of slaughter had reached a harrowing level. As he struck, an ominous field of death enveloped the area, instilling terror within all who found themselves ensnared by it. Each individual felt as though they were sinking into a boundless sea of blood, desperate to escape, only to see skeletal hands reaching out from the depths, intent on dragging them down into the abyss. The air thickened with an overwhelming aura of bloodshed, transforming the very fabric of reality into a crimson haze. Clearly, Qianyao's assault was intended to be a fatal blow, granting Li Yuan no chance for reprieve. This was the culmination of the path of slaughter. He was the blood king of the Wind and Rain Tower. As the crown prince of Tianwu, witnessing Qianyao's unleashed potential, he instantly deduced his true identity. Qianyao, mastering the art of killing, struck with lethal intent. In an instant, he was upon Li Yuan, the dagger poised to slice across his throat, while simultaneously unleashing an extraordinarily intricate illusion, reminiscent of the bizarre techniques wielded by Jun Bailey. A mocking grin twisted Qianyao's lips, as the augmentation from the Tianwu's fortune propelled his killing intent to the brink of transcendence. However, as the dagger swept across Li Yuan's throat, the triumphant smirk on Qianyao's face morphed into one of sheer horror. His blade could not pierce Li Yuan's skin. Impossible, Qianyao shrieked. In all his years, he had never encountered such an unfathomable phenomenon. Panic surged within him as he sought to evade. In that moment, Li Yuan appeared to him as an invincible demon, and all Qianyao desired was to distance himself from Li Yuan, wishing never to cross his path again. Li Yuan was far too terrifying. Through the refinement of countless sources, combined with the essence of the heavens and earth, as well as ancient divine blood, Li Yuan's physical form, under the empowerment of the force of heavenly Tao, had attained the level of a sovereign. Qianyao's strike had proven utterly ineffective against Li Yuan's defenses. Do you think you can escape? Against speed, I am unrivaled in this realm. A hint of derision graced Li Yuan's lips as he took a step forward. Vanishing from sight, Li Yuan had unleashed the divine arts of the heavenly Tao. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. In the void, as Qianyao was sent reeling backward, Li Yuan's hand struck his head, obliterating it entirely. The headless corpse plummeted from the sky. With a single strike, Li Yuan had dispatched Qianyao, who had been unable to withstand even one attack. With Qianyao's demise, the field of slaughter dissipated entirely. Within the imperial city, an unsettling silence enveloped the atmosphere. You have slain my loyal eunuch, thus showing a blatant disregard for my authority. Liu Bei narrowed his eyes upon witnessing the demise of Qianyao, a fierce glint of murderous intent radiating from him. What are you really? I did not come here for a heart-to-heart. Rather, I seek your life. Li Yuan met Liu Bei's gaze with icy resolve, stating coldly, is that so? Then allow me to ascertain whether you possess the merit that warrants my hand in combat. Even a mere portion of my strength will render you powerless within this imperial city. With a thunderous roar, Liu Bei's voice resonated through the air, and the colossal golden dragon behind him stirred to life. A dragon's roar reverberated across the heavens, causing countless souls within the imperial city to be momentarily deafened. The immense aura of the golden dragon traversed the void, its menacing claw reaching out toward Li Yuan. In that moment, the power of the dragon's claw seemed to constrict the very fabric of existence, as if time itself had ceased. All living beings appeared as insignificant as ants before the gargantuan claw. This was the fortune dragon of the Tianwu Empire, a manifestation of the imperial dynasty's millennial legacy. As long as this fortune remained intact, as Liu Bei asserted, no force in the realm dared to confront the Tianwu royal family head-on. Even those of the saint level would tread carefully under its shadow. This fortune dragon was akin to an emperor in its own right. As Li Yuan observed the approaching claw of the fortune dragon, his icy gaze deepened. He spoke with an unwavering tone. In my presence, who dares to proclaim invincibility? Who dares to claim they are undefeated? Liu Bei, witness as I sever the millennial fortune of your Tianwu royal family. I wield a sword capable of moving mountains, severing rivers, vanquishing demons, subduing malevolent spirits, slaying gods, pacifying immortals, and slaying dragons. In that moment, Li Yuan appeared as if he had transformed into a sword, a blade destined to slay dragons and vanquish immortals. He extended his finger as if it were a sword, slicing through the void. An astonishing sword aura ascended towards the heavens, illuminating the world as if it were the sole existence within the cosmos. As the sword collided with the claw of the fortune dragon, the claw disintegrated inch by inch, leading to the obliteration of the entire fortune dragon. No, this cannot be. Liu Bei exclaimed in disbelief. The millennial fortune of my Liu family cannot be so easily severed. Those within the palace who witnessed this scene were left in utter shock. Who could have anticipated that a fortune dragon, comparable to an emperor, could truly be felled by Li Yuan with a single stroke? The Tianwu Empire was doomed. The Tianwu crown prince, witnessing this turn of events, was consumed by despair. With the fortunes severed, the Tianwu Empire was destined for peril. Suspended in the void, Li Yuan resembled a celestial being. Liu Bei, what support do you have left? Do you still believe yourself invincible within this imperial city? Liu Bei, floating in the void, was taken aback by the slaying of the fortune dragon, yet he swiftly suppressed his astonishment. The fortune dragon was merely one of the many foundations of the Tianwu Empire, not its ultimate trump card. Liu Bei coldly asserted, I, Liu Bei, declare invincibility, and thus it is so. Do you think that by severing the fortune dragon, you can turn the tides? Summon the sacred artifact. As Liu Bei's voice echoed, a terrifying aura seemed to awaken from the depths of the palace. At that moment, the entire imperial city felt the presence of this aura, and all were struck with fear. It was the sacred artifact, the imperial sword of the royal family. A sword's cry resonated as a colossal golden sword tore through the air. Even in its tranquil suspension above Liu Bei, it commanded enough power to instill dread across the realm. Everyone sensed that should the imperial sword be unleashed, the entire imperial city would be obliterated. And this was merely the result of the sword not having fully awakened. The sacred artifact awakens. Liu Bei pressed his palm against his chest, blood spilling onto the imperial sword. Chapter 52. Have you finished your performance? At the moment Liu Bei's blood touched the blade, the already fearsome imperial sword awakened, as if it were a primordial beast roused from eons of slumber. Divine light cascaded around the sword, enveloping Liu Bei in its protective embrace. The surrounding void began to crack, seemingly unable to withstand the overwhelming might of the imperial sword, which continued to awaken under Liu Bei's full exertion. The aura of the sword struck terror into the hearts of countless factions. The emperor of the Tiandu Empire soared into the air, his countenance filled with dread as he gazed toward the Tianwu Empire, disbelief clouding his eyes. What calamity has befallen Tianwu to cause the awakening of the imperial sword? The moment the Tiandu emperor mentioned the imperial sword, his expression turned grave. In the endless mountains, fearsome beasts awakened, sensing the aura of the imperial sword and retreating in terror. Within the Tianwu imperial city, figures suddenly appeared, urgency etched upon their faces. My emperor, it cannot be used. The sacred artifact has awakened. Should it be unleashed, the entire Tianwu Empire will face annihilation. I implore you to reconsider, my emperor. Please, Brother Bei. Think twice. Members of the Tianwu Empire's noble families and prominent sect leaders arrived, their expressions filled with panic. I, Liu Bei, act without need for your counsel. Tianwu is my domain. How could I easily destroy it? Today, at most, I will obliterate the imperial city. If I do not slay this man, my heart shall remain unquiet. Liu Bei's gaze swept over the gathered leaders as he spoke with unyielding authority. Liu Bei continued to summon the imperial sword. The earlier act of Li Yuan slaying Chen Yao had made Liu Bei acutely aware of the danger. Now, he sought to wield the imperial sword to eliminate Li Yuan in a single strike. The imperial sword's terrifying killing intent loomed over Li Yuan. Throughout history, the battles of imperial weapons were traditionally fought amidst the stars or in the void, as their destructive nature was simply too fearsome. Who are you? Why have you provoked this madman and brought ruin upon us? The various leaders bore expressions of intense indignation, unable to contend with Liu Bei. They turned to Li Yuan in a desperate inquiry. However, Li Yuan remained remarkably calm, seemingly unfazed by the terrifying might of the imperial sword. He stood in the void, unperturbed, even turning to the Black Qilin and asking, "What do you think of this sword? Do you fancy it?" The Black Qilin's heart raced in fear. Had it not been for Li Yuan's domain power shielding him from the imperial sword's might, he would have long since been paralyzed with terror. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Black Qilin was astonished by Li Yuan's audacity to speak so casually in the face of such overwhelming power. "Do you like this sword?" Li Yuan repeated. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words again, the Black Qilin finally grasped that it was not a mere figment of his imagination. Li Yuan indeed possessed the means to counter the imperial sword, possibly even to seize it. Remembering the dragon hound's devouring demon pot, the Black Qilin felt a surge of excitement. Having envied the dragon hound for acquiring the devouring demon pot, he realized that Li Yuan was offering him the imperial sword. "Master, I would certainly cherish it, but my humble strength is unworthy of such a divine artifact." The Black Qilin felt a deep yearning. Yet he believed he was unworthy of the imperial sword. Li Yuan chuckled. "What does it matter who is worthy or unworthy? Since you admire it, I shall bestow it upon you today. As a member of the Snow Dragon Guard, how could you lack a worthy weapon? Would that not be a slight against me?" Li Yuan? As Li Yuan's voice faded, he turned to Liu Bei and coldly remarked, "Liu Bei, has your performance concluded? If so, then let us end this here. I have already squandered a considerable amount of time merely to witness your display." The moment Li Yuan spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the world. The powerful figures of various factions turned their gazes toward him, their eyes filled with astonishment. None had anticipated that Li Yuan, in the face of Liu Bei wielding the awakened emperor's weapon, the Taiwan sword, could remain so disdainful. "What did you say?" Liu Bei replied, his face a mask of disbelief. Today he had activated the Taiwan sword not only to eliminate Li Yuan, but also to instill terror across the realm. Having lost his fortune, he could only rely on the Taiwan sword to intimidate. However, who could have imagined that even after awakening the sword, Li Yuan would still appear so unfazed? "I asked if your pathetic performance has concluded," Li Yuan stated, fixing Liu Bei with a piercing gaze, his dissatisfaction palpable. This time, everyone heard him clearly, their faces contorted with incredulity. As they gazed at Li Yuan, a sense of trepidation washed over them. "Seek death, and I shall slay you." Liu Bei, having never endured such humiliation, immediately summoned the Taiwan sword to strike at Li Yuan. As the sword was unleashed, the sky became riddled with cracks, and the palaces of the imperial city swiftly reduced to ashes, as if heralding an apocalyptic catastrophe. One could only imagine the peril Li Yuan faced under the blade's edge. Yet, amidst the void, where the realm of heaven's Tao resided, Li Yuan remained entirely unaffected. He activated the divine military art of heaven's Tao. In that instant, Liu Bei's expression shifted dramatically, a look of horror dawning upon him as he realized he had lost all connection with the Taiwan sword. Behind Li Yuan, the Black Qilin trembled uncontrollably, uncertain if Li Yuan could withstand this assault. After all, this was a half-step emperor weapon, a divine artifact capable of annihilating worlds. At this moment, only Li Yuan maintained his composure. Having cultivated the 9 divine arts of heaven's Tao, Li Yuan, at the moment he invoked the military art, gained mastery over the Taiwan sword. With the military art at his command, every being appeared as a divine weapon in Li Yuan's eyes. He could manipulate any foreign object, even wielding his adversaries as instruments of war, including the supreme Tao weapons of his enemies. This was particularly true for Liu Bei, who had lost the luck of the golden dragon. The Taiwan sword charged toward Li Yuan, yet the overwhelming aura it once possessed dissipated. "Come, sword," Li Yuan commanded softly. In an astonishing turn of events, the Taiwan sword, which had initially aimed to strike him, instead flew toward Li Yuan, landing firmly in his grasp, emitting an eager song as if it had finally found its rightful master. "Impossible!" Liu Bei screamed in a frenzy, his eyes ablaze with rage. "This cannot be. This is the sacred artifact of my Liu clan. How could it be so easily controlled by this man?" Observing this scene, the crown prince of Tianwu and the royal family members shook their heads in disbelief, unable to accept the unfolding reality. It is merely a counterfeit. Vastly inferior to an emperor weapon, they thought disdainfully. "Trash. Black Qilin, it is yours now." Li Yuan surveyed the Tai Huang's sword with utmost disdain, sealing it away before tossing it to the black Qilin as if discarding refuse. Upon realizing that Li Yuan had truly bestowed the Tai Huang's sword upon him, the black Qilin hastily swallowed it whole. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Such a sacred artifact was dismissed as mere rubbish by Li Yuan. Liu Bei, depart. Li Yuan turned his gaze toward Liu Bei, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Liu Bei, acting with swift decisiveness, realizing that he could not contend with Li Yuan after the inexplicable seizure of the Tai Huang's sword, hastily discarded ancient transmission jades inscribed with intricate patterns, certain to transport him hundreds of thousands of miles away. Seeing Li Yuan only now react, Liu Bei felt no fear. His form began to wane as he was enveloped by the transmission power. Li Yuan, the grudge of today shall be repaid tenfold in the future. I shall remember you, he declared. The wind and rain tower will not let you escape. From this day forth, I shall ensure you witness those around you fall one by one. My Liu family of Zhongzhou will not spare you. You are formidable, but we fear nothing. As Liu Bei prepared to be transported away, he threatened Li Yuan. Yet, he underestimated his opponent. Li Yuan was no ordinary individual. Having cultivated the 9 divine arts of Heaven's Tao, he chose to enact the Heaven's Tao technique instead of speaking. The void through which Liu Bei was to escape vanished, leaving all in stunned silence. The once vanishing Liu Bei was now firmly in Li Yuan's grasp. With a powerful punch, Li Yuan obliterated Liu Bei's life essence. Impossible. I was already being transported, Liu Bei exclaimed, descending into madness as he could not comprehend the current scenario. Even if you breached, you should have been transported with me. This cannot be real. This is a dream, a dream. At that moment, Liu Bei was utterly deranged, unable to accept the unfolding reality. Li Yuan, uninterested in his despair, placed a hand upon Liu Bei's head and proceeded to search his soul. Liu Bei's anguished wails pierced the air. Having come to the imperial city with a singular purpose, to uncover the location of the Wind and Rain Tower's main hall and annihilate it, Li Yuan extracted the answers he sought. Die. Li Yuan exerted tremendous force, causing Liu Bei's head to explode in a cloud of crimson mist, his headless body plummeting from the sky. The tyrant Liu Bei of Tianwu was no more. Silence engulfed the entire Tianwu imperial city. The members of the Liu royal family trembled in fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Unable to fathom the death of Liu Bei, panic ensued as they speculated how Li Yuan would address the Liu family. Congratulations, young Master Li. On the day of your ascension, we shall come to pay our respects. The powerful figures of various factions, witnessing Liu Bei's demise, were stricken with terror, their hearts racing as they recalled their prior communications with Li Yuan. They trembled at the thought of pleasing him, eager to secure his favor. With Li Yuan's immense power, should he seize control of Tianwu and endeavor to establish an eternal royal lineage, countless factions would be obliterated. Young Master Li, please forgive us. The Liu royal family members, pale as paper, begged for mercy. Who said I intended to annihilate the Liu clan? Li Yuan turned to face the individuals before him, his voice eerily calm. Yet, as he gazed upon them, their expressions shifted in fear, their magical arts ceasing abruptly. Thank you, young Master Li, for your mercy. The crown prince of Tianwu hastily expressed his gratitude. You do not harbor resentment toward me? Li Yuan inquired, looking at the crown prince. I hold no resentment. Young Master Li, you are unaware, I am not Liu Bei's son. My mother was a consort of the late emperor of Tianwu. When the former emperor was murdered, she was already with child. My mother and Liu Bei's mother are cousins. To preserve my life, I was made to assume the identity of Liu Bei's deceased offspring. I am the last surviving heir of the former emperor. Today, I must thank you for slaying Liu Bei, the crown prince explained. So, you have known all along. Liu Hong, I, Li Yuan, hold no interest in the Tianwu Empire, nor do I harbor any grievances against the imperial family. Today, I seek only to eradicate the root of evil. Henceforth, the Tianwu Empire shall be under your governance. And I trust you will act in the best interests of the people. Should any member of the royal family bear resentment towards me, I welcome them to seek vengeance upon Li Yuan. As Li Yuan's voice echoed, his gaze swept once more over the projections of various powerful factions. Esteemed guests, today I, Li Yuan, declare the annihilation of the Wind and Rain Tower's main headquarters. I ask for your assistance in thoroughly eliminating the remnants of the Wind and Rain Tower across the realm. In 7 days, I shall celebrate my coming of age, which will also mark the day I assume leadership of the Snow Dragon territory. You are all invited to join me in drinking at Snow Dragon territory. With his pronouncement concluded, Li Yuan urged the Black Qilin to its utmost speed, heading towards a singular destination. Now aware of the Wind and Rain Tower's headquarters, Li Yuan intended to obliterate it. Young Master Li, we shall undoubtedly attend in 7 days, came the jubilant responses from those who had received Li Yuan's invitation. My friends, It is time for me to take my leave, one declared. The Wind and Rain Tower has been a source of evil for many years. It is high time we cleanse the 3 counties where my Tianbao Tower resides. I too must depart to purge the Wind and Rain Tower from my domain. Another leader asserted. With urgency, the heads of various factions hurriedly bid farewell, eager to return and eradicate the Wind and Rain Tower's branches. Li Yuan's knowledge of the headquarters location left no doubt in their minds that the Wind and Rain Tower would offer no resistance. After all, Li Yuan's power was unmistakable. In their view, without a saint to contend with him, none could rival his might. At the depths of the abyss of death lay the headquarters of the Wind and Rain Tower. This ominous place earned its name for the strange deaths that befell anyone who ventured too close. Within 100 miles, no soul dared approach, not even the fiercest beasts. All struck with dread. In the depths of this abyss, a multitude stood silently before a cave, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. A rumbling sound echoed as the stone door of the cave slowly creaked open, revealing a man clad in a blood-red robe stepping forth, behind him a vast blood pool. Now desiccated. Congratulations, Master, on your revival and mastery over the sacred artifact. The first leader of the Wind and Rain Tower bowed deeply upon seeing him. Congratulations, esteemed elder, on your resurgence. With your presence, the Wind and Rain Tower shall surely ascend to unparalleled glory. The followers echoed, their eyes alight with joy. Ah! After absorbing countless essences and origins, I have finally returned to life. The sensation of living is truly exquisite. Ning Wuyo, you have performed admirably. Your years of diligence have not gone unnoticed. Even in my newly revived state, I possess the strength of a saint. With the unparalleled killing path and the sacred artifact, even the holy lands shall retreat in fear before me, the blood-robed man declared with arrogance. We pay our respects to the Saint Master. The followers of the Wind and Rain Tower proclaimed in unison. Blood Hengzi turned to Ning Wuyo and asked, Wuyo, I have heard that the Wind and Rain Tower has lost many capable hands. What transpired? Ning Wuyo promptly replied, reporting to the master. We took on a contract to eliminate a young man, a task that seemed simple enough. Yet unforeseen complications arose, as a powerful entity stood behind this youth, leading to the downfall of many of our members. I had intended to take action but postponed it in light of your revival. A powerful entity, you say? How formidable is this adversary? Blood Hengzi inquired with a smirk. Master, with your revival, the Wind and Rain Tower need not remain low-key any longer. We require origins, immensely powerful ones. The holy sons and heirs of the various holy lands and great clans shall be your targets for slaughter, he continued, a hint of pride gracing his features. From this day forth, the Wind and Rain Tower shall be renamed the Shura Killing Hall. The mere utterance of Shura Killing Hall sent a tremor through Ning Wuyo, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Wind and Rain Tower, publicly attributed to his founding, was, in truth, a creation born of this man's command. As a powerful being, Ning Wuyo understood the weight carried by the name Shura Killing Hall, a force that instilled fear in ancient times. The Shura Killing Hall was renowned for its terrifying reputation, known for cultivating the path of slaughter and hunting the holy sons and heirs of the world. Legends spoke of several towers at its headquarters, constructed from the skulls of the holy sons from the holy lands, the heads of invincible divine kings, and even the cranial remains of saints. Blood Hengzi hurriedly added, Wuyo, your contributions are invaluable. Today, I shall impart to you the sacred techniques of the Shura Killing Hall. With your talent, it is merely a matter of time before you ascend to the rank of Saint Master. Ning Wuyo's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Master. Blood Hengzi casually remarked. By the way, investigate for me. I wish to know who has caused our Shura Killing Hall's members to fall. His voice remained calm, yet his eyes radiated a chilling intent. Master, not long ago, someone sent word. We have already uncovered the truth. The young man is backed by the ancient mountain spirit. The Black Qilin, Ning Wuyo explained quickly. The mountain spirit, the Black Qilin, you say? I surmise I can guess who it is. His ancestor was nearly slain by the Shura Killing Hall, which must have frightened him into hiding. Now that we have been absent for years, his descendants have grown bold. As for the Qilin, we require a temporary gatekeeper. It will serve our purpose well, Blood Hengzi replied with a cold smirk. In the abyss of death, the Black Qilin emerged from the void. A deathly place, indeed. The Wind and Rain Tower deserves its fate. Li Yuan sat upon the Black Qilin, gazing at the mountains of bones beyond the abyss of death. A surge of murderous intent erupted within him, causing even the Black Qilin beneath him to tremble. The abyss of death was not merely a graveyard. It was shrouded by a cruel formation that annihilated anyone who approached or lingered, devouring their essence. This was an exceedingly wicked resurrection formation. Chapter 54, Truly Weak. A temporary use of the sword. Li Yuan spoke coldly, sensing the current of his murderous intent. The Black Qilin, sensing the urgency, promptly released the Tai Huang sword. With the Taiwang sword in hand, Li Yuan struck out at the ancient and malevolent formation before him. The moment the sword was unleashed, the heavens and earth trembled. The ancient, wicked formation crumbled instantly, becoming a relic of the past. As the evil formation disintegrated, the black Qilin, having shed its fear, drew closer to the abyss of death. Who dares to destroy the resurrection formation of my Shura killing hall? From the depths of the abyss of death, a figure suddenly looked up towards the void, their eyes brimming with terrifying murderous intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a series of piercing sounds, practitioners from the four extremes emerged from the depths of the abyss of death, their auras overwhelming, causing the surrounding void to quake. In an instant, over a dozen practitioners at the four extremes level stood defiantly before the black Qilin. Upon witnessing this, the black Qilin opened its mouth, and a terrifying black river surged through the void. The cultivators of the four extremes had no power to resist the moment they were touched by the black river. Their bodies were instantly reduced to white bones, for the waters of the black river possessed an extraordinarily dreadful corrosive nature. At the bottom of the abyss of death, Ning Wui raised his head and cast a glance, his eyes exceedingly cold. The black Qilin was indeed the black Qilin. No wonder it was so formidable. It had stepped into the secret realm of transformation. At the bottom of the abyss of death, even with so many lives lost, not a trace of fear could be perceived in the eyes of these individuals. In their eyes, there was only disdain. With xianxia present, they viewed the countless lives lost as mere sacrifices. Master, the transformation of my cultivation method has reached a critical juncture, and I am unable to act. The Shura killing hall is in peril. I beseech you to intervene once more. Ning Wui withdrew his gaze and turned it toward xianxia before him. Focus on your transformation. The mere black Qilin is nothing to be concerned about, easily subdued with a flick of my hand. Having just been reborn, I could use this opportunity to devour some essence and restore my strength. Xianxia spoke with an air of utter disdain. We are powerless. We implore the Holy Master to take action. At the bottom of the abyss of death, one after another, they hastily voiced their pleas. When they gazed at xianxia, their eyes were filled with reverence. A mere transformation level little demon, I shall subdue it and make it the temporary guardian spirit of my Shura killing hall. As xianxia's voice fell, he soared into the air. The others from the Shura killing hall, upon hearing this, wore expressions of pride. In their eyes, the black Qilin at the transformation level was invincible, yet before xianxia, it was merely a small demon. Each of them displayed expressions of extreme satisfaction, feeling that this too was a reflection of their glory. Before the abyss of death, xianxia appeared. He cast a scornful glance at the black Qilin and Li Yuan. Sneering, little creature, you possess quite the audacity. Your ancestors would not dare to challenge me. How dare you come to my Shura killing hall seeking death, disrupting the great formation of my hall? From this day forth, you shall serve as my sentinel. Xianxia's voice boomed like thunder, resonating through the void. Behind him, the others from the Shura killing hall emerged in succession, casting disdainful looks at the black Qilin. Ha! The Holy Master is finally taking action. They jeered. A mere transformation level little demon, truly unaware of its own mortality, daring to provoke us. I have heard that the blood of the black Qilin possesses unfathomable effects for body refinement. As a guardian, we might as well collect some blood for our cultivation. They engaged in whispered discussions, completely disregarding Li Yuan and the black Qilin. With xianxia present, they felt the heavens would not fall. Little creature? The black Qilin's expression darkened upon hearing this. It had not anticipated such arrogance from a dying individual. What Shura killing hall? This is the headquarters of the Wind and Rain Pavilion, is it not? Who are you, and where is your pavilion master? Li Yuan, perched upon the back of the black Qilin, cast a cold glance at xianxia and inquired. You young one. The Wind and Rain Pavilion has become a thing of the past. It is now renamed the Shura killing hall. I am xianxia, a core elder of the Shura killing hall from tens of thousands of years ago. Here, I hold the authority. Xianxia's voice dripped with disdain. At your age, do you even know your own name? How dare you be so presumptuous? He chided, continuing to survey the black Qilin, choosing to ignore Li Yuan. I, Li Yuan, shall annihilate every one of your Shura killing hall's members. Li Yuan retorted coldly. Annihilate my Shura killing hall? You don't think you are a saint or an emperor, do you? Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but let out a derisive laugh. The individuals behind xianxia laughed heartily, finding themselves privy to what they considered the best joke in the world. They had initially thought that being under the protection of the black Qilin, and having the black Qilin come forth to challenge them, indicated that Li Yuan was a remarkable individual. However, they now realized he was merely a fool unaware of his own mortality. How disappointing. I had thought more highly of you. Xianxia spat. Li Yuan appeared not to hear xianxia's words. Sitting upon the back of the black Qilin, he coldly declared, "Do not say I, Li Yuan, have not given you a chance. Those who have not stained their hands with blood may step to this side, and I shall grant you a path to survival. After 10 breaths, there will be no further opportunities. Those who do not stand with me, I, Li Yuan, shall slay." Li Yuan noticed that among them were many young individuals, clearly trained assassins of the Shura killing hall. Ha! Truly laughable. We have practiced the path of killing since the age of 3. I, at 13, have already beheaded 72 people. Little creature, are you afraid? A young voice mocked from behind xianxia. The other youths joined in laughter, finding Li Yuan to be exceedingly naive and absurd. Do you think you are a saint? You truly believe you can annihilate my Shura killing hall? Ridiculous. The disciples of the Shura killing hall continued to deride him. Some even pointed directly at the black xian, exclaiming, "A mere transformation level little demon. Is this where you can act so arrogantly? Kneel and submit to us as our guard dog to ensure your survival. Otherwise, today you shall find no means to survive or die. You seek death." The black xian, incensed by such humiliation, opened its mouth once more to release that black river, intending to obliterate everyone. As the river manifested, the void trembled. Those who had witnessed the might of the black river previously instantly changed color. Humph! Just a thread of yellow spring water dares to shine before me. Xianxia scoffed, extending his hand to strike at the void. The invincible waters of the black river clashed with Xianxia's divine power, being instantaneously repelled. The expression of the black xian shifted. It understood clearly that it was indeed no match for Xianxia standing before it. However, it did not retreat, for it was not the black xian that was to act today, but Li Yuan. So weak. It seems the inheritance you received is insufficient. If you submit now, it may spare you some suffering. Otherwise, I shall draw your blood, Xianxia taunted, his gaze fixed on the black xian while ignoring Li Yuan. Chapter 55, Impossible? What? This person's cultivation level is at the saint level? Upon Xianxia's first strike, the black xian's body trembled slightly, a glimmer of shock flashing through its fragmented golden eyes. Though the black xian was a divine beast, having undergone 2 bloodline transformations, it had only just entered the secret realm of transformation, possessing merely the first transformation of the transformation level, and thus was at a significant disadvantage compared to Xianxia. The earlier strike from Xianxia left the black xian feeling utterly powerless to counter. Fortunately, with Li Yuan on its back, that attack was crushed and vanished without a trace by Li Yuan's formless power. Little creature, will you submit? Xianxia inquired with an air of supreme pride. Submit? You think you are worthy of that? Although the black xian knew it was no match for Xianxia, the notion of submission uttered by Xianxia had never crossed its mind. In the eyes of the black xian, Li Yuan was an invincible existence, as even Liu Bei, who wielded the half-step emperor weapon, the supreme emperor's sword, could do nothing against him. The black xian understood that Xianxia would be no exception. Upon hearing the black xian's words, Xianxia's expression turned utterly frigid. You, who are ungrateful for the opportunity given to you, would never have been worthy of serving as a guardian for my Shura killing hall in the past. Now, I offer you a chance, yet you fail to cherish it. As fate would have it, this day shall mark the end. For I have just awakened and require a substantial amount of primordial energy and potent blood essence to restore myself and ascend into the realm of transformation. Furthermore, my bloodline has undergone a metamorphosis, and you barely meet the criteria, Xianxian. The smile on Xianxia's face vanished, rendering him an exceedingly terrifying figure. Akin to a bloodthirsty Azura, with a mere wave of his hand, a black pagoda floated in the void, enveloping the entire expanse of this world. At this moment, even the thought of escape was rendered futile. It was evident that the black pagoda produced by Xianxia was an extraordinary divine weapon. The black xian attempted to struggle, but soon realized it was utterly immobile. Casting its gaze towards the Zhantian pagoda, its eyes gleamed with intensity. Longing to devour it whole, yet seeing that Li Yuan remained inactive, it could only suppress its excitement. Do not waste your efforts in vain. This is a sacred artifact. If I allow you to break free, it would indeed be laughable. Do not think that just because you have recently entered the realm of transformation, or even if you were a holy master, you could escape death. Xianxia slowly approached the black xian, a mocking expression plastered across his face. Heh, weren't you rather arrogant before? Why the silence now? The holy master has appeared, yet you still refuse to submit. Truly foolish. The individuals behind Xianxia began to jeer once more, conveniently forgetting their earlier disarray upon the emergence of the Black River. Humph, you think you can slay me? Do you deem yourselves worthy? My master has yet to give his consent. The black xian retorted coldly in response to the barrage of ridicule. Xianxia was formidable, but could he truly surpass Li Yuan? What a joke. Your master, you say? With such confidence, I shall see how he intends to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Xianxia extended his hand, summoning an enormous palm imprint that materialized in the void, descending upon Li Yuan and the black qilin as if to suppress them. With a cold smirk, xianxia surveyed the surroundings, eager to witness the prowess of the master that the black qilin spoke of. Xianxia had never anticipated that the master referred to by the black qilin would be Li Yuan. With the Zhentian pagoda present, xianxia's divine abilities were rendered ineffective, and the onlookers bore expressions of derision, convinced that no one could rescue another from xianxia's grasp. However, when they discerned the expressions of Li Yuan and the black qilin, an unsettling feeling gripped their hearts. For in this dire situation, they observed that both the black qilin and Li Yuan exhibited a calmness that was eerie, as if they had not even noticed the colossal palm imprint. As the tremendous palm imprint approached Li Yuan, it shattered in an instant, vanishing without a trace as though it had never existed. Who? The once haughty countenance of xianxia shifted slightly at this sight. He could sense no presence behind this phenomenon, yet his divine ability had disintegrated. A sense of unease enveloped him, for to evade his perception indicated formidable strength. Blind are you? My master has always been upon my back. The black qilin taunted. Xianxia, are you afraid? Upon hearing this, xianxia's expression turned disdainful, as he continued to probe the void with his spiritual power, entirely dismissing Li Yuan. After all, at this moment, xianxia perceived Li Yuan as being suppressed under his might. You have such faith in this decrepit tower? Do you truly believe that it can suppress all and leave you invincible? Just as xianxia finished speaking, Li Yuan, perched upon the black qilin's back, interjected with a mocking tone. The moment Li Yuan's words left his lips, the power of his Tao domain permeated the surroundings, causing the force exerted by the Zhentian pagoda upon him to evaporate instantaneously, akin to spring snow meeting a blazing flame. With a resounding boom, the Zhentian pagoda was violently shaken and propelled away. The black qilin regained its freedom and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, xianxia, how do you feel now? Do you still consider yourself invincible in this world? The black qilin, supporting Li Yuan, stepped forward toward xianxia. It is you. How can this be? I refuse to believe it. Upon witnessing Li Yuan and the black qilin break free from their restraints and repel the Zhentian pagoda, an expression of disbelief washed over xianxia's face. This was a sacred artifact, the genuine article crafted from the life essence of a saint slain by the Azura killing hall, not a mere imitation. Xianxia could not fathom the scene before him and once again urged the Zhentian pagoda to suppress Li Yuan. In this moment, the power of the Zhentian pagoda far surpassed its previous might, as xianxia chose to unleash his full force. The pagoda rapidly reviving with an increasingly terrifying divine might. The spirit of the pagoda also gradually awakened, instilling fear in all. The ground surrounding the abyss of death began to warp under the residual power of the Zhentian pagoda, creating a vast pit in mere moments, extending for miles. Yet, witnessing the extraordinary might of the Zhentian pagoda did not bring joy to xianxia and his cohorts. Rather, their hearts sank further. For the black qilin and Li Yuan remained unaffected amidst such overwhelming power, striding toward xianxia with an arrogant gait. The black qilin sneered, Xianxia, I see your legs trembling. Are you frightened? Are you about to wet yourself? Kneel and beg for mercy now, and perhaps my master will allow you to serve as a mere doorman. Upon hearing the black qilin's words, xianxia recalled his previous condescension towards it, his face turning ashen. He had never anticipated that the black qilin would return his words so swiftly. Impossible, impossible. At 17 or 18 years of age, how could one possess such cultivation? This is absurd. There must be some trickery at play. Yes, that must be it. Xianxia's internal monologue ceased as he found a renewed sense of confidence, his scorn returning as he gazed at the black qilin and Li Yuan in the void. Humph, I underestimated you. It seems you possess a remarkable treasure. Otherwise, it would be impossible to neutralize the power of the Zhentian pagoda. However, at your tender age, even if your treasure is exceptional, how long can you maintain it? Youngster, you are still too naive, unaware of the principle that treasures should not be flaunted. Die. Xianxia, regaining his composure, declared with derision. As his thoughts settled, the Zhentian pagoda surged downward to suppress Li Yuan, transforming into a streak of light that raced toward him and the black qilin with the speed of lightning. Perish. The Zhentian pagoda, forged from an extraterritorial black iron star, was capable of annihilating even divine bodies upon contact. This strike was sufficient to obliterate any holy master. In this moment, xianxia brimmed with confidence. Yet, as the Zhentian pagoda reached Li Yuan, the anticipated scene of them being engulfed in blood mist did not materialize. Instead, Li Yuan merely extended a finger, effortlessly blocking the Zhentian pagoda. No matter how xianxia urged it, the Zhentian pagoda could not advance even an inch. How is this possible? This is a sacred artifact, capable of slaying gods and Buddhas alike. The onlookers surrounding Xianxia stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. Impossible? At the abyssal depths of the abyss of death, Ning Wuyo similarly sensed the unfolding scene, his expression transforming into one of sheer terror. The strike of the Zhentian pagoda was akin to facing the fall of an extraterritorial star. How could it be halted by a mere fingertip? Chapter 56. The Destruction of the Abyss of Death. Impossible, impossible. This is a sacred artifact. Do not think that your youth exempts you. Even a holy master cannot withstand the Zhentian pagoda with a mere finger. The town-subduing tower, a celestial body forged from mysterious iron, was selected by an ancient saint amidst the vast starry seas beyond the realm. Its sheer weight alone could shatter an entire mountain range. Even a peerless divine king would find it prudent to evade its lethal strike. Yet, this was merely an illusion, a deceptive mirage. Break for me, die for me. Blood Hengzi could scarcely fathom the scene before him. His eyes turned crimson as blood, and a dense mist of sanguine vapor enveloped his form. In that instant, the individuals behind Blood Hengzi emitted a chorus of anguished wails. Frustrated by his failure to harm Li Yuan with the town-subduing tower, Blood Hengzi resorted to an exceedingly cruel secret technique, one that refined blood into energy. This dark art could devour vital essence, momentarily transforming it into a part of his own strength. Under the grim influence of this ghastly sorcery, those around him began to wither, their vitality extinguished. Once youthful figures of 17 or 18 years devolved into mere desiccated husks, skin stretched taut over brittle bones. Having siphoned the lifeblood from so many, Blood Hengzi's power surged uncontrollably as he recklessly activated the town-subduing tower once more. He roared like a beast, yet no matter how fervently he urged it, the tower remained immovable before Li Yuan, thwarted by the mere touch of his fingertip, as if it were nothing more than a child's toy. As for those who had been reduced to lifeless shells by Blood Hengzi's dark arts, Li Yuan exhibited no emotional response. He had previously offered them a choice, but they not only rejected it, but also disregarded his words entirely. Under the tutelage of the Wind and Rain Tower over the years, these individuals had morphed into bloodthirsty killing machines, and death for them was ironically a form of salvation. Blood Hengzi, have you truly exerted your utmost? Li Yuan observed the beast-like roar of Blood Hengzi, a cold smile curling upon his lips. In that moment, Li Yuan merely flicked his finger, and the town-subduing tower was sent soaring into the air. Blood Hengzi, caught in the throes of activating the tower, coughed up blood, evidently suffering from a backlash. At that instant, he felt as if he had plummeted into an endless icy abyss, his heart sinking. The arrogance and pride he once held evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. For he realized that he had lost all connection to the town-subduing tower. In the brief exchange, Li Yuan had completely seized control of the tower. The swiftness with which Li Yuan had usurped his dominion over the artifact suggested that his strength had ascended to an unfathomable realm. Trembling, Blood Hengzi stammered in fear, You are a saint? To him, only a saint could accomplish such a feat. As for emperors, Blood Hengzi had never entertained that notion, for there had been no emperors in this world for ages. Each era births a singular emperor, 3 millennia prior. The last emperor had exhausted his lifespan and passed into eternal rest. Me? Merely a hidden sage, not a saint. You wretches, who have long cultivated the path of slaughter and harmed the world, must be extinguished. Upon uttering these words, Li Yuan gestured, and the town-subduing tower erupted forth, its divine might descending from the heavens. Li Yuan's prowess, while not overwhelmingly formidable, allowed him to manipulate weapons through the heavenly arts in a manner far beyond Blood Hengzi's capabilities. In that fleeting moment, the power unleashed by the town-subduing tower vastly outstripped what Blood Hengzi had been able to summon. Not good. Sensing the terrifying pressure, Blood Hengzi turned and leaped into the abyss of death. This abyss served as a training ground for the Shura killing hall, housing numerous formidable formations. Blood Hengzi sought refuge within its depths, hoping to utilize the formations to withstand the tower's dreadful strike. However, he had no inkling that Li Yuan's command over the town-subduing tower was of an entirely different caliber. The formations shattered instantaneously before its divine might, offering no resistance whatsoever. And no, newly resurrected and having regained only the power of a sovereign, Blood Hengzi was enveloped by the town-subduing tower, and his form, along with its terrifying speed, disintegrated. He was obliterated into nothingness, his unwilling echoes resounding in the abyss as it succumbed to rapid destruction. At the abyss's base, an ancient teleportation array had been activated, a precautionary measure established by the Shura killing hall of Yuan. Once triggered, this array could transport dozens of individuals across vast distances in an instant. Within the activated array, Ning Wuyo beheld the unfolding devastation with dread in his eyes. He felt fortunate to have initiated the array at the moment he recognized Li Yuan's terrifying power. Otherwise, he too would have perished like blood xianxia, reduced to naught. As the town-subduing tower's unfathomable force buried the abyss of death, Ning Wuyo found himself enveloped by the teleportation energy, vanishing from sight. Master, this tower possesses an awe-inspiring might. No life shall emerge here for a millennium. Alas, it is regrettable that one person escaped, a stroke of fortune for him, the Black Qilan reflected. Somewhat dissatisfied at Ning Wuyo's timely departure via the array, Li Yuan casually stowed the town-subduing tower into his storage space, languidly remarking, "Let us depart. Those who escaped are but corpses now." 20,000 miles from the abyss of death, a vortex materialized in the void, and a disheveled figure tumbled through. It was none other than Ning Wuyo. Gasping for breath, Ning Wuyo felt as though he had narrowly escaped death in that fleeting moment, relieved to have preserved his life. As his breathing steadied, thoughts of Li Yuan filled him with dread. He surmised that Li Yuan must have been possessed, for such fearsome prowess was inconceivable otherwise. The plans of the Shura killing hall were thwarted, and everything had to start anew. Fortunately, Blood Xianxia had imparted considerable knowledge to him before his demise. Yet, he realized he was still too far from safety. He had to flee further, regaining a modicum of strength. Thoughts of Li Yuan's terror compelled Ning Wuyo to continue his escape. However, as he summoned his internal power, an anguished roar erupted from him. No. Yet, no matter how he screamed or growled, the outcome was irreversible. Cracks appeared all over Ning Wuyo's body, and with a thunderous explosion, he was utterly annihilated, reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 57. The Holy Celestial Dining Hall. Having departed the abyss of death, Li Yuan, seated upon the Black Qilan's back, felt his stomach grumble audibly. In my quest to eliminate these wretches, I have been compelled to hasten my journey, and now I find myself famished. Little Black, how well do you know the Celestial Martial Empire? Are there any notable places worth visiting? Rubbing his stomach, Li Yuan inquired of the Black Qilan beneath him. The Black Qilan replied, "If you hadn't asked, I might have forgotten, but there is indeed a splendid place in the Celestial Martial Empire's Yuanling city. The Holy Celestial Dining Hall should be to your liking. The Holy Sky Restaurant is undoubtedly the premier establishment in the realm. I have heard whispers that within its hallowed halls, there exists no ingredient beyond their reach. As long as one possesses the wealth, one can indulge in exquisite dishes crafted from magnificent beasts such as the Golden Rock and the Deep Sea Dragon. Most importantly, the Holy Sky Restaurant boasts a congregation of the finest chefs in the world." Upon the mention of the Holy Sky Restaurant, the Black Qilan could not help but salivate. "Let us make our way to the Holy Sky Restaurant," he declared. Upon hearing these words, Li Yuan swiftly made a decision. The distance from their current location to Yuanzhong City was not great, and within approximately half an hour, Li Yuan and the Black Qilan found themselves at the outskirts of the city. To avoid unnecessary complications, Li Yuan instructed the Black Qilan to assume human form. As they entered Yuanzhong City, Li Yuan headed directly to the Holy Sky Restaurant. "Esteemed guests, may I inquire if you have a reservation?" As they stepped into the grand hall of the first floor, a stunningly beautiful waitress approached, her face adorned with a professional smile. "No," replied the Black Qilan succinctly. "I apologize, but I must inform you that reservations are required for the first 2 floors of the Holy Sky Restaurant. Without a reservation, it is impossible to secure a table," the waitress explained courteously to Li Yuan. "Isn't there a 3rd floor at the Holy Sky Restaurant? Is it not open to the public?" Li Yuan inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face upon hearing the young waitress's words. Observing his bewilderment, the waitress maintained her smile and clarified, "Young master, you may not be aware, but entry to the 3rd floor of the Holy Sky Restaurant requires a payment of 30,000 pounds of source energy, which is why it is seldom accessed. Do you wish to visit the 3rd floor?" The young waitress was somewhat puzzled, as Li Yuan did not appear to be of notable lineage, making her question his ability to afford such an expense. However, there was no hint of disdain in her demeanor, merely a sense of curiosity. 30,000 pounds of source energy. Indeed quite expensive. I wonder if your Holy Sky Restaurant is worth such a price? Li Yuan mused. Since there are no available tables, let us proceed to the 3rd floor. My dear, please lead the way. Although he found the price somewhat steep, Li Yuan could not simply leave after arriving at such a renowned venue. Furthermore, after vanquishing the Wind and Rain Tower, the Black Qilan had amassed a considerable amount of source energy in the aftermath. "Please, young master," the beautiful waitress responded, her eyes widening with astonishment at Li Yuan's choice to ascend to the 3rd floor. Those who frequented that realm were typically individuals of significant stature, sacred sons, daughters, or sovereigns. Ordinary folk could scarcely produce 30,000 pounds of source energy. She silently thanked her stars for not offending Li Yuan and realized the importance of the Holy Sky Restaurant's first rule: never judge a person by their appearance. Provoking such a figure would undoubtedly lead to monumental troubles. The waitress recalled that it had been 3 long years since anyone had entered the 3rd floor. and she never anticipated encountering such a person during her shift. As she carefully led the way, she discreetly relayed the news to the notable figures within the Holy Sky restaurant. Upon reaching the entrance to the third floor, an elderly man awaited them. He cast a glance at the black qianlin behind Li Yuan, a smile gracing his face. "Young master, please," he gestured. At that moment, the third floor of the Holy Sky restaurant was unveiled, and ethereal melodies emanated from within. Who was this distinguished guest gracing the Holy Sky restaurant? Those dining in the lower levels were taken aback, their curiosity piqued. The third floor's opening released a wave of rich spiritual energy, accompanied by the enchanting music. "Is that the xianxianchin?" The black qianlin exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the celestial sound. "It is not the xianxianchin, merely a replica, a step shy of being a sacred artifact. The true xianxianchin resides in the main hall of the Holy Sky restaurant." The elderly man clarified upon hearing the black qianlin's words. "Is the xianxianchin truly remarkable?" Li Yuan inquired, genuinely curious. "Master, the xianxianchin is indeed a sacred instrument, but unlike ordinary sacred artifacts, its melodies can purify one's heart and mind," the black qianlin quickly explained. "Young master, this friend speaks the truth. The xianxianchin can indeed cleanse one's heart," the elder added. As Li Yuan entered the third floor, he was struck by the overwhelming spiritual energy that enveloped the space. It had transformed into a mist of vitality, with celestial essence swirling about. Li Yuan could sense numerous sources of energy in the air. Clearly, maintaining the third floor's opening consumed vast amounts of source energy, and the xianxianchin required a significant supply to operate as well. "May I ask your name and which sacred realm you hail from? What brings you here today?" The elder inquired with a smile. "I am Li Yuan, the lord of the Snow Dragon territory in the Heavenly Emperor Empire, a mere individual, not a prodigy from any sacred realm. Today, I shall part with 80,000 pounds of source energy. Please ensure the dishes are served promptly, as I am quite famished," Li Yuan declared, indulging himself in a moment of extravagance. "Understood, young master. Please hold on for a moment," the elder responded before retreating. In the vast chamber, shrouded in celestial essence and melodious sounds, the black qianlin chose to meditate upon entering. As the music of the xianxianchin greatly aided in cleansing the heart and mind, before long, an array of exquisite and rare dishes was presented. Meanwhile, in the void above Yuanzhong City, a divine light streaked through with astonishing speed. Upon catching sight of the gilded royal carriage, a chorus of gasps erupted from the onlookers below. The people of the Golden family have arrived. The identity of the occupant was uncertain, but those who could forge connections with them would find themselves empowered in the heavenly martial empire. Countless cultivators gazed up in reverence. As a golden-haired young man rose from the carriage, he cast a glance at the crowd, causing those who dared to observe him to howl in agony, blood streaming from their eyes. "Humph, a swarm of ants dares to offend me? They seek death." The golden-haired youth, Jin Zhantian, declared coldly, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. "There is no need for young Master Jin to be angered. They are but insignificant figures. Upon witnessing your presence, they can only worship you," a coolly elegant woman beside him remarked, furrowing her brow before speaking. "Miss Ziyue is quite right. Let us spare them," she continued. "We shall now enter the Holy Sky restaurant. In this desolate place, known as the Heavenly Martial Empire, only the Holy Sky restaurant holds any merit. I hope Miss Ziyue can understand." Jin Zhantian smiled at the woman beside him, extending an invitation. As Jin Zhantian entered the Holy Sky restaurant, its overseer had already been waiting. The moment Jin Zhantian arrived, a grand spectacle ensued, and the staff of the Holy Sky restaurant could not help but take notice. "Oh, young Master Jin, my apologies for not greeting you sooner. I hope you can forgive my oversight," the elder said with a respectful smile. "You are too courteous, Elder Mu. Please, open the third floor. I wish to host Miss Ziyue," Jin Zhantian replied, exchanging pleasantries. Elder Mu responded, "Young Master Jin has arrived a bit late. The third floor is currently occupied. If you could wait, it should be available in about an hour." Elder Mu was exceedingly polite. "Occupied? By whom? Perhaps a sacred son? Do tell. I wish to see if I am acquainted," Jin Zhantian inquired. Visibly displeased yet astute enough to recognize that entry to the third floor was not granted to just anyone, Elder Mu clarified, "Young Master Jin has misunderstood. The individual in question is not from a sacred realm, but rather the lord of the Snow Dragon territory in the Heavenly Dual Empire." Upon hearing this, Jin Zhantian's expression morphed into one of disbelief. "The wooden Taoist, did you truly not deceive me? A lord from a remote and impoverished region has ascended to the third level." The wooden Taoist maintained his smile, responding, "What benefit would I gain by deceiving you, young Master Jin?" Jin Zhantian's certainty regarding Li Yuan's identity was accompanied by an expression of utter disdain and revulsion, as he coldly retorted, "Wooden Taoist, do you expect this young master to wait for a mere petty lord? At that moment, Jin Zhantian was thoroughly incensed. The Jin family's legacy spanned millennia, their power rivaling that of the sacred lands. How could he have imagined he would be kept waiting for a mere lord? Moreover, beside him stood Ziyue, and the mere thought of losing face ignited his fury. Young Master Jin, as guests at my Holy Sky dining hall, you are required to adhere to the established protocols. We shall treat you with the same courtesy, the wooden Taoist explained, his brow slightly furrowed. He certainly did not wish to offend the members of the Jin family. He could not afford such enmity. I have already shown you considerable leniency, so do not meddle in this matter. I am curious to see which country bumpkin has occupied the third level, Jin Zhantian declared, striding directly toward the third level. The wooden Taoist attempted to intervene, but, upon observing Jin Zhantian and the woman at his side, ultimately refrained from taking further action. On the third level, Li Yuan was enjoying a moment of satisfaction when suddenly, two figures burst in. Humph, a mere country bumpkin dares to occupy this place? Get out, you wretch! Jin Zhantian shouted upon entering, with a wave of his hand. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, attempting to cast Li Yuan aside. Seeking death? The black Qilin roared in fury, immediately positioning itself before Li Yuan, transforming into a tempest, its fierce eyes glaring at Jin Zhantian. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Yuan glanced at Jin Zhantian, his gaze turning frigid. You leave, or I shall assist you, Li Yuan replied coldly, unwilling to tolerate Jin Zhantian's arrogance. You think you can command me to leave? How dare you? Jin Zhantian's voice dripped with contempt. Kill them, he ordered icily. As his command echoed, a shadow darted past, charging toward Li Yuan and the black Qilin. The black Qilin, enraged, unleashed a powerful punch. However, upon engaging, it suffered a significant setback, retreating several steps to neutralize the assault. Transformation of the dragon's third change. The black Qilin exclaimed in surprise. So there is some strength here? No wonder you are so arrogant. Jin Zhantian was visibly astonished, clearly not expecting such a formidable protector alongside Li Yuan. Yet his astonishment quickly faded into indifference. Your people have harmed my little black. What shall we do about this? Li Yuan inquired, glancing at the black Qilin, whose fist was now bloodied. What to do? Naturally, we must kill, Jin Zhantian remarked dismissively, not regarding Li Yuan and the black Qilin as worthy adversaries. Chapter 58. I am not a lackey. Even if the saintess of the sacred lands were present, Jin Zhantian would still not regard Li Yuan with any respect. Li Yuan remained seated, fixing a cold smile upon Jin Zhantian. You wish to kill my little black? You are not worthy. If you desire to preserve your life, then offer a sum, several 100,000 pounds of essence, and if I am in a good mood, I might allow you to leave. Otherwise, my little black shall send you to the afterlife. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Jin Zhantian burst into laughter. Your little black? Is it that creature? You truly are a country bumpkin, utterly lacking in insight. Entering the transformation of the dragon's secret realm may not be weak, but that is merely average. In my Jin family, we have dozens of transformation experts. This level of strength is unworthy of my personal attention. My servants can easily dispatch you. Today, you shall learn that noble families are not to be trifled with. Kill this beast, cripple this person's cultivation, and sever his limbs. I want him to beg on the streets for the rest of his life. Jin Zhantian issued his command with a wave. Understood, young master, his followers responded. Advancing menacingly toward Li Yuan and the black Qilin, an oppressive aura weighing down upon them. Li Yuan remained unfazed, while the black Qilin understood the implication. If you seek death, then you shall have it. Boom. The moment the black Qilin spoke, a terrifying divine might descended, akin to an ancient mountain crashing down. Although Jin Zhantian's servant was not weak, he could not withstand such a force. The black Qilin unleashed the might of the great emperor's sword. Thud. Crack. The man was forced to his knees, his kneecap shattered. Before he could even scream, the black Qilin's punch turned him into a pulp. Next, it is your turn. The black Qilin, having dispatched that individual, advanced unperturbed toward Jin Zhantian. You are courting death. Jin Zhantian's face turned grim at the sight of his servant being slain. Even those from the sacred lands would not dare disrespect the Jin family in such a manner. Boom. However, the black Qilin showed no signs of backing down. Having offended Li Yuan, anyone who stood in his way would meet their demise, regardless of their status in the sacred lands. An oppressive pressure descended. Yet at that moment, within Jin Zhantian, a divine might erupted, counteracting the overwhelming pressure. Clearly, he possessed a precious artifact. Heh, no wonder you could slay my servant. It appears you are in possession of a treasure. Today, I shall gladly accept it. A skeletal blade appeared before Jin Zhantian, his aura soaring, his face filled with greed. How about we cease this matter here? If you depart now, I am certain young Master Jin will grant me some courtesy, having remained silent until now. The saintess of the Yaoqi Holy Land, Ji Ziyue, interjected, Please, young master, extend me some grace. Miss Ziyue, Jean Zhantian replied, clearly displeased, but ultimately chose not to refuse. Li Yuan cast a glance at Ji Ziyue and replied indifferently, Is your grace truly significant? I'm afraid I shall not comply. I am not familiar with you, and I am certainly not a lackey. I have yet to enjoy myself to the fullest. If you do not wish to die, I suggest you leave quickly. Li Yuan offered but a cursory glance at Ji Ziyue, ignoring her thereafter, while he did not even spare Jean Zhantian a glance. Humph. Do you understand that I am assisting you? Do you know what this is? Ji Ziyue's fury ignited. She had never anticipated that her good intentions would be so callously rejected by Li Yuan. Miss Ziyue, this is not about my lack of respect for you, but rather this country bumpkin's lack of respect for you. Jean Zhantian sneered, his eyes turning frigid as he clutched the skeletal blade, stepping toward Li Yuan like a grim reaper. Recalling Li Yuan's earlier remark about not being a lackey, Jean Zhantian's murderous intent surged to its peak. It was clear that Li Yuan's words had insulted him. Kill him. Yet Li Yuan seemed oblivious to the murderous intent, responding calmly. The black Qilin grinned in understanding. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and expelled a sword, the great emperor's sword, brandishing it toward Jean Zhantian with a single, decisive strike. As the sword was unleashed, its aura soared to the heavens. What is this? Jean Zhantian, who had initially appeared disdainful and filled with murderous intent, was now completely taken aback. He had never expected the black Qilin to possess such a formidable treasure. Fear washed over him, extinguishing his murderous resolve as he hurriedly raised the skeletal blade to defend himself, hoping to withstand the impending strike. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as the skeletal blade in Jean Zhantian's hand shattered, the sword's brilliance flashing instantaneously, leaving nothing of Jean Zhantian but a memory. As half of the Holy Sky dining hall's third floor vanished without a trace. However, Li Yuan never cast a glance in her direction from beginning to end. This is the Grand Emperor's sword. No, it is merely a counterfeit. Yet how could such a magnificent imitation possess such formidable power? Who are you? The moment Ji Ziyue caught sight of the Grand Emperor's sword in the hands of the Black Kirin, she completely lost her composure. Are we acquainted? If you do not leave, I shall not hesitate to strike you down as well. Li Yuan glanced at Ji Ziyue and replied coldly. He was extremely displeased. At that moment, the wooden Taoist appeared. He surveyed the half-destroyed third floor with a grim expression, but upon noticing the Grand Emperor's sword in the Black Kirin's grasp, his heart quivered. Old man, did you just doze off? Is this how your holy heavenly dining hall conducts business? My mood is far from pleasant. Li Yuan directed a frigid gaze at the wooden Taoist. Young master, shall we consider today as events closed? The wooden Taoist, recognizing his own fault, wished to end the matter. Closed, you say? What do you think you are? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's expression turned icy. What do you wish to do? This is the holy heavenly dining hall. The wooden Taoist raised his voice, evidently attempting to leverage the name of the establishment to intimidate Li Yuan. Do you represent the holy heavenly dining hall? Even if you did, what does it matter? If it weren't for your tacit approval of that useless fool's intrusion today, none of this would have transpired. Li Yuan fixed his cold gaze upon the wooden Taoist. Young master, the damages incurred by the holy heavenly dining hall amount to 300,000 pounds of source. Pay up quickly and depart. Should you kill a scion of the golden family, there will be no place for you in the northern region. The wooden Taoist stared intently at Li Yuan, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Compensation, you say? Black Kirin, annihilate the holy heavenly dining hall. Li Yuan was utterly enraged. Today, the wooden Taoist had allowed Jean Zhantian to disturb them, and now he dared to demand respect. Li Yuan would not indulge such insolence. Others may fear the holy heavenly dining hall, but Li Yuan was not among them. Li Yuan, are you certain? This is the holy heavenly dining hall. The wooden Taoist warned coldly. With a swift motion, the Grand Emperor's sword in the Black Kirin's possession responded, slicing through the air, and the wooden Taoist's head was severed cleanly. A corpse? That is mine. As the head rolled to the ground, the wooden Taoist initially stared in confusion before realizing it was his own body. With a closing of his eyes, he succumbed to the void. You killed the wooden Taoist. Ji Ziyue gazed at Li Yuan, her face a mask of disbelief. Below, a voice echoed. Well done. Quite audacious. I like it. Young man, I see great potential in you. Come, kneel, and become my disciple. Chapter 59, The Half-Saint, Jiju Etching. Immediately, an elderly figure ascended the dilapidated third floor, his gaze fixed intently upon Li Yuan. Clad in tattered garments, he resembled a beggar. Yet, from the moment the elder arrived, Li Yuan sensed his extraordinary nature. He understood well that this man was no ordinary vagabond, his power unfathomable. For when Li Yuan first heard the elder's voice, the elder was still at a distance. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had closed the gap, revealing a remarkable mastery of spatial manipulation. I find you exceedingly agreeable, young man. Today, I shall break tradition and accept you as my disciple. The elder approached the third floor, lacking any demeanor befitting a master, and simply sat down opposite Li Yuan, extending his hand to partake of the food laid before him. Yes, it is he. Beside them, Jizue, her face etched with shock, recognized the elder and recalled the earlier display of spatial prowess. Initially believing that Li Yuan would meet his demise after slaying Jin Zhantian and the wooden Taoist, she now understood that with this elder's favor, both the Golden Family and the Holy Heavenly Dining Hall would be compelled to show him respect, at least publicly. Neither dared to act recklessly, for the newcomer was a madman, a figure that struck terror into the hearts of all powers across the land. Known as the Poisoned Saint Azura, the half-mad, half-crazed Ji Jueqing. This was a man capable of instilling fear in even the most formidable of leaders, causing sacred grounds to retreat in dread. Old ghost, have you wandered into the wrong place? And are you confused? Li Yuan regarded Ji Jueqing with evident displeasure. As for the Black Kirin, wielding the Grand Emperor's sword, he glared fiercely at Ji Jueqing, ready to act, had Li Yuan not yet given the command. A transformed Kirin beast, with such pure bloodline, it's rare indeed. What, are you dissatisfied with me? It has been ages since I last savored Kirin meat. Perceiving the Black Kirin's unwavering glare, Ji Jueqing cast a disapproving glance in his direction, his hands and mouth smeared with grease. With a scornful tone, Ji Jueqing continued, Young man, why do you not pay your respects? I am accepting you as my disciple. This is a blessing bestowed upon your ancestors for generations. Kneel. Ji Jueqing continued to eat heartily, while keeping his gaze fixed upon Li Yuan. Insolent. How dare you presume to make my master kneel? The Black Kirin, filled with rage, was ready to strike with the Grand Emperor's sword. But in the next moment, terror washed over him as he realized, with a start, that Ji Jueqing had effortlessly snatched the Grand Emperor's sword from his grasp, now holding it in his own greasy hands. The once pristine sword was now sullied with oil. At this moment, the Black Kirin, having caught Ji Jueqing's penetrating gaze, fell silent, overwhelmed with dread. Young man, quite audacious indeed. You dare seize this item? Do you not fear retribution? Ji Jueqing tossed the Grand Emperor's sword onto the table, a cold smile gracing his lips. Fear? What is there to fear? It's merely a broken sword, after all. I must say, old man, you've sullied my sword and frightened my little Black. Li Yuan expressed his displeasure vehemently. What do you mean by my anger? Hurry and pay your respects. Once you do, we shall be one family. With me as your protector, you can stride confidently across the northern region. Ji Jueqing's expression turned colder as he observed Li Yuan's lack of action. Li Yuan replied, Old man, not everyone can compel me to become their disciple, especially not you. I believe you are unworthy. Li Yuan's demeanor was remarkably calm, as if he were untouched by the unfolding chaos. Beside him, Jizue regarded Li Yuan with an expression of incredulity, as though he were a fool. Fool. Jizue muttered under her breath. Oh, is that so? What makes you think I am unworthy to be your master? Ji Jueqing's gaze grew perilous. Witnessing this, Jizue's body trembled slightly. The old madman Ji Jueqing was immensely powerful, yet he was a veritable ticking time bomb, capable of exploding at any moment. However, in the face of Ji Jueqing's intense gaze, Li Yuan showed no sign of fear, calmly stating, Because you are ill. As soon as Li Yuan's words fell, Jizue was left utterly speechless. She considered Li Yuan foolish, yet could hardly fathom the depth of his folly. Just moments ago, Ji Jueqing had demonstrated the power to seize the Grand Emperor's sword from the Black Kirin. How could Li Yuan fail to recognize such strength? Simultaneously, Jizue sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Ji Jueqing. Under this oppressive pressure, she instinctively retreated, as did the Black Kirin, both wearing expressions of horror. Yet, Li Yuan, seated there, remained unperturbed, continuing to lock eyes with Ji Jueqing. He spoke further, You are indeed afflicted. During your cultivation, a deviation occurred, resulting in your mind fluctuating between lucidity and chaos. However, this is not the most terrifying aspect. The most dreadful truth is that there are parasites gnawing at your brain, and your days are numbered. I can cure this ailment. However, I do not offer my services lightly. The cost is exorbitant. Throughout, Li Yuan maintained an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Ji Jueqing's expression shifted. The entirety of the northern region was aware that Ji Jueqing had encountered a deviation in his cultivation. Yet the fact that there was something within his mind was known only to him. You can cure it? Ji Jueqing fixed his gaze on Li Yuan, his eyes sharpening with intensity, clearly indicating that he was now serious. Indeed, I can cure it, but you must pay the price. Li Yuan displayed no apprehension. With the power of the heavenly Tao at his disposal, there was no ailment he could not address. Speak, Ji Jueqing commanded coldly, his focus unwavering on Li Yuan. Li Yuan replied, "Are you not afraid I might deceive you?" Ji Jueqing sneered, "You may observe them." With no visible movement, soul banners appeared around him. And in that instant, Li Yuan beheld countless faces struggling in agony. The sheer number sent a shiver down his spine. "Speak," Ji Jueqing reiterated. This time, Li Yuan did not hesitate, stating, "Grant me 100 years of guarding." As Li Yuan's voice fell, Ji Ziyue, who had retreated, trembled uncontrollably, her face a mask of terror, genuinely fearing that Li Yuan's provocation might push Ji Jueqing into a frenzied state. "There is no room for negotiation. I have no interest in divine weapons. You can see that my companion, Little Black, possesses comparable attributes." Li Yuan gestured toward the Tai Huang sword. "As for status and power, I care even less. I will retrieve what I desire myself. What I need now is a guardian, strong and ruthless enough to protect my family." Seeing Ji Jueqing about to speak, Li Yuan interrupted decisively. The meaning was clear. There was no room for discussion. The price for healing was set. In a moment of extreme tension, Ji Jueqing acquiesced. "I accept this condition." Li Yuan smiled, "Naturally. Then you shall swear an oath to the heavenly Tao." Ignoring Ji Jueqing's murderous glare, he continued nonchalantly, "I do not engage in losing propositions. If I cure you and you flee, must I then scour the world for you? That would be quite exhausting. Thus, swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao is the simplest solution. After all, you stand to lose nothing." Ji Jueqing coldly laughed. "Do you know who I am?" His fury was palpable. As a half-saint, who could compel him to swear? He had contemplated earlier that if Li Yuan could indeed cure him, he would grant Li Yuan certain opportunities. However, the notion of serving as a guardian was unfathomable. Who in this world had the right to command him? Ji Ziyue, for reasons unknown, suddenly harbored an intense dislike for Li Yuan, eagerly anticipating Ji Jueqing's misfortune, fully aware of the half-saint's volatile temperament. Once provoked, even the sacred grounds would tremble in fear. Li Yuan retorted coldly, "I have no interest in knowing who you are. What I require now is a guardian. Either swear an oath to guard me for 100 years, or be gone. Let those who wish for healing seek it elsewhere." Li Yuan was decidedly blunt. "You have no say in this." Ji Jueqing chuckled coldly. "Now, whether you wish to heal or not, you will." He was a dignified half-saint. How could he be restrained by someone as insignificant as Li Yuan? He intended to capture Li Yuan first, knowing he possessed myriad methods to compel him to heal. Suddenly, Ji Jueqing's figure vanished from sight, making an astonishing lunge toward Li Yuan's shoulder, his speed beyond comprehension. Ji Ziyue found it difficult to track the movement. Chapter 60, My patience is limited. Yet, in the next moment, Ji Ziyue's mouth fell agape in shock, and even Ji Jueqing wore an expression of disbelief. For he had realized that he had grasped at nothing. The half-saint had failed to perceive how Li Yuan had accomplished this feat. It was as if Li Yuan had teleported, a maneuver even Ji Jueqing could not replicate. Now understanding the source of Li Yuan's confidence, Ji Jueqing declared, "I must take this seriously." Boom. As Ji Jueqing's voice resonated, a terrifying aura erupted, and he attacked Li Yuan once more. Yet again, Ji Jueqing found himself at a loss, for he had failed to grasp Li Yuan yet again. Who is this person? How is this possible? Even in his half-sainted state, Ji Jueqing, albeit somewhat mad, was renowned for his unparalleled speed. Witnessing Ji Jueqing's consecutive failures, Ji Ziyue's expression transformed. She had never anticipated that Li Yuan, appearing far younger than herself, could be so formidable. Finally, she understood why Li Yuan held little regard for the golden families and the sacred heavenly dining hall. With such speed, neither could lay a finger on him. What kind of divine ability is this? Ji Jueqing exclaimed, astonished. "I am known for my unparalleled speed, yet I find myself beneath you." At this moment, Ji Jueqing acknowledged that Li Yuan truly deserved the title of the fastest. Li Yuan smiled, "Naturally. It is the supreme law of the heavenly Tao. Elder, having witnessed my speed, does it not reflect poorly on you to request 100 years of guarding? What have you decided? My patience is not infinite." Ji Jueqing snorted, "I concede that your speed is indeed unparalleled, but why do you believe I cannot capture you? In the face of absolute power, all else is but illusion. Domain, manifest." Ji Jueqing huffed disdainfully. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, and a terrifying phenomenon unfolded. The sea of blood gave rise to a bright moon. At that moment, the land transformed into a vast ocean of blood, with a chilling moon suspended in the void, seemingly capable of suppressing all laws of the world. What a fearsome phenomenon. Witnessing such an occurrence, Li Yuan was compelled to admit that Ji Jueqing was indeed formidable. Ji Ziyue, in that moment, fainted, unable to withstand the overwhelming aura. However, with the divine techniques of the heavenly Tao at his disposal, no matter how potent Ji Jueqing's manifestation, it bore no influence on Li Yuan. Ji Jueqing's hand reached for Li Yuan once more, yet again fell short. As Ji Jueqing repeatedly attempted to seize him, Li Yuan's frustration mounted. At that moment, Li Yuan invoked another divine technique of the heavenly Tao, shrouding the area in a domain of the heavenly Tao. As this domain descended, Ji Jueqing's manifestation shattered instantaneously. Simultaneously, Ji Jueqing was horrified to discover that the power within him was being stripped away by Li Yuan's overwhelming domain power. No, this cannot be. It must be an illusion, Ji Jueqing screamed, feeling his strength being siphoned away, completely losing his composure. No longer retaining his previous calm, Ji Jueqing realized Li Yuan's terrifying might. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. However, Ji Jueqing had awakened too late. Li Yuan, seemingly possessing the ability to read minds, initiated a third divine formation of the heavenly Tao just as Ji Jueqing attempted to retreat. With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan conjured a formation that even a sage would find difficult to breach, let alone a thoroughly flustered half-saint. Seeing no way to escape, Ji Jueqing unleashed all his formidable skills, demonstrating the terrifying poison techniques that earned him the title of the Poison Saint Azura. In the past, Ji Jueqing had annihilated a sacred ground with his poison arts, marking the battle that brought him renown. However, despair swiftly engulfed him as he was horrified to discover that his poison had no effect on Li Yuan. Even more terrifyingly, Ji Jueqing realized that his toxins were inadvertently strengthening Li Yuan. Old man, your poison is ineffective. Can you make it stronger? More vicious, Li Yuan remarked. As the toxins entered Li Yuan's body, he found that while they initially sought to harm him, they instead provided unimaginable benefits to his physical enhancement through the application of another divine technique. His body was rapidly becoming more powerful. Hearing this, Ji Jueqing regarded Li Yuan with trepidation. After Li Yuan activated the divine technique formation, Ji Jueqing found himself akin to a bird trapped in a cage, unable to escape or approach Li Yuan. His own cultivation rapidly dissipated, and in mere moments, Ji Jueqing was thoroughly subdued. With a thud, Ji Jueqing collapsed in terror, having lost all his cultivation, a fear he had never experienced before washing over him. Please spare me, senior, he pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. The once proud Ji Jueqing chose to yield in this moment. Li Yuan replied with a cold smile. I am currently quite displeased. If you wish to live, you will guard the gate for 200 years. Oh, and you must also instruct everyone in the Snow Dragon territory in their cultivation. Do you have any objections? I am quite democratic. You are free to refuse. But I fear my hands may become stained with blood. How bothersome. Ji Jueqing, daunted by the immense shadow Li Yuan cast over him, dared not refuse. The legendary Poison Saint Azura was utterly despondent. I do not dare to refuse. I am willing, Ji Jueqing acquiesced, swearing an oath to the heavens, adding a stipulation that he would never defy Li Yuan's commands. Upon witnessing this, a smile graced Li Yuan's face. He understood that although the divine city existed, the Snow Dragon territory was still not entirely safe, especially after June Bailey had infiltrated it. With a willing laborer at his disposal, Li Yuan felt reassured about the territory's security. As Li Yuan withdrew several divine techniques, Ji Jueqing's cultivation gradually began to recover. However, even with his powers restored, Ji Jueqing had completely submitted, fearful of any rash actions, as he realized that both his cultivation and poison techniques were ineffective against Li Yuan, whose depths were unfathomable. Moreover, 200 years was not an excessively long time for Ji Jueqing. He now fully believed in Li Yuan's ability to cure him, rather than spouting nonsense. As a master of poisons, Li Yuan could effortlessly resolve Ji Jueqing's afflictions while simultaneously refining his body with toxins. In Ji Jueqing's eyes, Li Yuan's medical prowess was equally inscrutable. If healing was possible, then Ji Jueqing would willingly serve for not just 200 years, but 1,000. After all, who would wish to become a half-mad individual? Li Yuan chuckled. Wouldn't it have been easier to agree sooner? It would save us both a great deal of trouble. By the way, since you will be guarding for me, you must be healed first. Otherwise, if you go mad while I'm absent, it would become quite a nuisance. Li Yuan executed a divine technique, pointing a finger at Ji Jueqing's forehead. In an instant, the divine insects within Ji Jueqing's mind were obliterated, leading to the collapse of his spirit. This was Ji Jueqing's greatest helplessness. To eradicate the divine insects meant risking the destruction of his own spirit. Yet, if he refrained from acting, he would unpredictably plunge into a state of semi-madness. As a renowned poison saint, Ji Jueqing's medical skills were not lacking. He felt his spirit rapidly disintegrating and looked at Li Yuan with a face full of terror, unable to comprehend how Li Yuan possessed such strength and insight, unaware that this method would lead to his demise. However, the next moment, Ji Jueqing nearly gasped in astonishment. Li Yuan's divine technique was swiftly integrating, and Ji Jueqing's crumbling spirit began to mend at an accelerated pace. In less than 3 breaths, Li Yuan withdrew his hand. All done. Now I can rest easy. In stark contrast to Ji Jueqing's shock, Li Yuan remained exceedingly calm, brimming with confidence in his abilities. After confirming the situation multiple times, Ji Jueqing was filled with gratitude. While he was astounded to discover that Li Yuan's power contained the essence of the heavenly path, even a mere trace left within Ji Jueqing ignited a profound excitement within him. In this moment, Ji Jueqing glimpsed the possibility of achieving sanctification. With just a few pointers from Li Yuan, attaining sanctification would be as effortless as turning over his hand. That was the power of the heavenly path. Merely grasping a fragment would be an unparalleled boon for Ji Jueqing. Thank you, young master. Ji Jueqing was not only convinced, but also realized that his potential for sanctification lay within Li Yuan's thoughts. Li Yuan stated, "What is there to thank? We are merely engaged in a transaction." Chapter 61. The Astonishment of Ji Ziyue. Li Yuan paid no further attention to Ji Jueqing and turned to walk towards Ji Ziyue. Moments prior, when Ji Jueqing unleashed his poison techniques, despite the formation set by Li Yuan, some had leaked out, causing Ji Ziyue, who had fainted nearby, to inhale a significant amount. Had this been neglected, it would have truly been beyond salvation. Ji Ziyue had exchanged a few words with Li Yuan earlier, which, while unnecessary and unhelpful for him, did not evoke any disdain from Li Yuan. As Li Yuan's hand fell upon Ji Ziyue's chest, he muttered, "What a find." This level of poison posed no challenge for Li Yuan, and in an instant, it was neutralized. The unconscious Ji Ziyue gradually awakened. Upon seeing Li Yuan so close, she jumped back in fright. What do you want?" Ji Ziyue glared at Li Yuan with suspicion, retreating to distance herself from him. Li Yuan, brushing off the dust, stood up, looking exasperated. "I say, young lady, do not be so startled. If I truly wished to do something, would you be able to resist?" However, he had to admit she was quite remarkable. "Were it not for my betrothed, I might have carried you off to the snow dragon territory to be the lady of the Lord." As he spoke, he unconsciously made a pinching gesture. Seeing Li Yuan's motion, Ji Ziyue recalled her half-conscious state moments ago, her face flushing crimson as she regarded him with icy eyes. As the saintess of a sacred ground, she had never suffered such indignities. Just as she prepared to retaliate, a figure stepped in front of her, causing her body to freeze in terror. The person blocking her was none other than the half-mad Ji Jueqing. Ji Jueqing coldly declared, "If you dare to offend my young master, I will make your life a living hell." His words struck Ji Ziyue like a thunderbolt. She shook her head in disbelief. Certain this was an illusion. "Let us go? You old fool, do not frighten the young lady," Li Yuan remarked, casting a glance at Ji Jueqing. "One must be a gentleman." With that, he turned and left with a flourish. "Yes, young master," Ji Jueqing quickly responded, hastening to follow. "If my young master has taken a liking to you, it is a blessing bestowed upon your ancestors for generations." Throwing a glance back at Ji Ziyue, Ji Jueqing hurriedly kept pace with Li Yuan. Watching the trio depart, Ji Ziyue's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Ji Ziyue was perplexed by the events that transpired during her unconsciousness. Why did the proud and unparalleled madman, Ji Jueqing, submit to Li Yuanjin? The void divine vessel soared through the skies. On the deck of the divine vessel stood an exceptionally handsome young man, gazing ahead with concern. A middle-aged man approached the deck and spoke. "Miss, does this person truly merit your devotion? There are many who surpass him in excellence. Now that you have fully awakened, the threshold of the Shen family is nearly being trampled by members of various noble families. Furthermore, the Heavenly Tao Academy and the Jun family will not allow him to thrive. Your fixation with this individual will only bring peril to the Shen family." With a sharp crack, the middle-aged man's words were abruptly cut off by a resounding slap. The handsome young man on the deck was none other than Shen Qingwu, disguised as a male. "Is it wrong for me to admire his striking looks? Is it inappropriate for me to appreciate beauty? How dare you, an elder, defy my decision?" Shen Qingwu glared at the middle-aged man, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her phoenix-like eyes. "Your subordinate does not dare," the middle-aged man replied, unable to meet Shen Qingwu's gaze and bowing his head in submission. "Dare? What do you have to fear? If it were not for your meddling along the way, we would have long since arrived at Shuilongling. Should anything happen to Yuanjin, I will hold you accountable. Where is Shen Mingqing? Why have I not seen him aboard the divine vessel?" Shen Qingwu's icy stare bore into the middle-aged man. "Your subordinate does not know where the elder has gone. Perhaps he has business to attend to. The elder's actions are beyond my inquiry," the middle-aged man replied, still keeping his head lowered. "Is that so? Hurry up and find out," Shen Qingwu coldly commanded. "Yes," the middle-aged man replied, anxiety etched on his face as he retreated. Currently, Shuilongling had been relocated to the Golden Divine City, and the deep pit left behind had transformed into a vast lake. Above the lake, several figures hovered in the air. Are you certain this is Shui Longling? Do you dare deceive me? Where is Shui Longling? Shen Mingcheng glared at the man beside him, his eyes radiating a chilling glare. Forgive me, esteemed elder, how could I dare deceive you? I am a cultivator from Haiyan City. It is impossible for me to lead you astray. This was indeed the location of Shui Longling, but I do not know why it has suddenly become an immense lake. I would not dare to lie even if you offered me 1,000 lives, the young cultivator stammered, trembling under Shen Mingcheng's glare, his face as pale as a sheet. At that moment, the void golden chariot broke through the skies. Is there something you need? The black Qilin inquired upon noticing the figures observing from below. May I ask who you are and how you wish to be addressed? Shen Mingcheng replied, his dissatisfaction palpable. I am Shen Mingcheng of the Shen family, he stated, casting a wary glance at the golden chariot, unsure of the identities of the black Qilin, Li Yuanjin, and the others, and reluctant to offend them, given the extraordinary nature of the chariot. Shen Mingcheng, you say? I am the vice captain of the Shuilong Guard. The black Qilin introduced himself. People from Shui Longling, then? It seems I have found the right individuals. I was just about to head to Shui Longling. Please guide me, Shen Mingcheng said, his eyes brightening at the black Qilin's acknowledgement, though his demeanor soon turned haughty as he addressed him with disdain. Do you have business here? Our Shui Longling does not welcome outsiders, Li Yuanjin stated coolly from atop the golden chariot. Am I an outsider? I am going to Shui Longling. Who would dare to stop me? You do not know my identity, do you? If I were to visit, Shui Longling would have to roll out the red carpet for me. If I were to spit on your leader's face, he would have to smile in return. Shen Mingcheng boasted, pride radiating from him. What did you say? The black Qilin's fury flared instantly. However, upon meeting Li Yuanjin's gaze, he suppressed his rage, refraining from immediate action, though his eyes bore a hostile glare toward Shen Mingcheng. Li Yuanjin remarked, your surname is Shun. Does your lady's name happen to be Shen Qingwu? Shen Mingcheng responded coldly, silence. How dare you utter my lady's name? You are unworthy. With a resounding boom, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, nearly causing Shen Mingcheng to explode under its weight. How dare you insult my young master? Ji Juecheng seethed in anger, yet he refrained from striking, sensing that Li Yuanjin might have a connection to Shen Qingwu. At this moment, Shen Mingcheng was gripped by terror, his gaze toward Ji Juecheng filled with dread. He understood that his continued existence was not due to Ji Juecheng's inability to kill him, but rather his restraint. Shen Mingcheng could not fathom how such a formidable figure could exist in the small realm of Shui Longling. Trembling uncontrollably, Shen Mingcheng was drenched in cold sweat. Young master, should we kill him? Ji Juecheng inquired, looking to Li Yuanjin for direction. Shen Mingcheng's face turned ashen at the thought of such a terrifying figure seeking the opinion of a mere youth. Let him stew for a while in this lake to clear his mind, Li Yuanjin replied, casting a glance at Shen Mingcheng before departing. Ji Juecheng received his orders, and with a thought, Shen Mingcheng was sent tumbling into the water, his upper body submerged, leaving only his legs visible above the surface. Before he could react, the lake froze instantly, completely immobilizing him. Let us depart. The golden divine chariot ascended into the air. Moments later, a corner of the golden divine city appeared above, and the golden chariot entered the city. Young master, why did you not kill him? The black Qilin asked, puzzled. Li Yuanjin replied lazily. Did I not mention I have a fiancée? Her surname is Shen Qingwu. Why is Shen Mingcheng acting this way? The black Qilin asked, initially surprised, then perplexed. Li Yuanjin explained, it is quite simple. He believes I am unworthy of Qingwu and seeks to leverage her connection with a dying man, all while thinking she is unaware. If you do not believe me, inquire further. With that, Li Yuanjin turned to leave. The black Qilin and Ji Juecheng exchanged glances. Shen Mingcheng, still upside down in the lake, left the remaining figures trembling, uncertain whether to stay or go, and unsure whether to rescue him. The tension was palpable. Recalling how Ji Juecheng had effortlessly subdued Shen Mingcheng, as they struggled with their indecision, the black Qilin and Ji Juecheng returned unexpectedly. We greet you, esteemed elder. The figures stammered, their faces pale as they bowed deeply. Are you members of the Shen family? Ji Juecheng asked, his gaze icy. Yes, esteemed elder. We are indeed from the Shen family, they replied, too fearful to meet Ji Juecheng's eyes. What business do you have in Shui Longling? Before you speak, it is wise to ponder carefully. Otherwise, should I perceive any falsehood, you shall all meet your demise. Season absolute city pronounced in a tone devoid of warmth. Senior. Shen Mingcheng seeks to compel young master Li Yuan of the Snow Dragon territory to annul his engagement. My lady is bound by a betrothal to young master Li Yuan. And now that she has awakened a unique constitution, many within the Shen family, and some from Linglong Valley deem young master Li Yuan unworthy of her, the speaker stammered. Beads of sweat adorning his forehead, his anxiety palpable. An annulment, you say? What is your lady's stance on this matter? Season Absolute City inquired, his anger igniting at the sheer folly of such individuals. Who could possibly be more unworthy than someone like Li Yuan, currently allied with Li Yuan? Season Absolute City found the Shun family's insistence on severing the engagement not merely an affront to Li Yuan, but to the Snow Dragon territory itself and to his own dignity. Senior, no, it is not my lady's desire. This is the consensus of the majority within the Shun family and Linglong Valley. Shen Mingsheng has come here under orders, he continued, trembling. My lady is en route to this place, bearing a sacred herb to aid young Master Li Yuan. However, she is accompanied by formidable experts from Linglong Valley. The speaker dared not elaborate further, clearly indicating that the individuals from Linglong Valley were not to be trifled with. Should Shen Mingsheng fail, they too would exert pressure upon Li Yuan to dissolve the engagement. At least you possess some discernment. As for Linglong Valley, what are they but a mere trifle? Even the sacred Yaopan behind them does not command my respect, Season Absolute City retorted icily. Indeed, you speak the truth, the others dared not contradict. Fully aware that neither Season Absolute City nor Linglong Valley were entities they could provoke. Season Absolute City and the Black Qilin did not trouble these individuals. They were of little concern, merely curious onlookers. Upon witnessing the departure of Season Absolute City and the Black Qilin, the Shen family members released a collective sigh of relief, understanding that their safety was assured as they clearly did not warrant attention. Before long, the Void Divine ship appeared. Shen Qingwu, aboard the ship, immediately spotted the members of the Shen family. As the vessel vanished, a group materialized, comprised mainly of individuals from Linglong Valley, save for an elder from the Shen family. Shen Qingwu alighted upon the icy surface, fixing a cold gaze upon the Shen family members. Where is Shen Mingqing? The members dared not meet her gaze, instead pointing towards two legs protruding not far away. How audacious! Who is responsible for this? While you may disregard the Shen family, you ought to show respect to Linglong Valley. Speak. The elder from Linglong Valley's expression darkened significantly upon witnessing Shen Mingqing's predicament. His arrival was at her behest, and the failure to accomplish his task ignited her fury. Whoever it may be, they shall be revealed upon entering the Snow Dragon territory, the youth hastily explained. The Snow Dragon territory? Did they do this? The elder's face turned frostbitten. Shen Qingwu asserted, Elder, Shen Mingqing arrived here covertly, likely with ulterior motives. His punishment is well-deserved. Why is the Snow Dragon territory absent? Did you not encounter anyone from there? Do you know where they have relocated? Miss, where is the Snow Dragon territory? The Shen family members promptly pointed towards the void. As Shen Qingwu looked up, she indeed discerned that a formation existed in the void, with a hidden portal faintly visible among the clouds. Without uttering a word, Shen Qingwu ascended into the air, and the Linglong Valley members hastily followed. Upon reaching the portal to the Divine City, Shen Qingwu was taken aback, never having anticipated such depth within the Snow Dragon territory, feeling as though she had mistakenly arrived in an entirely different realm. Is this truly the Snow Dragon territory? Shen Qingwu inquired, astonished. Hearing her words, the previously languid dragon mastiff sprang to attention. Madam, it is indeed. Please, enter. The dragon mastiff swiftly opened the portal, exuding warmth and hospitality. Humph, madam, what insolence! When did our saintess become the madam in your speech? A member from Linglong Valley interjected coldly. Silence. You are in no position to speak. I am conversing with my lady. Miss Qingwu is the fiancée of my master. What is inappropriate about calling her madam? Is this not a matter of time? The dragon mastiff retorted fearlessly. Shen Qingwu cast a stern glare at the Linglong Valley member before turning back to the dragon mastiff. How is Li Yuan's condition? The dragon mastiff appeared puzzled. What injuries could Li Yuan possibly have? Who could harm him? Has he arrived? My wife looks beautiful. A voice resonated from within the city as Li Yuan, his gaze intense, fixed upon Shen Qingwu. How audacious! Who are you? A woman from Linglong Valley exclaimed in fury. With a swift motion, Li Yuan silenced her, sending her flying. It seems a bit noisy. My wife, please. Li Yuan beamed at Shen Qingwu, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. She is my fellow disciple. Shen Qingwu shot an admonishing glance at Li Yuan. I know, which is why I spared her life. Otherwise, she would already be dead. Li Yuan offered a rare clarification. Shen Qingwu did not hold it against him, feeling relieved to see him unharmed. You are rather arrogant, the elder from Linglong Valley interjected, her voice as frigid as ice. Master uncle, Shen Qingwu murmured, her brow furrowing slightly. She was acutely aware of the intentions of these individuals, yet she had refrained from exposing them. In the face of the elder from Linglong Valley, Li Yuan remained remarkably composed, fully aware that these people had come seeking trouble, and they would not let this opportunity slip away. The previous woman's words had been prompted by the elder's directive. Arrogant, I am merely low-key, never instigating trouble. By the way, you all seem busy. I have matters to discuss with my wife, Li Yuan declared, pulling Shen Qingwu along, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yet she made no attempt to free herself from his grasp. The elder's face turned a deep shade of purple as she attempted to enter the divine city, only to be obstructed by the dragon mastiff. Old hag, what place is this? You think you can just enter without consulting your superior? How dare you entertain thoughts of disrupting my master's engagement? You truly do not know your own mortality. You should be grateful to still be alive. Do not assume my master is unaware of your clandestine machinations. Aligning with the Jun family, beware of the calamity Linglong Valley shall soon face. I neglected to mention that the Jun family could have survived longer, but now, having dared to offend my master's fiancée, they shall soon face annihilation. The dragon mastiff's gaze was icy as it fixed upon the elder, for Li Yuan had previously divined the reasons behind the actions of those from Linglong Valley. To covet both my bones and my wife. How infuriating! Li Yuan fumed. The only reason these individuals were still alive was due to Shen Qingwu's training within Linglong Valley. Foolish prattle. You shall die? The elder cried, her expression shifting dramatically as she attempted to slay the dragon mastiff to silence it. However, as she struck, she was sent flying, blood spraying from her mouth. The elder, shocked to find herself injured by a mere hound, was in disbelief. Before she could comprehend how she had been harmed, the dragon mastiff struck again, sending her plummeting into the icy lake below, mirroring Shun Mingqing's descent. Chapter 63. A sense of unease. You old hag. Stop with the incessant prattle. The dragon mastiff growled in frustration, swatting the elderly woman away. With a thunderous crack, a menacing aura erupted from the depths of the icy lake below, as the old crone of Linglong Valley burst forth from the frozen surface. Suspended in midair, her countenance was grotesque and fearsome. She channeled her magical power, evaporating the water clinging to her. Her gaze fell upon the dragon mastiff nearby, and a chilling murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Eliminate it. The snow dragon territory has dared to insult Linglong Valley so grievously. I shall slay this beast and obliterate the snow dragon territory. The old woman's frenzied roar echoed through the void, her voice tinged with an indignation she had never before endured. Simultaneously, she intended to use this affront as a pretext to annihilate the snow dragon territory, fulfilling the directives given to her from above. The others from Linglong Valley, upon hearing her anguished cries, gradually emerged from their stunned state, astonished that a mere dog from the snow dragon territory possessed such terrifying might. The old woman, not lacking in strength herself, was a practitioner of the fourth extreme. Slay it. The members of Linglong Valley charged toward the dragon mastiff, their eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. Should word of the elder's injury at the hands of the snow dragon territory spread, what face would Linglong Valley have left? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was filled with the sounds of rushing winds as an array of divine weapons and magical artifacts materialized. They struck with ferocity, intent on vanquishing the dragon mastiff and seizing the opportunity to infiltrate the divine city. Though the origins of the divine city remained shrouded in mystery, the old woman instinctively sensed its extraordinary nature. To eradicate the snow dragon territory, such audacity was truly unparalleled. The dragon mastiff's gaze turned icy, reflecting his resolve. Meanwhile, Shen Qingwu, who had just entered the city, heard the old woman's screams from outside the walls. Her beautiful eyes turned to Li Yuan, inquiring, "Can you fend them off? Do you need my assistance?" Li Yuan replied with a smile, "No need, they are but a swarm of ants. Those who choose the wrong side must face the consequences. The snow dragon territory is no longer the easy prey it once was." Confidence radiated from Li Yuan. Indeed, as Li Yuan's words fell, the dragon mastiff, tasked with guarding the divine city, sprang into action. Though these individuals were formidable, attempting to slay the dragon mastiff and breach the city was akin to scaling the heavens. Harnessing a fraction of imperial power, the dragon mastiff struck, and the entirety of Linglong Valley's forces felt as though they had been struck by lightning. They were utterly unable to withstand that imperial might, all of them plummeting into the icy lake, landing headfirst. This time, the sky itself seemed to release imperial power, rendering even the mightiest of the old woman powerless to escape. Shen Qingwu, witnessing this scene, was left utterly astonished by the dragon mastiff's formidable prowess. Li Yuan remarked, "The ancient dragon mastiff possesses the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Subduing the likes of Linglong Valley is naturally within its capabilities." Shen Qingwu shot Li Yuan a glare and said, "At least you are sensible. They are my fellow disciples. Let us spare their lives. As for how you managed to regain your footing, I see your celestial bones have restored, and indeed, they surpass their former glory. My worries were in vain." Li Yuan, unperturbed by Shen Qingwu's inquiry, chuckled, "It was through the aid of a great master that I survived. Otherwise, I fear I would have been utterly ruined." perhaps even lost my life. The changes in the Snow Dragon territory are all thanks to that being. With him around, the Snow Dragon territory is secure. Li Yuan, perceiving Shen Qingwu's concerns, kindly deceived her. Shen Qingwu playfully punched Li Yuan, saying, "You worried me for nothing. It was all because of me. Had it not been for your awakening of the spiritual eye for my sake, your possession of celestial bones would not have come to light, nor would they have been seized." Her expression turned apologetic as she spoke. Li Yuan grinned. "The past cannot be changed, let it be. Besides, I have no regrets about awakening your spiritual eye. After all, who told you that you are to be my future wife? And look, I am still alive. Now, I possess the qualifications to dominate this era. In any case, I have profited." Shen Qingwu blinked, smiling. "In that case, I can rest easy. I was worried you might become taciturn due to this matter, perhaps even have your disposition twisted. Seeing you more optimistic than before puts my mind at ease. Oh, by the way, I have something for you." As Shen Qingwu spoke, she produced a divine herb, and the moment it appeared, an overwhelming vitality radiated forth. Li Yuan gazed upon it, astonished. "Qingwu, now that I am well, you should refine it." Li Yuan declined her offer. "This is a gift prepared for you. You don't think it's worthy, do you?" Shen Qingwu glared at Li Yuan fiercely, her expression daring him to refuse. "Very well. I shall accept the gift prepared by my dear wife." Li Yuan, unable to refuse, reluctantly accepted the divine herb. "Li Yuan, let us depart together. From now on, I will protect you. I have gained entry into the sacred land, and have been placed in the holy maiden sequence of the sacred land. Receiving focused training from Lord Luotian, I will ensure my master helps you become a member of the Luotian sacred land. With entry into the Luotian sacred land, the Tiandao Academy and the Jun family will think twice before making their move." At this moment, Shen Qingwu revealed the second purpose of their journey. Falling silent as she awaited Li Yuan's decision, Shen Qingwu understood Li Yuan's pride, yet she believed this was the best course of action. She could only wonder if he would agree. "The Luotian sacred land? Is there someone there qualified to accept you as a disciple?" Ji Jueqing, meditating nearby, scoffed disdainfully. "Silence. Get lost quickly. Can't you see I am conversing with my wife?" Li Yuan's expression darkened upon realizing Ji Jueqing was not far off. In an instant, Ji Jueqing stepped forward, his form mysteriously vanishing. "Who is he?" Shen Qingwu's expression turned to one of shock at this spectacle. Never had she imagined that an existence so formidable lingered within the Snow Dragon territory, capable of traversing space. Crazy Ji Jueqing has been suppressed by my master, and now serves as my protector. With him around, I can traverse this world with ease. Li Yuan once again deceived Shen Qingwu, feeling a pang of guilt, but knowing he could not speak the truth. Half-Saint Ji Jueqing? The moment Shen Qingwu heard this name, she was left dumbfounded. How could one who instilled fear in the hearts of the sacred lands be willing to guard Li Yuan? It's that old fellow. Li Yuan recalled that Ji Jueqing had been eavesdropping nearby, causing his irritation to flare. A half-saint is still a saint. One must show respect. Did you hear that? Your safety will rely on Senior Ji from now on, Shen Qingwu teased, tugging at Li Yuan's ear. Yes, dear wife, you are right. It hurts. Li Yuan quickly begged for mercy. Shen Qingwu huffed. You are quite the chatterbox. I haven't even used much strength. With Senior Ji providing protection, I can rest easy. Li Yuan, I am heading for the Luotian sacred land. You must remember to come find me. Shen Qingwu expressed her reluctance, yet the words tumbled forth. Seeing her somewhat forlorn, Li Yuan hastily reassured her. Of course. Even if you don't mention it, I will go. I must go, after all. Who could resist my beautiful wife? A sense of unease lingered. Chapter 64. Li Yuan's killing intent. That sense of unease must be dealt with, indeed. The Luotian sacred land is teeming with prodigies. If you do not strive, beware of my heart straying and seeking affection elsewhere. Moreover, the Luotian sacred land is home to many beautiful women. It is said that the most beautiful maiden of the northern region resides there. Shen Qingwu smiled at Li Yuan, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Li Yuan chuckled. Indeed, there are many beautiful women in the world, but what does that have to do with me, Li Yuan? If I were to fall for everyone I encountered, would that not make me a scoundrel? Shen Qingwu replied with a smile. My mother says that lust is inherent to a man's nature. What do you think? Li Yuan gazed into Shen Qingwu's enchanting eyes, blinking as he asked. May I abstain from answering this question? Granted. At her words, Shen Qingwu burst into a fit of laughter. Seeing her amusement, Li Yuan felt a wave of relief. The inquiry had been rather daunting. Shen Qingwu glanced at the sky and softly murmured, Li Yuan, do you truly believe we can be together in the future? Li Yuan smiled and replied, I have faith in that, for I harbor no dislike for you. Do you despise me? Shen Qingwu shook her head with a smile, hoping that they could overcome all obstacles. In the past, she would never have broached such a topic. But as they were about to head to the holy land of Luotian, Her heart was heavy with worry, anxious that everything might not unfold as she wished upon arrival. Li Yuan sensed her unease and, with a smile, said, "Qingwu, this is your first visit to the divine city. Come, let me show you our home." Before them, a golden royal carriage materialized. The two ascended into the golden carriage and soared into the sky. From their lofty vantage point, Shen Qingwu's exquisite face blossomed into a radiant smile as she gazed down at the sprawling landscape. She had never smiled so brightly before. "Qingwu, this is for you," Li Yuan said, producing a piece of ancient jade, remarkably exquisite, which he had specially prepared for her. "How beautiful!" Shen Qingwu exclaimed, her face alight with joy upon seeing the jade. The golden divine city resembled a miniature realm, and as Li Yuan and Shen Qingwu traversed it in the royal carriage, they appeared akin to a king and queen surveying their dominion. Yet, inevitably, they faced parting. Outside the divine city, Shen Qingwu felt a pang of reluctance. "Li Yuan, remember to visit me at the holy land of Luotian. I'll give you a year to prepare. If you do not come, I shall find someone else." "Do you hear me?" Shen Qingwu fixed her gaze on Li Yuan. "A year? I'm afraid I cannot wait that long," Li Yuan replied with a serious expression. Initially, Shen Qingwu felt disheartened by his first two sentences, but little did she know that Li Yuan was being deliberately playful. She extended her delicate hand, akin to mutton fat jade, and gave a sharp twist to the soft flesh at his waist, causing him to cry out in pain. Noticing the many bystanders, Shen Qingwu's cheeks flushed crimson as if they might spill water. "I shan't bother with you anymore. I will await you in the holy land of Luotian." With that parting remark, Shen Qingwu summoned her void divine vessel and vanished into the sky, moving with such swiftness that it seemed as if lingering any longer would make her reluctant to leave. Upon the void divine vessel, Shen Qingwu, disguised as a boy, cast a glance back at the direction of the golden divine city, and her smile gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression. "Yuan Gu, you must strive hard." It was rumored that Jun Lin had entered the ancient holy academy of the heavenly Tao, and once he emerged, he would undoubtedly carve out a place in this world. Shen Qingwu felt a tremendous weight of pressure. Even as she approached the holy land of Luotian, she remained uneasy. Jun Lin's entry into the ancient holy academy would elevate the Jun family's status, for it was said that a sage resided within the academy. And with Jun Lin as an apprentice to the ancient sage, the Jun family's influence could likely seep into the holy land of Luotian. The Jun family's interest in Shen Qingwu stemmed from their desire to fully unleash the power of the dual pupils. Shen Qingwu's spiritual eyes could complement Jun Lin's dual pupils. Otherwise, her parents would never have been able to suppress the Shen family. The Jun family's ambitions had stirred dissent within the Shen family. At the front of the golden divine city, Li Yuan watched as the void divine vessel vanished completely from sight, his expression turning cold. Long Ao. A dreadful aura of slaughter enveloped Li Yuan. "Young master." Long Ao's figure appeared, visibly excited at the prospect of receiving instructions from Li Yuan. "Stay close to Qingwu and guard her. If anything goes awry before I reach the holy land of Luotian, I shall stew you. Remember, Qingwu must not endure any grievances there, not even from the holy master of Luotian. And as for the Jun family, none shall be spared." When Li Yuan uttered the name of the Jun family, his voice turned icy. "Understood." Long Ao's expression shifted slightly at his words, and he instantly shot into the air. From Li Yuan's tone, it was evident that the journey ahead for Shen Qingwu would not be tranquil. "Young master, shall we eradicate the Jun family?" Ji Jueqing inquired, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Eager to prove himself, Ji Jueqing was impatient to act, well aware that to achieve his aspirations of becoming a sage, he needed Li Yuan's support. "Not yet. I am about to undergo my coming-of-age ceremony and inherit the title of Lord. Let us wait a few days. The Snow Dragon territory is a legacy from my parents and holds great significance for me. As for the Jun family, their time is limited." Although he could not yet eliminate Jun Lin, he could certainly reclaim some interest. With that, Li Yuan turned and entered the city, followed by Li Chongkong and the others. At the ice lake, with Long Ao's departure, the imperial aura dissipated. The people from Linglong Valley and the Shen family finally broke free from their confinement. Cough, cough, cough. Gasping for breath, they struggled to regain their composure. Their cultivation stifled under the imperial pressure. The torment they had endured was unforgettable. Emerging from the icy waters, they gasped for air. The mere thought of Long Ao sent shivers down their spines. An old woman glanced at the horizon, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes. She crushed a jade talisman hidden in her sleeve. Boom. As soon as the old woman shattered the talisman, a terrifying oppressive force descended upon the void, obliterating the bodies of all present, both from the Shen family and Linglong Valley, into a mist of blood. Ji Jueqing, who had taken Long Ao's place as guard, did not even open his eyes. He understood that Li Yuan had merely refrained from speaking, From the moment these people dared to entertain thoughts of rebellion, their fates were sealed. As Long Ao, a super divine beast, possessed half an imperial weapon, he moved with astonishing speed, faster than even the void divine vessel. In an instant, Long Ao caught up with the void divine vessel. However, he chose not to reveal himself. Instead, he let his spiritual force wander through the world, seeking out any potential threats, bolstered by the enhancement of the imperial weapon. Li Yuan had warned that Shun Qingwu would encounter dangers on her journey to the holy land of Luotian, and Long Ao had no doubts about his words. Indeed, after the void divine vessel traversed tens of thousands of miles, Long Ao detected anomalies on the inevitable path to the holy land of Luotian. There lay a formation clearly designed to ensnare the void divine vessel. Within the formation, several ancient relics of the Jun family appeared, their eyes alight with anticipation. Shun Qingwu has arrived. Since she is so oblivious to the circumstances, we shall capture her and bring her back to the Jun family. Once Jun Lin returns and cultivates with her, she will surely change her mind. To become Jun Lin's concubine would be a stroke of fortune for the Shin family. For Jun Lin possesses the demeanor of an emperor. The elders of the Jun family held high hopes for Jun Lin. Chapter 65. My master is Li Yuan. Indeed, Jun Lin is born with dual pupils, embodying the essence of a sage. Now, as he merges with the supreme immortal bone, he is destined to become a great emperor. The Shin family truly knows no bounds, rejecting the Jun family's generous offer of alliance. That worthless creature, even if alive, what could he possibly accomplish? It is utterly laughable to think that the ascension of Shun Qingwu to one of the saintly sequences of the Luotian sacred land would compel the Jun family to retreat. Such a notion is preposterous. As long as we act with utmost stealth, leaving no trace behind, what can that old crone of the Luotian sacred land do upon discovering it? Would she dare to confront the Jun family? The present Jun family is not the same as it once was, scoffed another elder of the Jun family. However, no sooner had the words left his lips than the expressions of several elders shifted dramatically. A voice echoed from behind them. A concubine? Does the Jun family even qualify? The disdain was palpable. At that moment, the one who appeared behind the elders was none other than the dragon hound assigned to protect Shun Qingwu. Yet, this dragon hound had now transformed into a seemingly harmless pup. Beast? The elders of the Jun family were taken aback. They dared not underestimate the dragon hound before them. For how could a mere pup stealthily infiltrate their ranks and evade all their senses? Who are you? Do you intend to meddle in the affairs of the Jun family? If so, you would do well to consider whether you possess the qualifications to do so. The Jun family, led by Jun Lin, boasts both the rare dual pupils and the supreme celestial bones, and now under the direct guidance of a sage. He is destined to be a great emperor of this era. Opposing the Jun family would leave you with nowhere to hide in this world. Depart now, and we shall let bygones be bygones. The elders of the Jun family, initially startled, soon regained their composure and openly threatened the dragon hound. It was evident that they were confident, believing their words could intimidate the creature. They refrained from immediate action, as they could not fathom the true nature of the dragon hound and dared not provoke a conflict. Their target today was Shun Qingwu, and they could not afford any unforeseen complications. Jun Lin, what is he really? Is he truly formidable? Do you think that every wielder of dual pupils can attain sainthood? And even if they do, what of it? As for the supreme celestial bones, they are indeed powerful, but alas, they do not belong to your Jun family, and will soon be reclaimed. The dragon hound listened to the elder's words with utter disdain, dismissing them entirely. A sage as a mentor? What a joke. In this current age, Li Yuan is a terrifying force. Not even the mere mention of a sage as a mentor can hold a candle to him. Jun Lin's potential pales in comparison, especially since he is yet to attain sainthood. Impudent. The elders of the Jun family were incensed, their terrifying aura directed at the dragon hound. Yet, the dragon hound appeared impervious to their menacing presence. What is the matter? Are you enraged? I speak nothing but the truth. Is Jun Lin truly strong? Or do you ancient relics merely believe yourselves to be? The dragon hound continued. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I am here to eliminate you. How dare you lay your sights on my master's wife? You truly have no idea of your own mortality. The dragon hound's gaze was icy as it regarded the elders. Humph, and who is your master? The elders of the Jun family wore expressions of cold disdain, eager to see if this so-called master possessed the credentials to challenge them. Even the saintly son of the sacred land was beneath their notice. My master is Li Yuan, the esteemed lord of the snow dragon territory. Today, I shall collect some interest from the Jun family. The dragon hound stated solemnly, as if the name Li Yuan carried divine weight. Li Yuan, lord of the snow dragon territory? Ha ha. The elders of the Jun family erupted into laughter, finding the assertion to be the most absurd joke they had ever heard. However, their laughter soon turned to horror, for in that moment, an imperial aura descended upon them. leaving them utterly powerless, their bodies gradually dissolving into nothingness. This was the dragon hound's intention. No, no, this cannot be happening, they exclaimed in sheer terror, witnessing their own forms disintegrate. Remember, my master is Li Yuan. With the dragon hound's final words, the heads of the elders vanished into the void, and the formation meant to trap the void divine ship was utterly destroyed. A concubine? Heh, the Jun family is hardly worthy. With that dismissive remark, the dragon hound's form began to blur, as if it had never existed at all. The golden divine city was bustling with activity. Today marked Li Yuan's 18th birthday. From early morning, he had been pulled into various celebrations, and it was not until nearly noon that he completed the rites of adulthood and the inheritance of his lordship. Phew, what a tiring ordeal. Li Yuan plopped down onto a chair, feeling utterly drained. Lord, the heavenly martial emperor has come to present a congratulatory gift. Will you not go to greet him? An elder entered the grand hall, excitement evident in his voice. The name of the heavenly martial emperor had once been a topic they dared not even whisper, yet now, he had come personally to offer his congratulations, invigorating the entire snow dragon territory. The heavenly martial emperor, you say? I recently dispatched the old heavenly martial emperor. I cannot believe he has come. Make arrangements for a meeting. I need to rest, Li Yuan replied, initially taken aback by the mention of the heavenly martial emperor, quickly recognizing it must be Lu Hong. Without further thought, he lay back and closed his eyes. The elder from the snow dragon territory, who had been brimming with excitement, was left aghast, his mouth agape. In recent days, many had come to offer their congratulations, and he had heard that the new heavenly martial emperor had just ascended the throne. But he had not realized it was Li Yuan who had vanquished the old emperor. The elder longed to exclaim, Your Majesty, but seeing Li Yuan resting, he dared not disturb him, leaving in a state of shock. Various factions continued to arrive, but upon reaching the Golden Divine City, they maintained a notably low profile. Upon learning that Li Yuan was resting, they hastily ensured he was not disturbed. By the time Li Yuan awoke, it was already afternoon. I apologize, everyone. I was quite exhausted and took a brief nap. I hope you will forgive my lack of hospitality. Li Yuan emerged and casually greeted the crowd with a wave. He was somewhat astonished, having not anticipated such a gathering during his short nap. He realized that he did not recognize any of the individuals present. As each one laid eyes on Li Yuan, they appeared electrified, their faces alight with excitement as they hurried to present their gifts. At that moment, a figure approached, prompting the crowd to part and fall silent. It was none other than Lu Hong, who had just ascended as the heavenly martial emperor. Lu Hong moved swiftly, exhibiting none of the airs of an emperor, and approached Li Yuan, saying, Congratulations, young Master Li, on becoming the Lord. I, Lu Hong, present you with a shard of divine essence, which contains the claw of an unknown beast. As Lu Hong finished speaking, a eunuch beside him promptly offered the divine essence. What? This is truly divine essence, and it indeed contains the claw of an unknown creature. The leaders of the various factions were astounded by the spectacle. None had anticipated that the heavenly martial empire possessed such a treasure. Divine essence was already exceedingly rare, but one that contained something sealed within was even more precious. Particularly notable were the sealed entities, which were often terrifying. There were accounts of individuals who had broken open divine essence to obtain remnants of ancient divine beasts, leading them to unprecedented heights and the path of sainthood. Others had encountered strange forces that turned entire sacred lands into zones of death. The items within divine essence were coveted by all major sacred lands, representing a portion of their foundational wealth. No one had expected that the heavenly martial empire would bestow such a treasure upon Li Yuan. I hope you enjoy it, my lord. Lu Hong cast only a fleeting glance, seemingly indifferent. Yet in truth, this was the most precious treasure of the Tianwu Empire. Very well, I shall accept this item, he declared. Upon encountering the divine source, Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He recognized it as a remarkable treasure. Just as Lu Hong stepped aside, an elderly man approached briskly, exuding a formidable aura that reached the 9th transformation of the dragon. With a broad smile, the old man introduced himself. I am Xianxiaaudiobooks, the former emperor of Tiandou. I have heard that you, young master, are celebrating your coming-of-age ceremony, and I have come to extend my congratulations. Today, I present you with a piece of divine source, hoping it pleases you. As his words fell, those beside Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly produced the divine source. What? There is something within as well. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The item brought by Xianxiaaudiobooks was equally precious, a divine source the size of a human head, within which was sealed a complete hand. Thank you, esteemed elder, Li Yuan said, instructing his attendants to receive the gift. Xianxiaaudiobooks, not wishing to impose on Li Yuan's time, turned to Lu Hong and smiled. Your Majesty of Tianwu, I hope that in the future, Tiandou and Tianwu can engage more frequently. Lu Hong, having ascended the throne due to Li Yuan, regarded Xianxiang with respect. He had no ties with Li Yuan and had been apprehensive due to the fact that the king of Lingnan was affiliated with the Wind and Rain Tower. The Holy Heaven Food Hall congratulates young Master Li on becoming the Lord. Here is a divine source weighing 660,000 jin. I hope it pleases you. Guanwu stepped forward, immediately presenting a storage ring with utmost respect. Lady Jiziyue extends her congratulations to young Master Li on becoming the Lord, offering a divine source of 100,000 jin in gratitude for your life-saving grace. What? The Holy Heaven Food Hall. Did I hear that correctly? The crowd was utterly astonished upon hearing the name of the Holy Heaven Food Hall, which spanned the northern domain and was comparable to a holy land. Even more formidable than some sacred grounds. It was evident that Jiziyue had come with representatives from the Holy Heaven Food Hall. Thank you both. Please take a seat. Li Yuan said courteously, glancing at Guanwu and Jiziyue. He was curious about the Holy Heaven Food Hall, wondering why they had not come to cause trouble, especially since he had recently destroyed the branch of the Holy Heaven Food Hall in Yuanling City. At that moment, Li Yuan smiled as he approached. For more guests had arrived. It was the H. Lian family. Young Master Li, congratulations. H. Lian Hai exclaimed, my family head and I arrived a bit late. Please forgive us. I hope you are not upset. H. Lian Hai, now having broken through to a more terrifying level, greeted Li Yuan with enthusiasm. I am already quite pleased that Brother Wuming and Brother Hai could attend. Li Yuan noted the two men's disheveled appearance, immediately guessing that they must have hurried along the way. Before he could inquire, H. Lian Wuming spoke. Knowing today is young Master Li's ascension to the lordship, the H. Lian family has prepared a gift, hoping you will find it agreeable. A divine source scripture, it was. As H. Lian Wuming's voice echoed, a divine source floated before him, within which was sealed an ancient scripture. What? A divine source scripture? The crowd gasped in unison. Even Jiziyue and Guanwu standing in shock. An ancient scripture sealed within a divine source was no ordinary artifact. Those who had previously obtained divine source scriptures had established their own sacred lands. Each appearance of a divine source scripture incited countless bloodshed and turmoil. Guanwu's breathing quickened, and he felt an overwhelming urge to seize it. Do you desire it so much? Would you like to take a closer look? Sneered Ji Jueqing, appearing beside Guanwu. Lord Ji, you jest, Guanwu stammered, startled. In Ji Jueqing's presence, he dared not act impudently, fear gripping him as sweat beaded on his brow. In his earlier excitement, he had almost forgotten about Ji Jueqing. Chapter 66. This path is blocked. Brother Wuming, Brother Hai, this is far too precious, Li Yuan remarked, staring in astonishment at the divine source scripture. Young Master Li, please accept it. Although this item is indeed valuable, it is akin to unboxing a mystery. No one knows what ancient scripture it contains or whether it will be of any use. It could very well be worthless, H. Lian Wuming humbly suggested. Very well. Naturally everyone is curious, so I shall take a look to see what ancient scripture it is. Li Yuan, unreserved, placed his hand upon the divine source, employing the chaotic breathing technique, and the divine source vanished in an instant. What? Is he courting death? The onlookers were paralyzed with fear at this sight. The energy contained within the divine source was immensely terrifying. Although it appeared small, it was equivalent to at least 200,000 jin of source. Absorbing such an overwhelming energy would be beyond the capacity of even a sage. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Li Yuan had absorbed the divine source, and no one even realized he had refined it. The scripture within the divine source now resided in his hand. Who exactly is he? Guanwu, witnessing this scene and recalling his earlier thoughts of seizing the divine source scripture, was drenched in cold sweat, hastily wiping his brow, trembling as though he were a leaf in the wind. The ability to absorb such a large divine source instantaneously was unfathomably terrifying, a feat unimaginable even to sages. How could Guanwu not be alarmed? Thank you, Miss Ji, he said, wiping away the beads of sweat as he looked gratefully at Jiziyue. Initially, Guanwu had been skeptical of Jiziyue's words. He had come to the Golden Divine City merely to gauge Li Yuan's abilities. The Holy Heaven Food Hall, focused on business, was meticulous in their dealings and would not directly provoke trouble, especially after receiving Jiziyue's warning. Only she had witnessed Ji Jueqing's submission to Li Yuan. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly silenced, no one daring to entertain any thoughts of rebellion. Before Li Yuan, they felt as if they were facing a deity. Now, everyone was eager to discern the nature of this ancient scripture. The most composed individuals in the assembly were H. Lian Wuming and H. Lian Hai, for both had witnessed Li Yuan's extraordinary abilities, deeming this a trivial matter for him. Young Master Li, what ancient scripture is this? H. Lian Wuming inquired excitedly. The surrounding voices rapidly fell silent, each person holding their breath in anticipation of Li Yuan's response. This is the Taiji scripture, Li Yuan asserted after a brief glance. What? The The Taiji scripture? The moment the words Taiji scripture were uttered, those in the know regarding ancient secrets were struck with astonishment. The Taiji and Taiyin scriptures, created by the ancestors of humanity, are the preeminent texts among all scriptures. Many ancient scriptures of the Holy Lands today have been derived from comprehending the principles of the Taiji and Taiyin scriptures. However, both the Taiji and Taiyin scriptures have been lost to time, and no one had anticipated that they would witness the emergence of the Taiji scripture today in the Shuilong domain. Alas, it is incomplete, containing only the earlier volumes. Missing the volume from the immortal platform's secret realm, Li Yuan noted, discovering the scripture's deficiencies. Congratulations, young Master Li. With the Taiji scripture, it won't be long before the Shuilong domain rises to prominence. Guan Wu exclaimed, relieved, and promptly offered his congratulations. After all, fragments of the Taiji scripture had been possessed by various holy lands before. As long as the volume from the immortal platform's secret realm was missing, it posed no threat to the major holy lands. Of course, for forces beneath the holy lands, this was more than enough to ascend. Brother Wuming, Brother Hai, thank you. I had been contemplating what cultivation method would suit the Shuilong domain, and I never expected you would provide me with this. The Shuilong domain and the Lian family would be eternal allies. If I require assistance in the future, I shall certainly come to you, Li Yuan pledged, directing his gaze toward Lian Wuming and Lian Hai. Li Yuan's cultivation method can indeed be simplified, wielding an astonishing power, yet the resources required are staggering, a fact that stands as testament to his own experiences. Now, having acquired the true scriptures of the Taiyin, he finds it fortuitous to replace the techniques of Zolongling. As for the absence of the Xiantai secret realm, Li Yuan remains unconcerned. The strongest individual in Zolongling, known as Hualong, is still far from the Xiantai secret realm. Provided Li Yuan continues to enhance his strength, the might of the celestial Tao divine art will inevitably become even more formidable. At that juncture, he will be able to deduce and complete the true scriptures of the Taiyin. Moreover, he is quite pleased that the ancient scriptures he received today lack references to the Xiantai secret realm, as this implies that the major sacred lands will not hastily strike against Zolongling. The Lian family is also inclined to forge an everlasting friendship with Zolongling. Lian Wuming promptly responded, his eyes brimming with excitement. Li Yuan's reply was precisely what the Lian clan desired. Today, Lian Wuming brought the divine source heavenly book. Hoping to take a gamble, Brother Wuming, Brother Hai, and esteemed friends, let us feast together. Today, we shall not leave until we are intoxicated. Within the divine city, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. This day marked Li Yuan's ascension to the position of Lord. The golden divine city did not hover in the air, but rather rested upon the icy lake. At the city gate, Ji Jueqing sat cross-legged. He refrained from attending the banquet, diligently guarding the entrance. Ji Jueqing was acutely aware that today was Li Yuan's birthday, and no unforeseen incidents should disrupt the festivities. As Ji Jueqing sat in meditation at the city gate, he suddenly opened his eyes and gazed towards the horizon, his eyes narrowing slightly. Humph, truly unaware of the consequences. Someone dares to seek their own demise. A smirk of derision crossed Ji Jueqing's face. No sooner had his words fallen than a palpable, chilling aura emanated from the sky. It was the presence of savage beasts. Soon, a dozen exceptionally formidable mutated savage beasts emerged, their ferocious essence causing the very heavens to tremble. Sensing this, Guan Wu, who was indulging in drink, cast a grateful glance towards Ji Ziyue. Miss Ji, the Holy Heaven Dining Hall owes you a favor this time. I, Guan Wu, am even more indebted. Should you have any commands in the future, simply send word, and the Holy Heaven Dining Hall shall oblige. Guan Wu conveyed telepathically to Ji Ziyue. Had it not been for Guan Wu's prudent nature, upon learning of the destruction of the Holy Heaven Dining Hall, he would have acted as forcefully as the Golden family to seek retribution against Li Yuan. At this moment, the Golden family, the Jins, arrived. Jin Zantian's fall had also been brought to Ji Ziyue's attention. However, the Golden family dismissed Ji Ziyue's words and regarded Zolongling with disdain. As for Ji Ziyue's claim that Ji Jueqing had submitted to Li Yuan, the Golden family did not believe a single word. In their eyes, Ji Jueqing was but a half-saint, a mad and erratic half-saint. How could he possibly yield to a mere youth? At the city gate, Ji Jueqing's figure vanished in an instant. In the void, leading the charge was a colossal golden dragon, exuding a terrifying aura, evidently having reached the transformation realm. Its body enveloped in golden light, clearly bearing a trace of the bloodline of the ancient golden holy dragon. Atop the golden dragon, a middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped before him, eyes closed in meditation. Flanking him were two enormous, nearly entirely golden ancient crocodiles, their presence equally formidable. Behind them trailed the knights of the Golden family, clad in golden armor, riding various exotic savage beasts, the weakest among them being at the Four Extremes secret realm. Jin Zhantian was one of the favored descendants of the Golden Family's head. Upon learning of Jin Zhantian's demise in the Tianmu Yuanling city, he was naturally enraged. Within the ranks of the Golden Family, there were also a few individuals who stood out little among such a powerful entourage. They were from Linglong Valley. My lord, up ahead lies Zolongling, where Li Yuan resides. I am uncertain what fortuitous opportunities they have encountered, but they have now acquired a Golden Divine City. The Linglong Valley members quickly pointed the way. As the middle-aged man on the Golden Dragon suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying cold glimmer flickered within them, akin to two sharp blades of light. Who dares obstruct my path? His voice brimmed with an overwhelming murderous intent. Roar! The Golden Dragon beneath him emitted a resounding dragon's roar, and the savage beasts behind them released waves of ferocity. At that moment, the very air trembled, scattering the clouds. Each knight exuded an aura of bloodlust potent enough to obliterate any force beneath the sacred lands and ancient families. Do you dare to block the way? This path is closed. I suggest you take another. The one standing before the Golden Family's knightly order was none other than Ji Jueqing. However, the Ji Jueqing of today was far removed from his former disheveled self. Having groomed himself, he was nearly unrecognizable to the average person. Ji Jueqing gazed directly at the middle-aged man atop the Golden Dragon and spoke with a hint of disdain. Take another route? My friend, that jest is quite unamusing. In this remote place, to put it bluntly, no one can compel my Golden Family's knightly order to alter its course. If you wish to live, step aside. I will grant you 3 breaths to consider. The middle-aged man on the Golden Dragon remained silent, but it was a Golden Knight who spoke up. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Ji Jueqing counted down before unleashing a punch. Seemingly unremarkable, yet as he struck, the cultivator alongside the exotic savage beast was instantly obliterated, meeting their demise. The expression of the middle-aged man atop the Golden Dragon shifted to one of utter shock as he regarded Ji Jueqing, disbelief etched across his face. That single punch left him breathless, and he was a half-step to becoming a formidable being, merely a step away from the Xiantai secret realm. May I inquire your esteemed name? Jin Daowu's tone became exceedingly polite. We, the Golden Family, have come to seek retribution from Li Yuan. I kindly ask you to grant us passage. We shall not disturb your cultivation. He reiterated the importance of the Golden Family. Begone. I give you 3 breaths of time. Should you fail to leave after that, there will be no mercy in my actions. Ji Jueqing, uninterested in further discourse, resumed his meditation. He held no regard for the Golden Family. Today, even if the King of Hell himself arrived, Ji Jueqing would utter the same words. For ahead lay the Golden Divine City where Li Yuan resided. No one was permitted to disturb Li Yuan's revelry. 3. Ji Jueqing began his countdown. Jin Daowu's expression turned icy, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Elder, we of the Golden Family have come today solely to seek justice from Li Yuan. Jin Daowu's voice grew colder, clearly incensed, yet even aware of Ji Jueqing's terrifying prowess, he remained unyielding. After all, the Golden Family was not the only one present. Other formidable beings accompanied them. I am but a servant of Li Yuan. Ji Jueqing shot Jin Daowu a cold glare. What? You are a servant of Li Yuan? Jin Daowu trembled at Ji Jueqing's words, his eyes wide with disbelief. He found it impossible to accept that someone of Ji Jueqing's caliber could serve Li Yuan. For even the heir of the Golden Family would not possess such qualifications. Someone of Ji Jueqing's stature would demand respect from even the heirs of the Golden Family. Ji Jueqing resumed his meditation, unresponsive, continuing his countdown. 2. Seeing this, Jin Daowu's demeanor turned icy. In that case, let us see how much strength you truly possess. As Jin Daowu's voice fell, he began to undergo a transformation, becoming a being that was half human and half demon. His aura surged with an alarming intensity. Yet Ji Jueqing remained unfazed by the spectacle before him. This was hardly surprising, for the Golden Clan was not of pure human lineage. Rather, they were a product of an ancient hybridization between an otherworldly race and humanity. However, as the bloodline thinned over generations, it became increasingly unrecognized by the ancient beings. With a sharp and chilling presence, Jin Daowu commanded, Golden Knights, heed my call. Attack. Instead of launching a direct assault himself, he opted to let the Golden Knights gauge Ji Jueqing's capabilities. Kill. The Golden Knights, mounted on exotic beasts, surged forth, their shared vitality coalescing into an overwhelmingly fearsome force, capable of standing against even a half-step great being without succumbing. A dreadful killing intent enveloped the heavens, altering the very fabric of the world. Chapter 67. This is impossible. As the Golden Knights advanced, Ji Jueqing remained in a meditative state, his eyes closed, while he silently counted down. Upon reaching the final number, he opened his eyes to behold the charging knights. The terror associated with the Golden Knights stemmed from their possession of the ancient battle formation, a formidable technique that not only amplified their strength, but also interconnected their auras. At this moment, intricate formations appeared in the void, steeped in profound mystery. All the knights' energies converged, and a terrifying illusion of a demon god materialized above them. Subdue and annihilate. A low growl echoed, infusing the air with an oppressive aura. The demon god's colossal hand descended upon Ji Jueqing, seeking to suppress him. Yet, in the face of such peril, Ji Jueqing exhibited no intention of retaliation. Instead, he merely stared at the illusion of the demon god, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashing within his profound gaze. With a thunderous roar, the formation's intricate patterns shattered instantaneously, causing the demon god's illusion to disintegrate along with it, rendering the formidable attack null and void. The knights, having their formation disrupted, were struck by a backlash, spewing blood in shock. Their eyes widened in horror as they gazed at Ji Jueqing, bewildered by the incomprehensible event. He had not moved a muscle throughout. Even Jin Daowu was left perplexed, unable to fathom how Ji Jueqing had dismantled the Golden Clan's formation with merely a glare. Kill! Some knights, undeterred by the earlier events, roared defiantly. Armed with spears, they lunged at Ji Jueqing, one of whom was the captain, a formidable presence in the dragon transformation realm. As the spear thrust forward, it seemed as though the very void was fracturing. However, Ji Jueqing remained motionless. Casting another glance at the captain. The captain screamed in agony, plummeting from the air, his eyes wide with terror, devoid of any vitality. Step by step, the remaining knights instinctively retreated, their faces etched with dread. They realized that it was indeed Ji Jueqing's mere gaze that had obliterated their captain. Fear gripped each of them, leaving them unable to comprehend the phenomenon. Facing Ji Jueqing felt akin to confronting a demon. Utilize our treasures. Do not meet his gaze. He may have cultivated techniques. Jin Daowu, having witnessed the scene, promptly issued orders. Kill. Although Ji Jueqing's attacks were enigmatic, the Golden Knights were not a force to be easily intimidated. 7 knights surged forth, forming a smaller formation that summoned a blood-red longsword. The sight of the ominous blade alone was enough to instill dread in the hearts of onlookers. Its hue resembling blood, as if capable of devouring souls. As the blood-red sword descended, Ji Jueqing remained unperturbed, casting a fleeting glance at the weapon. Boom! The forceful strike of the blood-red sword erupted, fracturing into countless shards and obliterating itself. Meanwhile, the 7 knights who had summoned it cried out in anguish. Collapsing from the void, their life forces extinguished. Having witnessed such a horrific spectacle once more, the remaining knights were left in shock. Realizing that 1 dragon transformation expert and 7 formation-reliant knights had been utterly annihilated by mere glances. Who could remain composed in the face of such terror? Reform the formation. Consolidate all our powers onto me. Jin Daowu, recognizing Ji Jueqing's formidable nature, transmitted his command and joined the formation. This time, the formation was different. With the aid of their array, all the knights' energies converged upon Jin Daowu. In the void, a colossal golden figure materialized, identical in appearance to Jin Daowu himself. Executing profound hand seals, the immense figure conjured a gigantic sword. As the sword appeared, a tidal wave of divine power surged forth, transforming the sky into a golden sea of might, crashing with such force that it sent shivers down one's spine. Any dragon transformation cultivator caught in its waves would surely be annihilated. Subdue the mountains, exterminate the demons. A deep, resounding voice proclaimed as the massive golden sword descended from the heavens. As the sword plunged, the vast ocean of divine power surged downward, enveloping Ji Jueqing entirely. The divine force sought to imprison all opposing strength. The golden sword followed suit, its blinding radiance rendering it impossible to gaze upon. The very fabric of the void trembled under its descent. Ji Jueqing stood his ground, motionless, allowing the giant sword to strike the crown of his head. Boom! The moment the sword made contact, it felt as if the heavens and earth themselves quaked. Yet, contrary to expectations, Ji Jueqing did not disintegrate. Instead, as the sword approached, it began to shatter continuously, collapsing under its own weight until even the hilt was obliterated. Throughout this ordeal, Ji Jueqing remained unmoved, his adornments untouched. Impossible, impossible, impossible. The members of the Golden Clan were struck with disbelief. Such a colossal attack could not even harm a single hair on Ji Jueqing's head. Panic surged within their hearts as they recoiled in terror, their faces pale with shock. Within the divine city, Guan Wu had been closely observing the battle in the skies. Witnessing this turn of events, his complexion paled significantly. For 3,000 years, Ji Jueqing had been deemed insane. Had he truly not squandered that time? Had he been concealing his strength all along, and had now ascended to the realm of a saint? This revelation sent tremors through Guanwu's heart. The emergence of a saint could shatter the current balance, compelling all earthly sanctuaries to retreat. As Ji Jueqing stood in the void, a single strand of his hair slowly descended. Ultimately, it was futile. Without attaining the sanctified state, he could not achieve invulnerability against all forms of attack. Like a statue, Ji Jueqing finally stirred, slowly raising his hand to catch the falling strand of hair. In recent days, he had comprehended the remnants of the heavenly laws that lingered within him from Li Yuan's healing, enhancing his cultivation significantly. Yet he remained distant from the realm of a saint. He could not yet disregard all assaults without sustaining harm. Grasping that strand of hair, Ji Jueqing sighed softly, raising his gaze towards the exalted members of the Golden Clan. Upon meeting Ji Jueqing's eyes, Jin Dao's expression shifted dramatically. The bell of divine demons, manifest. Jin Dao bellowed, channeling the combined powers of all present to summon forth a massive black bell. This is a semi-divine artifact, and at this moment, it was thoroughly awakened to unleash its inherent might by Jin Dao. Jin Dao harbored an immense dread towards Ji Jueqing, hoping to utilize the divine demon bell to thwart Ji Jueqing's ocular techniques. He believed that those who had perished before were victims of the very techniques that lay before him. However, this time, Ji Jueqing did not invoke any such powers, nor did his gaze betray any abnormalities. Instead, Ji Jueqing wielded a strand of hair, severed moments ago, as a whip, sweeping it through the void. The hair, originally less than 20 centimeters in length, began to extend infinitely, resembling a blade of spatial precision, slicing through the emptiness. With a swish, the immense figure in the void was cleaved in half, and as the divine demon bell, propelled to its utmost limits by Jin Dao, made contact with Ji Jueqing's hair, it encountered no resistance, as if slicing through tofu. The defense of the divine demon bell was shattered, and the hair continued its relentless trajectory, cleaving through the throats of the members of the Golden family. In its final moment, the hair disintegrated into a fine powder. Boom! A terrifying force erupted in the void. The colossal figure collapsed, the divine demon bell shattered, and all the members of the Golden family were instantaneously reduced to dust. Within the divine city, numerous powerful figures present at the banquet felt this scene and were struck with astonishment. What kind of existence was this? From whence did it come? And why was it so fearsome? What realm did it inhabit? This was truly terrifying. Who was this individual, and why had they never heard of them before? These individuals had not previously paid attention to Ji Jueqing. After all, upon entering the city, each was preoccupied with how to curry favor, hardly noticing the gatekeeper. Thus, when they sensed the fluctuations in the void and probed with their spiritual powers, they naturally failed to identify Ji Jueqing at first glance. Furthermore, very few among them truly knew Ji Jueqing. Ji Ziyue, observing this scene, felt an inner turmoil, her spirit greatly impacted. Who was that? Someone at the table quietly inquired. I don't know. I have only seen them once upon entering the city. Who would have thought they were so formidable? I never imagined that besides young Master Li Yuan, there was such a terrifying existence in the Snow Dragon territory, and such an entity was merely a gatekeeper. Could it be that the Snow Dragon territory truly harbors hidden strengths? The person who spoke, in a voice akin to a whisper, offered a brief explanation. What? That person is the gatekeeper of the divine city? Upon hearing this, those around suddenly recalled the scene from their entry into the city, and indeed, the figure of Ji Jueqing materialized in their memories. Shock and horror flickered in their eyes. Ji Jueqing? What brought him to the Snow Dragon territory? And why was he defending it? Hellion Wuming also sensed the situation, and unlike others, as the head of the Hellion clan, he immediately recognized Ji Jueqing. However, he was taken aback as to why Ji Jueqing was here, blocking the Golden family's members. Hellion Wuming had also heard of Li Yuan's exploits at the sacred celestial banquet and understood why the Golden family was present. In the celestial expanse, only a few figures remained isolated. These individuals were not from the Golden family. They hailed from Linglong Valley and had been guiding those of the Golden family. Without their masters, the exotic beasts trembled, not daring to flee. Having witnessed the power of Ji Jueqing's hair, they were too intimidated to move, fearing that even the slightest disturbance could spell their doom. Those exotic beasts, having cultivated to such a realm, possessed high intelligence. They understood how to survive. Aware that Ji Jueqing had spared their lives moments ago, they believed they still had a chance to live. Ji Jueqing, however, did not regard the beasts, instead lifting his gaze to the void. Suddenly, the sky split open, and a gigantic hand descended, aiming directly at Ji Jueqing. This was the strike of a formidable being at the immortal platform level. In the face of this colossal hand, Ji Jueqing remained unmoving. And just as the hand was about to obliterate everything beneath it, he slowly raised his hand, extending a single finger. The instant Xianxia's fingertip made contact with the descending hand, it disintegrated instantly. Yet, instead of vanishing, it transformed into a purple mist, swiftly enveloping Xianxia. The surrounding void emitted a sizzling sound, a sound of corrosion. It was evident that this colossal hand was a ruse, and the true lethal strike lay within the toxic miasma. Chapter 68. Everyone's Ascension. Ha ha ha. What if your power is unparalleled? Under the venom of the holy devouring grass, you shall still perish. Such cultivation, if it had been harnessed by the Golden Family, could have subdued a region. Alas, you obstructed our path, and those who stand in the way of the Golden Family must die. A formidable being emerged in the void, suspended above, observing Xianxia shrouded in the toxic mist. Bursting into laughter, those who sensed this scene were filled with dread. The holy devouring grass, rumored to possess the potency to slay saints, had not appeared for ages. Who would have thought such a precious item belonged to the Golden Family? Within the divine city, many discreetly glanced at Yuan, eager to witness how he would retaliate. For this was Yuan's coming-of-age ceremony, the day he would inherit the lordship. However, they observed that Yuan displayed no change in expression, continuing to toast with the others. Could it be that even the lethal poison of the holy devouring grass could not harm that individual? A tempest of thoughts surged within them. They extended their spiritual senses towards the horizon, seeking to uncover the truth. The void remained cloaked in toxic mist. No one dared to probe further with their spiritual senses, for doing so would be akin to seeking death. That was poison capable of slaying saints. Should their souls come into contact, they would perish. The formidable beings of the Golden Family sought to approach the Golden Divine City, yet within the current haze of poison, a voice of disdain emerged. The toxicity of the holy devouring grass is indeed commendable. However, regrettably, for one of my current caliber, it holds little significance. Had you utilized this poison against me a few days prior, I might have fallen for your scheme. Regrettably, with the assistance of my young master, I have undergone a transformation, and in matters of toxic arts, you are far inferior. Boom. A terrifying gust of wind erupted. The toxic mist enveloping Xianxia was instantaneously dissipated, and he stood unscathed, untouched by the venom that was supposed to corrode him. The holy devouring grass is fearsome. Yet fortunately, remnants of the heavenly Tao's divine techniques that Yuan had left within Xianxia provided him with a moment of respite. Known as the toxic Saint Azura, once he regained his composure, he naturally possessed means to counteract the threat. What? The poison of the holy devouring grass cannot harm you? Who are you exactly? The Golden Family's formidable being, witnessing this, nearly had his eyes pop out in shock, his face a mask of horror. A tempest of fear surged within him. His hands trembled slightly, fine beads of sweat appearing on his brow. His face turned pale with fright. If such means could not deal with Xianxia, he truly could not fathom how to slay him on the spot. Those who had been eager to discern the outcome found their hearts racing upon seeing Xianxia unscathed. Upon hearing that phrase from Xianxia, the mental state of the onlookers nearly faltered, especially with the assistance of the young master. They were acutely aware of Yuan's unfathomable depth. However, they never anticipated that he possessed the means to withstand the lethal poisonous holy grass. In the heavens above, upon witnessing this scene, the formidable figure from the Golden Family dared not engage Xianxia any further and swiftly retreated. It was as if he had invoked some arcane power. For in the blink of an eye, he found himself several miles away, moving with a terrifying speed. Just when the crowd believed Xianxia would refrain from pursuing, he took action. In the void, a colossal hand appeared miles away, descending gently with a single strike. The esteemed being of the Golden Family, along with several mountains beneath him, vanished in an instant, leaving behind an immense pit. The powerful entity from the immortal platform was reduced to dust, and a gigantic handprint marred the earth. The sight of such a lethal blow, executed from a distance, left everyone in utter astonishment. The few elders from Linglong Valley, who had been idly observing, were struck with dread. They had initially contemplated causing trouble for the Snow Dragon leader, but were now faced with the shocking reality that even a powerful member of the Golden Family had perished. Not to mention them, even if all the cultivators from Linglong Valley were to converge, they would still be insufficient to challenge Xianxia, despite their steadfast demeanor. The presence of Xianxia instilled tremors in their jaws, producing an involuntary chattering sound. They desperately wished to remain silent for fear of attracting Xianxia's attention. Yet their bodies betrayed them, and their jaws clattered uncontrollably. Fortunately, up to that moment, Xianxia showed no inclination to strike again. He clapped his hands to adjust his attire and, with a single step, reappeared at the entrance of the Golden Divine City, seemingly unchanged from his previous position. As if the events of the day had never transpired. The elders of Linglong Valley, witnessing Xianxia's indifference toward them, hastily fled. Even if Xianxiaaudiobooks found no merit in exterminating them, they were willing to expend every ounce of their essence to escape, for in their eyes, Xianxiaaudiobooks was an invincible demonic god. After Xianxiaaudiobooks' display of power, the atmosphere within the divine city grew increasingly lively. Many leaders of various factions, recognizing their lack of standing to befriend Li Yuan, opted instead to align themselves with others from the Snow Dragon leader. The banquet did not conclude until deep into the night, and the leaders of the various factions, wary of overstaying their welcome, took their leave one after another. Now, only Helion Wuming and Helion Hai remained within the Golden Divine City. Inside the Snow Dragon Hall, both Helion Wuming and Helion Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement. For being retained by Li Yuan signified that the Helion family had forged a bond of friendship with him. Before long, Li Yuan returned to bid farewell to his guests. He addressed them, saying, "Brother Wuming, Brother Hai, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Helion Hai and Helion Wuming promptly stood, expressing their gratitude for the opportunity to linger a while longer in the Divine City. After witnessing the terror of Xianxiaaudiobooks, they understood that as long as he was present, no one would dare provoke the Snow Dragon leader, even if Li Yuan were to depart. Li Yuan, forgoing further pleasantries, spoke candidly. Today, the arrival of the Tying scripture by you two has alleviated the pressing concerns of the Snow Dragon leader. Such a precious gift leaves me uncertain how to reciprocate. After much contemplation, I wish to assist you both in your further endeavors. What say you? Are you willing to try? As Li Yuan concluded, he fixed his gaze upon Helion Wuming and Helion Hai, smiling expectantly for their response. Both had already stepped into the immortal platform realm, being formidable figures of their time, yet they were still some distance from becoming holy masters. The immortal platform was a perilous domain, located in the heavenly K, where the sea of consciousness resided, extremely fragile, where one wrong step could lead to destruction. Thus, breaking through in the immortal platform was notoriously challenging. Without immense willpower and unparalleled talent, few dared to attempt it. The immortal platform was divided into 9 tiers. The first 3 tiers were referred to as great beings by the world. Upon entering the 4th tier, one was recognized as a holy master. However, due to the nature of the tiers, the gap between holy masters was astonishingly vast. The Helion family, in comparison to the Holy Lands, faced an insurmountable disparity. At present, the Helion family served as allies of the Snow Dragon leader, and Li Yuan wished for his allies not to be too weak, especially since he had seized the Li Fire Sword Array and the Golden Divine City, both diminishing the Helion family's resources. Upon hearing Li Yuan's proposal, Helion Hai's breath quickened. They were already well aware of Li Yuan's extraordinary capabilities. As long as he was willing to help, they could undoubtedly break through in the immortal platform. With hurried breaths, Helion Hai spoke, "Thank you, young Master Li, but we will need some time. Our cultivation resources are depleted." Helion Hai felt a tinge of embarrassment. For their recent endeavors to acquire the divine source scriptures had nearly exhausted the family's remaining resources. Li Yuan chuckled, "There's no need for concern. I have ample resources. Currently, I truly lack nothing." Today, he had received an abundance of resources, nearly £1,000,000, excluding the value of the divine source. Helion Wuming and Helion Hai exchanged glances. Feeling a surge of apprehension, Li Yuan continued, "Brother Wuming, Brother Hai, what is our relationship? It's merely a matter of resources. They are just resources unless transformed into personal strength. Moreover, we shall soon have no shortage of resources." A mysterious smile graced Li Yuan's face. "Very well. I shall inform my family and arrange matters. Let us commence our retreat," Helion Wuming responded, his breath quickening. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was initially taken aback, but quickly shook his head. "Brother Wuming, there's no need for such formality. It won't take long. Trust me, let us begin." Outside the Snow Dragon Hall, those who had already received news, including Li Chongkong and others, arrived, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Helion Wuming and Helion Hai were puzzled by the presence of so many people. Li Yuan explained, "Since we are going to act, let us resolve everything in one go. They too should enhance their strength." Helion Wuming and Helion Hai were astounded, never imagining that Li Yuan would assist so many in their cultivation simultaneously. Taking a deep breath to quell their astonishment, they quickly composed themselves. Outside the Snow Dragon Hall, the assembled individuals sat in an orderly fashion, encircling the hall, even children among them. Once everything was prepared, Li Yuan waved his hand, and the £1,000,000 of resources along with various celestial materials and treasures materialized instantly. The moment these treasures appeared, the spiritual energy in the area surged dramatically, becoming almost palpable. Simultaneously, Li Yuan activated the Heavenly Tao's divine technique. Waves of power coursed into the bodies of all present. Those from the Snow Dragon leader, having prior cultivation experience, ravenously absorbed the spiritual energy without hesitation. Commencing the tempering of their bodies and strengthening their current realm, emitting a cacophony of cries. Yet, not a single individual ceased, for they knew they would not be harmed. Any injury would heal instantaneously, provided they could endure the pain. Witnessing this scene, Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai also began to fortify their immortal platform realm. The two individuals concentrated their entire minds, refraining from any distractions, convinced that Li Yuan's execution of such techniques must be tremendously exhausting. While everyone else was wholly engrossed in their cultivation, they remained oblivious to the fact that Li Yuan was stifling yawns, feeling an extreme sense of boredom. There was no trace of fatigue. He pondered, since I have nothing else to occupy my time, I shall begin my cultivation as well. This time, he had indeed acquired numerous valuable treasures. The Divine Repository's secret realm should allow him to thoroughly step into the ultimate realm, and perhaps in the Four Extremes secret realm. He could traverse a considerable distance. To pass the time, 2 pieces of divine essence materialized before Li Yuan. Although divine essence was precious, what truly captivated Li Yuan's attention were the unknown beast claw and the severed hand contained within it. Do not disappoint me, Li Yuan murmured as he commenced his cultivation. Activating the chaotic breathing technique, he swiftly devoured the divine essence, causing his divine repository to undergo rapid refinement. With such an immense influx of energy, if his power were sufficiently formidable, one could witness the continual destruction and rebirth of his internal organs. With each rebirth, his corresponding divine repository grew stronger. In an instant, Li Yuan's internal organs underwent a transformation, as if something were about to be birthed within them. Merely the aura emanating from him instilled fear, reminiscent of an ancient divine beast poised to emerge. The first to undergo change was Li Yuan's heart. A resounding sound echoed within him, akin to the shattering of gold and stone, as if it could rend the very heavens asunder. Simultaneously, an exceedingly terrifying aura of ferocity surged forth, reminiscent of a primordial divine beast's emergence. However, this fierce aura was swiftly suppressed by Li Yuan's hand, failing to escape even a hint of its potency. Within his heart, a true phoenix enveloped in genuine flames materialized. As the heart was associated with fire, Li Yuan's heart's divine repository, through continuous rebirth, transcended the ultimate realm, giving birth to its own divine manifestation, the true phoenix. A roar resounded, followed by a dragon's cry echoing throughout Li Yuan's being. His kidneys, associated with water, birthed a deity known as the Azure Dragon within his kidneys' divine repository. Under Li Yuan's relentless cultivation, soon all 5 divine repositories manifested their corresponding deities. However, he remained entirely oblivious to the transformations occurring within him, fixated solely on the divine essence before him. The divine essence before him was rapidly consumed, resulting in numerous fissures appearing as a terrifying aura erupted, causing the surrounding space to crackle ominously. The sheer ferocity of this aura threatened to shatter the very fabric of reality. Yet, rather than feeling fear, Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had chosen the divine essence containing the unknown beast claw. A roar that dominated the heavens erupted as the divine essence hovering before Li Yuan was reduced to powder, from which a terrifying phantom of a thunderous beast emerged. Even though it was merely a phantom, it seemed capable of annihilating all existence. Fortunately, Li Yuan had invoked the heavenly Tao divine technique domain. Otherwise, the golden divine city would have surely been obliterated. An aberrant thunder beast? Li Yuan mused, gazing at the phantom with a puzzled expression, unable to discern its true nature. Outside the palace, Ji Jueqing, who had been in deep contemplation, abruptly opened his eyes. As the most powerful among them, even though Li Yuan had suppressed the emanating aura, Ji Jueqing still noticed it. Upon opening his eyes, he nearly fled in terror. The phantom before him was none other than the thunder beast of the celestial tribulation. This creature, a celestial beast of the tribulation, harnessed the power of thunder punishment. For cultivators to ascend to immortality, they must endure the celestial tribulation, and among the most fearsome aspects of this tribulation is facing the thunder beasts of the celestial realm. Even the mere phantom could obliterate everything in its path, let alone saints. Even emperors would retreat in its presence, lest they meet with death. Thus, upon witnessing the thunder beast phantom, Ji Jueqing was struck with disbelief, mistaking it for someone undergoing the celestial tribulation. Though he had never witnessed it directly, he had seen similar depictions in ancient ruins. Fortunately, sensing no oppressive force or imminent danger, he managed to stabilize his mind and turn to observe Li Yuan. What lay before him was indeed the manifestation of the unknown beast claw from the divine essence. Ji Jueqing was utterly astonished, never imagining that such a terrifying entity was sealed within the divine essence. Why did the continent's divine essence contain the remnants of celestial beasts? And who had slain the thunder beast of the celestial realm? A tempest of questions stirred within Ji Jueqing's heart. Merely a projection capable of slaying an emperor underscored the terror of the celestial tribulation thunder beast, yet here lay a fragment of its claw. Just as his shock began to subside, another wave of astonishment washed over Ji Jueqing. Even a mere remnant claw was unfathomably fearsome. After all, if the projection of the thunder beast could slay an emperor, how much more terrifying was the claw itself? These remnants, sealed within the divine essence, would not lose their divine might due to the passage of time. Given the divine essence's immense value, it could allow living beings to awaken from slumber after millions of years. The dragon hound, for instance, was an existence that had awakened from within divine essence. Thus, the celestial tribulation thunder beast's claw before him remained unchanged since its severing. Ji Jueqing observed as the divine essence shattered, and celestial blood began to flow from the claw. Li Yuan, who had previously appeared languid, felt invigorated by this divine might, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "What a remarkable treasure!" he exclaimed, beginning to refine the beast claw and absorb its power. The celestial blood was greedily consumed by Li Yuan. Upon witnessing Li Yuan's audacity in devouring celestial blood, Ji Jueqing was left in shock. This was celestial blood. After all, even an emperor would not dare to act so recklessly. Ji Jueqing feared that Li Yuan would soon burst. However, the anticipated scene of Li Yuan's explosion did not materialize. Instead, Ji Jueqing sensed a terrifying energy surging within Li Yuan. Li Yuan was growing stronger at an alarming rate. Within him, the newly formed supreme bone underwent a transformation, drawing upon the power of celestial blood as if it were destined to evolve into a true supreme celestial bone, previously referred to as a celestial bone. This was merely a descriptor of the supreme bone, yet now it seemed that Li Yuan's supreme bone was on the verge of genuine transformation. What realm is he in? An emperor? Or a half-immortal? Ji Jueqing was genuinely astonished by the scene unfolding before him. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from within Li Yuan, indicating a breakthrough. What? How is this possible? This is the fluctuation of breaking through the divine repository, entering the four extremes secret realm. Ji Jueqing nearly lost his mind upon sensing the aura emanating from Li Yuan. He could not fathom how Li Yuan, who had just been a practitioner of the divine repository, could suppress the claw of the celestial tribulation thunder beast. Could it be that he is destined to retrace his cultivation path? After the initial shock, Ji Jueqing considered this possibility. After all, if Li Yuan were merely a practitioner of the divine repository, then nothing could explain how he so effortlessly subdued Ji Jueqing, a half-saint. The four extremes secret realm corresponds to the limbs of the human body. Although the claw of the celestial tribulation thunder beast was powerful, most of its strength had been devoured by Li Yuan's supreme bone. After refining the claw, Li Yuan would undoubtedly break into the four extremes secret realm. But what about the severed hand? In but a few breaths, the claws of the celestial calamity beast were entirely drained of their power by Li Yuan. Reduced to mere dust, Li Yuan then set his sights on the severed hand within the divine source before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to absorb the energy of the divine source. Before long, the divine energy was depleted, and the source itself was utterly transformed into powder, revealing the hand sealed within. Upon its emergence, it exuded a suffocating pressure, though it was significantly diminished compared to before. Ji Jueqing recognized this as the hand of an ancient saint, though whether it belonged to the human race remained uncertain. For many alien races choose to take on human forms in their final stages of cultivation. How disappointing. The initially eager Li Yuan could not help but voice his disdain upon witnessing this. His anticipation evaporated instantly, replaced by an expression of distaste. Ji Jueqing, hearing his words, yearned to exclaim, "Just discard it. I'm waiting to pick it up." Normally, when an ancient saint's lifespan came to an end, they would choose to transcend, leaving nothing behind. Yet, this hand sealed within the divine source, if obtained by a holy land, could be refined into a top-tier sacred artifact, an item on par with an unrecovered imperial weapon. It was astonishing that Li Yuan treated it with such contempt. Should this object appear in the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among the holy lands. Despite his disdain, Li Yuan ultimately absorbed all of its power. Before long, Li Yuan completed his cultivation, and the entire process had taken less than 10 minutes. How boring, he muttered, yawning and promptly lying down to sleep. As Li Yuan's strength increased, his mastery over the celestial Tao's divine arts deepened, making the manipulation increasingly effortless. Thus, the night passed in this manner. Outside the hall, everyone continued their cultivation until they fell into a deep slumber. The children, who had not yet begun their cultivation, were also refined and strengthened, their physiques becoming akin to lions or tigers. Is it dawn? Li Yuan opened his eyes to the sunlight streaming in, stretching lazily before rising. He glanced at the states of Hellion Woming and Hellion High, frowning slightly. So timid. I suppose I should lend you a hand. With a mere gesture, he unleashed 2 strikes that pierced the foreheads of Helian Wuming and Helian Hai. The two, engrossed in their cultivation, let out cries of agony as their celestial platforms shattered. Upon regaining consciousness, they coughed up blood, gazing at Li Yuan with bewilderment, perplexed as to why he would attack them. Young Master Li, why? They could not fathom why he had chosen now to strike, as he possessed the power to eliminate them at any moment. Enough with the nonsense. You're truly insufferable. I've helped you break through. Stabilize your cultivation quickly. We have matters to attend to. With that, Li Yuan turned and exited the Grand Hall. Breakthrough? With our celestial platforms destroyed, are we not dead? Helian Wuming and Helian Hai exchanged glances, and Helian Hai delivered a resounding slap to Helian Wuming. Smack! It nearly sent Helian Wuming flying, who, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Could you be gentler?" But as his words left his lips, he froze. His face suddenly alight with joy. He closed his eyes to sense his state once more. Upon reopening them, both of them trembled with excitement. We truly broke through. What cultivation level does young Master Li possess? What sorcery is this? Helian Wuming and Helian Hai were utterly astonished. It took several breaths for Helian Hai to regain his composure. Master, our estimations of the young master's cultivation were far too conservative. Reflecting on his prior assessment, he felt utterly ridiculous. Helian Wuming nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. Chapter 70. Annihilation of the Jun family. Indeed, it was far too conservative. There are immortals among mortals. Helian Hai recalled the rebirth following the destruction of their celestial platforms, his heart racing as he thought of the ancient techniques. Such means were terrifying. It was a celestial platform, after all. Who, if not an immortal, could allow a shattered celestial platform to be instantly reborn? Previously, both Helian Hai and Helian Wuming had only regarded their celestial platforms as being of above-average standing within this secret realm, with limited future potential. Yet, with a single gesture from Li Yuan, their celestial platforms had been shattered and reconstituted, and both felt the immense power coursing through them. They could sense that their celestial platforms were entirely different from before. Although they could not immediately discern the differences, they knew their souls were now far superior to those of other cultivators at the same level, rendering them nearly invincible within the confines of the celestial platform realm, unless they encountered extraordinary beings like those with the divine king physique. Helian Wuming nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with newfound brilliance. He had once believed he had reached the limits of his life, only to discover that meeting Li Yuan was merely the beginning of his cultivation journey. Let us stabilize our cultivation quickly. It seems young Master Li requires our assistance. Suppressing his elation, Helian Wuming urged. They exchanged glances and continued to stabilize their cultivation, familiarizing themselves with their newly acquired strength. With Li Yuan's guidance, Helian Hai and Helian Wuming stepped into the 4th transformation of the celestial platform, attaining the level of Saint Lord. Li Yuan was dining when Li Changkong and the others approached, their faces beaming with delight. We pay our respects to the Lord. The group regarded Li Yuan with utmost reverence. During the previous night, everyone's cultivation had surged once more, and they were all smiles, never having anticipated they could reach such heights. Now that Li Yuan had come of age and inherited the title of Lord, their manner of addressing him had completely transformed. Not long ago, when I fled from the Celestial Tao Academy with the Lord, I felt that everything was lost. It was as if darkness loomed ahead, and I felt I had failed my elder brother's trust, even though I managed to preserve the Lord's life. The Jun family and the Celestial Tao Academy hung over us like a sword, preventing us from resting easy. However, that peril marked the beginning of our Snow Dragon region's rise. At this rate, in as few as 10 years or as many as several decades, we shall make the Jun family and the Celestial Tao Academy tremble, perhaps even surpass them. Indeed, grant us a decade, and we will surely surpass the Jun family and the Celestial Tao Academy, making them comprehend the consequences of their decisions. The others listened, their eyes cold with determination. Clear's throat. Li Yuan interrupted with a cough. We cannot afford to wait that long, nor do we need to. The Jun family seeks death. It is time to settle this. Today, I intend to pay a visit to the Jun family. His tone was calm, yet upon hearing his words, Li Changkong and the others' expressions changed dramatically, their eyes widening in shock. Though they had just spoken confidently about surpassing the Jun family in a decade, the moment they heard Li Yuan's intent for vengeance, their countenances shifted to one of unease. The Jun family was a colossal entity, especially for Li Changkong, who harbored the greatest fear of them. Having accompanied Li Yuan during his cultivation at the Celestial Tao Academy, Li Changkong had a deeper understanding of the Jun family's formidable legacy. The Jun family was an ancient lineage with an 8,000-year history, their depth and strength unfathomable. My lord, perhaps we should wait a little longer? A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Li Changkong cast a worried glance at Li Yuan. Uncle, There is no need for concern. This time, I shall not venture forth alone. Hellion Wu Ming and Hellion Hai from the Hellion clan will accompany me, along with Ji Jucheng. The guardian station here is a half-saint. Li Yuan's expression radiated utmost confidence. What? He is a half-saint? Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, the crowd nearly leapt in shock. A half-saint was a level of cultivation they had never dared to imagine, and yet, here he was, standing guard for them. A few among them recalled having scolded Ji Jucheng and felt a wave of unease wash over them. Indeed, he is a half-saint. Currently, he serves as my protector. To assuage the astonishment of the onlookers, Li Yuan fabricated a casual lie. He then continued, by the way, uncle, after we depart, the Golden Divine City shall face a crisis. When that time comes, simply unveil this painting. Gods will slay gods, and Buddhas will extinguish Buddhas. In his hand, a painting materialized. Very well. Li Changkong did not dare to open it for inspection, but, with great caution, stowed it away. At this moment, all members of the Snow Dragon territory had complete faith in Li Yuan's words. If Li Yuan claimed the ability to slay gods and subdue Buddhas, they accepted it without question. This painting had been created by Li Yuan early that morning before his departure from the Snow Dragon Hall, for he had foreseen troubles looming over the Golden Divine City upon his exit. Before long, Hellion Wu Ming and Hellion Hai arrived, having stabilized and familiarized themselves with their surging powers. Thank you, young Master Li. Hellion Wu Ming and Hellion Hai approached Li Yuan, their faces brimming with gratitude. Had it not been for Li Yuan's assistance, they would have never attained such heights in their lifetime. With their significant advancement in cultivation, the Hellion clan would undoubtedly rise alongside them. Please, have a seat and partake in some food, Li Yuan said with a smile upon their arrival. Hellion Wu Ming and Hellion Hai took their seats. At their level of cultivation, they could naturally fast, yet they would not refuse the satisfaction of their appetites. After finishing his meal, Hellion Wu Ming cautiously inquired, Young Master, what are our next steps? Though Hellion Wu Ming's question seemed perplexing to others, Li Yuan understood its true intent. It signified that from this moment forth, whatever orders Li Yuan issued, Hellion Wu Ming would execute without question. Annihilate the Jun clan. Li Yuan's tone was light and casual. Hellion Wu Ming and Hellion Hai were taken aback. They were already aware that the Jun clan had stolen Li Yuan's supreme bone and anticipated his retaliation, but they had not expected it to come so swiftly. Young Master, I will immediately relay this to the Hellion clan. Despite his trepidation, Hellion Wu Ming showed no hesitation and prepared to send word. Indeed, some planning is required. For once we eradicate the Jun clan, such a sizable prize will surely evoke envy. We must swiftly assimilate it. Li Yuan spoke with an air of nonchalance. Hellion Wu Ming and Hellion Hai were momentarily stunned. Initially, they had intended to notify their clan to assist Li Yuan in confronting the Jun clan. But here Li Yuan was instructing them to merely seize the resources. Young Master, is it truly unnecessary for the Hellion clan to mobilize their foundations to venture to Tianqi City? Hellion Wu Ming questioned, feeling as though he were caught in a hallucination. After all, this was the Jun clan, a lineage with thousands of years of heritage and unfathomable depth. Is the Jun clan truly formidable? Ji Jucheng will also join us. With him, we can address any shortcomings. Li Yuan responded with a smile. Your words are wise, young master. We shall proceed as you suggest. Hellion Wu Ming was greatly astonished. After all, it had been ages since such a well-established clan had vanished. In the northern region, a precarious balance existed. However, with Li Yuan's emergence, this equilibrium would shatter, presenting an opportunity for the Hellion clan. There is no need for any preparations, Li Yuan stated dismissively. Shortly thereafter, Li Yuan and his companions exited the Golden Divine City. At the city gates, Li Changkong and the others watched Li Yuan depart, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension, for they were dealing with the Jun clan. Initially, Li Changkong and the others intended to cultivate further to enhance their powers. But the void suddenly began to shake violently. Within the Golden Divine City, figures such as the Black Qilin appeared one after another, their expressions growing increasingly grave as they gazed into the void. Creak. The void shattered like a mirror in an instant, revealing a colossal vortex. From within this immense black hole, a terrifying aura emanated, causing every cultivator within the entire Tiando Empire to sense it, all alarmed and dismayed. Countless ancient beings of the Tiando royal family materialized, their souls traversing the void, also perceiving the upheaval occurring in the Golden Divine City. Above the Golden Divine City, within the vast black hole, intense and fearsome fluctuations erupted as a colossal object emerged. It was a fragment of an ancient battleship, crafted from an unknown material, impervious to damage even within the black hole. The battleship bore the marks of time, as if it had drifted through countless years among the stars, enduring endless wars. On its surface were terrifying scars, seemingly left by divine or demonic assaults. Soon, the battleship flew forth from the black hole, an imposing sight. Flags billowed in the wind atop the vessel, stained with glaring crimson blood. This blood, though seemingly fresh, was, in fact, a remnant from millennia past, and it appeared as if it had yet to dry. Upon the flag, an ancient character was inscribed, June. Upon witnessing this, the Tiando Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. What? This is the June clan's void battleship. Why has it appeared here? The emergence of the June clan's void battleship signified the mobilization of a formidable force. What were they planning? Never mind. I shall proceed to pay my respects. The Tiando Emperor's voice trembled at this moment. The June clan was an unfathomable power for them. And now that Jun Lin had entered the ancient sanctum of the Tiandao Academy, guided by sages, the June clan was soaring to new heights. Even before Jun Lin appeared, the entirety of the northern region was aware that in the future, he would surely qualify to contend for the title of emperor. Wait. Just as the Tiando Emperor was about to take action, a voice interrupted. Father, why do you stop me? The Tiando Emperor looked at the newcomer. Confusion etched on his face. Wait, the old Tiando Emperor uttered a single word. But the Tiando Emperor attempted to speak, yet the old Tiando Emperor coolly remarked. The June clan is courting death. If you go to pay your respects, are you not inviting disaster upon the Tiando? Hearing this, the Tiando Emperor's expression changed drastically. He recalled the old Tiando Emperor's words upon returning from the Golden Divine City. Above the Golden Divine City, the June clan's void battleship fully emerged, and the black hole behind it gradually dissipated. On the battlefield, a terrifying killing aura reverberated through the heavens and earth as figures began to materialize one after another. A multitude of sharp, piercing gazes fixated intently upon the Golden Divine City before them. It's the void battleship. The June clan's powers have arrived. Lu Changsheng gazed at the void battleship, his expression turning grave. He had not anticipated that shortly after Li Yuan's departure, the June clan would descend upon them. Where's Li Yuan? A frigid voice echoed from the void battleship. The sound reverberated through the void, resonating with the heavens and the earth. Surrounding mountains vanished in an instant. Even with the formidable array protecting the Golden Divine City, a sense of discomfort washed over the onlookers. Witnessing the disappearing mountains, many were filled with trepidation. Indeed, it has come. Yuaner was truly perceptive. Within the Golden Divine City, though Li Changkong and the others were greatly alarmed, they remained composed upon seeing the appearance of the June family's void warship, for Li Yuan had anticipated such an event before his departure and had made adequate preparations. But what kind of painting was it? Could it truly withstand the June family? Li Changkong was filled with curiosity regarding the painting left by Li Yuan. As his thoughts settled, he levitated into the air, his gaze turning sharp and cold. The June family had seized Li Yuan's celestial bone. How could Li Changkong not be furious? Who dares to act so recklessly here? If you wish to live, begone. Otherwise, this place shall be your burial ground. Li Changkong fixed his gaze upon the void warship, unafraid. Huh, is that not Li Changkong? Such audacity. Does the Snow Dragon region possess such power? One from the June family aboard the void warship recognized Li Changkong, his face twisted in derision. Li Changkong replied with a cold smirk. The June family is the one that is truly audacious. Alas, they are about to disappear. To seek ascendance by seizing another's celestial bone is nothing short of courting death. One from the June family, enraged, hurled a spear that shot towards Li Changkong like a black dragon, intent on slaying him on the spot. However, as the spear approached the Golden Divine City, it was instantly torn apart by an invisible force. The destruction of his innate weapon rebounded upon him, causing him to spit a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was no wonder they were so arrogant. It turned out the Golden Divine City was one of the foundations of the Hellion family. What a bold Hellion family. They wish to stand against my June family. Very well. Without this matter, I would not have found a pretext to annihilate the Hellion family and strengthen my own. Upon witnessing this scene, a powerful figure from the June family aboard the void warship opened his eyes, an expression of disdain crossing his face. Without making any overt movements, he appeared before the Golden Divine City. Did he truly believe that the presence of the Hellion family's Golden Divine City could secure their lives? Ridiculous. Today, you shall witness what a true powerhouse is capable of. A dilapidated Golden Divine City? With a mere flip of my hand, I could shatter it. The June family's powerful figure wore an expression of utter contempt, and as his voice echoed, he raised his hand to strike the Golden Divine City. In that moment, though the sun shone brightly, the world was engulfed in darkness. In the void, a colossal hand descended upon the Golden Divine City, as if the heavens themselves were about to be obliterated. Though the gigantic hand had not yet arrived, countless mountains began to collapse, and rivers evaporated instantaneously. The might of a powerful figure was indeed terrifying. Chapter 72. The Person in the Painting. A half-step Saint Lord, possessing the cultivation of a half-step Saint Lord. What a pity. The celestial emperor of the heavens watched this scene with profound astonishment, never anticipating that the Jun family would send someone of such strength. However, it was unfortunate that the Jun family had chosen the wrong opponent. Unlike the celestial emperor, those aboard the void warship from Linglong Valley observed the scene with mockery on their faces. Seeing such formidable figures from the Jun family, their eyes sparkled with excitement, believing that with the Jun family as a towering tree, Linglong Valley would surely rise. Boom. The terrifying hand had not yet arrived, but its oppressive aura crashed upon the Golden Divine City like a tidal wave. Yet, when the attack reached the array of the Golden Divine City, a horrifying beam of light shot up from within, piercing the heavens and directly penetrating the massive hand, dispelling the darkness and even creating a vast black hole in the void. The array of the Golden Divine City had been repaired and modified by Yuan. Let alone a powerful figure, even an existence at the Saint Lord level would perish upon being struck. The forehead of the Jun family's powerful figure glistened with beads of sweat. Had he charged toward the Golden Divine City moments ago, he would have already met his demise. Shall we continue? Within the Golden Divine City, Li Changkong, suspended in midair, cast a scornful glance at the Jun family members. Did you truly believe that with this array, you could do anything to us? This formation is indeed powerful, but regrettably, each attack must consume vast amounts of resources. I am eager to see just how many resources the insignificant Snow Dragon region possesses. Once the formation falters, I shall ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death. The Jun family's powerful figure fixed his gaze upon Li Changkong, a look of derision on his face. You are correct. However, when did we say we would cower within the Divine City? Is the Jun family truly so formidable? Li Changkong sneered, stepping forth from the formation. You seek death. Those aboard the void warship from the Jun family were incensed by such humiliation, their anger flaring intensely. Had these words been uttered by someone from a noble family or a holy land, they would not have been so enraged. Yet, for a mere Snow Dragon region to speak in such a manner, how could they not be furious? Who is your backing in the Snow Dragon region? The Jun family's powerful figure stared at Li Changkong, his expression icy, yet he did not strike immediately. For he had learned from someone from Linglong Valley that a powerful figure within the Divine City had once slain the Golden Knights of the Golden Family and a powerful figure. Upon receiving this information, the Jun family had dispatched their void warship today. The void warship was no mere transport. It possessed an exceedingly terrifying attack formation capable of slaying Saint Lords. The earlier attack by the Jun family's powerful figure from a distance was a precaution against being ambushed if they drew too close. Meanwhile, the celestial emperor of the heavens and others had been watching intently, but had yet to see Ji Jueqing appear, causing them to furrow their brows. The celestial emperor even began to doubt the words of the old emperor. If Ji Jueqing were present, he should have emerged long ago in response to such provocation. Various factions observing in the shadows also frowned, puzzled as to why Ji Jueqing had not yet taken action. Upon hearing the Jun family's powerful figure inquire, they perked up, curious about the answer. Are you referring to that individual? Are you afraid? Li Changkong responded coldly, regrettably. That esteemed individual has already departed for Tianqi City to annihilate your Jun family. He is no longer in the Golden Divine City, and you shall not see him. Annihilate my Jun family? Does he possess the capability? The Jun family's powerful figure scoffed, his heart now at ease. As long as Ji Jueqing was absent, the Golden Divine City was merely a matter of a wave of his hand to obliterate. Li Changkong retorted, he is not unworthy. His name is Ji Jueqing, the half-saint Ji Jueqing. With a mocking expression, he added, the Jun family is indeed strong, but Ji Jueqing is a half-saint. What? He is Ji Jueqing? Impossible. The Jun family's powerful figure immediately dismissed the notion, incredulous that Ji Jueqing could guard the Golden Divine City. Seeing the disbelief on the Jun family figure's face, Li Changkong was not surprised. He coldly remarked, did you not know? Were the people of Linglong Valley silent on this matter? With an incredulous demeanor, Li Changkong continued. The Jun family's powerful figure, upon hearing this, reached out and seized an elder from Linglong Valley aboard the void warship, pulling him in with a single motion to search his soul. A piercing scream reverberated through the void. To the Jun family, those from Linglong Valley were akin to livestock. If Li Changkong's words held any truth, they were in grave danger. Ji Jueqing was a half-saint, and the Jun family dared not underestimate him. After completing the soul search, the Jun family's powerful figure was infuriated. He struck out with a palm, reducing all Linglong Valley individuals to a mist of blood. Saint Ancestor. Upon the ethereal worship of the Jun family, countless gazes fell upon the formidable members of the clan. Although they had surmised the answer, they sought confirmation, for the news was simply too astonishing. How could a mere Yuan, from the insignificant snow dragon territory, possibly warrant the intervention of Jijueching? The Jun family's powerful figure offered no response, but coldly commanded, destroy the Golden Divine City, capture everyone from the Snow Dragon territory, and send word back to the family. Jijueching has proceeded to Tianxi, be sure to exercise caution. Is Li Yuan not seeking to use Jijueching to annihilate my Jun family? Then let us return with these captives and slay them before his very eyes. The Jun family elder did not speak the truth. His order to capture all alive was a tactic to threaten Li Yuan. With Jijueching present, attempting to eliminate Li Yuan would be exceedingly difficult. They would require the assistance of an ancient saint from the Heavenly Tao Academy. However, before that, they needed time. And the only means to delay was to use the lives of these individuals to coerce Li Yuan. Upon hearing this, the Jun family members stepped forth from the warship. Their eyes icy. Ha! Do you intend to capture us and threaten the Lord? Your plans are destined for failure. The Lord has long anticipated your arrival and would never grant you the opportunity. Li Changkong laughed heartily, mockery etched upon his face. Humph! Without Jijueching, you are but a swarm of ants. The Jun family elder sneered, extending his hand towards Li Changkong in an attempt to seize him. Is that so? Yet, upon witnessing the assault, Li Changkong remained remarkably calm, slowly unfurling a painting in his possession. The moment the painting was revealed, a celestial radiance enveloped the heavens, transforming the world into gold. Amidst this divine brilliance, a young man emerged. Without making any overt movements, the Jun family elder's hand, which reached for Li Changkong, was instantly obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Ack! The Jun family elder screamed in agony, his face contorted with shock. At his level of cultivation, he could regenerate from the loss of limbs. However, after being disintegrated by the golden divine light, his arm could not be restored, blocked by an overwhelmingly tyrannical force. Sensing the terror of the youth from the painting, the Jun family elder turned to flee, racing towards the ethereal warship. Only upon entering the vessel did a tinge of crimson appear on his terrified visage. His dread of the youth from the painting had reached an unparalleled intensity. Who is he? The Heavenly Dou Emperor gasped upon seeing the young man from the painting, his face a mask of fear. Could he be Li Yuan? The Heavenly Dou Emperor trembled as he spoke. What? He is Li Yuan. This is impossible. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Dou Emperor's expression turned to one of disbelief. Was that the young Master Li? No. I distinctly saw him emerge from Li Changkong's painting. How could the young master appear within the painting? What on earth was happening? The various powers observing from the shadows were equally bewildered, never expecting a figure emerging from a painting to be so terrifying. After all, this was a powerful elder of the Jun family, a being of the second tier of the immortal platform. Daoist Changkong, we come as well. Kill, eliminate these scoundrels. The leaders of the factions watching from the shadows were equally astonished, but upon witnessing the Jun family elders retreat, they no longer hesitated and charged forth. They dared not assist in a dire situation, yet they were eager not to miss an opportunity to benefit from the chaos. In an instant, many of the remaining Jun family members were slain. The once formidable Jun family suffered significant losses in a heartbeat. Preposterous. If we do not eliminate you today, the world will think my Jun family an easy target. The Jun family elder, having returned to the ethereal warship, looked upon the scene with a darkened expression. Though he was filled with dread for the Li Yuan who had emerged from the painting, the presence of the warship restored some of his confidence. It is the Lord. It is the Lord. Yet, how could the Lord be within the painting? Within the Golden Divine City? The onlookers were aghast as they beheld Li Yuan emerging from the painting, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. The ethereal warship's formation was activated, and terrifying attacks surged forth towards Li Yuan, 1,000-meter blade seemingly capable of annihilating all. Die. This was the warship's most potent strike. Even a sovereign would perish. The Jun family elder bellowed in a frenzy. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the somewhat ethereal Li Yuan merely pointed, and the blade shattered instantly, without even stirring a ripple. Impossible, impossible. What manner of attack is this? The Jun family elder, once brimming with confidence, now trembled like a leaf. Sweat pouring from his brow, he dared not continue the assault. Instead, he urged the ethereal warship to tear through the void and escape. Receive my fist. Li Yuan, whose form remained somewhat spectral, scoffed disdainfully and unleashed a punch. His fist crackled with terrifying thunderous power, instilling fear in all who beheld it. With a single blow, the terrifying fist radiated towards the ethereal warship. The Jun family elder, confident in the warship's defenses, paid little mind. Yet, just as the warship was about to rend the fabric of space, the fist struck the vessel. Boom. The once indomitable ethereal warship crumpled as if it were mere parchment, obliterated in an instant. Other areas disintegrated rapidly under the overwhelming pressure. No. The Jun family elder's final cry of terror echoed as his body was annihilated along with the warship. The Jun family's ethereal warship vanished, leaving behind a vast and gaping black hole in the sky. Annihilate. Li Yuan uttered a single word, his gaze sweeping across the heavens. Every surviving member of the Jun family felt as though their very souls had been erased, their bodies plummeting from the void, devoid of life. In this moment, Li Yuan's figure began to fade away as well. The world fell into a profound silence. Anyone who witnessed this scene could hardly remain composed. Even within the Golden Divine City, Li Changkong and the others were left dumbfounded. In the swiftly traversing spirit vessel, Li Yuan and his companions were engaged in revelry. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Yuan's eyes. He had sensed the moment the painting was unveiled. However, he held no concerns for the Golden Divine City. The attack preserved within the painting was more than sufficient to slay the Jun family elder. That night, after acquiring the claws of the immortal Calamity Thunder Beast and contemplating the heavenly Tao-esque divine arts, Li Yuan had comprehended the immortal realm's thunder techniques. As he painted, he once again employed the heavenly Tao's divine arts, embedding within the painting a punch infused with the essence of the immortal realm's thunder techniques and a fragment of will. Such a formidable strike could naturally vanquish the Jun family elder. In terms of the immortal Tao's thunder techniques and the heavenly Tao-esque divine abilities, Li Yuan was exceedingly confident. Tianxi City, a holy city eternally suspended in the void, was even more terrifying than the golden divine city of the Hellion family. However, its sole drawback was its immobility. The bustling scene within the sacred city clearly reflected the current prosperity of the Jun family. Yet, at this moment, the head of the Jun family wore a face of utter dismay. Crack! The teacup in his hand shattered into dust. What did you say? Jun Nanfeng glared at the person before him, his expression turning icy. The soul lamp of the seven saints has been extinguished. The individual before Jun Nanfeng dared not meet his gaze, yet felt compelled to speak, trembling as the words escaped his lips. How could this be possible? Jun Nanfeng's face was a portrait of disbelief. While he was still reeling from shock, enormous golden characters materialized in the void above Tianxi City. Those not of the Jun family bloodline must leave Tianxi City within 3 days or face annihilation thereafter. All Jun family members shall perish. The ominous proclamation bore the name Li Yuan. It was evident that this was not orchestrated by Li Yuan himself. However, the Hellion family, despite their inferior standing to the Jun family, surely had their spies within Tianxi City. Acting upon the covert directives of Hellion Wuming, they promptly executed this audacious move. With the fall of the 7 ancestors of the Jun family, Jun Nanfeng was already consumed with rage. Upon witnessing this spectacle, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! A mere child dares to threaten my Jun family? You are courting death. I shall see what audacity you possess." Jun Nanfeng was infuriated, unable to fathom the source of Li Yuan's confidence. Naturally, Jun Nanfeng was well aware of Li Yuan's identity. As the father of Jun Lin, he understood that Jun Lin's supreme bone originated from Li Yuan. In that moment, Tianxi City was abuzz with astonishment. Who would have imagined such audacity? Openly declaring war on the Jun family? The Jun family had recently birthed a prodigy, possessing the potential to ascend to greatness, and had even entered the ancient Holy Academy to train under the sages. Surely, one must respect the power of the Jun family. Who was Li Yuan, after all? Curiosity permeated the air within Tianxi City. Soon, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, obliterating the proclamation. Yet, before long, the skies above other parts of Tianxi City bore witness to another message. I shall reclaim what was taken from me, the supreme bone. First, I will destroy the Jun family, and then I shall tread upon the path of the Holy Academy. If gods stand in my way, I shall vanquish them. If Buddhas obstruct me, I shall slay them. In no time, Tianxi City was thrown into chaos. The populace had known of Jun Lin's unparalleled talents, including his supreme bone. Who would have thought it was acquired through nefarious means? They finally comprehended why trouble had come knocking at the Jun family's door. Chapter 74, A Forceful Arrival. As discussions erupted among the citizens of Tianxi City, a voice finally emerged from the ancestral grounds of the Jun family. Li Yuan, do you truly believe that with the backing of a half-saint, you can spout nonsense and become invincible in this world? We of the Jun family await you. I hope you possess the capability to reach Tianxi City. The moment this voice resonated, silence enveloped Tianxi City. No one dared to speak further. Realizing that the Jun family was an ancient lineage with a terrifying foundation, even if a half-saint were to descend, they might not gain the upper hand. However, despite the hush, many were eager for Li Yuan's arrival, curious to see what cards this challenger against the Jun family held. Watching a spectacle is a universal trait among people. Jun Nanfeng's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that Li Yuan would cause such trouble for the Jun family. Had he taken Li Yuan seriously from the outset and swiftly eliminated him, they would not be facing such complications now. The Hellion family's spies, upon witnessing this, made no moves, as if they had vanished entirely. Li Yuan approached Tianqi City without concealing his presence. 3 days later, a few miles from Tianqi City, Li Yuan and his companions made their appearance. With the Jun family's millennia-long legacy, their surveillance network was extensive and immediately detected Li Yuan's arrival. Boom. In the wilderness, a terrifying aura erupted as void battleships activated their weaponry, launching an assault on the spiritual vessel in the void. In the face of such an attack, Li Yuan remained remarkably calm, seemingly oblivious, as he placed his piece on the board. He looked at Hellion Wuming and said, "It is your turn." Hellion Wuming, holding his piece, contemplated deeply. Li Yuan's chess skills were extraordinarily high, and Hellion Wuming found himself retreating without the power to counterattack. Li Yuan was on the verge of victory. Sensing the incoming assault, Ji Jueqing turned, casting a cold glare that momentarily flashed with brilliance. Before the attack could reach the spiritual vessel, it was instantly obliterated. Subsequently, Ji Jueqing raised his hand, striking down, and the void battleship was reduced to scrap metal, leaving the Jun family members aboard lifeless. Dong! A bell tolled across the wilderness, resonating far and wide. This was the Jun family's alarm bell. Upon hearing the chime, countless individuals within Tianqi City felt a surge of excitement. They realized that Li Yuan had indeed arrived, though uncertainty remained regarding his ability to breach Tianqi City. Over millennia, the Jun family had laid countless formidable traps across this expanse. As the alarm rang, the ancestral grounds of the Jun family remained eerily quiet. As if they had not heard it at all, Tianqi City carried on as usual. The Jun family members wore expressions of disdain, dismissing Li Yuan's arrival without a second thought. The spiritual vessel traveled at a steady pace, gradually closing the distance to Tianqi City. The obstacles placed by the Jun family did not impede the speed of the spiritual vessel, as Ji Jueqing ensured a smooth passage. As time passed, the spiritual vessel could finally glimpse Tianqi City from afar, now within 50 miles. "Wuming, you have lost," Li Yuan declared with a smile as he placed his final piece on the board. Hellion Wuming conceded, wiping the sweat from his brow, fully aware of his defeat. On the board, the black pieces formed the character for kill. Ahead, a dozen void battleships emerged, clearly manned by numerous powerful members of the Jun family. These ships formed a formidable array in the void, an ancient killing formation. A saintly ancestor of the Jun family stepped forward, coldly declaring, "Li Yuan, come forth to meet your demise." From within the void battleship, the chilling voice of a Jun family powerhouse echoed. Simultaneously, a stooped, nearly bald elder emerged from the void, appearing on the brink of death, yet his eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. This was a half-saint. "Young master." Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai turned their gazes towards Li Yuan. "Kill," Li Yuan replied, raising his head to face the impending threat, his voice utterly calm. Hellion Hai smiled knowingly. He understood that the Jun family's half-step saint would be dealt with by Ji Jueqing. The Jun family dares to seize young master Li Yuan's supreme bone. Today, your family is doomed. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Boom. Hellion Hai's aura surged forth like a vast ocean, reverberating in all directions, akin to a cataclysmic tsunami sweeping across the heavens and earth. His entire being radiated divine brilliance. As though he were a deity, with a single step, he charged forward with lethal intent. Hellion Hai, seeking death? Kill him. The Jun family's saintly ancestors' gaze turned frigid. And within the formation of void battleships, a terrifying attack surged forth towards Hellion Hai. In that instant, the heavens and earth lost their color. A beam of divine light pierced through the fabric of reality. The Jun family's expert looked down upon Hellion Hai, believing him to be walking willingly to his own demise. And they harbored some understanding of the Hellion family. However, just as the divine light was about to strike Hellion Hai, he let out a low roar and unleashed a powerful punch. The divine light was forcefully shattered by Hellion Hai. In the instant when Hellion Hai obliterated the divine radiance, he reached out, and a colossal golden hand manifested in the void, enveloping heaven and earth. The formidable figure from the Jun clan had yet to react when those beside him transformed into a crimson mist. Attempting to flee was futile. Terror filled the eyes of the Jun clan's powerhouse. "Saint Lord, have you ascended to the level of Saint Lord?" The Jun elder was struck with fear, unable to fathom that Hellion Hai would reach such a realm. Just as he attempted to speak, the gigantic hand from the void grasped him in its palm. The sound of shattered bones echoing with no resistance whatsoever. How audacious! The semi-saint in the void, witnessing this scene, was poised to strike down Hellion Hai. However, before he could act, Ji Jueqing moved with astonishing speed, appearing before him. "A mere pseudo-semi-saint dares to meddle in this affair? You shall perish." Ji Jueqing surged forth with a domineering ferocity. "Hellion Hai, do you wish for an unending feud with my Jun clan? Release my 17th brother. The Jun clan's powerhouses, witnessing the scene, wore expressions of cold disdain, believing that the Hellion clan was courting death. Boom. Yet, with a single exertion, Hellion High crushed the 17th ancestor of the Jun clan. You speak too much, he remarked coldly. Since you are so close, let us descend together. As his voice faded, he vanished enigmatically, reappearing before the formation with a single strike that shattered the battle array. Like an unparalleled sovereign, he penetrated the warship, piercing through the chest of the Jun clan elder. Gazing at the blood-soaked heart in Hellion High's grasp, disbelief washed over his face. With the formation shattered, the connection was severed, rendering Hellion High no longer a threat. Now that Hellion High had ascended to the Saint Lord level, how could several powerhouses hope to impede him? While Hellion High was eliminating these foes, in the void, Ji Jueching approached, carrying a corpse. The pseudo-semi-saint had been slain by him. The speed of the spirit vessel remained unaffected as it traversed the blockade, continuing towards Tianqi City. Li Yuan's expression remained calm, betraying no change. Chapter 75. Do you need a trump card to annihilate the Jun clan? Dong. Within Tianqi City, the resounding chime of a bell echoed. This time, the Jun clan could no longer remain tranquil. Their formation to thwart Li Yuan was formidable, yet they had not anticipated such overwhelming force. The Hellion clan possesses great audacity. Upon learning of the Hellion family's involvement, Jun Nanfeng's expression turned exceedingly grim. A chilling murderous intent emanated from his piercing gaze. At this moment, the grand array of Tianqi City finally activated. From the ancestral grounds of the Jun clan, countless powerful auras surged forth towards the city gates. The roar of ancient beasts reverberated through the heavens, as if to shatter the very stars above. Ancient artifacts were summoned into action, awakening numerous antiquated beings from their meditative slumber. Those covertly observing were taken aback by the scene. In a mere span of time, the Jun clan mobilized an elder of the Saint Lord level and dozens of other powerhouses. The Saint Lord was a terrifying ancient beast, rumored to be the steed of an ancestor of the Jun clan, having lived for over 6 millennia. Initially thought to have transcended, it was astonishing to see it still alive, striding through the void with an aura that pierced the heavens and earth, instilling dread in all. Simultaneously, from the ancestral grounds of the Jun clan, an astonishing aura erupted. This was the aura of a sacred artifact. A divine light enveloped the skies above Tianqi City. In the ancestral grounds, an ancient bronze lamp began to awaken. Young master, that is the Jun clan sacred artifact, the bronze lamp, the weapon of the ancient saint of the Jun clan. Upon arriving before Tianqi City, Ji Jueching sensed the aura of the bronze lamp, his demeanor growing serious. It was indeed a complete sacred artifact. It is not weak. You have yet to forge your own sacred artifact. But this bronze lamp of the Jun clan shall belong to you in the future. Hearing Ji Jueching's words, Li Yuan's expression remained notably calm. The spirit vessel drew ever closer to Tianqi City, 10 li, 8 li. The distance between Li Yuan and Tianqi City diminished. Before the city, Jun Nanfeng's expression was as frigid as ice. In addition to the ancient beast of the Saint Lord level, there was another aged Saint Lord. This individual appeared to exude immense power, yet in truth, his lifespan had dwindled to its last flicker. After awakening, regardless of victory or defeat, he would attain enlightenment. These beings represented the profound heritage of the Jun clan. Now that Li Yuan and Ji Jueching were pressing forth with formidable strength, the Jun clan naturally felt the pressure, prompting the awakening of part of their reserves. As the bronze lamp awakened, waves of power cascaded upon the many experts of the Jun clan, their strength bolstered by the sacred artifact, rendering them increasingly formidable. Before Tianqi City, Jun Nanfeng coldly scrutinized the approaching spirit vessel, his murderous intent palpable. Young master. On the spirit vessel, the gazes of the three fell upon Li Yuan, awaiting his command. The array before them was fearsome, yet in the eyes of Hellion High and the others, there was no trace of fear. You need only observe. With that, Li Yuan rose slowly, stepping into the void. In that moment, he harmonized with the heavens and earth, merging with the mountains and rivers, each step resonating with a unique rhythm. As if an eternal truth flowed through him, Li Yuan traversed the void, seemingly one with the world. The birds, startled by the murderous intent of the Jun clan, landed upon his shoulder. Within Tianqi City, witnessing the formidable array of the Jun clan, Li Yuan appeared to be facing it alone, evoking astonishment among the onlookers. They could not help but stop and stare at him. The Jun clan had existed for millennia, and now wielded a sacred artifact. Even other ancient families would tremble in fear. To contend with the Jun clan required careful consideration. Yet, the sight of Li Yuan, so young yet so composed, left them astounded, eager to see what means and trump cards he possessed. Naturally, they did not believe that Li Yuan alone could stand against the Jun clan. The sacred artifact of the Jun clan locked onto Ji Jueqing, preventing him from aiding Li Yuan. In the eyes of the Jun clan members, the greatest threat today was Ji Jueqing. As long as the sacred artifact restrained him, Li Yuan could be easily vanquished. You are Li Yuan, and yet you remain oblivious to the severity of your situation. Do you truly believe you can casually offend and blaspheme against a millennia-old clan? At this moment, a powerful figure beside Jun Nanfeng bellowed in anger. Infused with the power of the sacred artifact, he felt an overwhelming confidence. Moreover, Ji Jueqing was restrained by the artifact's aura. Blasphemy? You are mistaken. I have come here today solely to eradicate you. Li Yuan advanced step by step, his expression eerily calm. Let me see your trump card and determine whether you possess the qualifications to oppose my Jun clan. The man's countenance darkened as he glared at Li Yuan. A trump card? Do I need one to annihilate your Jun clan? I believe not. One is more than sufficient. As the distance closed, Li Yuan's expression remained utterly serene, unfazed by the murderous intent of the Jun clan's experts. The individuals within the city were utterly astounded at his words. To claim he alone could destroy the Jun clan demanded immense audacity and strength. A foolish child dares to speak such grandiose words. Kill him. Jun Nanfeng's expression darkened significantly, with the power of the sacred artifact bolstering them. The Jun clan's experts regarded Li Yuan with disdain, launching an attack that sought to humiliate him, a hand raised to strike his face. In the face of this assault, Li Yuan exhibited utter disdain, raising his hand to meet the blow. The palm aimed at him shattered into fragments, and the elder of the Jun clan let out a heart-wrenching scream. In the next instant, the sound abruptly ceased. With a flick of his sword, Li Yuan unleashed a lethal sword energy, the trajectory of which left no trace. Attempting to evade was futile. There was simply no escape. He was directly pierced through the brow, his primordial spirit obliterated. The onlookers were instantly stricken with shock, for this was a formidable half-step Saint Lord, and augmented by a sacred artifact nonetheless. And yet, how young Li Yuan was. Those who had anticipated his humiliation were taken aback as the mighty figure of the Jun family fell in an instant. What? The expression of Jun Nanfeng shifted dramatically. Swish. Swish, swish. The Jun family, who had previously dismissed Li Yuan, were now thrown into disarray. Figures swiftly positioned themselves in front of Jun Nanfeng, shielding him as if his demise would bring disgrace to the entire clan. In that moment, they could not fathom Li Yuan's true nature. He appeared to them as an enigma. I will kill him. Not even the Buddha or Tao ancestor you summoned can stop me, let alone you. You are unworthy to obstruct my path. Li Yuan continued his steady advance, each step resolute. Who is he? Can he truly be Li Yuan? How could Li Yuan possess such formidable strength at merely 17 or 18 years of age? I know Li Yuan. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy. This is impossible. Within the city, a voice cried out in disbelief, clad in the Academy's robe. Seeking death. At Jun Nanfeng's side, a Saint Lord made his move, his gaze chillingly fierce. If he could not eliminate Li Yuan today, what face would the Jun family have left? A terrifying aura erupted, blood surging skyward, as if threatening to shatter the heavens. His white hair billowed wildly, a murderous intent that could shake the world. Chapter 76. Suppressing the Jun family's patriarch. In Tianqi City, the ancient beast of the Jun family, with its golden eyes, fixated intently on Ji Jueqing. The power of the sacred artifact was almost entirely bestowed upon the beast, clearly indicating that once Ji Jueqing engaged, the beast would ensnare him. As for Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai, they were also targeted by the Jun family's saints. The members of the Jun family wore expressions of mockery, convinced Li Yuan had come to seek his own demise. What could a teenager possibly achieve? Transforming into a dragon? Becoming a mighty figure? So what? Under a Saint Lord's assault, he would surely perish. At this moment, even with the sacred artifact in play, and with the saint hiding behind Li Yuan, the Jun family members did not believe he could survive. What exactly was Li Yuan planning? The inhabitants of Tianqi City were left in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Li Yuan would come to court death. Indeed, to them, today Li Yuan was simply inviting his own end. Even with the saint backing him, they doubted his survival. The Jun family's Saint Lord's speed was too swift, his attack too terrifying, and he was already at Li Yuan's chest. Li Yuan had not even begun to defend himself. How could he escape death? Boom. The hand of the Jun family's Saint Lord finally struck Li Yuan. Initially, it was thought Li Yuan had some hidden means, yet he showed none. Even a smile curled at the corner of the Saint Lord's mouth, believing it was all over. However, in the next moment, the Jun family's Saint Lord froze, the joy in his eyes vanishing in an instant, replaced by sheer terror. Impossible. The Saint Lord's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his face a mask of fear. He realized that his most powerful strike had landed on Li Yuan, and not only had it failed to slay him, but Li Yuan stood firm, scarcely moving. It merely rustled the fabric of his robe. The scene in the void left everyone in stunned silence. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jun Nanfeng and the formidable figures standing before him were equally aghast. That was a strike of the Saint Lord tier, yet Li Yuan remained unscathed. How could this be? Li Yuan regarded the terrified Saint Lord of the Jun family, whose eyes were wide with dread, and coldly stated, "You are inadequate. I warned you today. No one shall impede my path. God blocks me, I slay God. Buddha obstructs me, I subdue Buddha. Die." Li Yuan raised a finger and pointed directly at the Saint Lord's brow. Not good. Retreat. The expression of the Jun family's Saint Lord drastically changed. Saint, retreat, quickly. Jun Nanfeng was alarmed. Within Tianqi City, even the power of the sacred artifact was bestowed upon this individual, hoping to facilitate his escape. The Saint Lord's eyes were filled with terror as he horrifiedly discovered that even with the sacred artifact's power, he appeared as a mere mortal before Li Yuan. Not only could he not evade Li Yuan's strike, but even taking a step back was impossible. As he watched Li Yuan's finger inching closer to his brow, panic gripped him, his body trembling. No, this cannot be. The Jun family's Saint Lord, desperate and unwilling to accept reality, roared in disbelief, convinced this was an illusion. When Li Yuan's finger landed on his brow, a terrifying sword light erupted, instantaneously obliterating his primordial spirit. The words the Jun family's Saint Lord had on the tip of his tongue were forever silenced, his eyes wide with horror as he fell powerless into the void. With a mere gesture, Li Yuan had extinguished the Saint Lord of the Jun family. What? How is this possible? The death of the Jun family Saint Lord sent shockwaves through Tianqi City. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who could have anticipated that the one to perish would be the Jun family Saint Lord, a paragon of unmatched brilliance, an unparalleled genius of an era? Jun Nanfeng turned pale upon hearing the news. This Saint Lord was the patriarch of his lineage, their very lifeblood. Yet, amidst the astonishment of all, Li Yuan appeared remarkably composed, steadily advancing toward Jun Nanfeng and his companions. Although Li Yuan moved slowly, the expressions of Jun Nanfeng and his allies turned ashen. For each of Li Yuan's steps seemed to crush their very hearts, threatening to burst forth. Protect the family head. The formidable figures of the Jun family paled. Realizing they were no match for Li Yuan, yet they charged at him, intending to delay him and buy Jun Nanfeng some time. Simultaneously, in the Jun family ancestral grounds, the expressions of the clan members transformed rapidly as they hastened to revive the Jun family's sacred artifact to retrieve Jun Nanfeng. Should the family head perish at Li Yuan's hands, the Jun family's reputation would be utterly ruined, especially in Tianqi City. Li Yuan observed the figures rushing toward him, a look of disdain in his eyes. As these individuals drew near, they were immediately suppressed by Li Yuan's heavenly Tao divine technique, their cultivation stripped away. My cultivation? They wore expressions of horror as they realized their powers had vanished. Boom. With a single punch, Li Yuan decimated the formidable figures of the Jun family. With the heavenly Tao domain at play, Li Yuan was invincible. Witnessing the figures exploding under Li Yuan's fist, the Jun family members were utterly transformed, while Jun Nanfeng's face turned as pale as a sheet. Reinforced the family head. Boom. A divine light descended upon Tianqi City, enveloping Jun Nanfeng. Even if the Jun family's saints could perish, Jun Nanfeng must not, for he was the head of the Jun family. As Jun Nanfeng beheld the divine light descending, his pallid complexion finally regained a hint of color, believing himself to be safe. However, in that very moment when he felt a sense of relief, he suddenly felt an iron grip around his throat. The divine light vanished into thin air. The members of the Jun family, who had just relaxed, now looked utterly horrified. How is this possible? That was the sacred artifact's guidance. How could it possibly fail? This is inconceivable. In the ancestral grounds of the Jun family, those who activated the sacred artifact were struck with disbelief as they beheld the unfolding events. What? How did Li Yuan accomplish this? Within the city of Tianqi, as they witnessed Jun Nanfeng being seized by Li Yuan by the throat, the shock was palpable. What divine power is this? On the spirit vessel, Ji Jueqing's expression was one of sheer terror. Having cultivated the profound art of shrinking the earth to an inch, he was unmatched in speed. Yet having witnessed Li Yuan's velocity before, he was still left in awe at this moment as Li Yuan displayed the divine arts of the heavenly Tao. Ji Jueqing never anticipated that Li Yuan could abduct someone beneath the sacred artifact's guiding light. With one hand gripping Jun Nanfeng's neck, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Li Yuan's eyes. It was precisely due to the machinations of Jun Nanfeng and his cohorts that they had seized his celestial bone. Although Jun Nanfeng was not the strongest of the previous generation of the Jun family, he was no weakling, having attained great power. Yet, in the instant Li Yuan grasped his throat, Jun Nanfeng was horrified to discover that he was utterly incapable of even the slightest struggle. The power within him was stripped away by an unseen, mysterious force, and he realized that his cultivation had completely vanished, reducing him to the state of a mere mortal. Li Yuan, if you dare harm the family head, the Jun family will not rest until we see your demise. Someone roared within Tianqi City. Boom. Li Yuan would not show any mercy to his enemies. He disregarded the threats from the Jun family within Tianqi City and struck a punch towards Jun Nanfeng's life sea, utterly shattering it. Li Yuan, you have the audacity. Jun Nanfeng attempted to roar in fury, but his voice could not fully escape him. His eyes were filled with resentment and venom. Gripped tightly by Li Yuan, Jun Nanfeng found himself bereft of even the opportunity to take his own life. Did I permit you to speak? Slap, slap, slap. Li Yuan delivered a series of resounding slaps to Jun Nanfeng's face, leaving him in a daze. The entire Jun family was enraged. This was their family head. How could he be subjected to such humiliation? Li Yuan, you seek death. The ancient beast within Tianqi City could no longer contain itself, utilizing the power of the sacred artifact to charge at Li Yuan. If Li Yuan remained unscathed, the Jun family would be rendered a laughingstock for eternity. In the ancestral grounds of the Jun family, countless divine sources transformed into ash to further revive the sacred artifact. The ancient beast's strength, amplified by the artifact, was indeed formidable. Boom. The bronze ancient lamp of the Jun family was instantly revived to a certain extent, unleashing the might of the sacred artifact and awakening a deity from within, a Taoist figure. Merely having awakened, it radiated an aura of terrifying divinity. The cosmos trembled, and an oppressive presence engulfed the heavens and the earth. The deity's gaze instantly locked onto Ji Jueqing, for at that moment, he appeared the strongest in the deity's perception. The true form of the ancient beast manifested, a colossal azure dragon, its immense body obscuring the sun and sky, its blood energy piercing the heavens, shaking the void. With a sweep of its wings, the very fabric of reality seemed to fracture. Under the enhancement of the sacred artifact, its aura was overwhelmingly fearsome. The azure dragon soared out of Tianqi City, its terrifying claws, imbued with a dreadful bloodthirst, aimed directly at Li Yuan, seeking to subdue him and rescue Jun Nanfeng. As the dragon's claws approached, the dreadful talons sliced through the air, leaving behind faint traces in the void. The power of a demigod. On the spirit vessel, Helian Wuming's expression turned grave. Only Ji Jueqing managed to maintain his composure. As the azure dragon struck, its blood energy surged through the skies, its overwhelming pressure causing countless individuals in Tianqi City to spew blood in an instant. The ancient beast, empowered by the sacred artifact, was simply too terrifying. Even the mightiest among them had to muster their powers to resist. However, in the face of such a shocking assault, Li Yuan's demeanor remained remarkably calm, showing no sign of distress. The ancient beast's pressure was formidable, but that was only for others, having witnessed the claws of the immortal calamity thunder beast. How could Li Yuan be intimidated by the azure dragon's might? The sealing force carried by the azure dragon's claws posed no threat to Li Yuan. Proceed. Li Yuan enacted the divine arts of the heavenly Tao, disregarding any sealing power, capable of ascending to the heavens and descending into the abyss. Just as the azure dragon believed it had succeeded, Li Yuan vanished with Jun Nanfeng in tow. Boom. The position Li Yuan had just occupied was nearly obliterated by the furious ancient beast. The azure dragon's face twisted with rage as it realized Li Yuan had vanished. Before it could search for him, the fragments of its golden eyes transformed into blood red. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. For Li Yuan had appeared atop the azure dragon's head. Boom. As the azure dragon unleashed its furious roar, Li Yuan executed the heavenly Tao's divine arts, suppressing the domain of the heavenly Tao while simultaneously stripping the azure dragon of its power. The enhancement provided by the Jun family's sacred artifact, the bronze ancient lamp, was instantly severed by the domain of the heavenly Tao. The azure dragon's strength plummeted dramatically. Do you submit? At the same time, a force of immortal calamity thunder manifested in Li Yuan's hand, his voice icy and unyielding, leaving no room for refusal or further discourse. The ancient beast, the azure dragon, which had intended to continue its assault, was instantly gripped by terror upon sensing that thread of immortal calamity thunder, its body trembling uncontrollably. I submit. The azure dragon dared not hesitate, choosing to yield without reservation, offering up its primordial spirit. Li Yuan's spirit force enveloped it, completing the bond of allegiance. What? The azure dragon has submitted? Jun Nanfeng was struck with immense fear, for this was the azure dragon, possessing the cultivation level of a sacred master and formidable defenses. Yet now, it was reduced to trembling at Li Yuan's mere words, opting to submit. In the Jun family, none dared to blaspheme, venerating it as an ancestor and considering it one of their foundations. In Tianqi City, the Jun family was utterly dumbfounded. They never anticipated that in the moment the deity of the sacred artifact revived, the azure dragon, bolstered by such power, could be so easily subdued by Li Yuan. Choosing submission. Chapter 77. The true foundation of the Jun family revealed. With the ancient beast, the azure dragon, recognizing its master, it was no longer affected by Li Yuan's heavenly Dao domain, and the chilling intent to kill dissipated. Those within the Jun family who had been clamoring for confrontation fell silent, gazing at Li Yuan with reverence akin to that of a deity. Within Tianqi City, the sacred artifact continued its resurgence. The deity born from the artifact fixated its gaze on Li Yuan, its expression turning exceedingly grave. Above the ancestral grounds of the Jun family, a divine light suddenly manifested. A portal appeared in the void, within which resided radiant spirit light and swirling immortal mist. The sacred earth of the Jun family had opened. Release Nanfeng, and you may depart, otherwise, face death. An ancient voice resonated from within the sacred earth of the Jun family, reverberating through heaven and earth. From within an ancient coffin in the sacred earth, a voice emerged. Though it seemed exceedingly domineering, in truth, the Jun family was choosing to concede. Li Yuan's methods instilled a fear that prevented the Jun family from engaging in a desperate battle, for this could shake the very foundations of their existence, leading them to lose everything they currently possessed, plummeting into despair. As a foundation, they naturally had only one opportunity to act. Many within the Jun family wished to speak. But upon witnessing the azure dragon tremble in submission, their fear of Li Yuan grew, leaving them no choice but to remain silent. As they no longer held the right to speak, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ji Jueqing's eyes, as if he could perceive the very fabric of reality. Who is that? Helian Wuming and Helian Hai's expressions turned to one of profound astonishment. They knew the Jun family was powerful, with unfathomable depths. But they had never imagined that the Jun family possessed such a sacred earth. The realm of the divine soil is exceptionally unique, within its depths. Time slows to a crawl, now a rarity in this world. Helian Wuming and Helian Hai are acutely aware that any being capable of entering the divine soil to slumber must be extraordinarily formidable, for otherwise, they would lack the requisite qualifications. After all, the power that conceals time is waning alongside the divine essence of the divine soil. Ji Jueqing retracted his gaze and remarked nonchalantly, within the divine soil of the Jun family lie two coffins. At this moment, one of them has awakened, housing a being of semi-saintly status. If my conjecture holds true, that would be Jun Hao. As for the other coffin, it remains inscrutable, sealed away for an exceedingly long time, and currently emits no aura. Perhaps the being within has turned to dust. Even Ji Jueqing, despite being a semi-saint, cannot pierce its mysteries. One semi-saint, coupled with a complete sacred artifact, poses a significant threat to our young master. What shall we do? Upon hearing this, Helian Hai's expression grew exceedingly grave. Sacred artifacts possess immense strength, but truly harnessing their full potential is no simple feat. However, should Jun Hao, the semi-saint of the Jun family, break free from his coffin and activate the sacred artifact, it could unleash at least 70% of its divine might. Seemingly modest, yet capable of melting the heavens and turning a 1,000-mile radius into desolation. Before Tianqi City, countless gazes were trained upon them, while Li Yuan maintained an air of serene composure. He had long predicted the existence of the ancient monstrosity within the Jun family's divine soil. Li Yuan showed no fear. On what grounds could a dying man intimidate him? Is a semi-saint truly formidable? The Jun family sought to seize my celestial bones, pursuing me relentlessly with the intent to annihilate the Li clan. Today, I have come solely to eradicate your Jun family. You ask me to release Jun Nanfeng. If I do, would I not lose face? You scheme for my celestial bones and still wish to live. What are you thinking, Jun family? Slap. As Li Yuan's words fell, he delivered a resounding slap to Jun Nanfeng's face. The strike was merciless, sending Jun Nanfeng's jaw flying. Li Yuan's eyes turned frigid as he glared. Jun Nanfeng, held in Li Yuan's grasp, let out a piercing wail. A mere semi-saint dares to threaten me, Li Yuan? Where does your confidence stem from? Slap. Li Yuan uttered once more, raising his hand for another brutal strike, causing half of Jun Nanfeng's face to collapse and a tooth to shatter, disintegrating mid-air into powder. Jun Nanfeng lost consciousness from the pain. Though a mighty being, even with his cultivation diminished, his body was as resilient as ancient weaponry, illustrating just how powerful Li Yuan had become. Do you believe that wielding a resurrected sacred artifact can slay me? Boom. Li Yuan lifted Jun Nanfeng by the hand and hurled him violently onto the back of the Songlong. Crack. Jun Nanfeng's leg shattered, waking him from his stupor with a harrowing scream. Li Yuan showed no hint of compassion, coldly addressing the Jun family's divine soil. Does it hurt? Did you consider my pain when you cast me aside, extracting my celestial blood and removing my celestial bones? How dare you? A furious voice erupted from within the divine soil. Boom. Li Yuan fixed his gaze upon the divine soil, lifting his foot to stomp mercilessly onto Jun Nanfeng's head. Without a moment's hesitation, boom, Jun Nanfeng's skull exploded under Li Yuan's foot. Li Yuan treated him as one would an ant, never sparing him a glance from beginning to end. The head of the Jun family, Jun Nanfeng, met his demise in such a manner, a fate unprecedented for a lord of an ancient lineage. The members of the Jun family were filled with unbridled rage. Come for my life, someone roared, rushing forth. Yet, none could approach Li Yuan. That Songlong's indomitable form swept through, transforming these individuals into a rain of blood. You old fool, I have slain Jun Nanfeng. What can you do? Li Yuan's voice reverberated through the heavens. Within Tianqi City, all who witnessed Li Yuan's ruthless execution of Jun Nanfeng were left in shock. At that moment, the city fell into an eerie silence, with none daring to voice their thoughts. They understood that today, Li Yuan had irrevocably forged an enmity with the Jun family, a vendetta that would not cease until one side perished. The Jun family, a timeless lineage, could never tolerate such affronts to their honor. Ha! Excellent, very good. For nearly 10 millennia, none have dared to provoke my Jun family so audaciously. Today, I, Jun Hao, shall see what courage you possess. To slay the head of my Jun family, I shall ensure your soul is suppressed, rendering you incapable of seeking life or death. Forever barred from reincarnation. A voice filled with wrath echoed from within the coffins of the Jun family's divine soil. Creak, creak. The coffin lid, seemingly forged from an incredibly heavy material, began to shift. An overwhelming aura erupted forth, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds as the coffin was gradually pushed open, revealing a figure, wild and frenzied, soaring from within. Towering and imposing, the ancient being exuded an aura that instilled fear, particularly from those piercing eyes that pierced the very soul. Swish. As Jun Hao's fierce gaze swept over, Ji Jueqing stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Hellion Wuming and Hellion High. While Hellion Wuming and Hellion High were not weak, facing the murderous intent of a semi-saint could lead to serious injury. As for Li Yuan, with the presence of the heavenly Dao domain, even a semi-saint could not affect him in the slightest. Ji Jueqing hastily warned, young master, be cautious. Jun Hao has mastered the eye of the immortal. Though it may not rival the heavy pupils, its power is formidable. He has previously slain saints. Ji Jueqing's expression was grave. To slay a saint with semi-saint cultivation speaks volumes of Jun Hao's extraordinary prowess. Jun Hao's gaze fixated on Li Yuan, gradually revealing his astonishment. With the eye of the immortal, Jun Hao, though not a saint himself, could still slay one. Upon looking at Li Yuan, he discerned the depths of his being. Realizing this, Jun Hao was profoundly shaken. You mean to say you are merely a practitioner of the four extremes? What treasures do you possess that allow you to slay a being of the saintly realm within my Jun family? Moreover, it is truly alarming. Your celestial bones have remarkably revived, and even I cannot perceive their essence. What a remarkable celestial bone. It is indeed a true celestial bone. I seem to glimpse a true immortal seated within your form. With such celestial bones, today, my resurrection is worthwhile. Seizing your celestial bones, my Jun family will undoubtedly give birth to an immortal, the first true immortal in 100,000 years. As Jun Hao fixated on Li Yuan, he stepped forth from the divine soil, the bloodlust gradually dissipating, replaced by insatiable greed. Are these truly celestial bones? Within Tianqi City, those who heard his words were astounded. The notion that Li Yuan had not only lost his celestial bones, but had instead allowed them to resurrect made him all the more formidable. Moreover, how could it be that Li Yuan's cultivation was merely at the four extremes? They struggled to believe it, yet dared not question Jun Hao's statement. Jun Hao, having attained the eye of the immortal, was not a saint, yet could slay saints. He would not lie, nor had he any reason to do so. What? Is this youth merely a practitioner of the four extremes? Then what treasures does he possess? The members of the Jun family, upon hearing this, were utterly exhilarated. From Jun Hao's words, they discerned that not only could they seize Li Yuan's reborn celestial bones to birth an immortal, but they could also acquire a supreme divine weapon, one capable of allowing a four extremes practitioner to slay a saintly power. Ji Jueqing, upon hearing this, was equally taken aback and cast a concerned glance at Li Yuan. However, he quickly regained his composure. He did not believe Jun Hao's words. While they seemed flawless, upon reflection, numerous flaws became evident. Whether it be the flawless sacred artifacts or the imperial weapons, both are exceedingly fearsome entities, beyond the capability of a mere four realms cultivator to wield. Moreover, Even if one could manage to channel such power, could a mere four realms cultivator withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from divine artifacts? Furthermore, on that fateful night in the Golden Divine City, Ji Jueqing witnessed Li Yuan forcefully refining the blood of the celestial calamity thunder beast. Capable of voraciously devouring the essence of celestial beasts, how could he merely be a four realms cultivator? Upon hearing that Jun Ha, the semi-saint of the Jun family, still harbored intentions to seize his celestial bone, Li Yuan erupted into laughter. Do you truly think you are worthy to claim my bone? Yet, as his laughter subsided, Li Yuan's voice turned chillingly cold, as if echoing from an ancient, frigid abyss. The agony of having one's bones excavated and marrow extracted is a pain only truly understood through experience. This thought brought forth vivid memories for Li Yuan. Although he had traversed through time, the torment of those recollections remained indelibly etched in his soul. Do you think you are worthy? Suppressing you, a mere four realms cultivator, is a trivial matter, wouldn't you agree? Even if you possess flawless sacred artifacts or even an imperial weapon, I, Jun Ha, need not rely on sacred artifacts to subdue you. You may have the means to suppress the sacred lord, but I, Jun Ha, am a semi-saint. Were it not for the constraints of heaven and earth, I would be a saint myself. And what is a saint? A single drop of blood can annihilate a sacred lord. Slaying you, a mere four realms cultivator, would be as effortless as plucking a flower. You underestimate the power of a saint. Jun Ha's tone was imbued with unparalleled arrogance. As he stepped forth from the divine soil, his aged visage began to fade, revealing a youthful appearance. Simultaneously, the vitality that had been waning surged within him, radiating with such intensity that the heavens trembled. Particularly striking were the eyes of Jun Ha, which became increasingly otherworldly as he rapidly rejuvenated. His left eye bore a black, demonic sun, while his right eye glowed with a blood moon. With a mere blink, it seemed as though the sun rose and the moon fell, with countless stars oscillating in the cosmic dance. My ancestors are invincible. My ancestors are invincible. My ancestors are invincible. As Jun Ha stepped forth, the inhabitants of Tianqi City fell to their knees in reverence, their faces alight with exhilaration. In legends, Jun Ha was said to be immensely powerful and terrifying, capable of slaying saints. Yet, witnessing Jun Ha's emergence from the divine soil and his rapid resurgence, they realized he was far more formidable than the tale suggested. Even Ji Jueqing, a semi-saint, was compelled to take 3 steps back in trepidation as he approached Jun Ha, a testament to Jun Ha's overwhelming strength. Among the assembled, only Li Yuan remained unaffected, as he gazed upon Jun Ha's advancing form. A murderous intent unlike any he had previously felt crept upon his lips. Upon hearing that Jun Ha sought to claim his bones, Li Yuan's murderous intent escalated. The ancient beast beneath him, the azure dragon, trembled violently, sensing the imminent danger and cracking beneath Li Yuan's overwhelming aura. As Li Yuan steed, it was clear that Li Yuan bore no ill will toward the azure dragon, yet the creature still quaked in fear, underscoring the terrifying nature of Li Yuan's presence. Fortunately, in the nick of time, Li Yuan's body began to levitate gently, sparing the azure dragon from a grim fate. Realizing Jun Ha was about to confront Li Yuan outside Tianqi City, the azure dragon hastily retreated to Ji Jueqing's side, where it found solace from the oppressive pressure. Finally, Jun Ha, with his blood and vitality surging and his eyes reflecting the celestial bodies, emerged from Tianqi City, hovering near Li Yuan and greedily eyeing the celestial bone upon his chest. Celestial bone, what a magnificent specimen. I can sense the aura of the divine. There is no mistaking it. At such a proximity, Jun Ha's celestial gaze sparkled with clarity as he observed Li Yuan's celestial bone, which indeed radiated a divine essence. This was due to Li Yuan having recently refined the blood of the celestial calamity thunder beast, allowing his celestial bone to undergo a transformation by absorbing the celestial blood. Having been tainted by celestial blood, it naturally exuded a divine aura. Celestial bone, what extraordinary fortune has the Jun family stumbled upon? With Junlin already possessing the heavy pupil and a piece of celestial bone, should he merge it with Li Yuan's reborn celestial bone, he may indeed possess the qualities of a celestial being. Within Tianqi City, the hearts of countless individuals surged with emotion, their gazes fixed upon the semi-saint Jun Ha, their eyes filled with envy. Even they yearned to seize Li Yuan's celestial bone, yet they lacked the ability and qualifications to do so. They could only watch, consumed by jealousy. With Jun Ha's arrival, the crowd felt that all hope was lost. Despite Li Yuan possessing an extraordinary treasure, his cultivation was merely at the Four Realms' secret realm, rendering any change impossible. Jun Ha possessed celestial sight, and none doubted that he would misjudge. Jun Ha sneered. Young one, you truly are a blessing for my Jun family. Your bone shall be graciously accepted by this saint. Though you are dead, you still live on, for your celestial bone remains. My Jun family will ensure it dominates this era. Jun Lin carries your celestial blood within him, and with the fusion of another celestial bone. The probability of success is 9 out of 10. Celestial bones harbor unparalleled divine powers. 2 celestial bones combined with the heavy pupil strength. Who could stand against such might? After confirming this, Junha could no longer contain himself and took a step forward. As a semi-saint from millennia past, his power was astonishing. Although his step appeared casual, it traversed countless distances, bringing him directly before Li Yuan. Boom! Countless divine powers cascaded from within Junha, suppressing the very fabric of this void and immobilizing Li Yuan. Simultaneously, within Tianqi City, an ancient bronze lamp levitated, its flame burning brightly, and the deity emanating from the lamp surged forth, unleashing a terrifying might that confronted Ji Jueqing, clearly unwilling to allow him to intervene in Junha's affairs. Though this deity had merely emerged from a sacred artifact, its might was formidable, rivaling that of a semi-saint. Even without anyone to command it, should a true saint wield the bronze lamp, the deity would unleash the power of a saint. Yet, this was merely the Jun family's energy sustaining the bronze lamp in its awakened state. Ji Jueqing could not help but furrow his brow. The prospect of circumventing the deity to aid Li Yuan had vanished. His focus shifted to safeguarding Hellion Wuming and his companions, while also waiting for the opportune moment to entangle the deity of the bronze lamp. A mere semi-saint held no interest for him, just as Ji Jueqing felt anxious. Li Yuan's voice resonated in his mind, instantly calming his turmoil. Boom! Ji Jueqing's aura erupted, transforming the skies into a golden ocean. He directly advanced toward the deity of the bronze lamp in an attempt to suppress it, albeit he refrained from exerting his full strength, biding his time for the right moment. All of this transpired within the blink of an eye. Junha, standing before Li Yuan with palpable disdain, was cloaked in radiant holy light, while his celestial eyes grew ever more bewitching, locking onto Li Yuan's primordial spirit. Junha extended his hand, aiming to seize Li Yuan's heart, evidently intending to forcibly extract the celestial bone from within Li Yuan's body, all while ensuring that Li Yuan's primordial spirit did not shatter, allowing him to experience the true meaning of suffering far worse than death. Junha's actions were exceedingly cruel, and a devilish smile danced upon his lips. However, the moment Junha's hand reached Li Yuan's chest, the haughty demeanor he once held vanished, replaced by sheer terror. For at that instant, Junha was horrified to discover that the Li Yuan he had once immobilized had vanished without a trace. Despite Junha's semi-saint cultivation and the assistance of his celestial sight, he remained oblivious to the anomaly. Li Yuan had simply disappeared. Junha had previously confirmed time and again that Li Yuan's cultivation was merely at the Four Extremes secret realm. Little did he anticipate such a bizarre turn of events, one that even his extensive knowledge could not comprehend. In that fleeting moment, Li Yuan had invoked the heavenly Tao divine art, and with such a divine technique at play, how could a semi-holy like Junha truly suppress him? At a higher elevation, Li Yuan's figure materialized, coldly gazing down upon Junha. Boom! In that instant, Li Yuan unleashed another divine technique, the unrivaled heavenly Tao domain, descending with an overwhelming force. Of course, Li Yuan never intended to rely solely on the heavenly Tao divine technique to eliminate Junha, for he was, after all, just at the Four Extremes secret realm and could not instantaneously vanquish a semi-holy. Moreover, should Junha, possessing semi-holy cultivation, regain his senses, he was likely to escape the confines of Li Yuan's heavenly Tao domain, particularly since Li Yuan's domain could only suppress an area of 3 miles. Once outside this range, Li Yuan's heavenly Tao domain would exert no influence over Junha whatsoever. What weapon is this? Junha marveled, realizing that this was not merely a weapon but a manifestation of domain power. How could a mere Four Extremes secret realm cultivator possibly wield such terrifying domain strength? As he felt his own cultivation dissipating, the boundless terror of the heavenly Tao power bore down upon him, and the calmness in his eyes vanished, replaced only by sheer panic. Junha activated his celestial eye, which allowed him to perceive the very fabric of the universe, capable of discerning all energies. In that moment, he glimpsed a sliver of hope. The celestial eye revealed that Li Yuan's domain power only enveloped a 3-mile radius, bringing a glimmer of joy to his expression. Yet, even with this newfound hope, Junha remained shaken. For through the lens of his celestial eye, he was horrified to find that Li Yuan's domain was flawless, devoid of any weaknesses. The prospect of breaking free from the domain's might appeared almost impossible. As his cultivation continued to fade, the heavenly Tao power pressed down upon him. In his terror, when he looked upon Li Yuan, he no longer saw a man, but rather a treasure beyond measure. Although Junha could not rely on his own strength to shatter Li Yuan's domain, he had the Jun family's sacred artifact, the bronze ancient lamp, at his disposal. Assist me. Junhao's consciousness reached out, immediately connecting with the deity manifested from his confrontation with Ji Jueqing, intending for both to strike together and pierce through Li Yuan's heavenly Dao domain momentarily. In the void, Li Yuan's eyes gleamed with derision. The heavenly Dao divine art he cultivated encompassed far more than just this. There existed another aspect of the heavenly Dao divine art that, while lacking offensive capabilities, allowed Li Yuan to perceive everything and deduce all. Junhao's thoughts had long since been anticipated by Li Yuan. At that moment, Li Yuan's voice resonated within Ji Jueqing's mind. Boom! Ji Jueqing, who had been poised and waiting, erupted into action, offering no opportunity for the deity to intervene. Witnessing this, Junhao's expression drastically altered. What nonsense about being a semi-holy? I shall cleave you in two. In the void, Li Yuan let out a cold, mocking laugh. At that critical juncture, Li Yuan waved his hand, and a divine formation materialized. He executed the heavenly Dao divine art formation, summoning two divine techniques that no alliance of deity and Junhao could hope to breach. The terrifying devouring power began to consume the energies of heaven and earth, horrific fluctuations rippling through the void, as a heavenly blade rapidly coalesced, prepared to strike. Boom, boom, boom. Observing this, Junhao acted swiftly, channeling his essence to the sun, causing the heavens to tremble as he unleashed a formidable attack. At the same time, divine light erupted from his eyes, yet still, he could not break through. In that moment, panic consumed Junhao, his face turning pale. His cultivation was vanishing. Break the formation, save me, he bellowed. At this critical moment, he could no longer maintain the aloofness befitting a semi-holy. He was not afraid, but he did not wish to die in vain. The urgent plea echoed through the void. What? The members of the Jun family were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had initially believed that with Junhao's intervention, Li Yuan would undoubtedly meet his demise. Yet in the blink of an eye, the once mighty Junhao was now pleading for assistance. Within the ancestral grounds of the Jun family, those who commanded the sacred artifact, the bronze ancient lamp, underwent a drastic change in countenance, burning their divine essence without hesitation to activate the lamp. The bronze ancient lamp soared forth, intent on breaking the formation. At that moment, the city of Tianxi erupted into chaos. Figures were left in utter shock. Who could have imagined that the imperious Junhao would seek salvation? Junhao was pleading for help. Junhao was indeed asking for aid. What was Li Yuan's hidden trump card? How could something so formidable exist, of which the world had no prior knowledge? In the realm of blade arts, achieving the status of a saint or emperor was exceedingly difficult. Among the sacred and imperial artifacts, there had never been mention of such an item. As the Jun family's sacred artifact made its move, the question arose, could that blade withstand the might of the bronze ancient lamp? Everyone stood frozen, their limited cultivation preventing them from perceiving that Li Yuan was employing a formation, mistaking the heavenly blade for a divine weapon. As the Jun family's sacred artifact emerged, they were eager to witness which would prove superior. Buzz! The bronze ancient lamp shattered through the void, the very fabric of space beginning to tear. The flame of the lamp blazed brighter, its sacred might descending with the intent to annihilate Li Yuan. In that instant, the heavens transformed crimson, as terrifying divine flames enveloped the cosmos, seeming poised to melt and incinerate all. This strike burned through 1,000,000 pounds of essence. Clang! Yet, as the bronze ancient lamp approached Li Yuan, a deafening sound resonated. The divine formation he had invoked remained unscathed, successfully blocking the attack. Li Yuan stood unfazed, his demeanor one of amusement, laughter spilling forth with unabashed joy. As the bronze ancient lamp rushed forth, the divine formation swiftly absorbed the divine flames, converting them into its own power, solidifying the heavenly blade formed by the array. Witnessing this scene, Junhao's eyes widened in horror. What had begun as a plea for help had devolved into a desperate call for death. No, he dared not utter a low cry. In the void, the fully solidified heavenly Dao descended with fatal intent. Under the might of the divine formation, even with his semi-holy cultivation, Junhao possessed no means of defense. The heavenly blade cut through, cleaving open his brow, severing both his primordial spirit and physical form in an instant. The echoes of his unwillingness and despair reverberated through the heavens and earth. No, at that moment, the Jun family also cried out in anguished defiance. This was their semi-holy, now slain before their eyes. Li Yuan, indifferent to the chaos around him, reached out to seize the bronze ancient lamp, aiming to suppress it in that very moment. Not good. Recall the sacred artifact. One of the Jun family's elders bellowed, sacrificing himself in a desperate attempt to summon the lamp back. Chapter 79. The Annihilation of the Jun Family. The bronze ancient lamp, en route to strike Li Yuan, was summoned back in an instant. However, the deity born from the lamp's essence failed to return in time. Li Yuan had anticipated this turn of events. With a wave of his hand, he formed an array that ensnared the deity outside Tianqi City, preventing its return to the bronze ancient lamp. What? What kind of means is this? That is a deity. The deity of a sacred artifact, yet it has been trapped. What is a deity? It is not controlled by a saint. Have you forgotten that even the semi-holy Junhao was ensnared? My greatest curiosity lies in how Li Yuan achieved all this. I have a feeling that he relies not on any artifact, but perhaps on the divine abilities birthed from the celestial bones within him. Inside Tianqi City, astonishment gripped everyone. All eyes were fixed on Li Yuan, their faces etched with disbelief. Celestial bone divine abilities? Those surrounding him fell into contemplation. In the ancestral grounds of the Jun family, the countenances of numerous figures darkened with malevolence, their expressions reflecting grim dismay. They had anticipated that their profound heritage would deliver a decisive blow. Yet it had failed to harm Li Yuan, instead cornering the Jun family into a desperate predicament. Now, even the divine artifact was ensnared by Li Yuan, significantly diminishing the might of the ancient bronze lamp. In the void outside the city, Li Yuan dispatched Junhao, suppressing the deity. With a swift motion, he grasped the remnants of Junhao's semi-saint blood, a few precious drops, into his hand. Upon absorption, this semi-saint blood bestowed upon Li Yuan a remarkable enhancement to both his corporeal form and realm of existence. Was Junhao truly destined to perish like this? Indeed, the means employed by the young master were beyond the capacity of a mere Junhao to resist. Ji Jueqing surveyed the subdued deity and then the lifeless body of Junhao, whispering softly. He had long witnessed the inscrutable prowess of Li Yuan. It was time to bring this to a conclusion. Li Yuan gazed upon the city of Tianqi, a chilling aura manifesting within his eyes. The covetous intentions of Junhao only intensified Li Yuan's murderous intent. Li Yuan, how about we end this here? You have already slain a semi-saint of my Jun family. Now, with your rebirth of celestial bones, you have incurred no loss. If not for the ambitions of my Jun family, you would not have achieved such formidable divine abilities. A voice echoed from the Jun family's ancestral land. Despite their reluctance, fear had taken root in their hearts, compelling them to refrain from further conflict with Li Yuan. Should they persist, the Jun family would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses. Their sole desire now was to stall Li Yuan, buying time to plot his demise. Witnessing Li Yuan's various stratagems today, they perceived his inscrutable methods as celestial bone techniques, planning to scheme for the acquisition of Li Yuan's celestial bones. The capabilities exhibited by Li Yuan were simply too astonishing and coveted. Ha ha ha. Yet, Li Yuan, hearing these words, erupted in furious laughter. Yet, within that laughter, an inexorable killing intent simmered. Are you suggesting that I should express gratitude to the Jun family? Thank you for your benevolent act of extracting bones, marrow, and blood. As Li Yuan's voice reverberated, Ji Jueqing, Helian Wuming, and others involuntarily trembled, sensing the sheer terror of Li Yuan's wrath at that moment. Is it not so? Li Yuan, let us conclude this. Even if your celestial bone techniques are enigmatic, should this continue, it shall be a struggle to the death. If you do not depart, then let us face destruction together. My Jun family is not to be trifled with. Moreover, breaching the formations of my Jun family's divine city is no trivial matter. Once more, the voice emanated from the Jun family's ancestral land, still audacious. Is that so? How absurd. Do you believe your Jun family possesses the right to seek mutual annihilation? I have come here to eradicate your Jun family. With Li Yuan's declaration, he ceased further discourse and, with a single step, vanished from sight. The defensive divine array of Tianqi City was formidable, a source of confidence for the Jun family. Although they had witnessed Li Yuan's bizarre methods, they still believed they could delay for some time. However, the next moment, the Jun family was left aghast. For Li Yuan had stepped forth, appearing directly within Tianqi City, completely disregarding the protective divine array. Witnessing this scene, all present fell into a stupor, lost in astonishment. Who would have imagined that Li Yuan could so effortlessly bypass the barriers of Tianqi City's array? With a wave of his hand, he formed a rays. Whether it was sword chi soaring into the heavens, or flames incinerating the void, or thunder descending upon the world, terrifying assaults erupted. Within Tianqi City, the ancient castles, divine islands, and celestial warships suspended in the ether were instantly obliterated. Countless core members of the Jun family were reduced to mere powder. The city gates were breached, creating a gaping hole. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Helian Wuming and others instantly displayed joy. Previously, Helian Wuming had pondered how to infiltrate the city, contemplating whether to employ hidden pieces from the Helian family, yet never anticipating that Li Yuan possessed such means. Kill. Helian Wuming and Helian Hai surged into the city, roaring fiercely. Both had attained the level of Saint Masters, and upon entering the city, a torrential downpour of blood ensued, rendering the Jun family utterly defenseless. Simultaneously, as Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai stormed into the city, countless figures soared into the air, catching the Jun family completely off guard. Some divine islands and ancient castles were directly ambushed and destroyed. This was the might of the Hellion family's infiltration into Tianqi City. Throughout the journey, Li Yuan and his companions had not been able to arrive at full speed, all for this moment. The Jun family, a time-honored lineage, possessed formidable depth. To obliterate them entirely was no simple feat. Hellion family, my Jun family shall not rest until we are dead. The ancestral grounds of the Jun family echoed with the anguished cries of ancestors, their animosity toward the Hellion family far surpassing that toward Li Yuan. The defeat was catastrophic. The members of the Jun family were harvested like wheat, with no mercy shown, for this was a war of extermination. Should they fail to eradicate the Jun family today, it would be the Hellion family and the Golden Divine City that would face annihilation next. The Hellion family appeared to hold absolute dominance, yet many still perished, reduced to mere powder. And this was all occurring under the watch of Li Yuan and Ji Jueqing. Li Yuan, a solitary figure, resembled a sharp blade, barreling toward the Jun family's ancestral grounds. Everywhere he passed, all obstructive forces and barriers crumbled into dust. Ji Jueqing's poisonous arts found their full expression, akin to an unbridled harvest. Within Tianqi City, the wails of the tormented echoed incessantly. As he approached the Jun family's ancestral grounds, the ancient bronze lamp finally erupted, halting the advance. The ancient ancestor awakens. Above the sacred soil of the Jun family, countless sources were piled beside the final coffin, striving to awaken the ancient being within. As they burned the sources, they persistently endeavored to rouse the ancient ancestor. In this dire hour, the only hope to thwart Li Yuan and Ji Jueqing lay in awakening the ancient ancestor. Otherwise, the Jun family faced certain annihilation. Ha ha ha. Do not cling to illusions. He is already dead. The Jun family's misdeeds have led to their own demise. Today marks the day of your extinction. Ward a member of the Hellion family. If you wish to annihilate my Jun family, then let us face destruction together. An ancient ancestor of the Jun family, seeing the ancient being still unable to awaken, howled in desperation as Li Yuan drew near the sacred soil. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated as an ancient seal was shattered. Torrents of demonic energy surged into the sky, swallowing countless members of the Jun family within, their anguished cries echoing as their flesh and blood vanished, transforming into desiccated bones. Wherever the demonic energy spread, annihilation ensued. Even the grass and trees withered in haste. Witnessing this, the Hellion family members were engulfed in trepidation. Even Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai's expressions shifted. Ji Jueqing, observing the unfolding scene, was equally struck with profound astonishment. The ancient demon, long suppressed within the Jun family's sacred source, had awakened. Such a powerful ancient demon must have been brought forth by the Jun family's ancestors from the ancient Forbidden Lands. Now, with the ancient bronze lamp shattering its seal, it was evident they sought to awaken the ancient demon to bury all, demonstrating the Jun family's ruthlessness. Within Tianqi City, regardless of enemies or innocents, anyone encountering the demonic energy was reduced to mere bones. The ancient demon's emergence made no distinction between friend or foe, obliterating all, devouring all vitality in an attempt to revive. Find Li Yuan. Together, we shall perish. This ancient demon, unearthed from the primordial divine mind, carries with it a terrifying curse. The demise of the Jun family is imminent. Let us perish together. The patriarch of the Jun family, filled with resentment, bellowed in rage. All the formidable warriors of the Jun family activated the bronze ancient lamp, launching a fierce assault towards Li Yuan, determined to ensnare him momentarily. As long as Li Yuan was unable to extricate himself, he was destined to die today. The patriarch harbored no illusion that Li Yuan possessed any means to alter this dire situation. However, as they charged towards him, the elders of the Jun family were struck with profound unease upon witnessing Li Yuan's calm demeanor. My lord, the bronze ancient lamp has lost its divine essence, and its power has diminished significantly. I will hold it at bay for a moment. With your unparalleled speed, you shall assuredly escape. I, Ji Jueqing, may perish, but you must live. In this tumultuous era, amidst chaos and darkness, if humanity lacks a figure of your caliber, it will face extinction. The heavens are shifting. Those ancient forbidden zones are on the verge of awakening the ancestral beings of the myriad races. If there is no one to suppress them, humanity will once again become fodder for the myriad races. Seeing this, Ji Jueqing chose to obstruct the bronze ancient lamp. Buying time for Li Yuan. For Li Yuan, and for the survival of humanity, Ji Jueqing wore an expression of solemn determination. Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai fell silent at this, refraining from interference. They had come to understand that within the slumbering realm of the myriad races, some were beginning to awaken, yet remained concealed. Though humanity appeared strong, possessing numerous sacred grounds, thousands of years ago, this world was ruled by myriad races while humanity was as insignificant as ants. During the ancient calamity, the heavens underwent a great transformation. The myriad races sealed themselves with divine essence and fell into slumber, granting humanity a chance to flourish. Yet now, humanity lacks an emperor. Should the myriad races awaken, they would possess countless saints, numerous great saints, and possibly even ancient sovereigns on par with the emperors of humanity, placing humanity at an undeniable disadvantage. Unless a great emperor emerges from humanity, there is no hope for the future. Even the sacred grounds, with their imperial weapons, would have to submit. As Lian Wuming stepped forward, Li Yuan calmly stated, "There is no need. A mere ancient demon can be slain with a wave of my hand. I speak of the annihilation of the Jun family today, not of mutual destruction. Furthermore, the Jun family lacks the qualification for such a fate." Li Yuan's tone was laced with disdain as he gazed at the elders of the Jun family who were wielding the bronze ancient lamp. Today, the Jun family would meet its end. With a resounding voice, Li Yuan unleashed his divine powers, seizing control of the bronze ancient lamp. A deafening roar echoed as the lamp trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying sacred power that radiated in all directions. The elders of the Jun family, who had activated the lamp, were instantly reduced to dust, their voices silenced, along with the void and divine soil, which crumbled away in an instant. All the high-ranking members of the Jun family were obliterated. This was the might of a sacred artifact. The ancient demons rampaging through the city witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with madness before being replaced by terror as they turned and fled. Upon seeing the bronze ancient lamp unleash its power, none dared linger. The current ancient demons were weakened beyond recognition and could not withstand a sacred artifact. "You cannot escape," Li Yuan coldly scoffed. How could the ancient demons, who had tasted blood, be granted a chance at life? In the void, the flames of the bronze ancient lamp surged, transforming into a fire dragon. With a mighty roar, it traversed the land, incinerating all demonic energy in its path. The once formidable ancient demons were consumed whole, their essence swallowed, restoring the heavens to normalcy. Lian Wuming and the others were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom how Li Yuan could wield the Jun family's sacred artifact, a symbol of their lineage. The 8th chapter, Hidden Identities. Lian Wuming and Ji Jueqing were parched with fear. This was a sacred weapon. They even questioned whether what they beheld was an illusion. After all, the bronze ancient lamp belonged to the Jun family. How could Li Yuan so effortlessly control it? Even in the hands of the Jun family, it had failed to unleash its full potential, yet under Li Yuan's command, it exhibited its true might. As they gazed at the shattered Tianqi city, the hearts of the three trembled uncontrollably. If this were indeed reality, what realm did Li Yuan inhabit? To manipulate an opponent's sacred artifact was utterly terrifying. Thus, wherever Li Yuan went, which power would dare to wield a sacred weapon? Ji Jueqing, this bronze ancient lamp is now yours. However, mastering it will not be easy. I advise you to eradicate the imprisoned deity and cultivate a deity of your own. After all, this deity was nurtured by the ancient saints of the Jun family and may turn against you in times of crisis, leading to certain death. Li Yuan extended his hand, suppressing the bronze ancient lamp, rendering it dormant, and tossed it to Ji Jueqing. Caught off guard by the sudden gift of the sacred artifact, Ji Jueqing scrambled to catch it. This was a sacred weapon, not mere refuse. Unlike Li Yuan, he lacked the mastery of divine arts. Lian Wuming and Lian Hai watched in shock and envy. This was indeed a sacred artifact, casually bestowed upon Ji Jueqing. However, amid their astonishment, Lian Hai and Lian Wuming exchanged glances filled with delight. Following Li Yuan, it was evident they too would reap immense benefits. At the same time, they realized that what they had just witnessed was no illusion. Otherwise, Li Yuan could not so easily manipulate a sacred artifact. Their breaths quickened. "Brother Wuming, Brother Hai, it is time for the world to enter Nanjing. The Jun family possesses numerous branches and assets. Relying solely on the Lian family would be insufficient," Li Yuan declared. Lian Wuming promptly agreed. The Lian family, by absorbing the Jun family's Tianqi city, could elevate themselves to a first-rate family. However, absorbing the remaining assets would clearly take time. As an ancient family with a heritage spanning nearly 10 millennia, the Jun family's assets were vast. Yet now, with Tianqi city in ruins, both allies and enemies of the Jun family would take action against its branches and holdings, enticed by the innumerable benefits, such as human nature. Li Yuan did not immediately proceed to the Heavenly Tao Academy, but instead entered the ancestral grounds of the Jun family, where the divine soil had crumbled. However, The powers of the Jun family's divine soil had not yet completely dissipated. This was an excellent place for cultivation. I shall enter seclusion for a while. I leave the ensuing matters to you. Li Yuan left behind a single sentence. Ji Jueqing said nothing. Following Li Yuan's counsel to eradicate the original deity of the bronze ancient lamp, intending to cultivate a deity of his own, he sat cross-legged above the ancestral grounds. Guarding Li Yuan, more members of the He Lian family arrived, beginning to transport the Jun family's resources. As an ancient family, the Jun family's foundations were formidable, with carts of essence, carts of spiritual herbs, and tomes of martial arts being sent to the He Lian family's ancestral grounds via the Jun family's void warships. The He Lian disciples were nearly lost in the endless bounty of essence and spiritual stones. He Lian Hai and He Lian Wuming shared no words. Even they felt somewhat adrift in this moment. The rewards of this venture were simply overwhelming. Simultaneously, the annihilation of the Jun family sent shockwaves through the region. This was an ancient family, a family with a sacred artifact. News of the Jun family's destruction also reached the Heavenly Tao Academy. Director, the Jun family has been obliterated. Reported a figure entering an ancient palace. The elderly man seated in meditation opened his eyes, a chilling terror radiating from him. What did you say? The Jun family has been destroyed. How is that possible? Has a sacred ground intervened? How dare they show such disrespect to the Heavenly Tao Academy? The elder possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the Jun family. Should their annihilation occur, it would necessitate the intervention of a sacred entity. However, at present, Jun Lin is being meticulously nurtured by the Tiandao Institute, even entering the ancient sacred academy that has remained dormant for 30 millennia. It is destined that he shall become the head of the Tiandao Institute, embodying the grandeur of an emperor. To oppose the Tiandao Institute is tantamount to challenging a future emperor. Thus, the notion of extinguishing the Jun family now seems utterly irrational. It is no mere sacred entity, but rather the Hellion clan, the newcomer interjected. The Hellion clan? How is that conceivable? The Hellion clan is but a second-rate family, vastly inferior to the Jun family. They would merely face annihilation at the hands of the Juns. Now, after 10,000 years, a family founded by a servant could not possibly provoke the wrath of the Zhanglong Imperial Palace. The Zhanglong Imperial Palace was established by the progenitor of the Hellion clan. While others may be unaware, the head of the Tiandao Institute is acutely cognizant of the Hellion clan's origins. Their ancestor was merely a servant tasked with nurturing the emperor's spiritual pets. The Hellion clan would not warrant the Zhanglong Imperial Palace's attention. In fact, it is likely that the palace has forgotten the existence of such a subordinate force altogether. Moreover, the Zhanglong Imperial Palace currently has significant matters to attend to, rendering it improbable that they would seek to annihilate the Jun family and thereby invite a formidable adversary in the future. The emperor of the Zhanglong Imperial Palace has long since transcended, and the palace itself is preoccupied with securing its own survival amidst the impending upheaval of the world, with myriad races set to awaken. This information has been corroborated multiple times. It is indisputable. It is indeed the Hellion clan that occupies Tianqi City. The Taoist spoke again, initially incredulous upon learning this news, for it seemed too astounding. Do you think it plausible? Could it be that the Hellion clan is allied with some hidden force lurking in the shadows? The head of the Tiandao Institute's gaze deepened. It is possible. Furthermore, this matter also pertains to our Tiandao Institute. The recent destruction of Tianqi City bears the shadow of Li Yuan from the Shuilong territory, the one who manifested the immortal bone. Astonishingly, he remains alive. Accompanying the Hellion clan in this endeavor is the half-mad Ji Jueqing. However, it seems that Ji Jueqing has since regained his sanity. The Taoist dared not withhold any details, recounting the situation in its entirety. However, the Tiandao Institute's information is limited, as the Hellion clan has deliberately concealed certain facts, and many memories within Tianqi City have been altered. Li Yuan is on the verge of journeying to the Tiandao Institute. Naturally, he would not allow the Institute to discern the specific circumstances. The Tiandao Institute is immensely powerful, undoubtedly superior to the Jun family. Is he still alive? Such a worthless Jun family could not even eliminate a single useless individual? How have those below managed this? This individual's identity is far from simple. Upon hearing this, the head of the Tiandao Institute's expression darkened. After seizing the bone, he had commanded the eradication of Li Yuan. Yet the fact that Li Yuan still breathes fills him with profound ire. A mere weakling, in charge of a mere territory, was deemed inconsequential. He had dispatched an elder and some members of the Jun family to handle the situation, as direct action against the Shuilong territory would seem excessive. Yet, who could have anticipated that Fulu would falter and ultimately be extinguished? Director, is not the Shuilong territory merely a minor domain? Why do you regard it with such trepidation? Is there some secret behind the Shuilong territory? The Taoist inquired, voicing his lingering perplexity. Upon hearing of Fulu's demise, the head of the Tiandao Institute's gaze grew even more profound. He was aware of Fulu's origins, as it was a branch of the Shura killing hall, continuously gathering information. The head of the Tiandao Institute's demeanor grew grave, furrowing his brow as he stated, "Perhaps the imperial dynasty has intervened from the shadows, selecting the Hellion clan as a pawn. Yet, this does not add up. If it were indeed the imperial dynasty's agents, why the need for such concealment? If individuals from the imperial dynasty had come to the northern region, it would be impossible for no factions to be aware of it." The head of the Tiandao Institute found himself unable to comprehend. Is this individual connected to the central continent's imperial dynasty? The Taoist beside him, upon hearing this, underwent a drastic change in countenance. The imperial dynasty of the central continent is no ordinary dynasty. It is an unparalleled force bearing the legacy of emperors. The central continent is a place of trepidation for the world, a true realm of dragons soaring high, with a legacy spanning nearly 100,000 years. Possessing a supreme divine court and ancient ancestral temples that endure to this day. There is some connection. Over a decade ago, a sovereign-level powerhouse from the imperial dynasty descended upon Tiandao, abducting Li Yuan's parents. It appears that Li Yuan's mother is of royal blood. The head of the Tiandao Institute's expression darkened. The Taoist, puzzled, queried, "But this still does not explain everything. If Li Yuan's mother is indeed of royal lineage, why was Li Yuan left behind and not taken? Could it be that their lineage was vanquished amidst the royal strife? If that is the case, there is no need for fear. Now that the Sacred Academy has opened, it is time for our Tiandao Institute to reclaim its ancient glory." Upon hearing this, the Taoist's expression lightened. The news of Li Yuan's mother being abducted no longer held significance. Now, contemplating such matters would alter nothing. However, this individual must die. The acquisition of the royal bloodline's immortal bone must remain concealed. Perhaps Li Yuan was not taken because his existence was overlooked. The imperial dynasty cannot be trifled with, and there must not be any trace of this matter. Internal strife among the royals is one matter, yet the authority of the imperial dynasty is not to be challenged. Not even those sacred grounds with the legacy of emperors would dare to offend lightly. Immediately dispatch individuals to Tianxi City to secretly eliminate this child. I do not believe any imperial powerhouse would descend upon the northern region. If they truly did, they would surely reveal themselves. The head of the Tiandao Institute's voice turned frigid, and he subsequently closed his eyes once more, sinking into a meditative state. At present, he stands on the precipice of a breakthrough, and in his eyes, Li Yuan is merely a callow youth, unworthy of his direct intervention. In Tianxi City, Li Yuan and his companions were engaged in revelry, having nearly resolved their affairs. Had it not been for Li Yuan's intention to assist Ji Jueqing in nurturing a new deity, which required some time, he would have already set forth for the Tiandao Institute. "Young master, when shall we proceed to the Tiandao Institute?" Hellion Wuming, knowing the inevitability of this journey, inquired aloud. It was impossible for Hellion Wuming to be unafraid of the Tiandao Institute, for despite its decline, it bears a legacy that stretches back too long. This is the very realm of the Taoist tradition. Nevertheless, Hellion Wuming chose to place his trust in Li Yuan. Li Yuan replied, "Tomorrow, once Ji Jueqing's deity is fully stabilized, we shall make our way to the Tiandao Institute. The Tiandao Institute is not to be underestimated. Yet those who deserve to die must meet their end. Regrettably, I am currently unable to eliminate Junlin." After deducing that he could not slay Junlin, Li Yuan refrained from hastening to the Tiandao Institute. Could it be that the sages of the Tiandao Institute are truly still alive? Hellion Hai, misinterpreting Li Yuan's words, hastily inquired. Li Yuan clarified, "No, the sages of the ancient Sacred Academy have long since vanished. All that remains are traces preserved by the Academy's unique nature. The reason I cannot eliminate Junlin is that I am currently unable to pinpoint the location of the ancient Sacred Academy. The ancient Sacred Academy is not a fixed place. Rather, it is a unique small world that traverses the boundless expanse of time and space. It is the legacy left behind by the sages." Upon hearing Li Yuan's explanation, Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai could not help but display expressions of concern. Presently, the Hellion clan has obliterated the Jun family. Should Junlin remain alive, the Hellion clan cannot find solace. Junlin possesses the potential to ascend as an emperor. In this present age, one has ventured into the ancient Sacred Academy for cultivation, and the future promises to be extraordinarily formidable. Fear not. It shall not affect the Hellion family. Noticing the concern etched on the faces of Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai, Li Yuan smiled reassuringly. Given Li Yuan's remarkable pace of cultivation, it would not be long before he could secure a place within the ancient Sacred Academy. The desire to annihilate Junlin was one of the original owner's lingering obsessions, which, upon merging completely with Li Yuan, transformed into his own fervent aspiration. Chapter 81, indeed. It entails the extraction of bones and marrow. Thank you, young Master Li. Upon hearing this, Helian Wuming instantly sighed in relief, with Li Yuan's assurance. He could finally set his mind at ease. Young Master, I shall attend to some matters. We will depart for the Tiandao Academy tomorrow. Helian Wuming rose to leave. As the head of the family, he had numerous affairs to manage, especially since the Helian family had just seized Tianqi City. Within the hall, only Helian Hai and Li Yuan remained. The obliteration of the Jun family did not leave Li Yuan empty-handed. Presently, Li Yuan had achieved the pinnacle of the Four Extremes secret realm. He chose not to break through, as he desired to reach the utmost limits in every realm. The ultimate limit of the Four Extremes secret realm was rather peculiar, coupled with the state of his physical body. Breaking through required not merely the source, but also an array of exceptionally rare materials. As Li Yuan and Helian Hai indulged in their libations within the hall, Helian Hai's expression turned icy. Young Master, I must step out to handle something. As the Holy Master, Helian Hai had become aware of certain anomalies. Someone was approaching the ancient hall with a murderous intent. Although they were adept at concealing themselves, Helian Hai still perceived their presence. This was the Helian family's territory, and anyone daring to intrude would certainly provoke his ire. Proceed, but do not stir any ripples, Li Yuan said with an air of calm, seemingly unconcerned. You are correct, young Master. I merely fear that the bloodshed might dampen your mood, Helian Hai replied, taking a seat once more. The intruders, regardless of their strength, would find themselves dispatched by Helian Hai should they enter the ancient hall. As for the Holy Master-level cultivator, with Li Yuan present, they would hardly incite any turmoil. Considering Li Yuan's prowess in effortlessly slaying semi-holy beings, the atmosphere in the hall resumed its previous tranquility, the sound of the guqin continuing as if none of the disturbances outside had been sensed. Meanwhile, individuals were rushing toward the ancient hall, employing a unique secret technique that even the Helian family's guards failed to detect. Upon sensing one individual's aura, a glint of coldness flickered in Li Yuan's eyes. This person had surfaced when Li Yuan underwent the extraction of his bones. It was evident that those outside hailed from the Tiandao Academy. Li Yuan had not anticipated that before he could seek trouble with the Tiandao Academy, their members had already arrived. The distance between the two parties continued to diminish. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters, and soon, they all entered the ancient hall. These individuals were exceedingly cautious upon entering. They refrained from immediately attacking, opting instead to employ the sound of the guqin to mask their movements while setting up a formation. This formation was extraordinary, possessing not only immense offensive capabilities, but also the ability to render any sounds occurring within undetectable. The Holy Master remained outside the hall, concealed within the void, as if he had melded with the fabric of space itself. His aura was perfectly restrained. It was clear that he was a contingency. Should the individuals entering the hall fail in their endeavor, it would be at that moment he would reveal himself. The Shura killing hall, is it? Li Yuan sensed a familiar aura emanating from this individual. He had once eradicated an ancient fiend from the Shura killing hall. Thus, he was well acquainted with the murderous energy cultivated by its practitioners. After a brief moment, once all preparations were complete, the members of the Tiandao Academy activated the formation. A thunderous roar enveloped the hall, and the several young women playing the guqin were instantly transformed into a mist of blood, swiftly silenced. Within the hall, Li Yuan and Helian Hai appeared oblivious to the upheaval, continuing their revelry. How audacious! Do they truly believe the Helian family is but clay to be molded? After taking a sip of wine, Helian Wuming set down his cup and remarked languidly, You are undeniably formidable, I must concede. Your talent is remarkable. Had I not witnessed it myself, who would have thought Helian Hai had already ascended to the Holy Master level? No wonder you have the audacity to strike against the Jun family. Yet, how unfortunate. Even with the Holy Master at your side, it avails you nothing. For we have already poisoned the wine. Try utilizing your powers if you dare. Originally, you were not the target today, but your mere presence here provides the perfect opportunity to eliminate you. Jun Lin will surely be pleased, and I might also reap substantial benefits, as the Helian family bears its share of responsibility in the Jun family's downfall. A figure emerged from the formation, casting a scornful glance at Helian Hai. As for Li Yuan, he did not spare him a second glance. In his eyes, Li Yuan was too youthful. What strength could he possibly possess? Moreover, they had laced the wine with a tasteless and odorless poison, lethal even to holy masters, let alone Li Yuan. Helian Hai had long sensed the danger and thus refrained from consuming any. Li Yuan set down his goblet, a cold smile gracing his lips. Elder Yuan, how do you do? I trust you remember me. This individual was none other than the elder from the Tiandao Academy. His aura and visage forever etched in Li Yuan's memory. Li Yuan, of course I remember. Not long ago, I personally participated in the extraction of your celestial bone. How could I ever forget you? I presumed you perished long ago, yet it seems that the Li Heng lineage is truly inept, and Fengyu Tower is equally feeble, failing to end your life and allowing you to endure until now. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous. To personally conclude your life shall be quite satisfying, Yuan Hao sneered, fixating his gaze upon Li Yuan. As he spoke, he approached Li Yuan step by step. Upon learning that Li Yuan still drew breath, Yuan Hao's heart fluttered with trepidation. After all, the extraction of celestial bones was a feat that could claim even the most powerful beings, yet Li Yuan had survived and re-entered the path of cultivation. As Yuan Hao's voice echoed, he advanced toward Li Yuan, reaching out to grasp his neck in a humiliating display, intent on lifting him up. However, halfway through his motion, horror washed over Yuan Hao's face. Crack. Without a trace of aura or fluctuation, the hall appeared devoid of any figures. Yet, Yuan Hao suddenly felt as if a mountain had descended upon him, utterly powerless to resist as his legs were crushed, forcing him to kneel before Li Yuan. The agony of shattered bones elicited a wretched howl from Yuan Hao. Simultaneously, gazing into Li Yuan's frigid eyes, he was engulfed in overwhelming anxiety. Yuan Hao, is this excruciating? Compared to the extraction of bones and marrow, how does this measure? Li Yuan regarded him with a chilling smile. Li Yuan, what do you intend to do? Yuan Hao's countenance turned ghastly pale upon hearing Li Yuan's words. His motive for coming today was not merely to kill Li Yuan, but also to uncover the forces behind him. Moreover, the ability to suppress Yuan Hao in an instant without revealing any aura indicated a significant threat. The hall possessed a formation, and it was evident that those within had detected nothing. Do you wish to know what I plan to do? Naturally. It is the extraction of bones and marrow, Li Yuan replied with a sardonic laugh, addressing Helion Hai. Helion Hai finally comprehended why Li Yuan had allowed these individuals to enter the hall and immediately proclaimed, "Rest assured, young master. I too am intrigued and wish to partake in this endeavor, even if one cannot wield their cultivation. Extracting a piece of spiritual bone from the suppressed Yuan Hao's body is an exceedingly simple task." Chapter 82. Are you insane? Li Yuan, do you dare? Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Yuan Hao was filled with terror, his soul nearly escaping him. Why wouldn't he dare? In his current state, could he still resist? Li Yuan, dismissive of Yuan Hao's threats, regarded him with contempt, hardly taking him seriously. At this moment, Li Yuan yearned solely to make Yuan Hao experience the excruciating pain of having his bones excavated, to have him understand the torment he endured when his celestial bone was taken. Yuan Hao, have you ever contemplated that you would arrive at this day? Helion Hai approached Yuan Hao, a glimmer of coldness appearing at the corners of his mouth. Were it anyone else, Helion Hai might have felt a pang of reluctance at the cruelty of the act. After all, it was undeniably brutal. However, in the case of Yuan Hao, Helion Hai felt no such qualms, for in his eyes, Yuan Hao was not a human being, but merely a beast. Extracting a bone from a beast's body evoked no sense of guilt within Helion Hai whatsoever. With a swift motion, Helion Hai seized Yuan Hao's robe, tearing it apart. In the same instant, a short blade manifested in Helion Hai's hand. Unable to threaten Li Yuan effectively, Yuan Hao now attempted to intimidate Helion Hai, aware that the Helion family was far less formidable than the Heavenly Tao Academy. Helion Hai, you are quite bold. I am an elder of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, you will certainly meet your demise, and your Helion family shall face the same fate. Depart, leave at once. We have come here today solely to deal with Li Yuan. You are of no concern to us. Yuan Hao's eyes blazed with terrifying murderous intent as he directly threatened Helion Hai. In response, Helion Hai chuckled. Yuan Hao, are you foolish or am I? My Helion family has already annihilated the Jun family. Do you truly believe we would consider reconciling with your Heavenly Tao Academy? The future head of the academy is Junlin. My Helion family has long-standing enmity with you, one that is irreconcilable. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao nearly wet himself, suddenly recalling this critical detail. In a frantic bid, he implored, Helion Hai, you must believe me. If you save me today and eliminate Li Yuan, the Heavenly Tao Academy and young Master Junlin will certainly not turn against you. I stake my life on this. The matter of Li Yuan possessing celestial bones was discovered by me, and I informed the Jun family. Junlin's acquisition of the celestial bones is largely due to my contributions. Yuan Hao, now genuinely terrified, revealed this secret in desperation. Ah, so it was you. Li Yuan, standing nearby, let out a cold laugh. Seeing Li Yuan's fury, Helion Hai acted without hesitation, slowly driving the short blade into Yuan Hao's chest. Yuan Hao let out a wretched scream. Helion Hai, I will not spare you, nor your Helion family. Elder Zhou, save me. Quickly, save me. Yuan Hao screamed in a frenzy, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Realizing that the members of the Heavenly Tao Academy were slow to act, Yuan Hao cast aside all pretense of dignity and mission, pleading for salvation. He understood all too well that neither Li Yuan nor Helian Hai would spare him. If the academy did not intervene soon, he would undoubtedly endure the agony of bone extraction. As they sought to rescue him, they also aimed to uncover the lurking presence within. Elder Zhou of the Heavenly Tao Academy, hearing Yuan Hao's cries for help, explained that the reason they had not acted sooner was that none knew how Yuan Hao had been subdued. After the poisoning, they believed neither Li Yuan nor Helian Hai could wield their powers, and Yuan Hao's suppression suggested the presence of a third party within the hall. Yet, despite their caution, they had discovered nothing and were hesitant to act recklessly. However, time was of the essence. First, without saving Yuan Hao, he would undoubtedly perish. Second, in the act of rescuing him, they needed to ascertain who else might be concealed in the hall. Within the formation, a figure suddenly emerged, aiming a palm strike at Helian Hai's crown, intending to eliminate him and rescue Yuan Hao, while disregarding Li Yuan entirely. After all, in their perception, Li Yuan, being so young and recently experiencing bone extraction, could not possess much strength. Yet, midway through the attack, the individual's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly feeling as though an ancient divine mountain had landed upon his back, he found himself utterly incapable of resisting. With a resounding crash, he was suppressed within the hall, his limbs and body seemingly nailed to the ground, rendering him immobile. At this moment, he could not even speak. The overwhelming pressure threatened to crush him into a bloody pulp. What? Who has made a move? Where is this person hidden? The members of the Heavenly Tao Academy within the hall were thrown into disarray, their expressions turning markedly anxious. They had been exceedingly cautious, yet had detected nothing. Help me! Yuan Hao's anguished screams echoed through the hall. He longed to lose consciousness, yet Helian Hai afforded him no opportunity, ensuring he remained awake to endure the torment of bone extraction. Just kill me. At that moment, Yuan Hao wished only for death, pleading with Helian Hai to end his suffering, but Helian Hai would not grant him such mercy. Yuan Hao, in that moment, truly understood what it meant to be unable to seek life or death. Finally, he turned his gaze toward Elder Zhou in the distance, as if he were looking at his last lifeline, and screamed, "Elder Zhou, I beg you, kill me." Yuan Hao's sole desire was for a merciful end. "Rest assured, you shall not perish," Li Yuan interjected coldly. "No need to search, simply eliminate them. Whoever lurks in the shadows is undoubtedly intent on protecting Li Yuan. I cannot believe he would not reveal himself if Li Yuan were threatened. Initially, I had hoped to capture Li Yuan and Helian Hai for young Master Junlin upon his return, but the situation no longer allows for that. We must eliminate them directly." Elder Zhou, recognizing the futility of searching for the hidden presence, opted to take action. The members of the Heavenly Tao Academy, already filled with dread upon witnessing two individuals being inexplicably suppressed, acted without hesitation upon hearing the command, activating the formation. Their sole desire was to fulfill their task and retreat promptly. Here, facing an unseen presence, their hearts were filled with unease. Boom! The formation was activated, unleashing a torrent of sword rays directed at Li Yuan and Helian Hai. Such an assault could even shatter the entire hall. They sought to use this opportunity to flush out the hidden figure. Yet as the myriad swords surged forth, Li Yuan remained unfazed. As the sword energies approached him and Helian Hai, they simply shattered upon contact, for with the unparalleled domain of the Heavenly Tao enveloping him, who could inflict harm upon Li Yuan? With a flick of his finger, Li Yuan seemed to channel the ancient gods with a single gesture. This motion pierced through the heavens and the earth. Not only did the formation within the hall crumble to dust, but the entire structure was also breached. All members of the Heavenly Tao Academy, save for Elder Zhou, were reduced to mere remnants. Impossible. You cannot be Li Yuan. Li Yuan could not possess such strength. And why are you unaffected by the poison? Elder Zhou stared fixedly at Li Yuan, his face a mask of disbelief. They had poisoned him, yet to their astonishment, Li Yuan appeared completely unscathed, and the power he exhibited was terrifying. Li Yuan, still so young, possessed a might that belied his years. Slowly rising, he approached Elder Zhou, coldly stating, "In this world, nothing is impossible. Return to the Heavenly Path Institute and inform all those involved with the excavation of bones that I shall seek them out. They should prepare themselves. Begone." Li Yuan struck Elder Zhou's abdomen with a palm, sending him flying through the air. Spare his life. Upon witnessing the array shatter, Li Yuan sensed the commotion had attracted Helian Wuming. Just as Helian Wuming was about to intervene, he restrained his actions at the sound of Li Yuan's voice. With his hand poised to crush Elder Zhou's crown, Helian Wuming hesitated, believing that the individual before him might prove useful to Li Yuan, and thus spared his life. With a swift motion, Elder Zhou transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished into the void, not daring to linger for a moment. "Young master, our incompetence is to blame," Helian Wuming expressed remorsefully. The Hellion family currently occupied this place, yet they had failed to notice anyone approaching. This is unrelated to the Hellion family. The Heavenly Path Institute has an ancient legacy, and it is not unusual for them to possess enigmatic secret arts. We must exercise caution moving forward. As Li Yuan's words resonated, he gradually exited the palace. In the shadows, the personnel from the Shura killing hall, having observed Li Yuan and his companions lower their guard, prepared to strike, only to find Li Yuan had suddenly vanished. Before they could react, Li Yuan appeared at their side, a hand descending upon them, shattering their life sea and rendering their cultivation useless. Impossible? The man gazed at his destroyed life sea, his countenance marred by disbelief and resentment. The Shura killing hall was formidable due to their exceptionally powerful secret techniques, which not only allowed them to effectively conceal their presence, but also granted them unmatched speed. Yet, he had not perceived how Li Yuan had materialized beside him. Shura killing hall, you are audacious indeed. I have not sought trouble with you. Yet you persist in provoking me. Do you have a death wish? Li Yuan opted for a soul search. However, the soul of the Shura killing hall operative detonated immediately. Clearly, within the essence of the Shura killing hall's assassin, there was a restriction. Should anyone attempt a soul search, it would result in self-destruction. As the adversary's essence crumbled into oblivion, Li Yuan's gaze turned icy. Beside him, Hellion Hai and Hellion Wuming turned pale at the mention of the Shura killing hall. They had not anticipated that the Shura killing hall would emerge and fixate on Li Yuan. The Shura killing hall was shrouded in mystery and terror throughout ancient times. Countless prodigies and ancient saints had fallen to its blades. It was rumored that the carpets in the Shura killing hall's temple were woven from the hides of saints. Young master, with the Shura killing hall's attention upon us, we are in grave danger. Their missions are relentless. If they fail this time, they will undoubtedly return again and again, unless their tasks are accomplished. The Shura killing hall is too enigmatic and fearsome. In ancient times, the Shura killing hall specifically targeted saints of various factions, great divine kings, and sacred bodies to hone the talents within their hall. They are a presence that all the myriad races fear. Hellion Wuming expressed with trepidation. He would prefer to face the sacred lands than to be marked by the Shura killing hall, for none who had been targeted by them had ever survived. The Shura killing hall, you say? I hope they are as formidable as you claim. Otherwise, I shall be sorely disappointed, Li Yuan replied, seemingly unfazed. The Shura killing hall's greatest strengths lay in their speed and concealment, yet these attributes held no sway over Li Yuan, who practiced the divine arts of the heavenly path. You must still exercise caution, Hellion Wuming cautioned, his concern evident. Brother Wuming, do you know how to contact the Shura killing hall for a mission? Li Yuan inquired. Upon hearing Li Yuan's question, Hellion Wuming was unsure of Li Yuan's intentions, but explained, this is common knowledge among many ancient families. One simply writes the name of the target on a piece of paper and delivers it to the Shura ancient temple. A response will arrive within a few days. Li Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Indeed, then I must ask you, Brother Wuming, to issue a mission on my behalf, targeting Li Yuan. Should it succeed, I shall pay 100,000 pounds of source. At these words, Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai were left dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Li Yuan's inquiry regarding the Shura killing hall would lead to such a request, to assassinate himself. Was that not madness? Chapter 83, Wealth Tempts the Heart. Observing Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai's reactions, Li Yuan understood their thoughts and clarified. The Shura killing hall may take some time to act following a failed mission, but I do not wish to wait. I yearn to take a life, yet cannot find their trace. Thus, enticing them to come to me is the best approach. 100,000 pounds of source will surely pique their interest. This was Li Yuan's purpose, since he could not locate the personnel of the Shura killing hall. He would have them come to their own demise. The promise of 100,000 pounds of source would undoubtedly draw countless individuals from the Shura killing hall. This was Li Yuan's intention, for after all, wealth tempts the heart. Hellion Hai was taken aback by Li Yuan's audacity and quickly interjected, Young master, we should not provoke the Shura killing hall lightly. They are too terrifying and mysterious. No one knows how many powerful beings they possess or who they are. Even if they pass by us, we cannot ascertain their identities. The Shura killing hall is a force to be reckoned with. Contrary to fear, Li Yuan's interest only intensified. If the Shura killing hall were merely a group of weaklings, it would indeed lack excitement. I hope the Shura killing hall is truly as formidable as you describe. Brother Wuming, proceed. Hellion Wuming found Li Yuan's recklessness alarming, yet recalling Li Yuan's remarkable skills and strength, he chose to place his trust in him. He also realized that Li Yuan was, in fact, protecting the Hellion family. With a thud, Hellion Wuming knelt before Li Yuan, repeatedly bowing his head in gratitude. On behalf of the Hellion family, I thank you, young master, for your great kindness. The Hellion family had grown too close to Li Yuan. Should the Shura killing hall fail to kill him, They might redirect their wrath towards the Hellion family. However, if the Hellion family hired the Shura Killing Hall to eliminate Li Yuan at the cost of 100,000 pounds of source, the Shura Killing Hall would not retaliate against the Hellion family, thus ensuring their safety. Hellion High, though momentarily speechless, quickly grasped the situation upon hearing Hellion Wuming's words. Young master, Li Yuan smiled. No need for further words. I, Li Yuan, would never betray a friend. We are allies. Moreover, I genuinely wish to deal with the Shura Killing Hall. You may not know this, but the Wind and Rain Pavilion that previously attacked me and Zolongling was established by individuals from the Shura Killing Hall, having almost extinguished Wind and Rain Pavilion. My anger was nearly quelled, yet today I find myself confronted once more by the Shura Killing Hall. Unable to extract useful information through soul searching and unable to pinpoint their location, I shall let them come to their own doom. Upon learning of Li Yuan's prior enmity with the Shura Killing Hall, Hellion Wuming and Hellion High were struck with astonishment. The events of the day stirred not a ripple in Li Yuan's heart. He regarded both the Heavenly Path Institute and the Shura Killing Hall with indifference. Hellion Wuming began to arrange matters for the journey to the Shura Ancient Temple. In the void, a spatial warship soared through the air, rapidly tearing the fabric of space. The vessel bore numerous scars from blades and arrows, each mark a testament to its ancient glory. Upon the warship, a grand flag unfurled, boldly emblazoned with the characters Heavenly Tao Academy. This ethereal vessel belonged to the Heavenly Tao Academy. Within its confines, Elder Zhou Hong, who had failed in his assassination attempt on Li Yuan, bore a countenance ashen and breath quickened, as though an invisible hand grasped his throat. At this moment, Zhou Hong exerted every ounce of strength to suppress the injuries coursing through his body, yet the effects were negligible. I shall not perish. I shall not perish. There must be a way to survive. There must be a way, he muttered obsessively, driving the warship to its utmost speed. Zhou Heng's gaze was fixed ahead, consumed by a singular thought, a glimmer of hope, to return to the Heavenly Tao Academy. In his eyes, only there could his injuries be treated, ensuring his survival. He swallowed every elixir on his person, desperately hoping they would stabilize his condition. The torment of his worsening injuries rendered every passing second agonizingly slow, nearly driving Zhou Hong to the brink of madness. With all his strength, he urged the warship onward, and after an indeterminate span of time, he finally beheld the summit of Heavenly Tao Peak. Ha ha ha, I have returned. I am back at Heavenly Tao Peak. Zhou Hong cannot die. Heaven will not forsake Zhou Hong. Li Yuan, I shall make you suffer. Not only will I take your life, but I will also torment each of your loved ones, one by one, until they perish. No, I shall not let them die. I will ensnare their souls within a soul banner, ensuring they never attain rebirth. Zhou Hong laughed maniacally, his expression twisted in a grotesque curse. At last, the warship landed before Heavenly Tao Peak. As Zhou Hong leapt from the vessel, his face was a ghastly shade of white. Who are you? His sudden appearance struck fear into the hearts of the disciples guarding the peak, who were momentarily paralyzed, mistaking him for an enemy. Just as they prepared to act, Zhou Heng's voice, laced with fury, rang out, "Stand aside. I am Zhou Hong." The sight of his former subordinates preparing to attack him ignited a firestorm of rage within him. Ordinarily, these disciples would kneel in reverence before him. Yet now they dared to threaten his life. With his injuries worsening, Zhou Hong dared not linger. He feared that any delay would seal his fate. Thus, disregarding the disciples' attempts to impede him, he propelled himself toward the peak. "Stop! You dare trespass upon the Heavenly Tao Academy? Those who do so shall be met with death." A chilling voice echoed from the summit, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of pressure, clearly roused by Zhou Heng's intrusion. Boom! Under the immense weight of this force, Zhou Hong was forcefully driven to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. His injuries rendered him barely capable of resisting such oppressive power. I am Zhou Hong. Consumed by fury, Zhou Hong knew his esteemed position within the academy. Had it been another time, the elder who dared to attack him would have been swiftly dispatched. Yet now, despite his indignation, all he could do was proclaim his name. Zhou Hong had returned, desperate to survive and not allow the Academy's members to mistakenly end his life. If that were to occur, he would find no solace even in death. Zhou Hong, you say? One elder, sensing the gravity of the situation, hesitated as they noticed Zhou Heng's severe injuries. It was clear that someone in such a state could not be an aggressor against the Academy. Upon recognizing his identity, the elder's face turned pale. Elder Zhou, how did you come to be in such a state? Who has harmed you? The elder approached, concern etched on their features, channeling their energy to sustain Zhou Heng's life. Panic gripped them, fearing that once Zhou Hong recovered, he would seek retribution for the injuries inflicted upon him, which had likely resulted in at least 3 broken ribs. Enough with the idle chatter. You are too weak. Quickly, take me to the Hall of Tao. Only a few senior brothers can suppress the injuries within me, and I have urgent matters to report. If we delay, you will meet your demise. Zhou Heng's voice was laced with urgency. Rest assured, I shall escort you to the Hall of Dao immediately. The elder complied, hastening to lead Zhou Heng there. At this moment, Zhou Heng's pallor resembled that of a ghost, devoid of vitality. Coughing, Zhou Heng, looking as pale as a sheet, felt a semblance of relief upon receiving assistance. The Hall of Dao was teeming with individuals. The leading Taoist wore an exceedingly grim expression. Have you received any messages from Zhou Heng? His gaze swept across the assembly, only to receive a chorus of negative responses. Seeing this, the Taoist's countenance darkened. What in the world has transpired? Could it be that the wretched creature has the backing of a powerful dynasty? Otherwise, how could our esteemed members of the Heavenly Dao Academy have perished? Just then, someone rushed toward the hall. Help! Someone save Elder Zhou Heng. The voice, filled with urgency, reached the group before the person did. Elder Zhou? The Taoist stepped forward, immediately exiting the hall. Upon seeing Zhou Heng's ghostly visage, his expression soured. Junior brother, who has inflicted such grievous injuries upon you? I shall make them pay in blood. The Taoist's face was a mask of murderous intent. It was Li Yuan. That wretched creature, Li Yuan. Zhou Heng gasped, his breath quickening, struggling to articulate his words, as if an invisible grip tightened around his throat. Do not speak. Let me tend to your wounds first. Once we stabilize your condition, we shall discuss it. The Taoist, his demeanor icy, immediately set to work, attempting to suppress the injuries within Zhou Heng. However, as he did so, it was as if a primordial beast within Zhou Heng had been awakened. This is bad. The Taoist's face turned ashen as he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Zhou Heng's chest erupted, unleashing a sword chi that cleaved through the heavens. This strike dimmed the very fabric of reality. Even the Taoist, possessing the strength of a half-step sovereign, was rendered pale with terror. Impossible, the Taoist exclaimed, hastily summoning a divine artifact for defense. Chapter 84, Heavenly Dao Academy, await my arrival. Before the Taoist, an ancient bronze tower materialized, adorned with countless ancient inscriptions. As it appeared, a surge of sacred might radiated forth, unmistakably a fractured sacred artifact. Despite its imperfections, its power was formidable. The emergence of the bronze tower caused the surrounding void to fracture, as if the very space itself was on the verge of collapse under the weight of its divine pressure. In the face of mortal peril, the Taoist, desperate to unleash the full potential of the bronze tower, even resorted to burning his lifeblood to empower it. Yet, the sword chi surging from Zhou Heng's body filled the Taoist with despair. Even so, he felt no alternative remained. Boom, boom, boom. Within the hall, the other elders of the Heavenly Dao Academy were equally distressed, as the sword chi, though not aimed at them, still sent them reeling. As the sword energy made contact with the ancient bronze tower, the structure began to disintegrate at an alarming rate. Even though the deities had vanished and the sacred artifact was flawed, it remained a sacred relic, seemingly indestructible. Yet, against this single strike, it exhibited no resistance whatsoever. No, it cannot be. The Taoist emitted a low growl of unwillingness and despair, but nothing could alter the course of fate. Boom. Ultimately, the bronze tower, driven by the Taoist, shattered completely, with the sword energy piercing through his chest. This sword energy remained resolute and unyielding. The immense power propelled the Taoist through the ancient palace, pinning his body against a precipice of the Heavenly Dao Academy. His form shattered like fragile porcelain, reduced to mere dust. However, his primordial spirit was firmly anchored to the cliff by the unyielding sword energy, which now ignited with golden flames. Under the searing heat of the golden fire, the Taoist let out a heart-wrenching wail, as if he had descended into hell itself. Within the ruined hall, Zhou Heng, with a gaping wound in his chest, spoke in a frigid tone. Heavenly Dao Academy, await my arrival. Dig out my bones, extract my blood. All shall come to an end. With these words, Zhou Heng's body exploded into fragments. His final utterance echoed above the Heavenly Dao Academy, accompanied by the mournful cries of the Taoist's primordial spirit. Thud, thud, thud. Inside the Heavenly Dao Academy, the bell tolled ominously. The entire academy was suddenly on high alert. The elders, witnessing the scene, were struck with terror, their hearts racing. Zhou Heng was formidable, a power unto himself. The Taoist was even more fearsome, a vice president of the Heavenly Dao Academy, possessing the strength of a half-step Saint Lord. Yet, astonishingly, a half-step Saint Lord had perished before Li Yuan even made his appearance, falling victim to the remnants of Zhou Heng's body. Li Yuan, that is Li Yuan's voice. I remember it. It must be him. He is still alive, still alive. Among the startled disciples of the Heavenly Dao Academy, incredulity filled their eyes. Ha ha. I told you, junior brother Li cannot be dead. He is a supreme being, born to be supreme. Your retribution has come. In the mining area of the Heavenly Tao Academy, a young man, shackled and covered in scars, heard the reverberating voice and burst into laughter. Shut up, Nieshingtian. What Li Yuan? Li Yuan is long dead, even if he isn't. Daring to come to the Heavenly Tao Academy would be tantamount to seeking death. Do you really think the Heavenly Tao Academy is a small sect that can be casually extinguished? You should focus on your mining. A young man clad in Heavenly Tao Academy robes lashed out with a whip, striking Nieshingtian harshly. This whip was no ordinary implement. Each strike resounded with the sound of breaking air, crackling with lightning. When it struck Nieshingtian, it left deep, bloody marks, singeing the flesh beneath the lightning's wrath. Despite his incredibly robust physique, Nieshingtian winced in pain. Yet, throughout it all, he refrained from uttering a sound of surrender. His gaze fixed intently on the robed figure before him. Nieshingtian, do you still think of yourself as a genius? The moment you refused to become a servant of the Saint's Son, your fate was sealed as that of a mere mining slave. Now that your cultivation has been crippled, you dare glare at me? Such audacity. The young Taoist, enraged, swung the whip once more, leaving even deeper, bone-revealing lacerations on Nieshingtian's body. Uft! Nieshingtian spat out a mouthful of blood, yet still did not plead for mercy. If you have the ability, kill me, he retorted, his eyes icy. Kill you? In your dreams. Did something peculiar not happen in the mine? Bring Nieshingtian there. It will serve as a perfect test to uncover what transpired. The young Taoist sneered. Chen Baokai, what you are doing is murder. We have only been punished for 3 years, and after that, I will outlive you. Someone shouted from a distance. In recent days, those who entered the mine have all perished. As it stands, even the half-saints of the Heavenly Tao Academy dare not investigate further. To throw the crippled Nieshingtian into the depths is akin to a death sentence. 3 years, you say? Heh, that is, of course. If you can survive those 3 years, Chen Baokai replied mockingly, gesturing for Nieshingtian to be taken away. Ha ha, I'll be waiting for you below, Chen. Nieshingtian laughed heartily. Chen Baokai, hearing this, scoffed. You may not live to see that day. What are you staring at? Get to work, or I'll make sure you regret it. Seeing the cold glares directed at him, Chen Baotsai's eyes glinted with menace. Before the cliff of the Heavenly Tao Academy, a figure emerged, observing the anguished cries of the pinned primordial spirit, his expression darkening considerably. Supreme Elder, we must act quickly to rescue him. Below, numerous elders of the Heavenly Tao Academy urged in haste. The elder's countenance was grim as he replied, he is already dead. The cries are merely a result of the sword energy's array, preserving the last vestiges of his consciousness. Such a cruel tactic. An array, you say? What level of array master could craft such a thing? The elders present involuntarily paled at this revelation. Unbeknownst to us, this is an enigmatic array, its depths inscrutable. The Supreme Elder struck out with his palm, shattering the sword energy, causing the wailing primordial spirit to dissipate into nothingness. Supreme Elder, what shall we do now? That little brat is still alive. With such means at his disposal, he will undoubtedly seek trouble at the Heavenly Tao Academy. Perhaps there are other forces at play as well, one elder voiced, his tone seemingly calm, yet his legs trembled imperceptibly, revealing his fear of the impending doom following the deaths of Zhou Hong and the vice president. He knew he would be held accountable and wished only to resolve the matter with Li Yuan at once. Humph, why the panic? In the face of absolute power, all is but a fleeting illusion. Moreover, is there not the Shura Killing Hall? The Supreme Elder scoffed, turning to leave. Chapter 85. The assassins of the Shura Killing Hall emerge. Has the Shura Killing Hall also taken action? Then there is no need for concern. Li Yuan, you little brat. You truly have a charmed life. To have your celestial bones extracted and your celestial blood drawn, yet you remain unscathed. At these words, a hint of disdain flickered in the elder's gaze. In Tianqi City, aboard the Void warship, Li Yuan gazed towards the direction of the Heavenly Tao Academy. The Heavenly Tao Academy was near the ancient northern mine, a place of absolute peril and unparalleled treasure, home to divine medicines that could grant immortality. Yet, even saints who ventured into its core would not return. For over 100,000 years, it had been a graveyard for the saints. Whoosh! A sound of air rushing was heard as Helian Wuming landed on the Void warship, which then set sail towards the Heavenly Tao Academy. Young master, the Shura Killing Hall has accepted the contract, Helian Wuming said with a hint of concern. The reason he had not been aboard the warship was to confirm this matter. They've taken advantage of the situation. Even if they only receive half, that's 500,000 pounds of source energy. Helian Hai responded with evident displeasure. Li Yuan chuckled coldly. What I desire is for them to accept the mission. With such a task emerging, it is likely that many from the Shura Killing Hall will recklessly rush in. I was just lamenting my inability to locate them. Surely, on the way to the Heavenly Tao Academy, they will be unable to resist. Li Yuan's words were indeed accurate. The moment the task to eliminate him was announced, the Shura killing hall was thrown into a state of shock. £1,000,000 of source for a single life? Who is this Li Yuan? Is he perhaps a sage? How is it that I have never heard of this name before? No, it seems somewhat familiar. Yet I cannot recall it at the moment. £1,000,000 of source, you say? What a splendid head. With such a vast amount of source, I must claim it. Who exactly is this individual? Within an underground palace, the experts of the Shura killing hall, their faces alight with excitement, inquired for more details. Li Yuan, the lord of the Snow Dragon territory, now 18 years of age, was once a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy. However, not long ago, in their quest to create an emperor, the Academy extracted the celestial bone from his body, merging it with the heavy-eyed Junlin, a man destined for death. Yet miraculously he has survived. Now, he not only possesses the celestial bone once more, but there also seems to be a mysterious presence guarding him. Previously, someone from our Shura killing hall attempted an assassination but failed. Currently, they are en route to the Heavenly Tao Academy, accompanied by a semi-saint. In the depths of the palace, an ethereal voice echoed. What? A mere 18-year-old boy has someone willing to pay 1,000,000 source for his life? Is this Li Yuan truly of imperial stature? Back in the day, even a fully realized divine king would fetch such a price. Upon receiving this explanation, the underground palace erupted in an uproar. Some individuals immediately departed the palace, vanishing from sight. Clearly, they had set their sights on Li Yuan. As for the semi-saint, these individuals bore little concern. They understood that anyone daring to confront Li Yuan would likely be at least half a step beyond the realm of saints. They were exceedingly confident in their assassination skills. Aboard the Void warship, Li Yuan's gaze settled upon Ji Jueqing. Old Ji, you should return to the Golden Divine City. With you there, I can rest easy. Once this matter is concluded, I will also be unable to return to the city for the time being. Li Yuan's eyes were fixed on Ji Jueqing. Young master, once the affairs of the Heavenly Tao Academy are resolved, I shall return to the city. Even if the academy has declined, it remains formidable. Ji Jueqing responded, shaking his head. He was acutely aware that Li Yuan's journey to the academy would involve a tough battle. Now, having taken control of the bronze ancient lamp and nurturing a deity, he believed he could assist Li Yuan. Li Yuan reassured him, there is no need for concern. My visit to the Heavenly Tao Academy is not to obliterate it, but merely to eliminate certain individuals. Furthermore, do you truly believe I fear the academy? I brought you along this time to secure the bronze ancient lamp for you. Moreover, with you present, the members of the Shura killing hall will remain hidden, only wasting time waiting. Ji Jueqing pondered for a moment before replying, Young master, leave the Golden Divine City to me. Even if I perish, I will ensure its safety. Ultimately, Ji Jueqing departed. Young master, when do you suppose the Shura killing hall will make their appearance? Helion Haitian's thoughts roamed the heavens and earth, yet he discovered nothing, his brow furrowing. It had been nearly a day already. Have they not shown themselves yet? Li Yuan sat calmly, sipping wine. What? They have appeared already? Why have I noticed nothing? Helion Hai's heart raced upon hearing this. Currently, he was at the level of a saint. To think that their adversary had been present for so long without his awareness was astonishing. Helion Wuming also felt his heart quicken, though he concealed it well. Were it so easy to detect and deal with, would the Shura killing hall have persisted until today? They had slain the heirs of various major powers, even divine kings and saints, becoming public enemies loathed by all holy lands. Their continued existence surely spoke to their extraordinary nature. Despite their enmity, Li Yuan was genuinely curious about the Shura killing hall. Their goal of eliminating exceptional individuals is remarkable, and their ability to endure until now indicated a powerful lineage and terrifying strength. What the young master says is true. However, it is a pity that the Shura killing hall dares to target you. I fear their lineage has reached its end. Helion Haitian speculated. Is the young master allowing Ji Old to leave in order to draw the snake from its hole, preparing to strike and annihilate them? Li Yuan replied, no. Ji Jueqing has genuinely departed. These individuals will not stir any significant trouble. Moreover, if the commotion is minimal, how could the Shura killing hall feel any pain? Li Yuan stretched lazily, casually turning his head. The members of the Shura killing hall, who had been following closely and poised to attack, were all observed by Li Yuan. The Shura killing hall's secret chamber was extraordinarily formidable, seemingly intertwined with space, almost merging with the void itself, yet it encountered Li Yuan, who mastered the 9 great divine techniques of the Heavenly Tao. In Li Yuan's eyes, these individuals from the Shura killing hall were mere living targets. The greatest advantage of assassination lies in the element of surprise, yet if one can be pinpointed at a glance, the concept of stealth vanishes. Li Yuan had been waiting precisely to allow the Shura killing hall to send more individuals, ensuring that if one were to fall, it would not frighten others away. He understood that the current awakened members of the Shura killing hall were likely few after this strike. He aimed to ensure that they would be unable to carry out any further assassinations against him in the near future. Ji Jueqing had indeed left. Seemingly unaware of the peril, without a semi-saint to protect him, killing him would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken or duck. Once he confirmed Ji Jueqing's departure, he could no longer restrain himself. After all, the bounty on Li Yuan's head was worth £1,000,000 of source. Delaying his attack would mean that someone else might seize the opportunity. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the void warship, brandishing a long sword aimed directly at Li Yuan's brow. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Helian Haishan and Helian Wuming were taken aback, never expecting that a member of the Shura killing hall had infiltrated the void warship without their notice. They broke out in a cold sweat, finally understanding why so many extraordinary individuals had met their demise at the hands of the Shura killing hall. Chapter 86. Before, there were no ancients. After, there are no successors. The £1,000,000 of source was within reach. The assassin from the Shura killing hall, with a sword aimed at Li Yuan's brow, bore a smug smile. In his eyes, the failure of a previous assassination attempt was solely due to Ji Jueqing's presence. Now, with Ji Jueqing absent, he believed that killing Li Yuan was as easy as reaching into a pouch. How strong could an 18-year-old be? Moreover, at such a distance, even a saint would struggle to react in time and evade this deadly strike. It was a guaranteed kill. Though he did not regard Li Yuan as particularly formidable, he nonetheless chose to give it his all, for today as competition was fierce, a single misstep would leave him with nothing. Damn it! The duck that was about to be cooked is flying away. Simultaneously, the expressions of several other assassins targeting Li Yuan soured drastically. They had not anticipated their hesitation would cost them the initiative. The sword was incredibly swift, akin to a flash of lightning. Young master, be careful. Only at the moment the sword nearly struck Li Yuan did Helian Wuming and Helian Haishan's warning cries sound, illustrating just how fast the attack was. The assassin from the Shura killing hall paid no heed to their warnings. In his view, the mission was all but complete, and the £1,000,000 were as good as earned. Yet the moment the long sword pierced Li Yuan's brow, his expression shifted. As he realized that he had failed to strike anything, a sense of dread replaced the momentary pride in his eyes. Instinctively, as an assassin, he sensed the impending lethal danger. Although Li Yuan was right before him, he exhibited no intention of drawing a second sword. Instead, he swiftly withdrew, his body becoming increasingly ethereal as he sought to merge with the void. That previous strike had awakened his primal sense of crisis. While £1,000,000 of essence was an unimaginable fortune, he needed to be alive to claim it. However, his body suddenly became rigid, with half of it already merging with the void becoming visible once more. No. It couldn't be possible. He longed to speak. Yet the opportunity slipped away as blood erupted from his throat. Strangely, the sword that severed his head was none other than his own destined weapon. As his head tumbled from his neck, he clearly saw his own hand maintaining the posture of beheading himself. He yearned to understand what had transpired, but time had run out. His eyes reflected unwillingness, refusing to close in death. No. On the void battleship, terrified voices echoed. Not just one, but 7 individuals expressed their final despair and fear. Each assassin who targeted Li Yuan found themselves losing control of their destined weapons at the critical moment, resulting in their own beheading. Thud, thud, thud. The heads fell upon the void battleship, producing a rhythmic sound. These individuals remained oblivious to the cause of their demise, their eyes wide open, refusing to shut. The headless corpses were all pinned in place. On the void battleship, Helian Hai and Helian Wuming witnessed this scene, their eyes filled with terror. These were beings at the threshold of the Holy Master realm, yet they had met such a bizarre end when attacking Li Yuan. Moreover, the nature of their deaths was utterly strange. Helian Hai and Helian Wuming observed Li Yuan, who remained seated as if he had never moved, resembling an immortal with celestial powers. Their throats tightened, yet they could utter not a single word. The scene before them was too bizarre, too incomprehensible. What on earth had transpired? In the void, the assassins of the Shura kill hall who had yet to engage were utterly pale. Each gaze toward Li Yuan resembled that of worshipping a deity. A thought crossed their minds. Was he a saint? At that moment, a hidden presence in the void inquired of their companions. No, he is certainly not a saint. In that fleeting moment, there was no trace of holy power emanating from him, and I even discerned that he had not moved at all. Are you suggesting he is a holy master who has cultivated the path of the soul? An 18-year-old soul holy master? Impossible. The path of the soul is exceedingly difficult to advance. How could he possibly have reached the holy master level at such a young age? Furthermore, if he were truly that formidable, how could he have allowed his celestial bone to be extracted at the Tiandao Academy not long ago? A companion outright dismissed the possibility of Li Yuan cultivating the path of the soul. Celestial bone? During the previous investigation of his information, there were rumors that his celestial bone had seemingly been reborn. Do you think it could be a divine power birth from the celestial bone? Supreme celestial bone divine power? Upon hearing this, some individuals' eyes sparkled with excitement. At present, this was the only explanation for the bizarre spectacle before them. However, upon reaching this conclusion, those hidden in the shadows felt not fear, but rather a surge of exhilaration. Supreme celestial bone divine power? Haha, I revel in slaying the Supreme. Even if it is a youthful Supreme. There are so few Supremes. Today, within the ancestral hall of the Xianxiakill Hall, we shall certainly claim a Supreme head. Moreover, I shall take possession of that Supreme celestial bone. Ha. The astonishing display of Li Yuan did not deter the followers of the Xianxiakill Hall. Instead, it ignited an insatiable greed within their eyes. The terror of the Xianxiakill Hall is known to the world primarily for its shadowy assassination techniques and unparalleled speed, as well as the secret arts that allow them to blend with the void. Yet, what the world does not know is that the true terror of the Xianxiakill Hall lies in its inherited techniques. The Xianxiakill Hall's cultivation technique is known as the source-seizing supreme heavenly art, an imperial-level technique. Its uniqueness lies in the two words, seizing source. They can seize the essence of any prodigy and perfectly merge it with themselves. The Xianxiakill Hall's fixation on the world's holy lands and exceptional talents is not solely for the purpose of honing their killing skills, but rather to achieve a consummate state of their own essence. To seize the potent essence of unrivaled prodigies is what they covet most. Killing God body, killing saint body, killing immortal body, killing saint. Their motives are not to showcase their own strength, but to acquire the essence of these individuals. Once merged and refined, they can forge the bodies of gods, saints, and immortals. Thus, in that instant when the members of the Xianxiakill Hall thought of Li Yuan's supreme bone, they became exhilarated. They disregarded the 1,000,000 pounds of essence. At this moment, all they desired was to seize Li Yuan's supreme bone. On the void battleship, Li Yuan remained nonchalant, having placed his pieces on the board. He turned to the stunned Hellion Wuming and said, "Brother Wuming, it is your turn. Continue the game. Do not dawdle." Just moments ago, when the assassins of the Xianxiakill Hall struck, Li Yuan had employed two heavenly divine techniques, movement and weapon. When he executed the movement technique, his speed was so rapid that his opponents could hardly perceive his movements. As for the beheading, it was naturally a result of the weapon divine technique. These individuals were too close to Li Yuan, allowing him to control their destined weapons. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. Who would think to check whether their destined items might turn against them? If a destined item could turn against its master, would it still be called a destined item? My lord, is it my turn? Hellion Wuming wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. The earlier scene was truly terrifying. As Hellion Wuming placed his piece on the board, Li Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Wuming, your mind has wandered. I shall allow you to take back your move." Upon seeing Hellion Wuming's piece on the board, Li Yuan chuckled. If that were the case, this game would conclude here. "Thank you, my lord." Hellion Wuming, feeling embarrassed, hastily retrieved his piece and scrutinized the board intently. He then inquired, "My lord, have the members of the Xianxiakill Hall been dealt with?" Given the significant loss of strong individuals in the Xianxiakill Hall, they must be seething with rage. Thinking of those eliminated by Li Yuan made Hellion Wuming's heart race. "My lord, these are storage rings. The spoils are quite substantial. With nearly 200,000 pounds of essence, the members of the Xianxiakill Hall are truly affluent." Hellion Hai wiped away the sweat from his brow and collected the front portion of the storage rings belonging to the Xianxiakill Hall, presenting them to Li Yuan. Li Yuan declined, shaking his head and saying, "This belongs to your Hellion family. Previously, your family contributed 500,000 pounds of essence, did it not? We are friends. But we must settle the accounts clearly." Following Li Yuan's instructions, Hellion Wuming proceeded with the task, eliminating Li Yuan's 1,000,000 pounds of essence. According to the rules of the Xianxiakill Hall, they must first pay 500,000 pounds of essence. "My lord," Hellion Hai wanted to mention other valuable items, but was abruptly interrupted by Li Yuan. Li Yuan declared, "What now belongs to you will be mine once you assist in gathering the storage rings." Upon hearing these words, Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai were left astounded. The two could scarcely fathom that, despite the Xianxiakill Hall suffering such significant losses, there were still individuals willing to take action. Was this not tantamount to courting death? "Young master, is it true that there are still assassins from the Xianxiakill Hall lurking?" Hellion Hai swallowed hard and immediately inquired through a transmission. "Indeed, there are still those in hiding, following us closely. Moreover, I sense that they are not only unafraid but seem rather exhilarated. Do you know the reason?" Li Yuan also transmitted this question to Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai, seeking an explanation. Under normal circumstances, one would expect any assassin witnessing such a bizarre scene to retreat. Yet those in the shadows did not withdraw at all. Instead, Li Yuan perceived excitement and eagerness in their eyes. He felt certain that the Xianxiakill Hall harbored secrets unknown to him. Hellion Hai shook his head. Hellion Wuming, engaged in a game of chess with Li Yuan, transmitted an explanation. "Young master, The Shura Hall is shrouded in mystery, not only powerful, but its very foundations remain unknown. Countless divine kings, sacred bodies, and celestial beings have perished at their hands. The holy lands of the world have banded together against them. Yet they have only succeeded in destroying a few of their training bases. As for the Shura Holy Hall, it has never been discovered. No one even knows who truly commands the Shura Hall, whether they are human or of another race. Their targets extend beyond mere human prodigies. They seek the greatest talents of all races. The Shura Hall is the true nemesis of all creatures in this world. Over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, innumerable holy lands and even emperors have vanished, while the Shura Hall appears to exist eternally. Although the great saints of various races have contemplated pressing for answers, anyone who truly enters the Shura Hall finds their souls bound by a curse. Once the hall is mentioned, their essence crumbles. As for soul searching, that is even less feasible. When it comes to the Shura Hall, Hellion Wuming was genuinely filled with trepidation. The mere mention of the name felt like a sword suspended over his head, capable of delivering a fatal blow at any moment. Is it truly so enigmatic? Li Yuan mused, his interest only piqued further by the newfound revelations regarding the Shura Hall. Witnessing Li Yuan's demeanor, Hellion Wuming could not help but reflect that a person like him had never existed before, nor would they again. Throughout the vast history of over several 100,000 years, everyone has aspired to avoid the attention of the Shura Hall, yet Li Yuan, in contrast, took a different approach, offering money to entice their assassins to target him. While he felt a shock, Hellion Wuming was also elated. The more individuals from the Shura Hall who set their sights on Li Yuan, the fewer would be released into the world. All factions would then have a moment to breathe. Young master, you are a benefactor to all the forces of the world. Everyone ought to express their gratitude to you, Hellion Wuming remarked gratefully. Chapter 87, a mere trifle. A benefactor? I have done nothing at all, Li Yuan replied. As for killing those from the Shura Hall, it is merely a matter of personal displeasure. Hearing Hellion Wuming's words, he felt the need to clarify. Truthfully, he had never considered doing anything for others, as they were all strangers, and he bore no obligation or responsibility. Upon hearing this, Hellion Wuming gazed at Li Yuan with even greater admiration. Despite accomplishing such a noble deed for the world, he claimed no credit. In Hellion Wuming's eyes, this was the hallmark of a true master. Li Yuan remained composed. With the assassins from the Shura Hall still in pursuit, he was disinclined to chase after them. After all, such a pursuit would be exhausting. It was far more efficient to wait for them to present their heads on a platter. He continued his game with Hellion Wuming, as if everything had come to a conclusion. The void ship sailed onward, heading towards the Celestial Path Academy. Beside them, Hellion High continued to pour wine for Li Yuan and Hellion Wuming, observing the chess match from the sidelines. They hardly resembled individuals bent on vengeance against the Celestial Path Academy, instead appearing like reclusive masters. In the void, the assassins from the Shura Hall engaged in covert communications, ultimately reaching a consensus to join forces against Li Yuan. As for Li Yuan's supreme celestial bone, they planned to contend for it based on strength after eliminating him. Silently, they inscribed formations in the void. These were seals capable of restraining cultivators. In their estimation, given Li Yuan's youth, his cultivation could not be too formidable. If they activated the formation in time, sealing Li Yuan would render him as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block, ripe for their disposal. 3 hours later, 9 figures materialized in the void. Upon their appearance, they immediately unleashed the prepared formations, which were remarkably unique. As the formations emerged, they transformed into a golden lotus that sped towards Li Yuan with incredible swiftness. In an instant, before Li Yuan could react, it landed upon him, and at that moment, the lotus transformed into a surge of energy, sealing Li Yuan in an instant. Not good. There are still assassins from the Shura Hall. Hellion Wuming and Hellion High shouted in unison, swiftly positioning themselves to shield Li Yuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Witnessing their success, the assassins' eyes sparkled with excitement as they rushed towards Li Yuan, disregarding Hellion Wuming and Hellion High entirely. Although the strength of the holy master-level cultivators was formidable, none among these assailants were ordinary. Instead of charging directly at Li Yuan, they melded once more with the void, rendering their true forms undetectable. In such circumstances, Hellion Wuming and Hellion High lost track of the assassins from the Shura Hall, leaving them defenseless. Li Yuan feigned a look of terror. However, at the moment the assassins neared the void ship, a chorus of anguished cries pierced the air. Despite their immense power, they had not anticipated the existence of terrifying formations aboard the void ship. Due to their overwhelming speed, they crashed into the formations, their bodies dismembered in an instant. The void echoed with their piercing wails. Not a single one escaped. All were obliterated. Witnessing this, The feigned terror on Li Yuan's face vanished, replaced by a sardonic expression. As the souls of the fallen gazed upon Li Yuan, it was as though they were looking at a demon. Each spirit hastily enveloped their life-bound weapons and storage rings, fleeing for their lives. Observing this scene, Li Yuan chuckled, "Die." With those two words, the souls were pierced through, their very essences seemingly shattering. In the absence of their physical forms, they lost their bearings. In their haste to secure their life-bound weapons, none thought to consider their predicament. The moment they wrapped their souls around their weapons, Li Yuan had already deemed them as dead. In the face of the divine techniques of the celestial path, there was no chance of survival. "Brother Hai, thank you for your efforts," Li Yuan remarked, turning his gaze towards Helion Hai. However, at that moment, Helion Hai was drenched in cold sweat, looking at Li Yuan with a pained expression, too fearful to make a single move. "Young master, there are formations. I dare not move." It was not that Helion Hai lacked the desire to act, but the memory of the Shura Kill Hall assassins being severed in half sent chills down his spine. The void ship belonged to the Helion family, and Helion Hai knew well that no formations had been set up aboard. From the moment Li Yuan boarded, Helion Hai had accompanied him and had not witnessed any formations being laid down. Yet, what transpired on the void ship moments ago was undoubtedly no illusion. "Rest assured, I have ensured their disappearance." Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the words, offering a brief explanation. For him, mastering the celestial Tao divine art formation, as well as both setting and dismantling it, was merely a matter of thought. "Has it truly been resolved?" Helion Hai inquired, still somewhat uncertain. A bitter feeling swelled within him. "Young master, it's not that I doubt you, but do make some movement." After all, throughout the entire ordeal, Li Yuan had not made a single move, leading Helion Hai to instinctively hesitate. "Go ahead. It has indeed been resolved." Upon hearing Li Yuan's voice once more, Helion Hai bravely soared forth. When he discovered that the formation markings were indeed absent, astonishment flickered in his eyes, deepening his awe of Li Yuan's capabilities. "Young master, what kind of sorcery is this?" Helion Wuming was equally astonished. What he witnessed today was truly overwhelming, surpassing all he had encountered throughout his life, combined. "Just a minor trick," Li Yuan replied, offering no further elaboration, knowing well that few would believe in the celestial Tao divine art. Seeing Li Yuan's reticence to elaborate, Helion Wuming dared not press further. Soon, Helion Hai retrieved all the storage rings and his life-bound weapon, returning to the void warship. He cautiously entrusted them to Li Yuan, this time refraining from examining the storage rings. Li Yuan placed a piece on the chessboard, smiling as he remarked, "Brother Wuming, you've lost again. Are you deliberately letting me win?" Helion Wuming applauded. "Indeed, young master, your chess skills are unparalleled. I cannot hope to rival you." Having lost interest in the game, Li Yuan inquired, "The Azura Killing Hall may still have some lingering presence, but they are unlikely to arrive anytime soon. How far are we from the Celestial Tao Academy? Let us proceed at full speed." Li Yuan gazed towards the horizon, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. His displeasure towards the Azura Killing Hall was mild, but his animosity towards certain individuals within the Celestial Tao Academy was genuine. It was a vendetta born from deep-seated grievances. Helion Wuming promptly responded, "Young master, we are less than 20,000 miles away. A nap should suffice to reach our destination." "Very well. Waiting for the Azura Killing Hall's people is indeed taxing. Once we arrive at the Celestial Tao Academy, call for me." With that, Li Yuan's voice trailed off as he entered the chamber of the void warship. Helion Hai and Helion Wuming activated the formation of the void warship, taking positions outside the chamber to guard for Li Yuan. Having witnessed the capabilities of the Azura Killing Hall, both were exceedingly cautious, not daring to be careless. Chapter 88. The Overbearing Celestial Tao Academy. The deaths of a vice president and an elder within the Celestial Tao Academy initially stirred a tremendous uproar, but within 2 days, it was gradually forgotten. Despite the shocking nature of the incident, the Academy held unwavering confidence in its own strength. Even in decline, they did not believe that a mere Li Yuan could stir any substantial waves. After all, the Celestial Tao Academy boasted a legacy and foundation spanning over 30,000 years. Even in its diminished state, it was not comparable to a first-rate family. Moreover, the Academy had already embarked on the path of resurgence, having produced talents like Jun Lin, who possessed both immortal bones and heavy pupils, prompting the ancient sacred institutions to take notice, alongside an unparalleled prodigy endowed with a divine king's physique. With these two individuals, as long as they did not falter along the way, the rise of the Celestial Tao Academy was inevitable and unimpeded. On Celestial Tao Peak, the disciple guarding the mountain dozed as usual, for no one dared to intrude upon the Celestial Tao Academy recklessly. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as the void before Celestial Tao Peak was torn asunder, revealing a colossal black hole that dimmed the light of heaven and earth. From within this black hole, the Hellion family's void worship surged forth. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, causing the dozing disciples of the Celestial Tao Academy to shift from slumber to terror, their drowsiness vanishing, replaced by panic and cold sweat. Should the void worship charge directly, it would undoubtedly reduce them to mere blood mist. Fortunately, the worship did not invade immediately, but instead hovered before Celestial Tao Peak. Impudent! Who dares to brazenly approach Celestial Tao Peak without prior notice? Are you seeking death? An enraged voice thundered from the peak. The mountain guardians, shaken by the sudden fright, turned their eyes icy cold. This was Celestial Tao Peak, and such an appearance was a profound disrespect and provocation to the Academy's authority, a transgression that warranted severe retribution. Especially when the elder and the disciples beheld the banner upon the void worship, their expressions darkened, for emblazoned in golden characters was the name Hellion. It was evident that this was the Hellion family's vessel. Just days prior, Junlin's family had been annihilated by the Hellion clan. Now, though Junlin was still young, he was already regarded by the elders and disciples of the Celestial Tao Academy as the future president and a potential emperor. The Hellion family's destruction of the Jun family was akin to a declaration of war against the Celestial Tao Academy, a vendetta that would not end until one side was obliterated. Are you blind? Do you not see the banner of the Hellion family? On the void worship, Hellion Wuming's eyes turned cold upon hearing the taunt. An oppressive aura surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. The pressure emanating from Hellion Wuming swept across heaven and earth in relentless waves, crushing the elder into a mist of blood. One by one, the mountain disciples, who had spoken out, vanished amidst sheer terror. The remaining disciples were pinned to the ground, unable to move even a finger, with each tremor of that dreadful pressure. They coughed up blood. Beneath them, the stone slabs cracked like spider webs. Hellion Wuming harbored deep trepidation towards the Celestial Tao Academy. Yet he was the head of the Hellion family, which had recently ascended to the ranks of first-rate families. Their dignity was not something a mere elder and a group of mountain guardians could challenge. Should he remain passive, how could the Hellion family hold their head high? Hellion Wuming understood that as long as he followed in Li Yuan's footsteps, the Hellion family's rise to prominence was just the beginning. In the future, they would surely rival ancient sacred lands. Dignity must not be insulted. Hold. To kill my disciples of the Celestial Tao Academy is to provoke the wrath of the 9 clans. Even at the ends of the earth, there would be no refuge for those of the Hellion family. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hellion Wuming's arrival sent ripples through the ranks of the Celestial Tao Academy's elders. Before he even set foot in their midst, their furious reprimands and murderous intent had already descended. Hellion Wuming was a saint lord, his aura sweeping the heavens, leaving the Academy's members no room for underestimation. This was no ordinary figure. Yet, Hellion Wuming's ruthless strike still ignited the fury of the core elders of the Academy. From the moment the void worship appeared, the masters of the Celestial Tao Academy realized they were facing the Hellion family. For the 2 gilded characters on the vessel were impossible to overlook. The reason they did not respond immediately was due to their pride, which led them to dismiss Hellion Wuming. However, they never anticipated that Hellion Wuming would disregard the elders' rebukes and act with such unrestrained dominance. Humph! What a truly overbearing Celestial Tao Academy. You dare to annihilate my Hellion family's 9 clans. Do you think yourselves worthy? No wonder they had the audacity to brazenly extract the immortal bones and blood of young Master Li. Today, Hellion Wuming would peel back the fangs of the Celestial Tao Academy and see if they could truly eradicate the Hellion family. The dignity of the Celestial Tao Academy must not be insulted, yet could Hellion Wuming be humiliated in turn? Underworld burial of Heaven's finger. Hellion Wuming's eyes glinted with frost. This matter was of utmost importance to the Hellion family's dignity, and without hesitation, he struck fiercely. Following Li Yuan closely, Hellion Wuming appeared exceedingly humble, a reflection of Li Yuan's formidable presence. Not everyone can compel Hellion Wuming to bow. The moment Hellion Wuming pointed, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. The awe-inspiring might swept across the realm, and with that single gesture, the formidable core elders of the Heavenly Tao Academy, who had flown in, were rendered utterly defenseless, their bodies exploding into torrents of blood mist in the void. The very fabric of the void before the Heavenly Tao Academy nearly collapsed under Hellion Wuming's finger. Silence. In that instant, the entire Heavenly Tao Academy was enveloped in an unparalleled stillness, an eerie quietude so profound that even the rustling of the wind was audible. What place is this? This is the Heavenly Tao Academy, once a sacred ground. Even in its current decline, it retains the essence of a holy site. Who would dare to act recklessly upon the Heavenly Tao Peak? And yet, with a single strike, 4 core elders of the Academy were slain. Was this a declaration of war against the Heavenly Tao Academy? Amidst the shock, Many disciples of the academy heard a name emerge from Helian Wuming's lips, young Master Li. Under normal circumstances, the mention of these three words would evoke little concern, but coupled with the context of bone extraction and the annihilation of the Jun family, every disciple was acutely aware of who this young Master Li was. Today, who could fail to sense the terror that Helian Wuming exuded? Yet, the reverence with which he referred to Li Yuan sent chills through their hearts. Had Li Yuan arrived? What was his true identity that compelled even the head of the Helian family to bow and refer to him as young master? Was Li Yuan merely a future lord of minor significance? Had he truly been born in the Snow Dragon territory? Helian Wuming's succinct words stirred tumultuous waves within the hearts of the Heavenly Tao Academy's disciples. After all, they knew far too little. Had it not been for the recent upheaval, they would have been wholly ignorant of the incident involving Li Yuan's extraction. Helian Wuming had only just stepped into the realm of the Saint Lord. Did he truly underestimate the Heavenly Tao Academy? Did he believe there were no formidable figures within its ranks? After several breaths, a voice finally resonated from deep within the academy. Clearly, the speaker was also an ancient existence of Saint Lord caliber, for only such a being would dare to speak so boldly. Shadows descended from the depths of the academy. Led by an elderly figure, exceedingly aged, leaning heavily upon a cane. He walked through the void, coughing violently as though he were about to cough up blood. His hair, now completely white, gave him the appearance of a gnarled tree. Yet, his movements were deceptively swift. Each step he took spanned 1,000 meters, and within mere paces, he had arrived before the Heavenly Tao Peak, while the half-step Saint Lords from the academy had yet to catch up. From this, one could discern the terror of this individual. The remaining members of the academy approached with utmost reverence, bowing as they greeted Elder Ge, the vice president of the Heavenly Tao Academy. No one dared to utter the word vice, a testament to his formidable presence. After the salutation, their gazes turned cold as they beheld Helian Wuming, whose aura swept across the heavens. However, with Elder Ge present, they refrained from speaking. This vice president, Ge Long, had lived for over 3,000 years. Upon seeing Ge Long, Helian Wuming, though wary, maintained his composure and coldly remarked, "Is there no one in the Heavenly Tao Academy?" How could there be no one? The Heavenly Tao Academy is teeming with talent. Otherwise, how could anyone dare to brazenly extract bones and blood, engaging in the dark arts while disregarding the voices of the world? The Heavenly Tao Academy has already become invincible. Isn't that right, Ge Long? Helian Wuming's gaze bore into Ge Long, laced with sarcasm. Today, he had come seeking trouble and would not retreat. Ge Long's eyes flickered with a fleeting chill at these words. Yet, he refrained from immediate anger or action, for Helian Wuming's conduct today was perplexing. Upon his arrival, Ge Long's soul force extended to probe the void warship, seeking to discern the identities of those aboard. To his astonishment, he found his soul force utterly incapable of penetrating the warship. It was as though a gaping abyss existed, consuming his essence the moment he drew near. Ge Long's voice turned cold. Helian Wuming, are you declaring war against the Heavenly Tao Academy? Today, should you slay our powerful members and fail to satisfy the academy, prepare for the annihilation of the Helian family. His tone was equally domineering, omitting any mention of Li Yuan. Annihilation? Such tyranny from the Heavenly Tao Academy. Such audacity from this old relic. This time, Helian Wuming chose silence, for he sensed Li Yuan stepping out from within the warship. Before Li Yuan even emerged, his voice resonated. From within the void warship, Li Yuan made his entrance, followed closely by Helian Hai, whose demeanor was one of utmost respect. Another Saint Lord. How deeply hidden was the Helian family? Ge Long, detecting Helian Hai's cultivation level, felt his expression shift. He had not anticipated that not only had Helian Wuming reached the Saint Lord stage, but Helian Hai had as well. Yet, Ge Long was more focused on Li Yuan. He was all too familiar with Li Yuan, having participated in the extraction of his celestial bones and aided Jun Lin in fusing them. Thus, when Li Yuan sensed Ge Long's presence, his gaze turned frigid. Presumptuous. Seeking death? Li Yuan's words caused the expressions of the half-step Saint Lords behind Ge Long to darken significantly. Ge Long, the vice president of the academy, a relic of over 3,000 years, was being openly insulted by Li Yuan. To them, this was a humiliation of the entire academy. So they did not even bother to regard Li Yuan's appearance. Presumptuous? Seeking death? Today, I, Li Yuan, shall be the one to act with impunity. I wish to see what you can do about it. I stand here, come and kill me. Li Yuan's voice was icy as he stepped out from the warship. Hovering before it, his gaze fixed coldly upon the speaker. Li Yuan. It was truly Li Yuan. He was alive. How could this be? Li Yuan? The two half-step Saint Lords, who felt the weight of Li Yuan's gaze, were equally astounded. They had not anticipated that Li Yuan was indeed alive and unscathed. Even standing quietly without revealing any aura, the surging vitality within him instilled dread, for his essence was now on par with theirs. A revelation that was both shocking and terrifying. Li Yuan? Gulong's eyes narrowed, fixating intently on Li Yuan in the void, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Seeing no one emerge, Li Yuan's voice grew colder. What? Are you all frightened? I, Li Yuan, have not perished. Does that astonish you? Were you not seeking to kill me? Here I stand, awaiting your attempt. Do not squander your chance by being ineffectual. Rest assured, Hellion Wuming and Hellion High will not strike you. I have come to the Heavenly Tao Academy today to seek vengeance. If I do not exact my retribution, it cannot be called vengeance. Cowards, come forth. Li Yuan's voice resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, resonating in the ears of all present. Is this truly Li Yuan? Within the confines of the Heavenly Tao Academy, the disciples gazed upward in disbelief at Li Yuan, who floated in the void above the Heavenly Tao Peak. It was utterly domineering. They felt as though the scene before them was not reality, but merely an illusion. Has he come? Seeking death, indeed. Does he truly think the Heavenly Tao Academy so feeble? Of course, there were those who regarded Li Yuan with contempt, believing he was courting his own demise. Behind Gulong, the two half-step saints wore expressions of grave concern. They found themselves in a precarious position. To act or not to act was a dilemma. After all, Hellion Wuming and Hellion High were not far from Li Yuan, and should they choose to strike, both would undoubtedly retaliate with lethal force. Gulong might be a saint, but could he truly withstand two saints simultaneously? If he could not, then either Hellion Wuming or Hellion High could easily bring about their demise. Act. Yet. As the two hesitated, Gulong's icy voice echoed in their minds. His countenance darkened. He wished to ascertain what other cards Li Yuan held aside from the two saints of the Hellion clan. Saints are indeed formidable, but two saints attempting to overturn the Heavenly Tao Academy is an impossibility. Upon hearing Gulong's command, the two half-step saints, no longer daring to hesitate, bellowed in unison. Li Yuan, as a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy, you dare to falsely accuse us of engaging in heretical practices. If we do not slay you today, how shall the Heavenly Tao Academy maintain its honor in imparting the Tao? Seeing Li Yuan now possessed of cultivation, they were aware he would not confess to the act of extracting bones and blood. Their words were a vicious bite back. After all, Li Yuan was alive and well. Who could discern the truth from the falsehood? Now, as long as the Heavenly Tao Academy emerged victorious, the narrative would be dictated by them. Killing Li Yuan would render their endeavor even more flawless. Whoosh, whoosh. The two surged forth with terrifying speed, hurtling directly toward Li Yuan. As the two half-step saints unleashed their power, the space around them became suffocatingly oppressive, severing all avenues of retreat for Li Yuan. They were far too young, and they underestimated the might of those within the Heavenly Tao Academy. In the academy, some shook their heads, feeling a deep sympathy for Li Yuan. However, standing unfazed as the two half-step saints approached, encasing the space in their oppressive aura, Li Yuan exhibited not a trace of fear. Instead, a cold smirk graced his lips as he regarded the two saints, his gaze akin to that of a spectator observing the deceased. Now, at that moment, Li Yuan uttered a single word and unleashed the unparalleled domain of the Heavenly Tao. As the two half-step saints drew near, their speeds plummeted as if time had slowed. Moving in what seemed like slow motion, from all directions, it felt as though ancient divine mountains were pressing in upon them, rendering them breathless. Even more terrifying was the rapid depletion of their internal cultivation. No. As Li Yuan advanced, his icy gaze made them thoroughly panic-stricken. They attempted to flee but found themselves utterly immobilized, akin to children drowning and struggling in vain. Puff, puff. Blood continuously spewed from their mouths. Under the horrific pressure of the unparalleled domain, their internal organs were being crushed. Were you not intent on killing me? With such meager abilities, do you believe you are worthy? Li Yuan extended his hands, directly piercing through their chests. Upon retracting them, he held two spiritual bones, the very essence of the two half-step saints before him. As the bones were extracted, the two let out anguished howls. In the act of extracting their spiritual bones, Li Yuan also crippled their life seas. At this moment, their vital essence rapidly dissipated, reducing them to mere mortals. Li Yuan chose not to kill them outright, but instead retracted the Heavenly Tao domain, allowing them to collapse to the ground and experience the agony of having their bones ripped from their bodies. What? How did Li Yuan accomplish this? Witnessing the scene unfold, astonishment flickered in the eyes of all. Those who had previously underestimated Li Yuan now recognized the grave threat he posed, finally comprehending that his audacity to confront them stemmed from an unfathomable backing. Gulong's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the void, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty. As the two approached Li Yuan, he sensed a unique force in the spatial domain, yet he could only perceive it without comprehending its nature. What kind of domain is this? Such terrifying capabilities, capable of subduing half-step saints and rendering them immobile. Gulong was deeply astonished. Boom. In the void, Li Yuan suddenly exerted force, disintegrating the two spiritual bones into ash. He coldly addressed the remaining half-step saints. Will you not make your move? Are you afraid now? Gulong, they are not capable. Why not act? Do not test the waters. I too wish to eradicate you, to avenge the pain you caused me that night. Li Yuan took a few steps forward. Though he did not make any overt moves, an intangible aura compelled the half-step saints to retreat. Gulong's expression hardened. A seasoned veteran, he found Li Yuan's confident challenge unsettling, making him increasingly reluctant to act. Boom. A terrifying surge of vitality erupted from Gulong, shaking the void as his blood surged forth like a true dragon emerging from the depths. Who would have anticipated that the seemingly aged and frail Gulong possessed such alarming vigor? Withstanding Li Yuan's momentum, he coldly admonished, Li Yuan, as a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy, I have shown restraint, offering you a chance. Yet, you have disappointed me. You possess some talent, but your narrow-mindedness breeds jealousy towards Junlin, the saint of the heavy pupils. Upon discovering that he also possesses the supreme bone and the bearing of an emperor, you succumb to darkness, maligning the Heavenly Tao Academy and Junlin. Now, your sins are unforgivable. You have secretly aided those of the Devil Path in enhancing the Hellion clan's cultivation, annihilating Tianqi City, and plotting the downfall of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? You seek to use the Devil Path to suppress Junlin and seize his celestial bone and the essence of the heavy pupils for your own gain. The notion of extracting bones and blood is merely a fabrication of your own making. Do you think everyone is blind? The two half-step saints, after their bones were extracted, could not endure for long before perishing, let alone you. Gulong rebuked Li Yuan while gesturing toward the lifeless forms of the two half-step saints. In truth, the two half-step saints could not have perished so swiftly. They were slain by Gulong. His earlier eruption was not merely to counter Li Yuan's might, but also to prepare for a counterattack. The Heavenly Tao Academy could not afford any blemishes if it sought to rise again, and with Li Yuan alive and growing stronger, he served as the perfect excuse to obscure the truth. By tarnishing Li Yuan's name, portraying him as a jealous fallen into darkness, and executing him, the world would harbor no suspicions. Even if a terrifying presence within the void were to emerge, it could be dismissed as a master of the Devil Path, easily vanquished by the foundation of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Even if those individuals belonged to the royal family of Zhongzhou, they would find themselves at a loss for words. Gulong's foresight was extensive. This scheme was nearly flawless. Ha ha ha. Li Yuan, do you have any final words? With your celestial bone extracted, how could you possibly survive? Now your cultivation far surpasses your former self. Yet you seek to slander the Tao Academy and defame the Saint Sun without even finding a proper pretext for your arrogance. Indeed, Li Yuan, you have succumbed to darkness. I almost believed you. You truly excel at theatrics. Your fellow disciples must be driven to madness upon learning of this. They all claim that the Academy's leaders have extinguished a young supreme, destroying the future of the Tao Academy, and they have been woefully deceived by you. For your sake, they are willing to risk their very lives in a futile struggle. How pitiful they are. Within the Tao Academy, many disciples, unaware of the truth, have been led to vehemently condemn Li Yuan. What? Have they truly been deprived of their life? See? At these words, Li Yuan's gaze turned icy, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Gulong, witnessing this scene, wore a triumphant expression. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Huh, Li Yuan, you cannot conceal your intentions from the world. Today, you dare to accuse me of personally extracting your bones. Your malice is evident. If you truly possess the bones of a supreme, a young supreme at that, how could you lack such fortitude? Tianqi City fell because of you. If you do not clarify this today, if you do not surrender and repent, I will unleash my full might and eradicate you. Li Yuan, do you confess? Gulong's voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Alas, you are still too young. Deep within the Tao Academy, some elders could only shake their heads. While they felt a sense of loss, they could only choose silence, for the course of events could not be altered. Ha ha. Jealousy, madness, slander? Ha ha. Gulong, your intentions are truly insidious. Do you really believe that I, Li Yuan, am incapable of proving my innocence? Before I take your life today, I will ensure the world witnesses your true visage, to see what vile creature lurks beneath your faade. Li Yuan laughed in fury, his voice echoing through the cosmos. Proof? Humph. Li Yuan, you little wretch. Even now you wish to fabricate some deceitful trick? You may toy with the world, but you cannot deceive me. I have lived for over 3,000 years. I have seen countless tempests. You have already succumbed to madness out of jealousy. You are a disciple of the Tao Academy. Today, I shall eliminate you to cleanse our ranks and prevent you from wreaking havoc upon the world. Indeed, kill him. This man has already succumbed to madness and dares to ensnare the saint's son in a web of treachery. He has annihilated the Jun family, and his crimes are beyond measure. If we allow him to live, he will surely bring calamity upon the world. I implore the headmaster to act and slay this wretch. Yes, let the headmaster take action and eliminate this beast. Kill him. Kill him. The reputation of our Tao Academy must not be tarnished by his presence. Though he still possesses his cultivation, he claims his celestial bones have been extracted. The spiritual bone is the foundation of a cultivator. Even an elder who has reached half-step Saint Lord would not survive a moment after having their bones removed. How is it that you have lived until now? Why do you not claim you have been reborn with celestial bones? Bah! Within the Tao Academy, as one person took the lead, countless others joined in the condemnation. There were simply too many of them. Those who were willing to stand by Li Yuan, those who knew the truth, had already been imprisoned and punished in the celestial mines. Now, those who wished to speak in Li Yuan's defense, upon seeing Gulong's denunciation, were too terrified to utter a word. After all, the fates of those who had spoken out previously served as a dire warning. These individuals stood in silence, gazing into the void, feeling a profound sense of unease. As for those ancient beings who were aware of the truth, now that Jun Lin had achieved greatness and the Tao Academy was on the verge of resurgence, they understood how to make their choice. After all, it was impossible to reclaim the supreme bones from within Jun Lin. If they were removed, they would surely be destroyed, and no one would benefit. Weighing the reputation of the Tao Academy against the consequences, they chose silence. Sacrificing one person to achieve the glory of the Tao Academy was a choice they were prepared to make. Young master, behind Li Yuan, Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai's expressions turned frigid upon hearing this. Their gazes directed at the people of the Tao Academy were sharp as blades. With but a command from Li Yuan, even knowing the Tao Academy was a den of peril, they would not hesitate to charge in and annihilate everything. Having witnessed Li Yuan's extraordinary abilities, they understood why he had not perished. Li Yuan's capacity to heal any injury, let alone having his supreme bones extracted, was such that as long as he drew breath, he could return from the depths of hell. The two of them exuded a powerful aura. Observing those who unjustly accused and slandered Li Yuan, they felt that the Tao Academy was even more despicable than the wickedest of beings. Should the Tao Academy rise again, it would surely become the greatest disgrace in the world. However, the murderous intent barely contained within Hellion Hai and Hellion Wuming was quelled upon seeing Li Yuan's expression. Li Yuan transmitted a message. Do not rush. I have a way to prove my innocence. While it may bring temporary relief to unleash slaughter now, it would ultimately serve their interests. Even if I can prove my innocence later, the world may not believe me. Bearing a notorious reputation is inconsequential to me. But the Hellion family cannot afford such a burden. The Hellion family has yet to fully digest the downfall of the Jun family. And the forces of the world are watching closely. If the Tao Academy turns the tables on us today, the forces of the world will undoubtedly unite to devour the Hellion family. Hearing Li Yuan's message, Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai's eyes reddened, feeling deeply moved. They never expected Li Yuan to consider their plight in such a situation. Li Yuan was correct. With his formidable strength, he could face the world. But the Hellion family lacked the means to do so. Young master, we await your command. While the world may chill your heart, the Hellion family will never. The Hellion family is willing to shed the last drop of blood for you, Hellion Wuming declared, his voice trembling. Hellion Hai said nothing, but his eyes spoke volumes. The transmission felt lengthy, yet in truth, it was but a fleeting moment. At this juncture, the air still echoed with Gulong's scornful denunciations and the voices of the elder disciples of the Tao Academy. In the face of such condemnation, Gulong was exceedingly pleased. This was the result he desired. He was also preparing some measures, for Li Yuan's recent maneuvers were too enigmatic, and even Gulong, as a Saint Lord, dared not underestimate them. Li Yuan, the eyes of the world are sharp. You cannot slander Jun Lin or me, Gulong declared with great satisfaction. Slander? Do you think you are worthy? Gulong, I wish to pose a question to you. Do you dare to answer? In the face of such accusations, while Li Yuan was filled with fury, his reason remained intact. He wanted to discern whether all within the Tao Academy shared this perspective, if all were indeed so aligned. Today would not merely see a portion of the Tao Academy destroyed, but he would choose to eradicate the entire institution. After all, if it came to that, there would be no difference between the Tao Academy and a den of evil. One question, is it? You little wretch, speak quickly before your demise. Gulong wished to avoid entangling himself with Li Yuan. Prolonging the confrontation could potentially work against them. They had already seized the moral high ground. Yet their preparations were not yet in place, leaving them no choice but to allow Li Yuan to pose his question. Gulong exhibited a remarkable degree of caution. Having devised a strategy long beforehand, should Li Yuan pose a question that proved difficult to answer, he would simply opt for silence. Gulong's current objective was to buy time. Li Yuan refrained from speaking immediately, instead hovering in the void, his icy gaze sweeping across the myriad faces before him. Upon meeting his gaze, a portion of the onlookers shamefully lowered their heads, unable to meet his eyes. However, the majority wore expressions of derision, emboldened by Gulong's presence. Completely disregarding Li Yuan, as he scanned these visages, a faint smile emerged on Li Yuan's countenance. He had feared the sight of certain individuals, yet they were absent. Their absence made Li Yuan feel that the Academy of Celestial Principles still harbored a semblance of warmth. Without delay, Li Yuan demanded, "Gulong, you allege that I, Li Yuan, have succumbed to jealousy and gone astray, defaming Junlin and tarnishing the reputation of the Academy of Celestial Principles. How well do you truly know me? As your lifespan wanes, do you spend your days fixated upon my actions? Are you truly familiar with me? Today, many have gathered here, but I ask you, how many among you possess true knowledge of me? How many have sat with me to engage in heartfelt discourse? Gulong, where is my master, Xianxiadrama? Where are my brothers from the Four Seasons Peak? Where are they? If anyone understands me, it cannot be any of you. We are not acquainted. The ones who truly know me are my brothers from the Four Seasons Peak. With 3,000 disciples at Four Seasons Peak, can I deceive a portion of them? Why? Then, are there fewer than 100 disciples present today? Answer me." Li Yuan's voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. Within the Academy of Celestial Principles, the disciples gradually regained their senses, glancing around to discover, as Li Yuan had asserted, that indeed, the disciples of Four Seasons Peak numbered less than 100. Such a significant matter could not possibly attract so few. A wave of doubt began to stir within some of them. Gulong's expression shifted slightly. He had never anticipated Li Yuan would question him in such a manner, leaving him at a loss for words. The absence of the Four Seasons Peak disciples was, of course, due to their suppression and punishment. Currently, those still cultivating at the Four Seasons Peak had sided with that faction. As for Li Yuan's master, Changchun, he had been imprisoned in a forbidden area, while all of Changchun's disciples had been punished and sent to the celestial mines. Thus no one was present to speak on Li Yuan's behalf. Gulong coldly retorted, "Li Yuan, do you dare to pose such a question? Changchun has faced an unbearable blow due to your schemes for the supreme bone of Junlin. Disheartened and feeling guilty towards the Academy of Celestial Principles, he has isolated himself for reflection, his heart of Tao now tarnished. If he cannot find clarity, he shall never emerge from this state. You have ruined him. As for your brothers and the disciples of Four Seasons Peak, they were deceived by you and, in their ignorance, sought to defend you. Upon learning the truth, they were overcome with shame and chose self-punishment. Thus they are no longer within the Academy. They were all talented disciples of our Academy, yet now, due to you, they are consumed by shame, punishing themselves in their own ways, wasting their prime cultivation years. Your sins are indeed grievous." Gulong's demeanor exuded deep sorrow and righteous indignation as he vehemently denounced Li Yuan. Nevertheless, Li Yuan disregarded Gulong's words, feeling a flicker of warmth in his heart. Finally realizing that within the Academy of Celestial Principles, there remained individuals who harbored goodwill towards him. It was evident that some had once spoken in his defense, only to be suppressed by Gulong and his ilk. Li Yuan dismissed Gulong's claims entirely. "Gulong, I have finished my inquiries. There are still those within the Academy of Celestial Principles whose consciences remain untarnished, who have not succumbed to madness. They have not been deceived by you. They still possess noble integrity and righteous spirit. There is hope for the Academy of Celestial Principles." Li Yuan's voice rang out, and a smile graced his face. "Humph. Even now, you foolish wretch continue to spout nonsense. It appears you are beyond redemption." Gulong's countenance darkened ominously, his voice chillingly sinister. The echoes of Li Yuan's words reverberated throughout the Academy, prompting some of the Four Seasons Peak disciples to muster their courage and voice their protest, declaring, "Li Yuan, our junior brother, is innocent. Four Seasons Peak is innocent. The guilty ones are you. You have imprisoned the elders of Four Seasons Peak and forcibly cast its disciples into the celestial mines. You are the true demons. Yes, you are the demons. In pursuit of your selfish desires, you covet our bones and defame Li Yuan. You are the evil ones. The future supreme of our Academy has been crippled by you." Several disciples from Four Seasons Peak now boldly denounced Gulong and his associates. Gulong's expression darkened further, his voice laced with an insatiable murderous intent. "You speak in delusion. You have clearly been bribed by Li Yuan and have fallen into madness, thus defaming the Academy of Celestial Principles. You must be eradicated." Gulong raised his hand, aiming a strike at those individuals. "Humph. Are you enraged out of shame?" Hellion High and Hellion Wuming exchanged cold smirks, their status as sovereigns granting them the power to prevent any harm from befalling their eyes. Hellion Wuming intervened to block Gulong's attack, while Hellion High reached out. pulling the Four Seasons Peak disciples behind him. Witnessing this, Gelong's expression turned frigidly sinister. Look, they have succumbed to madness and have clearly allied with Li Yuan. Otherwise, how could they come to their aid? All elders, join me in exterminating these demons. Gelong recognized that he was not yet fully prepared for a counterattack, but he understood that waiting any longer would lead to a reversal of fortunes. Exterminate the demons. The elders of the Academy of Celestial Principles roared as they surged forth. Indeed, today shall be the day of reckoning for demons. As Li Yuan observed the multitude charging towards him, a chilling coldness flickered in his eyes. Despite the formidable assembly, he displayed no sign of fear. Boom. As Li Yuan unleashed the unparalleled celestial domain, its power enveloped the area. With Li Yuan stepping into the pinnacle of the four extremes, the range expanded to 5 kilometers, casting the entire scene under the unparalleled celestial domain. Simultaneously, Li Yuan boldly took a step forward, a killing intent stirring the heavens and earth. Chapter 91, The Lord of the Divine Sword. With the unparalleled celestial domain in effect, increasing their numbers would change nothing. Concurrently with the activation of the unparalleled celestial domain, Li Yuan moved with the swiftness of lightning and the ferocity of a hurricane. With each step he took, a punch was unleashed. Under the influence of the celestial domain, those before him appeared as mere mortals, their lives extinguished by Li Yuan's singular strikes. In the void, the air was filled with anguished cries. No one could withstand a single punch from Li Yuan. One by one, figures were reduced to crimson mist. Facing such a multitude of powerful beings, Li Yuan strode forth as if traversing an uninhabited realm, slaying gods and cutting down Buddhas. Before the disciples of the Academy of Celestial Principles could react, those who sought to attack were all forcefully annihilated by Li Yuan. In the void, a torrential rain of blood began to fall. 18-year-old Li Yuan resembled a youthful demonic deity. How is this possible? How did he achieve this? The onlookers questioned, their faces etched with terror as they beheld Li Yuan in the void. Their hearts raced with unease. Gelong, too, was engulfed in fear. Unable to comprehend how such a multitude had failed to pose any threat to Li Yuan, not even managing to buy him a moment's delay. Gelong's legs trembled, yearning to retreat back into the formation, yet he understood that to do so would utterly shatter his image. Gelong gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to turn and flee. He understood all too well that with so many lives lost today, the silent antiquarians within the Heavenly Tao Academy would soon reach their breaking point. After all, if the losses continued to mount, the strength of the Academy would undoubtedly suffer a grave blow. With so many fallen, it could be said that the Academy was now severely wounded. Taking a deep breath, Gelong rebuked, Li Yuan, you have truly succumbed to madness. You have practiced dark arts, and there is no place left for you in this world. Not only have you gone astray, but your slaughter of fellow disciples and masters renders you lower than a beast. His voice echoed with profound sorrow and fury. Within the Heavenly Tao Academy, many turned their eyes towards Li Yuan, filled with trepidation, convinced he had lost his way and dabbled in some malevolent sorcery. Otherwise, he could not have committed such heinous acts. Gelong, at this juncture, you still wish to argue? It is truly nauseating. Should I, Li Yuan, refrain from striking and allow you to butcher us? That would be the mark of sanity? Absurd. The reason I can slay them is that my supreme bone has been reborn, and not only that. I have had the fortune to absorb a drop of celestial beast blood, transforming into true celestial bone. With the divine powers nurtured by this celestial bone, I, Li Yuan, can subdue all enemies in this world. Gelong, prepare to meet your end. Li Yuan advanced step by step towards Gelong, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, fabricating a rationale to obscure the existence of the Heavenly Tao's divine techniques. What? Celestial bone divine powers? The crowd within the Academy gasped, astonished, their eyes reflecting sheer horror. They sensed no trace of demonic or malevolent energy emanating from Li Yuan, and upon hearing his words, they were utterly stunned, believing 9/10 of what he claimed. For there was no other explanation. At this moment, all within the Academy were engulfed in shock, while a glimmer of light appeared in the eyes of some ancient beings. Die. As Li Yuan drew nearer, Gelong felt no fear. Instead, a flicker of cruelty ignited in his gaze. For at this moment, Gelong's scheme had reached fruition. A beam of divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping Li Yuan completely. This was one of the Academy's foundational treasures, the prisoning heaven tower. Unbeknownst to them, the prisoning heaven tower had already emerged above Li Yuan, descending to suppress him. Boom. Simultaneously, the Academy's protective array was activated, targeting Hellion Wooming and Hellion High with lethal intent, offering them no chance of escape. This was Gelong's meticulous plan, prepared for a decisive strike to eliminate Li Yuan. In that instant, Gelong unleashed his own attack. In his hand appeared a bloodied ancient golden spear, bearing numerous scars from blades and axes. Clearly an ancient weapon that had endured countless battles without being destroyed. As the golden spear emerged, the roar of a golden holy dragon reverberated through the air. Gulong's formidable essence surged into the golden spear without restraint, his gaze towards Li Yuan becoming increasingly ferocious. The myriad intricate symbols upon the spear seemed to come alive. And in that moment, the golden spear was utterly awakened, resembling a golden holy dragon as Gulong hurled it forth in one fluid motion, providing no time for contemplation. Little beast, perish. You survived, but today you shall die. Gulong's eyes glinted with cruelty as he fixated on Li Yuan, who was imprisoned in the prisoning heaven tower. Whispering softly, Gulong believed everything had come to an end. Under such calculations, not only would Li Yuan perish, but even a half-saint would meet their demise today. The reason Gulong had prolonged the battle was to await the revival of the prisoning heaven tower. Despite the unforeseen events, he felt a sense of relief that today would finally conclude. The golden spear soared through the air, directly aiming for Li Yuan's brow. Witnessing this, Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai laughed, casting glances at the self-satisfied Gulong as if he were viewing a corpse. For others, there appeared to be no chance of survival. Yet Gulong had chosen the wrong adversary. Who was Li Yuan? If he could be so easily outmaneuvered, would he dare approach the Heavenly Tao Academy? Indeed. At the moment the golden spear was about to strike, Li Yuan, who had been suppressed by the prisoning heaven tower, vanished without a trace, disappearing into thin air. Impossible. Who intervened? Gulong's legs trembled at this sight, unable to accept that Li Yuan could escape the tower's suppression. What? Within the academy, those manipulating the prisoning heaven tower also changed countenance. Disbelief etched upon their faces as they could not fathom how Li Yuan had vanished. Even a sage would struggle to achieve such a feat. Gulong, are you disappointed? I foretold your demise today. If the king of hell spares you not, I shall claim you. As Gulong's astonishment enveloped him, Li Yuan's chilling voice echoed in his ears. The prisoning heaven tower was indeed formidable, its power beyond question. Yet, Li Yuan wielded the heavenly Tao divine techniques, capable of traversing the 9 heavens and delving into the 9 hells, rendering all formations and divine powers ineffective, and thus, the prisoning heaven tower was no exception. Upon hearing Li Yuan's voice, Gulong's hair stood on end, his face stricken with terror. What was Gulong's cultivation? He was a sacred master. Yet, he had not sensed how Li Yuan appeared. Having slaughtered so many, upon seeing Li Yuan materialize beside him, Gulong retreated without hesitation. Harboring no intention to engage, he gazed at Li Yuan as though confronting a demon god, too fearful to act. In that moment, Gulong abandoned all pretense of dignity, wishing only to retreat into the protective array to safeguard himself. However, facing this enemy who had once ripped open his chest, dug out his bones, and drained his blood, Li Yuan would not grant Gulong such a desire. The unparalleled domain of the heavenly Tao descended, suppressing Gulong on the spot. Li Yuan, you dare? An ancient voice within the academy erupted in fury, coldness resonating in its tone, causing the very void to tremble. The Heavenly Tao Academy had already suffered grievous losses. Gulong, as a sacred master, must not perish. Not only must Gulong survive, but Li Yuan must also be subdued today. Otherwise, the academy would become the laughingstock of the world. Though the academy had fallen, its foundations remained intact. Boom. A terrifying pressure descended, shaking the void. Waves of oppressive force swept across the heavens and earth. A myriad of divine lights illuminated the realm, and amidst this dazzling brilliance emerged a figure. Accompanied by the ethereal form of a golden divine tree, golden leaves cascading down as if entire worlds were vanishing and being reborn. Everything before them was in flux. As this figure appeared, all laws around were obliterated, completely suppressed. Who is that? Within the academy, many elders beheld this scene with shock, even as members of the academy. They held no recollection of the figure now present. Yet, this did not diminish their astonishment, for the power was simply overwhelming. Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai were equally astounded, exclaiming, a half-step to the Divine King body. How could such a being exist within the Heavenly Tao Academy? The Divine King body was terrifying beyond measure, once fully realized. It could slay saints and contend with ancient emperors. Though this manifestation still lacked a step to completion, it remained formidable, with saints hidden. The emergence of a half-step Divine King body constituted an invincible presence. Even Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai, who had stepped into the realm of sacred masters, felt their own vitality suppressed in the face of this Divine King body materializing in the void. Before the Divine King's presence, an instinctive dread enveloped the atmosphere. The phenomena manifesting within the void were the celestial manifestations heralding the eruption of the Divine King's form. Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai found themselves retreating in haste. Once ensnared by the spectacle, their demise was all but assured. The power of the Divine King's form was truly formidable. As Etienne emerged from his seclusion, Gaelong's expression transformed into one of profound exhilaration. Particularly notable was Li Yuan's refusal to retreat, allowing the awe-inspiring manifestation of the Divine King to envelop him, which led Gaelong to believe that Li Yuan was doomed. In the void, the resplendent golden divine tree took root, its branches and leaves obscuring the heavens. The entire world seemed to transmute into a golden hue. Standing beneath the ancient golden tree, Etienne appeared as an immortal, ageless being. Yet, Li Yuan gazed at Etienne with an icy demeanor. Upon noticing that Li Yuan had not released Gaelong, Etienne frowned slightly and commanded, "Release him." The tone was faint, yet it bore an authority that brooked no dissent, as if a deity had spoken. Floating amidst the void, Etienne emanated an aura of power without anger. "It is you. So it was you all along. No wonder these individuals dared to act so recklessly. At last, I comprehend the truth." However, Li Yuan, fixated on Etienne, did not respond to his words, yet his voice turned chillingly cold, each syllable laced with frost. On the day Li Yuan's bones were excavated, Junlin had been present as well. Following the extraction of the celestial bone, immediate fusion was imperative. Failure to do so would result in the extinguishing of divinity. During Junlin's fusion, the celestial bone violently resisted, and the golden essence within Junlin could not subdue it. Yet, in that moment, divine light descended upon the chamber, revealing a singular golden leaf within the radiance. This golden leaf settled upon Junlin's chest, not only subduing the celestial bone, but also harmonizing with Junlin's blood essence, causing his aura to surge and facilitating the swift fusion of the celestial bone. It can be asserted that Etienne was pivotal in Junlin's ability to assimilate the celestial bone. Without Etienne, such a feat would have been unattainable. In that moment of excavation, Li Yuan had been oblivious to the significance of it all, but now, witnessing Etienne's emergence, he understood everything. This enigmatic divine king, who had never before revealed himself, was intricately involved in the affair, perhaps even the mastermind behind it all. Yet, in response to Li Yuan's words, Etienne remained unfazed, reiterating, "Release him." The aura of the divine king's form surged once more, descending upon Li Yuan with overwhelming force. Beneath Li Yuan, the ground continued to collapse under the sheer might of the divine king's power, illustrating the terrifying extent of its influence. However, Li Yuan, suspended in the void, appeared impervious to the threat, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Etienne. Realizing that Etienne's essence was intertwined with Junlin's, Li Yuan pondered many revelations. Junlin's mother hailed from the Tiandao Academy, and their shared essence indicated that Junlin was indeed Etienne's grandson. The act of extracting bones to empower his grandson elucidated the situation. Otherwise, Junlin's dual pupils and Li Yuan's possession of the supreme bone would not have posed a detriment to the Tiandao Academy, and their future potential remained boundless. Yet, Etienne sought more, preparing to elevate Junlin to the status of emperor, thus necessitating the extraction of Li Yuan's bones. Chapter 92, Wounded Divine King. Under Li Yuan's suppression, Gaelong witnessed Etienne's pressure descending and felt a glimmer of hope spark within him. "I will not die." This thought coursed through Gaelong's mind, dispelling any trace of anxiety. "You little beast, hurry up and release me." Gaelong bellowed at Li Yuan, brimming with confidence. Li Yuan smiled. Etienne's arrival had not instilled fear, but rather revealed yet another adversary. At long last, he could address the situation at its roots. Had Etienne not appeared, only a fraction would have faced demise, while the true mastermind would remain unpunished. With a chuckle, Li Yuan retorted, "Gaelong, do you find pleasure in calling me little beast? How delightful. Release you? Do you think I would entertain such a notion?" As he spoke the final words, Li Yuan turned his gaze towards Etienne, a smirk dancing upon his lips. In an instant, he struck, delivering a fatal blow to Gaelong's heart before Etienne's very eyes. "Cough, cough, cough. You." Gaelong stared at the gaping wound in his chest, disbelief and resentment etched across his features. He could scarcely fathom that, even with Etienne manifesting the divine king's domain, Li Yuan could still slay him, let alone dare to do so. Until his last breath, Gaelong's eyes remained wide with incredulity. In the void, beneath the golden ancient tree, Etienne observed Gaelong's demise at Li Yuan's hands, a flicker of coldness flashing in his gaze. He had not anticipated that Li Yuan, even in the presence of the half-formed divine king's domain, would remain unaffected. After the cold glimmer, a spark of brilliance illuminated Etienne's eyes. Clearly, Etienne had recalled Li Yuan's rebirth through the supreme celestial bone. For slaying a director of the Tiandao Academy, Li Yuan. There shall be no sanctuary for you in this world. Today, I shall ensure you comprehend the essence of despair. Etienne advanced step by step towards Li Yuan, celestial radiance illuminating the heavens. The might of the divine king's form reverberated, shaking the very foundation of existence. With each step, Hellion Wuming and Hellion High were forced to retreat, the intangible pressure causing their hearts to race as though they would burst. Li Yuan, facing Etienne's divine king's form, scoffed, "That sentiment resonates with me as well. Today, I shall demonstrate to you that the divine king's form is not invincible, especially in its incomplete state." The oppressive aura exuding from the divine king was akin to countless mountains bearing down upon them. Yet for Li Yuan, it bore no weight. He stepped forward, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. What? Is it possible that Li Yuan remains unaffected by the divine king's might? How could this be? Within the Tiandao Academy, those witnessing the spectacle were utterly astounded, their hearts tumultuous with waves of shock. At Etienne's appearance, many ancient beings had presumed the end was nigh. Yet none could have foreseen that Li Yuan would face Etienne without a trace of trepidation upon his countenance. For Li Yuan, the divine king's might felt as gentle as a breeze caressing a mountain or the moonlight reflecting upon a great river, leaving no impact upon him. Etienne was doomed. From a distance, Hellion Wuming and Hellion High perceived this and brightened with excitement. With Li Yuan stepping forth, the pressure they felt dissipated entirely. The golden divine tree, rooted in the void, obscured the sky, enveloping Li Yuan within its domain. Etienne's silhouette vanished. Within the realm of the divine king, Etienne was omnipotent. And even witnessing Li Yuan withstand the pressure of his domain did not perturb him. His expression remained detached, a testament to the confidence derived from his divine king's form. As Etienne disappeared, Li Yuan continued his advance, as if all was normal. In this moment, Li Yuan appeared relaxed, unperturbed. Etienne, akin to a specter, left no trace behind, suddenly appearing behind Li Yuan, extending his hand towards Li Yuan's heart. Should Etienne succeed, a gaping void would mar Li Yuan's form, obliterating his heart and celestial bone. At that moment, Etienne, with one hand casually resting behind him, displayed utter disdain towards Li Yuan. His velocity was nothing short of instantaneous. However, as Etienne's hand reached for Li Yuan, the calmness upon Etienne's face vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. Li Yuan, too, had vanished, materializing behind Etienne, delivering a lethal punch. "In terms of speed, you are no match for me." As the fist struck, it bore with it a formidable sword aura, transforming Li Yuan's hand into a peerless divine sword. In this instant, Li Yuan had also invoked the celestial Dao technique in combat. This was no ordinary strike. The demeanor of Etienne underwent a complete transformation as he opted for instantaneous teleportation, the composure on his face vanishing entirely. However, Etienne was still a step too slow. Li Yuan's fist pierced through Etienne's body, droplets of golden blood cascading from Li Yuan's knuckles. Drip, drip, cough, cough, cough. In the distance, Etienne materialized, blood continuously spilling from his mouth, and an expression of incredulity emerged in his eyes. Setting aside Li Yuan's speed, his attack was equally formidable. Etienne had an unwavering confidence in his divine king body, honed over more than a century of cultivation, yet in this moment, that confidence dissipated. However, Etienne did not perish. The blood coursing within him surged like a great river, producing a thunderous roar. Etienne evaded swiftly. Although Li Yuan's fist had penetrated his form, he managed to protect his heart. The gaping wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and in the blink of an eye, no trace of injury remained on Etienne's chest. Yet, all present were left in stunned silence, their gaze fixed on the ethereal figure of Li Yuan, unable to fathom that Etienne had been wounded on his first strike. This was the divine king body, a physique capable of contending with emperors once fully formed, yet now it faltered against a mere teenager, Li Yuan. Li Yuan, observing Etienne from a distance, felt a flicker of surprise. The ability to heal such wounds instantaneously was indeed commendable, a testament to the divine king body. "Quite impressive," Li Yuan remarked, his demeanor tranquil and composed. "Etienne, you are remarkable to have inflicted injury upon me. You are the first to leave me in such a state of disarray since my birth. I had underestimated you. What a fine piece of celestial bone you possess. It truly astounds." Etienne, locking eyes with Li Yuan, radiated a brilliant light, regaining his composure. However, he no longer dared to underestimate Li Yuan, the recent lesson fresh in his mind. Li Yuan chuckled. "Indeed, it is an exceptional piece of celestial bone. But alas, it shall forever remain beyond your grasp. You have a penchant for excavating bones, do you not? Today, I, Li Yuan, shall seize your divine king essence." Chapter 93. I refuse. Li Yuan, you are far too arrogant. Just now, It was merely a lapse in Etienne's vigilance. What does your demonic transformation matter? You could never hope to match Etienne. A voice from within the Heavenly Tao Academy rebuked angrily upon hearing Li Yuan's words. Li Yuan's expression turned icy. In an instant, he vanished. And the head of the one who spoke was abruptly severed from his body. The lifeless form, now headless, stared in horror at its own decapitated state. He attempted to speak, but the opportunity was lost. The world before his eyes gradually blurred, plunging him into darkness. The remaining elders of the Heavenly Tao Academy, witnessing this, began to point at Li Yuan, ready to unleash their wrath. However, before they could utter a word, their heads, too, separated from their bodies, soaring into the air. How preposterous! A gaggle of hypocrites. Li Yuan, act without concern for your judgment. Li Yuan stood in the void, his gaze piercing as he glared at them, causing each to retreat in fear. Etienne's complexion shifted dramatically. In that moment, he realized that his divine king domain was utterly ineffective against Li Yuan, whose speed surpassed his own. Etienne, it is time to conclude this, Li Yuan declared, no longer wishing to waste time. With a decisive motion, terrifying array symbols surged toward Etienne, manifesting true dragons, true phoenixes, white tigers, and black tortoises. The true dragon soared. The true phoenix ignited the heavens. The white tiger tore the sky apart, and the black tortoise stabilized the world. Li Yuan descended like an unparalleled celestial being, assaulting the once mighty Etienne, who now coughed blood as he was left in a state of disarray, his divine king demeanor shattered, hair disheveled, resembling a defeated stray dog. Impossible. Etienne coughed relentlessly, his eyes nearly bursting. He possessed the qualifications to attain the status of an emperor. How could he accept this reality? Die! He roared in a frenzy. Behind him, a phantom of a divine king materialized, launching a powerful assault toward Li Yuan. Yet, upon contact with Li Yuan's attack, the divine king phantom was obliterated. Li Yuan smirked. Nothing is impossible. Before me, a divine king is akin to a mere dog. Just as Li Yuan was about to extinguish Etienne's life, a beam of holy light descended from the void, signaling the awakening of another sacred artifact deep within the source of the Heavenly Tao. Li Yuan, you seek death. The voice emanating from the depths of the Heavenly Tao Academy was laced with boundless malice. Seek death? No one has yet been born who can kill me, Li Yuan. Unbeknownst to the specifics of Li Yuan's actions, the previously suspended prison tower erupted in an explosion of holy light, surging toward the depths of the Heavenly Tao source. The holy light aimed at Li Yuan shattered, and in an instant, the very ground beneath the Heavenly Tao Academy trembled violently, a mountain seemingly vanishing into thin air. Etienne, you shall pay with your life. As Li Yuan prepared to strike down Etienne, the latter was rendered almost mortal beneath the overwhelming pressure of Li Yuan's unparalleled domain. There, he could no longer withstand Li Yuan's palm, which descended upon his forehead, extinguishing his very existence. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. With no chance to intervene, the world fell into an eerie silence. Etienne had perished. Boom. In the following moment, the heavens and earth roared. A torrent of terrifying energy surged forth, causing the entire Heavenly Tao Academy to tremble. Preposterous. At that moment, ancient beings within the Heavenly Tao Academy awoke. Upon witnessing Etienne's demise, they could no longer maintain their composure, their gazes towards Li Yuan akin to venomous serpents poised to strike. Preposterous? It is your complacency that has led to this day. You call me reckless? Today, I shall show you what true recklessness entails. As Li Yuan's words echoed, his figure vanished, reappearing before an ancient elder, pointing a finger. It was as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. The head of this ancient being, who had lived for an unfathomable number of years, exploded in an instant. The headless corpse fell helplessly from the sky. Li Yuan, consumed by fury, activated the Heavenly Tao divine technique, disregarding all attacks, striking relentlessly. In a mere instant, the 7 figures that had appeared transformed into cold, lifeless bodies. None were a match for him. The manifestation of Li Yuan's Heavenly Tao divine powers was terrifying. Any attack against him was futile. The entire Heavenly Tao Academy fell into an unprecedented silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Gazing upon Li Yuan was akin to gazing upon an entity of forbidden existence. Li Yuan, cease your actions. Not everyone deserves to die. You are also a member of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Do you truly wish to witness its complete decline? Moreover, you greatly underestimate the Heavenly Tao Academy. From the Four Seasons Peak, a voice resounded. Following this, a figure emerged. Elderly, do you think I am afraid? Like you. Merely a blade of grass swaying in the wind. Li Yuan fixed his gaze upon the individual, offering no semblance of goodwill. Those remaining at the Four Seasons Peak had evidently chosen to stand against Li Yuan, and their belated intervention only served to deepen his disdain. Oh, What has been done cannot be undone. What can be changed now? For the sake of the Heavenly Tao Academy, I have no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, the Academy shall fracture, and this indeed is the ultimate decision of us all, necessitating the sacrifice of a portion of our kin. Let this be the end. The primary perpetrator has been vanquished. The elder fixed his gaze upon Li Yuan, sighing deeply. A voice resonated in the skies above the Academy, acknowledging that this calamity stemmed from our negligence, and thus, I offer you an explanation. Only the voice could be heard, the speaker remaining unseen. A colossal hand materialized in the void, reaching towards the place where the Academy's headmaster was in seclusion. The sanctuary of the Academy's headmaster was rendered to nothingness. The headmaster himself ensnared within that great hand. Ancestor. Before the headmaster could utter a sound, he was crushed into a mist of blood. From this day forth, Changchun shall assume the role of the headmaster of the Heavenly Tao Academy. The Four Seasons Peak shall reside at the main peak, and all punished disciples shall receive double compensation. I shall seek an opportunity to send you to the Sacred Academy for cultivation, dedicating all my efforts to assist you in attaining enlightenment. What say you? It was evident that with the demise of Etienne, their lineage had been forsaken, akin to the day when they suppressed the Four Seasons Peak and abandoned it. This ancient voice echoed continuously through the void. Yuaner. Within the void, a figure emerged. It was Li Yuan's master, Taoist Changchun. Upon being released, Changchun's countenance lit up with excitement upon seeing Li Yuan alive, having thought he would never see him again. Master. The sight of Changchun filled Li Yuan's eyes with elation. For Changchun had not only imparted wisdom to him, but had also sought justice on his behalf, only to be repressed. Li Yuan. What do you think of such a resolution? The voice in the void resonated once more. Numerous ancient beings awaited Li Yuan's response with bated breath. Li Yuan's performance today had indeed been astonishing, unparalleled across the ages. I refuse. From this day forth, I, Changchun, am no longer a member of the Heavenly Tao Academy. However, what none anticipated was that Changchun spoke first, expressing profound disappointment in the Academy. Changchun, do you understand what you are saying? The voice in the void responded, laced with terrifying ire. I am well aware. My heart is already extinguished. I implore the ancestor to fulfill my wish. At present, I only desire to leave with my disciple and start anew. There is no longer a place for us here. Unless the ancestor is willing to slay Junlin. Is the ancestor willing? Changchun gazed into the void, his eyes devoid of fear. He understood all too well that as long as Junlin lived, everything was fade. As Changchun's words fell, the voice in the void ceased to manifest, clearly rejecting his plea. Chapter 94. Testing one's cultivation? Changchun, your demands are excessive. Another voice reverberated in the void, imbued with boundless fury. It was evident that this was another ancestor of the Heavenly Tao Academy, incensed by Changchun's words. The void fell silent once more, unmistakably indicating that the Academy would not permit Junlin's demise. Naturally, with Changchun's withdrawal from the Academy today, he did not wish for his disciples to become stepping stones for others, even if they could sever that very blade. In his hand, a jade token signifying his affiliation with the Academy appeared, only to be swiftly crushed by Changchun. His decisiveness warmed Li Yuan's heart, who had remained silent until now. Changchun, since you wish to betray the Heavenly Tao Academy, then you shall be left with no choice but to perish. A chilling voice echoed in the void. A terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, enveloping Changchun and Li Yuan. Humph, you decrepit old fool, do you think you are the king of hell? Laughable. To dictate life and death with a mere word, do you truly think yourself worthy? Having lurked in the shadows like a rat, you are a nuisance. Come forth. Li Yuan scoffed coldly. His prior silence was merely to allow Changchun to witness the Academy's grotesque nature. With Changchun's decision made, did the Academy truly believe they could take a life? Li Yuan's voice rang out as he vanished from his spot. The next moment, he pointed into the void, causing a figure to be forcefully expelled. The individual bore a look of horror, gazing at Li Yuan with disbelief, never having anticipated such prowess from him. Die. To attempt to slay my master is to court death. Li Yuan's tone was frigid. You impudent brat. The ancestor of the Heavenly Tao Academy's expression darkened as he swung his sword at Li Yuan, attempting to teach him a lesson about despair. Yet, confronted by this strike, Li Yuan's eyes reflected nothing but disdain. He reached out and seized a blade of grass, standing firm as he wielded it against the ancestor. A terrifying sword aura surged skyward, causing the heavens to tremble. The sword light aimed at Li Yuan shattered instantaneously, while his own sword energy surged forth towards the adversary. This is bad. The ancestor of the Heavenly Tao Academy's countenance changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Li Yuan possessed such formidable mastery in swordsmanship. With a flourish, he unleashed a swordsmanship technique, conjuring a sword shield before him in an effort to block Li Yuan's strike. However, As Li Yuan's sword energy arrived, the sword shield conjured by the ancestor crumbled in an instant, the sword energy descending upon him. Impossible? The ancestor stood frozen in place, terror etched across his face. As a faint line of blood appeared on his brow, quickly becoming pronounced, culminating in a gory eruption, his body cleaved in twain, plummeting from the void. Li Yuan was not finished. He directed another strike towards a different point in the void. In the emptiness where nothing existed, the previously vocal ancestor emerged in disarray. Under the might of Li Yuan's sword, he was utterly incapable of concealing himself. Li Yuan. The elder glared at him, his expression frigid. Do you have any final words? Speak, for do not say that I have not afforded you an opportunity. Li Yuan, gripping the yellow grass, regarded him with cold eyes. You seek death. The ancestor's fury reached a boiling point. Aware of Li Yuan's peculiar and terrifying nature, he chose not to engage directly. Recognizing that his strength was only marginally superior to that of the one Li Yuan had previously vanquished. Lacking confidence in his ability to slay Li Yuan, he nonetheless harbored means to deal with him. Seek death, do you? Let me see what measures you possess. Li Yuan's gaze bore into him, laced with derision. Boom. The elder refrained from further banter, shattering the seals within his body. At the moment the seals fractured, an overwhelming aura surged forth. A thunderous sound echoed through the skies, as lightning of immense magnitude erupted. Clearly, these individuals had long slumbered in self-imposed confinement, fearing the tribulations of the heavens. Crossing tribulations is a perilous endeavor. And this moment was not an attempt to break through against Li Yuan, but rather an effort to drag Li Yuan into the calamity, forcing him to endure the tribulations alongside them. If a cultivator is within the vicinity of another during their tribulation, they too shall suffer the consequences of the heavenly wrath. The ancestor of the Heavenly Tao Academy had chosen to ensnare Li Yuan within this storm, intending to have the heavenly tribulations strike him dead. Yuaner, retreat swiftly. Within the academy, upon witnessing this scene, Changchun's expression turned to one of utter terror, urgently warning Li Yuan. Changchun had no choice but to withdraw. If he were to be sensed by the aura of the tribulation, he too would be compelled to endure it. Flee. Below, within the academy, both disciples and elders alike turned pale at this sight, each taking to their heels in terror. In the void, Li Yuan remained stationary, mockingly observing his foe. Moreover, there was no time for evasion, as this individual had set his sights on Li Yuan, who had also been marked by the heavenly tribulation. Yet, Li Yuan's demeanor remained remarkably composed, showing no sign of fear. A heavenly tribulation, you say? Very well. At this moment, I am uncertain of the extent to which my physical cultivation has progressed. It is fortuitous that I can utilize this tribulation as a means of assessment. I sincerely hope it does not disappoint me. Li Yuan gazed expectantly into the void. Boom. Thunder roared from the pinnacle of the heavens, and bolts of lightning descended like colossal silver dragons. My lord. In the distance, Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai witnessed this scene with faces filled with terror. They had not anticipated that the patriarch of the Heavenly Tao Institute would plot against Li Yuan so cunningly. They wished to assist him. Yet both Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai, despite their frantic thoughts, could devise no way forward. Approaching would mean confronting the tribulation themselves, a certain path to demise. Seeing the anxiety of the two, Li Yuan chuckled and reassured them, do not worry. The emergence of this heavenly tribulation is quite timely. I, too, have been pondering the extent of my cultivation lately. Today, I shall utilize this tribulation to ascertain my capabilities. Furthermore, it is an opportune moment to test the might of my divine powers. His voice was calm, which alleviated the tension of Hellion Wuming, Hellion Hai, and Changchun. Though they remained concerned, it seemed Li Yuan held some confidence, allowing them to wait in silence. Humph, assess your cultivation, do you? Ridiculous. This is the tribulation of a half-saint. You are doomed. Heaven offers a path, yet you refuse to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you venture in. I have long suppressed my cultivation precisely because I lack the confidence to face this tribulation, not even possessing a 1% chance of survival. This level of heavenly tribulation will undoubtedly extinguish you. You may appear invincible, but that is merely due to your celestial bone and divine powers. Your actual cultivation is but the perfection of the four extremes. Below the dragon transformation, all are mere ants. This is the half-saint tribulation. You will not even have the opportunity to utter your last words. Today, I shall slay you for the Junlin lineage. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to seize it. The voice of the Heavenly Tao Institute patriarch was frigid, his serpent-like eyes fixed menacingly on Li Yuan. Chapter 95 Is this all? Boom. Thunder echoed across the heavens. Two strands of black lightning surged down like black dragons, enveloping both Li Yuan and the patriarch of the Heavenly Tao Institute. The black punishment descended, transforming into two terrifying pillars of light. The force of the divine punishment was unavoidable. One could only choose to withstand it. Here it comes. Die. Those aligned with Junlin observed this with excitement gleaming in their eyes. What did it matter how formidable Li Yuan was? Under the heavenly tribulation, he was undoubtedly akin to an ant. My lord, Yuaner, Helian Hai and Changchun gripped their sleeves tightly, their gazes fixed on the void. Uncertain if Li Yuan could withstand the force of the tribulation. The patriarch's gaze turned increasingly venomous upon witnessing the tribulation descend. He had no intention of attempting the tribulation himself, merely seeking to buy time, waiting for the rules of heaven and earth to shift, hoping to seize a slim chance of survival. Yet, he had never anticipated being cornered by Li Yuan to such an extent. Is this the heavenly tribulation? Li Yuan murmured, not daring to underestimate it. A radiant shield of divine light enveloped him, the heavenly Tao's protective aura. Go. Conversely, the patriarch of the Heavenly Tao Institute, having summoned considerable means, unveiled a small tower, which hovered above his head, attempting to dissipate the first layer of the heavenly tribulation. Boom. In the void. The two heavenly tribulations struck almost simultaneously. Enormous bolts of thunder engulfed both Li Yuan and the patriarch. Almost instantaneously upon the arrival of the tribulation, the distant wails of the patriarch echoed, although Li Yuan was shrouded in black lightning, obscuring the details. The fact that a being who had cultivated for thousands of years was sent flying, howling in agony, underscored the terror of the tribulation. All witnessed the patriarch. Charred and blackened, the small tower sent flying, his body nearly resembling that of a desiccated corpse. In Li Yuan's vicinity, the black tribulation thunder rumbled ominously, annihilating all in its path. Not a single sound emerged. Did you truly believe that possessing a piece of celestial bone would render you invincible? Beneath the heavenly tribulation, all is but an illusion. The patriarch suffers so terribly. How can you hope to survive? Laughter erupted within the Heavenly Tao Institute. Many believed Li Yuan had already met his demise. My lord, Helian Wuming and Helian Hai were taken aback, knowing the tribulation was fearsome. Yet none anticipated its terror to such a degree. Yuaner, Changchun's eyes turned red as he beheld this scene. Changchun, do you think he can survive? Ridiculous. Utterly absurd. This is the half-saint tribulation. The patriarch of the Heavenly Tao Institute, having nearly lost half his life, laughed heartily, pulling a medicinal herb from his storage ring and swallowing it whole. In an instant, his withered body and injuries healed completely. After years of preparation, though he lacked certainty, it was inconceivable that he could not withstand the first layer of heavenly tribulation. Old dog, it seems you shall be disappointed. Just as the patriarch's voice fell, the lightning in the void gradually diminished, revealing Li Yuan's figure. Clad in white robes, he appeared as a refined gentleman, without a hint of injury. To everyone's astonishment, Li Yuan not only survived, but the recent tribulation had not even marred his garments. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What treasures do you possess? The patriarch's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief as he processed the sight of Li Yuan and scathed while he himself was in such a pitiful state. No. This cannot be. Within the Heavenly Tao Institute, the elders and disciples aligned with Junlin shook their heads in disbelief, unable to accept the scene before them. My lord is unharmed. My lord is unharmed. Helian Wuming and Helian Hai beamed with joy, excitedly embracing each other, only to immediately realize their overexuberance. Their faces flushing as they quickly separated. Wonderful. Yuaner is safe. Changchun, witnessing the scene, also breathed a sigh of relief, his face aglow with joy. The weight on his heart finally lifted. Is the heavenly tribulation truly so weak? Could it be due to it being merely the first layer? Li Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering, for the protective aura had not even been shaken during the descent of the tribulation. Disappointed with the heavenly tribulation, he could only hope that the subsequent tribulations would prove more formidable. The patriarch of the Heavenly Tao Institute, filled with rage, was unable to retort against Li Yuan. For the second layer of the tribulation had arrived. Boom, boom. The thunderous sounds reverberated through the heavens. Two terrifying bolts of heavenly tribulation once again descended upon Li Yuan and the patriarch. Tianluo umbrella, appear. The patriarch of the Heavenly Tao Institute roared, immediately summoning his second life-saving artifact. As the Tianluo umbrella emerged, it unfurled above him, while he channeled his internal energy frantically into it, attempting to maximize its defensive capabilities. However, Li Yuan, also enduring the heavenly tribulation, this time did not summon any magical treasures. Instead, he even withdrew his Heavenly Tao protective aura. Li Yuan gazed intently at the descending heavenly tribulation, stating, "This time, I hope you do not disappoint me." As soon as Li Yuan's voice fell, the Heavenly Tao Academy's ancestral elder encountered the celestial umbrella, a remarkable secret treasure. However, in the instant it touched the divine tribulation, it was utterly shattered. The force of the lightning tribulation descended upon the elder of the Heavenly Tao Academy with great intensity. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the elder was severely wounded once more, one of his arms instantly reduced to a fine powder. Simultaneously, the tribulation's power struck Li Yuan as well. Initially apprehensive, Li Yuan was taken aback the next moment. Was this it? Looking into the void, disappointment washed over him. He realized that even without the protection of the Heavenly Tao's divine light, the power of the tribulation could not harm him in the slightest. The area around them was enveloped in a thunderous net of lightning. Boom! Li Yuan unleashed a punch, dispersing the surrounding tribulation energy, revealing the space beneath. What? Li Yuan, astonishingly, remained unscathed. What extraordinary treasure did he possess? Even the elder of the Heavenly Tao Academy had lost an arm, while Li Yuan was completely unharmed. At this moment, no one could maintain their composure. The elder of the Heavenly Tao Academy turned his gaze towards Li Yuan, his eyes reddening with fury. Today, he had forcefully broken the seal to leverage the tribulation to eliminate Li Yuan. Yet now he was nearly at death's door, while Li Yuan stood entirely intact. How could he accept this? In the shadows, ancient beings from the Heavenly Tao Academy began to awaken, fixating their gazes intently upon Li Yuan. Li Yuan didn't even need to look to sense that at least 20 ancient presences were now focused on him. Clearly, these individuals, like others, mistakenly believed that Li Yuan's invulnerability was attributed to some extraordinary treasure. A treasure capable of effortlessly withstanding the tribulation was enough to astonish and intrigue anyone. In that moment, within the Heavenly Tao Academy, no ancient being could remain calm. A murderous intent towards Li Yuan began to brew, even among the elder beings of the Four Seasons Peak. However, despite the rising tide of hostility, no one dared to act, for an attack on Li Yuan would draw them into the tribulation, forcing them to endure it alongside him. Such a tribulation could very well claim their lives, thus momentarily suppressing their greed and murderous intentions. Rumbling. The third wave of the lightning tribulation descended. Once again, it struck both Li Yuan and the elder of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Ah! A chilling wail echoed through the void. The elder's body was riddled with cracks, countless bolts of black lightning invading his form. Despite desperately consuming spiritual herbs, it was of no avail. The fissures continued to multiply, his body resembling a fragile porcelain vessel on the verge of shattering. His spirit was equally drained, teetering on the brink of collapse. Humph! Since you harbor murderous intent towards me, I shall not hold back. Hearing the elder's cries and witnessing his dire state, Li Yuan formulated a response. He understood that once this elder perished, the lightning tribulation would dissipate. And when the tribulation faded, those ancient beings lurking in the shadows of the Heavenly Tao Academy would undoubtedly make their move. Li Yuan would show no mercy to those who sought to conspire against him. Not yet, you cannot die. A cold smile graced Li Yuan's lips as his body vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared beside the elder of the Heavenly Tao Academy, whose form was covered in a web of bloodlines, blood gushing forth rapidly. If Li Yuan hesitated for even a moment, the elder's body would explode, and his soul would be obliterated. Li Yuan placed a hand on the elder's shoulder and invoked the Heavenly Tao divine technique. In that instant, the power of the tribulation within the elder was swiftly extinguished. However, the elder's injuries remained unhealed, for Li Yuan had exercised remarkable control. He had merely preserved the elder's life temporarily, as Li Yuan had use for it. Great use. You. The elder looked at Li Yuan, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Unable to fathom such astonishing abilities from Li Yuan, he had managed to escape death. Silence. Were it not for your potential utility, you would already be dead. Li Yuan sealed the elder's cultivation and lifted him effortlessly, gazing upwards into the void as the thunder once again reverberated, the tribulation descending with increasing frequency, nearly overlapping in its arrival, cascading unceasingly. What do you intend to do? The elder of the Heavenly Tao Academy felt an ominous chill as he beheld the smile on Li Yuan's face. Li Yuan, disinterested in a response, grasped the elder and immediately executed the Heavenly Tao divine technique, teleporting directly into the sacred earth where the ancient beings that had previously spied on him lay dormant. You wish to slay me? You think to ensnare Li Yuan with the lightning tribulation? Then let us see if you can withstand its taste. Li Yuan's voice echoed within the sacred earth, resonating in the ears of those present like a judgment from the underworld. Wretched being, what are you doing? At that moment, someone hurled aside the coffin lid, their eyes bloodshot as they fled towards the outside world. Chapter 96, Decision and Choice. Observing someone escape by lifting the coffin lid, Li Yuan remained unmoved, a mocking smile playing on his lips, filled with derision for these individuals. From the moment Li Yuan entered the sacred earth, every being within sensed his presence, and one by one, figures began to lift coffin lids, their eyes filled with desperation as they attempted to flee. Rumbling. The sacred earth reverberated with thunder, and in an instant, it was engulfed in a tempest of tribulation lightning, transforming the entire space into a stormy sea of thunder. Inundated with relentless light, Li Yuan, you shall not die a good death. I shall haunt you as a ghost. You have destroyed the Heavenly Tao Academy. The elder of the Heavenly Tao Academy, held by Li Yuan like a lifeless dog, witnessed the scene before him, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He understood that he had become a pariah within the Heavenly Tao Academy, consumed by hatred for Li Yuan yet powerless to act. Be silent. I fear you in life. But what is there to fear from a dead man? Li Yuan scoffed dismissively at the elder's threats. Outside, screams erupted. Li Yuan, what are you planning? It's over. The Heavenly Tao Academy is finished. Elder, flee. Quick, escape. As they witnessed Li Yuan breach the sacred earth, panic ensued within the Heavenly Tao Academy, and the expressions of all present turned to sheer despair. This was the lightning tribulation. With Li Yuan entering the sacred earth, those ancient beings were doomed. Even at their peak, they would not dare confront the tribulation, let alone in a state of self-imposed sealing. Even if they forcibly awakened under such a tribulation, what could they do? The only outcome was death. Rumbling. Countless bolts of black tribulation lightning fell within the sacred earth. The first to lift the coffin lid and flee was instantly reduced to fine powder beneath the onslaught of the tribulation, having no capacity to defend against it. Even with a fleeting moment of realization, it changed nothing. The terror of this tribulation was overwhelming, and in that moment, he was still unable to fully recover. How could he withstand it? Rumbling. The deafening sounds persisted as ancient beings attempting to escape were obliterated to dust beneath the relentless strikes of the tribulation. Even those who sacrificed their divine armaments perished beneath the celestial tribulation. The survivors were left severely wounded. This, however, was but the first wave of tribulation. My sincere apologies. Dear friends, the figure held in Li Yuan's grasp bore witness to the unfolding scene, consumed by profound regret. As the first wave of tribulation subsided, a second wave descended. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, claiming the lives of those who had narrowly escaped the first onslaught. In the void, the sacred soil of the Tao Academy crumbled and collapsed under the terrifying celestial tribulation, utterly destroyed. Yuan, observing the sacred soil disintegrating in the face of the tribulation, Changchun opened his mouth, intending to dissuade Li Yuan. However, after uttering Li Yuan's name, he swallowed the rest of his words. Alas, such is the nature of cause and effect. Those who kill shall be killed in turn. Engaging in acts of bone extraction and bloodletting renders them no different from demonic cultivators. Even now, there are those who would attempt to slay Yuan. Such individuals, if allowed to remain in this world, will only bring calamity. Even if I intercede, would Yuan spare them? Would Junlin show mercy after emerging from the ancient sacred academy? With turmoil on the horizon, the presence of such greed will only endanger humanity. Changchun gazed upon the scene before him, feeling a deep sense of unease, yet ultimately refrained from speaking out. He merely shook his head and sighed heavily. We have all erred. Were it not for the heinous act of blood extraction, the Tao Academy would have such prodigies, and the rule of Junlin would be imminent. What difference would it make if Junlin claimed the bones? Would it truly be a match for Li Yuan? The elder from the Four Seasons Peak, witnessing this scene, sighed deeply and shook his head before turning to depart. The Tao Academy is finished. These old fools have actually developed murderous intent towards the young master. Over 30,000 years of legacy. Helian Wuming watched the sacred soil of the void collapse, observing the ancient figures shattered by the celestial tribulation, filled with profound sympathy. Had they not succumbed to greed? Would they still be contemplating the young master at this moment? Life is but two words, decision and choice. This is the result of their own making. Who can they blame? Hearing Helian Wuming's sigh, Helian Hai snorted coldly, feeling no sympathy for these individuals. In the void, the last wave of tribulation vanished, and with it, the sacred soil of the Tao Academy was completely annihilated, extinguishing millennia of heritage. As for Li Yuan, he remained unscathed. Young master, how shall we deal with these people? Upon witnessing the disappearance of the tribulation, Helian Wuming and Helian Hai approached Li Yuan. Moments ago, many from the Tao Academy had attempted to flee, but were blocked by Helian Wuming and Helian Hai. Now, hearing their words, figures fell to their knees in terror, pleading for mercy. Senior brother Li Yuan, we are innocent. We were misled by the sect and misunderstood Senior Brotherly. Please spare our lives. This matter has nothing to do with us. It was all orchestrated by the Etienne lineage. Our silence was born of coercion. The Etienne lineage must be eradicated, declared an elder from the Tao Academy. The elders cast their eyes upon the remnants of the Etienne lineage, their gazes filled with venomous resentment. Were it not for these individuals, The Tao Academy would not only possess two supreme beings, but would also have an unlimited future. Today's dismal outcome is solely due to their machinations. At this moment, the view was one of ruins, with half of the Tao Peak obliterated. What does death matter? Junlin will surely avenge us, with his dual pupils and supreme bones. And having entered the sacred academy to cultivate with the saints, the day he emerges will be the day of your demise. Boom. An elder from the Etienne lineage, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was instantly reduced to a puddle of blood by Helian Wuming's palm. Yuan, I wish to remain. They are already dead. My cultivation is entirely derived from the teachings of the Tao Academy. I do not wish for its legacy to vanish. Changchun initially intended to leave, but upon witnessing such an ending, he felt a pang of reluctance. These individuals shall be entrusted to my master for resolution. Li Yuan did not take action against those before him. Thus Changchun resolved to handle the matter. The decision of life or death lay solely in Changchun's hands. These individuals did not merit Li Yuan's attention. Upon receiving Li Yuan's tacit approval, Changchun silently breathed a sigh of relief and spoke. Very well, I shall manage this. You go to the ancient immortal mine. Most of the disciples from the Four Seasons Peak are imprisoned there, reduced to mine slaves. Mine slaves? Upon hearing these two words, Li Yuan's gaze turned icy. We must go. Li Yuan headed straight for the location of the immortal mine. The Tao Academy, watching Li Yuan and his companions vanish, made Changchun retract his gaze. He turned to all the elders and disciples within the sect, speaking with a calm demeanor. The current state of the Tao Academy is entirely self-inflicted. We cannot blame others. Those willing to stay may do so. Those unwilling should leave immediately. The Tao Academy will seal itself off for an extended period. Changchun was still too soft-hearted, offering these people a choice. We shall depart. We shall depart. Many did not hesitate for a moment, turning to leave. Given that the Tao Academy's foundation had nearly been depleted, there was no benefit in remaining. Naturally, some among them harbored other intentions, planning to leave the Tao Academy temporarily and return once Junlin emerged. A significant number chose to leave, while those willing to stay and rebuild the Tao Academy were less than half. The void warship moved swiftly, and as the immortal mine came into view, Li Yuan felt a profound sense of unease. He had not anticipated that the disciples of the Four Seasons Peak would speak up for him, only to be imprisoned as mine slaves. Mine slaves would have their cultivation sealed away. The immortal mine was no trivial matter, harboring unknown dangers. There had been instances where ominous items were unearthed from the mine, leading to the demise of the saint. The Tao Academy's immortal mine was located on the outskirts of the ancient divine mine region, and such occurrences were not uncommon. Li Yuan could only hope that everyone remained safe. The Tao Academy's immortal mine lay just 100 miles to the north. This distance posed no challenge for Li Yuan and Helian Wuming. Chapter 97, Mine Slaves? The immortal mine loomed in the distance, yet Li Yuan's worry deepened. In the immortal mine area, an elder tasked with guarding the mine looked towards the Tao Academy's location, filled with anticipation. Turning, he asked, what has transpired in the sect? Have you received any messages? Why is the tribulation so fearsome today? Could it be that an ancestor is undergoing tribulation to attain enlightenment and has succeeded? Not at all. Why concern yourself with such matters? Our duty is to guard the immortal mine, and we have yet to resolve our current troubles, replied an elder, his expression grim. Upon hearing the term troubles, the inquirer's face darkened with worry. Damn it, this is the third time an ominous occurrence has transpired. This immortal mine has become a perilous place. I am considering halting the mining operations. Yet, the quantities submitted are far from sufficient, the elder said, his demeanor as dark as storm clouds. Isn't there still the mine slaves from the Four Seasons Peak? Let us wait a few days. We can throw some more people in and see if they can survive. If they return alive, the rewards will be immense. Such occurrences always yield remarkable discoveries. An elder suggested with a sinister tone. I cannot agree. They are also disciples of the Tao Academy. Do not forget that Changchun is still alive, an elder intoned coldly. Humph. The Four Seasons Peak cannot stage a comeback. Would the holy son of Junlin permit its existence? And do you expect to send them in? Are you planning to investigate yourself? The elder's voice dripped with malice as silence enveloped the scene. Recently, the celestial mining area seemed shrouded in a thick veil of gloom, with furrowed brows adorning every face. Had it not been for the constraints of sect rules, many would have already attempted to flee. As for the miners, even amidst their terror and despair, no one cared for their plight. In a rudimentary stone dwelling designated for the miners, a group of figures glared with fury at the front. What are you doing here again? A sinister voice echoed. What do you want? Do not be unaware of your own mortality. Consider yourselves fortunate to be here today. You are not the target, for your cultivation is not weak. We shall spare your lives for now, but soon, it will be your turn to enter the celestial mine. Do not harbor dreams of rebellion. From the moment you were confined here, your fates were sealed. You shall expend your final strength for the sect. The intruders were disciples from the Tiandao Academy tasked with overseeing the mining operations. Most of the disciples within the stone dwelling hailed from the Four Seasons Peak. Help me. A miner, selected for sacrifice, cried out in panic, casting a helpless glance at the disciples from the Four Seasons Peak. Silence. One of them snapped. They cannot even save themselves. With a swift slap, the miner collapsed, only to be seized and dragged outside. These miners were ordinary cultivators, recruited by the Tiandao Academy under a 3-year contract, promising substantial rewards upon completion. Initially, this prospect was met with great anticipation. However, upon arrival, they discovered that this place was akin to hell. In a brief span, hundreds had perished. 3 years. How could one endure such a torment? Within the celestial mine, misfortune lurked at every corner. The miners were brought to the site of a shaft enveloped in an eerie black mist, impervious to any divine techniques that might disperse it. The Tiandao Academy's supervising disciples halted a few miles from the ominous mist, exchanging glances before tossing the unconscious miner into the depths of the black fog. As the miner crossed the threshold, he regained consciousness, only to glimpse a massive hand flickering within the mist, followed by his anguished screams. Not good. There are living creatures. Cursed be this, report at once. The 2 Tiandao disciples, witnessing the horrifying scene, felt their legs weaken with terror and fled in haste. Uncovering a living being was the most dreadful of occurrences. Above the celestial mine, the void appeared to tear as the Hellion family's void battleship emerged, emitting a terrifying aura. Impudent. Who dares approach? Do you not know this is the Tiandao Academy's mining zone? Figures surged forth from the mining area, their icy voices reverberating through the air as a formidable formation was activated. The Hellion family? Such audacity. Do they not fear extermination for their insolence in trespassing our territory? The elder leading the charge spoke coldly upon recognizing the Hellion family's battleship. Yet, no one answered him. From within the void battleship, Yuan emerged with a stern countenance, striding toward the mining area, followed closely by Hellion Wuming and Hellion High. You dare? You shall perish. The elder, unfamiliar with Hellion Wuming and Hellion High, attacked as they approached, but before he could unleash his divine technique, Yuan had already passed him by, severing his head in a single stroke. Yuan understood that those guarding the celestial mine belonged to the Etian lineage. Retreat. The remaining onlookers turned pale with fear and hurried back into the formation, their gazes fixed upon Yuan and his companions, murderous intent swelling in their eyes. Activate the sword formation, eliminate them, an elder commanded coldly. However, the one responsible for the formation froze in shock, for they discovered that Yuan, Hellion Wuming, and Hellion High had inexplicably vanished. No, it cannot be. A shriek pierced the air within the formation. Before the elder, Yuan and his companions materialized. The one who had spoken was promptly reduced to a mist of blood under Yuan's palm. In an instant, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Why you are Yuan? An elder in the crowd spoke incredulously, questioning his own sanity. Do you recognize me? Yuan inquired, his tone indifferent. The elder, whom Yuan did not know, was taken aback. It truly is you. You have survived. Yet many from the Four Seasons Peak have perished because of you. The elder gasped in surprise, then sighed heavily. Hu Tianyi, what nonsense are you spouting? Quickly, activate the formation and kill Yuan. Killing him will surely earn the favor of young Master Junlin. Upon hearing this, many elders and disciples were instantly stirred into action, but in the blink of an eye, Hellion Wuming and Hellion High were swifter. Before they could even engage the killing formation, the two had already slaughtered them all, leaving behind a scene strewn with lifeless bodies. Who elder? Is Xingtian still alive? Xingtian is the chief disciple of Changchun, possessing extraordinary talent. Surely you know, Yuan pressed, aware that Hu Tianyi must have knowledge of the matter. Xingtian had always been Yuan's greatest ally within the Tiandao Academy. Hu Tianyi, upon hearing this, sighed deeply without responding. Seeing Yuan's body tremble slightly, Hu Tianyi spoke solemnly. Yuan, I offer my condolences. A few days ago, a celestial mine experienced a strange occurrence, resulting in numerous casualties. Xingtian entered to investigate and has not returned. Eventually, Hu Tianyi conveyed the grim news. What? He entered to investigate? Who was responsible? Who did this? Yuan's eyes turned frigid in an instant. The upheaval within the celestial mine was a matter for the sect's powerful guardians. How could Xingtian have entered? There was only one possibility. He had been coerced. Hu Tianyi felt a chill run down his spine under Yuan's icy gaze and stammered. It was those from the Etian lineage, as you know. I am not one of them, and I cannot stop them from speaking in the mining area. Etian. Again with this Etian. If he were not already dead, I would make him wish he were. Yuan's voice dripped with chilling rage. How many brothers and sisters from the Four Seasons Peak remain? Where are they? Lead the way, Li Yuan demanded, fixing his gaze upon Hu Tianyi. Follow me. Hu Tianyi, pale with fear, led Li Yuan onward. Before long, they arrived at the miner's quarters. You are Li Yuan, the junior brother. A voice exclaimed in disbelief as eyes widened. For no one had anticipated his survival. My dear brothers and sisters, I am truly sorry. Had it not been for my matters, you would not have met such a fate. Li Yuan's eyes glistened with tears as he beheld the disheveled figures before him, who bore no resemblance to the proud disciples of the Four Seasons Peak. Each was battered and ragged, akin to beggars. Junior brother, what are you saying? Your survival is the best outcome. If we feared death and exhaustion, would we be here? On the contrary, these senior brothers and sisters exhibited a remarkable nonchalance, speaking with unvarnished honesty. Had they chosen to align themselves with the Etienne lineage at that critical moment, they would not find themselves in such dire straits. Chapter 98. The Marvels of the Celestial Mind. However, upon hearing this, Li Yuan's heart grew heavier with an indescribable bitterness. Were it not for him, how could these individuals be in such a predicament? The people before him, capable of entering the Celestial Path Academy, possessed considerable talent. Senior brothers and sisters, allow me to tend to your wounds first. Li Yuan wiped away his tears and unleashed the Celestial Path divine art. With its invocation, all injuries were instantaneously healed. What is this miraculous power? My wounds, they have vanished. Is this truly not an illusion? My hand, it has been reborn. My life, see, it has returned to health. As Li Yuan continued to wield his powers, the modest stone dwelling became filled with astonished figures, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. A young man witnessed the gruesome wounds on his body heal before his very eyes, even the scars dissipating instantaneously. Some, whose life seas had shattered and who had sunk into despair, found themselves reborn under Li Yuan's ministrations. Others, with severed arms, beheld their limbs restored before them. Every conceivable injury was mended by Li Yuan's miraculous prowess. Witnessing this spectacle, Hu Tianyi's eyes bulged in astonishment, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate a response. The scene was simply too shocking. Noticing the myriad astonished gazes directed toward him, Li Yuan explained. One of the abilities I gained after the rebirth of my celestial bone is the capacity to heal all wounds. He opted for this explanation, as it seemed far more rational. Celestial bone divine art? No wonder that despicable Etienne sought to aid Junlin in seizing the celestial bone of our junior brother. Such a miraculous art is indeed enviable. With our junior brother by our side, we shall not succumb to death. Once we depart from this place, our junior brother will surely elevate his cultivation and return to the Celestial Path Academy to vanquish those two despicable ones, Etienne and Junlin. The group recalled the suffering they had endured at the hands of Etienne and Junlin, their hatred for them burning fiercely. Yet, they understood all too well that, given their talents, avenging themselves in this lifetime seemed improbable. Only Li Yuan offered a glimmer of hope. Ahem, my esteemed senior brothers and sisters, I regret to inform you that Etienne has already met his end at my hands. Observing the seething hatred in their eyes, Li Yuan felt compelled to clarify. What? The celestial king Etienne has been slain by you, junior brother? A senior sister from the Four Seasons Peak gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she regarded Li Yuan. Indeed, I have slain him. The only regret is that Junlin has entered the ancient sacred academy, which is rather peculiar, allowing him to traverse the cosmos. Currently, I cannot ascertain its location, so it seems I must allow him to live a while longer. Li Yuan assured his senior brothers and sisters that he would personally execute Junlin in due time. What? You actually managed to slay Etienne? While we harbored deep-seated enmity towards him, one cannot deny his extraordinary talent. How did you achieve this, junior brother? Our master has proclaimed that Etienne possesses the body of a celestial king, one on the verge of completion, a formidable figure indeed. At that moment, their eyes were filled with curiosity as they focused intently on Li Yuan. Li Yuan smiled and replied, I harnessed the power of the celestial bone. Its abilities extend far beyond mere healing. It encompasses other formidable powers as well. Now, esteemed senior brothers and sisters, who were the individuals that laid hands upon you at the celestial mine? They must face justice. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Li Yuan's eyes as he contemplated the injuries his companions had previously sustained. Junior brother, you need not express this. They must pay with their lives, or else our grievances shall remain unavenged. Allow us to handle this matter ourselves, they declared, their resolve unwavering. Previously sealed in their cultivation, the most powerful among them had been victimized by those who shattered their life seas, but now, avenging themselves would be as effortless as taking candy from a child. Please wait, junior brother. Upon hearing Li Yuan's mention of revenge, murderous intent flickered in their eyes. They had endured unspeakable torment in recent days, and no one understood this better than they did. Very well, Li Yuan acquiesced, recognizing that if they were not permitted to exact their revenge personally, it could leave an indelible mark of resentment in their hearts, an unresolved grievance that could hinder their future paths to enlightenment. Moreover, the stronger figures guarding the mine had already been vanquished by Hellion High and Hellion Wuming, leaving only those who posed no real threat. As Li Yuan gazed upon the battlefield, his expression grew cold as he slowly lifted his head toward the void. Junlin, you must die. Were it not for you and Etienne, these individuals would not have suffered so. Nie Xingtian and several others would not have been cast into that accursed mine. Before long, the battle concluded without a single injury. Junior brother, what are your plans moving forward? Will you return to the Celestial Path Academy for your cultivation? The expectant gazes of his companions were fixed upon Li Yuan, as their bonds had grown deep in this shared experience. My esteemed senior brothers and sisters, I shall not be returning to the Celestial Path Academy. If I were to do so, it might cause unrest among many, Li Yuan responded with a smile, briefly recounting the events that had transpired at the academy. You are truly extraordinary. At that moment, the only words that could encapsulate their astonishment were those. Is our junior brother planning to return to the Snow Dragon territory? The realization that Li Yuan would not return to the Celestial Path Academy left them feeling quite unsettled. Li Yuan stated, I still have some matters to attend to. I plan to explore the celestial mine to uncover what has been unearthed to cause such upheaval. Perhaps there is a chance that senior brother Nie Xingtian still lives? No, absolutely not. They exclaimed, Junior brother, you must not enter the mine. On that day, I vaguely saw a hand being unearthed. Too horrifying. Even the mere aura emanating from it turned figures into dried corpses. It is too terrifying. Senior brother Nie has been inside for far too long. He cannot possibly still be alive. We must abandon the celestial mine now. I fear we have unearthed something immensely dreadful. The depths of the mine likely conceal the resting places of ancient clans. If you doubt this, junior brother, you will understand the horrors of this place come nightfall. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, they immediately interjected, vehemently refusing to allow him to enter the mine. Nightfall. Is there something different that occurs during the night? Li Yuan's curiosity was piqued at their insistence. Since childhood, Li Yuan had heard countless tales of the wonders within celestial mines, yet he had never witnessed them firsthand. They were correct. It would be wise to retreat at this juncture. What they had unearthed was far too terrifying. Even at the height of the Celestial Path Academy, he believed they would lack the capability to suppress it. Beside him, Hu Tianyi, who had remained silent and trembling, finally spoke with a grave expression. Indeed, we must proceed with caution. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan turned his gaze toward Hu Tianyi, recognizing him as one of the elders stationed there, possessing far greater insight into the situation within the celestial mine than his companions from the Four Seasons Peak. Elder Hu, could you elaborate further? Anticipation shimmered in Li Yuan's eyes, mirrored in Hellion Wuming and Hellion High, who were equally eager to learn about the events that had unfolded. Upon catching Li Yuan's gaze, Hu Tian felt compelled to reveal the truth, inhaling deeply before articulating his thoughts. Young Master Li, as you have just arrived, you may be unaware of the peculiarities of this place. It is not yet night, and the area surrounding the celestial mine appears shrouded in a murky darkness, as if enveloped by a veil of black mist, concealing lurking malevolent entities. However, when the night falls, the scene transforms entirely, as the luminous moon and myriad stars emerge. The site of the celestial mine is no longer steeped in sinister energies. Instead, it becomes extraordinarily pure and sanctified. Within the mine, corpses float ethereally, while streams of stellar power cascade from the heavens above, enveloping the mine in their divine light. These bodies seem to awaken, and they are the remnants of miners and those who perished. Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lies in the celestial mine's voracious appetite, as it devours the falling stellar energies like an insatiable maw. When it consumes these energies, the flow of starlight abruptly ceases, and the mine resembles a colossal, gaping mouth. Such phenomena will persist throughout the night until dawn breaks. As Hu Tian spoke, the fear within his eyes was palpable. Li Yuan inquired, have you reported this to the Heavenly Tao Academy? What was their response? Hu Tian, with a sardonic smile, retorted, here, my power is limited, rendered powerless by others. Akin to an ordinary disciple, those fools, oblivious to the dangers, continue to scheme for their gains and have naturally failed to report anything. Furthermore, no one has left this place, and thus, the outside world remains oblivious to these developments. Is that so? Then I shall await the night to witness the supposed malevolence you describe, Li Yuan replied, unperturbed, driven by curiosity to uncover the truth of the spectacle. As the night descended, the starry sky began to twinkle with scattered lights. Though night had only just begun, the area surrounding the celestial mine was already undergoing a transformation. The oppressive blackness hovering above the mine gradually dissipated, and strands of stellar energy began to descend gently from the void, as if the mind possessed an unparalleled arcane power that consumed everything in its vicinity. At this moment, it was still too early to witness the spectacle of starlight cascading like a waterfall, but the unfolding scene validated Hu Tian's claims. It was evident that something formidable had been unearthed from the celestial mine. Helian Wuming gasped, his breath caught in his throat. Were it not for Li Yuan's presence, he would have retreated without hesitation. As the head of the Helian clan, he possessed greater knowledge of ancient celestial mines. Here, the unmistakable shadows of an ancient mine loomed. Such mines were said to have entombed countless terrifying entities, and those who approached would lose their sanity, becoming mere shells of their former selves. Soon, the night was fully upon them. The sky was adorned with countless stars, and the infinite stellar energies cascaded down like threads from the heavens. In that moment, Li Yuan finally grasped the meaning behind Hu Tian's metaphor of stars falling like a waterfall. What lay before him resembled a celestial waterfall descending from the firmament. In the profound stillness of the celestial mine, indeed, the spectral bodies began to rise slowly, bathed in starlight, floating up and down in an almost sanctified manner. Yet, abruptly, a consuming force emerged, causing all the corpses to vanish, and the cascading starlight from the heavens was devoured entirely. For a span of several minutes, the celestial waterfall ceased to flow, only to reappear moments later, with the vanished corpses once again bathing in the boundless starlight. My lord, we must distance ourselves from this place. We cannot remain here, Helian Wuming urged, wiping the sweat from his brow, his expression tense. What have you disowned, Wuming? Li Yuan turned, intrigued by Helian Wuming's apprehension. Unlike his companion, he felt no fear, only a deep-seated curiosity. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing the surreal spectacle, he would have found it difficult to believe, for the sight was truly beyond comprehension. Helian Wuming, recognizing the gravity of the situation, inhaled deeply before explaining, My lord, this place bears the unmistakable signs of an ancient celestial mine. We cannot linger here any longer. Although the peculiarities may not yet be evident, in due time, this vicinity will inevitably transform into a true desolation. According to ancient texts from our clan, any site exhibiting such anomalies is typically a resting place for powerful ancient royal families. Do you recall the sealed entities within the divine sources we presented to you? Those sources can imprison not just severed limbs and ancient techniques, but also beings from over 100,000 years ago. The divine source liquid is extraordinary. A remnant from that ancient era, now nearly impossible to find. It has the ability to seal living beings, rendering them dormant until they awaken after countless years. During their sealed slumber, their lifespans cease, which is profoundly terrifying. The celestial energies now cascading here may very well have been unleashed when they excavated a slumbering royal lineage of ancient times, causing them to awaken prematurely. This ancient royal family is unlikely to be of the human race, as they harness the power of the stars. To them, humans were mere sustenance over 100,000 years ago. Now that they awaken to find their domain occupied by humanity, they are bound to retaliate, preparing for their resurgence. The ancient beings that chose to slumber eons ago are unfathomably formidable, and no one knows the extent of their power. As Helian Wuming's words settled, the atmosphere was charged with shock, gasps echoing among the gathered. Hu Tian, beads of sweat dotting his brow, stammered urgently, There is something I have yet to disclose. As the mind continues to absorb the descending stellar energies, the area shrouded around its entrance has been expanding, seemingly suppressed by an invisible force. This is undoubtedly the machination of ancient entities, deliberately orchestrated. Should the stellar energies envelop an area of 100 miles, the consequences are unfathomable, and they are likely attempting to obscure this place from attention. Upon hearing Hu Tian's revelation, the disciples of the Four Seasons Peak turned pale. Junior brother, we must depart at once. This place is far too eerie, too enigmatic. If it indeed resembles an ancient celestial mine, it will soon become a true wasteland. One disciple urged, Indeed, we cannot remain here. We must not only vacate but also evacuate all humans within 100 miles, perhaps even 1,000, echoed another disciple. Their countenances grave. The disciples of the Four Seasons Peak were visibly shaken. Being in proximity to the Heavenly Tao Academy, they were well aware of the ancient secrets of the celestial mines, and the dread of those ancient beings, residing over 100,000 miles away, loomed heavily upon them. After all, throughout history, as the lifespans of unparalleled talents dwindled, many sought to breach the ancient celestial mine to seize sacred artifacts to prolong their lives. Yet, regardless of whether they were illustrious emperors or invincible divine kings, none who entered the ancient mine ever returned. They all succumbed to the cold embrace of death. With no exceptions. Thus, the ancient celestial mine had become a forbidden zone for humanity. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Li Yuan's countenance revealed no trace of fear. Instead, one could discern the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. With the divine art of the heavenly path at his disposal, Li Yuan felt no trepidation regarding the dangers of this place. Rather, he was filled with curiosity about the unfolding events. Trust me, I will be unharmed. This is not the ancient divine mind. Observe the ancient royal lineages and their essence. If this indeed serves as the resting place of royalty, it must harbor extraordinary treasures. Please wait here. I shall investigate, Li Yuan declared, and before the crowd could respond, he vanished instantaneously, his speed defying belief. Even if the onlookers wished to intervene, they were powerless to do so. To their astonishment, Li Yuan appeared within the starlight waterfall. Is he all right? Upon witnessing Li Yuan within the waterfall, concern etched across their faces. Yet, upon realizing he was unscathed, they collectively exhaled in relief. The disciples tasked with oversight by the Heavenly Path Academy, who had not met their demise, gazed at Li Yuan, safe amidst the starlight, their eyes flickering with urgency. Two individuals of considerable strength exchanged glances and swiftly darted toward the waterfall, intent on penetrating the depths of the celestial mine to unearth its treasures. However, the moment they crossed the threshold of the waterfall, a force obliterated their souls, leaving behind two cold, lifeless corpses. Li Yuan's emotions remained unperturbed by the demise of these two youths. The instant he entered the starlight waterfall, he activated the unmatched domain of the heavenly path, rendering the dangers around him inconsequential. What has become of these individuals? He mused. Curiosity piqued as he surveyed the bodies before him. Li Yuan could distinctly sense that these corpses were eerily absorbing the power of the stars, and as this celestial energy flowed into them, it began to transform their forms in a peculiar manner. Observing the undulating bodies surrounding him, Li Yuan suddenly conceived a hypothesis. Deep within this celestial mind lay an unknown entity intent on refining these corpses into puppets, an army forged from the remains of humanity. Li Yuan found little inclination to ponder the motives of this entity. After all, under the aegis of absolute strength, all schemes are rendered illusory. True might is the ultimate path to supremacy. Approaching the corpses of the two recently deceased individuals, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in Li Yuan's eyes. No, these corpses are not identical. The ones I previously observed were mere weak miners, thus devoid of any soul energy. The two before me, however, despite their demise, still possess a lingering remnant of consciousness. This must correlate with their level of cultivation. Perhaps Brother Nie yet lives. After all, his prowess surpasses that of these two youths. With newfound excitement, Li Yuan commenced his search among the myriad drifting corpses for the body of Nie Xingtian. His formidable soul power swiftly enabled him to locate Nie Xingtian among the thousands of remains. With a swift motion, he found himself beside Nie Xingtian's corpse. And as his hand rested upon him, his eyes gleamed with hope. Indeed, as I suspected, the presence of a lingering soul within these corpses is closely tied to their cultivation level. Brother Nie's strength far exceeds that of any other, hence his soul merely slumbers. Unshattered, I possess the art of the heavenly path. Brother Nie is salvageable, Li Yuan exclaimed, joy illuminating his visage. He immediately invoked the powers of the heavenly path. And soon, under its divine influence, Nie Xingtian began to awaken. As he slowly opened his eyes, a smile broke across Li Yuan's face. Brother Nie, you have finally awakened. I feared I would never see you again. Yet, upon regaining consciousness, Nie Xingtian's expression was one of sheer panic. We must leave at once, Junior Brotherly. Hurry. His voice was laced with urgency. If one were to observe closely, they would notice a crimson glow flickering within Nie Xingtian's eyes, as if it sought to dominate his very being. Fear not. As long as I am here, no harm shall befall you, Li Yuan reassured, attempting to calm him with a smile. However, the next moment, his countenance shifted dramatically as he beheld Nie Xingtian's eyes transform into a blood-red hue. In that instant, Nie Xingtian lost all semblance of reason. Surprisingly, his strength did not diminish but rather surged to newfound heights. This sudden transformation left Li Yuan in a state of shock. He swiftly unleashed the unmatched domain of the heavenly path to restrain Nie Xingtian before him. Before he could assess the situation further, the surrounding corpses emitted an eerie aura. In the blink of an eye, those previously inert bodies rose with uncanny vitality and charged toward Li Yuan. Li Yuan's gaze turned icy at the sight of these advancing forms. They were not Nie Xingtian. Without hesitation, he struck, obliterating one of the attackers into fragments. Just when he believed the threat neutralized, a look of astonishment washed over his face. The shattered remains began to reassemble as if imbued with life, rising once more. Even those mangled beyond recognition emitted streams of starlight, repairing their forms. What a bizarre power. These corpses are seemingly immortal. Li Yuan struck again. And yet the same strange phenomenon occurred. These bodies could not be vanquished. What? How can this be? Why do these corpses reconstitute themselves after being shattered? Are they truly indestructible? If such an army were to be forged, it would be invincible. Questions of the horrifying existence that lay within this realm swirled in his mind. Meanwhile, Helian Wuming and others, observing from a distance, were struck by disbelief at such an extraordinary spectacle. Immortal, you say? I shall see if you truly possess such resilience. As the horde of corpses surged toward him, Li Yuan's face lit up with anticipation. He unleashed a series of strikes, reducing the advancing corpses to mere fragments once more. As the familiar scene unfolded, the shattered remains rapidly reassembled. I am convinced you cannot die. Li Yuan continued to strike, dismantling the corpses time and again. It was then he discerned the truth. These bodies were not truly immortal. If struck down sufficiently within a short span, they could not reconstitute. At this revelation, the corpses that had once charged at Li Yuan eerily ceased their advance, collapsing back into the starlit waters. Li Yuan's gaze shifted toward the depths of the mine, for he had sensed the presence of living beings emerging from the shadows. The aura emanating from the figure was extraordinarily potent, featuring a dragon's head atop a human body, particularly accentuated by those peculiar golden eyes that shimmered like shattered gold. In the vicinity, there accompanied a youthful figure sharing the same draconic visage, albeit considerably weaker in cultivation compared to his counterpart. At this moment, the two silhouettes emerged from the depths, progressing forth. After traversing a certain distance, the middle-aged leader halted his steps, yet the youth continued onward. Not far away, the unexpected voice of Xianxiafan's had sent shockwaves through Helian Wuming and the others, causing their hearts to race as they sensed a terrifying presence emanating from the depths of the mine. Their pupils constricted, fixated intently on the mine's entrance. During the daytime, the entrance remained concealed, shrouded in a veil of darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. However, under the cascade of starlight, the entrance was fully illuminated, revealing everything with crystal clarity. The young master's actions seemed to have stirred something monstrous. Within that mine, a living entity had truly been unearthed. The sensation within Helian Wuming grew increasingly tangible, the oppressive force intensifying, while Helian noticed Li Yuan's complete lack of response, prompting a sense of concern. After all, hundreds of thousands of years ago, this world belonged to myriad races, with humanity merely regarded as sustenance. Yet, no one knew what calamity had befallen them back then, leading the mightiest of races to seal themselves within the essence of divinity, descending into a deep slumber underground. Now, with the emergence of an unknown being, who could maintain their composure? Who could ascertain the cultivation of these ancient entities prior to their slumber? As the presence drew closer to the mine's entrance, the ominous aura became ever more pronounced. In that instant, not only Helian Wuming and Helian, but even the miners within the area sensed that something was about to emerge from the depths. The miners, the weakest amongst them, felt their spirits tremble in terror, as if suffocating under the oppressive force, despite the entity still being within the mine. Witnessing this, Helian and Helian Wuming exchanged grave glances, and their saintly level cultivation erupted, shielding everyone from the encroaching aura. The space surrounding the mine quaked rhythmically. Everyone understood that those tremors heralded the footsteps of an ancient being. Even before its full manifestation, it exhibited such a terrifying presence that it altered the atmosphere. Currently, the only one unaffected was Li Yuan. He remained seemingly oblivious to the approaching threat, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on Xianxian. A peculiar matter, he pondered. How could one fully awaken such a being? What methods were in play? Li Yuan murmured, his brow knitting tighter in contemplation. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for a solution. At the mine's entrance, the very air trembled as a figure nearly 2 meters tall emerged, a humanoid dragon-headed entity. Its golden eyes swept over the crowd, instilling a sensation as though their very souls were at risk of being devoured. The aura radiating from it was profoundly terrifying, far surpassing that of Helian and Helian Wuming. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm of its heartbeat resonated like the drums of war. The ancient being stood there, coldly gazing at Li Yuan, uttering a string of incomprehensible words. What language is this? What are you saying? Do not disturb me, or I shall strike you down. Cannot you see I am preoccupied? Li Yuan turned to face the creature, his brow furrowing in irritation. This incomprehensible tongue was beyond his understanding. He was deeply engrossed in contemplating how to restore Xianxian, and the sudden intrusion was aggravating. However, as he turned back, the humanoid dragon-headed ancient being stepped forward, repeating its previous utterances with an even more menacing glare. Though Li Yuan could not comprehend the words, he sensed an undeniable hostility. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and struck, instantly shattering the ancient being into countless fragments. Yet, in a bizarre turn of events, the shattered entity began to reassemble, reviving before their eyes. What is happening? Are these wretched things capable of such a feat? Li Yuan was taken aback, realizing that not only the corpses could resurrect. These ancient beings possessed the same ability. As he observed the dismembered joints reconstituting, the humanoid dragon-headed entity was reborn, leaving Li Yuan in awe. The scene before him resembled a reversal of time itself, with even the spilled blood seemingly returning drop by drop. Yet, Li Yuan was certain this was not time flowing backward. It was the result of some strange power within the being. The force within the ancient entity was exponentially more robust than that contained within the corpses. It appeared to possess an essence of immortality. Yet Li Yuan discerned that it was not a matter of being indestructible. Rather, as long as that peculiar power remained intact, the being could resurrect indefinitely. Although that power was indeed enigmatic, it was not beyond eradication. If one could repeatedly kill the entity within a short span of time, eventually that power would be exhausted, rendering it incapable of rebirth. Roar. The resurrected humanoid dragon-headed ancient being unleashed a furious roar, akin to a dragon-esque lament that resonated with the heavens. Its crimson eyes glowed with bloodlust. The towering figure surged forward with lethal intent, transforming into a god of slaughter in an instant. Die. In the face of such a formidable aura, Li Yuan remained remarkably composed. He pointed forward, unleashing a terrifying sword chi that enveloped the dragon-headed ancient being. In that moment, the ancient being was repeatedly severed until, as Li Yuan had surmised, it succumbed to death once more, provided it was slain enough times within a brief interval. Nonetheless, the bizarre power displayed by the entity left Li Yuan profoundly shaken. From the depths of the mind, as Li Yuan dispatched the ancient being, an enraged roar echoed once more, belonging to the very first humanoid dragon-headed entity he had sensed earlier. An astonishing aura erupted from the mind's depths. Akin to the wrath of the heavens, the mind collapsed continuously, as debris transformed into nothingness, morphing the previously modest entrance of 30 to 40 meters into a colossal opening several hundred meters in diameter. Cease your wailing. If you wish to die, then come forth quickly. How much simpler it would have been to emerge together. I could have dealt with you in a single strike. This is quite bothersome. I must prepare to strike again. Beside Nye Xingtian, Li Yuan turned, visibly irked. Bipedal beast, can you sense my presence? The figure emerging from the mine reacted to Li Yuan's words, astonished, for within the mine, the pervasive power rendered mental projection futile, making Li Yuan's declaration all the more shocking. Li Yuan frowned and replied, I do not wish to be aware of your existence either, alas. My spiritual sense has grown increasingly potent. Even when I strive to contain it, I can perceive every subtle movement within a 10-mile radius. The influence of this black mist is negligible. It is utterly vexing. Li Yuan's expression reflected his frustration. What did you say? The figure, upon hearing Li Yuan's words, was utterly astounded. Clearly, this being possessed greater knowledge of humanity, as its speech was entirely in human dialect. Li Yuan's assertion that the black mist's effect on spiritual sense was nearly negligible left it in shock. Even for it, whose divine arts were aligned with the local rules, its spiritual sense could only extend a kilometer at most. Yet, Li Yuan, this mere bipedal beast, managed to achieve such a feat. How could it not be astonished? Are you deaf? Do I need to repeat myself? As Li Yuan spoke, the temperature around them plummeted. Bipedal beast, you seek death. Today, not only shall you perish, but all bipeds present shall meet their end. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted, directly targeting Li Yuan, who could hardly believe the words spoken. An energy comparable to that of a half-saint engulfed the heavens and the earth. Yet, in the next instant, the immense dragon head was sent flying. Apologies, you are far too formidable. Annihilation is the only solution, lest I squander an inordinate amount of time. Furthermore, referring to humankind as bipeds, there exists no sanctuary for you in this world. Li Yuan's countenance turned frigid, as he employed the unparalleled domain of the heavenly Tao to slay this ancient being. Within his realm, the ancient creature had no chance of perpetual rebirth. Terror filled the enormous dragon's eyes, unable to fathom that it could be dispatched by the mere teenager Li Yuan, possessing not only half-saint cultivation, but also an immortal body. Is this truly real? That is, after all, the essence of a half-saint. Hu Tian, witnessing the scene before him, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Moments ago, Hu Tian had contemplated fleeing, but under that overwhelming aura, escape was impossible. Yet, in the following moment, he was effortlessly slain by Li Yuan, deprived even of the chance to resurrect. His disciple, the disciples of the Four Seasons Peak, were equally astonished, their eyes wide, unable to articulate a single word. Chapter 101, The Power of a Drop of Blood. Li Shidi, hurry and flee. If you do not leave, I shall lose my senses and be compelled to kill you. after Li Yuan had just dispatched the half-saint ancient being, Xianxiatian, before him, astonishingly regained his wits and urged Li Yuan to depart once more. What is the meaning of this? Hearing Xianxiatian's words, Li Yuan was utterly astounded. He had just assessed Xianxiatian's condition, and no one understood it better than he. Li Yuan knew that Xianxiatian could not possibly regain his senses. Yet at this moment, he had, and moreover, was acutely aware. Could it be the blood? Li Yuan initially found it perplexing, but upon observing the ancient being's blood staining Xianxiatian, a thought suddenly dawned upon him. Brother Xia, perhaps I have discovered a method to help you restore your consciousness. A smile blossomed on Li Yuan's face as he gazed at Xianxiatian. Impossible. It's unthinkable. Li Shidi, you must flee. This is the power of the fallen celestial. You cannot save me. Perhaps you have surmised, but do you comprehend? To remain conscious, I must kill countless souls. Only blood can grant me fleeting clarity. Yet that clarity is limited. I do not wish to become a merciless fiend. Ultimately, I will still lose my senses and become a mere puppet. Xianxiatian shook his head incessantly, despair etched upon his features. If such was the existence he faced, he would willingly remain a puppet, eternally imprisoned in this place. Brother Xia, to refuse without even attempting is not like you, nor is it like me. Li Yuan naturally would not concede. Brother Xia, in the distance, the disciples of Four Seasons Peak once again heard the call, their eyes brimming with excitement. You may come. Li Yuan turned and spoke. The crowd, initially filled with trepidation, now exhibited fervor in their eyes, swiftly soaring toward him. With Li Yuan's unparalleled heavenly Tao domain in place, they were, of course, unaffected by the surroundings. Brother Xia, Brother Xia, Brother Xia. One by one, figures turned their gazes toward Xianxiatian, their faces alight with enthusiasm. To once again gaze upon his junior brothers and sisters with clarity brought immense joy to Xianxiatian. However, considering his predicament, he still urged, quickly, my junior brothers and sisters, persuade Li Shidi to leave with you. Also, ensure this place is thoroughly sealed. We must never allow any terrifying entity here to awaken. When a saint arises in the mortal realm, beseech them to annihilate this place, for otherwise, great calamity shall befall us. As Xianxiatian contemplated this, his expression grew grave. Brother Xia, you must trust in Li Yuan Shidi. His means are surely capable of saving you. Upon hearing this, voices rose to dissuade him. It cannot be done. This is the power of the celestial. Xianxiatian despaired, shaking his head. Hiss. Brother Xia, is there truly a celestial here? Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai fixated on Xianxiatian, their faces a mask of terror. The others soon grasped the implications, their expressions mirroring their fear. No, it is not that. It is the ancient being that lies dormant, having been tainted by the power of the fallen celestial. Even that mere taint is not easily vanquished, especially considering he was in a severely weakened state. If we do not seal this place and allow him to continue absorbing the power of the stars to recover, even a multitude of saints would be sending themselves to their doom. He has been tainted by the power of the fallen celestial, while we merely bear the imprint of his dissipated energy. Xianxiatian's thoughts turned to that being, his face filled with dread. It was unfathomable to consider just how powerful the entity truly was. After all, they had merely been touched by its power, yet remained nearly indestructible. Thus, the true extent of its terror was beyond imagination. Junior brothers and sisters, you must leave quickly. I am on the verge of losing my senses. At that moment, Xianxiatian's eyes were streaked with crimson, breath coming in short gasps. Even knowing he would no longer have the chance to see them clearly again, he dared not linger a moment longer. Li Yuan said, open your mouth. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Xianxiatian was momentarily perplexed, but instinctively complied. As Xianxiatian opened his mouth, Li Yuan pierced his fingertip, and a drop of blood flew into Xianxiatian's mouth. Junior brother, this cannot possibly be of any use. Go, you all must flee. I am losing my senses. Xianxiatian's breath was heavy, akin to the bellows of a blacksmith. Yet soon, the blood-red veins in his eyes vanished entirely, replaced by astonishment. What is happening? The mark within me has been sealed. How is this possible? This must be a dream. Yes, it surely is. Otherwise, that is the aura of the celestial. How could a single drop of blood seal such a mark? Xianxiatian shook his head frantically, unable to believe the reality before him. After all, it was too incredible. The blood of a half-saint ancient being had merely allowed him a momentary clarity. How could Li Yuan's drop of blood achieve such a feat? This was a means of suppressing an existence akin to that of a celestial. Brother Xia, this is not a dream. It is real. Li Yuan Shidi's blood can aid you in suppression. It must be due to the supreme bone within him that his blood has taken on such a unique quality. The disciples of Four Seasons Peak, having witnessed Li Yuan's extraordinary capabilities, were naturally more willing to accept this outcome than Xianxiatian. The supreme bone? Is this truly the case? Xianxiadrama shook his head vigorously, then delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Feeling the searing pain upon his cheek, he finally accepted the reality before him. It actually works. Let me see how effective it truly is. Xianxiadrama, now completely exhilarated, promptly closed his eyes to sense his condition. Soon, he opened his eyes, which were filled with astonishment. Yuan shitty, thank you. That aura should remain dormant for the next 2 or 3 years. The thought of having 2 or 3 years of clarity without the influence of that being overwhelmed him with joy, and he wept. Yuan smiled and replied, Brother Nya, it is not 2 or 3 years, you are free. After all, it is merely a drop of blood within me. How could it possibly be confined to just that? Although I am currently unable to eradicate that formidable power, suppressing it is certainly within my grasp. Moreover, I believe that as my cultivation advances, extinguishing that influence will not pose a problem. It is a pity, however, that the state of immortality may have vanished. Yuan reminisced about that seemingly immortal capability with a hint of regret, for it was undeniably extraordinary. Yet, Xianxiadrama interjected, Junior brother Yuan. That ability has not entirely dissipated, it remains intact. However, employing such power will cause your blood to burn at an alarming rate, consuming it at approximately 3 times the usual speed. This is splendid news. To retain such an ability is indeed a cause for celebration. Congratulations, senior brother Nya. Yuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. He realized that Xianxiadrama had turned misfortune into fortune. Through a brief foretelling using the heavenly Tao divine art, Yuan concluded that once he stepped into the transformation of a dragon and underwent a metamorphosis, his blood would be able to extinguish that rule. At that point, Xianxiadrama would be unaffected. The mere thought of such power stirred a sense of envy within Yuan. Had it not been for his possession of the heavenly Tao divine art, the onlookers around them were captivated, contemplating the possibility that if Yuan were to lend his assistance, they too might acquire such an ability. However, none dared to voice their thoughts. Chapter 102, Entering the Celestial Mine. Thank you, Junior Brotherly. Xianxiadrama gazed at Yuan, his eyes brimming with gratitude. He was acutely aware that without Yuan's intervention, he would have merely become a puppet, controlled by others. Yet now, the circumstances were different. Not only had he narrowly escaped death, but he had also gained a power that could be deemed immortal, a capability that would undoubtedly elevate Xianxiadrama to new heights. He understood that this power would enable him to rival true prodigies. Thus, his expression of thanks was deeply heartfelt, encapsulating a wealth of unspoken emotions. Yuan patted Xianxiadrama on the shoulder and said, Senior brother Nya, without my involvement, would you have attained this? Xianxiadrama replied with a smile. It is different this time. I have gained an extraordinary opportunity. With this chance, my future is destined to soar. However, he added, but Junior Brotherly, we cannot linger here. We must depart swiftly and seal this place to prevent the entity deep within the mine from continuing to consume the power of the stars. After his initial elation, thoughts of the presence lurking within the depths of the mine filled Xianxiadrama's eyes with a profound and unshakable fear. Upon hearing this, Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, stating, there is no rush. I intend to explore further. My supreme bone grants me unique abilities that are not affected by the forces here. Upon hearing this, Xianxiadrama's expression shifted, and he quickly protested, no, absolutely not. The entity deep within the mine is tainted with the aura of fallen immortals, and at this point, I cannot fathom what level of transformation it has undergone. Even if it has just been unearthed and awakened, it is undoubtedly terrifying beyond imagination. Xianxiadrama's warning was firm. Yuan felt a surge of emotion. He could sense that Xianxiadrama genuinely cared for his well-being. Rest assured, senior brother Nya, as it stands, even a sage would find it impossible to confine me. Wuming, hi, let us venture forth together. Your cultivation as holy masters will provide additional assurance. With that, Yuan promptly vanished in an instant, accompanied by H. Lian Hai and H. Lian Wuming. What? Is that instantaneous movement? Xianxiadrama was left utterly astonished. Since his awakening, Yuan had continuously provided him with overwhelming shocks. Instantaneous movement, it must indeed be that. At present, Junior Brother Li had undoubtedly acquired the confidence to contend with the lineage of Etienne, and surely he would be capable of suppressing Etienne and even overcoming Junlin. Witnessing this scene, Xianxiadrama was astounded. Senior brother, your information is outdated. Etienne has already been slain by Junior Brother Li. No, he has been vanquished by young Master Li. It was a pity that following this event, Yuan would be unable to cultivate at the Heavenly Tao Academy. As for Junlin, I believe that if he emerges from the ancient sacred academy without the power of a sage, he is doomed. At this moment, a disciple from the Four Seasons Peak spoke up. What? That fellow Yuan can now slay Etienne? Etienne is a divine king body. The news struck Xianxiadrama with immense impact, causing his concerns for Yuan's venture into the mine to gradually dissipate. With such abilities, Perhaps he would indeed be able to withstand that enigmatic force. Li Yuan's speed was astonishing. He, along with Lian Hai and Lian Wuming, instantly traversed to a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the mine. The depth of the mine was formidable. Young master, our divine consciousness cannot leave our bodies. Lian Wuming and Lian Hai, standing beside Li Yuan, noted the peculiar sensation, their eyes reflecting a sense of unease. The sudden inability to utilize their spiritual awareness evoked an inexplicable anxiety, especially considering the terrifying presence within the mine. Do not worry, there is no danger in the vicinity. The aura here cannot penetrate your bodies. My purpose in bringing you here is to enhance your strength. I intend to leave Tianling Prefecture for a while, and in my absence, I fear dangers may arise that you cannot contend with. The so-called fallen immortal aura here is precisely what will address that concern. Now follow me. Li Yuan had come here specifically to harness the power of the fallen immortal. Thank you, young master. Lian Wuming and Lian Hai trembled with excitement, their eyes sparkling with joy. To possess such an immortal capability while retaining their sanity was something even sages would envy. However, the power was exceedingly enigmatic, and it was likely that even sages could not control it. But Li Yuan was different. This ancient mine tunnel was exceedingly long. After traversing several miles within the mine, the three of them finally reached its terminus. So many divine sources. The sight of radiant spiritual light ahead left Lian Wuming and Lian Hai utterly astonished. What a waste. It is merely a shell. The divine energy has entirely vanished. Li Yuan explained upon observing their excitement. These abyssal ores appeared truly astonishing. Each one was as large as 2 or 3 human beings, a rarity in the world, likely only producible by sacred lands. Has the divine energy disappeared? What? Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Lian Hai and Lian Wuming's expressions shifted dramatically. The disappearance of divine energy could only signify one thing, that it had been absorbed by the sealed beings. This represented 5 divine sources, indicating that 3 ancient beings still existed in this place. Human, you have managed to neutralize my master's power. It is indeed astonishing. You must harbor remarkable secrets. Within the mine, 2 voices resounded simultaneously, and 2 colossal figures emerged, striding towards the trio. They did not exude an overwhelming aura. Yet the invisible pressure they emanated was profoundly oppressive, rendering one breathless. Fortunately, Lian Wuming and Lian Hai stood behind Li Yuan, sheltered by him. Otherwise, they would have been utterly defenseless against that force, rendered mere puppets. Are you not going to come out? Li Yuan, standing firm, disregarded the 2 ancient beings before him and spoke nonchalantly. How dare you, mere 2-legged beasts? The 2 ancient beings seethed with fury, preparing to scold Li Yuan. However, mid-sentence, they fell silent, for the hearts of the 2 ancient beings were hollow, leaving behind gaping, bloody wounds. Their immortal capabilities could not be exerted within Li Yuan's domain, their bodies crumbling incessantly. You struggled to raise a finger towards Li Yuan, but darkness enveloped you, and you fell into oblivion. Such a profound essence of primordial power. Brother Hai, Brother Wuming, draw directly from the ancient beings' hearts. Do not fear becoming puppets, for I am here to safeguard you. With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan sent forth 2 hearts towards Lian Wuming and Lian Hai. Observing the 2 hearts before them, both Lian Hai and Lian Wuming felt their hearts race with excitement. Gratefully acknowledging Li Yuan, they commenced to absorb the power within. As the energy coursed through their bodies, their eyes turned crimson, and reason fled. Even with the power of a saint, they could not withstand it for a mere second. Chapter 103. I am going to beat you. Ha ha, how amusing. Human lad, you possess quite a confidence. But do you truly comprehend the nature of that power? It is the power of the immortals. You have slain 4 of my kin, yet with the 3 of you remaining, it could not be more fortuitous. Once I have vanquished you and transformed you into immortal puppets, you shall sweep the world, gathering the blood of saints for me. With sufficient saintly blood to suppress my own, I shall elevate my strength to its zenith. From within the mine, a figure emerged, no longer the dragon-headed humanoid, but having fully assumed a human form. Clearly, his cultivation had reached a terrifying height, for otherwise, a foreign race could not possess a human guise. His human appearance was not merely a transformation. The primordial dragon ancestor had lived for millennia, witnessing countless divine artifacts, yet none could withstand the aura of a fallen immortal. Now, however, Li Yuan had achieved this. Having fused with the power of the fallen immortal, the primordial dragon ancestor's eyes opened wide, seeing that Li Yuan's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the 4 extremes. Such a level of mastery to accomplish this was undoubtedly remarkable. If the primordial dragon could wield such power, perhaps he would not need to rely on puppets to slaughter the world and collect the blood of formidable beings. Indeed, with the augmentation of fallen immortal power, he could ascend to become the sovereign among myriad races. The royal lineage of myriad races is comparable to that of the human emperors. It must be noted that the primordial dragon had long coveted the chance to attain the fallen immortal's power, yet had refrained from extensive refinement due to fear, remaining stuck at the initial stage of a saint for an eternity. Now awakened, if he lacked sufficiently potent blood to suppress his internal aura, he would inevitably become a puppet of the fallen immortal. This had been the primordial dragon's greatest anxiety, but now, hope glimmered before him. As the primordial dragon revealed himself, Yuan scrutinized his aura, confirming the extent of the primordial dragon's cultivation. "Are you at the saint level?" Yuan inquired. The primordial dragon replied with a smile, "Indeed. If categorized by your human realms, I am a saint, but in my kin's nomenclature, I am known as the Ancestor King. Young one, will you voluntarily surrender your treasures? Or shall I force them from you?" The Ancestor King fixed his gaze upon Yuan, sneering coldly. Believing that Yuan had succumbed to fear, the latter shook his head. "The initial stage of a saint? Rather weak, I must say. I wonder if you can truly assess the limits of my power. Be cautious, old man, for I am going to strike you." "You?" The Ancestor King's expression turned one of sheer astonishment. Who would have thought that upon realizing his status as Ancestor King, Yuan would remain unafraid and even desire to engage in combat? Yet, after the shock, excitement flickered in the Ancestor King's eyes. This young man, fully aware of his cultivation, displayed such confidence. Surely, the treasures he possessed were extraordinary. If they could suppress the influence of the fallen immortal, then, as this thought crossed his mind, a powerful greed glimmered in the Ancestor King's gaze. "Is that so? Then allow me to witness your capabilities," he said, fixing his eyes upon Yuan with an air of superiority. Gesturing for Yuan to make the first move, the ancient god-s finger, Yuan moved, launching a finger towards the Ancestor King. During his time in the Golden Divine City, Yuan had comprehended the ancient goddess finger through the heavenly Tao divine art. Now, he had yet to unleash it in full force. Upon encountering the Ancestor King, who had stepped into the realm of saints, he was exhilarated to attack. As he pointed, Yuan seemed to transform into the progenitor of the ancient gods. The instant he unleashed his finger, the very heavens shifted in hue. What? The Ancestor King, who had originally dismissed Yuan, was utterly taken aback upon witnessing the power of this finger. He immediately invoked his divine abilities, intent on neutralizing Yuan's ancient goddess finger. Though astonished at Yuan's mastery over the ancient god lineage's abilities, he was not intimidated. After all, Yuan's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the four extremes. However, as the Ancestor King's divine abilities met Yuan's ancient goddess finger, he felt an unimaginable force of destruction envelop him. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the once lofty and imperious Ancestor King was sent flying, his body crashing into the stone wall. Coughing violently, he felt his blood and energy surging uncontrollably. Particularly, his hand felt as though its bones had shattered. Fortunately, the power of the fallen immortal enabled it to regenerate instantaneously. Otherwise, that arm would have been rendered useless. What power is this? The Ancestor King's eyes reflected sheer terror. This strike had utterly defeated him, despite his status as a saint. Boom! The Ancestor King's expression darkened, and he withdrew, glaring fiercely at Yuan. Though astonished, with the power of the fallen immortal coursing through him, he remained undying and unyielding, and rather than fear, he felt even greater exhilaration, sensing that Yuan's secrets far surpassed his expectations. Should he obtain them, he would undoubtedly achieve the path of the ancient emperor, breaking through to become an immortal. "Such a young man you." The Ancestor King began, but Yuan charged forward. "Old man, unleash your full strength. Here I come." As Yuan's voice echoed, he had already reached the Ancestor King's side. Such speed was nothing short of terrifying. The Ancestor King had lived through tumultuous eras for over 100,000 years, having witnessed the competition among the world's prodigies. Yet even the speediest among them, the Golden Rock clan, could not match Yuan's velocity. "What speed is this?" The Ancestor King gasped, exerting all his might to strike Yuan down. Saintly sword of murder. This time, Yuan chose to employ swordsmanship, using his finger as a blade. The dragon claw tore through the air. The Ancestor King's expression grew grave, compelled to reveal his true form. A fearsome dragon claw lunging towards Yuan. This strike was without restraint. As the dragon claw extended, the surrounding heavens seemed to be ensnared by its might. Boom! A deafening roar resounded once more. Yet the outcome was entirely contrary to the Ancestor King's expectations. Not only did Yuan remain unscathed, but his sword aura bore through the dragon claw with terrifying ferocity. One strike, two strikes, three strikes. Countless sword auras pierced through the claw, rendering it a mass of wounds. In the next moment, what was once an indestructible limb, akin to a divine weapon, exploded into fragments. A saint's body is comparable to a divine artifact. A single drop of blood could slay a half-saint. Yet now, this scene unfolded before them. In the Ancestor King's eyes, astonishment was vividly evident. This was his true form, yet it still could not withstand Li Yuan's onslaught. What? The Ancestor King was alarmed, his body retreating rapidly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Hastily, he called upon the power of the fallen immortal to regenerate his dragon claw. The Ancestor King stared intently at Li Yuan, his eyes brimming with shock. In stark contrast to Yuan Long, Li Yuan stood at this moment with a visage of profound disappointment. Is this truly the extent of a saint's corporeal prowess? Such disillusionment is bewildering. I had anticipated that the strength of a saint would be considerably more formidable. Could it be that you, old fool, are merely a weakling among the ranks of the saints? With a heavy sigh, Li Yuan fixed his gaze upon Yuan Long and inquired, is this truly the limit of your capabilities? Is it weakness you speak of? Yuan Long thundered in fury, incensed by such an affront. As a progenitor of his clan, he could hardly bear the insult, especially from a mere human who had achieved the consummate stage of the four extremes. In the eyes of myriad races, humanity is but prey. Moreover, Yuan Long hailed from a royal lineage, a paragon of nobility. You, insignificant human, if I do not shatter your bones today, I shall not be called Yuan Long. Enraged, he unleashed the suppressed power of the fallen immortals within him, his countenance twisted with malice as he charged at Li Yuan. With a thunderous clash, they engaged once more, the sound reverberating like a tempest. What? Even with the might of the fallen immortals at his disposal, Yuan Long found himself unable to best Li Yuan. Astonishment flickered in his eyes as he beheld the profound footprints left upon the ground, as if caught in a surreal dream. Yuan Long's trepidation towards Li Yuan intensified. The very essence of the fallen immortals clung to him, yet it could not penetrate Li Yuan's being in the slightest. However, this time, bolstered by the formidable power of the fallen immortals, Yuan Long's claws remained intact. Ah, so this is what it means to conceal one's strength. Now we are truly engaged. Otherwise, how could I ascertain the limits of my own power? Li Yuan's eyes gleamed with newfound excitement. The earlier display by Yuan Long had left him thoroughly unimpressed. After all, that paltry strength was insufficient for Li Yuan to gauge his current limits, as it was merely a matter of physical prowess. With a beaming countenance, Li Yuan unleashed a series of punches, each more powerful than the last, striking Yuan Long to the core. Yuan Long's claws trembled violently. At that moment, he had fully unshackled the power of the fallen immortals, yet he shockingly realized he was still no match for Li Yuan, perpetually on the defensive. Were it not for the indestructible nature of his body, granted by the fallen immortals, he would have succumbed long ago. Very well, I shall now unleash my divine powers. You had best be cautious. Li Yuan's face radiated joy as he committed himself fully. Channeling the celestial arts, he launched a devastating punch. Behold, as his fist struck, a phenomenon unfolded, a true dragon materializing from his clenched fist. Yuan Long, harboring deep-seated apprehension towards Li Yuan, could not afford to underestimate him now that divine powers were in play, revealing extraordinary manifestations. Before Yuan Long appeared an ancient and formidable bronze shield, a relic procured from the tomb of the fallen immortals, renowned for its terrifying defense. Presently, he dared not confront Li Yuan's blow directly and hoped to mitigate the impact through the shield. With a resounding crash, Li Yuan's fist shattered the bronze shield into splinters, the force penetrating Yuan Long's heart. Gazing at the gaping wound in his chest, Yuan Long let out a despairing and defiant roar. Impossible. I, Yuan Long, am immortal. I possess the power of the fallen immortals. His voice, akin to a raging beast, echoed with terror as he realized that the grievous wound could not heal. For the first time, the might of the fallen immortals had faltered. The force contained within Li Yuan's punch surged forth, rapidly infiltrating Yuan Long's body, and fissures erupted upon his form. The vitality within him dwindled swiftly, the world around him dimming. His roars gradually diminished. In the end, Yuan Long's body erupted into a fine mist of dust. Is this how it ends? I had only just begun to take this seriously. Observing the remnants of Yuan Long, Li Yuan's expression turned to one of regret. He had anticipated a more formidable adversary, one capable of showcasing greater prowess. Yet with a mere invocation of the celestial arts, he had dispatched Yuan Long in a single strike. Remarkable power. I sensed the aura of the celestial way. A chilling voice echoed from the depths of the mind, as a dark figure began to levitate towards Li Yuan. Hovering not far from him, Li Yuan regarded the shadow with anticipation. Are you the fallen immortal? He inquired. The fallen immortal? Ha! I am no such being. I am a demon, an immortal, an indestructible demon. I am the demon lord who has refined the accursed essence of undying beings. Long ago, I was inadvertently ensnared and cast into this realm, Yet my adversaries remain unaware that I have obtained the essence of these accursed beings. Even the mightiest of celestial lightning cannot vanquish me, for with it, I am immortal, my very essence transformed. The shadow laughed triumphantly, revealing a fragment of bone before him. This fragment, no larger than a palm, bore no discernible origin, yet it emanated an aura of annihilation that instilled dread. Li Yuan gazed upon the bone fragment, intrigue shining in his eyes. Indeed, it is a remarkable object. May I have a closer look? Are you certain you wish to see it? The shadow hesitated. Disbelief etched upon its features. Li Yuan rubbed his hands in eager anticipation. You heard me correctly. May I please have a look? Rest assured, I only wish to observe. I will not destroy it. Destroy it? If you can, be my guest, the shadow scoffed, pushing the bone fragment towards Li Yuan. Initially intending for its power to corrupt him, Li Yuan, unhesitant, accepted the fragment, fully aware of the risk that lay within. The moment his hand grasped the bone, he began to examine it. Success. This body shall soon be mine. Wait, how is this possible? What force is preventing the corruption from taking hold? Does this mean I cannot usurp his body? The shadow, once brimming with joy, now stood frozen in disbelief, horrified to find that the power within the fragment could not penetrate Li Yuan's being. Is there a way to absorb the corrupting power? I am willing to pay a price, may I? As the shadow grappled with disbelief, Li Yuan posed the question. Upon hearing this, the shadow trembled once more, then succumbed to wild elation. Ah, the opportunity has arisen. Though I could not penetrate his body earlier, this fool seems to lack foresight. Very well, you may proceed. But do exercise caution. The shadow presented itself as a benevolent figure, even offering a word of reassurance to Li Yuan. Fear not, I shall come to no harm. With a smile, Li Yuan began to absorb the power embedded within the shattered bones. What once could not penetrate Li Yuan's body now flowed into him under his guiding influence. Once this power entered Li Yuan's form, an eerie force commenced its corruptive assault upon his flesh and blood. Chapter 105. You truly are a good demon. Hee. It has succeeded, it has succeeded. Just a bit more, a bit more. The shadow, witnessing the continuous influx of power from the shattered bones into Li Yuan's body, was filled with overwhelming excitement. Once Li Yuan's corporeal form underwent transformation, the act of seizing control would become exceedingly simple. The reason the shadow had not directly taken possession of Li Yuan was due to the severe damage inflicted upon its demonic soul. Attempting to seize control without completing the transformation risked failure. With the remnants of the bones present, it sought absolute certainty. As Li Yuan drew in wisps of power, his heart soared with joy. The energy from the shattered bones was swiftly depleting as Li Yuan absorbed it, rather than displaying any signs of anguish. Li Yuan wore a smile upon his lips. This power was indeed peculiar. Upon entering his body, it began to annihilate the very essence of life within him, while simultaneously containing a unique force that altered the essence of his being, causing each of Li Yuan's cells to metamorphose in a bizarre direction. Simultaneously, Li Yuan sensed a burgeoning thirst for blood within himself. What a marvelous treasure, Li Yuan mused, delighting in the sensation. By employing the celestial method, with its presence, each of his cells, once destroyed, was perpetually reborn, preventing any permanent transformation. Li Yuan's intent to absorb was solely to forge his own physical form. In the span of moments, he had absorbed 30% of the power from the fragments. How is this possible? 30% absorbed. Yet why has this individual not undergone any peculiar transformation? Why does his mind show no signs of being affected? The shadow, initially filled with joy, now wore a mask of confusion and shock. As the shadow's astonishment grew, Li Yuan spoke with a chuckle. Oh, might I absorb a bit more? It feels delightful. Upon hearing this, the shadow felt as though struck by lightning, hair standing on end. Before him stood Li Yuan, a mere practitioner of the four extremes. Yet he emanated an aura that sent shivers down the shadow's spine. However, now that 30% of the power had been absorbed, the shadow's heart bled for the loss. This power was precious, and every fraction diminished was a loss to him, especially as he aspired to advance further post-possession. Yet, the thought of stopping was unbearable. Could it be that the weight was still insufficient? The shadow, unwilling to concede, thought, I refuse to believe that the power of this cursed life cannot affect you. With this resolve, the shadow turned to Li Yuan and commanded, absorb, feel free to absorb. If you can consume it all, that is your skill. Li Yuan, upon hearing this, smiled. You truly are a good demon, then I shall not hold back. With those words, Li Yuan cast aside any burdens of conscience and devoted himself fully to the absorption. In an instant, torrents of terrifying power surged into his body. In a heartbeat, Li Yuan's form became entwined with the ominous energy, enveloped in a shroud of darkness. This time, he chose to allow the power to traverse every inch of his flesh. for he had discovered that the process of refining his body was exceptionally effective. Crack, crack, crack. The shadow, witnessing this, became acutely tense, for upon the once indestructible fragments, fissures began to appear as Li Yuan continued to absorb, the ominous energy rapidly diminishing, on the verge of being completely devoured by him. It should be nearly done. The ominous power within the fragments is about to be exhausted, and his consciousness should soon dissipate. It must. The shadow was on edge. Still astonished to find that Li Yuan's eyes remained strikingly clear, his mind seemingly untouched. Boom. In no time, the last vestige of power from the shattered bones was wholly consumed by Li Yuan. The fragments erupted, reducing to dust. What? The bones have been pulverized, and the power within them has vanished completely. Yet how does he retain his consciousness? The shadow, witnessing the bones transform into powder, beheld Li Yuan, shrouded in black mist, with eyes that sparkled with clarity, plunging into profound shock. My apologies, truly. It seems I inadvertently destroyed your possessions, Li Yuan remarked, reveling in the sensation. It feels exquisite. I cannot cease. I am willing to compensate. As the shadow was engulfed in astonishment, Li Yuan, still enshrouded in darkness, spoke. This time, the shadow stared intently at Li Yuan, rendered speechless, his eyes ablaze with madness. Damn it, damn it. How can this be? Why is this happening? This power seemed incapable of affecting him. What could possibly be the reason? This was my hope for forging an immortal demonic body, my singular hope. No, I must attempt it. Otherwise, I shall never escape this place. I refuse to believe that I cannot seize him, even if my demonic soul is damaged. But who am I? I am the demon sovereign. How could I be thwarted by a mere practitioner of the four extremes? Whoosh. With a decisive thought, the shadow's speed became terrifying, leaving Li Yuan no time to react. It transformed into a small black orb, akin to a thumb, and hurtled toward Li Yuan's forehead. Upon contact, it directly fused with Li Yuan's mind. Huh, what are you doing? Li Yuan gasped in shock, feeling the intruder breach his sea of consciousness. To enter your sea of consciousness is, of course, to seize control of your physical form. You may suppress the ominous power, but as I commence the possession, can you truly fend off my demonic soul while also containing the force of the ominous immortality? Should you falter even once, your body will belong to me. The demonic soul hissed ominously. Yet, in the next moment, the demonic soul let out a terrified shriek. Ah, what in the world is this? Why are there 9 golden suns in your sea of consciousness? The sea of consciousness depicted 9 ancient characters transformed into golden suns, and as the demonic soul entered, it was immediately illuminated by the divine light of the 9 ancient characters. Upon contact, the demonic soul experienced unbearable searing pain, producing a wretched wail. Its visage contorted grotesquely. Yearning to flee, yet it was far too late. The demonic soul swiftly dissolved, akin to snow meeting a blazing inferno, with no chance of retreat. Amidst its anguished cries, the demonic soul vanished without a trace. Once possessing a modicum of regret, Li Yuan thought, yet you sought to seize me. In that case, I harbor no further regrets. With a low curse, he activated the celestial method, allowing his physical form to undergo cycles of destruction and rebirth. Li Yuan reveled in the benefits this power bestowed upon his body, yet lamented, alas, it is far too little. If only it were boundless. Feeling a tinge of regret, he turned to the distance where Hellion High and Hellion Wooming stood, striding towards them. Upon inspecting them, a look of joy blossomed in Li Yuan's eyes. The transformation was complete, and this new constitution should serve him well. He pricked his fingertip, letting droplets of blood fall into their mouths. Beyond the celestial mine, the myriad lights of the stars cascading from the cosmos faded away. What? The pillar of stellar power has vanished. What could be the reason? Hu Tianyi was utterly perplexed, for this was entirely different from past occurrences. Previously, the disappearance of the starry beam was attributed to the devouring force deep within the mine. However, just moments ago, that force had not manifested. Could it be that the entity dwelling in the depths of the mine has been slain? After all, Li Yuan's abilities are remarkably unique, capable even of vanquishing a divine king body. The existence below may have been unearthed, but its power might not be at its zenith. And that force could hardly affect Li Yuan, especially with 2 holy masters aiding him, remarked a disciple from the Four Seasons Peak, taking a deep breath. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd brightened with hope. Yet, none dared to delve deeper into the mine to ascertain the situation. A quarter of an hour later, 3 figures appeared at the mine's entrance, none other than Li Yuan and his companions. Li Yuan, my junior brother, are you all right? Nie Xingtian rushed out, concern etched across his features. We're fine. The issues within the celestial mine have been resolved, and we can resume normal mining operations, Li Yuan replied with a smile. This venture into the celestial mine had yielded significant gains for Li Yuan, who now felt his physical form growing increasingly formidable. Yet, he could not find an opponent to test his strength, leaving him uncertain of his current realm. That night, the group conversed until dawn broke. "Young Masterly, will you truly not stay for a few more days?" The disciples of Four Seasons Peak implored him, wishing to retain his company. Li Yuan replied, "My friends, all gatherings must eventually disperse, and there are numerous matters requiring my attention at the Tao Academy. We shall reconvene in the future, and I hope none will be absent then. Farewell." As Li Yuan's voice faded, he found himself aboard the Helian family's void warship, accompanied by two additional companions, Nie Xingtian and Hu Tianyi. Nie Xingtian had severed ties with the Tao Academy after slaying a member of the Jun family during a previous conflict, leading to the destruction of his life sea. Despite the Tao Academy's transformation, he chose to leave, fearing that should Jun Lin emerge from the ancient sacred academy, it might bring trouble to the Tao Academy. Furthermore, influenced by ominous forces, he opted to journey to the Golden Divine City. Now, with the Tao Academy on the verge of sealing itself, no one knew when it would re-emerge. Li Yuan's drop of blood could only grant him a few years of clarity. He had to accompany Li Yuan in his departure. "Young Master Li, we cannot accompany you to the Luo Tian sacred land," Helian Wuming and Helian Hai lamented. The Helian family had recently annihilated the Jun family, yet they still struggled to fully control the latter's extensive assets, which were now being targeted by several factions. If Helian Wuming and Helian Hai delayed their return any longer, significant troubles would arise. Li Yuan smiled and said, "Stabilizing our foundation is of paramount importance. Moreover, my journey to the Luo Tian sacred land poses no danger. I appreciate your efforts these past few days. Should the Helian family encounter insurmountable difficulties during my absence, seek out Jiju Etching in the Golden Divine City for assistance." Helian Wuming and Helian Hai beamed with joy upon hearing this. "Thank you, young master." With his assurance, they felt entirely at ease. Jiju Etching was a half-saint, possessing the Jun family's sacred artifact, the bronze ancient lamp, and given his qualifications, with the changing of celestial rules, he could ascend to sainthood at any moment. "Young master, we shall take our leave now. Regarding the quota for entering the Luo Tian sacred land, I have informed Master Tianlong of the Tianlong Temple. You may obtain a token for assessment there," Helian Wuming stated. "Very well, thank you. Upon my return, we shall gather again." "Farewell," Li Yuan replied, clasping his fists. Helian Wuming and Helian Hai exchanged glances before vanishing into the void. The void warship was left in Li Yuan's hands. "Young Master Li, are we returning to the Golden Divine City now?" Hu Tianyi, sporting a rather unkempt goatee, inquired. "Indeed. Do you have any matters to attend to?" Li Yuan asked, noting Hu Tianyi's sudden interest. Hu Tianyi had also chosen to join the Snow Dragon territory, having faced considerable exclusion and oppression within the Tao Academy. Now, as the Academy sealed itself, he found himself without a platform to showcase his abilities. Hu Tianyi had secured the position of elder at the Tao Academy not due to his formidable cultivation, but rather because he practiced the Source heavenly divine art. This art was not merely a technique, but an exceptionally rare and precious ancient text, capable of locating divine source veins and earthly spiritual veins. However, Hu Tianyi's limited aptitude allowed him to comprehend only a small fraction of it. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to establish him as an elder tasked with guarding the celestial mine, underscoring his exceptional nature. When Li Yuan inquired about him, Hu Tianyi waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Young Master Li, that's not what I meant. I merely wish to ask if you have ever considered relocating the Snow Dragon territory. As I understand, its current location is rather remote, not truly a place of ascendance. Given your talents, the Snow Dragon territory is bound to have the potential to become a sacred land in the future. Choosing a place of ascendance would greatly benefit the territory, saving much time." Li Yuan responded, "I have not considered it. That place holds an irreplaceable sentiment for us. Even if there were a place of ascendance, we would not trade it." With this, Hu Tianyi resolved to improve the environment of the Snow Dragon territory instead. "Please wait a moment, young master." Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged on the void warship. Seeing Hu Tianyi's serious expression, Li Yuan did not interrupt, but allowed the ship to remain still in the void, silently awaiting his actions. Uncertain of what Hu Tianyi was about to do, Li Yuan observed as beads of sweat began to form on Hu Tianyi's forehead, indicating his strenuous efforts. What is happening?" Li Yuan suddenly turned his gaze towards the ground, furrowing his brow. His formidable spiritual sense detected some fluctuations. He noticed the surrounding spiritual energy becoming extraordinarily dense, a most unusual occurrence. Suddenly, ethereal beasts appeared amidst the mountains below the void warship. Upon witnessing these creatures, Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. These ethereal beasts were quite extraordinary, appearing somewhat translucent, their bodies enveloped in spiritual light, exuding an air of the mystical. There were goats, rabbits, reindeer, and some spiritual mice, each looking up at the void warship with a mix of trepidation and curiosity gleaming in their eyes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This is the transformation of spiritual veins. How is this possible? A look of astonishment filled Nie Xingtian's eyes as he witnessed this spectacle. Hu Tianyi had been with the Tao Academy for quite some time. Yet Nie Xingtian had never anticipated that Hu Tianyi possessed such capabilities. Although these spiritual veins appeared small, once integrated into the mountains, the spiritual energy would become exceedingly abundant. While they could not rival the spiritual veins of great clans, they were more than sufficient to elevate a small family. On the void warship, Hu Tianyi's forehead glistened with even more sweat, clearly expending tremendous energy in this endeavor. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a box in his hands, an unusual artifact, neither gold nor silver, but crafted from stone. Yet, this is not an ordinary stone. Li Yuan had once obtained the divine source, and with just a glance, he discerned its essence. This was a form of stone crafted from the shed skin of an extraordinarily unique divine source. Furthermore, it bore an array of enigmatic symbols, densely packed, as if capable of drawing one's spirit into their depths. The moment Hu Tianyi opened the box, the initially hesitant and fearful spirits, born of the spiritual veins, manifested joy in their eyes. After a brief moment of hesitation, they soared into the air. Casting a nervous glance at Li Yuan and the others, they entered the box. Upon witnessing the spirits enter, Hu Tianyi promptly closed the box. Huffing and puffing, he finally took a deep breath, clearly exhausted from the earlier exertion. At last, it is accomplished. My cultivation is insufficient. Otherwise, our ancestral masters would not only be able to locate dragon veins, but also summon the spirits of the veins for their own use, even compelling the divine sources to come forth willingly. With a mere wave of their hand, they could transform mountains and rivers, creating a realm of soaring dragons. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Hu Tianyi expressed his apologies. Remarkable skills. Are you taking disciples? Li Yuan asked with a smile, genuinely intrigued. If he were to comprehend this, it would be immensely beneficial to him, allowing the entire Shuilong territory to transform into a realm of soaring dragons. Cultivation emphasizes the importance of law, partners, resources, and land. The ability to create a realm of soaring dragons equates to forging a paradise, which is of paramount importance for the cultivation of everyone in Shuilong territory. With sufficient spiritual energy and divine source energy, cultivation would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Do you truly wish to learn, young master? Hu Tianyi inquired, his fatigue lifting as he gazed at Li Yuan with anticipation. With limited innate talent, Hu Tianyi had inherited the source technique for 3 centuries, yet had only grasped its superficial aspects. He was acutely aware that even dedicating his entire life would not suffice to comprehend the Source Heaven Divine technique. When Hu Tianyi acquired the Source Heaven Divine technique, he vowed to find a suitable successor. In his eyes, Li Yuan was the most fitting choice. Thus, he could not only fulfill his vow, but also secure a peaceful old age. Though Shuilong territory was small, it was not insignificant, for it housed the semi-saint Ji Jueqing and the supremely gifted Li Yuan, whom even the Hellion family sought to curry favor with. Hu Tianyi naturally trusted his judgment. However, he understood that the teachings of the path must not be hastily imparted, and he did not wish to place Hu Tianyi in a difficult position. You misunderstand, young master. My acquisition of this inheritance was merely due to the elder's lifespan having waned, with no capable descendants to inherit it. Thus, it was entrusted to me to practice while seeking a suitable successor. If you possess such talent, how could I refuse? If you are capable of practicing the source techniques, my vow would be fulfilled, and I am certain that the esteemed predecessor would be immensely satisfied. Young master, this is the Source Heaven Divine technique. Hu Tianyi produced the Source Heaven Divine technique and presented it to Li Yuan. Thank you. Li Yuan bowed deeply and carefully accepted the Source Heaven Divine technique, fully aware of the significance of this exceptional inheritance. If Hu Tianyi could comprehend it to such an extent, what might he achieve through complete understanding? The thought was beyond his imagination. Let us set forth, young master. The energy required to grasp the Source Heaven Divine technique is immense. Without decades, perhaps even a century, it is impossible to master. Hu Tianyi, observing Li Yuan's eagerness to delve into the text, smiled and cautioned him. Please wait a moment, Senior Hu. Let me try first. Li Yuan smiled at Hu Tianyi and settled into a meditative posture aboard the ethereal warship, beginning his study of the Source Heaven Divine technique. Li Yuan was not blindly confident. He possessed methods beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. At this moment, he directly unleashed the Heavenly Path Divine technique. As he did so, his entire demeanor transformed. The profoundly intricate and enigmatic Source Heaven Divine technique rapidly evolved before his eyes, its true meaning and essence swiftly absorbed and utilized by him. Oh, The young master is overly confident. The source heaven divine technique is not so easily comprehensible. Nevertheless, Hu Tianyi thought it for the best, as he had exhausted himself earlier and needed to recuperate. After observing Li Yuan, who appeared utterly engrossed for about a quarter of an hour, Hu Tianyi realized that even if Li Yuan struggled to comprehend the source heaven divine technique, he would remain entranced for an extended period. He decided to take a moment to recover from his previous exertion. However, before Hu Tianyi could settle down, he noticed Li Yuan, seated in meditation, slowly opening his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. Seeing Li Yuan awaken, Hu Tianyi understood that his own practice had to be postponed. Young master, do you now grasp the vast profundity of the source heaven divine technique? Indeed, it is profoundly intricate. The source heaven divine technique is akin to the unparalleled ancient scriptures created by the great emperors of the Holy Lands. It is a remarkable tome of both past and present. After his comprehension, Li Yuan recognized the terrifying potential of the source heaven divine technique. Young master speaks the truth. The source heaven divine technique is indeed an extraordinary text, unparalleled in history. The ancestor who created it is truly remarkable. If such talent were applied to cultivation, it would undoubtedly yield a great emperor of antiquity. Without the qualifications of an emperor, one could not have left behind the source heaven divine technique. Having spent over 3 centuries grasping the technique, Hu Tianyi had dedicated himself tirelessly and had the authority to speak on its extraordinary nature. It was unfathomable to contemplate the abilities that might emerge from complete comprehension. Thus, young master need not rush. Mastering the source heaven divine technique will undoubtedly require considerable time. You are still young, and one day you will surely grasp it and become a source heaven divine master, Hu Tianyi began to reassure Li Yuan. Earlier, Nie Xingtian had also witnessed Hu Tianyi's prowess in gathering such an array of spiritual veins. The source heaven divine technique was certainly not an ordinary artifact. As the foremost disciple of the 4 Seasons Peak of the Heavenly Path Academy, Nie Xingtian was far from foolish. Indeed, Elder Hu is correct. There is no need to rush. Just take your time. Given your innate talent, it should not take long. Perhaps a century will suffice for complete comprehension. Nie Xingtian, concerned that Li Yuan might be overwhelmed by the intricate mysteries of the source heaven divine technique, intended to offer his encouragement. Despite possessing the supreme bone and exceptional conditions for comprehending the great path, the source heaven divine technique was different. It was not merely a method or divine power, but rather a unique and profound art. The fact that Hu Tianyi had spent 3 centuries grasping only the surface spoke volumes about its depth. Li Yuan regarded Hu Tianyi and Nie Xingtian with a mysterious smile. Rest assured, you too, I am not disheartened. I have comprehended the source heaven divine technique. He shared this good news with them, reveling in the moment. Well, as long as you have comprehended it, we shall take our time. Should you encounter any uncertainties, I can offer my guidance. Do not hesitate to ask. Hu Tianyi nodded in agreement, his voice warm and encouraging. However, as they spoke, Hu Tianyi suddenly turned to Li Yuan. Young master, what did you just say? At that moment, Hu Tianyi realized that Li Yuan had mentioned comprehension. Yet, how could this be possible? He was well aware of the profound intricacies of the source heaven divine technique. Li Yuan and Nie Xingtian were equally astonished, suspecting that Li Yuan might have lost his senses. Upon seeing their expressions of disbelief, Li Yuan felt no surprise. After all, the news, regardless of to whom it is conveyed, would certainly evoke astonishment, for not everyone possesses the divine skill of the heavenly path. Without the aid of such divine techniques for comprehension, Li Yuan was acutely aware that it would take him decades to grasp the concepts at hand. However, with the assistance of the heavenly path divine technique, comprehending the source heaven divine art becomes remarkably simple. Rest assured, I have not been overwhelmed. I have truly mastered the source heaven divine art. Naturally, the sudden revelation of this news would be difficult for you to accept. After all, this is an extraordinary technique pioneered by an unparalleled genius, one whose like shall not be seen again. The average person cannot comprehend it, but I am different. I can. Li Yuan remarked to Hu Tianyi and Nie Xingtian before him. Young Master Li, have you truly achieved this? It cannot be. Hu Tianyi exclaimed, still incredulous. I have practiced the source heaven divine art and know well its profundity and terror. You will understand once you see it for yourself, Li Yuan replied, fully aware that only by demonstrating the results would the two of them come to believe him. Channeling the source heaven divine art, Li Yuan's eyes underwent a transformation, seeming to possess the ability to pierce through the very essence of all things. With a gesture, he reached toward the mountain beneath the void battleship, and suddenly, the earth split open, a colossal figure soaring forth from the chasm. This titan was immensely vast, and at its emergence, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth thickened to the point of near tangibility. In that instant, the surrounding flora surged forth in wild growth. It was a gigantic xian turtle, Is this a manifestation of the divine source mineral vein? Hu Tianyi gasped, his eyes nearly popping out as he beheld the colossal tortoise making its way toward the void battleship. The spectacle was simply breathtaking. This was a being transformed from a divine source mineral vein. Even an emperor would find it impossible to seize such a mineral vein with a mere gesture. Judging by the size of the Xian turtle, it likely contained at least 10,000 pounds of divine source. This was divine source, not just any ordinary source. 10,000 pounds of pure divine source was worth millions of pounds of ordinary source. The Xian turtle, imbued with intelligence, was unmistakably a divine source mineral vein, as evidenced by the 9-colored radiance enveloping it, something Hu Tianyi had previously encountered in the source heaven divine art. The great turtle approached Li Yuan, its massive head nuzzling affectionately against him, showing a fondness that starkly contrasted Hu Tianyi's instinct to immediately seal away such a spirit. Slap. Hu Tianyi raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his own face. The blow was so fierce that 5 distinct fingerprints were left upon his cheek. Ouch. That hurts. I am not dreaming. This is not a dream. Gazing at the enormous Xian turtle surrounded by the radiant hues, Hu Tianyi was utterly astonished. This was the ability to seize a divine source mineral vein. Such an act was inconceivable without having comprehended the source heaven divine art. Even with the knowledge that this was not an illusion, Hu Tianyi's heart raced uncontrollably. After all, Li Yuan had accomplished this in less than a quarter of an hour, and Hu Tianyi had only just handed the source heaven divine art over to him. Is this truly the means to seize mineral veins? Divine source. Xianxiafan's. Witnessing the Xian turtle, trembled in awe, his lips quivering. Li Yuan, observing their expressions, smiled and said, "Do you believe me now? My supreme bone grants me the ability to visualize any great path and discern its essence, which is why my comprehension of the source heaven divine art has progressed so swiftly. The source technique is also a great path." With that, Li Yuan placed the responsibility upon his supreme bone once more. As his words faded, Li Yuan took action again, extracting various mineral veins from the depths of the earth and storing them within his spatial ring. This place had originally been a site for the Heavenly Path Academy to mine celestial ores, so it naturally housed a wealth of source minerals. Let us depart. Having completed this task, Li Yuan commanded the void battleship to tear through the fabric of space. With the Heavenly Path Academy now sealed off, the celestial ores would inevitably be abandoned. Li Yuan would not be courteous, for once the academy was sealed, the minerals would certainly be seized and exploited by other factions. It was better for him to benefit than to let others take advantage. The void battleship sailed swiftly, and 5 days later, it neared the territory of the Snow Dragon. During Li Yuan's absence, Li Changkong and others had begun vigorously developing the Snow Dragon territory, expanding outward from the original Snow Dragon domain to encompass a radius of 1,000 miles, effectively claiming it as their own. After all, the Snow Dragon territory required development, and with the continual influx of newcomers, it needed to cultivate spiritual rice and medicinal herbs. With the wind and rain tower's destruction, the momentum of the Snow Dragon territory was surging, and Li Changkong and his companions were keen to seize this opportunity. As the void battleship approached, Li Yuan felt a sense of disorientation upon gazing at the golden divine city in the distance. Had he not known he was in the right place, he might have mistakenly thought he had taken a wrong turn. The ancient void city nearby was indeed the golden divine city. The landscape had also undergone significant transformation. Clearly, this was the work of Ji Zhucheng. Although little time had passed, the outline of a grand city spanning 100 miles was already taking shape. From afar, Li Yuan discerned 3 characters: Snow Dragon City. Presently, many small families were negotiating to migrate there, bargaining to purchase shops and residences, eager to establish their roots in Snow Dragon City. Brotherly, my Zhu family is willing to offer 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for these 3 shops and that 10,000 square foot mansion. What do you think? A middle-aged man addressed Li Changkong. Upon hearing this, Li Changkong shook his head firmly in rejection. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, not a single one less. Humph, brotherly, you are being excessively greedy. I can raise it to 111,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you refuse, I will take my leave. My Zhu family does not necessarily have to settle in Snow Dragon City. The head of the Zhu family retorted. On board the void battleship, Hu Tianyi opened a box, from which spirit beasts resembling spiritual veins surged forth, merging into the earth below, integrating with Snow Dragon City. At the same time, Li Yuan also took action, continuously infusing the divine source mineral veins and source veins he had captured. In an instant, within Snow Dragon City, some practitioners broke through, their eyes glazed in bewilderment. The spiritual rice and herbs in the spiritual fields began to grow at an astonishing rate, the spiritual energy contained within the grains multiplying tenfold. while the medicinal herbs aged a decade in mere moments. What on earth is happening? Li Changkong, who was engaged in conversation with the head of the Zhu family, suddenly felt a tremor, sensing the changes within Snow Dragon City. The surge of spiritual energy was astounding. Li Changkong rubbed his eyes, convinced he was experiencing an illusion. Not only was the surrounding spiritual energy skyrocketing, but the plants were also flourishing wildly, as if spring had returned in an instant. The head of the Zhu family also sensed the transformation, closing his eyes to circulate his technique. The next moment, he opened his eyes wide in ecstatic realization. Brotherly, 200,000 low-grade spirit stones is indeed 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. My Zhu family will take it. Moreover, we will also purchase a mansion spanning 10,000 square feet. Here is the deposit. The head of the Zhu family, his heart racing, immediately removed his spatial ring and placed it in Li Changkong's hands. Apologies, but Snow Dragon City no longer covets your paltry spirit stones. Prices have gone up. It is now 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Li Changkong flatly refused without hesitation, as if jesting. This place had become a treasure trove. Even the air felt sweet. Simultaneously, Li Changkong discerned the void warship in the abyss, realizing that Li Yuan had returned and ascended into the air. As for the head of the Zhu family, he stood there, his face a deep shade of purple. Had he not spoken so rashly before, he might have already purchased the property. Once acquired, it would have been immensely profitable. The current worth of that estate and the 3 shops far exceeds 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which the Zhu family wished to acquire. Yet they lacked the means to do so, unless they sold the entire family estate. Li Changkong landed atop the void warship and immediately paid his respects. At present, Li Yuan was indeed the lord. Uncle, what occupies your attention? Li Yuan inquired. Li Changkong coughed softly, his cheeks flushed as he replied. I am in the process of selling some properties. We are currently developing Snow Dragon City and preparing to establish our own commercial model. After all, everyone needs to cultivate, and we cannot rely solely on you. I intend to sell a portion to raise funds for the construction of Snow Dragon City. At this moment, Li Changkong's heart ached. Over the past few days, he had sold quite a bit, and although none were located in the heart of Snow Dragon City, it still pained him greatly. Selling now would yield a price that had multiplied tenfold. Let us refrain from further sales for now. What has been sold is done. During my recent journey, I acquired a remarkable technique that can not only alter the topography of Snow Dragon territory, but also draw in spiritual veins from all directions into Snow Dragon City. Selling at this juncture would be a grave loss. Moreover, Snow Dragon City was still too small. I plan to reconfigure it again. Since everyone is eager to construct a magnificent city, Li Yuan naturally has some ideas as well. Chapter 108, The Ascendant Dragon's Domain, Part 2. Beside them, Hu Tianyi remained silent, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, Li Yuan was about to wield the Source Heaven Divine Art again. Having witnessed it before, Hu Tianyi knew that once Li Yuan unleashed it, he would greatly benefit, and his own source techniques would advance at an astonishing pace. Such an opportunity was rare, and Hu Tianyi was naturally exhilarated. After all, source technique masters are exceedingly rare, appearing perhaps once every tens of thousands of years. Even more uncommon than the great emperors of antiquity. Very well, Li Changkong acquiesced, swiftly departing. The void warship did not descend. Instead, it hovered above Snow Dragon City, where Li Yuan stroked his chin, contemplating how to strategize the mountains and rivers of Snow Dragon City. If he were to take action, he would forge the Ascendant Dragon's domain. At this moment, Li Yuan involuntarily recalled the ancient ruins, the sacred mountain sect of the primordial Holy Land. That was the only primordial Holy Land Li Yuan had ever personally set foot in. A quarter of an hour later, Li Yuan took action. With a wave of his hand, an aura enveloped the area within a 10,000-mile radius of Snow Dragon City. As Li Yuan harnessed the power of the heavens through his source techniques, under this force, all living beings were instantly lifted into the air. As fear gripped their faces, thunderous roars erupted. Boom, boom. At this moment, it felt as though the world was coming to an end. The ground beneath them cracked incessantly, chasms appearing before their eyes, and rivers and lakes dried up in an instant. The deafening sounds continued, and this was merely the beginning. Soon, mountains rose from the earth, forming entirely new ranges. Under the influence of the source techniques, the topography was reshaped. Within 10,000 miles, everything was reborn. What is happening? What on earth is transpiring? It's over. Our livelihoods are ruined. Many watched helplessly as everything was destroyed, their hearts aching profoundly. This was their foundation, and now it was all gone. Within 10,000 miles, cities vanished, replaced by a brand new landscape. Both mortals and cultivators were struck with terror at the sight before them. Yet, at that moment, a voice resonated in their ears. Do not be afraid, do not resist. I am Li Yuan, the Lord of Snow Dragon. Today, I reconstruct the mountains and rivers solely to forge the sacred city of Snow Dragon. The sacred city shall emerge. Both cultivators and mortals will be properly accommodated. You shall have a new home, with spiritual energy tenfold that of the present. Your descendants will reap immense benefits from this. The sacred city of Snow Dragon will also establish a preaching platform, offering free sermons once a month. Cultivators may join in the construction of the sacred city, receiving appropriate compensation. Mortals may cultivate spiritual fields at designated locations, with an annual tribute of only a portion of the spiritual grains, akin to a tax, while the remainder may be consumed or traded. For the time being, Snow Dragon City will fully provide for your needs. The voice was soft yet echoed in the minds of everyone present. Figures, under the power of the source techniques, swiftly moved towards Snow Dragon City at a terrifying speed. Countless members of prominent families felt a tumultuous surge within. Yuan, the one who annihilated the Wind and Rain Tower and the June family? Just what level of cultivation has he attained to wield such means? The notion of establishing the sacred city of Snow Dragon astounded all, perceived as divine methods in the eyes of the onlookers. At this moment, Yuan was not merely employing source techniques, but also the heavenly Tao formations. Simultaneously, he integrated the golden divine city with the earth, reinforcing and enhancing its formations, transforming it into the protective array of the sacred city of Snow Dragon. Under the influence of the heavenly Tao formations, immortal mountains began to rise. Today, Yuan's actions were directly aimed at crafting a sacred land. The name Snow Dragon City transformed into the sacred city of Snow Dragon. The immortal mountains became the place of cultivation for the Li clan, while the sacred city of Snow Dragon represented their enterprise. Beyond the sacred city stretched an endless vast plain, designated as spiritual fields. In the future, countless spiritual cultivators would manage them as part of the enterprise, but the primary aim was to attract cultivators to cultivate the spiritual fields, increasing the chances of their descendants being born with spiritual roots. This would ultimately provide the Snow Dragon territory with children possessing cultivation potential, which was fundamental to the strengthening of the Snow Dragon territory. However, at present, it appeared somewhat desolate. Even though Yuan had integrated numerous spiritual veins and source mineral veins, it was still insufficient to instantaneously infuse life into the area and manifest the essence of the Ascendant Dragon's domain. With a deep breath, Yuan slowly opened his eyes aboard the Void Warship, exhaling a long sigh. Such an exertion of source techniques was, indeed, a substantial strain on him. Young master, have you become a source technique master? The moment Yuan opened his eyes, Ji Ju-cheng gazed at him in astonishment. The transformations of the day had left Ji Ju-cheng's mind reeling. To witness such prowess, something he had only glimpsed in ancient texts, was beyond his wildest dreams. Indeed, during this outing, I encountered immense fortune. Now, I have finally manifested the essence of the Ascendant Dragon's domain, yet I still lack the divine aspect. The divine element is crucial. Without it, it remains merely an illusion of the Ascendant domain. Presently, the spiritual veins of Snow Dragon territory only embody the essence of a millennia-old family, lacking the aura of a sacred land. What comes next is to draw in sacred land-level spiritual veins into Snow Dragon territory, Yuan elucidated. Sacred land-level spiritual veins. The others around Yuan gasped in shock. Sacred land-level spiritual veins are coveted treasures sought after by sacred lands across the realm. Many factions possess the potential to become sacred lands, yet they have long struggled without the support of sacred land-level spiritual veins for cultivation, remaining just a step away from achieving their aspirations. This step is insurmountable. Hence, such factions often flourish briefly before ultimately declining. The significance and rarity of sacred land-level spiritual veins are immeasurable. The spiritual veins are not merely capable of providing spiritual energy, they also augment fortune. After the initial shock, Ji Jueching turned to Yuan and said, "Young master, seeking a holy-grade spiritual vein is an arduous task. Almost all of them across the realm have been thoroughly divided. Unless one ventures into some perilous locales, it is exceedingly difficult to find a holy-grade spiritual vein. Do not rush, young master. We can strategize this matter once your cultivation level has ascended." Ji Jueching was genuinely concerned about Yuan's solitary foray into such treacherous territories. "Indeed, my lord. There is no haste required. The current spiritual energy is already sufficient for the development of the Snow Dragon territory." Hu Tianyi gasped, hastily interjecting, fearing Yuan would unwittingly enter some dangerous abyss. Within those forbidden realms, there indeed lie holy-grade spiritual veins. However, even saints face certain death upon entering, which explains why they have persisted until this day. Yuan, upon hearing this, smiled mysteriously. There is no need to delve into those perilous areas. Does old Ji not know what sacred ground lies behind the Snow Dragon territory? the ancient sacred ground of the Mount of Support. With that hint, Ji Jueqing quickly grasped the implication. However, once he comprehended, his expression drastically altered. Young master, you must not go there. The area where the Mount of Support is located does possess a holy grade spiritual vein, but it is cursed. Once one enters, they are bound to confront ominous fates. Ji Jueqing urgently cautioned, fearing Li Yuan might attempt to seize the holy grade spiritual vein from the Mount of Support. Ha ha ha, there is no need for such alarm. To draw upon the holy grade spiritual vein of the Mount of Support, one need not personally venture there. Have you forgotten? I am a source technique master. Not merely a source technique adept, let alone a source technique novice. As Li Yuan's words fell, he closed his eyes and employed a peculiar technique from the source heaven divine art, dragon-seeking spirit summoning. The ancient sacred ground of the Mount of Support was currently teeming with individuals. Since Li Yuan's last visit, when he had eradicated the most sinister of the red-haired monstrosities, numerous powerful factions had set their sights on the spiritual veins of the Mount of Support. At present, the old site of the Mount of Support was besieged by no fewer than 7 immensely esteemed source technique masters, having occupied the site for a whole month. These 7 source technique masters, along with 7 semi-saints, finally succeeded in drawing forth the spiritual vein of the Mount of Support, a magnificent 9-clawed golden dragon. Indeed, a holy grade spiritual vein. One semi-saint hovered in the air, laughing uproariously. It will soon be accomplished. Give me half a year, and I shall ensure the spiritual vein is drawn into the netherworld's sacred ground. Our opportunity for resurgence has arrived. The Elder, the current sacred lord of the netherworld's sacred ground, was Huangquan Daoist. Of course, they referred to themselves as the netherworld's sacred ground. In truth, it had fallen from grace a millennium ago and was now called the Netherworld Palace, though no longer a sacred ground. The remnants of the Netherworld Palace's heritage were profoundly formidable. Even the most distinguished of first-rate clans dared not provoke its might. The presence of 7 semi-saints and the summoning of 7 source technique masters spoke volumes. The cost of enlisting a source technique master as assistance was unfathomable. The 7 semi-saints of the Netherworld Palace, under the guidance of the 7 source technique masters, prepared to act, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. With this spiritual vein at their disposal, bolstered by fortune and spiritual energy, they would surely attain the saintly realm. The prospect of entering sainthood was exhilarating for all. Yet, suddenly, the previously tranquil 9-clawed golden dragon emitted a resounding roar, casting its gaze towards Snow Dragon City, a glint of brilliance illuminating its eyes. It broke free from the control of the 7 source technique masters and soared into the void. What is happening? Why has the golden dragon fled? The 7 source technique masters stared in bewilderment as the dragon took flight. The expressions of the 7 semi-saints from the Netherworld Palace darkened significantly. They sought to pursue it. But after flying several dozen miles, they completely lost track of the golden dragon's path. Masters, what is the situation? Quickly utilize your abilities to ascertain the dragon's whereabouts. If we can pinpoint its location again, the Netherworld Sacred Ground is willing to offer double the price. A semi-saint roared, for with the dragon's departure, their hopes of attaining sainthood were dashed, inciting their fury. Above the Snow Dragon Sacred City, on a celestial battleship, Ji Jueqing and the others heard Li Yuan's declaration and could hardly believe that he could achieve such a feat. The ancient sacred ground of the Mount of Support was nearly 100,000 miles away. How could he possibly draw the spiritual vein here? However, in the next moment, a dragon's roar echoed, reverberating across the land. Upon witnessing the colossal 9-clawed golden dragon, they were all rendered speechless. The immense golden dragon melded into Snow Dragon Sacred City, as Li Yuan's source technique revitalized the devastated flora and fauna, causing them to flourish at an astonishing rate. Beneath the earth, streams of spiritual energy surged forth. At that moment, Li Yuan appeared akin to a creator, the deity of the Dragon Ascension Land. It is done. It is done. This place has become the Dragon Ascension Land. With a bit more time, the Li family of Snow Dragon would surely rival the sacred grounds. Hu Tianyi, sensing the changes around him, trembled as he exclaimed, "This is all like a dream." In Chapter 109, Rough, is this it? Witnessing the source technique forge a sacred ground was nothing short of astonishing. Even though Hu Tianyi had also learned the source heaven divine art, he had never envisioned such a scene, as it was too overwhelming, yet it had manifested before them. Though Ji Jueqing and the others remained silent, every individual present was in awe of the spectacle unfolding before them. Their trembling legs were testament to their astonishment. This was the act of conjuring the Dragon Ascension Land from nothingness, a feat unseen throughout eternity. Beneath the earth, spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the entirety of Snow Dragon Sacred City in a mystical fog, transforming it into a veritable celestial city on earth. Those practitioners who had been relocated outside Snow Dragon's sacred city were ecstatic, unhesitatingly sitting cross-legged to cultivate. Many of them had reached a bottleneck, unable to break through due to a lack of sufficient spiritual energy. However, now that Snow Dragon's sacred city had become a sacred ground, the richness of spiritual energy was naturally abundant. Before long, these individuals began to achieve breakthroughs. Among the relocated common folk, those with spiritual roots, no matter how modest their talent, instantly ascended to the body refinement realm, while those devoid of any cultivation aptitude found their physical forms enhanced. Particularly for the elderly, they appeared rejuvenated by several years. All kneeling outside Snow Dragon's sacred city was an act of reverence. Even the commoners understood the magnitude of the fortune they had received that day. The surge of spiritual energy continued for a full hour before finally stabilizing, leaving no trace of desolation within a radius of 10,000 miles. The Li family members received orders, their roles clearly defined, and began to accommodate the newly arrived populace. Some participated in the construction within Snow Dragon's sacred city, while others became spiritual farmers, cultivating spiritual fields. Many successfully integrated into Snow Dragon's sacred city, joining the ranks of the enforcement team. The sudden influx of over 10,000 individuals did not disrupt the order of Snow Dragon's sacred city. Everything progressed with remarkable harmony. Inside the palace, Li Yuan's gaze fell upon Ji Jueqing as he inquired, "Old Ji, how confident are you in transcending the tribulation and entering sainthood?" Upon hearing this, Ji Jueqing pondered for a moment before responding. In reply to the young master, "I initially had only a 30% chance. However, with the establishment of Snow Dragon's sacred city, my confidence has risen to 40%. A 40% chance is indeed quite promising." Yet, upon hearing this, Li Yuan shook his head. "Just 40%? That is far too low. Old Ji, I am soon to depart from the Snow Dragon Holy City. While I am away, I have some reservations about you, a half-saint, overseeing the city. Therefore, I urge you to undergo your tribulation today, and I shall assist you. Once you enter the Holy Realm, coupled with the divine artifact, the ancient bronze lamp, I shall feel at ease. After all, today I have seized the sacred-level spiritual vein of the underworld palace, which they have long plotted for. They will not simply let it go. Although we have formations in place that protect the Snow Dragon Holy City, should we find ourselves besieged within its walls, it would hinder the city's development. Moreover, if the Hellion family makes a request, you need not fear being manipulated. However, I must add a condition. After you attain the Holy Realm, you must safeguard my interests for another century." As soon as Li Yuan's words fell, Ji Jueqing's eyes gleamed with intensity. "My lord, what words are these? I, Ji Jueqing, willingly pledge myself to the Snow Dragon Holy City and become one of its members. Were it not for you, I would still be teetering between madness and sanity, and would never have had the chance to enter the Holy Realm. Such a great favor. I am willing to devote my life to the Snow Dragon Holy City." Ji Jueqing's breath quickened as he had unwavering faith in Li Yuan's capabilities. The tribulation of a saint is exceedingly terrifying. Even those with a 90% certainty may perish beneath its weight. With Li Yuan's assistance, how could Ji Jueqing not feel joy? He increasingly recognized Li Yuan's formidable nature, leading him to unhesitatingly choose to join the Snow Dragon Holy City. In Ji Jueqing's view, if Li Yuan could not attain the path of the great emperor, then no one in the world could. "Very well. From this moment forth, you shall be the first grand elder of the Li clan in Snow Dragon," Li Yuan declared, a smile gracing his face, clearly pleased with this outcome. He then turned his attention to Lu Changsheng. "Lu Changsheng, what are your plans for the future? Will you rebuild your Taishan sect, or will you join the Snow Dragon Holy City?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Changsheng replied, "Li Gongzi, the Taishan sect has become a relic of the past. Let it remain so. I have made my decision to join the Snow Dragon Holy City. I hope you do not look down upon me." Lu Changsheng understood that this was an opportunity bestowed by Li Yuan, and he knew he must seize it tightly. For such chances are rare. He was acutely aware of the difficulty in reconstructing a sacred domain and knew he could not accomplish it. Furthermore, if he were to leave the Snow Dragon Holy City, he feared for the safety of his family, as the inheritance of the Taishan sect had drawn the attention of various forces. "Good. Since you have chosen to join the Snow Dragon Holy City, from today onward, you shall be the head of the Law Enforcement Hall. You have already attained the 9th transformation of the Dragon Transformation, and it is time for you to undergo tribulation and cultivate in the Immortal Platform's secret realm. Let us proceed." As Li Yuan's voice fell, he led everyone out of the Snow Dragon Holy City. After all, the dangers of tribulation were immense, and multiple individuals undergoing tribulation simultaneously could bring catastrophic consequences to the city. It was not until they had traveled over 100,000 miles away from the Snow Dragon Holy City that the Void Warship came to a halt, arriving at a primeval mountain range, an ideal location for tribulation. This time, many would undergo tribulation, with Ji Jueqing, Lu Changsheng, and Li Changkong being the strongest among them. As the void warship vanished, everyone alighted onto the ground. Li Yuan surveyed the group and spoke, "Begin summoning your tribulations. To save time, let us undergo tribulation together. I, too, wish to refine my physique through the tribulation." The moment Li Yuan's words echoed, the crowd gasped in shock. Was he serious about having so many undergo tribulation simultaneously? The impending tribulation would be exceedingly terrifying. Furthermore, many were only at the dragon transformation level. The thought of undergoing tribulation alongside Ji Jueqing's saint-level tribulation sent chills down their spines. However, the onlookers were not foolish. Recognizing Li Yuan's prowess, they suppressed their astonishment. Their eyes alight with excitement. The convergence of dragon transformation and saint tribulations was an event they could boast about for a lifetime, something unseen throughout the ages. Figures sat cross-legged, commencing the summoning of their respective tribulations. Li Yuan levitated above them, ensuring he could control the tribulations, for without his intervention, those at the dragon transformation level would be obliterated in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. As the individuals began summoning their tribulations, the air resonated with deafening thunder. Within moments, a thundercloud enveloped the area for miles around. Even before the terrifying thunder tribulation descended, it felt as if the world itself would be annihilated. Within the primeval mountain range, countless beasts were filled with dread, desperately burning their essence to flee, for to be touched by the tribulation was a certain death. In the void above, immense lightning flickered, illuminating the previously dim sky as if it were daylight. Li Yuan gazed up at the void, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "I hope this does not disappoint me. At the very least, grant me a boost to my physique. Come forth, and do not be a let down like a coward." Li Yuan muttered to himself as arcs of lightning cascaded down. Boom. The thunderous roars echoed throughout the heavens as all gathered underwent tribulation simultaneously. The bolt of lightning descending from above was nearly 100 meters wide, crashing down like a mountain, more akin to a pillar of thunder than mere lightning. Is the young master able to withstand this? Initially brimming with confidence in Li Yuan, Ji Jueqing now felt a wave of trepidation wash over him at the sight of the descending lightning. It was too terrifying. Ji Jueqing felt that should he come into contact with it, he would instantly be reduced to ashes. Lu Changsheng and the others clenched their teeth, their fists tightening with anxiety, their knuckles turning pale from the strain. Can Yuan truly endure this? Li Changkong pondered. In contrast to the anxiety of the others, Li Yuan stood in the void, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the tribulation, his eyes shining brightly. Boom. At that moment, Li Yuan activated two grand heavenly Dao techniques and formations. He would not block all the tribulations, as their descent would also facilitate the transformation of his physique. The colossal bolt of lightning crashed onto Li Yuan, enveloping him in a tempest of thunder. Initially, Li Yuan had harbored some anticipation, but as the lightning struck, disappointment washed over him. Is this truly it? With so many undergoing tribulation, this is all it amounts to? This is utterly disappointing. My plans for refining my physique may be thwarted. I hope the final tribulations prove more formidable, Li Yuan lamented. His face clouded with disappointment as he began to manipulate the tribulations into the formation. Boom, boom, boom. The tribulations rained down upon the others, eliciting cries of agony. Unlike Li Yuan, they faced tribulations of varying strengths. Those that entered the formation were controlled by him. While everyone struggled to endure, they were rendered charred yet intact. The first tribulation nearly claimed their lives. However, with Li Yuan's heavenly Dao techniques, they quickly regained their peak condition, their physiques undergoing a refining process in an instant. This was a tremendous opportunity. After this, my physique will undoubtedly experience unimaginable enhancement, allowing me to contend with the divine kings of the human race without falling behind. The Blackwater Qilin, who had just been struck and screamed in agony, now glimmered with excitement, trembling with anticipation. Ji Jueqing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This was not merely a tribulation, it was an immense fortuity. Many individuals who successfully transcend tribulations are often left with but half a life, their physical forms rendered exceedingly frail, necessitating several years to cultivate a physique worthy of a saint. Only then can one truly claim the sanctified realm. However, with Li Yuan present, Ji Jueqing is acutely aware that he can entirely forego these years of arduous training. Indeed, post-transcendence, his physical form may directly rival that of a saint at the third level. The heavens rumbled ominously as the tribulation descended. With countless mountains crumbling under the relentless assault of the heavenly calamity, the very earth within several thousand miles collapsing as a result. It is evident how terrifying this thunderous tribulation truly is. Yet, amidst the tempest, Li Yuan gazed at the ceaseless barrage of lightning with a countenance filled with disappointment and disdain. How disappointing, he mused. I had hoped to fortify my physique in the process, but this degree of tribulation poses no threat to me whatsoever. What level does my body truly represent? It is infuriating. There is no one to assess it. Ah, forget it. Perhaps a nap is in order. I hope that when I awaken, they will have completed their tribulations. With the formation in place, they can manage the limits of their endurance against the heavenly calamity without my intervention. Although this tribulation is of no use for refining my body, it serves perfectly as a means of relaxation. Yuan, standing amidst the sea of thunder, yawned profoundly before reclining upon the formation, surrendering himself to slumber as myriad bolts of lightning rained down upon him. This unexpected turn of events drew the attention of numerous cultivators, including the 7 semi-saints of the Yuming Palace and 7 masters of elemental arts, who were intrigued by the spectacle. Who is undergoing tribulation? One wondered. Could it be that someone is on the verge of attaining the rank of emperor? Otherwise, how could one reach such a level? If we were to even graze this tribulation, we would surely be reduced to dust. The semi-saints shivered at the sight. Chapter 110. Whose tribulation is it? Is this the tribulation of an emperor? It seems quite possible, by the reckoning of time. It is indeed an auspicious moment for someone to achieve that rank, given that humanity has been without an emperor for a millennium. Yet, do you suppose this being is of human origin, or perhaps from the demon race, or another lineage altogether? One semi-saint, swallowing nervously, turned to their companions. I cannot say. However, I suspect this is not the moment for someone to ascend to emperor, as the last emperor only transcended a millennium ago, and the effects on the heavens have not yet fully dissipated. The rules of the cosmos are only just beginning to shift. A few more years would present a far better opportunity. Alas, I hope this being is neither of the demon race nor any other lineage, but rather of our humankind. Otherwise, should the dormant entities of various races awaken, humanity, devoid of an emperor, may once again find itself enslaved. A semi-saint was consumed with trepidation for the future. While lament, whether this individual is human, demon, or of another race, cannot we discern the truth with a mere glance? I hold little belief that this person can succeed. The path to becoming an emperor is fraught with peril, and such folly is evident. Look, the tribulation has transformed once more. It offers no glimmer of hope. It seeks to eradicate all. A semi-saint scoffed at the words of the others, dismissing the notion that anyone could ascend to emperor, and proceeded to employ semi-saint techniques to peer into the heart of the thunderous sea. That is exceedingly reckless. You must not. The others interjected, fearing the ire of the one undergoing tribulation. However, it was too late. Their expressions turned pale as they witnessed the scene unfold. The semi-saint who had previously scoffed at the tribulation was now utterly devoid of disdain, replaced by sheer terror, as if he had encountered a ghost. His body trembled uncontrollably. No, it cannot be. Absolutely impossible. He averted his gaze, shaking his head vigorously, even pounding his fists against his skull, convinced he was hallucinating. After wiping his eyes, he dared to look once more at the center of the tribulation. No. This cannot be real. It is impossible. What manner of being could exist in such a fashion? After averting his gaze, this semi-saint was on the brink of madness. This tribulation was cataclysmic. Yet there he saw Yuan, sleeping amidst the chaos, completely disregarding the onslaught of divine lightning. What did you see? His comrades asked. Confusion etched on their faces as they stared at him. No. It cannot be real. It must be an illusion. Yet, this semi-saint offered no reply, clutching his head in disbelief, unable to accept or comprehend what he had witnessed. What did you truly see? The 6 semi-saints exchanged anxious glances. Clearly, their companion had faced an unfathomable shock. Otherwise, he would not be in such a state. Human. There is a person at the center of the thunderous sea, and he is sleeping. He is sleeping. His companion's shout jolted him back to reality, if only slightly. Sleeping? How can that be? Is it possible that someone is on the verge of becoming an emperor and is so audacious as to sleep through such a tribulation? What an absurd jest. A semi-saint immediately voiced his skepticism. Then let us see for ourselves. One bold semi-saint inhaled deeply, glancing at the others. At that moment, he too was gripped by curiosity. Look. The others echoed his sentiments, yet no one dared to recklessly investigate, fearing the wrath of the being undergoing tribulation. This semi-saint took a deep breath. He felt that failing to take a glance would be a lifelong regret. After calming himself, he utilized a divine technique to gaze into the depths of the thunderous sea. What he beheld mirrored the sight of his predecessor. At the center of the tempest lay a figure reclined, allowing the myriad divine lightning bolts to rain upon him. Most astonishingly, the terrifying force of the tribulation could not even ruffle his garments. He could even faintly perceive the sound of snoring. This is impossible. How could this be? Upon confirming the scene before him, he teetered on the brink of insanity. Such a sight was monumental, a celestial tribulation unseen throughout the ages. And yet here was someone sleeping amidst it. To speak of it would invite disbelief. For who among mortals does not face death when confronting a heavenly calamity? Yuan-san, what have you witnessed? The 5 semi-saints, filled with trepidation, were aghast at the sight. There is a person sleeping beneath the tribulation, Yuan-san replied, steadied by the urgency of his companion's inquiries. Surely you jest. You cannot expect us to believe such a tale. Who could possibly sleep through such a tribulation? Only an immortal could do so, and we all know there are no immortals on earth. The semi-saint retorted sternly, his face a mask of skepticism. Bah, do you think I would deceive you? You can see for yourselves, Yuan-san shot back defiantly. Seeing the expression and tone of Yuan-san, the others began to feel a mix of belief and doubt. Nonetheless, they still found the situation far too implausible. Sleeping amidst a heavenly tribulation? How could that be? They exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and turned their attention towards the heart of the thunderous sea. Boom. At that moment, the heavenly tribulation was nearing its climax. The calamity descending from the void grew increasingly terrifying, as if true spirits were about to manifest within the dark clouds. Bolts of tribulation thunder rained down like mountains, causing the ground within thousands of miles to collapse by 100 meters, with the very center sinking nearly 1,000 meters deep, an undeniable testament to the horror of the lightning tribulation. It was true. This was indeed real. After witnessing the spectacle, each face bore an expression of astonishment. Who could have imagined that someone was truly sleeping beneath such a formidable heavenly trial? It was utterly ridiculous, a farce of unparalleled absurdity. Throughout history, such a shocking occurrence had never been heard of. Roar. As they withdrew their gazes, a deafening roar reverberated through the clouds, a sound akin to the wrath of a true dragon. The 7 semi-saints and the 7 source technique masters trembled, nearly losing their hearing from the sheer magnitude of the sound. It was overwhelmingly terrifying. The 14 individuals instinctively looked toward the void. In that instant, another roar erupted, as an invisible force tore through the thunderclouds, revealing a colossal form soaring forth. A lightning beast. This was the transformation of the lightning beast into spirit. Even the heavenly tribulation was enraged. It was rumored that such a phenomenon would only occur when one reached the realm of the great emperor. Could it be that this person was truly on the verge of such ascension? Gulp. Witnessing the scene before them, the crowd was filled with dread, nervously swallowing their saliva. One of the source technique masters produced a recording stone, preparing to capture this earth-shattering moment. The others, feeling their breaths quicken, followed suit, each pulling out their own recording stones to immortalize the spectacle. Simultaneously, they all turned their gazes toward the center of the lightning tribulation, where Li Yuan lay in slumber. In the heart of the thunder, Li Yuan, who had been soundly sleeping, slowly opened his eyes. His face exhibited an unmistakable aura of lingering sleepiness, accompanied by a hint of irritation. Damn it, who is making such a racket? Can't a man get a moment's peace? On the outside, those witnessing Li Yuan awaken held their breath, fixated on him. He has awakened. How would he confront this heavenly tribulation? This was a lightning beast transformed from the essence of thunder, not just any ordinary beast, but a thunder dragon. The terrifying thunder dragon appeared in the void, its speed astounding. In an instant, it loomed above Li Yuan, its massive jaws agape, ready to devour him. Could this elder withstand such force? The 7 semi-saints from the underworld palace felt a tension greater than their own tribulation, their eyes glued to Li Yuan. In the heart of the thunder, Li Yuan, still dazed from his slumber, seemed to sense a threat looming above him, and his expression turned icy. Get lost. With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a punch, striking the thunder dragon with a force akin to a mountain, obliterating it in an instant. Then, Li Yuan rubbed his eyes, and only at that moment did the remnants of sleep dissipate, allowing him to perceive his surroundings clearly. Did I just imagine that? Oh, it must have been an illusion. There is nothing here. As the lightning tribulation finally dissipated, he mused that it should be over now. To think he experienced an illusion, how peculiar indeed. Li Yuan shrugged, speaking aloud. On the outside, the individuals from the underworld palace, who had witnessed the scene, trembled uncontrollably. Their eyes filled with terror. What? Just one punch. He actually obliterated the thunder dragon with a single blow. Is he even human? Who is truly facing whose tribulation? At that moment, their legs and lips quivered uncontrollably, unable to regain composure. That spectacle was something they would never forget in their lifetimes. As the heavenly tribulation dispersed, they realized that this elder must have sensed their presence. They were uncertain if they had disturbed him during his tribulation, and they felt compelled to seek forgiveness. If this elder were to become enraged, it would be too late, and they would surely face dire consequences. One semi-saint looked at the dissipating tribulation and spoke to the others. Given the circumstances, We have been secretly observing here. How could we possibly escape the awareness of such a being? We must go and seek forgiveness at once. Indeed, we must apologize, or else if this elder is angered, we shall all perish. We may be semi-saints, but before this elder, we are nothing but dust. Let us go." Hearing this, they quickly made their decision and prepared to approach Li Yuan to plead for mercy. In the void, Li Yuan noticed the heavenly tribulation fading and cast a glance at the individuals who were digesting their gains, furrowing his brow. They had indeed received immense benefits, yet they required time to process it all. Just as he diverted his gaze, he sensed the approach of others. Now, with his soul immensely powerful, even when he attempted to conceal it, he could still perceive the presence of the Underworld Palace's members. His eyes turned cold at this realization. "Begone! Those who dare disturb me shall face dire consequences." His voice thundered in the ears of the Underworld Palace members, echoing like a clap of thunder. The group, initially intent on seeking forgiveness, turned pale at the sound. They could not forget the earlier scene. This was an existence capable of obliterating a thunder dragon with a single punch, rendering semi-saints no more significant than ants in his presence. Seeing Li Yuan's anger, none dared to approach. They all immediately knelt, banging their heads on the ground. "Please spare us, esteemed elder. We were merely passing through and unintentionally interrupted your cultivation. We beg for your forgiveness. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." As Yuan San bowed and pleaded for forgiveness, he removed his storage ring, erased its mark, and carefully placed it on the ground. Yes, esteemed elder, congratulations on your successful tribulation. This is but a small gesture from us. We hope you will not find it lacking. Please do not take offense." Each of them felt their hearts racing, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. In mere moments, droplets of perspiration gathered and dripped down. These storage rings contained their life as savings. Though their hearts bled, they were willing to sacrifice it all for the sake of survival. After placing the storage rings down, they turned to leave. In the void, Li Yuan, observing the scene from a distance, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a single shout would terrify them so profoundly. "A token of goodwill, you say? Very well. I shall accept it." With a wave of his hand, the storage rings flew into his grasp. After inspecting their contents, Li Yuan was left dumbfounded. "Wow, I've struck gold." The treasures within the storage rings astonished him, particularly those belonging to the 7 source technique masters, which left him completely dazzled. Among them were dozens of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs and an exceedingly rare medicinal king. A medicinal king was worth more than a life itself. Regardless of the severity of the injury, as long as there is a breath of life remaining, with the words of the medicine king, one can preserve their existence. For a practitioner whose lifespan is nearing its end, obtaining such a treasure could extend their life by a century. The value of the medicine king is thus evident. It has been nearly exhausted, and now, unless one ventures into a perilous territory, it is virtually impossible to acquire. The individual who obtained it did so by virtue of being a master of source techniques, yet the endeavor nearly cost him his life. He has meticulously safeguarded this precious herb for the day it might be needed, never anticipating that it would ultimately benefit Li Yuan. In addition to this miraculous herb, there are also millions of sources present. The brilliance emanating from these sources nearly blinded Li Yuan. Among them are several exceedingly rare divine sources. Furthermore, there are divine weapons and ancient artifacts, while the other miscellaneous items are of no interest to Li Yuan at this moment. He chuckled softly. It could have been far worse. Otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss this time. Initially, he intended to utilize the heavenly tribulation to refine his physical body. But that plan collapsed before it even began. With such bountiful rewards, his subsequent breakthroughs would be far less arduous. He was merely short of a few rare items. With a sense of satisfaction, Li Yuan stored away the rings of holding. Several hours later, Ji Jueqing and the others gradually awakened. Ji Jueqing trembled with excitement. He had entered the realm of the sage, and this transformation had elevated his physical form to a level comparable to the 3rd stage of the sage realm. As long as his spirit followed suit, future breakthroughs would become remarkably effortless. Moreover, with the assistance of the heavenly tribulation and the master's extraordinary methods, he had reforged the foundation of his path. If the heavens permit, Ji Jueqing would now have the qualifications to contend for supremacy among the emperors. The magnitude of this achievement exceeded Ji Jueqing's expectations. "Thank you, my lord." He breathed deeply and bowed to Li Yuan. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, transcending age and longevity. One by one, figures rose to their feet, each offering their respects to Li Yuan, their eyes alight with fervor. This time, with the aid of the heavenly tribulation and Li Yuan's divine techniques, everyone had reconstructed their foundations anew, erecting towering edifices from the ground up. With a stable foundation, limitless potential for ascension awaited. Under the baptism of the thunder tribulation, The roots of their beings had undergone a complete transformation and rebirth. The void warship appeared, landing upon the vessel as they excitedly embarked on their journey home. Ji Jueqing surveyed his companions, secretly contemplating. The foundation of the Holy Land has been solidified. With these individuals, it won't be long before the strength of the Snow Dragon Holy City undergoes a monumental transformation. The rise of the Snow Dragon Holy City is unstoppable. In Sangzhou, the sound of piercing winds echoed through the void. A terrifying aura loomed. "Young one, surrender the dog at once, or today shall be your last," came the cold voice of the pursuers, their murderous intent palpable, almost tangible. Ahead, a woman raced forward, clutching a small dog that had inexplicably lapsed into unconsciousness. Though her cultivation was modest, the quality of the flying shuttle beneath her feet was exceptional. A recent acquisition from the secret realm, moving at a terrifying speed. The sole drawback was the tremendous amount of mana required to maximize its potential. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her mere glance capable of captivating kingdoms. She was Shen Qingwu, en route to cultivate at the Luo Tian Holy Land. Esteemed elders, my name is Shen Qingwu, a disciple of the Luo Tian Holy Land. If you continue your pursuit, the Holy Land will seek retribution. The treasures belong to those fated to possess them. My dog's acquisition of such a treasure is merely its fortune. I implore you, do not chase me further. She spoke as she maneuvered the flying shuttle, hoping to leverage the name of the Holy Land to deter these formidable beings. What? So it is a little creature from the Luo Tian Holy Land. No wonder she possesses such cards and means. Being born of the Luo Tian Holy Land. We can no longer let her go, muttered the old monsters, their expressions shifting. Should the pursuit of a disciple from the Luo Tian Holy Land come to light, it would spell disaster for them. With eyes aflame with murderous intent, they began to burn their lifeblood in pursuit of Shen Qingwu. This is bad, Shen Qingwu thought, her countenance changing. She had not anticipated that invoking the prestige of the Luo Tian Holy Land would bring her more trouble. Now, she understood that even if she abandoned the dragon hound, her pursuers would not relent. Desperately, she began to consume pills to replenish her mana, but soon her expression changed. She realized that her supply of pills had been completely depleted. Without the support of these elixirs, escape from this peril was impossible. As her mana waned, she could no longer sustain the shuttle's speed, and her pace slowed. "You brat, perish!" roared a voice from behind. Someone soared on a sword to strike, while another commanded a tower to descend, casting countless palm strikes that enveloped the surroundings, severing Shen Qingwu's escape routes. This is not good. Shen Qingwu's face fell into despair. In a moment of desperation, she crushed a pearl in her hand, a life-saving treasure she had obtained during this venture, hoping it would secure her survival. A luminous shield enveloped Shen Qingwu, and the now tiny dragon hound nestled in her arms. Just then, a thunderous cacophony erupted. Under such relentless assault, Shen Qingwu, having exhausted her mana, succumbed to unconsciousness, and the protective barrier shattered. "Die! You have taken what does not belong to you. Even a disciple of the Luo Tian Holy Land must face death." An elder sneered, directing a palm strike towards the unconscious Shen Qingwu. Yet, as he drew near, a radiant light erupted from a jade pendant at Shen Qingwu's waist, shielding her from harm. At that moment, a formidable presence materialized before Shen Qingwu. "Who are you?" The pursuers, seeing Shen Qingwu unharmed and a mysterious figure standing before her, felt an immediate sense of threat. The previous strike had been formidable, unleashed by an ancient being of the 8th transformation, yet it had failed to create any ripple. Particularly recalling Shen Qingwu's earlier words, the pressure on them intensified. The figure before Shen Qingwu ignored the pursuers and fixed a fierce gaze upon the now stirring dragon hound. Startled by the scrutiny, the dragon hound revealed its true form, an awe-inspiring divine beast. The pursuers' eyes widened in astonishment. They never anticipated the dog they had been hunting was a dragon hound. Before the dragon hound could voice its gratitude, it received a sharp kick. "You wretched creature! I entrusted you with protecting Qingwu, and this is how you repay me? You let her protect you? Do you understand who she is? She is my wife. You expect my wife to protect you, of all beings?" The newcomer was none other than Yuan. Upon his arrival, he immediately spotted the dragon hound clutched tightly in Shen Qingwu's embrace, and his fury surged. He unleashed a flurry of kicks, each one landing with such force that the rocks beneath the dragon hound were riddled with cracks. "Spare me, master. I was wrong. I should not have been so greedy, yet I could not help myself. The pain is excruciating, unbearable. Mercy, mercy." The dragon hound dared not flee, continuously emitting pitiful cries and pleading for mercy. The few individuals behind him watched, their hearts trembling in fear. "Enough. Silence yourself. Does your defense even hurt?" After venting his frustrations, Li Yuan's anger dissipated somewhat, and with a cold snort, he acknowledged how extraordinarily resilient the dragon hound's defense was. It could not be harmed. Indeed. As Li Yuan ceased his assault, the dragon hound promptly rose to its feet. It truly hurt. Its master was remarkably strong. The dragon hound cast a woeful glance at Li Yuan. Li Yuan, dismissive of the creature's plight, turned with a fierce glare towards those pursuing Xianxiawu. How dare you chase my wife? Such audacity. A murderous intent flickered in Li Yuan's eyes. Behind him, the dragon hound's gaze brimmed with a palpable bloodlust, mingled with a tinge of fear. Had it not been for the jade pendant Li Yuan gifted Xianxiawu before she departed, which contained a fragment of his essence, she might have encountered dire misfortune. Although he trusted Xianxiawu would not truly come to harm. After all, Li Yuan was meticulous. He could not shake the dread that if something befell her, the dragon hound would inevitably face dire consequences. Even the mightiest of beings, the dragon hound now regarded with disdain, could not eclipse the genuine fear it held for Li Yuan. Humph. A mere fragment of the Four Extremes' secret realm dares to be so arrogant? Youngster, you are courting death. The earlier shock from Li Yuan's unexpected appearance had left them rattled, but upon recognizing his cultivation level, their expressions turned to disdain. They regarded him as inconsequential. After all, those of their caliber could easily dispatch a practitioner of the Four Extremes' secret realm, especially a mere avatar. One among them approached Li Yuan with a mocking grin. Do you wish to kill me? What makes you think you are worthy? Li Yuan's gaze locked onto him, his voice turning icy. Huh, youngster, it is not that I look down upon you, but with your meager cultivation of the Four Extremes' secret realm, I could give you 100 strikes, and you would still falter. The elder dismissed Li Yuan. Yet, as he spoke, disbelief flickered in his eyes. He felt himself soaring, and in the next moment, beheld his own headless corpse. You chatter too much. Do you not know that many supporting roles perish through their own prattle? With a swift motion, Li Yuan severed the elder's head in two. Chapter 112. I truly wish to be defeated this once. Youngster, you lack martial virtue. Li Yuan chuckled coldly, fixing his gaze on the man before him. Do you expect me to inquire if you are prepared to die before I take your life? Should I accommodate your preferences regarding your demise? How childish. This is no arena for competition. Where do such rules come from? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan found himself bemused with anger. In the realm of life and death, where do rules apply? However, his words of childish ignited a furious pallor among the group before him. They had never been so humiliated, especially by a practitioner of the Four Extremes' secret realm. Youngster, so arrogant. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in humility. One elder of the dragon transformation secret realm narrowed his eyes, exuding a terrifying chill as he lunged at Li Yuan, having mistakenly believed Li Yuan had launched a surprise attack due to his earlier swiftness. His hand morphed into a claw, slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Teach me humility? You truly cannot, otherwise I would genuinely relish the chance to be defeated once. Seeing the dragon claw approach, Li Yuan chose not to defend himself. He understood that even a mere avatar, regardless of the dragon transformation secret realm practitioner's prowess, could not breach his defenses. Young wretch, today I shall make you aware of what it means to be unable to seek life or death. Even if God himself came, he could not save you. As I declare, Li Yuan initially stated a fact, but upon uttering those words, the elder's displeasure grew. The force in his grip intensified. The insult of young wretch ignited a fierce anger within Li Yuan, who sneered, You old fool. Today you shall learn what it means to be granted an opportunity only to squander it yourself. Boom. The elder's claw struck Li Yuan's chest. Practitioners of the Four Extremes secret realm hone their limbs. Once perfected, their fingers rival iron, and upon entering the dragon transformation secret realm, their strength is significantly enhanced, rendering their techniques formidable. Yet, as the elder's hand made contact with Li Yuan's chest, an astonishing scene unfolded. Li Yuan stood unyielding, entirely unaffected by the assault. You. The elder gazed at Li Yuan as if he were a god of unparalleled might. I told you, I offered you a chance, yet you are utterly inept. With such meager strength, you dare pursue my wife. Such audacity. Your lives shall be forfeit. Li Yuan struck, his hand slicing through the air, severing the elder's arms. A howl of despair escaped as he beheld his hard-earned hands severed before him. Too loud. Li Yuan waved his hand again, and the elder's head flew off, silencing him instantly. Flee. Quick, scatter and escape. Otherwise, we shall all perish today. This man is not merely of the Four Extremes secret realm. He has concealed his true cultivation. Those who had remained to watch, upon witnessing this scene, were struck with terror. Who would have thought Li Yuan's strength could be so formidable? The prowess of the dragon transformation secret realm felt no different from that of a child before Li Yuan. The elder's attack was overwhelmingly powerful, yet even he could not breach Li Yuan's defenses, making the others tremble in fear. With low growls, they scattered in all directions. Escape? You have no chance left. If you had merely bullied me, I might have granted you an opportunity, but to bully my wife? That is unacceptable. Li Yuan's cold laughter echoed as he unleashed the divine technique of the heavenly Tao. His speed was blinding, as he beheaded the last of them. The other's blood only then erupted forth. Instantaneous movement? Impossible. The last man, filled with resentment, felt his head fall from his neck, silent forevermore. The dragon hound, witnessing this spectacle, felt its eyelids twitch. Even it was momentarily startled by Li Yuan's speed, but upon seeing the demise of the others, its eyes gleamed with a rapid flicker as it proclaimed, "While I was unconscious, you dared to ambush my masteress consort. I shall feast upon your flesh and drink your blood." The dragon hound opened its jaws, swallowing the corpses whole. Li Yuan turned, casting a cold glance at the dragon hound. The creature felt a tinge of trepidation under Li Yuan's gaze and murmured, "Master, these old wretches deserve death. They almost harm my mistress. If I do not consume them, my heart's resentment shall not be assuaged." Li Yuan responded coldly, "Spit out their storage rings." Li Yuan had an excellent memory. The dragon hound had previously mentioned that they had just emerged from a secret realm, and naturally, their harvest must have been substantial. He understood that the dragon hound did not consume humans. If it did, there would be ulterior motives. Now, it was clear that the dragon hound's interest lay in the storage rings, which undoubtedly contained valuable items. The dragon hound's eyes glimmered. "Storage rings, you say? Master, here you go." The dragon hound transformed, enlarging its form, and tossed the storage ring, which hung around its neck like a collar, to Li Yuan. Li Yuan, consumed by fury, sprang forth and unleashed a ferocious flurry of kicks upon the dragon hound. His deep understanding of the creature's insatiable greed left him exasperated. He was acutely aware that the moment he spoke, the dragon hound comprehended that he sought several storage rings from the dragon transformation secret realm. Yet, the dragon hound feigned ignorance, a tactic it was all too familiar with. After venting his pin-up rage through a series of powerful kicks, he finally felt a semblance of relief. As for the storage rings, Li Yuan held little regard for them. After all, he was indifferent to treasures of any rank, exemplified by how he had casually tossed the heaven-swallowing demon jar to the dragon hound, an imperial weapon, no less. How many imperial weapons exist in the mortal realm? The dragon hound lay on the ground, howling dramatically, though Li Yuan had not truly struck with full force. "You wretched beast, should any unforeseen event occur, I shall stew you the moment I reach the holy land of Luotian. A hot pot of black dog would be quite delightful," Li Yuan admonished, his figure gradually dissipating. Upon witnessing Li Yuan's avatar vanish, the groaning dragon hound sprang up instantaneously, cursing, "Curse Li demon. Does he truly regard this sovereign as a mere dog? I am a divine beast, a super divine beast." Spitting in disdain, it continued, "Yet these worthless fools dared to pursue the matriarch, and now they have paid the price at the hands of Li demon. If they fell into my grasp, I would surely imprison their souls, making them understand the true meaning of being unable to live or die. Alas, had it not been for that artifact assaulting my spirit, plunging me into a state of unconsciousness, I would have devoured them long ago. Moving forward, I must exercise greater caution. This time, fortune smiles upon me." The dragon hound opened its maw, revealing a succession of storage rings, those it had recently ingested. Wiping away the seals upon them, its eyes sparkled with delight. One by one, ancient artifacts emerged, their radiant allure indicating their extraordinary origins. In the Snow Dragon Holy City, Li Yuan furrowed his brow, his mood darkening considerably. "Damn it, this unreliable beast. Were it not for my prior calculations regarding Qing Wu's predicament, I would have been in grave danger." Upon arriving at the holy land of Luotian, a thorough lesson must be imparted. Is my wife not worth more than such trash? Everything that had transpired had been foreseen by Li Yuan, endowed with the divine Dao technique, the moment Qing Wu departed. However, the thought of the dragon hound's avarice endangering Qing Wu left him deeply incensed. "Yuaner." Li Chongkong entered the grand hall, his expression grave. "Uncle, what troubles you?" Noting Li Chongkong's unusual demeanor, Li Yuan inquired. For such a countenance suggested the presence of a matter of utmost importance and seriousness. After a moment of silence, Li Chongkong fixed his solemn gaze upon Li Yuan and said, "Yuaner, this is a matter I had hoped to keep from you for a lifetime. However, now that your accomplishments are evident, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. Continuing to conceal this from you may lead to resentment on your part. Yuaner, your parents are not dead." Li Chongkong's expression was laden with gravity as he revealed this secret. When Li Yuan's parents departed, they had instructed Li Chongkong to inform him that they had perished, all in an effort to protect him. The forces that had taken them were far too formidable, and should they discover his existence, they would surely eliminate him. As Li Chongkong spoke of the entity they faced, a flicker of fear surfaced in his eyes. Despite his current achievements, the dread remained palpable. "Uncle, from where do they hail?" Li Yuan, having noticed the shift in Li Chongkong's demeanor, asked. unwilling to let him be ensnared by those fearful memories. From beyond the realms, he replied. They originate from another world, known as Kanglin. Your mother, Zhuge Miaoying, is the holy maiden of the war god palace, the sovereign of Kanglin, and as such, cannot marry outside her station. To do so would invite execution. Each generation of holy maidens is destined to be the consort of the war god palace's holy son. Yet your mother chose your father and left the war god palace, believing that arriving in the snow dragon territory would ensure their safety. Alas, the people of the war god palace still pursued them. The war god palace is exceedingly powerful. Do you understand? The northern domain is home to several imperial lineages, yet before the war god palace, they are not. The war god palace possesses living emperors. As he spoke of the war god palace, Li Changkong's hand trembled slightly. The war god palace? Li Yuan asked, his tension rising. What of my parents? Fear not. Your mother holds a unique status and is still alive. Among those who came for your parents is your uncle. Your mother is the daughter of the lord of the war god palace, and your grandfather is an emperor. Li Changkong revealed another piece of news. With a sigh of relief, Li Yuan finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He had genuinely feared for his parents' safety, and this was the best possible outcome. Uncle, I will journey to Kanglin and bring them back safely, Li Yuan declared, grasping Li Changkong's trembling hand. Yuaner, do not act impulsively. I share this information to prepare you. Had I not known you were headed to the holy land of Luotian, I would not have revealed this matter. Li Changkong cautioned, concern etched on his face, fearing that Li Yuan might rush off to Kanglin immediately. Does this matter relate to my journey to the holy land of Luotian? Li Yuan queried, curiosity piqued. Li Changkong nodded. Indeed, it bears some relation. Yuaner, you may not yet realize how arduous it is to reach the world of Kanglin. Even knowing its coordinates in the starry expanse necessitates possessing the strength of an emperor. And that path is fraught with peril. Furthermore, we lack the coordinates to the Kanglin world. The holy land of Luotian holds the clues to obtaining them. When the people of Kanglin came to the northern domain to take your parents, the initial location they appeared at was the holy land of Luotian. Of course, this matter is not the fault of the holy land. Your mother mentioned that it houses a super teleportation array capable of directly reaching Zhongzhou, which may be the key to your path towards the Kanglin world. I recall that among those who came was a figure from the great Xia dynasty of Zhongzhou. This is the only lead to reaching the war god palace of Kanglin. I have consulted numerous ancient texts, and attempting to reach Zhongzhou on my own would be perilous. Not to mention the vast ocean separating Zhongzhou and the northern domain, a life-threatening expanse ruled by the Oceanic clan. It is said that many areas of the Endless Sea are even more terrifying than some ancient forbidden zones in the northern domain. Utilizing the super teleportation array is undoubtedly the best course of action. However, activating the super teleportation array in the realm of heaven and earth poses a formidable challenge. Each utilization of the super teleportation array incurs a staggering cost, and acquiring the right to use it is an equally daunting puzzle. All of this, my dear Yuaner, rests upon your ingenuity. Li Changkong exhaled the knowledge he possessed, feeling considerably lighter. Uncle, rest assured. A solution will present itself. Trust in me, Li Yuan reassured, patting Li Changkong's hand with a smile. Of course I trust you. Otherwise, I would not have divulged this secret, Li Changkong replied. Your parents concealed your whereabouts out of fear that the war god palace might learn of the imperial bloodline roaming freely, while your uncle would never wish you harm. The war god palace is vast, and no one can guarantee your safety there. Though your grandfather is an emperor, his movements are as elusive as the wind. And the true power within the war god palace lies with a certain holy son. Li Changkong, concerned that Li Yuan might harbor resentment towards his parents for their departure, sought to clarify, I understand. Mother and father did so to protect me. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. He was acutely aware that, under such circumstances, his parents would find it exceedingly difficult to safeguard themselves. Moreover, Li Yuan vaguely suspected that one of his uncles might not stand in solidarity with his mother. Can it be the Kanglin, the war god palace? I hope my parents remain unharmed, otherwise. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze. Even with an emperor's presence, he was unafraid, as he wielded the 9 great heavenly Tao divine techniques. Each of his advancements surpassed ordinary comprehension. He believed that even if he currently fell short of the emperor's prowess, entry into the dragon transformation secret realm, or even the celestial platform secret realm, might grant him the qualification to contend with the emperor. Initially, Li Yuan intended to journey to the realm of heaven and earth to procure treasures that would aid his breakthrough into the dragon transformation secret realm, but now, he felt compelled to revise his plans. The following day, Li Yuan commanded the void warship and departed from the Snow Dragon Holy City. As he calculated the time, he realized it was time to head towards the Tianlong Temple. To enter the realm of heaven and earth, one must obtain the qualification for assessment. While he had not previously regarded it with much concern, Li Yuan now believed it imperative to become a member of the realm of heaven and earth in order to seek clues regarding his parents. Only by joining could he hope to access certain secrets. Sangzhou, such a distance. Li Yuan gazed at the map left by Helian Wuming, involuntarily gasping at the enormity of the journey. Presently, he found himself in the central region of Tianling's Hao, with over 30 million miles separating him from Sangzhou. For ordinary cultivators, traversing such a distance by flight would be an insurmountable task within a lifetime. And this was merely a single northern domain. The prospect of reaching the Kanglin realm weighed heavily upon him. Suppressing his emotions, Li Yuan refrained from dwelling on the matter any further. Now, he needed to contemplate how to reach the Tianlong Temple. As he scrutinized the map of the Xiantian ancient city, Li Yuan noted that Helian Wuming had marked it with great detail. While the speed of the void worship was remarkable, the journey to the realm of heaven and earth would still take several years, a duration Li Yuan could not afford to wait. The Xiantian ancient city, as noted by Helian Wuming, was a crucial location, for within it lay a teleportation array that would facilitate swift access to the realm of heaven and earth. A day later, the void worship approached the Xiantian ancient city. Ah, what a magnificent Xiantian ancient city. It truly befits a place governed by the Holy Land. Li Yuan marveled, his heart filled with awe. The array protecting Xiantian ancient city was the most formidable he had encountered thus far. He understood that even 10 holy lords would find it impossible to breach the city's defenses without at least half a year of effort. Li Yuan, disinterested in taking a roundabout route, stowed the void warship and stepped forth. In the next moment, he found himself within the Xiantian ancient city. With the heavenly Tao divine techniques at his disposal, he had no need to queue at the city gates for identity verification. Following Helian Wuming's guidance, he proceeded directly to procure the teleportation token. Are you Li Yuan? A middle-aged man in the ancient hall scrutinized him and inquired. Indeed, I am Li Yuan. Is there an issue with the teleportation token? Li Yuan replied, furrowing his brow, displeased by the man's scrutiny. The token is perfectly fine, the middle-aged man hastily assured. I have fulfilled my promise to Brother Helian. However, you may be facing some complications. Complications? Li Yuan responded, undeterred. I fear no trouble. Just hand over the token. Oh, young fellow, you exude confidence, the middle-aged man remarked, momentarily taken aback. After assessing Li Yuan's cultivation level, which stood at merely the 4 extremes secret realm, he felt a sense of disappointment. After all, Helian Wuming had spoken highly of Li Yuan. Yet a cultivator at the 4 extremes secret realm could hardly be formidable in such a grand city. Call me Li Yuan, not young fellow, he retorted, feeling quite irked. Very well. Young Masterly, I advise you to keep a low profile and conceal your whereabouts. Otherwise, you might encounter trouble. This teleportation quota has drawn attention, the middle-aged man warned. His tone stern, indicating the gravity of the situation. Thank you. Consider it a favor owed. Li Yuan accepted the teleportation token and prepared to depart. At that moment, a voice nearby scoffed. A favor from a mere 4 extremes secret realm cultivator? How grand indeed. Zhang Hu, where did this fool come from? The man's face was laden with mockery. Silence. He is under Brother Helian's protection, and this matter does not concern you. The middle-aged man retorted coldly. Huh, Zhang Hu, are you truly willing to offend the Morong family over Helian Wuming? Such foolishness. Your judgment has faltered. This time, you have chosen poorly. The Helian family has laid waste to Tianqi City. Do you think they can truly bear the consequences? The Helian family not only risks failure in advancing to a first-tier family, but faces extinction, for the Holy Land has spoken. The Helian family's destruction of Tianqi City will not go unpunished. Zhang Hu, prepare to watch. You, young man, I advise you to hand over the teleportation token now, otherwise, you will not leave this hall alive. A glint of menace flickered in the man's eyes. I wish to depart. Who can stop me? Li Yuan retorted, his irritation mounting at the threats being levied against him. The man loomed over Li Yuan, while Zhang Hu, wishing to interject, fell silent under the man's glare. If the rumors held any truth, then Zhang Hu had incurred a significant loss, not only failing to ally with the soon-to-be first-tier Helian family, but also antagonizing the Morong family of Xiantian ancient city, potentially inviting trouble from the Holy Land. Are you certain? Li Yuan's eyes turned perilous as he fixed his gaze on the man before him. He had no intention of instigating conflict. Yet some seemed intent on courting danger. Are you deaf? The man's lips curled into a derisive smirk, utterly dismissing Li Yuan's presence. Then perish, Li Yuan declared, unleashing a punch that appeared unremarkable. The man, unconcerned, reached out to catch it, yet in an instant, his arm disintegrated into a mist of blood. The force of Li Yuan's attack cascading through him, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of his body. Boom. With a resounding roar, the remnants of life were obliterated. In the ancient palace, a formidable figure, Upon witnessing this scene, wore an expression of chilling severity as he aimed a palm at Li Yuan. Elder no? Zhang Hu, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, was struck by a wave of dread. He yearned to save Li Yuan, yet time was no ally. The might of the adept was terrifying. Zhang Hu observed that Li Yuan remained oblivious, and he could not bear to witness the impending carnage, shutting his eyes in resignation. Boom! The adept's palm descended upon Li Yuan. Yet, astonishingly, this strike inflicted no harm upon him. The adept, taken aback, felt a surge of terror as he realized Li Yuan possessed an astonishing level of defensive prowess. Was that truly necessary? Have I disturbed your peace? Li Yuan's voice rang out with an air of indifference. I honor those who respect me, and I offer respect in return. What transpired here, old man? Did you truly remain unaware? Since you are so eager to depart this world, allow me to assist you. With a swift punch, Li Yuan once again shattered the formidable figure before him. The hall fell into a profound silence, an eerie stillness enveloping the space. Zhang Hu, reopening his eyes, was filled with disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Li Yuan turned to him and remarked, "You are Zhang Hu, correct? I had promised you a favor, and I intend to keep my word. Your decision to ally with the Hellion family will undoubtedly be the wisest choice of your life. The Hellion family shall ascend to the pinnacle of power, and no force on this earth, not even the Holy Land, can thwart them, unless the Holy Land seeks its own annihilation, as I have foretold. I am Li Yuan, Li of Li Yuan, and Yuan of Li Yuan. Should you encounter troubles, seek out the Hellion family, and have Hellion Wooming guide you to the Snow Dragon Sacred City. If matters cannot be resolved, I shall intervene." Li Yuan maintained an air of tranquility throughout, and as his words echoed, he disregarded the gazes of all present and exited the grand hall. With a single punch that obliterated a formidable being, none dared to utter a sound. Li Yuan did not exude arrogance. He merely spoke the truth. In this era, the saints remained hidden, yet Ji Jueqing had already entered the realm of saints. As for the crisis facing the Hellion family, Li Yuan had long made provisions. Ji Jueqing's intervention would compel the Holy Land to retreat. The current Holy Land dared not initiate a holy war lightly. "Zhang Hu, who is this elder?" A voice broke the lingering silence, curiosity laced with trepidation evident among the onlookers. "I have never heard of this name before." It took a full minute after Li Yuan's departure for anyone to muster the courage to speak. The memory of Li Yuan's might lingered in their eyes. A punch that shattered a formidable being. What realm could such power possibly belong to? Is that a question you should be asking? At this moment, Zhang Hu felt his fear dissipate significantly. Initially indifferent towards Li Yuan, he now surmised that Li Yuan had concealed his true cultivation level. How else could a mere 4 extremes cultivator display such strength? With a huff, Zhang Hu hastily departed, intent on informing Hellion Wooming of the impending threat from the Holy Land against the Hellion family. After all that had transpired, he was willing to gamble once more. Chapter 114. Young Master, I am but a man with a kind heart. Upon Zhang Hu's return, a cautious voice inquired, "Brother Zhang, Elder Yuan has perished. How shall we report this?" The others in the hall had awaited Zhang Hu's arrival, their faces pale with fear after witnessing Li Yuan slay Elder Yunlong with a single blow. Elder Yunlong, a venerable figure of the Holy Land, was a being of great power, yet Li Yuan's might was terrifyingly evident. They understood that Li Yuan's weakest prowess was at least that of a half-saint, and his audacity to disregard the Holy Land's threats suggested he had likely already entered the realm of saints. They were at a loss, faced with the dilemma of offending either a Holy Land elder or a being of suspected saintly stature, and thus they turned to Zhang Hu for resolution. Though they had previously underestimated Zhang Hu, the situation had drastically changed. After all, Li Yuan had stated he owed Zhang Hu a favor. A favor from one who might possess saintly power was an intimidating proposition. How to handle this? Is that truly a question for me? Simply report the truth and be done with it. Shall we conceal the matter from the Holy Land, deceiving those above and below us? Zhang Hu regarded them coolly, but one dared to interject, only to be silenced by Zhang Hu's piercing gaze. What but? In this moment, Zhang Hu exuded confidence, and the speaker felt a flicker of fear arise within. "No, Brother Zhang is right. It was my oversight. I shall report the truth at once. Elder Yuan and Zhu Danlong insulted and attempted to seize a transfer token from a being suspected of saintly status to bestow upon the Morong family, openly flouting the Holy Land's regulations, and were subsequently annihilated by that individual. By the way, I believe there is a recording stone within the hall that captured the entire incident. I will include that as well. Brother Zhang, do you think there is anything I should add? Am I overlooking something? Nothing. Is this not the truth? We must honor the facts and not deceive the Holy Land." Zhang Hu regarded the youth before him, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The youth, noticing this, brightened with enthusiasm. The Morong family is indeed brazen. audaciously attempting to bribe our holy land's mighty elders. It is sheer folly. We have resolved to conceal the truth of today's events from the Murong family, allowing them to walk straight into their demise. The youth, keenly aware of Zhang Hu's precarious position with the Murong family, was plotting to incite the Murong family against the formidable Li Yuan. Zhang Hu turned to leave, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding machinations. He had no intention of entangling himself with Li Yuan, for he lacked the courage to scheme against such a figure. All that transpired, he felt, was none of his concern. A flicker of excitement crossed Zhang Hu's lips as he departed. At last, I, Zhang Hu, have wagered wisely. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. When he had contacted Helian Wuming earlier, he had anticipated fear from Helian Wuming upon hearing of the Holy Land's intentions. To his surprise, Helian Wuming had responded with a calm acknowledgement, a demeanor that suggested the Holy Land's machinations would likely end in disaster. Zhang Hu was deeply curious about Li Yuan, but dared not ask too many questions. He was not foolish enough to probe where he should not. In the Xiantian ancient city, Li Yuan strolled through the streets, seeking a place to rest, for the teleportation array would not activate until the following day. There was no necessity for haste. Tianxiang Pavilion was abuzz with activity today, as young talents from Xiantian ancient city and nearby factions gathered in droves. At the entrance to the second floor, a lavishly dressed young man stood, adorned with exquisite accessories, each worth a fortune. In the shadows of the pavilion, several formidable figures concealed themselves, undoubtedly guardians of the establishment. The young man welcomed the guests with aplomb. Young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang. A stream of young lords and heirs from various families entered Tianxiang Pavilion, each greeting him with utmost respect. The young man was none other than Zhang Liangwu, the scion of one of the two great families of Xiantian ancient city. As the guests began to gather, Zhang Liangwu turned to enter the hall, laughing heartily. Ah, splendid news. Have you all heard? The Murong family recently proclaimed that during this activation of the ancient teleportation array, 7 slots would belong to them, and none could contest this claim. Yet, little did they know, they have underestimated their opponents. The Helian family, who just annihilated the Jun family, has taken one of those slots. The Murong family, accustomed to their long-standing lineage and deep roots, has always acted with impunity, but at last, they have met their match. Let us celebrate. As Zhang Liangwu recounted the tale, joy radiated from his eyes. Indeed, let us toast to this, echoed voices of agreement within Tianxiang Pavilion, reveling in the unfolding drama. At this moment, one could truly say that both hosts and guests were filled with joy. These individuals had naturally suffered the exclusion of the Murong family and were united in their alliance. Zhang Liangwu, having drained his cup, continued with a smile. This is the first piece of good news for today. Is there a second? Is there a second piece of good news? A voice from within Tianxiang Pavilion could not contain its curiosity. Brother Zhang, please do not keep us in suspense. Is there another joyous event worthy of celebration? Indeed. There is, Zhang Liangwu replied. The Helian family has secured that coveted spot not for themselves, but for a minor lord. This presents an opportunity for my Zhang family. Though the reasoning behind the Helian family's decision to usurp a quota from the Murong family for a minor lord was unclear, it mattered little. The Helian family was now in dire straits, preoccupied with their own troubles. Rumor had it that this minor lord possessed only the cultivation of the Four Realms' secret domain. That token, I shall claim for my Zhang family. With this token in hand, my Zhang family shall surpass the Murong family. As he spoke of this prospect, Zhang Liangwu's eyes sparkled with fervor. But Brother Zhang, how can we ascertain the whereabouts of a minor lord whose information is unknown to us? Once the teleportation array is activated, there will be no opportunity, as all martial combat will be prohibited. Otherwise, it would provoke the sacred land. If I were that minor lord, I would make my appearance at the last moment. One individual, quick on the uptake, discerned the crux of the matter. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Liangwu's expression remained remarkably composed. He sneered. Do you believe the Murong family would allow such a scenario to unfold? They have long since tampered with that teleportation token. Once that minor lord obtains it, the token will cause a commotion. Concealment would be a futile dream. I have already laid a trap, prepared to confront the Murong family. This token is something I must possess. A flicker of malevolence danced in Zhang Liangwu's eyes, his voice exuding dominance. On the bustling street, Li Yuan toyed with the teleportation token, a cold smile curling his lips. How intriguing that someone dared to tamper with the token. Yet Zhang, who seemed reluctant to eliminate the modification, he wished to avoid provoking enemies and leave himself a sliver of hope. Clearly, this force was formidable. I shall see who possesses the audacity to covet my possessions. Li Yuan understood well that the tampering on the teleportation token could not have been executed by Zhang Hu. Otherwise, Zhang Hu would not have warned him at the ancient palace. It was evident that the entity targeting this teleportation token was significant, at least capable of contending with the Helian family. Otherwise, Zhang Hu would not have hesitated and allowed the mark to remain. The mark was conspicuous. Normally, a teleportation token could be stored in a spatial device, yet this token could not, as it bore restrictions. Just as Li Yuan tucked it into his sleeve, suddenly, a beam of light erupted from within, shooting into the void. This sudden shift naturally drew the attention of those nearby. In an instant, gazes converged upon Li Yuan. In Tianxiang Pavilion, a figure arrived late, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, clearly having rushed to reach the venue. Young Master Zhang. Upon seeing Zhang Liangwu, the young man's face quickly lit up with a smile. The newcomer was none other than a talented individual stationed at the sacred land in the Xiantian ancient city, who had previously handled all matters within the ancient palace. Brother Lan, you have finally arrived. Zhang Liangwu's eyes gleamed upon recognizing this person. His arrival signified that the minor lord was near. Boom. However, before Zhang Liangwu could take more than a few steps, a golden beam shot straight into the void. Naturally, Zhang Liangwu noticed this, as Li Yuan's position was fortuitously very close to Tianxiang Pavilion. It was impossible for Zhang Liangwu not to see Li Yuan. My goodness. The heavens favor me, Zhang Liangwu. He abruptly abandoned his greeting and dashed towards Li Yuan on the street. Shenlan also noticed the beam. Observing Li Yuan enveloped in the light from a distance, and then glanced at Zhang Liangwu rushing toward Li Yuan. His face instantly drained of color. He opened his mouth, but dared not utter a word. Shenlan's first thought was that Zhang Liangwu was doomed. The Zhang family would meet its end. In the void, another figure sped towards Li Yuan, a creature rivaling a half-step grandmaster. Zhang Liangwu landed before Li Yuan, just as the fearsome beast comparable to a half-step grandmaster arrived. Its speed overwhelming, and its strength far surpassing that of Zhang Liangwu. Under such a pressure, Zhang Liangwu found it challenging to move. Though Zhang Liangwu possessed remarkable talent, he had never faced such a ferocious aura. Upon the beast's arrival, it unleashed a terrifying killing intent. Is that a member of the Golden Peng clan? Li Yuan, however, remained exceedingly calm, throwing a punch. The avian predator was struck, its head obliterated, becoming a lifeless corpse. What do you intend to do? Li Yuan fixed his gaze on the stunned Zhang Liangwu. At this moment, Zhang Liangwu had yet to recover from the earlier scene. This was a being at the half-step grandmaster level, its speed terrifying. Even grandmasters could not achieve such a swift kill. Yet now, Li Yuan had casually dispatched it, leaving Zhang Liangwu unable to maintain his composure. The thought of killing Li Yuan to seize the teleportation token sent chills down Zhang Liangwu's spine. Hearing Li Yuan's words, Zhang Liangwu finally regained his senses. Though he was sweating profusely, he reacted swiftly, charging towards the corpse of the Golden Peng and stabbing it fiercely. Young master, I am usually kind-hearted. This fearsome beast, I intended to aid you, but I never anticipated your strength was so overwhelming that I had no opportunity to act. May I ask how you are addressed? My surname is Zhang Liangwu of the Zhang family. Zhang Liangwu wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly introduced himself. The Zhang family, you say? Upon hearing Zhang Liangwu's surname, which was not Morong, Li Yuan abandoned any thought of attacking him. Moreover, Zhang Liangwu had not warranted such an action from Li Yuan. Is that so? Thank you then. However, might I inquire how the Golden Peng tastes? Could you assist me in preparing a stew? Li Yuan inquired with a smile, his interest piqued by the corpse of the Golden Peng. Chapter 115, You have disturbed me. Gazing at the Golden Peng's carcass, Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. At this moment, he also felt a pang of hunger. He had no desire to consume blood pills or fasting pills. When it came to delicacies, Li Yuan had always found it impossible to refuse. What meaning was there in living without enjoyment? Stew it, you say? What a splendid idea, young master. Please, I have a reservation at Tianxiang Pavilion, where the chefs are among the finest. I assure you, it will satisfy you. Zhang Liangwu, initially taken aback, quickly acquiesced. Whoosh. At this moment, two individuals descended beside Zhang Liangwu. They were his protectors, who had originally deemed Li Yuan a mere minor character, only to realize that Zhang Liangwu had nearly met his demise. The two were now filled with trepidation. As they appeared, Zhang Liangwu felt a wave of fear. He was genuinely worried about taking action against Li Yuan, fearing it might provoke his ire. He immediately scolded, Fools, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and move the Golden Peng. Arrange for the chefs at Tianxiang Pavilion. If the taste does not please the young master, then do not waste food in the future. Seeing Zhang Liangwu's shifting gaze, the two quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. After all, the scene of Li Yuan dispatching the Golden Peng was still vividly etched in their minds. They yearned to distance themselves immediately. Rest assured, young master, we will make arrangements at once. The two exhaled deeply, having witnessed Zhang Liangwu's survival, and hurried to carry the Golden Peng's corpse towards Tianxiang Pavilion. Please, young master, may I ask how you are addressed? Zhang Liangwu no longer exuded his former arrogance, adopting a posture of humility. Li Yuan, he said softly, It is young Master Li. I beg your pardon. Young Master Li, might you extinguish that radiant light surrounding you? Its persistent presence may attract unwelcome attention. In times past, Zhang Liangwu would have relished the thought of Li Yuan being enveloped in that beam of light, luring the Murong clan to their demise. However, now, confronted by Li Yuan, such thoughts were swiftly extinguished. Zhang Liangwu understood that such actions would be tantamount to courting death. As for the Murong clan, they had effectively become adversaries of Li Yuan. Just moments ago, the Golden Peng had charged at Li Yuan, a steed belonging to an elder of the Murong family. Zhang Liangwu had already dispatched his covert protectors to eliminate all nearby members of the Murong clan, both to assist Li Yuan and to silence any potential witnesses. As he did not wish for the Murong clan to ascertain Li Yuan's true strength. Would it attract trouble? What sort of trouble could arise? Moreover, being surrounded by golden light was fortuitous. Without that golden halo, how could one showcase their extraordinary nature? Upon hearing Zhang Liangwu's words, Li Yuan declined his well-meaning suggestion. He would not refuse the opportunity to eliminate a potential enemy of the Hellion clan. You speak wisely. Zhang Liangwu was taken aback. As it became apparent that he had surmised Li Yuan's intentions, realizing that someone was destined for misfortune, the two entered the Tianxiang pavilion. I pay my respects, esteemed elder, Qianlan said as he wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly bowed. Just moments prior, Qianlan had witnessed Li Yuan effortlessly slay a formidable elder of the sacred land with a single palm strike. His reason for coming to Tianxiang Pavilion was to prevent Zhang Liangwu from seizing the teleportation order from Li Yuan. However, he was relieved that Zhang Liangwu had been fortunate. At that moment, the assailant was none other than the Golden Peng, a creature comparable to a half-step mighty being from the Murong clan. Elder or not, I am 18 today. Please, take a seat. Li Yuan preferred not to be addressed as an elder, for he truly was not old. Thank you, young master. The atmosphere within Tianxiang Pavilion was somewhat eerie. After all, the power displayed by Li Yuan moments ago was truly terrifying. The Golden Peng, a creature of immense strength, had been utterly powerless before him. Young Master Zhang, do not entertain any thoughts regarding the teleportation order. An elder from the sacred land has perished, and this individual is suspected to be from the sacred realm, Qianlan cautioned, fearing that Zhang Liangwu might still harbor intentions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liangwu nearly fell to his knees in shock. He dared to kill an elder of the sacred land? The recollection of his earlier actions sent a chill down his spine. It felt as though he had danced on the precipice of death. Qianlan, do you wish to bring about my demise? Why did you not mention this earlier? Zhang Liangwu, having narrowly escaped death, now entertained thoughts of eliminating Qianlan. Qianlan's complexion paled. The restraints had occurred too swiftly for him to react. He too was distressed. Who could have anticipated such timing? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Liangwu's eyes brightened further. Surely, surviving such a calamity heralded future fortune. He envisioned the Murong clan's downfall, reveling in the thought of their demise. Not merely a sacred realm practitioner, but even a half-saint would find themselves at the mercy of the Murong clan. Zhang Liangwu imagined the moment when the Zhang family would take their place among the Murong clan. He eagerly poured wine for Li Yuan, determined to serve him well. Li Yuan did not suppress the golden beam emanating from his sleeve, allowing it to envelop him completely. In the void, sounds of shattering air echoed, clearly signaling the arrival of the Murong clan. They coveted this token with fervor. This time, several prominent families were to venture into a secret realm in Songzhou, and each additional participant represented another fraction of power. Furthermore, the Murong clan had previously proclaimed their intent. As these individuals approached the Tianxiang Pavilion, the sight of Zhang Liangwu within caused their expressions to darken considerably. This was the last scenario they wished to encounter. The Zhang and Murong families were fierce competitors, and should the Zhang family secure this teleportation slot, it would grant them an additional member in the expedition, greatly disadvantaging the Murong clan, which sought a sacred artifact within that secret realm. Who dares approach? Do you not see that I am hosting young Master Li here? Zhang Liangwu exclaimed, indignant at their intrusion. Knowing the terror that Li Yuan inspired, he was now intent on befriending him, and thus, he was the first to speak out against the Murong clan's appearance. The formidable members of the Zhang family followed suit, glaring intently at the Murong representatives. Young Master Zhang, a wise individual recognizes the times. Surrender this person, or today, do not blame us for being uncivilized. While we may not dare to kill you, dismembering you is certainly within our capabilities. A member of the Murong clan stepped forward, coldly fixating on Zhang Liangwu. He understood that the clan had issued a stern edict. This slot must be procured, and should it be unattainable, it must be destroyed, never to fall into Zhang's hands. Thus, despite Zhang Liangwu being the favored heir of the Zhang family, the Murong representative maintained an air of unyielding authority. Following their orders, they advanced, soaring through the air toward the Tianxiang Pavilion. Attack! Though Zhang Liangwu was acutely aware that the Zhang family held no advantages today, he hesitated not for a moment. Young master, should hostilities commence, chaos will ensue, the Zhang family members cautioned, wavering. Their priority was to protect Zhang Liangwu. Any misfortune befalling him would spell disaster. Despite their enmity, the Zhang and Murong families had historically exercised restraint. Should a bloody conflict erupt today, it would irrevocably sever their tenuous ties. The potential consequences were unfathomable. You are disturbing my meal. Leave now while you still can, or face death, Li Yuan remarked, casting a glance at the Murong clan before returning his gaze. His voice icy. Chapter 116. I require a guide. Leave. Who do you think you are? Murong Qingfeng glared at Li Yuan. His voice as frigid as if it had emerged from the depths of an eternal ice cavern. Murong Qingfeng ranked third among the Murong clan's elite and was a brother to the current patriarch, wielding significant influence. It was precisely this stature that had restrained the Zhang family from acting upon Zhang Liangwu's orders. Zhang Liangwu longed to unleash the individuals surrounding him. He felt the Zhang family had squandered an excellent opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with Li Yuan. Li Yuan did not deign to acknowledge Murong Qingfeng's presence. Instead, he turned his back and continued, I am indeed nothing significant. I am merely a human. Are you not human as well? Remember, you have 10 breaths time. After 10 breaths, should you not depart, there will be no further opportunity. Zhang Liangwu, pour the wine. As Li Yuan's words fell, he addressed Zhang Liangwu beside him. Of course. Young Master Li. Zhang Liangwu, upon noticing Li Yuan's empty cup, hurriedly refilled it. Outside Tianxiang Pavilion, Murong Qingfeng seethed with rage upon hearing these words. In the entire Xianxian ancient city, he had always walked with impunity. His formidable strength and status as the patriarch's brother granted him immense authority. And he could scarcely tolerate such an affront. 10 breaths. You need not worry about that. In a single breath, you shall find yourself dead. A chilling smile crept across Murong Qingfeng's lips, and his expression twisted into a snarl as he vanished from sight, racing toward Tianxiang Pavilion with the intent to slay Li Yuan. Yet, before he could enter, Li Yuan casually tossed a chopstick without even glancing back. The chopstick transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing directly through Murong Qingfeng's brow, simultaneously obliterating his soul. Murong Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, forever fixed in a gaze of astonishment even in death. The third master of the Murong family and the others present were struck with a profound shift in expression, their bodies trembling with fear. Their eyes turned a furious crimson. With Murong Qingfeng dead, they too faced inevitable doom. After all, he was the younger brother of the family head. Upon confirming that Murong Qingfeng had indeed drawn his last breath, one among them dashed towards Li Yuan. Desperation etched across his face. Zhang Liangwu stood frozen, fully aware of the terror that was Li Yuan, yet never anticipating that he would so brazenly slay Murong Qingfeng of the Murong family. How unbearably noisy. Li Yuan, who had been leisurely enjoying wine at Tianxiang Pavilion, suddenly teleported amidst the crowd of the Murong family. With a mere gesture, a withered branch fell into his hand, which he wielded as a sword. One sword to bury the demons. In a single sweeping motion, all members of the Murong family, regardless of their cultivation level, found their heads severed in an instant. The divine weapons and protective shields that attempted to withstand the sword's energy were effortlessly cleaved in two. Headless corpses rained down from the void, and the atmosphere of Tianxiang Pavilion became terrifyingly silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. In that moment, those around dared not even breathe. All dead, every last one, by a single sword. Zhang Liangwu's guardians observed the scene with lips trembling, their eyes wide with disbelief. Among the decapitated were not a few of semi-saint caliber. Yet, none could withstand that single stroke. Most dreadfully, the weapon in Li Yuan's hand was merely a withered branch. Though all within Tianxiang Pavilion harbored grievances against the Murong family, joy was far from their hearts. Some even contemplated death, having entered Tianxiang Pavilion on this fateful day. The demise of so many from the Murong family, including Murong Qingfeng, had escalated the situation to one of no return. The entire Xianxian ancient city was bound to tremble from the repercussions. Given the oppressive nature of the Murong clan, it seemed that all present at Tianxiang Pavilion would be buried alongside them. Young Master Li, that individual was the third in command of the Murong family. This situation has become exceedingly grave. I implore you to accompany me back to the Zhang family, where we can deliberate further. Zhang Liangwu felt parched and anxious, exhilarated by the prospect of the Murong family provoking a formidable enemy, yet apprehensive about the ensuing chaos. What would become of the Zhang family? Why not seek refuge at your home? Li Yuan was taken aback by Zhang Liangwu's unexpected loyalty. He chuckled. Are you not afraid that my actions might bring calamity upon the Zhang family? Zhang Liangwu replied with a grin. Young master, I am a benevolent soul. and your audacity to slay these individuals suggests you fear nothing from the Morong family. Conveniently, my Zhang family has long harbored enmity towards them. After all, they are foes. Adding a few more to the count of enemies is of no concern. Zhang Liangwu spoke lightly, yet Li Yuan laughed. Then why do your legs tremble? Young master. It's merely excitement. Zhang Liangwu, though reckless, understood the gravity of the situation, aware that it would undoubtedly stir tremendous turmoil. He hoped for an alliance between Li Yuan and the Zhang family to suppress the Murong clan. Yet, admitting his fear was out of the question. Excited? Regardless, cooking the golden pung requires patience. Come, let us seek further thrills. Are you bold enough? Li Yuan gazed at Zhang Liangwu with a smile. Where to? Zhang Liangwu asked. Somewhat apprehensive. The Murong family, of course. I need a guide. Li Yuan's gaze was fixed on Zhang Liangwu, revealing his intended destination without reservation. The Murong family? Young master. You can't be serious, can you? Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Zhang Liangwu was left dumbfounded. With Murong Qingfeng freshly dead, the Murong family must surely be in an uproar. To approach them now would be akin to courting death. Exciting, isn't it? Li Yuan pressed once more, his eyes locked onto Zhang Liangwu. Exciting, but Zhang Liangwu felt tears welling up. Could it not be exciting? Yet, this was far too exhilarating, too overwhelming to bear. It could lead to death. The death of Murong Qingfeng would undoubtedly enrage the Murong family, and despite Zhang Liangwu's noble lineage, venturing forth under such circumstances could lead to bloodshed. Exciting is sufficient. Come. A young man cannot shy away from such challenges. Life and death are but trivial matters. If one cannot live with contentment, then what meaning does life hold? Li Yuan firmly grasped Zhang Liangwu and departed from Tianxiang Pavilion. Young master. The guardians of Zhang Liangwu watched in horror, their faces drained of color. Who would have imagined Li Yuan's recklessness? They wished to intervene, to pursue, yet found no opportunity. Li Yuan's speed was astonishing, far beyond their reach. Quick! Notify the family head. Inform him of all that has transpired here. We shall head to the Murong family to ensure the young master's safety. The guardians uttered a hasty command before turning to leave without a moment's delay, compelled to act despite their fear of the Murong clan. Chapter 117. I'm in a hurry. In the void, Li Yuan suddenly came to a halt, his gaze fixed upon Zhang Liangwu. What was your name again? How do we get to the Murong family? Li Yuan felt a twinge of regret for having forgotten to inquire earlier. Now he had no choice but to ask Zhang Liangwu. Young master, are you truly going to the Murong family? Shouldn't we be fleeing instead? Though Zhang Liangwu was a wastrel, he recognized the madness of the situation and the potential for death. Flee. What is there to fear with me around? Where is the Murong family? Li Yuan patted Zhang Liangwu's shoulder, grinning. Young master, the Zhang family possesses a terrifying lineage, with a fragmentary holy artifact passed down through generations. Zhang Liangwu sought to enlighten Li Yuan about the Murong family. I figured as much. It's precisely because they are powerful that I intend to confront them. Why engage with the weak? It yields no sense of accomplishment, Li Yuan remarked with a knowing smile. Young master, are you planning to annihilate the Murong family? Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Zhang Liangwu was struck dumb. Initially, he had thought Li Yuan intended to merely issue a warning to the Murong family, which was already perilous enough. Little did he realize he had underestimated the situation. Li Yuan genuinely aimed to eradicate the Murong clan. The typically arrogant Zhang Liangwu's voice trembled as he spoke. Indeed, what of your Zhang family? Do you have a chance to take their place? If so, send word immediately. Lead the way. Li Yuan remained calm, urging him onward. Zhang Liangwu had been frightened, perceiving the situation as too insane. Yet seeing Li Yuan's composure reminded him of Chun Lan's words. Li Yuan seemed to possess the aura of a saint. Zhang Liangwu suddenly inquired, Young master, can you slay saints? The Murong family has a remnant saint. As his words fell, Zhang Liangwu fixed his gaze intently on Li Yuan. A remnant saint? What does that amount to? Let us proceed. Li Yuan urged once more, his eyes gleaming with newfound interest at the mention of a remnant saint within the Murong family. He had long sought to test the limits of his own cultivation, but had found no worthy opponent. The prospect of facing a remnant saint certainly piqued his curiosity. The remnant sage, a figure on the verge of demise, with depleted life force, is unable to unleash peak prowess. The combat strength they can muster now merely approaches the realm of a sage. Yet, even a remnant sage cannot be equated with a half-sage. Zhang Liangwu, witnessing Li Yuan's disdain, became instantly exhilarated, mistakenly believing Li Yuan to be a master of the sage realm. Young Master Li, please follow me. In that moment, Zhang Liangwu shed his earlier trepidation, his face alight with excitement as he led Li Yuan directly to the residence of the Murong family. At the Murong estate, news of Murong Qingfeng and the others' demise had already reached home, with immediate notifications sent to the Murong family. Smash. Ah, brother, I will avenge you. The head of the Morong family's expression turned furious upon hearing the news, shattering his favorite teacup into pieces. My son, your third brother is dead gone. My Morong family has never been so humiliated. You must avenge him, or I shall not live. Just as he shattered the cup, an aged voice echoed from outside. Morong Hao promptly exited the room, supporting an elderly woman. Mother, do not worry. I shall annihilate their 9 clans to avenge my brother, Morong Hao declared. His eyes reddened with fury. Bring me people, he bellowed, summoning assistants. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the Morong estate, the sound of rushing air filled the atmosphere as numerous formidable presences appeared, awaiting Morong Hao's command. What is that? Someone within the estate noticed a golden beam descending swiftly from the sky, their brows furrowing in concern. A restriction. Upon seeing the golden beam, Morong Hao's expression turned icy. This was a scheme he had orchestrated, and upon witnessing it, he recognized it immediately. Li Yuan arrived at the Morong estate in a flash. The sheer might of the Morong family, spanning thousands of acres, left an indelible impression upon him. Moreover, this was excluding the sacred earth space. Li Yuan understood that the true foundation of the Morong family lay in their cultivation within the sacred earth. Before he could speak, Morong Hao coldly interjected. Drop the teleportation token and go claim your reward. Morong Hao assumed Li Yuan was there to offer the token. Who are you? What are you saying? Li Yuan was bewildered. After all, he had come seeking trouble. I have no time for idle chatter today. Go claim your reward, Morong Hao retorted coldly, turning to glare at Li Yuan. The moment Morong Hao glared at Li Yuan, he blinked in surprise, thinking he must have misjudged. To his astonishment, Zhang Liangwu was standing beside Li Yuan. You are Zhang Liangwu. Morong Hao's countenance darkened significantly. According to the intelligence received, the assailant who killed Morong Qingfeng seemed to have a close relationship with Zhang Liangwu. Now, with Zhang Liangwu appearing at the Morong estate, how could Morong Hao not be enraged? Zhang Liangwu, I have heard that you are connected to my third brother's death? Morong Qingfeng's gaze fixed coldly on Zhang Liangwu. Who is this? Summon your Morong family spokesperson, Li Yuan demanded, unwilling to squander time, as he had a meal awaiting him. Who are you? I am Morong Hao, the head of the Morong family, he replied with a cold smirk, eager to see Li Yuan's expression upon learning his identity. You are the head of the Morong family? How splendid. I am Li Yuan. Summon your strongest individual for a duel. And do make haste. I have a meal to return to, Li Yuan continued, disregarding Morong Hao's glare. What audacity! How dare a rogue like you come to my Morong family so brazenly? Die! At Morong Hao's command, one of his subordinates, filled with rage, lunged at Li Yuan, attempting to slay him on the spot. Boom! However, as they approached Li Yuan, they were instantly obliterated by a single palm strike. Morong family head, I am pressed for time. Such weaklings should not seek death by approaching me. Li Yuan fixed his gaze on Morong Hao and inquired. Who is the strongest in your family? In that moment, everyone present changed color, for none had anticipated Li Yuan's terrifying strength. The one who had just attacked was a figure of saint-level prowess, yet before Li Yuan, they were easily dispatched. The disdain in their eyes was replaced by solemnity. To achieve such a feat, one must at least be a half-sage. Morong Hao narrowed his eyes at this revelation. Sir, do we have a grievance? Though seething with anger, Morong Hao did not wish to provoke a half-step sage without cause, suspecting that Li Yuan was sent by the Zhang family to turn against him. Believing that everyone had a price. Chapter 118. He cannot. What price did the Zhang family offer you? My Morong family would gladly pay double. The head of the Morong family fixed his gaze on Li Yuan, attempting to stabilize the situation with a monetary offer, intending to deal with Li Yuan after resolving the current predicament. Morong family head, you overestimate my Zhang family. Even if we were to sell off our entire estate, should young Master Li refuse to assist, it would be in vain. If young Master Li is pleased, even a single coin would suffice. Such a presence as young Master Li should not be subjected to monetary valuation. That would be an insult. Moreover, this matter is not related to my Zhang family. It is merely the Morong family seeking their own demise. Zhang Liangwu interjected with a cold laugh. Zhang Liangwu immediately grasped Morong Hao's intentions and was all too familiar with the Morong family's tactics. Attempting to sow discord was futile. Do we have a grievance? Yet I. Morong Hao, recall this is our first encounter, he replied, frowning at Zhang Liangwu's words, his expression darkening as he pondered when he had offended a half-step sage. Suddenly, another tremor resonated from the teleportation token within Li Yuan's sleeve. The restriction activated once more, enveloping him in a beam of light. I am Li Yuan. Hailing from the Snow Dragon territory, Li Yuan remarked, fixing his gaze on Morong Hao. You are Li Yuan. Observing Li Yuan surrounded by the golden beam, Morong Hao's realization struck him, his heart racing with shock. Initially disregarding a mere lord, He had not anticipated that Li Yuan possessed such profound cultivation. It is I. Do you still desire the teleportation token? Li Yuan taunted Morong Hao coldly. Do you believe you can take it from me? Or to phrase it differently, do you think you can leave here alive? Do you truly believe that a half-sage can reign supreme? This is the ancestral ground of the Morong family. After killing my third brother, there shall be no place for you to rest your head, neither in heaven nor on earth. Morong Hao's expression turned frigid as he spoke, simultaneously crushing an ancient jade hidden within his sleeve. Boom. The vast Morong estate was enveloped in a terrifying formation, a shadow of a black true dragon appearing above the array. This was the Morong family's protective grand array, the black water suppression formation. At that moment, an elder materialized beside Morong Hao. He was a half-sage. With a cold smirk, Morong Hao retreated, widening the distance between himself and Li Yuan. The half-saint is undoubtedly formidable. Should he pursue you, it would indeed be a challenge to escape unscathed. However, to trespass into the residence of the Morong family is tantamount to courting death. Having slain my third brother and executed a guest elder of the Morong clan, I cannot quell the fury in my heart without inflicting 1,000 cuts upon you today. Morong Hao glared fiercely at Li Yuan, his voice dripping with menace. Are you finished speaking? If so, summon the strongest among your Morong family to confront me. Alternatively, one might say, unleash your family's most profound power against me. Do not claim that I, Li Yuan, have not afforded you the opportunity. Li Yuan's demeanor remained composed, his expression betraying no fear of Morong Hao's threats, uttering each word with deliberate calmness. The half-saint standing before him was disregarded entirely. Although the half-saint was indeed powerful, to Li Yuan, he was merely an obstacle, a harbinger of his own demise. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, the half-saint's eyes ignited with a crimson fury. Having spent a century perfecting his craft, he had never endured such humiliation. The sanctity of the holy cannot be insulted. His intent to slay Li Yuan surged to its zenith, ready to unleash his wrath. Silence. Is this a place for your prattling? Li Yuan's voice, devoid of emotion, resonated as he waved his hand. A withered branch in his grasp sliced through the air like lightning. The head of the half-saint was severed, tumbling to the ground, where it gazed in disbelief at its own decapitated body. This, Zhang Liangwu, witnessing this spectacle beside Li Yuan, was left utterly aghast, his lips trembling. This was a half-saint, yet before Li Yuan, he seemed no different than an unrefined mortal. Zhang Liangwu felt as if Li Yuan had effortlessly sliced through a mere vegetable. You, Morong Hao, initially poised to mock and disgrace Li Yuan further, found himself rendered speechless by the scene before him. The severed head posed an unspeakable threat to Morong Hao. You have 1 minute to summon aid. If that is insufficient, I can grant you 3 minutes, even 10 minutes, to call for assistance. Li Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Morong Hao, utterly ignoring the half-saint. How audacious! Do you truly believe the Morong family is devoid of capable warriors? A powerful member of the Morong family, standing beside Morong Hao, could no longer contain his ire and called out in indignation. Yet, Li Yuan made no move to respond. In an instant, the head of a Morong family disciple, who had clearly stood outside the formation, was severed from his neck. He died without ever understanding what had transpired. In this moment, a trickle of blood stained the withered branch in Li Yuan's hand, unmistakably indicating he had acted, though none could fathom how he accomplished such a feat. Summon aid. Li Yuan reiterated, his gaze unwavering from Morong Hao. Morong Hao opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. To him, Li Yuan now appeared as a demonic deity. The tension etched across Morong Hao's face revealed his acute awareness that Li Yuan was not jesting. If he squandered time with idle chatter, he might indeed face death at Li Yuan's hands. Despite his confusion about how Li Yuan, trapped within the formation, could execute such a killing, there was no time to ponder. Morong Hao shattered a second jade pendant. The moment it fractured, a rift appeared in the air above the estate, revealing a realm of divine soil. This was the very foundation of the Morong family. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Outside the Morong family residence, the sound of rushing air heralded the arrival of Zhang's patriarch, accompanied by formidable allies, their expressions grim as they hastened, genuinely concerned for Zhang Liangwu's fate within the Morong household. Yet simultaneously, they harbored an intense desire to teach Zhang Liangwu a harsh lesson. The Zhang and Morong families were at odds, but neither had contemplated a direct confrontation at this juncture. From a distance, Zhang Zhenyue observed the trapped Li Yuan and Zhang Liangwu, his anxiety mounting. This was the stronghold of the Morong family. The Zhang clan's attempt to rescue them seemed nearly futile unless the Morong family chose to release them. Otherwise, Zhang Liangwu would surely perish before the formation could be breached. Is this boy mad? He is courting death, Zhang Zhenyue muttered to himself, breathless. In that instant, he froze, stunned to see the divine soil of the Morong family suddenly activate. What is happening? He wondered, why had the Murong family opened their divine soil so abruptly? Could it be? Zhang Jinyue's heart raced as he cast a furtive glance at Chen Lan, concealed among the crowd. Initially skeptical of Chen Lan's words, the current scene left him astounded. Typically, the great powers would not activate their divine soil unless faced with an insurmountable crisis. The opening of the divine soil and the subsequent release of divine energy would yield more losses than gains. Father, within the formation, Zhang Liangwu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing his father's arrival. He felt that the opportunity to annihilate the Murong family had finally arrived. With Li Yuan on their side, the Zhang family was akin to a tiger with wings. Zhang Jinyue, upon witnessing his son's exuberance, felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that Zhang Liangwu posed no immediate threat. Who dares offend my Xiantian Murong? A furious voice erupted from within the Murong family's divine soil. A statue was marred with countless cracks. In the next moment, dirt flew as an ancient entity, dormant for countless years, opened its eyes. This was a half-saint, yet its aura vastly overshadowed that of the half-saint slain by Li Yuan. It was Murong Qingtian. Zhang Jinyue's expression turned grave as he recognized the significance of this moment. Murong Qingtian was a legendary figure from 3 millennia prior, having secluded himself for over 2,000 years. Had it not been for the immutable laws of the universe, he might have already ascended to the realm of saints. Thus, upon witnessing Murong Qingtian's emergence, Zhang Jinyue was gripped by trepidation. Even behind him, an elusive presence, akin to a shadow, trembled slightly. This was one of the Zhang family's hidden treasures, the Shadow Saint, who stood on the cusp of attaining sainthood. With the shifting laws of heaven and earth, it was conceivable that Murong Qingtian might soon choose to ascend. The shadow emitted a grave tone, yet only Zhang Jinyue could hear it. I pay my respects to Ancestor Qingtian. Please, Ancestor Qingtian, protect my Murong. Murong Hao and his kin, upon witnessing Murong Qingtian awaken, were alight with fervor. Simultaneously, the weight that had burdened the hearts of the Murong clan members dissipated. In their eyes, Murong Qingtian's revival signaled Li Yuan's doom. Murong Qingtian was not merely a half-saint. He had cultivated his own domain. Blood envelopes the heavens. With a thunderous step, Murong Qingtian vanished into the divine soil, reappearing above Murong Hao and the others. In that moment, his domain unfurled, transforming the very heavens into a sanguine hue. Murong Qingtian exuded the aura of a blood-soaked demigod. Has he truly perfected his domain? Zhang Jinyue's heart sank as he perceived the shift in the Shadow Saint's demeanor, his face etched with fear. And you think you can challenge me? Murong Qingtian materialized. While Li Yuan remained impervious, allowing the domain to envelop him, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the void where Murong Qingtian stood. This individual, behind Zhang Jinyue. Shadow Saint turned his gaze to Li Yuan, furrowing his brow in astonishment, unable to comprehend the depths of Li Yuan's composure in the face of Murong Qingtian. Murong Qingtian, looking down from his lofty position, coldly fixed his gaze upon Li Yuan and uttered in a detached tone, "It is you who has offended the Xiantian Murong clan." Although his voice seemed unremarkable, it concealed a terrifying soul attack. Any weaker half-saint would undoubtedly suffer under such an assault. This is perilous. This soul attack rivals that of a saint, and Liang Wu is in danger. Shadow Saint's expression shifted dramatically, but trapped within the formation. He could do nothing to rescue him. Moreover, any action taken would signify a declaration of war between the Zhang and Murong families. They were the pinnacle of power among the 2 great clans. Elder, do not act. Zhang Jinyue transmitted a message, gritting his teeth as he made the decision to prevent Shadow Saint from intervening, choosing to abandon Zhang Liangwu for the sake of the family. He could scarcely bear to watch. Yet, within the formation, not only was Li Yuan unharmed, but even Zhang Liangwu standing beside him felt no discomfort, unaffected by the attack. That soul assault was merely a gentle breeze upon his face. Upon witnessing this, Murong Qingtian's expression grew exceedingly grave. Murong Hao, oblivious to the anomaly, felt emboldened by Murong Qingtian's presence and coldly declared to Li Yuan, "Elder Qingtian, this man has slain our Murong clan's half-saint, massacred our direct line, and seeks to annihilate us. His crimes warrant execution. I implore Elder Qingtian to take action. If this man is not slain, the dignity of the Murong clan will be lost." One after another, the members of the Murong clan voiced their requests for Elder Qingtian to act, their eyes gleaming with fervor, believing the time had come for the clan to assert its might. Especially as they cast scornful glances at Zhang Jinyue and the others outside the formation, eager to demonstrate the Murong clan's true strength. "He is too weak, summon more." As excitement coursed through the faces of the Murong clan, Li Yuan's indifferent voice broke through. "Too weak, you say? What?" Outside the formation, countless powerful figures of the Zhang clan trembled at the sight of Murong Qingtian, while Li Yuan, trapped within, exhibited neither fear nor respect. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. What did you say? Outrageous. You dare insult our Moron clan's half-saint? This scoundrel must be punished. We beseech the elder to slay him. The Moron clan members, initially taken aback, quickly ignited with fiery anger. Had they dared to act against Li Yuan, they would have torn him to shreds on the spot. I said he is inadequate, summon more. Li Yuan remained unperturbed amidst their murderous glares. Who are you? You dare trespass upon our Moron clan with such arrogance? In the void, as his soul attack failed against Li Yuan, Moron Xianxia's astonishment turned to rage upon hearing Li Yuan's words, nearly causing him to explode in fury despite having lived for millennia. Li Yuan's disdain incensed him further. Moron Xianxian was a figure of immense renown, once regarded as a peerless talent of his generation, now on the brink of attaining saintly status. The tension palpable in the air. All present sensed that Moron Xianxian was about to strike. Xianxiaaudiobooks immediately sent a message. Elder, how formidable is this individual? Can he contend with Moron Xianxian? At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a flicker of hope. If Li Yuan could indeed battle Moron Xianxian, many possibilities would unfold today. Indiscernible. It is as if he is shrouded in a veil of mist. His true strength and hidden cards will only be revealed in battle. However, defeating Moron Xianxian will be exceedingly difficult. His domain is fully realized. Without a saint, no one can claim to slay him, Shadow Saint conveyed solemnly. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a pang of disappointment. Such unnecessary verbosity. I merely stated the facts. Then receive my blade. Li Yuan, filled with rage, had repeatedly warned them, yet they persisted in underestimating him. With that, he would not hold back. The Moron clan were not benevolent. Had Li Yuan lacked strength, he would have long been eliminated by them. Moreover, he was aware that the Moron clan sought to annihilate the Hellion family with the aid of the sacred land. Friends' enemies are, naturally, one's own enemies. Intent on departing from Tianling Prefecture, Li Yuan saw no reason to hesitate in dealing with this looming threat. As his words echoed, Li Yuan, previously ensnared within the formation, suddenly vanished, reappearing before Moron Xianxian. Using a withered branch as a sword, he thrust directly at Moron Xianxian. Having comprehended saintly swordsmanship through the heavenly path techniques at the Mount of Support, Li Yuan's swordsmanship far surpassed that of a saint. As he unleashed his strike, the very heavens seemed to shift. Although Moron Xianxian had initially felt confident, even if he could not gauge Li Yuan's depths, his own perfected domain should have sufficed to confront him. Yet, upon witnessing Li Yuan's attack, he realized the gravity of the situation. This is bad. Moron Xianxian's face turned ashen with fear as he condensed the power of his domain into a shield, attempting to suppress Li Yuan's strike. However, the force behind Li Yuan's withered branch was unstoppable, piercing through Moron Xianxian's domain and breaching his seemingly indestructible form. Simultaneously, the overwhelming power erupted within Moron Xianxian, annihilating not only his physical body but also causing his soul to disintegrate, unable to abandon his corporeal form for survival. No. Moron Xianxian's terrified and despairing scream resonated through the skies. Under the gaze of countless eyes, his body transformed into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Moron Hao. Summon more. Too weak. The world fell into a profound silence as Li Yuan shook the blood from the withered branch in his hand and turned to Moron Hao, speaking in a dispassionate tone once more. You, Moron Hao, upon hearing this, pointed at Li Yuan in disbelief. Summon more. But as he uttered a single word, Li Yuan waved his hand. Moron Hao let out a shriek as his hand was severed by Li Yuan, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. He is dead. Moron Xianxian is truly dead. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him before? At this moment, Shadow Saint from the Zhang clan gradually regained his composure. His eyes filled with terror as he regarded Li Yuan, his voice trembling. Clearly, the scene before him had inflicted a profound shock on his psyche, shattering his prior understanding. Outrageous. Boom. Just as Li Yuan severed Moron Hao's arm, a frigid voice resonated from within the sacred land of the Moron clan. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure descended. Boom. A chime echoed through the air. The Moron clan had invoked the Zhentian bell. Shadow Saint had no choice but to reveal himself, employing his unique dark domain to envelop all members of the Zhang clan within its grasp. Without such a measure, many from the Zhang clan would be slain by the resonating chime. The Zhentian bell was the very foundation of the Moron clan, a complete sacred artifact. Once belonging to the clan's first patriarch, Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression grew exceedingly grave. The Moron clan had resorted to utilizing a sacred artifact, clearly indicating that this conflict was to the death. The time for action had come. Regardless of whether we can extinguish the Moron clan today, it is a cause for celebration for my Zhang family. With two of their semi-saint figures having fallen, their foundation has been gravely weakened. Although our intervention may merely serve to embellish the occasion, it also allows us to forge an alliance with this venerable elder, which represents the greatest opportunity for my Xiang family. As Zhang Xinhua hesitated, the shadow saint of the Zhang family spoke up. Very well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinhua, without further hesitation, waved his hand, summoning a small cauldron. Although it was no larger than a palm, the moment it appeared, the heavens trembled. An aura of pressure unique to sacred artifacts erupted, hovering in the void and confronting the Murong clan's sacred artifact, the Zhentian bell. The Murong clan is exceedingly arrogant. Do they truly believe themselves invincible in this world? Must all under heaven bow before the Murong clan? Zhang Xinhua, having summoned the sacred artifact, coldly mocked as he directed his gaze towards Li Yuan, bowing in respect. Zhang Chongming pays his respects to the elder. Zhang Chongming was indeed the original name of the Shadow Saint. Does the Zhang family wish to oppose my Murong clan? Do you not fear that I shall annihilate your lineage? A coffin suddenly erupted from the divine soil of the Murong clan. Within, a golden skeleton was clearly visible. The voice emanated from this golden skeleton, which slowly emerged from the Murong clan's divine soil. Though its movements appeared excruciatingly slow, it possessed the ability to traverse vast distances in an instant. With each step, it crossed thousands of miles. Simultaneously, flesh and blood began to regenerate upon the golden skeleton. By the time it exited the divine soil of the Murong clan, it had transformed from a mere skeleton into a middle-aged figure. Greetings to the second-generation ancestor. The likes of Murong Hao and others hurriedly bowed. Emerging from the divine soil was none other than Murong Zhantian, the second-generation ancestor of the Murong clan. Renowned for his indomitable battle bones, Murong Zhantian cultivated his physical form, earning the title of the Undying War God. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the laws of heaven and earth, he would have already ascended to the realm of saints. Yet, under the guidance of the Emperor of the Sacred Land, he honed his indomitable battle bones to a terrifying degree. Murong Zhantian, do you truly consider yourself invincible? Though your indomitable body is formidable, my Zhang family is not to be trifled with. Your brazen tyranny has long been an eyesore to us. Today, I shall join forces with this elder and witness whether your legendary indomitable body is as strong as the tales suggest, Zhang Chongming declared coldly. There is no need. Li Yuan interjected. I prefer not to ally with others, especially when I have finally encountered a worthy adversary. With those words, Li Yuan rejected Zhang Chongming outright. Gazing at Murong Zhantian, Li Yuan's eyes gleamed with intensity. He intended to use Murong Zhantian as a means to gauge the level of his own physical cultivation. Ha! Zhang Chongming, did you ever foresee this day? It is a case of hot soup meeting a cold backside. Your attempts to borrow strength have come to naught. Murong Zhantian mocked. As he looked at Li Yuan, it was as if he beheld a corpse. Originally, the Zhang family's sacred artifact had instilled in Murong Zhantian a modicum of dread. However, upon Li Yuan's rejection, that fear dissipated. Then I shall await your victory, esteemed elder. Zhang Chongming feigned politeness, but retracted the Zhang family's sacred artifact, no longer mentioning Li Yuan's ability to withstand the might of the Murong clan's Zhentian bell. It was evident that Zhang Chongming was vexed by Li Yuan's dismissal. Young Master Li, why not consider an alliance? Zhang Liangwu suggested, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. If they could join forces with Li Yuan, even if they could not obliterate the Murong clan today, they could severely wound them, thereby diminishing the Murong clan's status as a top-tier family. At that point, the Xiantian ancient city would be under the Zhang family's influence. Such an opportunity had not arisen in millennia. Li Yuan chuckled, because I require an opponent to test my physical prowess, and this individual is quite suitable. To eliminate him with a single strike would deprive me of a worthy gauge. What did you say? Murong Zhantian's face darkened upon hearing this. Previously mocking Zhang Chongming, he now found himself dismissed by Li Yuan. The fury that surged within him was palpable. Boom. Murong Zhantian activated the Zhentian bell above his head, directing it to crush Li Yuan. The murderous intent was so palpable it nearly took form. Anyone who met Murong Zhantian's gaze felt as though they were being sliced by a blade. Simultaneously, the Zhentian bell rang out, launching an assault on Li Yuan's soul, as Murong Zhantian sought to slay him on the spot. However, as the Zhentian bell began its attack, Murong Zhantian was struck with horror, realizing he had lost control of the artifact. What was once the Murong clan's sacred artifact was now flying towards Li Yuan, obediently hovering above his head. Impossible? Witnessing this scene, everyone turned pale. Chapter 120. I truly harbor no malice. Greetings, Master. The deity of the Zhentian bell emerged from the void, bowing to Li Yuan. Impossible? At that moment, Murong Zhantian nearly shrieked. The sight before him dealt an unimaginable blow to his psyche. The Zhentian bell was the foundation of the Murong clan. Murong Zhantian had wielded it for over 4,000 years, yet now, As he sought to employ it against Li Yuan, this unimaginable event transpired. How could he accept this? How had Li Yuan accomplished this? The Zhentian bell was a sacred artifact belonging to Murong Zhantian's father. How could its deity betray Murong Zhantian? The Zhang family, particularly Zhang Chongming, who had previously harbored resentment towards Li Yuan, now found his heart trembling at this spectacle. When he looked at Li Yuan, it was as though he beheld an immortal being, omnipotent and divine, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. All animosity towards Li Yuan evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. No, no, no. This cannot be real. This cannot be real. This is our Murong clan's sacred artifact. The remainder of the Murong clan was on the brink of madness. No one wished to believe what was unfolding in the void. After all, it was simply too unfathomable. Murong Zhantian could hardly accept this revelation, yet he was soon compelled to confront the reality. The Zhentian bell was indeed under Li Yuan's control. Though he could not comprehend how Li Yuan had achieved this, the truth was undeniable. Awaken, slay the enemy. Murong Zhantian roared, overwhelmed by an indescribable pressure from Li Yuan. Despite possessing the indomitable battle physique, he lacked the confidence to triumph over Li Yuan. With a low growl, Murong Zhantian sought to awaken the ancestors within the divine soil of the Murong clan, hoping to join forces to slay Li Yuan. They could no longer afford to wait. Their weakness was palpable. Li Yuan stood amidst the void, his tone indifferent. The moment his voice resonated, the celestial bell hovering above him unleashed its full might. A surge of divine power, capable of altering the very fabric of reality, erupted and struck the divine soil of the Murong clan. In that instant, the Murong clan's sacred ground was utterly obliterated, leaving behind a terrifying black hole. This was the true might of a sacred artifact, a manifestation of holiness. Zhang Chongming observed the scene before him, his body trembling with profound reverence for Li Yuan. In this era, those who could ascend to the sacred realm were far from ordinary beings. You are sacred, why then do you annihilate my Murong clan? He questioned. At that moment, Murong Zhantian glared at Li Yuan, unable to accept the reality, and let out a furious roar. This time, the foundation of the Murong clan was irrevocably shattered. As Murong Zhantian's voice faded, Murong Hao's face turned ashen. He never anticipated that a mere teleportation token would lead to the downfall of the Murong clan. If your clan seeks to slay me, can I not retaliate? Li Yuan retorted with a cold laugh. Murong Zhantian glanced at Murong Hao, his expression turning icy. With a single strike, he obliterated Murong Hao. Murong Zhantian harbored a deep-seated hatred for Murong Hao. If only he had been given more time, he could have reached the sacred realm. But now, Murong Hao had doomed the clan. Li Yuan wielded the sacred artifact. Capable of unleashing its true power, how could they hope to contend? Ha ha ha, to perish beneath the sacred artifact of my Murong clan is a fitting end. Murong Zhantian laughed despairingly. Zhang Jinyue and others wore expressions of exhilaration. After today, the entire Xiantian ancient city would belong to the Zhang family. Who could have foreseen that the Murong clan, which had once overshadowed them, would vanish so completely? Sacred realm? It truly is the sacred realm. How fortunate I am. Zhang Liangwu thought as he gazed at Li Yuan in the void, recalling his intent to kill Li Yuan and seize the teleportation token, his legs trembling slightly. He silently congratulated himself for his cleverness. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. Even someone as formidable as Murong Zhantian was effortlessly destroyed by Li Yuan. As the Zhang family members anticipated Murong Zhantian's demise, Li Yuan spoke up, who claimed I would employ a sacred artifact to kill you. Your physique is commendable. Today, I intend to test its limits. If you can contend with me, I shall spare your life. I am not one to rely on external forces. Using your sacred artifact is merely to eliminate the trivial. He beckoned Murong Zhantian with a finger. Are you certain? Murong Zhantian, who had been engulfed in despair, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope at Li Yuan's words. He held immense confidence in his own physique. I am certain. Come. Li Yuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Prepare yourself. Murong Zhantian exclaimed joyfully and charged at Li Yuan. His indomitable battle bones surged with power, resembling a demonic deity as he attacked Li Yuan with formidable ferocity. His entire being akin to a divine weapon. His fist struck Li Yuan's chest. Thud, thud, thud. After taking Murong Zhantian's blow, Li Yuan staggered back 3 steps in the void. The impact caused his blood to surge tumultuously, rendering him momentarily unsteady. A trace of blood even appeared at the corner of Li Yuan's mouth. Excellent, Li Yuan exclaimed, elated to feel the terrifying power of Murong Zhantian's indomitable battle physique. Until now, Murong Zhantian's physique was the strongest Li Yuan had encountered, and he was the first to inflict injury upon him. Previously, Li Yuan had made no defenses, relying solely on his body to absorb the blow. Though slightly wounded, Li Yuan was immensely pleased, as he now understood the limit of his physical defenses. An opportunity. Murong Zhantian felt an overwhelming joy, believing that his moment had arrived. This is bad. If this elder is injured, it will not be easy for my Zhang family to swallow the Murong clan if Murong Zhantian survives, Zhang Chongming thought, furrowing his brow as he watched. With a roar, Murong Zhantian unleashed his unique domain power. In the void, a golden ancient divine mountain materialized, amplifying his already formidable strength twofold. Die! Murong Zhantian wasted no time, launching a fierce attack on Li Yuan, aiming to strike, while Li Yuan was off guard from his injury. All right, I shall make my move, be cautious. Li Yuan, facing this onslaught, felt no fear and refrained from employing heavenly techniques, opting instead to throw a punch of his own. This time, he chose to test the limits of his physical strength. Boom! As the attacks of Li Yuan and Murong Zhantian collided, Murong Zhantian, witnessing Li Yuan's lack of divine techniques, felt a surge of joy, believing Li Yuan was doomed. However, the next moment, horror filled his eyes. No. Under the might of Li Yuan's punch, Murong Zhantian's body disintegrated, culminating in the obliteration of his head. Is he truly so weak? I genuinely bore no ill will, Li Yuan remarked regretfully. It was a pity. He had finally found someone with a sufficiently strong physique, only for him to perish so easily. Chapter 121, News of the Qinglong Sacred Herb. How powerful! Li Yuan had killed Murong Zhantian with a single punch, leaving everyone astonished. That was pure physical might. Li Yuan hadn't even utilized his domain. Even with the indomitable battle bones, Murong Zhantian was no match for Li Yuan's fist while amplifying his power through his domain. Sigh. Li Yuan sighed once more. Congratulations, elder, for slaying Murong Zhantian. Zhang Chongming, seeking to curry favor, hurriedly approached to pay his respects, attempting to win Li Yuan's goodwill. Congratulations? What nonsense. The man is dead. Li Yuan expressed his disdain for Zhang Chongming, fully aware of his ulterior motives. Zhang Chongming, reprimanded by Li Yuan, dared not show any anger, forcing a smile. As for Li Yuan's words, he had no courage to respond. After all, if even Murong Zhantian could not withstand Li Yuan's punch, how could he? Momentarily at a loss for words, Zhang Chongming was relieved when Li Yuan ignored him and turned to fly toward Zhang Liangwu, taking him away. Phew! Once Li Yuan had truly departed, Zhang Chongming exhaled deeply. In that fleeting moment, he had hardly dared to breathe. Beads of sweat quickly formed on his forehead, and if one observed closely, they would notice his legs trembling. Ancestor, this man has no regard for us. Zhang Zhenyue expressed his displeasure, wishing to ease Zhang Chongming's feelings, only to be met with Zhang Chongming's furious retort, silence. Is this a place for you to speak? To be reprimanded by such a being was an honor for Zhang Chongming. Immediately arranged for someone to seize the assets of the Murong family. Furthermore, from this day forth, devote all efforts to nurturing Liangwu, who is to be designated as the primary heir to the Zhang family. Zhang Chongming, recalling Zhang Liangwu's departure with Li Yuan, felt his eyes gleam with excitement. It mattered not that Li Yuan held no affection for him. What was crucial was that he favored Zhang Liangwu. I understand, Zhang Zhenyue replied, his own eyes shining brightly. Zhang Liangwu, being Zhang Zhenyue's only son, was originally deemed unworthy of inheriting the family leadership. However, with Zhang Chongming's endorsement, Liangwu's standing within the Zhang family became unassailable. Zhang Chongming promptly vanished, embarking on efforts to connect with Liangwu and to cultivate a friendship with Li Yuan by any means necessary. At Tianxiang residence, Li Yuan and Zhang Liangwu made their appearance once more. Young Master Li, I shall head to the kitchen now to check on the preparations. It should be ready shortly. Upon returning to Tianxiang residence, Zhang Liangwu understood the reason for Li Yuan's visit and personally went to urge the kitchen staff. Soon, he received his ancestors' guidance, filling his heart with unparalleled joy. Zhang Chongming even personally delivered the finest spirit wine from the Zhang family, though he refrained from meeting Li Yuan, fearing his displeasure. At Tianxiang residence, no one dared offend the Zhang family. The kitchen staff worked diligently, with dozens of chefs showcasing their culinary skills to the fullest. They expertly prepared a plethora of dishes, including the handling of the golden phoenix. The owner of Tianxiang residence accompanied them personally, and upon hearing Li Yuan's praises, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Many were unaware, but at this moment, the owner of Tianxiang residence had already learned of the annihilation of the Murong family. The news of the Murong family's destruction spread too swiftly, and with the Zhang family's immediate response, only a handful were aware of their downfall. After all, the Murong family was replete with formidable warriors. It was hard to believe they could be so easily vanquished. If a family were to be extinguished, it would surely incite a cataclysmic battle. However, the vicinity of the Murong family saw little in the way of upheaval. Thus, this matter had not yet roused the attention of other factions in Xiantian ancient city. The Zhang family, in their bid to seize the Murong family's assets, ensured that no information leaked. By the following day, the entirety of Xiantian ancient city appeared as though nothing had transpired. Young Master Li, this is the ancient teleportation array, constructed by the Emperor of the Sacred Land. Not even a sage could operate it. This is an imperial-level array. Zhang Liangwu spoke eloquently, introducing the teleportation array to Li Yuan. Initially, Zhang Liangwu had no intention of traveling to Cangzhou. However, in an effort to cultivate goodwill with Li Yuan and secure a place for the Zhang family in the Murong family's legacy, he joined the expedition. The other members of the Zhang family cautiously withdrew, not daring to interfere. By the way, young Master Li, may I inquire as to the purpose of your journey to Cangzhou? Zhang Liangwu continued. My family has discovered an ancient relic in Cangzhou, which has now been confirmed to be a sage's cave dwelling, filled with countless treasures and spiritual herbs. I wonder if young Master Li would be interested in exploring it together. According to my ancestor, it is the cave of the ancient azure dragon, housing an extraordinary azure dragon sacred herb, which is the companion sacred herb of the azure dragon great demon. This information was originally a secret, but in a bid to befriend Li Yuan, Zhang Liangwu divulged the news. The azure dragon sacred herb is exceedingly precious, even to this day. It is not an exaggeration to refer to it as a sacred herb. After tens of thousands of years of growth, the azure dragon sacred herb has transformed into a spiritual root of the world. Although its rules are not yet complete, its value is incalculable. The azure dragon sacred herb. You say? Are you certain? Li Yuan, initially disinterested in the azure dragon cave, felt his gaze brighten upon hearing its name. To break through into the transformation into a dragon realm, one of the most coveted treasures he required was indeed the azure dragon sacred herb. Until now, he had received no information. He never anticipated learning about it from Zhang Liangwu. I am certain. How could I deceive young Master Li? Zhang Liangwu assured him. This information was not meant to be disclosed to you. However, since you have vanquished the Murong family and my Zhang family has benefited greatly, I pondered long and hard before deciding to share this news with you. Of course, obtaining that azure dragon sacred herb will not be without its challenges and dangers. Seeing Li Yuan's interest, Zhang Liangwu was overwhelmed with joy but still cautioned him, for the azure dragon sacred herb was not easily acquired. Otherwise, the Zhang family would have secured it long ago. Indeed, your information is commendable. I happen to be in need of the azure dragon sacred herb. Consider it a favor owed to your Zhang family. Li Yuan clapped Zhang Liangwu on the shoulder, thoroughly relieved. Li Yuan's current concern was the news of the azure dragon sacred herb. As for other treasures he required, he could devise a way to obtain them once he reached the Luotian sacred land. It is our honor to alleviate young Master Li's worries. Upon hearing these words from Li Yuan, Zhang Liangwu's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing. Li Yuan was an extraordinary figure. A favor from him was akin to an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Young Master Li, the teleportation array is about to activate. We should enter, Zhang Liangwu urged, glancing at the time. However, just as his voice fell, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, causing pain to the ears. Who is Li Yuan? Come forth. At that moment, a figure appeared in the void, evidently unfriendly. Zhang Liangwu was about to angrily retort, but halted as fear flickered in his eyes. This was someone from the sacred land. Chapter 122. Those who offend Li Yuan shall not live. Those who threaten my family shall die. Who are you? Is young Master Li's name one you can utter? Seeking death. Today, I shall teach you how to behave. Zhang Liangwu recognized the intruder, but some members of the Zhang family did not. Seeing someone directly addressing Li Yuan by name, they sneered and charged forward, ready to strike. Silence. The elder, noticing an attack directed at him, revealed a ruthless glint in his eyes. He struck out a palm towards the Zhang family's holy master cultivator. In that instant, the surrounding power of heaven and earth was instantly drained, and the elder seemed to wield control over everything. What? You are a half-saint? The Zhang family cultivator's countenance turned pale at this revelation, unable to comprehend that the intruder possessed such formidable cultivation. As the elder's palm descended, the Zhang family's divine weapon shattered in an instant. Even with the divine weapon absorbing some of the force, the residual energy of that palm was still beyond his capacity to withstand. With a single strike, blood gushed forth, mingled with countless fragments of shattered hearts. It was evident that his internal organs had been obliterated. The elder's attack was a killing blow, leaving no room for survival. No. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, regretting his rashness in attacking. Yet, in this world, there is no such thing as a remedy for regret. It is only when faced with death that one truly realizes the terror of mortality. Just as the Zhang family cultivator's spirit was on the verge of disintegration, a hand fell upon his shoulder. In that instant, the nearly shattered spirit was restored. His internal organs regenerated, the meridians reformed, and his injuries healed instantaneously. Am I dreaming? The Zhang family cultivator stared in disbelief. That previous strike had been from a half-saint. You are not dreaming. Thank you. I will handle the matters from here. The gentle voice of Li Yuan resonated in the Zhang family cultivator's ears. The one who had just acted was indeed Li Yuan. He had not anticipated that despite his low profile, trouble would still find him. Young Master Li, thank you. The cultivator from the Zhang family was first taken aback, but quickly bowed to Li Yuan. Thank you. Please stabilize your spirit first. Li Yuan smiled gently, patted the man's shoulder, and stepped forward. His gaze fixated on the semi-saint from the Holy Land. Who are you? Do you seek me for a reason? I don't recall having any enmity with you. Li Yuan inquired in a tone that was devoid of emotion. Humph. You are indeed Li Yuan. I am the Grand Elder of the Holy Land, Semi-Saint Zhuge Longxing. You have slain our esteemed guardian of the ancient city. If you do not perish, how can the dignity of our Holy Land be preserved? Will you choose to die by your own hand, or shall I be the one to take your life? Zhuge Longxing glared at Li Yuan, his voice dripping with condescension. Do you intend to kill me? Are you certain you possess the capability? This is the demeanor of the Holy Land, and I must say, it is quite disappointing. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly at Zhuge Longxing. His previous act of killing was merely a response to the other party's attempt to seize the teleportation token. Amidst the crowd, Chen Lan's expression turned frantic. Elder Zhuge, this matter has nothing to do with young Master Li. It was instigated by one of our elders attempting to seize something from him. It is a misunderstanding. Chen Lan was acutely aware of Li Yuan's terrifying prowess. A single misstep could lead to Zhuge Longxing's demise this very day. Last night, the Zhang family had issued a grave command, forbidding anyone from divulging the annihilation of the Morong clan. Chen Lan had some ties to the Zhang family, and thus had failed to report the annihilation promptly to his sect. It was only during the morning briefing that it became evident that Zhuge Longxing had already departed the Holy Land, unaware of the situation. A misunderstanding, you say? The slaying of our elder warrants death, regardless of the reason. As an elite disciple of the Holy Land, you dare to assist outsiders? Do you believe I will not strip you of your status as a disciple? Zhuge Longxing's gaze bore into Chen Lan, his voice frigid. Elder. Chen Lan's complexion shifted dramatically. He truly wished to avoid provoking Li Yuan. He attempted to continue explaining, but Zhuge Longxing showed no inclination to grant him the opportunity. The oppressive aura of a semi-saint descended upon Chen Lan, forcing him onto his knees, shattering the stone beneath him. The formidable pressure rendered Chen Lan incapable of uttering another word. Li Yuan, have you made your choice? No one shall defy the will of the Holy Land. Zhuge Longxing fixed his cold gaze upon Li Yuan. I have made my decision. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed as he spoke with an air of indifference. Zhuge Longxing mistakenly interpreted Li Yuan's words as a choice for self-destruction, and the disdain on his face deepened. With a mocking laugh, he declared, those who recognize the situation are the true sages. Go ahead and take your life. After your demise, I might spare your family. However, while death may be avoided, the shame upon the Holy Land cannot be endured. Li Yuan countered, you have misunderstood. What I meant is that I choose to make you experience what it means to live a fate worse than death. At that moment, Li Yuan's voice grew chillingly cold. Until now, no one had dared to threaten him in such a manner. Zhuge Longxing was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, surely I have not misheard. You think you are worthy? His laughter echoed, as if he had just heard the most delightful jest. You have not misheard. But just as he was laughing, Li Yuan's voice rang out next to Zhuge Longxing. In an instant, Li Yuan had teleported beside him. You. Zhuge Longxing's laughter abruptly ceased. Ah! A piercing scream followed. Li Yuan delivered a single punch that shattered Zhuge Longxing's life source, rendering his thousands of years of cultivation null and void. At the same time, Li Yuan invoked the heavenly Tao divine technique. This particular technique encompassed two forces, one of healing and the other of destructive reversal. These two powers surged into Zhuge Longxing's body, placing him in a state of perpetual torment, unending agony. It was visible to the naked eye as his bones twisted and shattered, only to be reborn, repeating this cycle endlessly. The air was filled with his harrowing cries. Those who witnessed this were left in shock, swallowing hard in fear. Chen Lan and the others opened their mouths, yet were rendered speechless. Li Yuan was simply too terrifying. Zhuge Longxing sought death, but they had no desire to follow suit. With a wave of his hand, intricate and profound runes appeared in the air, binding Zhuge Longxing in a manner akin to being suspended in midair. Whoever dares to offend Li Yuan shall perish. Those who threaten my family will meet their demise. This scoundrel seeks death. I shall confine him in this void for 7 days as a warning to the Holy Land behind him. During these 7 days, no one shall act, or they shall face obliteration. This is my decree. Li Yuan's voice echoed ominously through the void. Casting a cold glance at the wailing Zhuge Longxing, Li Yuan descended from the air. Are you all right? Do not be reckless next time. The cultivator from the Zhang family shook his head repeatedly. To serve young master with my life is my honor. I am deeply grateful for your act of resurrection, young Master Li. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. But from this day forth, my life belongs to you. I, Zhang Lingdu, am willing to serve you, to be your loyal aide. Initially, Zhang Lingdu thought it was an illusion, but now he comprehended that he had encountered a monumental opportunity today. Zhuge Longxing's attack not only failed to take his life, but instead granted him a second chance at existence. Only Zhang Lingdu himself understood the magnitude of the fortune he had received today. Simultaneously, his reverence for Li Yuan reached an unprecedented level. He felt no fear in offending Zhuge Longxing or the Holy Land behind him. In his eyes, Li Yuan was not merely a man, but a celestial being. How else could he have granted him rebirth? At the same time, Zhang Lingdu sought to seize this opportunity. Was it not sufficient to be human? Why must he become a mere servant? Moreover, he had done nothing wrong. Li Yuan feigned anger. Young master, I cannot forget this grace of resurrection. Please accept me, even as a guardian. Zhang Lingdu fell to his knees. Young Master Li, please accept him. Zhang Lingdu is quite thoughtful, and he genuinely remembers kindness. If you refuse him, he may remain kneeling indefinitely. He is not of the Zhang family bloodline. He merely bears the surname Zhang out of gratitude to my family. He has contributed enough to the Zhang family and deserves his freedom. Having him as a guardian is quite reasonable. Zhang Liangwu interjected. He naturally wished for Li Yuan to accept Zhang Lingdu. If Zhang Lingdu were to follow Li Yuan or guard his estate, the bond between the Zhang family and Li Yuan would become even more solidified. You seem to have ulterior motives. Li Yuan shot a glare at Zhang Liangwu. You are right, young master. I genuinely wish to be on good terms with you. After all, you are remarkably powerful. Since you do not accept disciples, I can only be a humble little brother. Zhang Liangwu candidly admitted without pretense. Very well. Your name is Zhang Lingdu, correct? Rise. I do not require a follower by my side, but the Snow Dragon Holy City could use someone like you. Go there, and no holy land will dare to trouble you. Li Yuan handed a token to Zhang Lingdu. Thank you, young master. Zhang Lingdu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he turned to leave. Go now. The teleportation array is about to be activated. Li Yuan smiled and, accompanied by Zhang Liangwu, stepped into the teleportation array. This array belonged to the Holy Land, yet now, none dared to obstruct its activation. Especially with Zhang Hu in charge today, one could hardly expect him to employ any underhanded tactics. A brilliant divine light erupted, and in an instant, everyone within the formation vanished without a trace. Within the ancient city of Xianxian, an eerie silence prevailed, save for the haunting wails reverberating through the void. Humph, seeking death. Zhang Hu cast a cold glance at the source of the sound, snorting disdainfully. Naturally, as a member of the Holy Land, he would still report any matters that required his attention. Zhuge Taishang, I have come to rescue you. Previously, no one dared to intervene for Zhuge Longxing. However, after Li Yuan's departure, someone took action, an individual of the Saint Master level, an esteemed ancestor from a prominent family, attempting to save Zhuge Longxing and align themselves with the Holy Land's formidable power. Yet, as they approached Zhuge Longxing, before they could make a move, an invisible force swept through, causing the Saint Master to disintegrate rapidly, utterly extinguishing their existence, not even affording them a final cry of despair. What? Those who had harbored similar intentions were instantly drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Who could have anticipated that after Li Yuan's departure, such terrifying power remained? The Holy Land? Huh. It is not an invincible entity. Shuilong's sacred city? Prepare a grand gift at once. I shall personally visit Shuilong's sacred city. If there is hope, the Zhang family is willing to forge a lasting alliance. Serving under the commands of Shuilong's sacred city, Zhang Chongming resolved to fully cultivate goodwill with Shuilong's sacred city. Having witnessed Li Yuan's instantaneous manipulation of the Murong family's sacred artifact, and with today's event where Li Yuan saved Zhang Lingdu, Zhang Chongming could hardly deny that he had encountered a being of celestial stature. The injuries sustained by Zhang Lingdu could not be concealed from Zhang Chongming's keen perception. With a mere gentle pat, Li Yuan had brought Zhang Lingdu back to life, a feat akin to divine intervention. Chapter 123, The Holy Land, indeed arrogant. Remember, we shall draw upon half of the Zhang family's resources. In order to prevent future generations from misunderstanding, Zhang Chongming turned to issue a firm directive. What? Ancestor, did I hear you correctly? Are we truly to utilize half of our family's resources? One of the Zhang family disciples, who was already preparing gifts, gasped in shock. The thought of utilizing half the family's resources was almost unbelievable. They feared they had misheard. Enough of your prattle. Go prepare as instructed. Cultivating a relationship with this esteemed elder is the greatest opportunity for our Zhang family. If we succeed, what fear do we have of the Holy Land? Zhang Chongming's eyes gleamed with determination as he thought of Li Yuan. Yes, ancestor. Upon witnessing Zhang Chongming's stern gaze, though they felt an intense pang of sympathy, they dared not show any hesitation. Ancestor Zhang Xianyue also appeared, having rushed over upon learning of Zhuge Longxing's downfall. Xianyue, you have a fine son. Zhang Chongming smiled broadly, patting Zhang Xianyue's shoulder, expressing great fondness for Zhang Liangwu. As Zhang Chongming's words faded, his disdainful gaze swept over Zhuge Longxing before he vanished from sight. The Hellion family, once facing considerable peril, found resolution with the return of Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai. Those who had harbored ulterior motives quickly retracted their ambitions. Yet, in recent days, these smaller factions had begun to stir again, covertly contacting one another in an attempt to subvert the Hellion family and feast upon its spoils. Patriarch. The Holy Land approaches with great force and is due to arrive tomorrow, a scout reported upon entering the Hellion family's Grand Hall. The atmosphere within the hall grew exceedingly tense. Understood. Continue to investigate, Hellion Wuming replied with a calm demeanor, waving the scout away. Also, increase surveillance on the surrounding factions. If anyone dares to harbor treachery, obliterate them entirely. I want you to personally oversee this matter. Hellion Wuming raised his gaze to a senior elder of the Hellion family. Yes, Patriarch. The elder accepted the order and exited the hall. The remaining elders, witnessing Hellion Wuming's intent to continue his chess game, exchanged worried glances. Patriarch, can we truly mitigate the threat posed by the Holy Land? Despite Hellion Wuming's reassurances, some members within the family still harbored doubts. After all, the Holy Land was coming, and rumors suggested several semi-saints would accompany them, bearing sacred artifacts. This was the gravest crisis the Hellion family had ever faced. Rest assured, esteemed ancestors, this time, we shall seize this opportunity to demonstrate the might of the Hellion family to the world, and let the Holy Land understand that abandoning us is their loss. The Hellion family possesses an even more formidable backing. A cold smile graced Hellion Wuming's lips. We shall comply with the Patriarch's arrangements. The ancient elders of the Hellion family wished to inquire further, but upon seeing Hellion Wuming return to his game, they could only depart discreetly. Brother Hai, when will Elder Ji arrive? Hellion Wuming inquired of Hellion Hai, who was engaged in the game. Soon. Calculating the time, it should be nearly here. With Elder Ji present, what fear do we have of the Holy Land? He has now entered the saint realm, a true saint, Hellion Hai replied, referring to Ji Jueqing. Let us go outside to await his arrival. Hellion Wuming discarded his chess piece and vanished alongside Hellion Hai. Not long after Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai exited the city, a figure appeared in the sky, traversing thousands of miles in mere moments to stand before them. Greetings, Elder Ji. Upon Ji Jueqing's arrival, Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai were elated, hastily bowing in respect. Yet, just as they bent, an unseen force halted them. Rise. No need for such formality, we are equals. The young master values you. Your ascension to the saint realm is only a matter of time, while others risk their lives to reach this level. Being by the young master's side guarantees your success, Ji Jueqing remarked, recalling the scene of his own tribulation, still in awe. Moreover, Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai had grown formidable enough that even Ji Jueqing could not underestimate them. Brother Ji, please. Hellion Wuming and Hellion Hai exchanged glances, inviting Ji Jueqing into the city. The following day, the Holy Land's void warships arrived. The Hellion family braced themselves for confrontation. Though few in number, the Holy Land's vessels darkened the sky, casting a formidable shadow over the ancient city. Knowing the Holy Land sought to obliterate the Hellion family, several factions could no longer contain their ambitions, eager to partake in the spoils and curry favor with the Holy Land. Hellion Wuming, Hellion Hai, come out and face your demise. Or today, we shall eradicate the Hellion clan, leaving not a trace behind. A family patriarch stepped forward, his voice resonating through the void. Clearly, he was a sycophant of the Holy Land. Meanwhile, the representatives of the Holy Land strutted about, their heads held high, showing utter disdain for the Hellion family. Boom. However, before the echoes of his declaration faded, a terrifying assault erupted, obliterating the speaking patriarch into mere fragments. The semi-saints aboard the Holy Land's void warships turned ashen. Taken aback by the Hellion family's audacity to wield a sacred artifact for murder, effectively tearing the veil of diplomacy with the Holy Land. Good. What audacity the Hellion family possesses, daring even to assassinate the head of a family affiliated with the Holy Land. Such boldness is astonishing. A voice, emanating from a semi-saint of the Holy Land, grew exceedingly frigid. Previously contemplating how to implicate the Hellion family, there was now no need for such subtleties. The murder of the head of a family connected to the Holy Land was sufficient to bring about the annihilation of the Hellion clan. The timing was particularly striking, as the Hellion family had just absorbed the assets of the Jun family, igniting a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of many. With the shifting of the cosmic laws, numerous semi-saints began to awaken, intent on seizing opportunities and fortunes to ascend to the saintly realm. Naturally, the newly empowered Hellion family, having just swallowed the June family's enterprises, became the immediate target. How hypocritical! Is it not merely the wealth of the Hellion family that has caught your eye? If you possess the courage, come and claim it. However, before making such a decision, it would be wise to consider your own worthiness. As the thought lingered, He Lian Wu Ming and He Lian Hai made their entrance, undaunted even in the presence of the semi-saint from the Holy Land. Suddenly, a divine artifact emerged, exuding an overwhelming pressure that suppressed the Hellion family's own sacred weapon. The Holy Land was certainly aware of the existence of the Hellion family's artifact, yet they regarded a flawed relic with utter disdain. He Lian Wu Ming, has your family truly made up its mind? Scoffed a semi-saint aboard the Holy Land's void warship. Rather, have you made your decision? Replied He Lian Wu Ming. At that moment, Ji Ju Chung appeared, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the semi-saint of the Holy Land. Do you wish for death? If so, I shall grant you that favor today. The semi-saint narrowed his eyes, the intent to kill radiating palpably, dismissing Ji Ju Chung entirely. Is that so? The arrogance of the Holy Land knows no bounds. I have come here today solely to announce that the Hellion family is now the foremost affiliated family of Shuilong Holy City. Depart within 3 breaths, and you shall be spared. Linger beyond that, and you shall face annihilation. 1. Ji Ju Chung began to count, closing his eyes in the void, utterly ignoring the semi-saints of the Holy Land, his stance even more forceful than theirs. What? Ji Ju Chung, who do you think you are? A semi-saint from the Holy Land bellowed in anger, but as the words left his mouth, his eyes widened in horror, fixating on his chest. A long spear had pierced through it, the power of the saint within it relentlessly eroding his vitality. You have entered the saintly realm, he gasped, before his body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. In an instant, the world fell into a profound silence, as if even the winds had ceased to stir. Chapter 124. It is time to end this. You have entered the saintly realm. Those 4 words, though not thunderous, rendered the cosmos eerily still. The distinction between semi-saints and saints is akin to that of heaven and earth. Even 10 semi-saints cannot contend with a single saintly powerhouse. To step into the saintly realm is to undergo a metamorphosis of life itself. Once one ascends to this realm, even a single hair can rival the might of an unparalleled divine weapon. The Holy Land's attempts to eradicate the Hellion family had stirred the ambitions of countless factions. Yet now, the demise of a semi-saint from the Holy Land, coupled with those 4 words, instilled a deep-seated fear in many. The leaders of various powers trembled, beads of sweat forming on their brows, all due to those mere 4 words. A living saint, walking among the world, was far more terrifying than the threats posed by the Holy Land. For over 100,000 years, due to the changes in cosmic laws, the saintly realm could not be born, and those ancient saints had nearly exhausted their lifespans, transforming into Tao. Even those who clung to life through secret techniques dared not venture forth lightly. It was clear what kind of threat a living saintly powerhouse posed. The forces that had followed today were not the Holy Land. They had no saints to protect them. Once Ji Ju Chung set his sights upon them, their demise was all but assured. An invisible pressure rendered everyone breathless. 2. Ji Ju Chung stood firm, continuing his countdown, unperturbed by any response. A farce. Ji Ju Chung, who are you trying to intimidate? Do you truly believe that employing clandestine methods to slay a semi-saint will instill fear in us? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. The laws of heaven and earth have only just begun to evolve. The great era has yet to arrive. To attempt a tribulation now is tantamount to courting death. Your talents may indeed be formidable, but do you presume that you are the most gifted among semi-saints? Within the Holy Land, there are countless individuals whose accumulated prowess far exceeds yours. Yet who among them dares to undergo tribulation? Who can successfully ascend? With imperial weapons at our disposal, the Holy Land continuously predicts opportunities, and we possess far more knowledge than you, Ji Ju Chung. The current laws of heaven and earth do not permit the emergence of saints. You may deceive the average person, but you cannot fool us of the Holy Land. Therefore, it is impossible for you to have entered the saintly realm. Everyone sees him. Even if Ji Ju Chung possesses some tricks, he cannot endlessly employ them. He must have his limits. Eliminate Ji Ju Chung first, then extinguish the Hellion family. The semi-saint from the Holy Land sneered, exchanging glances with the other semi-saints. They unleashed their full power, activating their sacred artifacts to subdue Ji Ju Chung, offering no opportunity for the Hellion family. Kill. Slay Ji Ju Chung. Obliterate the Hellion family. Just moments prior, the experts of all families had been intimidated by those words, mistakenly believing Ji Ju Chung had truly entered the saintly realm. But upon hearing the semi-saint's explanation, excitement surged once more. The current cosmic laws indeed did not allow for the validation of the saintly realm. Anyone who dared to attempt it would undoubtedly be obliterated by the heavenly tribulation. These families, eager to curry favor with the Holy Land, had sent many semi-saints nearing the end of their lifespans. These semi-saints could sense the changes in the cosmic laws, and, upon hearing the words of the Holy Land's semi-saint regarding imperial weapons, they were convinced. Simultaneously, everyone present understood that they must act, otherwise, they would find themselves in a perilous predicament, abandoned by the Holy Land, yet targeted by the Hellion family. In that moment, action was imperative. One by one, they charged toward Ji-Ju-Chung without fear of death. Some activated flawed sacred artifacts, others employed imitations of sacred weapons, while some invoked battle formations or awakened ancient relics, all aiming to strike down Ji-Ju-Chung. At that moment, there were at least a dozen flawed sacred artifacts in play. The combined aura of these individuals transformed the heavens and the earth. The very void began to shatter at a visible rate. The mountains beneath the void vanished entirely, merely from the emanated power of the sacred artifacts. A semi-saint aboard the Holy Land's void warship sneered, "Humph. Even if he has truly entered the saintly realm, so what? Newly ascended, do you think he can withstand such an assault? Moreover, the current laws of heaven and earth do not permit the emergence of saints. Who can ascend?" As they beheld the impending onslaught, the semi-saints looked at Ji-Ju-Chung with scorn, eager to see how he would evade or survive. At the same time, they intended to glean insights into the techniques he had employed to eliminate his companion. For the ability to slay a semi-saint in an instant was indeed a source of fear. With expendable pawns available, they wouldn't need to act personally. Faced with the horrifying and unparalleled assault in the void, Ji-Ju-Chung appeared oblivious. It was not until this moment that he slowly opened his eyes. The time he had granted these individuals was at an end. Alas, though I once harbored compassion, the folly of mankind, shrouded in greed, has clouded their judgment. It is time to bring this to an end. Ji-Ju-Chung sighed, the benevolence that enveloped him dissipating, replaced by an icy, unyielding intent to kill. Without the slightest hint of employing any divine weaponry, Ji-Ju-Chung, previously suppressed by the aura of the sacred artifacts, moved, causing the holy artifacts of the sacred land to instantly lose their target, unable to lock onto him. With a resounding crack, Ji-Ju-Chung clenched his fist, unleashing a barrage of attacks against the multitude of sacred artifacts and ancient weapons that surged toward him from the void. The force of his punch resembled a radiant rainbow piercing the sky. Wherever the punch's brilliance passed, sacred artifacts and ancient weapons shattered into countless fragments. These were indeed sacred artifacts. Even if a deity were to be slain, they would merely become remnants of their former selves, as the materials used to forge sacred artifacts are exceedingly rare and resilient. Yet here, the void was filled with the ceaselessly shattering shards of sacred artifacts. The formation that had been collaboratively activated to strike Ji-Ju-Chung also crumbled into oblivion. Impossible? How could this be? The laws of heaven and earth constrain all. So how could Ji-Ju-Chung transcend to the sacred realm? How had he accomplished this? The semi-saints aboard the Sacred Land's void battleship had initially dismissed Ji-Ju-Chung entirely. Yet now, freed from the suppression of the sacred artifacts, they watched in disbelief as he obliterated nearly 30 ancient weapons with a single punch. How could they remain composed? Gazing at Ji-Ju-Chung, they struggled to accept the reality. The sacred realm, Ji-Ju-Chung had truly entered it. Flee! Those semi-saints and sovereign-level powers that had charged toward Ji-Ju-Chung, upon witnessing the scene before them, felt their eyes bulging with terror, their hearts seemingly ready to burst. With Ji-Ju-Chung in the sacred realm, they were utterly outmatched. Escape was futile. Ji-Ju-Chung's gaze flickered with murderous intent as he observed those attempting to flee. He grasped a single hair from his shoulder, wielding it like a sword, and slashed through the void before him. In that instant, the hair transformed into an unparalleled divine weapon, elongating as it passed through the air, unimpeded by any force. Even those clutching life-saving divine weapons found themselves cleaved into fragments along with their bodies. None of those who had just attacked him were spared. All were annihilated. Such is the might of a sovereign of the sacred realm. Even a single strand of hair could sweep away anyone beneath the sacred level. The world fell into a profound silence. Chapter 125. Has someone achieved the Emperor's path? This scene struck terror into the hearts of all present. The sacred realm, such was its essence. Those forces that had once sought to curry favor with the sacred land, brimming with arrogance, trembled in that moment. We pay homage to the saint of the season. One leader of a faction could no longer withstand Ji-Ju-Chung's intangible intimidation and knelt before him. We pay homage to the saint of the season. We pay homage to the saint of the season. We pay homage to the saint of the season. With the first voice raised, the various factions ceased their hesitations, choosing to submit one after another. This was the presence of the sacred realm, one that had existed for millennia, Unlike the ancient saints whose lifespans were waning, Xianxia's existence represented an unspeakable deterrence. The dignity of a saint must not be insulted. The sacred realm, indeed, was formidable. In the distance, He Lian Wu Ming and He Lian Hai watched the unfolding events with elation, their hearts profoundly shaken by Xianxia's prowess. They were filled with a yearning to step into the sacred realm. However, a small faction of families chose not to submit, instead aligning themselves with the sacred land. Humph. What are you doing? Just a mere presence in the sacred realm. Do you understand the consequences of betraying the sacred land? The expressions of these families turned icy, their voices trembling as they attempted to salvage the situation. After all, the current circumstance was overwhelmingly unfavorable to them. Yet as they spoke, one of them found his mouth agape, unable to close it, his throat rendered mute. Cracks began to appear all over his body, and the next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed as he was obliterated. This was merely the result of Xianxia casting a glance in his direction. The dignity of a saint must not be insulted, nor were these mere words. The sacred realm was overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, Xianxia was far from being a novice in the sacred realm. On the sacred land's void battleship, the semi-saints knew they had to speak up. They understood that if they remained silent, they would be the next to perish. We pay homage to the saint of the season. They no longer dared to uphold their identities in defiance of Xianxia. The disparity between the semi-saints and the saints was insurmountable. Xianxia regarded them coldly, remaining silent. He understood that those from the sacred land were prideful. Their arrogance had been ingrained in their bones over millennia, believing that the mere mention of the sacred land could shield them from countless crises. The name itself served as an inviolable shield. Indeed, after a few semi-saints from the sacred land paid their respects, one of them spoke up, "Saint of the season, we hope you will refrain from intervening. This matter concerns us and the Hellion family. I trust you understand that while the sacred realm is powerful, it is not invincible." The tone of the semi-saint from the sacred land remained domineering. They looked directly into Xianxia's eyes, convinced that with the sacred land's backing, Xianxia would have to yield. "You talk too much. Let someone else speak." Xianxia's voice was exceedingly calm, yet in the instant his words fell, a strand of hair descended from above, slicing through the semi-saint and the sacred land's void battleship. "You." Upon witnessing the semi-saint's demise, the remaining semi-saints were furious, completely unprepared for Xianxia's ferocity. "I have no desire to hear your words." As the hair moved, the semi-saint barely managed to utter a word before his head was severed. The expression of the remaining semi-saint darkened considerably. He longed to chastise Xianxia, yet he knew that speaking out would mean certain death. "You speak." Xianxia turned his gaze toward this semi-saint, his voice devoid of emotion. "Saint of the season, this matter is beyond my authority to decide." He understood that while the sacred land was powerful, it could not save them from immediate peril. Survival was paramount. Xianxia responded coolly, "Then go back and inquire with your lord of the sacred land whether they intend to initiate a holy war. If they lack the courage, they should retract their fangs and inform your lord that from this day forward, the entire Tianling continent shall be divided by the Yunlong mountain range, with half of the territory belonging to my Shuilong sacred city. All forces within this domain shall be under the protection of my Shuilong sacred city. Should the sacred land dare to overstep, we will directly commence a holy war." Xianxia's voice was calm, but the weight of his words sent shockwaves throughout the realm. "Saint of the season." The semi-saint from the sacred land was taken aback, his visage turning ashen. Xianxia continued, "Inform your lord of the sacred land that this is the cost of threatening the life and death of my family member, who is named Yuan." With a flick of his sleeve, Xianxia sent the semi-saint flying, disappearing without a trace. "He Lian brothers, the matters that follow are in your hands." Xianxia left this remark before turning and stepping away, vanishing from sight. In the Xiantian ancient city's teleportation array, an explosion of divine light erupted. Terrifying figures appeared in the void above Xiantian ancient city. This time, 3 semi-saints from the sacred land had arrived. Observing the anguished cries of Zhuge Longxing in the void, the expressions of the 3 semi-saints darkened ominously. What audacity, to so brazenly humiliate the sacred land. One semi-saint's voice rang out, cold as ice, plunging those around them into a chilling abyss. The demigod reached out, attempting to save Zhuge Longxing from the void. However, before his hand could touch him, a wave of destructive force surged forth. A chilling, anguished wail echoed in the air. The demigod's body disintegrated into ashes before the horrified gaze of onlookers, his very soul obliterated in the process. What? Staggering backward, the 2 surviving demigods were engulfed in a tempest of fear, their eyes wide with terror. In their perspective, the demigods represented the pinnacle of human existence, and they had never expected to encounter such a horrific event. Xianlan arrived just in time to witness the aftermath. He had not anticipated that the demigod would act so swiftly, nor that the three demigods would descend without warning, leaving him no opportunity to issue a warning. What on earth had transpired? One of the demigods fixed a cold gaze upon Xianlan and spoke, his heart filled with trepidation. Uncertain of the circumstances, he dared not act recklessly again, especially with the grim reminder of what had just occurred. Xianlan, not daring to conceal anything, recounted the events in their entirety. What? A corpse left hanging for 7 days as a warning to the Holy Land? Boldness indeed. The faces of the two demigods darkened considerably upon hearing this. Even though they had just witnessed a comrade perish, Li Yuan's words still ignited their fury. Yet, anger aside, they refrained from further action, unwilling to court death. We must summon the Elder Saint. They exchanged glances, ultimately reaching a consensus. The Elder Saint of the Holy Land was an ancient being, wielding imperial weaponry, and still alive. With a century of life remaining, he was regarded as the stabilizing force of the Holy Land. Naturally, the elder they referred to could not be summoned in his true form, but only as a semblance. After making their decision, they produced an ancient jade artifact inscribed with intricate runes, a holy-level array pattern. As the jade was activated, the void split open, revealing an old man clad in a raincoat, holding a bamboo pole. His trousers were rolled up, and he bore the appearance of a weathered fisherman. However, the moment the old man appeared, the two demigods immediately bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the Elder Saint. Their demeanor was one of utmost reverence. What? Is this man truly the stabilizing force of the Holy Land? Within the Xiantian ancient city, numerous factions observed the old man with astonishment. Zhang Chongming's expression grew grave. Had he arrived? Zhang Chongming, well aware of the old man's abilities, was eager to see if he could rescue Zhuge Longxing. Rise. What is the matter? The old man's gaze fell upon the two. We are inadequate, and beseech the Elder Saint to save Zhuge Taishang. They voiced their plea for forgiveness. Zhuge Longxing? He is already dead. Even if I wish to save him, I am powerless. The old man stared into the void for an extended period, a look of shock dawning in his eyes as he withdrew his gaze, speaking in a detached manner. What? How can this be? Elder Saint. Is Zhuge Taishang not still alive? One demigod gasped in disbelief. This was utterly inconceivable. This was a celestial technique. Unless the ancestral spirit were to revive, no one could offer salvation. Do you know who was responsible for this? The old man sighed, turning his attention to them. Li Yuan. One demigod uttered the name. Li Yuan? The old man's expression shifted, his body levitating as he began to scrutinize the means that had confined Zhuge Longxing. Soon, his eyes were filled with an even greater astonishment. When the old man retracted his gaze, his countenance had turned pale. The two demigods exchanged alarmed glances. This man was an ancient saint, and they had never witnessed such a demeanor before. The old man did not grant them the opportunity to inquire further, coldly stating, "Expel the Zhuge clan from the Holy Land. From this day forth, the Yunlong mountain range to the north shall no longer belong to us. Withdraw all forces of the Holy Land, leaving not a trace behind." With his decree, the void split again, and he vanished. What? The two demigods were left in disbelief, their eyes reflecting their incredulity. Though they were astonished and puzzled, a glance at Zhuge Longxing changed their expressions. While they were unclear on the specifics, they understood that a significant event was unfolding, one that even the Holy Land would have to concede to. On an ancient peak, beside a pond, an old man was fishing when the void suddenly split open, and an identical figure emerged. Upon the appearance of this doppelganger, the old man remained still. But when the two figures merged, he finally set down his fishing rod. For the first time in millennia, a flicker of shock crossed his usually calm eyes. An imperial-level array pattern? Could it be that someone has ascended to the status of an emperor? This is impossible. Could a sovereign from another realm have crossed the void? Li Yuan? Cursed Zhuge Longxing. After merging memories, the old man's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief. Struggling to comprehend that someone could lay down an imperial-level array pattern in the current world, Li Yuan felt dizzy. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a city adjacent to Tianling Prefecture, within Cangzhou. Young Masterly, we have arrived. This is Cangzhou's Yinhai City. The destination is not far from here. Zhang Liangwu, standing beside him, patted his head to acclimate to the disorientation caused by the teleportation, offering an explanation. This ancient city lies at the junction of Cangzhou and Tianling Prefecture, named Yinhai City due to its misty waters, resembling a sea of clouds. The spiritual energy of water here is exceptionally rich. Have we reached Cangzhou? When do we depart for Qinglong Cave Heaven? Li Yuan calculated the time, feeling a sense of urgency, glancing at Zhang Liangwu, who was awaiting a chance to head to Tianlong Temple to obtain the trial qualification for Luotian Holy Land. I did not originally intend to visit Qinglong Cave Heaven. Young Masterly, we shall set off at once. Zhang Liangwu, suppressing his discomfort, spoke up. The next moment, a void warship appeared, carrying everyone directly toward Qinglong Cave Heaven. Young Master, Qinglong Cave Heaven is still 30,000 miles from Yunhai City. Even with the void warship, we will require a day to reach. Zhang Liangwu continued to enlighten Li Yuan. A day? That's manageable. It won't affect our plans. Feeling fatigued, Li Yuan declared. I'll take a nap. Wake me when we arrive. With that, he turned and descended to the lower deck. Chapter 216. I like danger. As Li Yuan's silhouette vanished, Zhang Liangwu surveyed the others, his voice cold as he commanded, put forth your utmost effort. We must reach our destination with the utmost speed. Young Master, reaching Qinglong Cave Heaven within a day is impossible. Young Master may not be aware, but the previous routes are no longer viable. The ancient royal family's slumbering grounds now obstruct our path, and this ancient royal family has begun to awaken, transforming the surrounding area into their domain. Anyone who passes through will be killed. Their power is formidable, and it is even rumored that a saintly being lies dormant there. Should they awaken, it would pose an unimaginable danger. We must circumvent the territory of the royal family. However, doing so will cost us an additional 2 days. An elder from the Zhang clan aboard the void warship nervously articulated his concerns. The royal family's domain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liangwu's expression darkened considerably, his breath catching in a moment of dread. The ancient royal family, at the height of their power, was akin to the apex of the sacred lands. For us to traverse their territory seems nearly impossible. Young Master, we must alter our course. The barriers erected by the ancient royal family are beyond our capacity to breach. Many esteemed families have chosen to submit, becoming vassals to the ancient royals. Observing Zhang Liangwu's hesitation, the elder reiterated the gravity of the situation. The ancient royal family? What of it? We are of the human race. The days of being subjugated and treated as mere sustenance are long past. In this era, humanity reigns supreme. We shall not change our course, but rather continue onward. Initially, Zhang Liangwu felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, yet ultimately, he altered his decision. With Li Yuan by his side, Zhang Liangwu feared not the ancient royal family. Young Master, the individual before him appeared poised to speak. But a fierce glare from Zhang Liangwu silenced him. The words he had intended to convey swallowed back. Remember, we are not alone in this venture. Aboard this void warship is young Master Li. I believe his presence is no mere coincidence. Perhaps it is the premature awakening of the ancient royal family that has summoned him here. We have all witnessed young Master Li's formidable prowess. With him amongst us, what do we have to fear? Zhang Liangwu's voice resonated in the minds of those present. Young Master Li, upon hearing of the ancient royal family's resurgence, the crowd's countenance shifted to one of alarm. Yet, when Zhang Liangwu mentioned Li Yuan, an air of excitement enveloped them, their fear of the ancient royals dissipating significantly. Among those who accompanied Zhang Liangwu to Cangzhou, many had witnessed Li Yuan obliterating the Murong clan. The mention of Li Yuan ignited fervor within them. To them, he was akin to a deity, an omnipotent being. Seeing that most were unwilling to alter their course, the elder of saintly rank turned pale, realizing that today might spell their doom. For days, he had gathered intelligence in Cangzhou and had the clearest understanding of the ancient royal family. However, witnessing the dismissive gazes of the crowd, he recognized that no amount of persuasion could sway Zhang Liangwu's resolve. It is over. This is the end. I must devise a plan to preserve my life. Otherwise, I shall surely perish. I must also safeguard the young master, ensuring no unforeseen incidents arise. His eyes flickered. Feeling the disdain from the crowd, he felt a grim sense of relief, wishing to become forgotten so that he might seize a fleeting chance at survival. The void warship sped forth with remarkable swiftness, and as time elapsed, they gradually approached the domain of the ancient royal family. How far are we from the Qinglong Cave Heaven? How long have I slept? As Zhang Liangwu readied the crew for vigilance, Li Yuan, tousled from slumber, emerged onto the deck and inquired, Young Master, you are awake? We are nearing our destination, yet we have encountered some complications. Recent days have brought unforeseen alterations, and we may face certain dangers. However, once we traverse this area, a clear path lies ahead. Upon seeing Li Yuan awake, a spark of excitement illuminated Zhang Liangwu's gaze, and his fear of the ancient royal family vanished entirely. Dangers? I relish danger, Li Yuan responded. His interest peaked as the last remnants of drowsiness evaporated. Let us see if I can encounter a worthy adversary. Li Yuan was eager to find a formidable opponent with whom to spar, to test the limits of his current capabilities, and he looked forward to encountering the ancient royal family. A hint of strength leads to arrogance. Soon you shall know what true despair is, for this is the resting place of the ancient royal family. Anyone with a modicum of wisdom and strength understands that confronting such a place is far more terrifying than engaging in battle with the sacred lands. In a corner, a man who had been preparing to flee scoffed at Li Yuan's words, considering him to be courting disaster. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liangwu finally relaxed. Yet he was still aware of the ancient royal family's terrors and cautioned, "Young master, we must proceed with caution. These ancient royals are formidable, and we remain ignorant of what entities lie in slumber here. Fear not, it is of no consequence. I have calculated our route to the Qinglong cave heaven and foresee a smooth journey ahead, with a stroke of fortune awaiting us. It is merely unfortunate that the ancient royal family is not as powerful as one might think." Li Yuan responded with a smile, his interest waning. He deduced that the danger ahead was limited. They were merely approaching a branch of the ancient royal family, not its core. Mastering the 9 supreme arts of the heavenly Tao, Li Yuan was adept at foreseeing the future. "Who are you exactly? What grievances does my Zhang family hold against you?" "My family's young master trusts you implicitly, yet you seek to lead him astray. We are more aware of this place than you think. A few days ago, several semi-saints ventured here and met their demise." Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, someone aboard the void warship could no longer contain himself and glared at Li Yuan in anger. Li Yuan chuckled. "Did you witness their fall with your own eyes?" The man's face flushed crimson as he replied, "I did not dare approach. But a saint observed everything from a distance." Li Yuan retorted, "What is seen and heard is not always the truth, especially when you have not witnessed it firsthand. Allow me to enlighten you. This is merely a ruse. The reason this place was chosen by a branch of the ancient royal family is due to a significant opportunity present here, and the so-called semi-saint's demise is a fabrication. They are collaborating with that branch of the ancient royal family to seize this fortune." Chapter 127. The Heavenly Royal Family. "Ha! You speak nonsense." The man erupted in anger. "Silence. Dare to question young Master Li again, and I shall end you." Zhang Liangwu interjected decisively. "Now that we have entered the territory of the ancient royal family, retreating is no longer an option if true peril arises." Observing the man's audacity to doubt Li Yuan, Zhang Liangwu swiftly took action. The others wished to speak, but fell silent under Zhang Liangwu's icy glare. "Proceed in this direction. The fortune lies just ahead. It would be a pity to miss it." Li Yuan chose not to continue the debate, instead pointing towards a specific direction. It was merely a detour and would not consume much time. Li Yuan intended to present Zhang Liangwu with an opportunity for great fortune. "Young master, is there truly a fortune here? I do not doubt your words, but I am genuinely curious," Zhang Liangwu asked softly, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, this fortune holds great significance for you. I shall intervene and claim a portion for you. After all, I intend to acquire the Qinglong sacred herb from this journey." No sooner had Li Yuan finished speaking than a terrifying aura materialized ahead, locking onto them with ferocity, gazing into the distant void where a colossal entity loomed. None among those present felt a tremor of fear. Under the chilling gaze of the being, some individuals even sensed their physical forms threatening to unravel. "Be cautious, young master. That is an ancient royal half-saint." A half-saint from the Zhang family, upon witnessing this, paled and swiftly positioned himself beside Zhang Liangwu. Li Yuan chuckled. "That is no mere half-saint. It is a being of the saintly realm, though regrettably, it has long since perished." As Li Yuan's voice faded, he grasped a massive bow, strung an arrow, and released it with a swift motion. The arrow, like a bolt of lightning, pierced the vertical eye at the center of the ancient royal's forehead. In the instant that the eye shattered, the terrifying aura of malice and power dissipated entirely. A wave of relief washed over the crowd. This particular race drew their strength from the vertical eye at their brow. Li Yuan discarded the bow he held and offered an explanation. Indeed, as the void warship drew nearer, the onlookers discerned that the immense silhouette suspended in the void was, in fact, a corpse, one that had lain dead for an indeterminate span of time. "My lord," Zhang Liangwu exclaimed, excitement coursing through him, "I shall gift it to you. It is of no use to me." Li Yuan, well aware of Zhang Liangwu's intentions, understood that the corpse of a saintly being could be fashioned into sacred artifacts. "Thank you, my lord," Zhang Liangwu replied, elated, as he promptly stored the royal remains within his spatial ring. As the heavens and earth prepared to shift, it was inevitable that powerful beings would abound, saints would walk the land, and the saintly realm would see its numbers swell. Once individuals began to step into the saintly domain, the crafting of their own sacred weapons would become paramount, and the materials required for such endeavors would become increasingly scarce. Hence, these remnants would serve as a family's foundation in the future. "Why is there no one here? Why do we find no traces of battle?" Some aboard the void warship frowned, murmuring to themselves. The locale was starkly different from what they had sensed previously. If a grand conflict had transpired, how could there be no evidence left behind? What you see are mere illusions conjured by others. The ancient royal family here is known as the Tianyin royal clan. Masters of illusion, Li Yuan declared, pointing decisively. In the next moment, a towering peak vanished, replaced by a colossal passageway. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of rushing air erupted as figures emerged from the passage, each adorned with wings and bearing a vertical eye upon their foreheads. Suspended in the void, their murderous intent was almost palpable. Human vermin, how audacious! You dare to intrude upon the territory of the Tianyan royal clan? Do you seek battle with us? The youthful member of the Tianyan royal clan spoke in the language of humanity. Despite his youthful appearance, he exuded the presence of a half-saint. Particularly fearsome was the vertical eye upon his brow. Upon merely locking gazes with him, a saint aboard the void warship had his soul shattered, falling lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, the atmosphere became exceedingly tense. Vermin, you presume yourself powerful? Li Yuan scoffed, filled with disdain. In the blink of an eye, the head of the Tianyan royal young man vanished, his headless body collapsing feebly. The figures surrounding him also faded from sight. It became evident that only the young man was real, while the others were mere phantoms. What? A swift annihilation of an ancient royal half-saint. Those aboard the void warship, unfamiliar with Li Yuan, were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Humph. You would do well to show respect to young Master Li. He is unrivaled in the realm of mortals today. Zhang Liangwu's icy voice resonated in their minds as a forewarning. Zhang Liangwu stepped onto the air, quickly landing beside Li Yuan, his eyes alight with excitement as he surveyed the immense passageway. My lord, it seems few of the ancient royal clan have awakened. Li Yuan replied with a smile. It is not that they are few. Rather, they are all in the realm of creation, preparing to seize their fortunes. Although an alliance had been formed with the human half-saints, once the realm of creation opened, they would become adversaries. Let us proceed, Li Yuan said cheerfully, leading the way inside. Gradually, the others began to trust Li Yuan's words. Even those with no prior knowledge of him found themselves swayed by his conviction. Beneath the surface lay an expansive cavern, its vastness filled with an abundance of spiritual energy that felt almost tangible. Within this immense underground chamber, numerous figures existed, divided into two factions, one of humanity and the other of the ancient Tianyan royal clan. Before them lay a gargantuan chasm that severed their path. The depth of this abyss was unknown, cleaving the cavern in two, while radiant beams of divine light erupted from within, illuminating the subterranean space as if it were day. Simultaneously, human head-sized divine sources floated within the chasm, yet none among those present dared to covet them. For a previous attempt by a human half-saint to seize a divine source had resulted in his instant incineration. The divine light emerging from the chasm could obliterate even sacred artifacts in an instant. However, at that moment, all eyes were fixated not on the floating divine sources, but rather on the opposite side of the chasm. There stood an ancient tree, adorned with clusters of radiant red fruits. Even half-saints gazed upon it with insatiable longing. Who goes there? A half-saint of the Tianyan royal clan suddenly turned, his frigid gaze sweeping toward the rear. The expressions of several human half-saints darkened accordingly. Emerging from the depths, Li Yuan and his companions appeared, unfazed by the icy scrutiny. Li Yuan regarded the ancient tree with a gleam in his eyes, affirming, indeed, just as I surmised. It is precisely as I envisioned. What is that? A half-saint beside Zhang Liangwu, upon discerning the scene, felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through him, trembling with excitement. That is the holy fruit, a legendary item said to forge the royal body. The elder of the Zhang clan, filled with disbelief, gazed upon the ancient tree. The mere mention of the royal body sent his heart racing. The prospect of the elder attaining such a form amidst the impending great upheaval offered boundless possibilities. Oh, but alas, he continued, what you may not understand is that while the holy fruit can indeed forge the royal body, it comes with a caveat. The individual consuming it must be under the age of 30. Should one surpass this age, it would hold no efficacy whatsoever. Thus, these matters hold no significance for us. However, for the young master of the Xiao family, it presents an opportunity. No, for our Zhang family, it is a chance for ascendance. The venerable ancestor of the Zhang clan gazed intently at the divine fruit across the deep pit, the brilliance in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a solemn expression. On the divine king tree, the divine king fruits were scarce, yet the number of individuals present was considerable. Among the human semi-saints alone, there were 5, not to mention the potential hidden masters of the Tianyan royal family lurking nearby, with only 8 divine king fruits in total. It was a situation of too many seekers for too few rewards. Who dares? The instant the crowd appeared and discovered the divine king fruits, a series of icy glares swept over from the front, emanating an aura as fierce as that of prowling tigers eyeing their prey. Anyone present could palpably sense the unmasked intent to kill radiating from their adversaries. In the Zhang family of Tianling Prefecture, Zhang Liangwu stood beside Li Yuan. Despite the overwhelming pressure, It bore no impact on Zhang Liangwu. He was undeterred by the hostile gazes and spoke calmly. With Li Yuan present, Zhang Liangwu feared no one. The Zhang family of Tianling Prefecture? Begone. This is Cangzhou, a place where your Tianling Zhang family has no business. A semi-saint among the human race uttered coldly, showing no fear of the Zhang family. This was indeed their territory, Cangzhou. Indeed, this is Cangzhou, not Tianling Prefecture. If you have any sense, you should leave. Otherwise. A semi-saint narrowed his eyes slightly, the implications of his unspoken words clear. Clearly, they were preparing to take action. Wait. As the suffocating intent to kill enveloped the area, and the semi-saints of the human race threatened the Zhang clan. One of the semi-saints from the Tianyan royal family spoke up. In an instant, numerous gazes turned toward the Tianyan royal family's semi-saint. Your meaning is? A semi-saint among the human race's eyes sparkled with intrigue, having grasped the semi-saint's intentions. At this moment, the other human semi-saints also appeared enlightened. What do you suggest? There is still one fruit that has yet to mature. Do you intend to use your own blood as a sacrifice to hasten its ripening? Now that intruders have arrived, is this not precisely what we need? We can throw them all into the pit. Once their blood is consumed by the divine king tree, it will surely accelerate the ripening of the divine king fruit. The semi-saint of the Tianyan royal family licked his lips and sneered. Excellent proposal. Upon hearing this, a human semi-saint became instantly exhilarated. Previously, they had sacrificed 1,000,000 lives yet only managed to ripen 3 fruits. But now the situation was different. The Zhang clan's individuals were formidable. The effect of a blood sacrifice would undoubtedly exceed expectations. The individuals within the cave cast excited glances at Li Yuan and the others. Whoosh. A master dashed forth like lightning, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The spear in his hand lunged directly toward Li Yuan's heart. Yet, in the next moment, the thrill vanished, replaced by terror, for instead of piercing through Li Yuan, he watched in disbelief as his ancient weapon shattered into countless fragments. Impossible? He roared in disbelief. This was an exceptional holy weapon. How could it possibly break? You seek death. How dare you offend young Master Li? A semi-saint from the Zhang family's countenance chilled. With a single palm strike, the assailant was reduced to a mist of blood. Li Yuan brushed off his attire, seemingly indifferent. However, Li Yuan's nonchalance and the Zhang semi-saint's respectful address toward him rendered the subterranean cave eerily silent. This was a semi-saint, yet he treated Li Yuan with such deference. Curiosity about Li Yuan's true origins surged among the onlookers. Moreover, witnessing the destruction of a top-tier holy weapon made them realize that Li Yuan was the most formidable among the Zhang clan, eclipsing even the semi-saints of the Zhang family. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of gazes fell upon Li Yuan, intent on discerning his secrets. The 4 extremes secret realm? How is this possible? A semi-saint of the Tianyan royal family cast a glance at Li Yuan, furrowing his brow. He sensed that Li Yuan was concealing his cultivation level, yet he could detect no signs of restraint in Li Yuan's aura. Li Yuan's transformation into a dragon had yet to commence. He had not undergone any refinement. The semi-saint of the Tianyan royal family, typically confident in his heavenly eye abilities, now found himself engulfed in doubt. Who exactly are you? A semi-saint among the human race fixed his gaze on Li Yuan, demanding an answer. Tianling Prefecture, Shuilong Sacred City, Li Yuan. A small place. It is not surprising that you do not know it. However, that is of no consequence. My esteemed guests, I have taken a fancy to this fruit. You may leave now. Li Yuan addressed the assembly with a calm demeanor. What did you say? The crowd was taken aback by Li Yuan's words, their expressions a mix of disbelief. This was a divine king fruit. Each divine king fruit could potentially forge a divine king body. How could they simply leave? Though they themselves may be insignificant, their descendants would be of great value. Once a divine king body is formed, they would undoubtedly secure a prominent position in the future, and their family would ascend to greatness. Who would willingly relinquish such an opportunity? The semi-saints of the Tianyan royal family remained silent, their narrowed eyes fixed on Li Yuan, pondering the source of his confidence. Boy, are you jesting? One semi-saint glared at Li Yuan, his voice icy. Am I making a joke? I have no interest in such frivolities. I want that divine king fruit. I'm pressed for time. Who is in favor and who against? Li Yuan's gaze swept over the assembly, his tone unperturbed. Zhang Liangwu's eyes brightened at these words. It was evident that Li Yuan was ready to act. Though many semi-saints surrounded them, Zhang Liangwu understood that once Li Yuan made his move, the number of semi-saints would be inconsequential. What? How arrogant! I have lived for over 6,000 years and have yet to encounter someone so brazen. I must see where your audacity originates. You have harmed my descendants. Now, allow me to gauge your depth. The semi-saint's voice was frigid, and in the instant his words fell, he charged toward Li Yuan. This semi-saint practiced the art of shadow assassination, and his speed was terrifying. with movements impossible to pinpoint. However, in the face of this semi-saint's assault, Li Yuan remained remarkably composed. He merely extended his hand, and a shard of the broken weapon flew into his grasp. With a swift motion to the left, a sharp slicing sound resonated through the air. The next moment, a head flew off, leaving behind a headless corpse where Li Yuan's weapon had passed. It is indeed surprising to encounter someone from the Shura killing hall here, yet regrettably, their shadow assassination technique proves ineffective against me. Li Yuan discarded the weapon fragment and turned his gaze back to the crowd. Esteemed guests, do you support or oppose? I truly am in a hurry. If you support me, then depart. If you oppose, then act, and I shall deal with all of you at once. Li Yuan spoke again, his voice unassuming yet echoing ominously in the now eerily silent cave, resonating like thunder in the ears of every individual present. It was indeed a being of semi-saintly caliber, and no one could have anticipated that with a single strike, Li Yuan would vanquish him in an instant. The previously composed members of the heavenly royal family began to exhibit signs of unease, as none had foreseen the emergence of such a variable as Li Yuan at this critical juncture. Although his cultivation level remained obscured, all present understood that if they failed to eliminate Li Yuan today, the divine fruit would indeed be beyond their reach. Esteemed colleagues, it is time for us to unite our strengths. Otherwise, we may unwittingly invite calamity upon ourselves, proposed one of the semi-saints. As he spoke, a sacred artifact materialized beside him, exuding a chilling aura that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. Indeed, let us first deal with these individuals. After hastening the ripening of that divine fruit, we can deliberate on the division of spoils, concurred another semi-saint, stepping forward to reveal his own sacred artifact. With two semi-saints taking the lead, the remaining semi-saints hesitated no longer. After all, the appearance of Li Yuan posed the greatest threat to them all. The unknown often instills the deepest trepidation. Boom, boom, boom. Within the subterranean cavern, a surge of powerful auras erupted as these semi-saints unleashed their sacred artifacts. Yet Li Yuan remained unperturbed, his expression as calm as death itself. Is this truly your decision? I would advise you to withdraw. Honestly, you are not my match. Li Yuan remarked, his voice a blend of calm authority and subtle mockery. Observing that none chose to depart, he sighed, attempting to persuade them to retreat from the depths below. Humph, you prattle on excessively. Are you now filled with fear? Regardless of your hidden cards, you shall perish beneath the onslaught of our sacred artifacts, sneered one semi-saint, his face twisted with derision. Enough of this idle chatter, let us engage. Prolonging this confrontation serves no one. With that, a semi-saint struck out, activating his sacred artifact to launch a lethal assault on Li Yuan, aiming not only at him but also enveloping the Zhang family members, intent on a blood sacrifice to hasten the divine fruit's maturation. Perish. The other semi-saints wasted no time in joining forces, aiming to eliminate Li Yuan with a concerted strike. After all, his prior feat of slaying a semi-saint was fresh in their minds, and none dared to underestimate him. Alas, why do you persist? I am offering you a path to safety, yet you refuse to heed my words. You truly are no match for me, Li Yuan declared. As the sacred artifacts descended upon him, Li Yuan remained serene, and with the utterance of a single word, stabilize, he activated the divine art of the heavenly path. Seizing control of several sacred artifacts, the very weapons that had been aimed at him suddenly halted, as if recognizing their true master. What? This is impossible. My connection with the sacred artifact has been severed. The semi-saints turned pale, their expressions shifting dramatically. Chapter 129, You are bound to be disappointed. These individuals, all semi-saints, represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in the mortal realm. Yet, in a moment of sheer terror, they found their sacred artifacts, refined over millennia, cut off from their control. Who could remain composed in such a scenario? My friends, do you still wish to battle? My words still hold power, Li Yuan stated, his demeanor exuding an unshakable calm. A hint of a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the assembly. What? Young Master Li, what manner of secret technique is this? The elders of the Zhang family, who had been stationed in Sangzhou, now looked on in astonishment, unable to fathom such a terrifying ability. Even a sage could not achieve such a feat. This was not merely a single sacred artifact, but a total of 9, and there stood Li Yuan, doing nothing but uttering a simple command. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have deemed it mere illusion. You, the semi-saints, initially filled with doubt, turned ashen at Li Yuan's words, their faces devoid of color. As some attempted to summon the deities within their sacred artifacts, they found the entities utterly disregarding their commands, instead becoming subservient to Li Yuan. I concede, but I wish to know who you truly are, from whence you come, and what your cultivation level is. One semi-saint chose to surrender. Recognizing that with Li Yuan's command over their artifacts, resistance was futile, The transformation of the deities birthed from their artifacts indicated that any attack Li Yuan unleashed would wield unimaginable power. Even with their semi-saint cultivation, they would be powerless to withstand it. Certain death awaited them. Having painstakingly attained the semi-saint level, they now sensed a shift in the heavens and earth. And calculations suggested that this would be the final evolution of the rules governing this realm. Historically, only one emperor could arise, but in this era, perhaps multiple emperors might coexist. With newfound hopes of ascending to the sage level, none were willing to perish here. This is no secret. I am Li Yuan, hailing from the Snow Dragon Holy City in Tianling Prefecture, and I possess cultivation at the Four Extremes secret realm level. Believe it or not, you may depart at your leisure, Li Yuan declared. Take this worthless trinket with you, he added, as he willed the sacred artifact he controlled to return to the semi-saint. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave, the semi-saint replied, his voice filled with gratitude. He had not even considered the possibility of reclaiming the sacred artifact, believing it to be a rare treasure coveted by Li Yuan. Little did he know, Li Yuan regarded it with disdain, as if it were mere refuse. Thank you, elder. The semi-saint suddenly re-established his connection with the sacred artifact, joy illuminating his eyes as he promptly secured it and turned to depart, wary of any change in Li Yuan's disposition. And what of you? Li Yuan's gaze turned to the others. With an elder present, we shall not contest. We lack the qualification. The semi-saints exchanged glances, and despite their reluctance, they recognized the futility of resistance and chose to concede. Had you said so earlier? Li Yuan chuckled softly, relinquishing his hold on the sacred artifacts. The surrounding semi-saints swiftly re-established their connections with their artifacts, hastily retrieving them, for these represented their family's legacies. Such treasures could not be lost. However, despite some semi-saints opting to withdraw, a few chose to remain in the depths. Esteemed elder, I fear the Heavenly Royal family has ulterior motives in seeking to ally with us for the divine fruit. Please exercise caution. And should you find a need for our assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. After yielding, these human semi-saints opted to befriend Li Yuan. Although they had initially sought an alliance with the Heavenly Royal family, deep down, they harbored reservations, for relations between humans and other races were far from harmonious. I am aware. However, your notion of an alliance is merely your own. The Heavenly Royal family has never entertained such thoughts. Their invitation to this place was merely a ruse to ensnare you. As for the divine fruit, they have never intended to share it with you, nor do they require your cooperation to obtain it. You are merely pawns in their scheme to restore their peak power. Beneath the God King tree, there exists a revered ancestor of the celestial Royal family. Should a life be extinguished here, not only will the fruits of the God King tree ripen at an accelerated pace, but the ancestor of the celestial Royal family shall swiftly break free from its seal. Am I not correct? Li Yuan chuckled softly, his gaze drifting towards the members of the celestial Royal family. How do you know this? Who exactly are you? The expressions of several semi-saints from the celestial Royal family turned ashen upon hearing Li Yuan's words. The impact on their minds was far more profound than the preceding event. I, of course, can foresee the past and the future. Now that I have arrived, your plans are rendered futile. To slaughter 1 million of the human race, you deserve death. As Li Yuan spoke, his eyes grew icy cold. Humph. So what if you have discovered the truth? Now that you are involved, do you believe you can escape? No one shall leave this place. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of terrifying auras erupted behind him, revealing several figures being hurled back in disarray. These semi-saints were the ones who had previously chosen to depart. Clearly, they had been forced to return. In the subterranean cavern, ancient patterns emerged upon the surrounding stone walls. These were the markings of a long-lost formation crafted by the masters of the saintly realm. Even a saint, if unfamiliar with formations, would find it impossible to break through. This is precisely why the members of the celestial Royal family, having witnessed Li Yuan's ability to manipulate other sacred artifacts, remained undaunted by him. Their confidence stemmed from this very fact. Initially, they thought this method to eliminate the semi-saints of the human race was somewhat excessive, yet they had not anticipated Li Yuan's appearance. So what if you have uncovered the truth? This is a technique left behind by a formidable formation master of the saintly realm. Even if you are of the saintly level and possess immensely powerful secret arts, what can you truly change? Merely adding another corpse to the pile. Of course, with you as a sacrifice, there may be unimaginable gains. One semi-saint of the celestial Royal family gazed at Li Yuan, his eyes gleaming with a curious light. Li Yuan's arrival was something they had never envisioned. What? A formation set by a saintly level master? Within the formation, even the semi-saints of the human race, upon hearing the words of the celestial Royal family, instantly shifted in countenance, their faces etched with despair. The means of a saintly-level formation master were beyond their comprehension. What? This formation? Members of the Zhang family also turned pale at this revelation. The term saint cast an oppressive weight upon everyone present. Only Li Yuan and Zhang Liangwu managed to maintain their composure. Do you wish to kill me? Then you shall be sorely disappointed. I happen to possess some expertise in formations. As Li Yuan's voice fell, amidst the puzzled gazes of the semi-saints of the celestial royal family, he waved his hand, enveloping all members of the celestial royal family in the very formation intended to deal with him and his companions. The destructive power of the formation was activated by Li Yuan, and the members of the celestial royal family were continuously reduced to dust amidst their screams. Even those semi-saints sustained severe injuries. Impossible. How could you counter us? This formation was laid down by our royal family's saint. Our deaths will surely allow the ancestral king to escape, perhaps even restore to his peak, with the pit to hinder him. You cannot possibly prevent the resurrection of our ancestral king. Humans are mere ants. We shall wait for you below. The final semi-saint of the celestial royal family uttered these words before his body disintegrated into nothingness. The entirety of the celestial royal family was annihilated by the formation. Indeed, at the moment of their demise, a change occurred across the chasm. The God King fruit ripened rapidly, and beneath the God King tree, a terrifying aura began to awaken. As this aura manifested, everyone noticed it was drawing power from the God King tree. The semi-saint of the Zhang family changed countenance dramatically, attempting to cross the chasm. Damn it! The ancestral king of the celestial royal family is absorbing the power of the divine tree. Should he succeed, it will spell great trouble, and the God King fruit will turn to ashes. Yet, a human semi-saint blocked his path. Do not proceed. Within this chasm lies the yin-yang divine light. Not only we, but even a saint would perish if struck by it. We must wait 3 more hours for the yin-yang divine light to dissipate before we can cross. Chapter 130. Is young Master Li an emperor? What? The chasm harbors the yin-yang divine light? Upon hearing this, their expressions turned ghostly pale. The yin-yang divine light is terrifying, and one must avoid it at all costs. They silently rejoiced at being halted, otherwise, they might have turned to dust by now. However, while they had saved their lives, the thought of the God King tree and the God King fruit slipping away left them seething with frustration. This is a treasure capable of forging a God King body. Must we merely watch it disappear? The expressions of the Zhang family members turned exceedingly grim. Allow me to handle this. Yet, as despair weighed heavily on them, Li Yuan spoke up. No, young Master Li, you must not take that risk. The God King fruit is indeed precious, but life is far more important. Did they not say that the chasm harbors the yin-yang divine light? I have heard from our ancestors that even a saint would perish upon contact with it. Once, an emperor attempted to refine a wisp of the yin-yang divine light and ultimately met his demise. Let us abandon the God King fruit. As Li Yuan began to speak, he was interrupted by Zhang Liangwu. Initially, Zhang Liangwu was quite eager, but upon learning of the yin-yang divine light, he suppressed his desires. The God King fruit may be alluring, yet life holds greater significance. Indeed, senior, this is the yin-yang divine light. One must not act recklessly. Previously, a semi-saint attempted to seize the God King fruit and was turned to dust before our very eyes. We would not dare deceive you, senior, should there be any falsehood. May heaven and earth forsake us. One semi-saint, fearing that Li Yuan would not believe him, immediately swore an oath. I do not doubt your words. There is no need for such measures, Li Yuan remarked, shaking his head. Heh, you 2-legged beasts yearn for this treasure, do you? Alas, you shall not obtain it. Ha! On the opposite side of the chasm, the ground cracked open, revealing a figure enveloped in golden light. At this moment, it was merely a golden skeleton. Yet as it absorbed the essence and blood of the fallen powerful beings in the area, meridians began to emerge upon its golden bones, flesh and blood regenerating. Its tattered wings also rapidly mended. In an instant, its original form vanished, transforming into a towering figure with wings sprouting from its back. One semi-saint, merely catching sight of the vertical eye on its forehead, let out a horrific wail as his soul was devoured. Its disdainful gaze swept across the entire cavern, rendering it eerily silent. A single glance was enough to extinguish a semi-saint, who would not be struck with fear. You ignorant 2-legged beasts. Have you grown overly arrogant? At these words, Li Yuan's eyes narrowed. Those familiar with him understood that he was now enraged. What did you say? Humph. We are merely food for the myriad races. Are we not 2-legged beasts? Once this king absorbs this divine tree and these God King fruits, and slaughters you. It has been far too long since I savored the taste of 2-legged beasts. How nostalgic. The ancestral king of the celestial royal family regarded Li Yuan and the others as if they were livestock. After casting a fleeting glance, he strode towards the divine wood. Have you perhaps overestimated yourself? In your current state, you can barely be compared to a peak half-saint. Li Yuan fixated on the ancestral king of the heavenly royal family, his voice growing cold as he uttered a taunt. I did not expect that among the bipedal beasts, there would emerge a figure of such merit, capable of discerning my true essence at a single glance. Yet, at this moment, my true form is indeed only comparable to a half-saint. In fact, any half-saint could severely injure me. But so what? With the presence of the yin-yang divine light, what can you possibly do to me? Once I devour the divine wood and seize the opportunities here, killing you will be as effortless as plucking a flower, a mere swarm of ants. Do you not feel a sense of despair now? The ancestral king of the heavenly royal family gazed mockingly at the crowd, dismissing them entirely. You shall perish. A master from the Zhang family, incensed by these words, activated a secret treasure and charged directly at the ancestral king of the heavenly royal family. This was a peculiar treasure, endowed with spatial power, capable of traversing dimensions. He attempted to launch a surprise attack on the ancestral king while he was unguarded, hoping to buy time for the others. Boom. However, as the treasure approached the deep pit, it was instantly struck by the yin-yang divine light, disintegrating into dust. The master coughed up blood, his complexion as pale as parchment. His eyes were filled with terror, unable to comprehend how a treasure infused with spatial power could be rendered utterly impotent against the yin-yang divine light. To think that a mere treasure imbued with spatial power could pass through the yin-yang divine light. What a delusion. This yin-yang divine light can only await its own disappearance. Otherwise, it cannot be traversed. I relish observing the expressions of terror on the faces of these bipedal beasts. The ancestral king of the heavenly royal family laughed heartily, filled with pride. Oh really? You might not have that opportunity anymore. The yin-yang divine light may not necessarily block everything. For instance, me, Li Yuan remarked, looking at the ancestral king of the heavenly with a sneer. You? Ha ha ha, you amuse me greatly. You believe you are an emperor, a celestial being, or a saintly Buddha? You think you can traverse the deep pit? How laughable, utterly foolish. Li Yuan spoke, awaiting the endless ridicule from the ancestral king of the heavenly eye. Young Master Li, do not take risks. Zhang Liangwu gasped as he heard Li Yuan speak again. Li Yuan must not take any chances. However, the moment Zhang Liangwu's words fell, Li Yuan vanished before him, leaving no trace. In the next instant, Zhang Liangwu's eyes widened in disbelief as Li Yuan's figure materialized across the deep pit. On the opposite side, the laughter of the heavenly royal family came to an abrupt halt. Glancing at Li Yuan beside him, the ancestral king of the heavenly felt as though he were dreaming. Do you still think you have hope? Li Yuan fixed his gaze upon him, preparing to pronounce the death sentence for the ancestral king of the heavenly eye. As Li Yuan spoke, everyone on the other side of the deep pit noticed his sudden appearance, their eyes filled with incredulity. What? He actually crossed the yin-yang divine light. Could it be that the light has lost its efficacy? No, I must obtain a divine core. The half-saint of the human race, initially shocked, soon felt a wave of greed wash over him. His body transformed into a fleeting shadow, attempting to cross the deep pit, but in the next moment, he did not even have time to scream before his body and soul were obliterated into dust. What? The yin-yang divine light did not vanish? The other half-saints sharing the same thought were so terrified that their legs nearly buckled, and they almost knelt to the ground, seeking death. The ancestral king of the heavenly eye, realizing this was no illusion, suddenly changed his expression. Having just restored his physical form, with his strength diminished to a mere fraction, Li Yuan's appearance instilled him with immense pressure. He immediately activated the eye on his forehead, attempting to annihilate Li Yuan's soul. Yet, Li Yuan, facing his forehead eye, remained utterly calm, unaffected in the slightest. Impossible. Die. The ancestral king of the heavenly transformed one of his hands into a claw, lunging directly at Li Yuan's heart, seeking to obliterate him in one strike. At this moment, the pride and disdain on his face had completely vanished, replaced by a sense of unease. Boom. The instant the ancestral king of the heavenly eye struck, he was met with an overwhelmingly powerful punch from Li Yuan. With a resounding crash, the ancestral king's body was sent reeling backward, half of his flesh disappearing in an instant. However, it seemed that the ancestral king had employed some secret technique to absorb the essence of the area, allowing his flesh to regenerate instantaneously. What cultivation level do you possess? The ancestral king of the heavenly stared intensely at Li Yuan, his voice trembling. My cultivation level is of no consequence. What matters is that you are about to die. Li Yuan advanced step by step toward the ancestral king of the heavenly eye, his demeanor icy. And he too felt a twinge of astonishment that his punch had not succeeded in killing the ancestral king. Die? You think too highly of yourself. I am immortal. I have seized the immortal bones of the fallen angel. Even this realm cannot bury me. That half-step emperor from years ago could only seal me here. You wish to kill me? Impossible. At most, you can seal me for a time. The rules of heaven and earth are changing. It will not be long before I escape. The ancestral king of the heavenly, I glared at Li Yuan with venomous eyes, filled with resentment. He had once been on the brink of freedom, only to encounter Li Yuan, which meant he would have to remain sealed for some time longer. What? The immortal bones of the fallen angel? Several half-saints turned pale at this revelation. None had anticipated that the skeletal remains of the heavenly royal family would hold such significance. Finally understanding why the ancestral king had remained alive despite being sealed until now. The immortal bones of the fallen angel are extraordinarily terrifying, not of this realm, but rumored to originate from the upper realms. Is that so? How unfortunate for you that you encountered me. I cannot say whether others can kill you. But encountering me means that not only the mere immortal bones of the fallen angel, even a fallen angel itself would meet its demise. Li Yuan's voice resonated as he appeared beside the ancestral king of the heavenly eye. Before the ancestral king could react, Li Yuan's hand landed on his chest. Reversal. At this moment, Li Yuan unleashed the divine techniques of heaven, but he was not healing. Rather, he reversed the divine art, dispelling the healing power and unleashing destructive force instead. A piercing wail erupted at that moment. The ancestral king of the heavenly eye, who had previously dismissed Li Yuan's words, let out a heart-wrenching scream. His newly restored physical form rapidly withered. The once indestructible and immortal golden bones were now riddled with cracks. In the next instant, with a deafening blast, the skeletal remains of the fallen angel exploded into dust. Li Yuan waved his sleeve, sweeping away the remnants. The ancestral king of the heavenly eye has fallen. What? Could it be that young Master Li is the emperor of the mortal realm? The half-saint from the Xiang family witnessed this spectacle, his eyes wide with astonishment. No one could have anticipated that Li Yuan could obliterate the immortal bones of the fallen angel. He must be an emperor. He surely is an emperor. Humanity has an emperor now. The other half-saints of the human race were equally stricken with shock. No one could have anticipated that Li Yuan possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Could it be that young Master Li is indeed a great emperor? Zhang Liangwu was aware of Li Yuan's formidable strength and had witnessed his prowess firsthand. Yet he never imagined that Li Yuan could be so overwhelmingly powerful. Simultaneously, Zhang Liangwu's body trembled with uncontainable excitement. Li Yuan had slain the ancestral king of the Tianyin royal family, and the divine king fruit was now within his grasp. Previously, Li Yuan had mentioned a grand opportunity he intended to bestow upon him. The mere thought of being able to forge a divine king physique filled Zhang Liangwu with an almost surreal sensation. With a flick of his hand, Li Yuan plucked the divine king fruits one by one. On the opposite side of the deep pit, several semi-saint figures gazed with burning intensity. Yet they all knew that these divine king fruits were no longer of any concern to them. Chapter 131, A True Delicacy. Li Yuan executed the heavenly Tao divine technique, effortlessly crossing the deep pit. This technique was all-encompassing, with nothing able to obstruct its course, allowing him to traverse the ethereal yin-yang divine light. Young master. The members of the Zhang family looked toward Li Yuan, their eyes alight with fervor. They had all heard Li Yuan's prior words, though they could not seize the opportunity for themselves. The prospect of Zhang Liangwu attaining a divine king physique stirred their hearts with anticipation. After all, Zhang Liangwu was the future head of the Zhang family. It is yours. Li Yuan waved his hand, sending a divine king fruit soaring toward Zhang Liangwu. Watching such a rare treasure tossed casually by Li Yuan left Zhang Liangwu flustered and scrambling, relieved that it did not fall to the ground. With a swift motion, as Zhang Liangwu cradled the divine king fruit, the gazes of the nearby semi-saints converged upon him. While they dared not act against Li Yuan, it did not mean they would refrain from targeting the Zhang family. After all, this was a divine king fruit, a treasure that could tempt even the most steadfast. Yet, in that moment, none dared to make a move, for Li Yuan stood nearby. Young Master Li, may I consume it now? Zhang Liangwu sensed the malevolent stares of the semi-saints around him, realizing their intentions to seize the fruit for themselves and refine it on the spot to avoid being watched. Naturally, I too wish to partake in one and discover what divine king physique it may yield, Li Yuan replied, conjuring another divine king fruit into his hand. Young Master Li, that would be unwise. To consume the divine king fruit is a tremendous waste. It bears no effect on those over 30. Might I inquire if you would consider selling it? I am willing to purchase it. One of the semi-saints, alarmed at the thought of Li Yuan actually consuming the fruit, felt his heart bleed at the prospect of such a precious treasure being squandered. Li Yuan regarded him with a nonchalant demeanor, responding, am I so old? I am merely 18. Even if it cannot forge a divine king physique, surely I may savor its flavor? As for selling, do you truly believe I am in need of money? His gaze bore down on the man, a clear displeasure evident in his tone. Crack! In that instant, Li Yuan bit into the fruit, juice bursting forth. The semi-saints observed in astonishment, nearly fainting with indignation at what they perceived as a gross waste of a treasure. The notion of him being 18 was met with skepticism. Throughout history, there had been no emperors at such a young age. They were convinced that Li Yuan was an emperor of great renown. Sweet, quite delightful, Li Yuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he devoured the divine king fruit with great enthusiasm. Another fruit materialized in his hand. As Li Yuan prepared to continue his feast, he suddenly paused, sensing an intangible force burgeoning within him. The moment this power manifested, he felt a notable change within his body. He was acutely aware of his physical prowess, and this transformation left him astounded. At that moment, radiant purple light enveloped Li Yuan, wrapping around him like a cocoon. What is this? The semi-saint's expressions shifted dramatically. Initially believing Li Yuan was merely squandering a treasure, they now realized that he was in the process of forging a divine king physique. Could it be that he truly had not surpassed the age of 30? How could this be? Within the cavern, everyone's countenance shifted. Even Zhang Liangwu was taken aback. Once the divine king fruit was consumed by someone over 30, it would bear no effect. Clearly, Li Yuan was crafting a divine king physique, indicating that his age was indeed under 30. Can I forge a divine king physique? Zhang Liangwu swallowed the divine king fruit in one gulp, sitting cross-legged in anticipation. Soon, Zhang Liangwu also began to react, but unlike Li Yuan, a dark divine light surrounded him. The purple light that had encased Li Yuan dissipated, and his gaze grew exceedingly bright. He discovered that his blood had transformed. It now shimmered with a golden hue, harboring an astonishing vitality. Li Yuan felt as though every drop of his essence could birth life. He understood that this was a unique form of divine king physique. An immortal king body? He mused, his expression reflecting disdain. The realization of his divine king physique brought him little satisfaction. Li Yuan had no interest in further exploration. To him, the nature of the physique held little significance. His consumption of the divine king fruit stemmed solely from curiosity. Congratulations, young Master Li, the surrounding crowd exclaimed as the purple aura around him faded, each bowing in respect. Yet, in that moment, they all harbored additional thoughts, albeit well concealed. Initially perceiving Li Yuan as a mere emperor, they now dismissed that notion. The divine king fruit had proven effective for him, rendering his youth undeniable. They speculated that Li Yuan possessed some extraordinary treasure. Of course, at that moment, they did not fully comprehend Li Yuan, and even if they suspected he bore divine artifacts, they dared not act upon it. For none wished to follow in the footsteps of the Tianyan royal family's ancestral king. Young Master Li, we must take our leave, they announced, bowing once more. Should the opportunity arise, we hope young Master Li will grace our humble abode, allowing us to extend our hospitality. They planned to depart, as lingering would only exacerbate their discomfort. The fortunes and opportunities had ceased to concern them. Go, Li Yuan replied, not sparing them another glance as he waved his hand dismissively. Were it not for their shared humanity and the remnants of their conscience, he would have shown no mercy simply for their collaboration with the Tianyan royal family. Young master, it seems we must wait a while longer. Our young master may not be able to complete the forging of the divine king physique just yet, a semi-saint from the Zhang family interjected. Fully aware of Li Yuan's pressing matters, he understood that if Li Yuan departed now, Zhang Liangwu, even after consuming the divine king fruit, would struggle to escape this place. Certain dark techniques could seize the primordial power. For now, they had no choice but to rely on Li Yuan. One semi-saint alone could not safeguard Zhang Liangwu's current situation. Do not worry, I shall not be leaving just yet. I, too, wish to observe this yin-yang divine light and ascertain whether it is as fearsome as the legends suggest. If it proves potent enough, perhaps it may enhance my physical form, Li Yuan remarked with a smile as he approached the deep pit. Young Master Li. Upon hearing his words, the crowd felt their hearts race with alarm. That was the yin-yang divine light. Touching it would surely mean death. Rest assured, I shall not perish. Li Yuan replied confidently, fully assured in his heavenly Tao divine technique. Li Yuan's apprehension stemmed from the inadequacy of the yin-yang divine light. Otherwise, it could subject his corporeal form to the relentless trials of life and death. With the presence of those endowed with celestial techniques, death posed no threat. Yet, young master, does the Zhang family's semi-saint still wish to obstruct him? Before he could articulate his thoughts, Li Yuan materialized within the embrace of the yin-yang divine light, inducing a tremor of fear among the Zhang clan members. What? Is he unharmed? To what extent has his physical form ascended? The Zhang family's semi-saint gazed in disbelief as Li Yuan remained entirely unaffected, as if caught in a dream, for this was the yin-yang divine light. Regrettably, it could only obliterate me thrice. Thereafter, its efficacy diminished significantly. The quest to strengthen one's corporeal form has become exceedingly arduous, leaving one to ponder the zenith of such cultivation. I earnestly hope to encounter a worthy adversary. Since my physical body cannot inflict harm upon him, what of my internal organs? They can indeed be refined. How could I have overlooked this? Initially disheartened, Yuan soon devised a plan to fortify his internal organs. As the Zhang clan members watched in astonishment, a more terrifying spectacle unfolded. Yuan opened his mouth and began to consume the yin-yang divine light from the pit below. "Young master, it's perilous," exclaimed the Zhang family's semi-saint, his complexion paling. "The internal organs are exceedingly fragile." Yet, in the next moment, Yuan stood unscathed, and as he activated his breathing technique, he swiftly absorbed the energies from the divine sources within the pit. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Chapter 132, A Journey with the Immortals. No one could fathom how Yuan accomplished this feat. He not only devoured the yin-yang divine light, but also consumed vast quantities of divine essence. Such overwhelming energy sent shivers down their spines. Yet, Yuan felt no discomfort. Rather, a look of disappointment crossed his face. Alas, how unfortunate, still insufficiently potent. Were its destructive capabilities even greater, it would be perfect. Nevertheless, the deities corresponding to my internal organs have indeed been significantly enhanced. Despite his disappointment, Yuan chose to consume everything, for having something is better than nothing. Moments later, the pit was devoid of any yin-yang divine light. A previously formidable location had been utterly exhausted by Yuan's cultivation. As for the Zhang clan members, they regarded Yuan with expressions of dread, perceiving him not as a mere mortal, but as a celestial being, a deity. Young master, young master." Suddenly, the Zhang family's semi-saint noticed something awry with Zhang Liangwu. The young man, who had been in the process of forging his divine king body, was now marked with crimson streaks that rapidly spread across his form, resembling a spider's web, as he appeared on the brink of bursting like a fragile porcelain vessel. Clearly, Zhang Liangwu's body could not withstand the potency of the divine king fruit. Not everyone possesses a physique as unparalleled as Yuan's. The divine king fruit can assist cultivators under 30 in awakening their divine king bodies. However, consuming it does not guarantee success. Without sufficient aptitude and formidable support, it could lead to a fatal outcome. While the world acknowledges that the divine king fruit can awaken the divine king body, the potential dangers remain largely unknown, as ancient texts offer limited insights. Now, it was evident that Zhang Liangwu had fallen into peril. Quickly, retrieve all your spiritual herbs to aid the young master in forging his king body. His foundation is too weak to awaken it. The Zhang family's semi-saint anxiously assessed Zhang Liangwu's dire condition, his expression transforming in an instant. A divine king body is of paramount importance to any faction. Hearing the semi-saint's urgent exhortation, none among the Zhang clan hesitated. They hurriedly produced their most treasured spiritual herbs from their storage rings. The Zhang family's semi-saint employed a divine technique, transforming the herbs into medicinal liquids and administering them to Zhang Liangwu, while simultaneously assisting him in refining the potent energy. Among these were even 3 sacred herbs. However, the sheer magnitude of the medicinal power still failed to alleviate the injuries plaguing Zhang Liangwu. It became increasingly evident that the crimson marks on his body were becoming more pronounced, blood beginning to seep forth. Even when the strongest individuals of the Zhang clan joined forces, they could not suppress the rampant energy. Meanwhile, Zhang Liangwu, shrouded in dark light, wore an expression of agony, having lost control over the power within him. Am I to perish? Zhang Liangwu's heart plummeted to despair, realizing that what awaited him was not glory, but death. As he faced the dire situation within his body, the power of the divine king fruit was overwhelmingly potent, tearing through every inch of his flesh. He could even sense that his life ocean and internal organ deities were slowly disintegrating, while the formidable dragon transformation's secret realm began to crumble. Damn it, ancestor, what shall we do? We cannot contain it. The power of the divine king fruit is too terrifying. If we continue to channel our spiritual energy, the young master's body will collapse even faster. A prominent figure of the Zhang clan, a saintly presence, appeared pale and drenched in sweat. The Zhang family semi-saint, too, was engulfed in despair, feeling utterly helpless in the face of Zhang Liangwu's plight. Stand aside. Let me through. Just as despair gripped the Zhang clan, Yuan approached. Earlier, he had also discerned Zhang Liangwu's predicament. To his astonishment, Yuan had not anticipated the dangers associated with the divine king fruit. Previously, he had felt no discomfort, attributing it solely to the strength of his own physique. Young Master Li, the young master's condition is dire. Without some special sacred herb, even immortals would struggle to save him. Is there any such divine artifact on your person? The Zhang family's semi-saint implored as Yuan approached. None, Yuan replied, shaking his head. Indeed, He possessed no sacred herbs, save for a few divine king fruits. Ah, perhaps this is fate. Upon hearing this, the Zhang family's semi-saint was overtaken by disappointment. Do not worry, he will not perish. As long as I am here, I refuse to let him die. Even if the king of hell himself were to come to claim his life. Li Yuan was exceedingly confident in his celestial techniques. Young Master Li, this is no time for jest. I beseech you to assist us in sealing the young master, granting him a sliver of hope. I have obtained a secret technique from the ancient realm. It is our only recourse now. If we delay, the young master shall perish. An elder of the Zhang clan, his face marred by anxiety, began to employ a sealing technique. While this method could typically preserve Zhang Liangwu's life, it would simultaneously extinguish any hope of awakening his divine king body. No one believed in Li Yuan's words. They acknowledged his strength, but did not perceive his ability to save lives as unparalleled. Stop. Are you all intent on denying this fellow the chance to awaken his divine king body? Your reasoning is sound. But you have overlooked a critical detail. The divine king fruit Zhang Liangwu consumed has already begun to generate some essence of the divine king body's primordial power. Your sealing technique cannot succeed. It will only utterly ruin Zhang Liangwu. Li Yuan frowned as he observed the Zhang clan members' reluctance to yield, intent on sealing away the power within Zhang Liangwu's body. It is impossible. This secret technique cannot fail. I possess unwavering confidence in my secret arts. Young Master Li, if you prefer not to intervene, I kindly ask that you refrain from distracting me with your presence. The elder from the Zhang family spoke, and even the half-saint of the Zhang clan fell silent, for he too had realized that the power of the divine king fruit within Zhang Liangwu was being suppressed. The situation was swiftly evolving in a favorable direction. The anguish on Zhang Liangwu's face began to dissipate. Is that so? You intend to kill your family's young master. I cannot impede you. Please, proceed. Li Yuan felt a twinge of irritation towards this individual, who had harbored mistrust towards him since their encounter in Sangzhou. At this moment, no one understood the condition within Zhang Liangwu better than Li Yuan. Just as the members of the Zhang family breathed a sigh of relief, a terrifying surge of ghostly power erupted. The sealing technique became instantly ineffective, and that force surged outward, causing even the half-saint of the Zhang family to retreat in alarm. Horror flashing in his eyes. The ghostly energy emanating from Zhang Liangwu was utterly formidable. A few elders, caught off guard, found their hands instantly encased in ice. The half-saint of the Zhang family, his face drained of color, acted swiftly, severing several arms to save some lives. The severed limbs fell to the ground, shattering into a myriad of icy fragments. In that moment, wounds appeared all over Zhang Liangwu's body, and blood began to spurt forth. In the next instant, his body seemed poised to explode. No, the half-saint of the Zhang family was engulfed in despair upon witnessing this. At the critical juncture, Li Yuan materialized beside Zhang Liangwu, placing a finger upon him as he invoked the celestial Tao divine technique. The imminent explosion of Zhang Liangwu's body was instantly suppressed, and all his injuries began to heal at an astonishing pace. The life sea was being reforged, and the three great secret realms of the five organs, for extremes, and transformation into a dragon were undergoing metamorphosis. As for the ghostly power that sought to engulf Li Yuan, it posed no threat whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, all of Zhang Liangwu's wounds were healed. The medicinal potency of the divine king fruit could not harm Zhang Liangwu in the slightest. Instead, it was advancing the forging of his ghostly king body. The members of the Zhang family, who had initially believed Zhang Liangwu was doomed, found their understanding utterly overturned by the scene before them. No one had anticipated that Zhang Liangwu would survive. Mere moments ago, they had sensed his impending demise. With the life sea, five organs, four extremes, and dragon transformation realms collapsing swiftly, his flesh on the verge of disintegration. Yet, with Li Yuan's intervention, everything had been reversed in an instant. Such a method was indeed extraordinary. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Zhang Liangwu gasped heavily for breath. In that fleeting moment, he had felt certain of his death. Focusing his mind, he steadied himself, preparing for the forging of his royal body. Li Yuan's voice broke through, urging him onward. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liangwu promptly followed Li Yuan's guidance. After several minutes, the chill within the cave dissipated, and Zhang Liangwu gradually rose to his feet, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The awakening of the royal body had been successful. Thank you, young master. Your immense grace leaves me at a loss for how to repay you, Zhang Liangwu expressed, his face radiating gratitude as he turned to Li Yuan. I promised you a fortuitous encounter. I could hardly allow you to perish, could I? Enough of such talk. We must continue our journey. We have already wasted considerable time here. I am not without my own gains. After all, I intend to take the medicinal herb discovered in the Azure Dragon Cave. Thus, we are even. Moreover, in saving you, I have incurred no losses. Li Yuan then glanced at the elders of the Zhang family who had lost their arms. Do any of you require treatment? Upon hearing this, the elders' eyes brightened with hope. Initially skeptical of Li Yuan, they had witnessed his astonishing abilities and now found a glimmer of hope. Of course, I have a method. If you wish to have your arms restored, it will cost you 100,000 pounds of source energy each, no bargaining. Li Yuan felt a deep dissatisfaction with these individuals. Had they heeded his advice sooner, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. You can restore our arms? I am willing. I am willing, they exclaimed, their eyes alight with excitement. They understood that regrowing severed limbs required precious holy medicine, and this price was indeed reasonable. Very well, it is settled. As soon as Li Yuan's words fell, he moved with lightning speed, touching each person. In the next moment, cries of pain erupted one after another. Yet, the arms of those who had been severed began to grow back at an astonishing rate. Moments later, their arms were restored as if nothing had ever happened, leaving them with the impression that it had all been a mere illusion. Now, provide the source. Li Yuan extended his hand, looking at them expectantly. Seeing him extend his hand, no one dared to refuse. One after another, they eagerly produced their source energy to hand over to Li Yuan. A tumult of emotions surged within them, and their gazes towards Li Yuan transformed. Some even murmured quietly, marveling at the existence of a celestial being among them. In their eyes, Li Yuan's extraordinary methods made him a veritable immortal. Those who had previously doubted him now regarded him with nothing but awe and reverence. As they noticed Li Yuan stepping outside, they hurried to follow him, with some discreetly approaching to capture a photograph with their recording stones. Wishing to immortalize the moment of walking alongside a celestial being, a supreme honor they intended to cherish. After all, this was an event worthy of boasting about for a lifetime. Today, having had the fortune to walk with an immortal, they felt no regrets. One individual tucked away the recording stone and whispered to himself. Chapter 133, Dragon King. Upon exiting the cave, the void worship resumed its journey toward the Azure Dragon Cave. This time, every member of the Zhang family treated Li Yuan with utmost courtesy. The previous tension dissipated entirely. Young master, this is my treasured spirit wine. Please. Have a taste. An elder who had once questioned Li Yuan approached, blushing as he presented a cup of his cherished spirit wine. This was no ordinary wine, initially indifferent. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled upon inhaling its fragrant aroma. What a fine vintage, Li Yuan declared, raising the cup and downing it in one go. Then closing his eyes to savor it before reopening them, his gaze even brighter. Excellent wine, he praised from the depths of his heart. Since you enjoy it, allow me to pour you another cup. To be honest, this spirit wine was obtained from the Azure Dragon Cave and has been preserved remarkably well over countless years. The wine brewed by a saint is indeed unlike anything we can create ourselves. According to ancient texts, this great saint of the demon race had an immense fondness for brewing wine, the elder explained with a smile. The Azure Dragon Cave, you say? At this, Li Yuan's eyes gleamed even brighter, his anticipation for the Azure Dragon Cave intensifying. As one who had traversed over from the empire of gastronomy, he found himself unable to resist the allure of exquisite delicacies. With each cup of fine wine consumed, the atmosphere aboard the void warship grew increasingly lively, and the others discovered that Li Yuan was quite amiable. 2 days later, as Zhang Liangwu sat cross-legged, he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. Just moments ago, he had distinctly perceived an unusual aura, yet upon opening his eyes and examining his surroundings, he found nothing amiss. As if the sensation had been nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Young master, Zhang Liangwu could not help but glance at Li Yuan beside him, yearning to inquire if Li Yuan sensed anything amiss. After all, Li Yuan appeared to him as an omnipotent being. Undeterred by the mere presence of some despicable insects lurking in the shadows, Li Yuan shook his head, dismissing the matter with nonchalance. Despite their ability to conceal their auras skillfully, they were detected by Li Yuan almost instantaneously. This was not their first encounter with the assassins of the Shura Killing Hall. After all, do you recognize the intruders? Zhang Liangwu could not restrain himself from asking. I do. They have come for my sake. Are you familiar with the Shura Killing Hall? Li Yuan waved his hand, casting a barrier that shielded them from external perception, addressing Zhang Liangwu and the others. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mere mention of the Shura Killing Hall sent shivers down the spines of the old relics from the Zhang family, their faces paling as they became acutely vigilant. The younger generation might possess little knowledge of the Shura Killing Hall, but the elders were all too aware that it was an indelible nightmare for the powers of the realm, especially now that Zhang Liangwu had awakened his divine king body. The mention of the Shura Killing Hall instilled a sense of grave urgency among the Zhang clan. Despite their attempts at composure, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. While they were not of sufficient merit to attract the attention of the Shura Killing Hall, Zhang Liangwu's potential might indeed draw their focus. The Shura Killing Hall thrived on targeting the exceptional talents of the world, and a divine body was certainly on their radar. Ancestor, is the Shura Killing Hall truly that terrifying? Zhang Liangwu, originally of above-average talent, had entered the dragon transformation secret realm thanks to resources provided by Zhang Jinyue, and had little interest in the hidden lore of the cultivation world. Thus, this was his first encounter with the term Shura Killing Hall. The elder of the Zhang family, sensing Zhang Liangwu's gaze, took a deep breath and explained. These 4 words were once a nightmare for the powers of the realm thousands of years ago, a time I personally witnessed. Even the great sacred places trembled at their name. The Shura Killing Hall is, without a doubt, a common enemy, responsible for the deaths of countless saints, as well as formidable divine kings and emperors. There was even a time when an unparalleled genius of a sacred place, with the potential to ascend to the imperial realm, was slain by them. In retaliation, the sacred places united in fury, attempting to annihilate the Shura Killing Hall, but ultimately faced catastrophic losses. I recall that during that battle, some sacred places even resorted to using imperial weapons. Yet, under such circumstances, the Shura Killing Hall remained unvanquished, retreating into hiding for millennia. Who would have thought that it would once again emerge in our midst? Their audacity suggests they have amassed terrifying power. Moreover, the Shura Killing Hall is not confined to our world. It exists in others as well, shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing its true foundation. During the Battle of Yuan, it was discovered that within the Shura Divine Palace, there stood towering bone spires made from the skulls of saints, divine kings, and emperors, all victims of the Shura Killing Hall. Even the carpets of the Shura Divine Palace were crafted from the skins of saints. The entire palace is akin to an unparalleled imperial weapon. As the elder of the Zhang family recounted this grim history, fear flickered in his eyes. The 4 words Shura Killing Hall seemed to haunt him like an inescapable nightmare. Is it truly that formidable? Even with the combined might of several sacred places wielding imperial weapons, they could not be eradicated? Zhang Liangwu gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. The Shura Divine Palace, then? Is it the core foundation of the Shura Killing Hall in our realm? Li Yuan, well-versed in the lore of the Shura Killing Hall, was hearing about the Shura Divine Palace for the first time. You are correct, Li Yuan affirmed. The foundation of the Shura Killing Hall in our realm, based on the information we currently possess, is indeed the Shura Divine Palace. It is exceedingly formidable, and no one knows how it was constructed, nor the divine materials required for its creation, which are unimaginable. It is a mysterious palace that eludes all attempts to trace its movements, especially after the Battle of Yuan when it became impossible to locate. Do you harbor enmity with the Shura Killing Hall? The elder of the Zhang family, intrigued, pondered why Li Yuan had drawn their attention, sensing that this was not his first encounter with the hall's operatives. Some past grievances exist. However, I attracted the attention of the Shura Killing Hall because I offered £1 million of source material for them to assassinate me. Even after gaining deeper insight into the Shura Killing Hall, Li Yuan remained undaunted. What? Is what you say true? The members of the Zhang family regarded Li Yuan as though he were a specter, while others sought to avoid the Shura Killing Hall. Li Yuan had audaciously spent a fortune to invite them to kill him. It was nothing short of madness. Gulp. The elder of the Zhang family swallowed hard, unnerved by the revelation. Young master, you aren't exaggerating, are you? After hearing about the terrifying nature of the Shura Killing Hall, Zhang Liangwu was left utterly astounded, unable to fathom Li Yuan's audacious scheme. Li Yuan scanned the faces of those present, smiling as he explained, as you know, the Shura Killing Hall is shrouded in mystery, making it incredibly difficult to locate them. Since I cannot find them, I must let them come to me. This way, I can also conserve considerable effort. Don't you think? Though Li Yuan spoke with casual ease, his words struck the Zhang family members like a thunderous shock. The elder of the Zhang family, having witnessed countless madmen, now found those individuals trivial compared to Li Yuan's audacity. In that moment, this half-saint, whose life was drawing to a close and was entangled in the aura of death, was left speechless. Young master, in this world, perhaps only you possess such audacity to boldly declare war against the Shura Killing Hall. However, such actions may invite relentless troubles, for the Shura Killing Hall is rife with skilled assassins, seemingly inexhaustible. In the past, various powers speculated that the Shura Killing Hall's relentless pursuit of saints and prodigies of extraordinary talent could be linked to their desire for the essence of these individuals. It appeared that the Shura Killing Hall possessed some mysterious technique that allowed them to seize such essences, forging divine kings and emperors from them. The elder of the Zhang family took a deep breath and dropped another bombshell. What? Ancestor, does that mean the Shura Killing Hall boasts countless powerful individuals? Upon hearing this revelation, Zhang Liangwu's complexion shifted dramatically. So many formidable beings had perished at the hands of the Shura Killing Hall. The magnitude of their foundation was unfathomable. Li Yuan's expression also shifted slightly, not from fear, but from astonishment at the implication. If this were true, then the Shura killing hall was indeed terrifying. He recalled a critical point. Even those who wielded the heavenly Tao techniques were unable to spare the lives of the Shura killing hall's assassins during soul sifting, nor could they probe their souls. The moment action was taken, the opponent's souls would shatter, leaving no room for intervention. Li Yuan was uncertain whether, with the enhancement of his own cultivation, he would be able to achieve soul sifting in the future. Young master, what course of action should we take? The elder of the Zhang family turned to Li Yuan, intending to collaborate in eliminating these threats. How to respond? Li Yuan initially appeared bewildered, but soon he regained his composure. With a smile, he remarked, "There is no need for you to intervene. Since I have dared to spend money to have them come for my life, I possess the confidence to turn the tables on them. This time, these rascals have brought a sacred artifact. If they intend to use it to kill me, they shall surely be disappointed. This sacred artifact shall be mine to claim." Li Yuan cast a glance into the void ahead, a faint smile gracing his lips. A sacred artifact, you say? Some members of the Zhang family changed countenance upon hearing this, while others' eyes sparkled with intrigue. A portion of them had heard of Li Yuan's ability to counter the Murong family's sacred artifact. Seeing the expression on Li Yuan's face, they understood that the Azura killing hall was likely to suffer a significant setback this time, while a direct assault might leave Li Yuan at a disadvantage. Employing a sacred artifact would be tantamount to courting death. In the void, an elder from the Azura killing hall, wielding a black umbrella, coldly fixed his gaze upon the approaching void warship, his eyes icy. "This is the one," he stated. "Is there a mistake in his identity?" The elder's voice prompted an immediate response from those beside him. "Lord Dragon King, it is indeed him. There is no error. We have confirmed it repeatedly," they replied cautiously, their fear palpable. Good. There is no one my Azura killing hall cannot slay. To attempt to tarnish the reputation of my Azura killing hall and to tread upon our name to gain fame is nothing short of a dream. Today, I shall end his life and let the world know that my Azura killing hall has emerged. In this era, we still dare to claim kingship, to slaughter the world, and to seize the primal seeds. This elder was a recently awakened formidable demon king of the Azura killing hall, known as the Dragon King. Capable of transforming into a dragon form, his powerful physique could slay even initial stage saints. Upon awakening, he received news that Li Yuan was provoking the Azura killing hall. As fate would have it, Li Yuan had arrived in Sangzhou, prompting the Dragon King to take matters into his own hands. Otherwise, he believed Li Yuan was not worth his effort. Chapter 134. Who are you really? The Dragon King is an entity that the Azura killing hall has expended great resources to revive, aiming to seize a sliver of destiny in this era. The Azura killing hall has predicted that this is an extraordinary time, rife with boundless opportunities and dangers. Awakening early allows for strategic positioning and a certain advantage, which is precisely why the Dragon King chose to revive prematurely. You must have gathered considerable intelligence during these days. Does this youth possess any extraordinary traits? What of his origins? The Dragon King withdrew his gaze, turning to his companions from the Azura killing hall. Though he held Li Yuan in utter disdain, he understood that a young man capable of inflicting substantial losses upon the Azura killing hall would undoubtedly be formidable. Otherwise, he would have long since become a corpse. Indeed, the Dragon King held a keen anticipation regarding Li Yuan's origins, hoping to derive sufficient benefits from him to facilitate his own further transformation. Returning to the Dragon King, this individual is indeed formidable. His origins will surely not disappoint you. He possesses at least the physique of a supreme king. Once, he bore a supreme bone within him, but it was forcibly extracted due to his lack of background, leaving him barely alive. This was a situation from which death was inevitable. However, not only did he survive, but he also emerged stronger, with his supreme bone regenerating, now even more potent than before. Yet, we remain uncertain about the specific abilities now contained within the supreme bone. Initially, we had hoped to ascertain more, but the Heavenly Tao Academy suddenly sealed itself, and at that time, our forces suffered severe losses. To conserve strength for the revival of the Dragon King, we temporarily abandoned the investigation into this youth. The battle at the Heavenly Tao Academy must have been astonishing, otherwise, they would not have sealed themselves. Regrettably, we lacked the resources to conduct covert inquiries during that time, resulting in a lack of accurate information. Currently, the Heavenly Tao Academy is in disarray, but those who have departed from it have sworn oaths of loyalty, rendering it impossible to extract useful information from them. However, one thing is certain. For the Heavenly Tao Academy to seal itself, this youth's capabilities are not to be underestimated. It is likely that a formidable force lies behind him. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how he could cause our Azura killing hall such losses, considering he is merely 17 or 18 years old. We are most curious about how he survived after having his supreme bone extracted and managed to regenerate it. This youth undoubtedly harbors a tremendous secret, one that could yield unimaginable benefits for our Azura killing hall, potentially compensating for some deficiencies following our consumption of primal origins. One of the Azura killing hall members had garnered considerable insight into Li Yuan. In that battle, Li Yuan had nearly annihilated all of the Azura killing hall's formidable warriors. Given the circumstances, his extensive knowledge of Li Yuan illustrates the Azura killing hall's uniqueness. Does he possess a mysterious force behind him? The Dragon King inquired. Glancing at the speaker, any force worthy of being labeled as mysterious by the Azura killing hall must be far from ordinary. Even the major sanctuaries of the human race do not possess such qualifications. Returning to the Dragon King, based on intelligence collected by our Azura killing hall, this youth bears the bloodline of someone from the War God Palace in the Tianlan realm. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King's eyes gleamed with intensity. Are you certain that this youth possesses the bloodline of a War God Palace individual? His breathing grew increasingly rapid. There is no mistake. My subordinate has perused certain records. This youth's mother is the daughter of that individual, a saintess of the War God Palace. The Dragon King, receiving such definitive news, felt his breath quicken further, exclaiming thrice. Good, good, good. To tread through iron shoes only to find nothing, yet to obtain this without effort is fortuitous indeed. That is the bloodline of an imperial-level cultivator. It is said to be extraordinarily unique. No wonder this youth could give birth to a supreme bone. I hope his supreme bone does not disappoint me. The Dragon King's gaze towards the distant void warship became intensely fervent, his previous disdain for Li Yuan completely vanishing. As the distance between both parties continued to close, Li Yuan turned to Zhang Liangwu and the others aboard the void warship, saying, "Everyone, do not move. As long as you remain aboard this warship, you will be safe. As for me, there is no need for concern. I truly do not regard these individuals as a threat." Boom. Just as Li Yuan's voice fell, an aura that could alter the very heavens enveloped them. In that instant, the world transformed. It felt as though they had been transported to a strange realm. This is the sacred artifact of the Azura killing hall, the Xianxian umbrella. This is bad. The Dragon King of the Azura killing hall has likely awakened. The expression of the half-saint from the Zhang family changed dramatically at this realization. Having some knowledge of the Xianxian umbrella, he understood its significance. The Xianxian umbrella, you say? And who is the Dragon King? Li Yuan inquired curiously, directing his gaze towards the half-saint of the Zhang family. The Dragon King is a hall master of the Azura killing hall, possessing the physique of a demon dragon. He once fought a foreign initial stage saint with sheer physical strength. His physique is truly terrifying, the half-saint of the Zhang family replied, fear evident in his eyes. He was exceedingly worried that the Zhang family members would meet their demise here today. Is his physique truly that powerful? You cannot be deceiving me, Li Yuan responded, his expression transforming into one of keen interest, though he was wary of disappointment and thus asked again. Naturally, I would not dare to deceive you, my lord. The Dragon King's demonic dragon physique, even without entering the sacred realm, is capable of slaying initial-tier sacred beings. One can only imagine how terrifying he would become upon stepping into the sacred realm. Back in that fateful battle, we initially believed the Dragon King had perished. Yet it seems he still lives. I can only hope that he has not yet reached the sacred realm. The half-saint of the Zhang family trembled slightly at the mention of the Dragon King. You must not leave the void warship. I have left behind certain means aboard that will surely ensure your safety. Please wait a moment while I go to witness this so-called demonic dragon physique. Li Yuan's eyes gleamed brightly as he stepped forward, his figure appearing outside the void warship. Are you Li Yuan? At the moment Li Yuan exited the void warship, a formidable voice resounded through the void, echoing as if a demonic dragon were roaring in fury. Indeed, that is I. Are you the Dragon King? Li Yuan inquired calmly. Indeed, I am the one. To die at my hands would be your honor. I sincerely hope that the imperial bloodline coursing through your veins does not disappoint me. For a long time, I have sought the imperial bloodline of your clan, but alas, opportunities were scarce. Now, it seems that chance has finally arrived. Within the void, the Dragon King materialized, his imposing figure hovering above, casting a lofty gaze upon Li Yuan. Standing firm, Li Yuan could feel the blood within the Dragon King's body surging, the sound akin to a mighty river in full torrent. Simultaneously, the Dragon King's overwhelming aura made him appear as an unapproachable sun. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Li Yuan's eyes, eager to ascertain the extent of his physical enhancement after refining himself with the yin-yang divine light. The imperial bloodline. You say? The Azura killing palace seems well informed. Indeed, the blood of emperors flows through my veins. However, do you dare to covet it? After all, this is the bloodline of a living emperor. Li Yuan felt a surge of trepidation. He had only recently learned from Li Changkong about the imperial bloodline within him, never expecting the Azura killing palace to be privy to this knowledge, which left him quite astounded. It was evident to Li Yuan that the Azura Killing Palace had acquired this information from sources far beyond Li Changkong. This realization deepened Li Yuan's intrigue regarding the Azura Killing Palace. He had a sense that if he could not obtain leads to Tianlan and Zhongzhou, then venturing into the Azura Killing Palace might be his only path forward. Aboard the Void Warship, the members of the Zhang family listened in shock to the exchange between the Dragon King and Li Yuan. What? Young Master Li is a descendant of the Emperor. A living descendant? How is that possible? Could it be that young Master Li is not of our realm? The half-saint of the Zhang family was utterly astounded, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. He had no doubt about the veracity of the Azura Killing Palace's intelligence, for the depths of their secrets were unknown to anyone. They were far too enigmatic. The Dragon King scoffed coldly. Humph, the Emperor is indeed powerful, but his reach does not extend to this place. Moreover, your existence is not even recorded in his lineage. Even if I were to slay you, I would face no peril. Furthermore, while the Emperor is mighty, the Azura Killing Palace is not without its own strength. What is there to fear? You are doomed, boy. Today, not only will I extract your supreme bone, but I will also uncover the secrets that allow it to regenerate. As the Dragon King's words fell, his figure flickered, appearing directly before Li Yuan with astonishing speed. He reached out a colossal hand, as though to pluck the stars from the sky. Will you not use the sacred artifact, the Qianqian umbrella? Come, receive my punch. I have heard that your demonic dragon physique is formidable. I hope it does not disappoint me. Li Yuan clenched his fist and struck at the Dragon King's hand. The fist and the claw collided instantaneously. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed, as if the very void had been shattered. The members of the Zhang family were on edge, uncertain whether Li Yuan could truly overcome the Dragon King, given the latter's fearsome reputation. Yet, in the next moment, all were left stupefied. Blood rained down from the void, droplets of pale golden liquid cascading through the air. The Dragon King revealed his demonic dragon form, a colossal silhouette suspended in the void, signifying that under that punch, he had been compelled to manifest his demonic dragon physique and undergo transformation. Once transformed, the Dragon King's physical prowess became fearsome. However, at that moment, one of his dragon claws had vanished, and the blood rain was a direct consequence of his arm's disappearance. In his fractured golden eyes, disbelief was palpable. Li Yuan, hovering above the Void Warship, furrowed his brow. One could discern the disappointment brewing within him. Is this the demonic dragon physique? If this is all it amounts to, then it is profoundly disappointing. Li Yuan's voice, though not loud, was heard clearly by all present. The scene before them struck at the very core of their beings. In the void, within the transformed Dragon King, the terrifying sound of blood coursing echoed as the missing claw rapidly regenerated. In the blink of an eye, it appeared whole once more. It seemed to recover swiftly, yet the Dragon King had paid a significant price. Who are you? You cannot be Li Yuan. The Dragon King fixed his gaze on Li Yuan, his tone frigid and laced with fear. Chapter 135. Have you given your all? What? How is this possible? Has the Dragon King been defeated? The remaining members of the Azura Killing Palace, witnessing this scene, were nearly rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. The demonic dragon physique, a force capable of transcending realms and slaying initial-tier sacred beings, had faltered so drastically in battle against Li Yuan. The members of the Azura Killing Palace were unervingly quiet, tempted to dismiss this as an illusion, yet the blood falling from the void confirmed its reality. The Dragon King had indeed been vanquished. Aboard the Void Warship, the Zhang family members were equally shaken, grappling with the unimaginable impact of the moment. This was the Dragon King of the Azura Killing Palace, who had once wielded the demonic dragon physique to slay sacred beings. Yet now, in combat with Li Yuan, he found himself at a disadvantage. It was unfathomable how powerful Li Yuan's physique had become. Li Yuan regarded the transformed Dragon King in the void, coldly asserting, "Is this the demonic dragon physique? It is thoroughly disappointing. I had anticipated a worthy battle upon hearing tales of your past conquests, yet you are far too weak. Naturally, if this is the extent of your abilities, then let us conclude this." Li Yuan shook his head, utterly disenchanted with the demonic dragon physique. He recognized that his plan to test the limits of his physical form had been thwarted, and his interest in battling the Dragon King had entirely waned. He resolved to end the confrontation. "Humph, end it you say? You are overly confident. My physique may not rival yours. But you forget that today I have also brought the Qianqian umbrella. With this sacred artifact, I do not believe you can escape alive." The Qianqian umbrella enveloped the heavens and the earth. At this moment, you are ensnared within it, unable to flee. The Dragon King hovered in the void, coldly regarding Li Yuan as he began to activate the Qianqian umbrella, preparing to use it to annihilate Li Yuan. Li Yuan's punch had decisively shattered the Dragon King's confidence in his own demonic dragon physique. The Dragon King dared not engage in combat with Li Yuan any longer. The previous punch delivered by Li Yuan had instilled within the Dragon King a palpable sense of impending death. That ominous aura transformed into an inescapable shadow, perpetually looming over the Dragon King's heart. Presently, the only source of confidence for the Dragon King lay within the Qianquan umbrella. The Qianquan umbrella, you say? If it cannot harness the power of the Dragon King's formidable body to test the limits of my physical strength, then what of this sacred artifact? Although it may not be entirely intact, one can surmise that the material and might of the Qianquan umbrella surely surpass those of the Dragon King. Otherwise, he would have long since fled in disgrace. Initially, Li Yuan had intended to conclude this battle, for the Qianquan umbrella posed no danger to him. It could neither imprison him nor withstand the counteraction of his celestial arts. Yet, suddenly, Li Yuan's resolve shifted. A brilliance ignited within his gaze. He had initially contemplated seizing control of the Qianquan umbrella to obliterate all within the Azura killing hall. But he abandoned this thought midway through the execution of his celestial arts. If this notion were to be divulged to others, they would undoubtedly deem Li Yuan mad. After all, such an endeavor held little prospect of success. Even a sage would not dare to withstand the assault of a sacred artifact with mere flesh, for that would be tantamount to courting death. Boom. The Dragon King not only wielded the Qianquan umbrella, but also enlisted the remaining members of the Azura killing hall to augment its power. Clearly, Li Yuan had cast an indelible shadow over the Dragon King's psyche, leaving him unwilling to afford Li Yuan any opportunity. That punch from Li Yuan had shattered the Dragon King's confidence entirely. The Qianquan umbrella trembled, and a terrifying aura descended from the heavens. At that moment, it felt as though ancient divine mountains were manifesting, their fearsome gravity threatening to collapse the very firmament. The domain of the Qianquan umbrella imprisoned the heavens and earth, rendering escape impossible. The Dragon King yearned to witness Li Yuan being crushed into a bloody pulp. The first assault of the Qianquan umbrella descended. Beneath Li Yuan, mountains vanished, replaced by an immense abyss, as the ground was violently torn asunder. The might of the sacred artifact was indeed dreadful. However, within the void, Li Yuan displayed no sign of distress. This wave of attack bore no harm for him. The Dragon King, witnessing this, was overtaken by incredulity. The formidable might of the sacred artifact seemed incapable of inflicting even the slightest injury upon Li Yuan. Simultaneously, he observed that the void battleship behind Li Yuan remained entirely unscathed. The Dragon King could not help but cast a suspicious glance toward the Qianquan umbrella, questioning whether it had malfunctioned. The Dragon King's ambition to utilize the Qianquan umbrella to eliminate young Master Li was nothing short of a delusion. After all, young Master Li possessed the ability to manipulate sacred artifacts. It appeared that young Master Li was merely toying with the Dragon King. Alas, in this world, only young Master Li wielded such power and means. The half-saint of the Zhang family, witnessing this, smiled at the individuals from the Azura killing hall, believing that the Qianquan umbrella's failure to harm Li Yuan and them was due to Li Yuan's control over it. They remained oblivious to the fact that the void battleship was shielded by Li Yuan's formations, and were unaware that Li Yuan had withstood the strike of the sacred artifact with his physical prowess. Had they known, the half-saint of the Zhang family would not have worn such a relaxed expression. He would likely have exploded on the spot. Lord Dragon King, has there been an issue with the Qianquan umbrella? Inquired a half-saint beside the Dragon King. Is that so? The Dragon King turned to the half-saint of the Azura killing hall, and suddenly, he struck down upon him, thrusting the half-saint into the domain of the Qianquan umbrella. He activated the Qianquan umbrella once more. The Dragon King, now questioning whether the Qianquan umbrella had indeed malfunctioned, found the current scene utterly inexplicable. To resolve this uncertainty, it was not difficult. He would simply send a half-saint into the domain to test the power of the Qianquan umbrella. Dragon King, no? The half-saint of the Azura killing hall, realizing the Dragon King's intentions, turned pale as a sheet and screamed in horror. As an assassin, he immediately grasped that the Dragon King intended to use him as a means to verify whether the Qianquan umbrella was defective. Boom. The Dragon King, his expression devoid of emotion, showed no hesitation as he commanded the Qianquan umbrella to launch another assault. No, the half-saint of the Azura killing hall, face contorted with despair, found himself utterly defenseless against the sacred might, his half-saint body disintegrating into dust. Yet, within the domain of the sacred artifact, both Li Yuan and the void battleship remained utterly unharmed. What? The Dragon King, witnessing this scene, felt his heart race with terror. Clearly, Li Yuan's survival and the intact state of the void battleship indicated that it was not the Qianquan umbrella that was at fault, but rather that Li Yuan possessed a treasure capable of withstanding the power of the sacred artifact. This was the only thought occupying the Dragon King's mind. He could not fathom that Li Yuan's physical form had attained such formidable strength. The notion that Li Yuan bore a treasure capable of resisting the strikes of a sacred artifact kindled a glimmer of greed within the Dragon King's eyes. He understood that such an accomplishment could only be the result of an unparalleled divine object, perhaps even an imperial weapon, though he harbored immense trepidation towards Li Yuan. At this moment, the Dragon King felt a stirring within, believing that this opportunity might unveil a tremendous fortune and chance for himself. As the Dragon King reveled in his clandestine delight, Li Yuan furrowed his brow and addressed the Dragon King and his cohorts, stating, "Dragon King, have you truly exerted your full capabilities? Is the might of the Xianxiaaudiobooks umbrella merely this?" Chapter 136. Young Master Li truly knows how to play. Li Yuan's visage was steeped in disappointment. The Dragon King spoke, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Li Yuan, I did not anticipate that you possessed such a treasure. It seems that fate has favored me. Once I acquire the treasure from you, I shall not be without the opportunity to attain the title of Emperor in the future. Even if I cannot ascend to the status of Emperor, with this treasure, I shall remain unrivaled beneath the imperial realm. The Xianxiaaudiobooks umbrella may not be able to harm you, but that does not mean my Azura killing hall lacks means to deal with you. Once you are taken back to the Azura Divine Palace, there are countless ways to subdue you." At this moment, the Dragon King intended to use the Xianxiaaudiobooks umbrella to imprison Li Yuan and bring him back to the Azura Divine Palace. Li Yuan, initially holding a sliver of hope that the Xianxiaaudiobooks umbrella's power extended beyond this, was taken aback to learn that the Dragon King planned to take him back to the Azura Divine Palace. Regardless, at this moment, Li Yuan would not consent to go to the Azura Divine Palace. After all, the Azura Divine Palace was a legendary imperial weapon, and the Azura Killing Hall was shrouded in mystery. Li Yuan had no desire to assault their stronghold directly. No one could ascertain the terrifying entities concealed within the Azura Killing Hall. What a disappointment. If you do not wish to make a move, then I shall take matters into my own hands. As for the Azura Divine Palace, I will visit one day, but not now. Li Yuan clenched his fist, channeling all his power into it, strands of celestial energy entwining around his fist, as if he held an entire world within. "Ha. Boy, you have no say in this. I am eager to discover what treasures the War God Palace has left you." The Dragon King declared, "I intend to take you with me. Can you refuse? Gather." The Dragon King commanded the Xianxiaaudiobooks umbrella, which erupted with a terrifying force of devouring energy, sweeping towards Li Yuan. As for the void battleship of the Zhang family, it was disregarded entirely by the Dragon King. The moment this devouring energy manifested, Li Yuan made no effort to resist, allowing it to envelop him and draw him into the space of the Xianxiaaudiobooks umbrella. Young Master Li, on the void battleship, the members of the Zhang family turned pale at this sight. Previously, they believed Li Yuan had been controlling the sacred artifact to toy with the Dragon King and the others from the Azura Killing Hall. However, witnessing Li Yuan being consumed by the Xianxiaaudiobooks umbrella, they sensed that something was amiss. If it truly were Li Yuan toying with the Dragon King, it would not necessitate such elaborate measures. Once ensnared within the confines of the universe umbrella, the situation would become dire. To shatter a sacred artifact is an impossibility. Remain composed. Who is young Master Li, that you presume to fathom his intentions? There is, of course, a rationale behind his actions. Zhang Liang reprimanded sharply. In the void, as Li Yuan was drawn into the universe umbrella, it began to shrink, diminishing from its towering height of 1,000 zhang to a mere 100 meters in an instant. Yet, the rate of its contraction slowed significantly. Now that he has been engulfed by the space, all resistance is futile. Give it your all to subdue this young man completely. The Dragon King, brimming with pride, believed his fortune was imminent. My Lord Dragon King, the universe umbrella cannot shrink any further. It is being resisted by a force, one of his subordinates reported, interrupting the Dragon King's triumphant musings. Upon witnessing Li Yuan's absorption into the umbrella, the Dragon King felt the tide turn against him, relinquishing his attempts to manipulate the artifact. What? Is what you say true? It appears this young man's treasures exceed my expectations. It was evident that this individual could not unleash the true power of his artifact. Otherwise, he would have done so long ago. Clearly, the artifact had autonomously shielded its master. However, how much power could it unleash without someone sufficiently formidable to command it? The unleashed force would merely amount to a fraction of the artifact's inherent capabilities. Allow me, the Dragon King laughed heartily, his anticipation intensifying. He attempted once more to fully claim the universe umbrella. Yet, as he exerted his utmost effort, his expression changed, even with his full prowess. He could not reclaim the umbrella. Inside the universe umbrella's space, Li Yuan closed his eyes, gathering strength. The power of the heavenly Tao surged from his fists, becoming increasingly formidable. The reason the universe umbrella could not retract was due to the heavenly Tao's force radiating from Li Yuan. Indeed, The universe umbrella is a sacred artifact, but it cannot confine or imprison the power of the heavenly Tao. What? Could this young man's treasures truly be an imperial weapon? The Dragon King trembled with excitement. My Lord Dragon King, what shall we do next? The remaining members of the Shura Kill Hall, witnessing this, exchanged glances of concern, unsure of how to proceed. What is there to deliberate? Since we cannot easily take it, let us maintain the universe umbrella's current power and directly transport it back to the Divine Palace. The Dragon King retorted impatiently. Yes, we shall follow your command. The assassins of the Shura Kill Hall, sensing the Dragon King's displeasure, fell silent, ready to act according to his wishes. At that moment, within the confines of the universe umbrella, Li Yuan made his move. Break for me. With a single punch, Li Yuan struck forth. His fist transformed into a cataclysmic dragon, and as he unleashed it, the heavens themselves altered their hue. The seemingly indestructible universe umbrella shattered under the onslaught of his blow. Boom. The Dragon King and his cohorts, who were poised to seize the universe umbrella, were rendered speechless, while those from the Shura Kill Hall who had attempted to manipulate the umbrella were met with a backlash, resulting in their demise. A tremendous explosion erupted, scattering the sacred artifact into a myriad of fragments across the heavens. The shockwave from this single punch further disintegrated the Dragon King's corporeal and spiritual forms. Impossible? This was the last utterance of the Dragon King left in the world. Is the sacred artifact truly this feeble? I had anticipated it to be much stronger. After all, it was crafted from materials harvested from the starry heavens. Li Yuan gazed upon the remnants of the universe umbrella, left speechless. He had initially believed it would take several punches to breach the umbrella, but to his astonishment, with just one blow, it was utterly obliterated, leaving no hope for repair. And even gathering the shards would prove a challenge. Just as I thought. How could young Master Li be consumed by the universe umbrella? It seems he intentionally toyed with the Shura Kill Hall, leading them to believe they had succeeded before striking them down. That is truly amusing. Indeed, young Master Li is quite the strategist. A certain saint from the Zhang family aboard the Void warship, upon witnessing the explosion of the universe umbrella and the annihilation of the Dragon King and his men, found his eyes sparkling with excitement. You needn't worry. We've witnessed young Master Li reverse the control of the Murong family's sacred artifact before. How could the universe umbrella possibly imprison him? With his capabilities, any attempt to use a sacred artifact against him would surely end in failure. Another voice chimed in, as if laying claim to the feat's silence. Young Master Li has returned. Remember to show him due respect. He is a descendant of the emperor, Zhang Liangwu admonished the crowd, who had just overheard Li Yuan's conversation with the Dragon King. Their gazes toward Li Yuan transformed entirely. He was indeed a descendant of an emperor, one who still lived. And should he reveal his identity, he would be free to traverse the world unopposed. Li Yuan's stature could be deemed the most esteemed in this realm, for there was no emperor in existence today. Chapter 137. I come. As Li Yuan approached, a mere thought caused the formations aboard the Void warship to dissipate, allowing him to land steadily upon its deck. Young Master is magnificent. Zhang Liangwu was the first to speak, his expression filled with admiration as he looked at Li Yuan. To dare undertake a mission from the Shura Kill Hall to eliminate one's foes, such audacity could only belong to Li Yuan. The mere thought of it sent a thrill through one's veins, yet how few would possess the courage to act thusly. Young Master is magnificent. The rest of the Zhang family echoed, their reverence for Li Yuan deepening. Let us continue our revelry. It was merely a minor interlude. Now concluded, Li Yuan smiled, settling back into his previous seat to sip his drink. Indeed, let us proceed, they agreed. With the annihilation of the Shura Kill Hall, the sword of dread that had hovered over everyone's hearts vanished, and excitement began to ripple through the crowd. The Shura Kill Hall was the nightmare of all forces in the world and their adversary. Today, Li Yuan's obliteration of their assassins was indeed a cause for celebration. The Void warship sailed swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the location of the Azure Dragon Cave. Young Master, we have reached our destination, Zhang Liangwu announced, gazing at the endless expanse of water below with a smile. Oh, have we arrived? What marvels does this place hold? Why do I see no trace of the cave? Li Yuan surveyed the area, greatly astonished, for he indeed could not discern the whereabouts of the Azure Dragon Cave. Young Master, the Azure Dragon Cave lies beneath. Zhang Liangwu pointed toward the vast lake below. Beneath the water? I see now. I had forgotten that the Azure Dragon favors water. As Li Yuan turned his gaze to the lake below, he finally spotted the Azure Dragon Cave, even though it was concealed beneath the water by formations. How could Li Yuan, who commanded the heavenly Tao divine array, fail to notice? The formations were laid bare before his eyes. Young Master, please, Zhang Liangwu urged, leading the way as a saint from the Zhang family utilized their divine powers to carve a passage through the lake, directly to the entrance of the Azure Dragon Cave. However, As they stepped into the cave, the faces of the entire Xiang family changed dramatically. Ha ha ha, at long last, you have arrived. It is said that within your Xiang family lies the key to the Azure Dragon Cave, a fact that has kept us waiting with bated breath. Within the Azure Dragon Cave, an unforeseen force has awaited for quite some time, leaving the members of the Xiang family utterly astounded, having not anticipated such a development. Who are you? How did you come to know the location of the Azure Dragon Cave? The Xiang family's semi-saint, with a grave expression, fixed his intense gaze upon the intruders. These individuals exuded an air of enigma that the Xiang family's semi-saint had never encountered before, their presence remarkably formidable. Among them stood 3 semi-saints, one of whom, despite being seemingly at rest with closed eyes, emanated an aura of danger, akin to a slumbering divine beast. The Xiang family could not fathom how the existence of the Azure Dragon Cave became known to outsiders, as it was believed that only the Xiang and Murong families were privy to its secrets. Humph, your words are excessive. Do you truly believe that with the Murong family diminished, the Xiang family can lay claim to everything? I regret to inform you that the Murong family's operatives hidden in Xianxiao have revealed this cave to us. As for who we are, that is beyond your comprehension. Surrender the key willingly to spare yourselves unnecessary suffering. Fear not, the cave is vast. We shall explore together. One of the semi-saints fixed his gaze upon the Xiang family's semi-saint and revealed a terrifying grin. Upon hearing this, the Xiang family semi-saint turned to Zhang Liangwu. Give it to them, Zhang Liangwu said after glancing at Li Yuan. He chose to trust Li Yuan, believing that even against formidable foes, Li Yuan's strength would suffice. Li Yuan remained silent, and thus Zhang Liangwu felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Very well. Though the Xiang family's semi-saint felt immense reluctance, he nonetheless relinquished the key. Humph. Now you are obedient. Let us proceed. Do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. The malevolent gazes of these individuals swept over the crowd, accompanied by chilling laughter. Follow them. Li Yuan transmitted a message to Zhang Liangwu. Having discerned that these individuals possessed considerable strength and seemed intimately familiar with the Azure Dragon Cave, he was eager to uncover what secrets they held. Perhaps accompanying them would yield unexpected benefits. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, the Zhang family members, who had initially contemplated resistance, chose to capitulate instead. How intriguing. Who are you? Just a single statement has caused the Zhang family to abandon all defiance. I had originally intended to eliminate a few of you, yet now I find myself deprived of the opportunity. One of the semi-saints scrutinized Li Yuan, his voice dripping with malice. Your origins are beyond your understanding. Now, lead the way. Zhang Liangwu shot a cold glare at the semi-saint, his tone icy. Such bravado. I hope you can maintain that spirit. The semi-saint did not lose his composure, but instead offered a sardonic remark before turning to depart. How much do you know about the Azure Dragon Cave? Li Yuan inquired as they walked alongside Zhang Liangwu. To be candid, our Zhang family's ancestors were among the guardians of the Azure Dragon Cave, along with the Murong family's forebears. However, our family has suffered a catastrophic crisis, resulting in the loss of much of the literature pertaining to the cave, leaving us less informed than the Murong family. Nonetheless, we have always possessed one key to the Azure Dragon Cave, which the Murong family cannot unlock. Until today, our ancestors predicted a shift in the cosmic order, heralding the arrival of great change, prompting us to collaborate with the Murong family to open the Azure Dragon Cave and unveil its mysteries. However, after our last expedition, we underestimated the dangers within. Both families suffered significant losses and were compelled to retreat. You may have surmised the ensuing conflict between the Zhang and Murong families over the allocation of teleportation quotas, all in pursuit of exploring the cave's opportunities. Zhang Liangwu immediately conveyed this information to Li Yuan. I see. However, these individuals seem well acquainted with the Azure Dragon Cave. Could they be its other guardians? Li Yuan observed the intruders navigating their path with remarkable ease, prompting him to inquire further. Zhang Liangwu's expression darkened momentarily. My lord, it is highly likely these individuals are the ones who once sought to annihilate my Zhang family. Their familiarity with the cave suggests they have acquired our family's records pertaining to it. Li Yuan harbored a suspicion, responding with a smile. Perhaps your conjecture holds merit. If they are indeed knowledgeable, having them as guides could save us considerable trouble, particularly since the cave is fraught with peril. I am unconcerned, but you must tread carefully. With a guide, we could indeed conserve a great deal of time. Just as Li Yuan concluded his remark, the figure leading the way abruptly stopped, turning with a menacing grin. One of you must venture ahead to scout the path. Who will it be? Li Yuan glanced forward, finally comprehending why these individuals had brought the Zhang family along. They required someone to investigate the perilous barriers ahead. The remnants of ash suggested that others had ventured here before, and many had perished. I shall go. Li Yuan raised his hand. Chapter 138. You just realized? Naturally, proceed according to our guidance. The semi-saint grinned wickedly. Could I not traverse the path as I see fit? Li Yuan inquired of him. You speak too much nonsense. Will you proceed or not? The semi-saint's voice turned frigid, evidently losing patience. Very well, we shall follow your guidance. I mean no offense, Li Yuan feigned fear. That is wise. If you obediently comply, you may be fortunate enough to live a few breaths longer. Advance 80 meters. Li Yuan said nothing further and moved forward as instructed. Upon reaching the designated distance, the semi-saint fell silent, deep in thought. Li Yuan glanced down at the ashes beneath his feet, a cold smile gracing his lips. It was evident that lives had been lost in this location, and the distance of 80 meters had undoubtedly been established by prior explorations. Shift 10 meters towards the Qian position, the semi-saint commanded from behind. Towards the Qian position by 10 meters? Li Yuan responded with a smirk, fully aware that the restrictions in this area were not lost on his perception. Moving in that direction would surely lead to death. However, with the cultivation of the heavenly Tao divine art, even stepping upon the restrictions would not trigger them. Move faster. A voice from behind urged, clearly impatient. Yes, I shall proceed. Li Yuan complied, shifting 10 meters toward the Qian position. Good. Seeing no immediate danger, the semi-saint's expression brightened. Now, move 30 meters toward the Kuan position. Once again, he issued a command. Li Yuan offered no resistance, following the instructions given. Ha! Excellent, excellent. My deductions were correct. The semi-saint laughed heartily, excitedly appearing where Li Yuan had just stood. He was about to continue directing Li Yuan forward when, suddenly, a terrifying celestial might descended, and a bolt of violet lightning struck from the void. What? How is this possible? The semi-saint's expression changed dramatically, and he attempted to retreat. However, just as he moved, he triggered another restriction, and his body was cleaved in two by an invisible blade. Simultaneously, the void was engulfed in purple lightning, followed by a resounding crash. A semi-saint was reduced to mere powder. What? Is this the soul destruction purple lightning? They intend for us to perish. The semi-saint from the Zhang family's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing this. How is this possible? That boy was standing right there just moments ago. Why did the elder trigger the restriction simply by moving? Could it be that the restrictions here are in constant flux? The expression of one semi-saint darkened ominously. Amidst the crowd, the previously silent youth finally spoke. The restrictions here do indeed shift, but they only change once every 3 hours. It must have been mere coincidence. Very well, I shall start counting the time from now. Once the restrictions begin to change again, we will be able to defend ourselves in a timely manner. A semi-saint, upon hearing this, responded with utmost respect. Yes. After the respectful reply, his gaze returned to Li Yuan. Listen, young man, follow my instructions from here on. Move 30 meters towards the designated position. Li Yuan, upon hearing this, smirked coldly, feigning compliance as he shifted to the location indicated. He expected the other party to follow closely, but it seemed they had learned their lesson, opting instead to send someone else to scout ahead. In the next moment, that individual let out a horrific scream, only to be turned to ash. The expressions of those present turned chillingly grim. The youth fixed his gaze on Li Yuan, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. However, he furrowed his brow, concluding that it was not Li Yuan's fault, for he realized that Li Yuan was merely a practitioner of the Four Extremes secret realm and could not possibly be toying with them. Young master, how did Li Gongzi manage that? The members of the Zhang family looked towards Zhang Liangwu, their admiration for Li Yuan growing immensely. The thought that Li Yuan had effortlessly caused their adversaries to suffer losses was secretly gratifying. Yet the next moment, the elder of the Zhang family's smile turned exceedingly rigid, for he found himself under the scrutiny of that enigmatic youth. Come, follow this young man's lead. The mysterious youth, though perplexed by the situation, had no choice but to let the Zhang family members scout ahead to preserve his own strength. After all, the Zhang family was here to find a safe path. It's not dangerous, just follow closely in my footsteps. Seeing that the Zhang family elder was frightened, Li Yuan jumped in place and waved his hand. Zhang Liangwu glanced at Li Yuan and then addressed the elder of the Zhang family. Go. If Li Gongzi instructs you to go, then go. What is there to fear? If you're afraid, I shall go instead. Young master, I shall go. How could I let you take such a risk? The elder understood Zhang Liangwu's words and chose to trust Li Yuan. Subsequently, with Li Yuan leading the way and the elder of the Zhang family following closely behind, guided by the mysterious youth, the elder, initially anxious, found himself gradually at ease as they encountered no perils. Observing that Li Yuan and the Zhang elder were unharmed, at the mysterious youth's signal, someone stepped into the restricted area. With a thunderous roar, a purple lightning bolt descended, claiming another life. The expression of the mysterious youth turned a deathly pale as he fixed his gaze on Li Yuan. Senior, why do you look at me like that? I'm terrified. I haven't done anything. I merely acted according to your instructions. Li Yuan gazed at the mysterious youth, feigning great fear. You're playing me for a fool. The mysterious youth's expression darkened ominously. Senior, how could that be? How could I possibly deceive you? I am truly wronged. I have merely followed your commands. Li Yuan wore an expression of innocence. Then why did you tamper with him? The mysterious youth glared at the elder of the Xiang family with a fierce countenance. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's expression of grievance vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Oh, you finally realized? I was indeed toying with you. Li Yuan revealed his hand. Weary of the charade, he had initially intended to play around, but now he understood that he could no longer afford to do so. This individual is formidable. What? Damn it, you did this. The crowd seethed with rage, their glares directed menacingly at Li Yuan, yet none dared to act recklessly. Come on, come at me. Li Yuan taunted them boldly. You've got guts. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to possess such skill in the art of formations. However, do you truly believe you can break this restriction? Without you, there are still the members of the Xiang family, aren't there? Come. Throw the Xiang family members into the restricted area. Let them pave a path with their flesh. The mysterious youth sneered, issuing his command. The Xiang family members turned ashen at this proclamation. They had witnessed the devastating power of the purple lightning. Not even a semi-saint could withstand it. And anyone who inadvertently entered would undoubtedly perish. Let us fight back. The semi-saint from the Xiang family roared, but in the next moment, an invisible pressure descended, binding all the members of the Xiang family in place, rendering them incapable of even twitching a finger. Chapter 139. Shall we continue? Do you believe you still have a chance? The mysterious youth scoffed, gazing at the Xiang family members as though they were fools. Pseudo-saint. No, no, no. The semi-saint from the Xiang family sensed this oppressive aura, despair etched across his face. Humph, now you understand. Come, throw the Xiang family members in, one by one, and use their lives to carve a safe path. The mysterious youth turned to Li Yuan, a mocking smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yes, my lord. The individuals moved towards the members of the Xiang family one by one. The mysterious youth looked at Li Yuan with a cold smile. Now, will you not save them? While your mastery of formations exceeds my expectations, I do not believe you can rescue them all. Li Yuan regarded his adversary, smiling calmly. What if I can? His demeanor remained unflappable, exuding a sense of composure. At the mysterious youth's signal, one member of the Xiang family was directly thrown into the restricted area. However, the restriction failed to react in any way. The elder from the Xiang family, witnessing this, felt his heart finally settle. In that fleeting moment, he had feared for his life. His gaze fell upon Li Yuan, filled with gratitude. Thank you, Li Gongzi. He understood that it was Li Yuan's intervention that saved him. Otherwise, he was well aware that he would have met a gruesome end. For being cast into the restricted area would have inevitably triggered the restriction. Continue. Li Yuan stood there, gazing at the unfolding events with an expression of indifference. Is that so? If you can save one thrown in, can you save three? The mysterious youth fixed his gaze on Li Yuan, speaking in a measured tone. As soon as the mysterious youth's words fell, 3 elders from the Xiang family were unceremoniously hurled into the area. The mysterious youth did not believe that Li Yuan could simultaneously preserve all 3 from the restrictions. At the same time, the mysterious youth sought to gauge Li Yuan's mastery in the art of formations. In the next moment, as the 3 fell into the restricted area, the restrictions remained dormant. Li Yuan smiled at the mysterious youth. Shall we continue? His confidence in his own abilities was unwavering. Not only could he safeguard 3 individuals, but even 30 tossed in at once would not trigger the restrictions. It was merely a matter of expending some magical energy. This time, the mysterious youth did not respond to Li Yuan. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Yuan as though attempting to see through him. Li Yuan's expertise in formations had awakened a sense of danger within the mysterious youth. The enigmatic youth speculated that Li Yuan was highly likely to be a master of the saint-level formation. A saint-level formation master, once a formation is laid, could contend with a sage. The mysterious youth coldly remarked, Indeed, your mastery of formations poses a significant threat to me. You can prevent those who step into the restricted area from triggering the prohibitions, but if I wish to eliminate those outside the formation, can you ensure their survival? This one must be the future young master of the Xiang family. It seems your relationship is quite extraordinary. Go, eliminate all the members of the Xiang family. The mysterious youth commanded those beside him. As you wish, my lord. The group of individuals, each wearing a cold smile, advanced toward the Xiang family. Although the Xiang family members were not weak, at this moment, they were suppressed by the mysterious youth, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Step by step, they approached the Xiang family, forcing Li Yuan out of the restricted area. However, Li Yuan remained motionless, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Boom. The sound of thunder echoed through the void, deafening and overwhelming. Bolts of purple lightning descended, instantly transforming the smiles on their faces into expressions of sheer rigidity. Under the assault of the purple lightning, they offered no resistance and were obliterated into dust. Even the mysterious youth found himself in a precarious situation. Yet his pseudo-saint strength prevented him from being harmed by the purple lightning. You can manipulate the prohibitions here? After creating some distance, the mysterious youth fixed his incredulous gaze upon Li Yuan. This was something he had never anticipated. You guessed correctly. You enjoy sending others to scout, don't you? Unfortunately, there will be no one left to guide you from here on. You shall amuse yourself in solitude. We are leaving. With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan intensified the power of the prohibitions. The Zhang family members inhaled deeply, quickly following in Li Yuan's footsteps, soon departing the restricted area. The mysterious youth attempted to breach the restricted area, but as soon as he acted, an even more formidable bolt of purple lightning struck down, leaving him grievously wounded and utterly devastated. He cast a resentful glance at Li Yuan. I will remember you. Though the prohibitions are formidable, they lack the capability to imprison me. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the mysterious youth promptly activated a sacred artifact, clearly intending to force his way out. This was indeed the best course of action, albeit it would leave the sacred artifact severely damaged. However, he could not afford to hesitate. The mysterious youth understood that if he did not leave, the moment the prohibitions shifted, even if he remained motionless, he would trigger them. Yet, before he could summon the sacred artifact, it vanished from his side and appeared beside Li Yuan. Li Yuan chuckled, "My friend, you are too courteous. I am about to take my leave, yet you insist on gifting me a sacred artifact. I shall graciously accept it. Farewell." Li Yuan stowed the sacred artifact and turned to depart. Impossible, impossible. Witnessing this scene, the mysterious youth unleashed a roar akin to that of a wild beast. Now deprived of the sacred artifact, despair washed over his face as he realized his impending doom. "Senior, save me, save me. I am willing to reveal the secrets of the Qinglong cave heaven." At this moment, the mysterious youth was in utter panic. If Li Yuan did not rescue him, he was as good as dead. His only hope lay in exchanging information for his life. "I'm afraid I have no need for that." Yet, Li Yuan did not look back. "Master, why not obtain the information before eliminating this man? With the information, our efforts in the Qinglong cave heaven would be greatly enhanced." Zhang Liangwu inquired curiously, glancing at Li Yuan. "Do you truly believe that an external incarnation would divulge such crucial information to us? Approaching it would only provoke its self-destruction." Li Yuan discerned the true nature of the mysterious youth from the very beginning. He was not the true body, but merely an external incarnation. As soon as Li Yuan's words fell, the mysterious youth roared, "My true self remembers you. Today, I shall annihilate this incarnation, and in the future, I will surely obliterate your clan's ancestral shrine. This grudge will not go unavenged." Boom. The moment the declaration echoed, purple lightning descended, and his body exploded. So it was merely an external incarnation? Zhang Liangwu's expression shifted dramatically. The mood among the Zhang family members grew heavy, as if shrouded in ominous clouds. A saint posed a tremendous threat to the Zhang family. "What are your plans next?" "I shall grant you 1 more hour to seek some opportunities, after which I must take my leave." Li Yuan addressed the Zhang family members, aware that time was of the essence. He had no leisure to explore the Qinglong cave heaven with them. His goal was the Qinglong sacred medicine. Once he procured it, he would depart immediately. The Zhang family's semi-saint grew serious upon hearing this. The options available to them had significantly dwindled. They had witnessed Li Yuan's terrifying prowess, and the hour granted must be utilized wisely. "Master, we have made our decision. We kindly request that you lead us to the medicinal garden. After harvesting some spiritual herbs, we shall take our leave. As for the Qinglong sacred temple, should you be interested, you may explore it at your leisure. We shall not accompany you." The survivors of the Morong family could sell information about the Qinglong cave heaven to one force, and they would likely sell it to another and another. The Qinglong cave heaven will no longer remain a sanctuary. This time, the young master's attainment of the divine king physique was already a significant gain. Ensuring his safe return to Xiantian City was paramount. "Very well. You are not greedy and understand the importance of discretion. Remaining in the Qinglong cave heaven is indeed too perilous. Based on my perception, the individuals entering the Qinglong cave heaven are not limited to just those we encountered earlier. Knowing the location of the medicinal garden is simple. I shall accompany you, and it won't take much time. Let us proceed." Li Yuan soared into the sky. The Zhang family members were left speechless. "Master, the prohibitions here are too intense. The void is laden with restrictions." The Zhang family's semi-saint was drenched in sweat from fear. "Do not worry. With me here, you need not concern yourselves with these prohibitions." Li Yuan reassured with a smile. Chapter 140, An Eerie Figure. Master, what level of cultivation do you possess? Zhang Liangwu could no longer contain his curiosity. Li Yuan's abilities were astonishing, seemingly boundless. I am at the pinnacle of the Four Extremes secret realm. As for my ability to disregard the prohibitions here, it stems from certain special techniques. Is the medicinal garden in that direction? Li Yuan inquired of the Zhang family's semi-saint to confirm once more. Time was pressing. Should they stray from the path, it would waste precious moments. Indeed, that is the direction. According to some remaining records, it is approximately 10 miles away. The Zhang family's semi-saint promptly replied. Good, let us go. With that, Li Yuan's voice fell, and he led the group slowly toward the medicinal garden in the Qinglong cave heaven. The prohibitions in the void were formidable, while they posed no threat to Li Yuan. They were lethal to the Zhang family members. Thus, Li Yuan deployed the Heavenly Path Divine Art Array, breaking through the restrictions. Hence, their speed was not excessively rapid. As Li Yuan had mentioned, those entering the Qinglong cave heaven were not limited to the previous group. Others were present as well. At this moment, as they approached the vicinity of the medicinal garden, several figures appeared. Sacred medicine, there is a sacred herb there. One of the semi-saints gazed greedily at the sacred herb not far away. A single sacred herb could grant one an additional life, making it extraordinarily precious. The Qinglong cave heaven had existed for over 30,000 years, remaining inaccessible for all this time. Thus, any spiritual herbs that survived here must have undergone a transformation into sacred herbs. Surrounding that sacred herb, numerous spiritual herbs had once flourished. But under the relentless passage of time, those that failed to evolve into sacred herbs had withered away. What? It really is a sacred herb. We have struck gold. The excitement flickered in the eyes of the others as they approached this location, intent on harvesting the remaining spiritual herbs within the garden. Upon sighting the sacred herb, they realized they were indeed drawing near to the spiritual herb garden. However, despite their exhilaration, the group, having endured numerous life and death encounters, dared not recklessly attempt to pluck the sacred herb. They were already aware of the formidable restrictions imposed by the Qinglong cave heaven. They needed to invoke a sacred artifact for protection. Otherwise, should they trigger a restriction, even a semi-saint would meet their demise in this cursed place. One of them spoke up, swiftly activating a sacred artifact to cautiously approach the sacred herb. As they drew nearer, no restrictions were triggered, and their eyes sparkled with elation. They were now only about 3 meters away from the sacred herb. This distance felt tantalizingly close. Yet, before they could revel in their fortune, the restrictions were suddenly activated. A wide array of runes surged toward them, intent on destruction. This is bad. The restrictions have been triggered. Retreat. At this sight, the group was drenched in cold sweat, frantically channeling their sacred artifacts in a desperate attempt to withstand the oncoming threat. However, in the next instant, the runes flashed by, effortlessly slicing through their seemingly indestructible sacred artifact, rendering it utterly useless. The sole silver lining was that, although their sacred artifact was destroyed, their lives were spared. The fallen semi-saints no longer exuded any semblance of authority. They sprawled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their bodies shaking like leaves in a storm, sweat pouring down in torrents. What should we do? The sacred artifact is ruined. What lies ahead? Should we continue or retreat? This Qinglong cave heaven is far too perilous. A semi-saint stammered, his voice quaking with palpable terror. The greed that once flickered in his eyes had vanished, replaced entirely by dread. Having already destroyed 2 sacred artifacts to reach this point, to return empty-handed would be unbearable. I refuse to die. If you wish to continue, do so at your own peril. I am abandoning this venture, declared another semi-saint, wiping the sweat from his brow, intent on leaving. Yet, just as he stood, his body stiffened, and terror filled his eyes. For at that moment, a shadow had materialized behind them, exuding a putrid stench that was utterly nauseating. Even the facial features of its visage were infested with writhing maggots, a sickening smile adorning its decayed countenance. Its movements were slow, but with each step, it seemed to press down upon their very hearts, suffocating them. No, no, no. The semi-saint who had just risen wiped his eyes, confirming that he was not hallucinating. His legs trembled uncontrollably, his face a mask of horror, as if he had encountered the grim Reaper himself. Weren't we leaving? Why the hesitation? Regret already? Mocked the one who had spoken earlier when he saw his companions linger. However, as soon as his words fell, he too felt an icy chill grip him, rendering his body rigid as he beheld the macabre figure, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Quick, hold your breath. Pretend you haven't seen anything. Another, more seasoned, urged, though fear gripped him as well. They hurriedly complied. But as the shadow drew closer, their bodies shook uncontrollably, and one among them was so frightened that he lost control. The figure reached out, grasping for him. No, The semi-saint screamed in despair, his voice tinged with tears as he produced a defensive divine weapon, attempting to fend off the approaching arm. Yet, before this eerie presence, the weapon was as fragile as parchment, easily torn apart. No, no, no. The semi-saint's face turned pale with fear as he activated his immortal robe, desperate for a sliver of hope. But in the next moment, despair enveloped him again. The immortal robe was shredded by the uncanny being, rendering him immobile. His heart gruesomely extracted and stuffed into the figure's mouth, which began to chew with grotesque delight. The sight before the remaining semi-saints nearly caused them to faint. Fortunately, after a moment of feasting, the eerie being turned and departed, leaving them gasping. Ugh! With the shadow's exit, the semi-saints felt utterly drained. The horrific encounter had etched an indelible fear into their minds. You all continue. I am leaving. This Qinglong cave heaven is rife with ominous threats. Such entities should not exist here. Not even a saint would escape unscathed. The fortunes and opportunities within are beyond my reach. One semi-saint uttered, turning to flee, panic-stricken. Why is this happening? What could possibly cause this? What transpired here in the past? Another semi-saint trembled, his face a portrait of dread. We must depart. If we encounter that thing again, we will be in grave danger. A different semi-saint wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his complexion pale. Let us go. Though reluctant, the memories of what just transpired have made the decision clear. They all conceded, abandoning their aspirations. Why did such a thing manifest in the Qinglong cave heaven? Could it be the influence of the Qinglong demon saint? The lingering image of the grotesque figure flickered in one semi-saint's eyes, dread washing over him, igniting doubts about the Qinglong demon saint. The figure had evidently died not long ago, yet its power had inexplicably surged to such a terrifying level. Killing semi-saints was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. The semi-saints, seasoned from their long lives, were increasingly unsettled by these thoughts. Their pace quickened. Yet the lead semi-saint suddenly found his feet rooted to the ground, legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to lift from their place. The others behind him experienced the same immobilization. For at that moment, another eerie figure appeared not far from them, gnawing on a severed leg. The uncanny being dropped its gruesome meal and displayed a chilling smile at the group, clearly having noticed them. Run. In that instant, the semi-saints felt their souls leave their bodies. They understood well that they were no match for this bizarre entity. Their only option was to flee, or they would be devoured. However, just as they turned to escape, a flash of runes erupted beneath their feet, and in the next moment, they vanished from sight. In the place where they had just stood, a peculiar figure's eyes reflected a sense of confusion as it shook its head, seemingly dismissing its own hallucination. Picking up a severed leg, it resumed its grotesque feast and wandered away into the distance. Suddenly, the world around the group plunged into darkness, and when they regained their sight, they were astonished to find that everything had transformed. They had unwittingly arrived at a bizarre realm, where the ground was stained a deep crimson. Though the eerie figure had vanished, the legs of the companions trembled uncontrollably. They realized that instead of escaping the Qinglong cave, they had been transported to an unknown location. Quack, quack, quack. In the distance, upon a blood-red withered tree, loomed an enormous nest, from which the incessant cawing of crows echoed, rendering the desolate landscape even more sinister. The colossal nest was constructed from human bones. Perspiration beaded on their foreheads, and the haunting cawing further tormented their hearts, inciting a sense of unease. Silence. One of the semi-saints could no longer endure and struck the nest with a palm strike from afar, attempting to obliterate both the nest and the crows. However, in the next moment, an ominous aura emanated from the nest, sending chills down their spines. With a whoosh, a shadow darted from the nest, moving with such speed that even the semi-saints struggled to keep pace. The powerful palm strike was shattered by the claws of the shadow. The figure lunged directly at the semi-saints. Not good. Run. Upon catching sight of the shadow's form, their faces turned as pale as parchment. The creature was not merely a crow, it was a monstrous being tainted by a sense of corruption. With the head of an oversized crow and the wings of an eagle, its claws, reminiscent of a black dragon's, glimmered with a deadly light, as though they could pierce through any defense. One semi-saint, realizing he was targeted and unable to escape, underwent a drastic change in expression. Die. He immediately summoned his life-bound sword and detonated it. A tremendous explosion reverberated, as if the very heavens were trembling. Yet, the corrupted crow remained unscathed, and amidst the smoke, a claw emerged, piercing through the semi-saint's body. It intended to pursue, but noticed the remaining companions had approached a blood lake and returned to its nest with its prey. Wait, this isn't right. It's too quiet here, and even the fallen crow dares not approach. There must be danger lurking within this blood lake. A semi-saint, filled with despair, realized that they had unwittingly stepped into the gates of the underworld. The sights before them, the crimson earth, the blood lake in the distance. And the corrupted crow fixated on them, felt like ancient mountains pressing down upon their shoulders. The mysterious energy emanating from this space instilled a sense of dread, making them contemplate the release of death as a form of escape. In the void, Li Yuan and his companions were flying slowly. Help! Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from below. Zhang Liangwu looked down and gasped in horror. He beheld a scene where a dozen individuals were being slowly consumed by the earth, drawn in by an uncanny force. Among them was a semi-saint, but no struggle could alter their fate. They ultimately vanished entirely. The presence of a semi-saint among them, so easily eradicated, left Zhang Liangwu's face pale with terror. Is the Qinglong cave truly this perilous? What secrets does your Zhang family hold? Li Yuan had witnessed the previous scene as well and furrowed his brow. He felt an inexplicable aversion to the Qinglong cave, though he could not discern the reason. To be candid, my lord, the Zhang family's records have been lost to time. There are very few accounts regarding the Qinglong cave, merely fragments. And I never anticipated such strangeness here. A semi-saint from the Zhang family dared not conceal the truth from Li Yuan and offered an explanation. What is that? While flying, Li Yuan suddenly froze, his gaze fixated on a peculiar figure below. There, standing beneath them, was an eerie silhouette, clutching a blood-soaked leg and gnawing on it. The attire unmistakably belonged to the Zhang family. Though it was evidently human, Li Yuan sensed no trace of humanity emanating from this figure. Moreover, it appeared to have been dead for quite some time, its body beginning to decay, yet it was still alive, exuding an aura more terrifying than that of the Shura Hall's Dragon King, with whom Li Yuan had previously battled. Li Yuan's face contorted with confusion. If the Zhang family possessed such an entity, how could they have been overshadowed by Moro? The Zhang family's semi-saint, observing the change in Li Yuan's expression, followed his gaze and soon discerned the figure. This is my cousin, Zhang Cheng. Was he not supposed to have perished? How could this be? His aura is all wrong. Those eyes. The semi-saint's countenance darkened considerably. Chapter 142. The End. Beads of sweat formed densely on their foreheads. When he looked at Li Yuan, the Zhang family's semi-saint's voice trembled as he implored, My lord, we must leave this place at once. It is fraught with the uncanny and the ominous. Perhaps the seals within the Qinglong cave have been shattered, allowing those entities to emerge. Our ancestors left messages instructing us to seal the Qinglong cave immediately upon discovering this situation, and to summon the Holy Land with imperial weapons to obliterate this place. However, upon hearing the Zhang family's semi-saint's words, Li Yuan felt not fear but intrigue. Oh, is that so? Pray tell, what manner of beings are we discussing? I have a penchant for adventure. The semi-saint, sensing Li Yuan's genuine curiosity, felt a shift in his expression. My lord, those entities are absolutely not to be trifled with. If you are not of the imperial realm, any contact will surely lead to death. I implore you, do not let curiosity lead you to investigate. What exactly are these entities? Perhaps I might not be interested, Li Yuan replied, his gaze unwavering on the Zhang family semi-saint, clearly not willing to relent. Not good. It's coming. Before the semi-saint could elaborate, the entity gnawing on the leg suddenly materialized before them. Its abrupt ascension triggered a backlash from the void's restrictions. Powerful formations activated, and an arm vanished in an instant, while overwhelming destructive power surged into their bodies. Such an assault would spell doom even for those at the initial stages of the sacred realm, yet the figure before them bore a strange smile, unfazed by the destruction. The severed arm regrew in a fleeting moment, and its strength not only remained intact, but seemed to have intensified. It is the power of the fallen celestial, an indestructible, unkillable aberration. The Zhang family's semi-saint trembled in fear, exclaiming. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Li Yuan disregarded the Zhang family members and unleashed a palm strike. In the next moment, the figure was obliterated before him, its once indomitable form crumbling to dust under Li Yuan's might. The entire Zhang family remained frozen in place, utterly astonished by the scene before them. Intriguing. A smile crept across Li Yuan's lips. The figure that had been obliterated by Li Yuan was, astonishingly, rapidly reconstituting itself. After a few breaths, it reappeared before Li Yuan and the others, now more fearsome than before. The stench of decay had vanished, and the reconstructed form emanated an even more terrifying aura. Even standing behind Li Yuan, the Zhang family members felt a suffocating pressure. The invisible oppression exuded by this figure was overwhelmingly potent. Intriguing. If it had previously been comparable to a pseudo-saint, it now seemed to have entered the realm of true sanctity. The recent blow had completely merged all the fallen celestial power within it. Perhaps this time, they had located the tomb of the fallen celestial beings. After a brief exploration, Li Yuan discerned that the energy resonated with that which he had encountered in the Heavenly Tao Academy's source mine, leading him to speculate that the upheaval in the mine stemmed from this very location. However, in that moment, he possessed no evidence to substantiate his theory. Li Yuan chuckled. The power within this figure was insufficient to harm him, yet he pondered the potential latent within the remains of the fallen celestial. With this thought, Li Yuan's eyes gleamed with renewed intensity. Initially, he had merely intended to acquire the sacred azure dragon herb and depart, but now he was intrigued. A sufficient amount of fallen celestial power could immensely fortify Li Yuan's physical form. Elevating one's physical body was notoriously arduous, and such an opportunity was not to be missed. With a feral roar, the figure before him emitted a sound akin to that of a wild beast and charged at Li Yuan. Young master, be cautious. Do not let his aura taint you. A semi-saint from the Xiang family trembled as he warned, knowing that if Li Yuan failed to repel the threat today, none of them would escape unharmed. Yet, this time, Li Yuan refrained from striking back. Instead, he unleashed the Heavenly Tao's unparalleled domain to suppress the figure. Upon the emergence of the Heavenly Tao's domain, the figure was instantly immobilized. Roars filled the air as the figure, held down by Li Yuan, continued to howl, its eyes turning a menacing crimson, resembling a demon. Li Yuan, however, paid no heed to the creature's rage. He turned to the semi-saint of the Zhang family and inquired, I recall you mentioning that he is called Zhang Cheng, a revered ancestor of your clan, correct? You had a close relationship with him? The semi-saint of the Zhang family, bewildered by Li Yuan's question, responded promptly, Young master is indeed correct. He is a member of my Zhang family. He perished during the last exploration of the Azure Dragon's cave. To think he would be tainted by fallen celestial power, transformed into a being neither human nor ghost, becoming a puppet of the fallen celestial. The semi-saint's expression was one of profound melancholy, as the truth was all too familiar. Very well. Then I shall assist your Zhang family, Li Yuan declared. Did you not mention that chaos is imminent, and that such circumstances are both opportunity and calamity? With a being comparable to a saint guarding you, your family should face little danger in the foreseeable future. Even if those from the Shurikill Hall set their sights on Zhang Liangwu, he will likely be spared. Li Yuan stroked his chin, resolved to lend his aid to the Zhang family. Since his encounter with them, fortune had favored him, and he believed this to be a matter of karmic connection. Thus he intended to resolve it. Young master, what do you mean? Can Zhang Cheng truly live again? The semi-saint of the Zhang family was struck with disbelief at Li Yuan's words. It seemed almost surreal. For how could one who had been contaminated by the power of fallen celestials still have a chance at salvation? After all, he had long since passed away. The Zhang family members stared at Li Yuan in astonishment, convinced they must have misheard, for the situation seemed utterly implausible. He can indeed be revived. However, I must pay a price, Li Yuan stated, and at that moment, the hearts of the Zhang family raced with anticipation. This time, they were certain they were not imagining things. It was real. With a firm strike to his chest, Li Yuan expelled a drop of golden blood. With a flick of his hand, this drop of blood flew toward the suppressed Zhang Cheng, entering his mouth. As the blood entered, Zhang Cheng's bestial roars gradually diminished, the ferocity in his gaze slowly retreating, only to be replaced by confusion. His once hideous visage began to revert to normal. This actually works. The semi-saint of the Zhang family marveled. Young master truly possesses the bloodline of an emperor, but the potency of this bloodline is astonishing. Even imperial blood could not achieve such a feat. Witnessing this, the semi-saint's eyelids twitched, filled with incredulity. He could sense that Zhang Cheng was regaining his faculties, though he was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Cheng, awaken. It is I, the semi-saint exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Hearing his name called, Zhang Cheng's bewildered expression slowly transformed back to normal. He rubbed his eyes. Convinced he was not hallucinating, and in shock, he asked, have I returned to my senses? However, just as the elation washed over him, Zhang Cheng's expression shifted abruptly. We must leave, quickly. The seal of the cave is broken. The power of the fallen celestial tomb is leaking. It erupts several times each day, and if we become tainted, we will be reduced to mere puppets. A look of terror crossed Zhang Cheng's face, and sweat began to bead on his forehead as the realization struck him. There's no need to rush. We have come this far. It would be a shame to leave without harvesting some spiritual herbs. Also during this time, you can enlighten me about the fallen celestial tomb. Li Yuan smiled at Zhang Cheng. Who are you? Zhang Cheng asked. His curiosity piqued as the previously fearful Zhang family members fell silent, intrigued by Li Yuan's presence. He recognized that Li Yuan was not one of them. Zhang Cheng, do not hesitate to pay your respects to young Master Li. Were it not for young Master Li, you would still be a puppet. The semi-saint of the Zhang family urged. Young Master Li has shown great favor to our Zhang family. Upon hearing the semi-saint speak so gravely, Zhang Cheng, despite being unaware of the events that had transpired, immediately bowed, expressing, I am deeply grateful for young Master Li's life-saving intervention. Without your assistance, I fear my remaining consciousness would have been extinguished. There is no need for such formality. I merely wish for you to protect Zhang Liangwu. After all, he has awakened the God King physique, and if he attracts the attention of the Shura Kill Hall, your family will surely be unable to shield him. Of course, my motives for saving you extend beyond that. I also seek to learn more about the fallen celestial tomb. The power of the fallen celestial holds great significance for me. Li Yuan concluded. As his words echoed, Zhang Cheng felt as though he were dreaming. How could Zhang Liangwu, with his mediocre talent, have awakened the God King physique? The semi-saint of the Zhang family promptly elaborated on the opportunities that had arisen in recent days. What? Young master is willing to bestow a God King fruit upon our Zhang family? Such a tremendous favor. We are at a loss for how to repay it. If you require assistance in the future, I, Zhang Cheng, pledge my life to serve you. He bowed deeply once more. There's no need for such politeness. It was merely a trifling matter, Li Yuan replied. As they arrived at the spiritual herb garden, Li Yuan noticed a few sacred herbs had blossomed, quite impressive. He was about to take action when Zhang Cheng hastily interjected, Young master, do not. The formations here are too fearsome, left behind by a master of sacred-level formations. Even high-tier saints would perish if triggered. I shall handle it, Zhang Cheng insisted. My body has been transformed by fallen celestial power. I would only lose a bit of my fundamental strength. In just a few hours, I could approach the sacred herbs. I will be fine. Just a few hours? That sounds overly complicated, and I do not have the luxury of time to waste here. Allow me. Li Yuan shook his head resolutely, reaching out to pluck the spiritual herbs from afar. Boom, boom, boom. At the very moment when Li Yuan made his move, a terrifying scene unfolded. All the formations in this place were triggered by him. From the void above, thick purple lightning descended, instantly transforming the realm into a hue of violet, as if the very essence of annihilation had been unleashed. Simultaneously, other dreadful runes were activated, launching assaults into the emptiness. It was over. Zhang Cheng watched this scene. His heart seized with terror, his face ashen. The others from the Zhang family also underwent a complete transformation in expression. Such an onslaught was beyond anything they had witnessed, far surpassing the might of sacred artifacts. Suppress it, Li Yuan commanded in a calm tone. The domain of heavenly law descended, shattering the incoming assault of formations, while the terrifying purple lightning in the void was obliterated by a single punch from Li Yuan. Throughout this ordeal, Li Yuan's demeanor remained remarkably composed. Done. It's over. As the onlookers stood dumbfounded, Li Yuan, with an air of nonchalance, casually tossed all the spiritual and sacred herbs he had gathered toward the Zhang family's semi-saint. Chapter 143. The Grave of the Fallen Immortals. Very well, your name is Zhang Cheng, is it not? You shall enlighten me regarding the grave of the fallen immortals. Li Yuan clapped his hands, wearing a demeanor that suggested he had merely accomplished a trivial task. His expectant gaze fixed upon Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, still in shock from the earlier spectacle, thought to himself that even if he possessed the strength of the fallen immortals, encountering such an attack would spell his demise. Yet Li Yuan had effortlessly dispelled it. Was he even human? Zhang Cheng regarded Li Yuan as if he were a deity. Could you elaborate? Upon hearing Li Yuan's query again, Zhang Cheng finally emerged from his stupor. Senior, do you truly intend to go? Initially, Zhang Cheng had meant to dissuade Li Yuan, deeming his intentions utterly reckless. After all, the fallen immortals, even in death, were not entities that ordinary mortals could subdue. However, having witnessed the preceding horror, he altered his perspective, coming to view Li Yuan as divine. His address shifted accordingly. Just call me young masterly. I am not that old. Now, speak of the grave of the fallen immortals. I am quite intrigued. Li Yuan smiled at Zhang Cheng, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Young master, in truth, my knowledge of the grave of the fallen immortals is almost non-existent. I only know that it lies beneath us. And this Azure Dragon Cave Heaven is, in fact, a place of sealing. Long ago, the Azure Dragon Demon Saint was born here and claimed this territory. In pursuit of enlightenment and longevity, he attempted to harness the power of the fallen immortals, yet ultimately failed. Now that the seal has been compromised, bizarre occurrences transpire periodically. The space where the grave of the fallen immortals resides threatens to engulf those who enter, and the emanating aura of the fallen immortals can transform individuals into puppets. Although I have been somewhat oblivious, I can distinctly sense that the frequency of this power's leakage is accelerating. It is evident that the seal is continuously breaking. The grave of the fallen immortals may soon emerge. If young master enters the space of the grave, caution is imperative. Zhang Cheng bore an expression of regret, acknowledging his utter ignorance regarding the grave of the fallen immortals. Is that so? That is still a piece of valuable news. With you here, their departure from the cave should pose no issue. I must take my leave. May our paths cross again. With that, Li Yuan uttered his final words and vanished into the air, his speed vastly increased compared to before. Rumbling. The void echoed with continuous thunderous sounds. Endless divine lightning rained down, as if intent on obliterating the very realm and annihilating this cave heaven. Yet Li Yuan, as if leisurely strolling through a courtyard, paid no mind to the onslaught of heavenly thunder. The strikes landed upon him without inflicting the slightest harm. This left the Zhang family members gaping in disbelief. Especially Zhang Cheng, who, now possessing the strongest power and fully aware of the current purple lightning's ferocity, felt that even in his indestructible state, he would be reduced to dust if caught within. The fact that such a terrifying force of thunder could not harm Li Yuan in the slightest was utterly astonishing. In that moment, all who had entered the cave turned their gaze towards the void, their eyes reflecting incredulity. What is happening? Why has such a fearsome tribulation suddenly erupted? This cave heaven is doomed. Damn it, my life is forfeit. Given the countless formations and restrictions in this place, despair etched itself upon their faces. With escape now presenting itself as a dead end, they were left with no recourse. Wait, something feels amiss. Why is the force of this tribulation moving? It seems to be locking onto something rather than enveloping the entire cave. Could it be that some monstrous entity within the cave sought to attain enlightenment? Initially filled with despair, some began to sense that something was awry. The terrifying, world-ending tribulation was retreating at an alarming speed. In the void, Li Yuan disregarded the purple lightning and instead focused on rapid calculations. His objective in entering the Azure Dragon Cave Heaven was the Azure Dragon Sacred Herb. Though he held immense curiosity for the grave of the fallen immortals, Li Yuan resolved to first secure the Azure Dragon Sacred Herb before delving deeper. His speed was remarkable, and as he deduced the situation, he pinpointed the location of the Azure Dragon Sacred Herb. In the Azure Dragon Cave Heaven, a perilous area had gathered numerous entities, evidently. Remnants of the Muron clan had swiftly disseminated news of the cave. Around a lake, a group of over a dozen individuals had convened. Each of these figures, whether solitary or not, possessed the strength of semi-saints. Moreover, an air of madness lingered in their eyes, and the aura of death surrounding them was palpable. These semi-saints had come for the purpose of prolonging their lives. In the center of the lake, roars reminiscent of dragons echoed, resembling the cries of true dragons. Yet, the semi-saints present knew all too well that these were not true dragons, but rather the Azure Dragon Sacred Herb on the verge of metamorphosis within the cave. A companion to the Azure Dragon Demon Saint. They gathered here, hoping to acquire the Azure Dragon Sacred Herb to extend their lifespans. Even yearning to seize a second chance at life. Tension hung thickly in the air as these semi-saints eyed each other warily, considering how to claim the Azure Dragon Sacred Herb. From a distance, a golden dragon's illusory form could be faintly discerned. Yet no one dared to venture into the heart of the lake. Those who had attempted to do so had perished. The restrictions and formations surrounding the lake were far more formidable than those elsewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose we join forces. If we do not unite, we will be incapable of even reaching the center of the lake, let alone obtaining the Azure Dragon Sacred Herb. We must first collaborate to breach the heart of the lake, after which we can contend for the treasure by our own means. What say you? One semi-saint addressed the group, a sense of urgency in his voice. Having spent half a day here with no progress towards the lake's center, the situation would only spiral further out of control if they lingered. If the number of individuals arriving continued to increase, their chances of seizing the true dragon's sacred herb would diminish. Each of them harbored a burning desire to annihilate the remnants of the Muron clan. Yet regret proved futile now. How shall we cooperate? Some among them were stirred, clearly recognizing the impending crisis. If they waited any longer, the arrival of more individuals would render their hopes increasingly dim. Here lies a formation laid by a master of sacred-level arrays, its power exceeding our capacity as semi-saints. I possess a diagram of a sacred-level formation. If we all combine our efforts, we may withstand the might of this formation and draw closer to the heart of the lake. The voice of the demigod reverberated, and a formation diagram materialized in the sky. Judging by the overwhelming pressure it emanated, it was indeed a formation of the caliber of a master of sacred-level arrays. Very well, we consent, he declared. Upon witnessing this, the gathered individuals ceased their hesitation, regardless of the other party's schemes. They had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Despite their mutual wariness, they chose to unite, and with the formation diagram in place, they found themselves capable of withstanding the onslaught of the array's power, gradually advancing toward the heart of the lake. Hope glimmered in their eyes, each brimming with excitement. Thunderous roars echoed ominously. In the next moment, the heavens erupted with a cacophony of deafening thunder. As they turned to behold the source, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, filled with sheer terror. They beheld the cataclysmic heavenly tribulation descending upon them, barreling forward with alarming speed. This divine wrath was such that, Even should a saint be present to wield it, they would surely meet their demise on the spot. Chapter 144. The Sacred Medicine of the Azure Dragon. What? Damn it! Is the heavens truly intent on obliterating us? After so many demigods had painstakingly joined forces to activate the array, they were so close to the heart of the lake and the coveted Azure Dragon's sacred medicine. Yet they never anticipated encountering such calamity. Though their cultivation was formidable, how could they possibly survive under such a terrifying lightning tribulation? Even with the formation in place, retreat was not an option, for above the lake lay an equally formidable array and restrictions. They could only advance slowly, but the relentless thunder drew nearer, mercilessly erasing any chance for escape. These demigods, on the verge of their lifespans, clung to their lives with an unusual fervor, otherwise, who would willingly risk everything for a slim chance at survival. The Azure Dragon's sacred medicine was singular, and their arrival here undoubtedly heralded a monumental clash. Time and fate intertwined. The elder could not accept this fate. Cursed heavens, do you not grant even the slightest glimmer of hope? Under the weight of the array, despair washed over them in an instant, each one cursing aloud. The thunder grew increasingly terrifying, rushing toward the lake, the speed of the lightning evoking a sense of hopelessness. In their eyes, resentment and hatred simmered, feeling as though the heavens were mocking them. In the distance, the void was filled with cascading divine thunder, seemingly intent on annihilation. Wait, something is amiss. Upon closer examination, it appeared the heavenly thunder was fixated on a particular entity, seeking to eradicate it. This was not merely a heavenly tribulation. It was as though the rules of the Azure Dragon Cave heaven had been disturbed. The demigod who had summoned the formation, originally steeped in despair, quickly realized that the situation diverged from his initial assumptions. Is this not a heavenly tribulation? The other demigods, their faces contorted with dissatisfaction, were jolted into a moment of clarity. This was indeed auspicious news, perhaps signaling they might not meet their end here. One by one, their gazes turned toward the distant violet lightning. Indeed, something is off. Those heavenly thunders seem to be targeting something, attempting to obliterate it. Such terrifying power of thunder has yet to touch the ground. One demigod, observing with keen interest, exclaimed with excitement. But in the next moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, and eventually, someone broke the stillness, speaking up. Cursed be it. What do you think the rules of the cave heaven are aimed at? Such fearsome thunder could vanquish even a saint. What entity could withstand such horrific power for so long without perishing? Even with resources and means to respond, under an onslaught of endless heavenly thunders, one would invariably be injured. Do you think it is racing here to claim the Azure Dragon's sacred medicine? At that instant, the thought took root in the mind of this demigod, causing his expression to darken. For if that were the case, they would return empty-handed. Such a being was beyond their capacity to confront. I do not know. Let's wait and see. They all poured their energy into maintaining the formation, for the thunder was advancing toward them. If they were caught in its wake, death would be certain. As the heavenly thunder drew ever closer to the lake, pale-faced individuals watched in dread. Each one, upon hearing the alarming news, exerted every ounce of strength to uphold the formation, hoping it would spare their lives. In the void, the violet thunder had nearly transformed into a sea of lightning, enveloping Yuan at its core. Endless bolts of thunder relentlessly struck him, and within the storm, threads of rule power intertwined, attempting to annihilate him. Yet, Yuan remained unscathed, seemingly invigorated by the deluge of divine wrath. Here it is, this position. At the heart of the violet sea of lightning, Yuan's gaze penetrated through the tempest, fixating on the center of the lake. There, he faintly discerned the sound of dragon roars. Yuan understood he had arrived at his destination. A smile graced his lips as he made his way toward the lake. However, he soon realized that there were others within the lake. There are actually people here. It seems they possess considerable means to have breached this place. The restrictions and formations of the lake were even more formidable than those outside. If he were to intrude recklessly, the ensuing thunder and restrictions would be all the more terrifying. These individuals bore him no ill will, but should they be caught in the crossfire, it would spell disaster. Upon discovering the presence of others, Yuan slowed his pace. The rapidly approaching thunderstorm also began to decelerate. Above the lake, numerous eyes fixated on the void, their faces etched with terror, with even some demigods trembling in fear. Clearly, the overwhelming power of the thunder was beyond their capacity to withstand. Stop! Has the entity at the center of the thunder been subdued? One demigod, witnessing the swift thunder halt and its might diminish, could not contain his excitement. Be quiet. If you seek your demise, do not drag us down with you. This was the result of the rules and restrictions of the cave heaven. If that being truly perished, then the thunder would vanish entirely. But since the thunder had not dissipated, merely weakened, It indicated that the entity at the center had simply paused. Beware of speaking carelessly. Such an entity is not one we can provoke. A demigod, upon hearing this, turned icy with apprehension. To perish here due to the words of another would be a grave injustice. The others remained silent, yet their glances toward this demigod conveyed a clear message. The demigod's complexion paled slightly. He was known for his loose tongue, and having spoken, he now regretted it. Suddenly, from within the sea of lightning, a figure emerged. Suspended in the air, serene amidst the chaos. The one who stepped forth from the storm was none other than Yuan. While he remained undaunted by the power of the thunder, he did not wish for those above the lake to be affected. Thus he employed the divine technique of the heavenly Tao. With the technique of the heavenly Tao in play, Yuan would not trigger the rules of the cave heaven or its restrictions. What? He is indeed still alive. To withstand such a tempest unscathed. Could he be a high-tier saint? One demigod's heart raced, astonishment flooding his features. The sight of a living being emerging from the sea of lightning was nothing short of shocking. The expressions of the other demigods mirrored this astonishment. Yuan cast a glance at them before redirecting his focus toward the heart of the lake. Employing the divine technique of the heavenly Tao, each step he took spanned an extraordinary distance, making him appear to teleport within the void. In an instant, he surpassed these demigods, his speed defying belief. What? Had the prohibitions and formations in the heart of the lake vanished? Witnessing Yuan's remarkable speed, a thought emerged in the minds of the half-saints present. And it was not an isolated sentiment. At that moment, every half-saint's gaze flickered with uncertainty. In the next instant, one among them made a move, swift and terrifying. Taking a gamble, for Yuan had not triggered any prohibitions. 3 individuals surged forth simultaneously. Yet, the moment these 3 departed from the control zone of the formation, the prohibitions above the lake activated. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dreadful attacks erupted, despite the strength of the half-saints. They were utterly powerless against such prohibitions and were annihilated on the spot, reduced to dust. Below the formation, those half-saints who hesitated and were a beat too slow were left in sheer terror. What? The prohibitions and formations had not dissipated. Each of them was drenched in sweat, their bodies trembling in fear. Gasping for breath, one half-saint dared to question, could that person be an emperor? Their eyes, fixed upon Yuan's silhouette, radiated astonishment. I pay my respects to the emperor. A voice broke the silence, followed by a single knee dropping to the ground in reverence to Yuan's back. The rules of this celestial realm were extraordinarily potent. Even a saint could not achieve such feats, yet Yuan had done so, towering in the eyes of the half-saints. Soon, all present bowed before Yuan's figure. An emperor? The might of Yuan's spirit was so tremendous that their whispers reached his ears. Yuan, somewhat exasperated, acknowledged that wielding the heavenly path's divine art could indeed lead to misunderstandings. However, he was disinclined to offer explanations, as his aim was the celestial dragon's sacred herb. Other matters held no significance for him. There, Yuan turned his gaze towards the celestial dragon's sacred herb at the lake's heart, his eyes gleaming with intensity. In the center of the lake stood a divine tree, radiating a golden brilliance, enveloped in golden light. From a distance, it resembled the mythical sun god tree. The air around the divine tree was thick with mist, golden rays piercing through the water vapor, creating an ethereal spectacle. Yuan recognized immediately that this was the celestial dragon sacred herb. This sacred herb subtly hinted at a tendency to evolve into a spiritual root of the universe. As Yuan approached, a soul-chilling dragon roar resonated from the golden divine tree, evidently a warning. Concurrently, a 100-foot-long azure dragon materialized above the tree, exuding an overwhelming aura. Interesting. If this celestial dragon sacred herb were granted a few hundred more years, it might transform into a divine elixir. The emergence of spirit was astonishing. Upon sighting the azure dragon, Yuan felt no fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. For he understood it to be an illusion, a mirage cast by the celestial dragon's sacred herb. Yuan's gaze pierced through the mist, breaking through the golden divine light to behold the true form of the celestial dragon sacred herb. The golden divine tree was not as it appeared, but rather an exaggerated manifestation. Nevertheless, the celestial dragon's sacred herb was indeed substantial, standing 30 to 40 meters tall, with the azure dragon fruit perched atop it. This fruit was peculiar, resembling a vividly lifelike azure dragon. Intriguing. Yuan employed the heavenly path's divine art, instantly traversing several miles to position himself beneath the celestial dragon sacred herb. Finally, someone has arrived. I thought I was destined to perish here. A chilling voice echoed as Yuan materialized. Simultaneously, a figure emerged beneath the celestial dragon's sacred herb, rushing towards Yuan. This was a soul entity, residing within the sacred herb, now attempting to seize control of Yuan's body. Freeze. Yet, in the face of this sudden development, Li Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He merely uttered a single word of command. Under the influence of the unparalleled heavenly path, the entity was instantly suppressed. You, the soul entity, gazed at Li Yuan, terror filling its eyes. You must be the Azure Dragon Demon Saint. Li Yuan regarded the entity with a calm demeanor, replying. How did you know? The soul entity's gaze fixated on Li Yuan, astonished. Just a guess, Li Yuan replied coolly. The entity steadied itself and spoke, indeed. I am the Azure Dragon Demon Saint. Young one, you are fortunate to have reached this point. The celestial dragon sacred herb is yours, and you shall also receive my legacy. Now, kneel and pay your respects. Do not harbor hostility. I didn't expect one so young to possess such remarkable treasures. Clearly, you are favored by fortune. With my legacy and the celestial dragon's sacred herb, you may aspire to attain the realm of an emperor in the future. As it spoke, an eerie power began to pervade the air silently. Li Yuan, upon hearing this, chuckled coldly. You wish to take a disciple while secretly employing a soul-binding technique? Do you truly think me a fool? Li Yuan discerned the soul entity's intentions immediately. Chapter 145, The Strange Space. The soul entity was taken aback by Li Yuan's insight into its plot. Its methods, silent and seemingly flawless, left it bewildered as to how a mere practitioner of the four extremes could see through them. How did you uncover my scheme? The soul entity demanded. Its gaze locked onto Li Yuan, desperate for an answer. Such tactics are evident to any discerning eye. Is it surprising to be discovered? Li Yuan replied, shaking his head with a look of disdain. What do you mean? You can see them? The soul entity exclaimed, incredulous. Indeed. Is there a problem? Li Yuan inquired, his gaze unwavering. The soul entity, now agitated, almost screamed, this is impossible. If you can perceive my methods, it indicates that your soul surpasses mine. Yet you are merely a four extremes cultivator. This cannot be. I do not believe it. The soul entity roared, unleashing a soul attack in an attempt to obliterate Li Yuan's essence. However, as the attack entered Li Yuan's soul palace, it found no purchase, as if its efforts had vanished into thin air. The unexpected development sent the entity's heart racing in panic. Impossible? How could your soul rival mine? The soul entity was unable to accept this reality, its expression twisted with fear. Die, Li Yuan declared, launching a devastating soul attack of his own. The soul entity, confronted with the terrifying force of Li Yuan's assault, realized that it was not a mere illusion, but rather the undeniable strength of Li Yuan's spirit. It immediately began to plead for mercy. Spare me. I can reveal many secrets. Within this celestial realm lies the essence of immortality. Seeing that it could not overpower Li Yuan, the entity sought to placate him, hoping for an opportunity. The essence of immortality, you say? To become a puppet like you, tainted by the aura of fallen immortals? Li Yuan scoffed, unleashing his soul attack, which obliterated the entity before him, let alone the absence of such an essence. Even if it truly existed, Li Yuan would not be swayed. With the 9 divine arts of the heavenly path at his disposal, he was invincible. Having dispatched the soul entity, Li Yuan's gaze turned fervently towards the celestial dragon's sacred herb. A smile of delight gracing his features as he reached out for the azure dragon fruit. Swish, swish, swish. A series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, as numerous branches lunged toward Li Yuan, resembling divine weapons breaking through the sky, accompanied by a cacophony of shrill noises. However, upon making contact with Li Yuan's palm, the branches crumbled into fragments, leaving his hand unscathed. Undeterred, Li Yuan continued his pursuit of the azure dragon fruit. With a roar, the azure dragon fruit emitted a dragon-esque cry and spewed forth several droplets of blood, attempting to flee. Yet, Li Yuan was not one to afford such an opportunity. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a binding formation that ensnared the fruit. The precious drops of blood, deemed the essence of a sacred herb, were captured in a jade vial, treasures indeed. As Li Yuan plucked the azure dragon fruit, the massive golden divine tree at the heart of the lake began to wither at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, the very ground trembled, and terrifying fissures emerged at the lake's bottom, causing the water to flow backward. A voracious force erupted, swallowing those cultivators who had yet to retreat. Huh, what is this? Li Yuan hovered in the void, gazing down at the enormous crevice beneath him. Initially taken aback, his expression quickly transformed into one of intense brightness as he deduced the revelation. The tomb of fallen immortals lay just below. Elated by this discovery, Li Yuan was determined to explore the tomb he had long sought. Although the devouring force had dissipated, it posed no challenge for Li Yuan, who had attained a considerable mastery over the heavenly Tao techniques. While he could not yet traverse the heavens or plunge into the netherworld with a mere thought, he could certainly delve into the sealed depths of the tomb of fallen immortals. Employing the heavenly Tao techniques, Yuan vanished from his location, only to reappear in a blood-red expanse. This realm appeared as if drenched in crimson, with even the leaves drifting down seeming to be stained with blood. It was a peculiar space, with the Azure Dragon Cave merely a fragment of its entirety. From afar, the mournful calls of an ancient crow echoed through the dark red forest, its cries laden with sorrow. The atmosphere here was undeniably repugnant, a testament to its ominous nature. Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed. Yet, he felt no fear. With the 9 heavenly Tao techniques at his disposal, he remained undaunted. Extending his spiritual essence, Yuan sensed the presence of a weasel hastening through the underbrush and a serpent as thick as a water barrel slithering nearby. Even a cursory glance revealed these were relics of a bygone era, whispered about in tales of old, embodying ominous portents. Disregarding these creatures, Yuan pressed onward. As he ventured deeper, the oppressive atmosphere intensified, permeated by the stench of decay typical of graveyards, sending chills coursing through his body. This space had undergone a transformation. Numerous individuals had entered, none of whom were weak, yet as they traversed the dark red terrain, beads of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. The light was exceedingly dim, akin to twilight, and the oppressive red hue cast an overwhelming gloom. Shadows danced around them, entwined with tendrils of dark red mist, while distant sounds sent their hearts racing. The creatures here had mutated, steeped in malevolent energy. What in the world have we stumbled upon? This place is beyond sinister, muttered a powerful sage, sensing a disturbance nearby, his body shivering involuntarily. Damn it! Had I known such a calamity awaited, I would never have dared to enter this cave in search of treasures. Another voice trembled. We cannot escape this eerie place. Be cautious, a half-saint growled, his voice laced with palpable fear. Suddenly, from the depths of the dark red mist, a hand emerged. Reaching for a sage, the half-saint unleashed his sacred weapon in a frantic attempt to strike. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream reverberated through the air, and a dark red whirlwind swept through, carrying with it cries of despair. From this tempest fell black hairs and blood, their foul stench permeating the air, heightening the unease of the already trembling group. What manner of creature is that? Someone gasped, breathless, casting a glance at the half-saint, who had acted so swiftly they could scarcely comprehend the events. Their hearts plummeted. That was a strike from a sacred weapon, potent enough to obliterate worlds. Yet it had merely wounded the creature, barely inflicting any significant harm. How could they not feel dread? The half-saint's expression shifted between hope and despair, his face turning ghastly pale. Meeting the gaze of the frightened crowd, he declared, I know not what that was. It was a monster I have never encountered. Exercise extreme caution. Should it strike, death is certain. A blow from a sacred weapon that could not slay it. What shall we do, senior? Panic gripped the hearts of many. Accustomed to positions of power, they now spoke with quivering voices. I do not know. Let us proceed cautiously, one step at a time, and hope to find an exit, the half-saint replied, inhaling deeply. He felt a strong inclination that venturing alone would lead to swifter demise. Soon, in the dim light, they discerned a massive blood-red mountain looming ahead. Though it appeared distant and obscured, its sheer size made it impossible to overlook, dominating the crimson landscape. The mountain pierced the clouds, seeming to connect to another realm. Just as they tread cautiously, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, reducing a sage to mere dust. Surrounding witnesses turned pale with fear. What? There are formation runes here. We must have triggered them. Senior, what do we do? Do you understand formations? The others turned to the half-saint, their eyes reflecting their trepidation. A formation capable of disintegrating a sage was far too terrifying. The half-saint remained silent, fixating on the ground, his complexion worsening. This is an Imperial Realm formation. We have been transported to a realm of unimaginable terror. After a moment, the half-saint's throat felt parched, and he spoke with difficulty. What? An Imperial Realm formation? That means, upon hearing this, everyone's color drained from their faces, their expressions as pale as paper, drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, deafening sounds erupted from afar. Thunderous roars echoed through the air, illuminating the shadowy world with blinding lightning, as if an apocalyptic thunderstorm were descending upon them, capturing everyone's attention. As they looked up, they were left dumbfounded, struggling to process what they witnessed. Moments ago, they had seen a companion reduced to dust, yet now, amidst the tempestuous lightning, a figure strode confidently, basking in the radiance. The half-saint, witnessing this, felt a glimmer of hope spark in his dim eyes, for he sensed that the figure approached them. Without a moment's hesitation, the half-saint knelt, bowing deeply in reverence. I pay my respects, Venerable One. The others followed suit, dropping to their knees. We pay our respects, Venerable One. Arise, there is no need for such formalities. Yuan manifested in the void, gesturing to lift them from their kneeling position. Li Yuan's arrival was prompted by the discovery of human presence in this eerie and terrifying place. Here, where fear pervades and sentiment is a rarity among beings, let alone those of the human race, gratitude was swiftly expressed by all. Encountering Li Yuan had ignited a glimmer of hope for their escape, given his unfathomable prowess. I am not that old. Simply call me young master. Follow my lead. We must leave this place first. It is an ancient battlefield where the rules differ from those outside, and is fraught with danger. Li Yuan descended and chose to accompany the group. Not long into their journey, someone set off a formation etched into the ground, unleashing torrents of lightning. It's over, a frightened cultivator paled at the sight. Fortunately, Li Yuan unleashed a fist, shattering the wrath of the thunder. Having narrowly escaped death, the cultivator wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a reverent glance at Li Yuan, akin to that of a mortal gazing upon a deity. Be cautious and stay close to my steps. Tread carefully, Li Yuan warned, though the formation is damaged. Its power remains formidable. With Li Yuan leading the way, their pace quickened, and they soon reached the foot of a towering mountain. A sense of void enveloped the area, sending chills down their spines. At the base of the mountain, in the low-lying areas, lay pools of blood-red water, devoid of any vegetation, appearing exceedingly bizarre. The eerie silence hung heavily in the air, instilling a palpable dread. Each individual treaded carefully, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a powerful figure among them rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating, for in the center of one of the pools lay a sacred herb, an elixir that could grant a second chance at life. Encountering such a treasure in this perilous place was exhilarating. He lunged toward the lake's surface, intent on harvesting the herb. Yet, the next moment, the water erupted. A colossal corpse emerged, its body covered in a dense growth of greenish hair, with enormous claws lunging toward the would-be gatherer. Time seemed to freeze as the mighty figure realized he was paralyzed with fear. Despair flickered in his eyes as he let out a frantic scream. No. Chapter 146. Evidence of Celestial Beings in the Mortal Realm. Meanwhile, Li Yuan witnessed this unfolding scene. In a moment of urgency, he invoked the celestial arts, teleporting directly in front of the cultivator and delivering a punch that reverberated through the cosmos, countering the terrifying blow. The formidable claws of the corpse shattered, bones and green hair scattering in all directions. A wretched cry emanated from the ancient remains, causing the heavens to tremble. Fear flickered in the corpse's green eyes, yet, despite Li Yuan's formidable strike, it did not perish completely. Instead, it retreated, vanishing into the blood-red lake. Gasping for breath, the cultivator, now alive by mere chance, appeared pale and shaken to the core. In that fleeting moment, he believed his life was forfeit. After regaining his composure, he turned to express his gratitude to Li Yuan. But upon opening his mouth, he was horrified to find himself unable to utter a single word, as though his throat was being choked. No matter how he struggled, only a mournful wail escaped his lips, filled with despair. He noticed green hairs sprouting rapidly from his arm, spreading with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, his arm transformed into something resembling a beast's claw, as sharp nails grew into fierce talons. The green hair quickly spread across his body. What is this? Li Yuan mused, realizing he had underestimated its potency, as even the strength of 1 in 10 could not obliterate it. He glanced at his own hand, confusion etched across his face. At that moment, the hair on his hand attempted to invade his body but failed to penetrate. Li Yuan picked up a strand of the green hair, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated such a horrific capability from a single hair. Young master, be cautious. An urgent voice called from behind him. Roars of anguish erupted as the previously formidable cultivator began to transform, his eyes now filled with despair. The rest of the group, though anxious, dared not approach. The bizarre spectacle terrified them. In his half-beast form, he lunged at Li Yuan. Interesting, Li Yuan remarked, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating his face. In a fleeting moment, the cultivator's former self vanished, his consciousness seemingly obliterated as he reverted to a primal state. Yet, within this transformation, his power surged to the semi-saint level, emanating a terrifying aura that instilled fear. He charged directly at Li Yuan. Freeze! Li Yuan uttered a single word, and the cultivator was instantly immobilized. Li Yuan placed his hand upon him, examining his condition, and soon made a startling discovery. The aura of a fallen celestial. This fellow has mutated. A fallen celestial is certainly no good. He must not be allowed to escape. Li Yuan had no intention of wasting his blood. Swiftly reversing the celestial arts, a terrifying force of destruction surged into the man's body, erasing the fallen celestial's essence. The green hair on his body seemed to lose its source of energy, wilting rapidly. He reverted from his beastly state back to normal. Gasping heavily, he collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. Thank you, young master, he stammered, trembling. "In this place, I urge everyone to suppress their greed. Do not disturb anything here, lest you be aware of the consequences. This land is not clean. Even saints would meet their demise here. Let us ascend the mountain and eradicate the source of this calamity." With that, Li Yuan began his ascent. The group nodded in agreement. Understanding the gravity of the situation, they had witnessed the consequences of folly and dared not act recklessly. They certainly did not wish to remain here, transformed into something neither human nor ghost, for they were not Li Yuan. As they commenced their climb, each individual remained closely aligned with Li Yuan, cautious and vigilant. The thought of staying behind never crossed their minds, for just moments ago. From the blood lakes at the mountain's base, ominous sounds erupted, and figures of green-haired corpses emerged, their eyes gleaming with sinister light. From afar, more terrifying presences approached rapidly. Emitting ghastly wails, their forms obscured within a crimson storm, rendering them unidentifiable. Yet, the sheer force of malevolence surging toward them nearly suffocated the group. These were entities of saintly caliber. Remarkably, these entities seemed to fear Li Yuan, unwilling to draw near. Meanwhile, the mountain was no sanctuary either. Terrifying auras flickered intermittently, each fleeting moment sending shivers down their spines. They discovered that as they ascended the mountain peak, the atmosphere grew increasingly terrifying. Had it not been for Li Yuan's unparalleled domain of heavenly law, these individuals would have long since perished. Even so, several of them suffered from bleeding eyes, a consequence merely of locking gazes with the fleeting aberrant beings. At this moment, figures bowed their heads, closely trailing behind Li Yuan, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The grandeur of generations of supreme beings was utterly absent from these individuals now. In this moment, they comprehended the notion of countless sovereigns and saints, reminiscent of the grand epoch of antiquity. With fear gnawing at their hearts, their gazes towards Li Yuan transformed entirely. Were it not for Li Yuan, they would have found even walking a challenge. Yet, at this moment, Li Yuan propelled them forward with such swiftness that it felt akin to flight. The dread emanating from those saint-level aberrant beings instigated frantic heartbeats within them. Humanity had halted. This was the grave of the master. Further movement would invite merciless annihilation. As they neared the summit, a humanoid entity emerged, obstructing their path. A horrifying aura surged towards them like crashing waves, as if standing before a deity. "Can you speak?" Upon hearing this voice, the crowd shivered in terror. It was a cacophony. However, what met him was Li Yuan's decisive strike. He unleashed a palm from afar, obliterating the terrifying figure in an instant. The individuals who had long followed Li Yuan were taken aback. They had thought they had witnessed his true prowess before, but now they realized that Li Yuan's strength was akin to an unfathomable abyss. This was a saint, rendered even more formidable post-transformation, yet could not withstand even a fraction of Li Yuan's might. These aberrant beings possessed the ability of continuous rebirth, yet, when Li Yuan struck, they found even that was beyond their reach. The hidden entities observing this scene regarded Li Yuan with the eyes of demons and fled in haste. "Flee, you shall die." Li Yuan had previously refrained from striking out due to a lack of motivation, but now, with these aberrant beings gathered, he intended to eradicate them all at once. With a wave of his hand, formations descended upon them, accompanied by the reversal of celestial techniques. Infused with the aura of fallen immortals, these beings appeared indestructible to outsiders. Yet before Li Yuan, they were far too feeble. In an instant, a significant portion of them was annihilated. Just moments ago, Li Yuan had effortlessly slain a speaking saintly aberration, leaving the crowd astounded. Now, they recognized that they had underestimated him. Previously, they had speculated that Li Yuan might be a half-step emperor. However, this scene deepened their shock, rendering them hesitant to even fathom his true cultivation. "Young master, are you at the emperor level?" One among the crowd could no longer contain his excitement. The existence of an emperor among humanity was monumental news for the human race. "Not so," Li Yuan replied, uninterested, as he continued leading them towards the peak. The entities that had been stirring at the summit, upon witnessing the recent events, were filled with extreme dread and recoiled, trembling before the suspended altar. Not an emperor? Could he be an immortal? The crowd began to entertain a terrifying notion. "Young master, what is this place?" As they journeyed, sensing that Li Yuan was not the aloof figure they had imagined, someone dared to voice their apprehension. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly ominous, leading them to believe they had entered the resting place of some ancient sovereign of myriad races. Such danger could not possibly exist otherwise. The sovereigns of myriad races rivaled the human emperors. This was no mere conjecture. They had taken into account their surroundings, estimating that this place had existed for at least 100,000 years. This period coincided with the era when myriad races reigned supreme, the tomb of fallen immortals. Yet, as Li Yuan uttered those 4 words, hearts raced, eyes widened in disbelief, and some nearly fell into stupor. Fallen immortals. The mere mention of immortal threatened to shatter their very souls. Immortals did not exist in this world. For 100,000 years, the path to immortality had been severed. With no one able to ascend, immortals were beings capable of annihilating worlds. Even a fallen immortal could extinguish realms with but a thought. And now, they found themselves in the land of fallen immortals. Who could remain unshaken? Young master, why have we come here? Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads as they hesitated to ask Li Yuan to lead them away, fearing to provoke a crisis. They merely sought to gauge their perilous situation, wishing to escape this place indefinitely. The word immortal carried immense weight. Without turning back, Li Yuan replied, naturally, to destroy this tomb of fallen immortals. Its existence may pose a grave threat. In truth, Li Yuan did not disclose his true intent. His genuine aim was to ascertain the extent of the power of fallen immortals. Previously, during his time at the Heavenly Tao Academy's source mine, he had experimented with the benefits of the fallen immortal aura on his physical form. Now that he had encountered it, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Such places were exceedingly rare. As Li Yuan's words resounded, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Their gazes towards him transformed entirely. The evidence was irrefutable. Immortals existed in this realm. Were it not for immortals, who would dare approach the tomb of fallen immortals? Hearts raced in a frenzy. This revelation was utterly astonishing. The journey ahead was marked by an unsettling quietude and remarkable ease. Soon, they arrived at the mountain peak, where the aura of fallen immortals permeated the air, akin to a sea of despair. Had it not been for Li Yuan's domain of heavenly law, those nearby would have instantaneously transformed, becoming one with this place. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld a massive altar, seemingly drenched in fresh blood that had yet to dry. Beneath the altar, a myriad of icy gazes fixated upon them, clearly guarding the sacred site. The peak exuded an overwhelming terror as relentless storms raged, and crimson strands of hair danced in the wind. The sight of those strands sent chills down their spines. They understood that should they come into contact with them, they would become mere puppets of this land. The azure strands were even more horrifying, and they could scarcely fathom the dread that the crimson ones instilled. In contrast to their trepidation, Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as a smile graced his lips. He realized he had arrived at the right place. The power of fallen immortals, is it? I hope it does not disappoint. I hope it is not too feeble.